Introduction. The tale of a kidnapped princess and a fierce dragon, accompanied by a knight racing on horseback, embodies the classic narrative of heroism against a dragon. Yet, this dragon is distinctly different. In an effort to challenge the pervasive narrative that maligns dragonkind by portraying them as kidnappers of princesses, Hollyflosse, a colossal dragon measuring no less than 50 meters, has resolved to establish a city-state. With dragons now emerging to create a haven for the inhabitants of the world, the truth speaks for itself. Surely, the minstrel's tales of dragons abducting princesses must cease. What? What do you mean by an evil 50-meter dragon capturing innocent people and forcing them into labor until death? This is intolerable. This is no ordinary minstrel. We must take decisive action. Chapter 1. The impact on young dragons is incalculable. The impact on young dragons is truly incalculable. A giant dragon proclaimed as it reclined upon a rocky outcrop, curling its tail around a diminutive storybook from the human realm, its voice laced with indignation. After perusing the collection of tales penned by humans regarding dragonkind, a somewhat smaller dragon, adorned with shimmering golden scales, expressed exasperation. What do you mean by kidnapping a princess? Have you ever kidnapped a princess? Who in their right mind would go about abducting those little beings? Would you? I certainly would not. With a swift exhalation of dragon fire, the golden dragon reduced the storybook to ashes. The literary portrayals of dragons were nothing but troublesome fabrications, further igniting its ire. While you and I would never consider such actions, what are the young, naive dragons? Imagine if your offspring were influenced by these absurd tales and one day decided to bring a human to you. The initial dragon insisted that such harmful literature should not exist in this world. You are worrying excessively. I doubt any dragon would engage in such foolishness. My kin would certainly never do such a thing. The golden dragon maintained a more optimistic perspective, believing that any intelligent dragon would not waste time abducting humans. Father, look, there's a princess. At that moment, a smaller dragon, primarily golden-scaled with a white underside, swooped in, its tail wrapped around a motionless human. Proudly, it lifted its captive, presenting the princess to its bewildered father. The first dragon fell silent, casting a knowing glance at its companion, as if to say, I told you this would happen. The golden dragon took a deep breath, restraining the urge to swat its wayward offspring into the heavens, and asked, Maislodar, please tell me, why did you do this? I was bored, so I went to play below and stumbled upon some intriguing little books that seemed quite entertaining. By the way, Dad, we should create a cave filled with gold. The golden hatchling, Maislodar, twirled excitedly before its disgruntled father. Enough. Stop right there. The golden dragon interrupted its offspring, turning to the dragon with whom it had been conversing. You were right. I was overly optimistic. I will ensure that humans eliminate these dreadful books. And you? What do you intend to do? The dragon regarded its golden companion with skepticism, tilting its head in inquiry. You aren't planning to capture the authors and incinerate them, are you? Hollyflosse, do you truly know what you are doing? Hollyflosse, the golden dragon, shook its head, rising to declare no. That would only validate their tales. I shall descend and establish a city-state. Garurulfar, a city-state. So those ignorant little beings below can witness what true dragons are like. Then they will understand that we are generous, graceful, noble. In short, synonymous with all that is beautiful. As Hollyflosse finished speaking, Maislodar interjected, then we can raid. No, forget those ridiculous thoughts. Hollyflosse swiftly coiled its tail around Maislodar's snout, silencing its offspring. It sounds like the best idea you've had in your 6,000 years of existence. Garurulfar, the dragon who had spoken at the outset, nodded in approval of Hollyflosse's proposal to establish a city-state governed by dragonkind. As long as those little beings below are not blind, they will realize that the true nature of dragons is far from the villainous caricatures they have conjured. But before that, we must return this princess. Hollyflosse remarked, glancing at the unfortunate creature still ensnared by Maislodar's tail. Hollyflosse released its grip on Maislodar's snout, casting a stern glare at its wayward offspring, demanding, now, tell me, where did you capture her? I forgot. Maislodar's response was utterly shocking. Hollyflosse inhaled deeply, its wings slightly unfurling in response to the emotional surge, yet it maintained a calm tone as it addressed its son. Very well, amusing. Now, set her aside and face me. Maisslodar complied, lifting its gaze to meet its father's, tilting its head in inquiry. What now, Dad? Prepare for my explosive dragon fire. Hollyflosse unleashed a torrent of flames aimed directly at its offspring. Maislodar was propelled backward by the force of its father's fire. Yet upon landing, it propped itself up, astonished and aggrieved, questioning, "Father, why did you strike me? My performance was exceptional, why?" As Maislodar spoke, Hollyflosse's fury intensified. Flames began to spill from its jaws, and it directed another blast of fire at Maislodar. Silence. Now it's time for more explosive dragon fire. What a pair of overdramatic father and son. Thankfully, they're not members of my clan. Otherwise, we would be doomed. Hollyflosse observed the unfolding scene with a twitch of its lips, addressing Hollyflosse, who was indulging in fiery outbursts. "Well, I shall await your good news." With that, Hollyflosse took flight, departing the scene. Stop reading those nonsensical human tales. If you have time to play below, why not spend more time at home with other dragons? Hollyflosse, having released its pent-up frustrations, continued imparting wisdom to its wayward offspring. And you are 300 years old. 300, not 30. Do you truly find the contents of those books amusing? Hollyflosse, at 6,000 years of age, had birthed Maislodar when it was 5,000. Back then, Maislodar was merely an egg, and Hollyflosse spent several centuries learning how to be an exemplary single parent before finally hatching Maislodar. How amusing. Where's the lack of fun? Father, look, I've kidnapped a princess, and soon enough, a knight or prince will come to play with me. Upon mentioning this, Maislodar was instantly reinvigorated, his dragon form brimming with excitement. Are they coming to play with you? Well, never mind. Let's just pretend they are, Hollyflosse replied, utterly speechless at his overzealous son. From another perspective, it was clear that humans posed little genuine threat to the dragonkin. Thus, one might begrudgingly equate the scenario of heroes battling dragons to mere play. Maislodar grew more animated with each word, his tail even beginning to wag. Exactly. How delightful. Then I can return the princess to those little folk, and they will rejoice and hold a celebration. The influence of a young dragon is indeed immeasurable. Hollyflosse murmured under his breath, letting out a heavy sigh. Alas. Alas. Hollyflosse felt a surge of relief that human authors had merely penned tales of heroes slaying dragons, rather than exploring absurd plots like a domineering dragon falling in love with a human. Otherwise, he feared Maislodar might bring home a human and declare his intent to marry her. Maislodar likely had no comprehension of what the ritual of marriage entailed in the human realm. He probably considered it simply a delightful notion. Just as Hollyflosse was about to speak again, the princess Maislodar had captured stirred awake. As her eyes fluttered open, she immediately beheld the fearsome dragon who had violently abducted her from the garden, along with an even larger dragon. In a panic, she scrambled upright. How do you say it in human language? Hollyflosse recalled the phrase and then addressed the princess. Where is your home? I shall escort you back. The princess was taken aback to hear Hollyflosse speak in human tongue, and upon comprehending his words, her mind momentarily short-circuited. You want to take me back? What else would I do? Am I to keep you? Hollyflosse shot a glance at his exuberant son. But, according to the story, shouldn't you? Imprison me in a castle and wait for a dashing knight on a white steed to rescue me? It was evident that this princess was indeed a devoted reader of dragon literature. Moreover, being of a youthful age, she was at that dreamy stage of life. Initially terrified upon her capture, she likely began to feel relieved soon after. For in those tales, princesses were never in peril. Knights and princes were invariably perfect, handsome, and valiant, while the dragons would invariably be vanquished. Thus, in the eyes of this princess, Maislodar appeared less like a villainous dragon and more like a harbinger of love, a mere messenger of fate. Observing the princess's innocent gaze, Hollyflosse sighed heavily. I have come to terms with it. It seems that literary works pose equal dangers to humanity. Can you find your way back? Hollyflosse clung to a sliver of hope that the princess might know the route home. However, his hopes were dashed when the princess, a homebody, replied, Well, to be honest, I rarely step beyond the confines of my family's estate, so I suppose I'll wait for a knight to rescue me. Later, Maislodar soared alongside his disgruntled father, brimming with exhilaration as he exclaimed, Wow, father, so we are truly going to establish a city-state? Maislodar had the homebody princess, Lilia, seated upon his back. At least, that was how she introduced herself. Hollyflosse instructed Maislodar to properly tend to the princess he had brought back, and Maislodar was more than willing, as was Lilia. After all, that was how the stories described it. Hollyflosse regarded Maislodar and Lilia with a gaze of paternal concern, responding in a curious tone. Indeed, more real than anything else. Their descent from the realm of dragons to the world below was swift, as verdant earth and azure rivers gradually replaced the grayish-white mountains ahead. Hollyflosse casually selected a picturesque location nestled by mountains and rivers, landing with a glance around before declaring, "This shall suffice. It's all the same." The terrain where Hollyflosse found himself was relatively flat, devoid of trees, with towering mountains behind him, leading back to the realm of dragons. Beside him flowed a river, which, though unclear, he knew held significance for the little folk. Indeed, this locale marked the boundary between the realm of dragons and the world below. Hollyflosse's intention in establishing a city-state was to quell the slander and defamation against the dragon kin by those little folk, hence the choice of a site close to dragon territory. Maislodar cheered, "Hooray, a city-state. Wait, father, how do we construct those stone houses?" To Maislodar, this endeavor with his disgruntled father was merely an enjoyable adventure. As for the so-called elimination of humanity's unfounded prejudices against dragons, were these prejudices? Maislodar saw none. Upon hearing this query, Hollyflosse faltered. He indeed had no knowledge of constructing human edifices. Yet, he inquired, "Lilia, how do we build those quaint structures you inhabit?" Lilia paused, initially thinking they were preparing the setting for a hero versus dragon tale. "What? Build a castle? All right, you must place me in a castle first." Only then did she respond to Hollyflosse's question. "You need builders. If you want something more refined, you could hire architectural mages. My family's estate employs specialized mages for construction." Hollyflosse nodded. Having specialists for construction sounded quite appealing. He continued, "Well, where do we find them?" "They will surely be within the city-state." Lilia glanced around at the pristine natural landscape, adding, "However, I doubt there will be a city-state here. It feels akin to saying the key is in the locked treasure chest." "Very well, Maislodar, stay put while I seek out some builders." Hollyflosse sighed, pondering what else he could do. For the sake of the dragon kin's splendid reputation, he had no choice but to search elsewhere. "Hooray, then I can capture more princesses." Maislodar, dissatisfied with just one princess, contemplated acquiring more. Hollyflosse promptly interjected, "Absolutely not." Maislodar looked up at his disgruntled father, a hopeful tone in his voice as he continued, "What about golden treasures?" "Wait, perhaps that could work." "Yes, that could be beneficial." Hollyflosse was about to reject the idea outright, but recalling that he was here to establish a city-state, he realized that gold was valuable to humans and would likely be useful in the future. Thus, he altered his response. "I am a boundary line." Hollyflosse, a 6,000-year-old dragon, bore scales of pure gold on his back, while the underside and inner scales shimmered in a pale gold. With 4 limbs and 2 wings, he possessed the ability to breathe fire and control flames. His full name was Hollyflosse Lolourda Full Aerokin, Aerokin representing his lineage, and Lolourda denoting his species title. Hollyflosse is a single father, yet this does not define him. In fact, such arrangements are quite common among dragons. Not every dragon is suited for companionship, leading to instances within a clan where dragon eggs are fostered. Thus, when faced with Maislodar's inquiry, "Where do I come from?" Hollyflosse can confidently respond, "You are a gift from a distant relative." Maislodar, a 300-year-old diminutive dragon measuring 10 meters, boasts pale golden scales on his back, while his belly and inner sides are adorned with white scales. Possessing 4 limbs and 2 wings, he can unleash electric bursts. His full name is Maislodar Lolourda Coin Aerokin. Despite his age, he retains the innocence of a child, having a father in Hollyflosse but lacking a maternal figure. As for Gallifrey, there is no need for further elaboration. Chapter 2. Have you ever seen a dragon? Is this what you speak of? City-states, and builders. Hollyflosse flapped his dragon wings, spanning 100 meters, as he soared through the skies in search of any city-state below. "How long has it been since I last visited the world beneath? A millennium, perhaps?" He mused, observing the landscape that starkly contrasted his memories. This is not a city-state. However, a small village should have builders, right? Although Hollyflosse did not find the desired city-state, he did spot a quaint village coming into view. With a decisive flap of his wings, he descended towards the village below. Meanwhile, within the village, a knight responsible for its protection and management gazed incredulously at an elderly farmer, exasperatedly stating, "Old Jim, you haven't paid your taxes in 3 months." Old Jim chuckled sheepishly and replied, "Oh dear, I know, but it's just me at home now. Surviving is a miracle. Where would I find surplus to pay taxes?" All right. It doesn't matter much. The knight waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to pursue the matter of old Jim's taxes further. The knight inherited this village from his father, and in his youth, old Jim was not so old. In fact, old Jim had played with the knight when they were both younger. In truth, the knight was familiar with everyone in the village, and since the Lord provided him with wages and supplies, collecting taxes from the village seemed rather unnecessary. After all, the disparity between a knight and an ordinary villager extends beyond merely possessing a suit of armor. Oh dear, why has the sky turned gray? Old Jim chuckled, intending to say more when he suddenly realized the sunlight seemed to be obscured by clouds. This cursed weather. The knight furrowed his brow, squinting upwards. Yet he did not behold clouds, but rather a golden dragon rapidly descending, expanding in his line of sight. As Hollyflosse touched down, the very ground trembled beneath him. The knight, filled with trepidation, instinctively placed his hand on the sword at his waist, lifting his gaze to meet Hollyflosse. A dragon. He gulped, his voice trembling. Though the knight had never encountered a dragon, he knew his lord had. In some distant grand city, royal members possessed dragons as mounts. Occasionally, the knight's lord ventured to that grand city, where he might glimpse the dragon if fortune favored him. However, as he stared at the golden dragon before him, his legs felt weak. Surely, the dragon in that grand city was not so colossal. Are there builders here? Hollyflosse cut straight to the point. The knight's mind was filled with confusion. He had never heard of dragons speaking. As for old Jim, he stood in astonishment, mouth agape like a duck caught in a downpour. Noticing their silence, Hollyflosse inquired again, I am asking you, are there builders here? There are, but, great dragon, I cannot allow you to cause harm. The knight instinctively replied, but quickly realized his folly. He drew his sword with conviction, proclaiming loudly, Hold on, have you ever seen dragon? Do you presume I have come to burn down the village and harm the innocent? Hollyflosse interrupted, fully anticipating the knight's response. The knight was taken aback. Indeed, he had never seen a dragon before. And as for believing a dragon would come to wreak havoc on the village, wasn't that the narrative spun in tales and rumors? Seeing that this knight possessed some sense, far superior to his own foolish offspring, and that Lilia, Hollyflosse felt inclined to elaborate. Thus, gather the builders. I require their assistance in constructing a city-state. Construct what? A city-state? The knight sheathed his sword, bewildered as he looked up at Hollyflosse. Truly, after living so long, one encounters the most peculiar occurrences. Now, even dragons wish to build a city-state. Meanwhile, on another front, young knight, my precious daughter Lilia has been abducted by an evil dragon. Should you succeed in rescuing her, I shall grant you the most fertile lands in the kingdom as your domain. A king proclaimed from his throne, gazing down upon the fully armored knight. Your command, the knight nodded in affirmation. After his departure, the king sighed, shaking his head as he turned to his attendant. How many is this now? Your Majesty, this marks the 13th night. Prior to this, there were 9 mages, the attendant replied, bowing his head. A bunch of youngsters, brimming with confidence. Let them go, the king chuckled, bemused by their youthful aspirations. When Lilia was taken, the kingdom's skilled individuals had not been idle. Even they had fallen to a single swipe of the dragon's tail. These youngsters, having read peculiar literary works, felt emboldened. They believed they would be the chosen ones, imagining their modest skills surpassing those of the kingdom's seasoned experts, convinced they could vanquish the evil dragon under the guidance of the goddess of fate. The goddess guiding them? How absurd! Yet, since these youngsters were so eager, why refuse them? It could serve as a means to elevate the general populace's quality. After reflecting on the audacity of these naive youngsters, the king shifted to more pressing matters. Now, have we contacted Stone Sword of Fader? Is he willing to lend his aid? The kidnapping of his daughter by a dragon was a matter of grave concern. Yet regardless of the circumstances, she must be rescued. Recalling the day Lilia was seized from the estate, she had not even cried for help, but instead exclaimed, Wonderful! At last, I shall meet my valiant knight. Each time he remembered this, the king felt his royal dignity diminished by his beloved daughter. He has agreed, but we must cover the costs of equipment and the journey. The attendant nodded, hesitating for a moment before divulging the latter part. That is no issue. All that matters is Lilia's safe return. The king displayed no other emotion, but nodded in agreement. T.O. engaged the expertise of these distinguished individuals with exclusive titles. Mere monetary compensation is insufficient. The task must also pique their interest. After all, it appears that beings of such caliber have transcended material desires. opting instead for more profound spiritual gratification. Returning our gaze to Hollyflosse. Are these the individuals? Hollyflosse inquired, observing the construction workers before him, who appeared both fearful and curious. Counting them, there were merely 20. Surely, a mere 20-man team could not possibly erect an entire city-state? The village knight, somewhat exasperated, responded, "What do you expect, 200? 2,000? This small village requires merely a team of 20. This count was indeed exhaustive. In truth, there were no full-time builders within the village. These laborers also tended to fields and herded sheep during their idle hours. Well, having some is better than none. Hollyflosse conceded with a nod, accepting this explanation. 20 it was. At least there were individuals capable of constructing buildings. The lead worker cast a glance at the enormous golden dragon ahead, then turned to the knight and asked, My lord, are we to build a castle for the dragon? Another worker immediately chimed in, But we can't build that. What can you build then? Hollyflosse flicked his tail, having assumed that these workers were adept in all facets of their trade. Was it not the case that one engaged in a profession was proficient in all its aspects? Well, we can build cottages, stables, windmills, and other structures you might see in the village, the lead worker indicated, gesturing towards the buildings around them. Hollyflosse surveyed the village architecture and inquired, They are habitable, I presume? The lead worker nodded, Indeed. Hollyflosse continued, And can people work inside them? The worker affirmed, Yes, they can. Then there are no issues, Hollyflosse concluded, for what he sought was not a castle, but a place where these humans could reside and labor. No castle? The lead worker was taken aback, harboring a tinge of disappointment. Should not dragons reside in castles or caves? Hollyflosse retorted, When did I ever state that I required a castle? Then it's settled, the knight said, stepping forward to address Hollyflosse. I will lend you the villagers, and in return, I ask of you a favor. Hollyflosse had no objections and promptly agreed, naturally. Dragons are not mere beasts. They understand that requesting assistance entails a reciprocal offering. Moreover, truth be told, Hollyflosse found the knight's request rather simple. Then we have an agreement. Soon, the knight's valor cup will commence, and with your assistance, I am certain I shall emerge as this year's champion. The knight exclaimed, bursting into laughter. Indeed, the knight sought Hollyflosse's companionship for participation in an upcoming knightly tournament. According to the knight's description, the competition allowed riders to bring their mounts, with no restrictions on the species of the steed. Thus, mount could be horses, griffins, giant eagles, and naturally, dragons as well. While bringing a dragon to a knightly competition might raise suspicions of foul play, it also undeniably attested to the knight's prowess far exceeding that of his peers. Champion, Hollyflosse mused, observing the jubilant knight. He quietly reflected on his own status as a champion in a specific domain within dragonkind. That domain pertained to his extensive interactions with various female dragons, a record he continues to surpass. Indeed, this was the reason Hollyflosse chose to embrace the role of a single father. Regardless of whom he ultimately selected as his lifelong partner, his later years would be anything but peaceful. Ahem, allow me to introduce myself. I am Kira York, the knight said, regaining his composure after laughter. As they were to compete together, it was only fitting they familiarize themselves. Hollyflosse, the dragon replied succinctly. To him, establishing connections with these humans seemed somewhat futile. After all, within a mere 2 centuries, they would inevitably perish. And 2 centuries is but a fleeting moment in the extensive lifespan of a dragon. Ultimately, Hollyflosse decided to relocate the entire population of the village, for he suddenly realized that a city-state requires inhabitants to truly qualify as such. With nearly 100 individuals present in the village, taking them all along as a starting point seemed quite advantageous. Would the villagers agree? They would follow Kira wherever he ventured, for the entire village, in essence, existed in dependence upon the knight. And would Kira be willing? Undoubtedly. For Kira, this was an extraordinary windfall, transforming from a village knight into a knight of a city-state. Albeit a future one, but still a remarkable leap. Oh, my father has returned. At that moment, Maislodar was engaged in a discussion with Lilia about the nature of the heroes they might encounter, when he caught sight of a figure descending from the sky. Hollyflosse landed gracefully, using his wings to assist the villagers in disembarking. Kira, however, leaped directly from Hollyflosse's head, dashing towards Lilia. Kira bowed to Lilia, greeting her, I did not expect to encounter such a beautiful lady here. Lilia smiled and extended her right hand for Kira to perform a hand-kissing gesture, asking, "You are too courteous. But are you here to rescue me, my knight?" "Uh-huh. So you're the one? Now, defeat me, and only then may you wed the princess." Maislodar interjected, as if triggered by some magical phrase. Kira stared, bewildered by the unfolding scene. Hollyflosse had never felt such exasperation in his life. He swiftly wrapped his tail around his son's neck, yanking him closer. Once Kira regained his composure, he glanced at Lilia, then quickly turned to Hollyflosse, blinking in confusion. "Wait, what? A princess?" "Indeed she is. Lilia is a princess," Hollyflosse replied, nodding helplessly before recounting the events leading to this moment. Chapter 3. Ilone TV. After listening to Hollyflosse's words, Kira cast a glance at the downcast Maislodar and then at Lilia, nodding earnestly as he remarked, "So that is how it is. Indeed, there seems to be a necessity for establishing a city-state." Although Kira did not indulge in the literature of the vile dragons, he was aware that such writings appeared to be rather popular. Unbeknownst to him, this genre was also quite renowned among the dragon kin. Hollyflosse, with a hint of irritation, retorted, "Right? So who, pray tell, is penning all those tales of brave heroes battling wicked dragons?" Kira shrugged and replied, "Who knows? Hey, you are a knight, right? Pray tell, what do human knights actually do?" At that moment, Maislodar approached once more, seemingly undeterred by Hollyflosse's reprimands, quickly reverting to his former self. Kira, observing Maislodar drawing near, took a couple of steps back, scratching his head as he said, "Well, mainly, they serve their lords and then, live off their provisions." To this, it was Lilia who first gasped in astonishment, clearly having perused numerous literary works during her moments of ennui, which would hardly depict knights as idle. "What? Shouldn't there be grand adventures?" Your Highness, I am not an adventurer, merely a knight. I am summoned by my lord only when there is a task to attend to. Otherwise, I prefer to remain in my village among my fellow villagers." Kira's mouth twitched slightly. He was beginning to harbor some disdain for those who churned out such fanciful literary works. "Oh, I see, a respite between adventures, is it?" Lilia nodded sagely, casting Kira a knowing glance. Kira's facial muscles twitched even more violently. "What do you understand? You know nothing at all. What sorts of matters does your lord summon you for?" Maislodar, with innocent curiosity about the duties of human knights, accepted whatever Kira shared without reservation. "Many things, for instance, when foes need to be vanquished, or when there is a need to expand the territory. Occasionally, it involves engaging in conflicts with other lords." Kira stroked his chin, reflecting on all his experiences from childhood to the present. As he recounted tales of yore, he found himself speaking more freely. "When I was a child, back when my father was still alive, I followed him and his friends as a squire. Once I mastered all the skills, I became a knight in my own right. However, during times when my lord had no need of me, I would return to my quaint village." After saying this, Kira shrugged at Lilia. Maislodar continued to inquire, "And what of your village?" I have moved it all here." Kira pointed towards the villagers who were busily unpacking various supplies, stating, "My lord does not concern himself with the location of my village. He merely requires my presence when he summons me." Hollyflosse interrupted the conversation between Maislodar and Kira, pulling Maislodar closer with his tail and saying, "All right, enough with the questions. Maislodar, aren't you eager to plunder gold and silver?" At the mention of this, Maislodar perked up with excitement. Kira, astonished, asked, Wait, what are you planning to do?" Maislodar turned to Kira, grinning, and replied, "To plunder gold and silver. Isn't that something humans greatly enjoy? So what does that have to do with you?" Kira felt bewildered, struggling to comprehend the reasoning that merely because humans liked it, it justified their plunder. Maislodar explained, "Once we acquire the spoils, our city-state will be rich in gold and silver, attracting humans to come here." "Your Highness, do you not find something amiss?" Kira inquired, glancing at Lilia, who stood nearby. Although Lilia was not a princess of Kira's realm, she was still a princess from a foreign land. Lilia tilted her head, pondered for a moment, and finally responded, "There is no issue at all." She further elaborated, "Isn't it the destiny of dragons to amass treasures? Moreover, when my true prince comes to rescue me, those treasures will become his. It wouldn't be fair for him to journey so far just to marry a princess without seeing any riches." Kira stared at Lilia, mouth agape. He wished to articulate a response, but found himself utterly speechless. "If you insist on plundering, I will guide you," Kira said, realizing he stood alone in opposition to the act of plunder and deciding to relent. However, he insisted on accompanying them. "I know of some hideouts of lawbreakers. Targeting those places should pose no challenge. Otherwise, you wouldn't want a multitude of expeditionary forces seeking you out before your city-state is even fully established, Kira remarked. Hollyflosse shot a glance at Kira and replied, indeed. Hollyflosse had descended to establish this city-state for the sake of the dragon race's reputation. And Kira's words aligned perfectly with his intentions. I think expeditionary forces are quite splendid. However, Maislodar was merely interested in the thrill of it all. He cared not for reputation, believing that more people equated to more fun and excitement. Lilia also expressed a desire for expeditionary forces to arrive, stating, that way, I might finally meet my true prince. Ultimately, the decision rested with Hollyflosse. Thus Maislodar and Lilia's objections were promptly disregarded. Did Kira harbor ulterior motives? Certainly. For those hideouts of lawbreakers were publicly known to all within the territory. Aside from steering people away, there was an element of bounty involved. Therefore, if Kira could leverage the plundering desires of these two dragons to eliminate the lawbreakers, he would swiftly become a renowned dragon knight in this region. Very well, let us depart. After taking some time to don his full armor, Chilla gazed at Maislodar with a heavy heart, clad in resplendent plate armor. With chainmail safeguarding his joints and a padded garment beneath for added protection, he bore a considerable weight of over 100 pounds yet appeared utterly unfazed. A dragon knight, is it? I have encountered this narrative before. Come forth. Maislodar, brimming with excitement, lowered himself and spread his magnificent wings to allow Chilla to mount his back. Onward. Chilla's heart raced with exhilaration. This was the inaugural step towards becoming a renowned dragon knight. Seated atop Maislodar, he grasped a prominent spiked ridge on the dragon's back with one hand, while the other was raised high, pointing forward. With a powerful thrust of his legs and a vigorous flap of his wings, the dragon surged into the sky, launching forth like an arrow released from its bow. Whoa! So fast. Chilla's voice echoed down to the ground only after Maislodar had taken flight. He had never experienced such speed during his previous journey atop Hollyflosse. Watching his son's swift silhouette vanish against the horizon, Hollyflosse sighed. Ah, youth is truly a blessing. At that moment, a construction worker approached Hollyflosse, gazing up and exclaiming, Oh, mighty dragon, we require building materials to construct our homes. Where might we find them? What materials do you need? Hollyflosse inquired, lowering his gaze to the worker below. We need timber and stone. We have brought other supplies, but these two are essential in large quantities, the worker replied. Wait here. Hollyflosse slightly unfurled his wings and surveyed the surrounding forest before leaping into the air, heading towards a nearby grove. Amidst the sound of cracking wood and earth being disturbed, Hollyflosse returned, his tail entwined with several intact trees, which he dropped to the ground. Are these sufficient? He asked. The worker circled the fragrant pile of freshly cut timber, then looked up and replied, Not nearly enough. We will require at least 10 times this amount. Hollyflosse paused, perplexed, and asked, Why so much? Your houses appear rather modest. Indeed, great dragon. Yet most of the wood that seems usable has only limited portions that can actually be utilized, the worker explained. Very well, I shall return shortly. What else could Hollyflosse say? For the future reputation of the dragonkin, it was merely a matter of uprooting some trees, hardly a laborious task. Meanwhile, Stone Sword Afado glanced at the map provided by the royal mage, contemplating the distant destination, and mused, Is it truly so far away? Very well. Let this be an adventure. Alfredo accepted the royal commission and is now poised to embark on a quest to rescue Princess Lilia. The king, standing beside Alfredo, expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, Mr. Alfredo. For the king, the mere fact that Alfredo had taken action signified a strong assurance of success. Sitting astride his griffin, Alfredo chuckled lightly, half jokingly and half seriously remarking, I hope the princess isn't too mischievous. It would be unfortunate if she refuses to accompany me. If such a scenario were to unfold, Alfredo would simply have to bring her back under the pretext of a royal order. The king was well aware of this possibility, especially since the cries of Princess Lilia on the day she was abducted had echoed throughout the entire capital. The king's directness was indeed striking. Alfredo shrugged, then gently urged the griffin with his legs, soaring into the sky from the high parapet of the royal city. Watching Alfredo's receding figure, the king shook his head and turned to his attendants, inquiring, By the way, how is the research on the anti-flight array and the spells targeting dragons progressing? As a father, the king could not remain indifferent to the fact that his own daughter, the princess, had been taken by a dragon. Although fairy tales often depict princesses surviving their ordeals, the king wished to believe in such narratives. Yet, dragons were not mere humans. What if Lilia were to perish? Though he was reluctant to entertain such a grim possibility, the king knew he had to prepare for the worst. Your Majesty, we have made preliminary progress, and we only require practical application moving forward, the attendant reported, bowing his head. Excellent. I recall there being a dragon hunting squad within my realm. Did they not recently capture a dragon? Let us utilize that dragon as a test subject. The king nodded, feeling satisfied with the progress of the royal court's mages. As you wish, the attendant lowered his head even further. Shortly thereafter, a voice cried out, "You're in for it. How dare you capture me? My parents will teach you a lesson." A dragon, roughly the size of Maislodar, was forcibly led into the prepared arena, bound in various restraints. Unfortunately, although this young dragon was capable of speech, it had not mastered the human tongue. Thus, to the ears of the gathered humans, it merely emitted the typical low growls of its kind. "Begin. Release the restraints," the king commanded, standing in the viewing area and gazing at the black and white scaled dragon below. With a sharp click, the restraints on the young dragon were released. It looked at its body in disbelief, then slowly unfurled its wings and declared, "You have shown understanding. I, Maislodar, will not hold grudges against the small-minded. I forgive you." With that, Maislodar flapped its wings and soared into the sky. However, just as he had flown halfway, the array on the ground illuminated, and Maislodar suddenly sensed that no matter how vigorously he flapped his dragon wings, the currents produced were merely chaotic turbulence, utterly incapable of providing lift. Alas, Maislodar plummeted to the ground, crying out in pain. What a nuisance! This was an unprecedented situation. Meanwhile, the king nodded in satisfaction, signaling the mages beside him to continue. Wait, your majesty, you mentioned merely borrowing." The leader of the hunting group panicked upon witnessing the fully armed mages appearing in the arena and hurriedly approached to voice his concern. The relationship between the hunting group and the dragonkin was essentially one of semi-partnership. Capturing a dragon did not result in its immediate demise, but rather, it was treated lavishly, transforming into a lucrative asset within the hunting group. However, the leader had not anticipated the king's keen awareness. They had only captured the dragon yesterday, and now it was being requisitioned. The current scenario was clearly veering towards a dragon showcase. How could this be permissible? The king turned and shot a glare at the leader of the hunting group, coldly inquiring, "What? Do you have an objection?" "And no, that cannot be," the leader stammered, swallowing hard. They specialized in dealings with dragons. Surely, they understood the perilous nature of this race. If a dragon were truly provoked, the entire royal court would not stand a chance against its wrath. Yet, how could such sentiments be expressed before the king? If those words were uttered, even before the dragon could unleash its fury, the king would be the first to take action against him. Caught in a dilemma, the leader of the hunting group could only retreat awkwardly, pressing his hand against the weapon at his waist, prepared to seize the dragon should the situation turn dire. If necessary, the hunting group could relocate entirely. As long as the dragon remained, they could continue their operations. Maislodar, upon witnessing the sudden appearance of several mages, had yet to comprehend the situation when he was struck by multiple spells. What is this? Ouch! It hurts so much. Mother! It's over. The leader of the hunting group, hearing that exclamation of "Mother," realized that it was already too late. The others present may not understand the dragon tongue, but those within the hunting group had some knowledge of it. That cry indicated that all non-dragon entities present were doomed. Even a professional dragon hunting team only dared to engage with dragons under 20 meters. Returning alive from a 30-meter dragon made one a true expert, while facing a 40-meter beast meant merely hoping to leave behind a complete corpse. And that cry of "Mother" could very well summon a dragon of 50 meters. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the leader of the hunting group drew his sword and leaped from the stands towards Maislodar. If he could demonstrate goodwill towards Maislodar, he and his group might survive. As for the rest of the royal court, they could meet their fate as they pleased. Chapter 4. What a magnificent beast. That truly is a dragon. Ha ha, villain, taste my blade. Lilia felt a sense of unparalleled vigor coursing through her as she rode atop the dragon, delivering death to the astonished rogues below. It was as if she had transformed into a legendary figure. After a swift dive, Maislodar sent a hapless bandit crashing into the wall, embedding him within the stone. Maislodar seemed quite exhilarated by the encounter, exclaiming, "Hooray! Let's do it again." What manner of dragon knight was this? Shouldn't such beings exist solely in tales meant to entertain children? The remaining bandits, witnessing the spectacle of a lone individual and a dragon, felt a bitter taste in their mouths. They had envisioned countless scenarios, being besieged by local lords, struck down by passing masters, or even meeting their demise at the hands of a falling meteor. But to be pierced through by a dragon knight? Surely, this was a scene from an extravagant opera. Haha, remember my name before you perish. I am Lilia, the one and only dragon knight in existence. She declared with pride, though she hesitated to affirm her uniqueness, for she was but a simple country girl, unfamiliar with the grand cities of the world. After dispatching the group of outlaws and collecting their ill-gotten gains, Maislodar gazed at the overflowing chest of coins and trinkets, feeling a twinge of disappointment. He coiled his tail around a somewhat tarnished silver platter and remarked, "Isn't it said in books that treasure chests are brimming with gold and jewels? What are these items instead?" Lilia glanced at Maislodar and earnestly replied, "You should read fewer of those peculiar books." "My father says the same," protested Maislodar. "But those stories are undeniably captivating." Lilia retrieved the silver platter from Maislodar's tail and placed it back into the chest, closing it with a sense of finality. "Now that you've seen a genuine treasure chest, does it resemble what you read about in those stories?" Maislodar fell silent, but soon shifted the conversation, asking, "Hey, Lilia, what exactly is an outlaw?" Lilia looked at Maislodar in surprise, responding, "Don't your kind have laws? You know, regulations about what one can and cannot do." "No." Maislodar shook his head. "We simply do whatever we wish. Even if it means slaying another dragon?" Lilia queried with a peculiar glance. She had already learned that dragons could speak and possessed a certain social structure, but the absence of any laws struck her as odd. Maislodar returned her gaze with equal peculiarity, stating, "Then we would just kill them and take responsibility for resurrecting them afterward. Surely, humans have methods to revive their kind as well." Maislodar added, "Is there? Do we?" "No, there isn't, is there?" Lilia scratched his head. A simple country bumpkin with little exposure to the arcane arts, having only witnessed the most advanced spell, the fireball. The notion of resurrection was something that belonged solely to the realm of legends. Maislodar tilted his head, gazing into Lilia's eyes, and inquired, "Is that truly the case? How could it be otherwise?" He distinctly recalled that humanity possessed the ability to resurrect others. Upon hearing this, Lilia fell silent, opting instead to gather the spoils, including the distinctive items belonging to the band of marauders. He planned to maximize his gains, taking evidence of the marauders' demise to his lord in hopes of claiming a reward once more. Once everything was finally in order, Lilia mounted Maislodar's back again, securely tying the large and small crates alongside him. Gently patting the nape of Maislodar's neck, he asked, "Would you care to explore a real city? We can play." "Oh, yes. Let us set forth at once." At the mere mention of play, Maislodar became animated, spinning on the spot before eagerly soaring into the sky. Meanwhile, Hollyflosse wondered where that rascal had disappeared to, lamenting the length of his absence as the sun dipped below the horizon. With a flick of his tail, he muttered his dissatisfaction. "Mr. Hollyflosse, where shall we spend the night?" Lilia approached, gently poking Hollyflosse's tail with her finger. Having been pampered her entire life as a princess, Lilia found herself in the wilderness without complaint, believing such experiences to be necessary before encountering her destined prince. Yet, sleeping on the grass at night was hardly appealing. The villagers were still laboring tirelessly, but it was unlikely they would repair much in a short span of time. "Sigh, we shall wait," Hollyflosse remarked, casting a weary glance at Lilia. Then, with a flourish, Hollyflosse exhaled a plume of dragon fire, which gracefully descended and eventually formed a small bed before Lilia. "Rest now. Do not worry, it shall not burn you," Hollyflosse assured her, watching Lilia's curious expression. His innate talent lay in fire manipulation, allowing him to create objects from flames, as he demonstrated now. "Is this magic? How fascinating. My father's appointed magic tutor has never shown me such a skill," Lilia exclaimed, bravely approaching the little bed and reaching out to touch it. The sensation was soft and warm, reminiscent of high-quality velvet sun-drenched all day, rather than flames. "Not exactly, but you may perceive it as such," Hollyflosse replied, flicking his tail. "Dragons do not wield magic, yet they possess a unique innate ability that, once mastered, reaches unparalleled heights. Although it is not magic in the true sense employed by humans and other species, the manifestation of both appears remarkably similar." At long last, after a painstaking journey on the griffin, a Fado arrived, only to discover that the wicked dragon had imprisoned the poor Princess Lilia in a diminutive cell crafted from flames. It seems that the tales recorded in storybooks were indeed accurate. Fado, with his head bowed, couldn't help but mutter a sarcastic remark, revealing that even this extraordinary master had indulged in peculiar literary works during moments of boredom. Though Fado had never battled a dragon, he was aware of the existence of the Hunter Guild. If those less capable than himself could hunt dragons, then he too could easily seize the opportunity. However, unbeknownst to Fado, the members of the guild relied on righteous ambushes and predominantly targeted juvenile dragons to achieve their current success. To dare confront an adult dragon would be a venture they would not undertake even with 10 lives. Perched upon the back of his griffin, Fado soared towards Hollyflosse. Drawing forth his weapon, a sword, and boldly declared, "Enough. Evil dragon, your days of wickedness have come to an end." His sword, akin to his title, was a stone blade. Hollyflosse stared at the human before him in disbelief and inquired, "Who might you be?" Meanwhile, Lilia, lying in bed, was elated to see a photo in the sky, exclaiming, "Oh, have you arrived so swiftly?" She waved her arm in greeting to him, perceiving a photo as her destined savior. However, this savior seemed to have arrived rather too quickly. The castle was not yet repaired, and treasures had not been amassed. "Indeed, your father has sent me to rescue you, princess," Afado replied, nodding towards Lilia on the ground. Upon hearing this, the joy that adorned Lilia's face vanished instantly, and she shouted vehemently, "What? No way. I thought you were my true savior. But you are merely someone sent by my father. If I am taken back, what will happen to my destined prince?" "No, absolutely not. Regrettably, princess, your father has regulations. If you resist, I may be compelled to take you by force," Afado said, his lips twitching, astonished that a jest he made prior to his departure had materialized into reality. "Quickly, take her away. At last, someone has come," Hollyflosse exclaimed, seemingly overwhelmed by the prospect of Lilia being taken from him. Aren't we supposed to fight?" Afado paused, utterly unprepared for this turn of events. Hollyflosse scrutinized Afado with a peculiar tone, saying, "Don't tell me you also indulge in those bizarre dragon-themed narratives. Those authors dare to write such tales without even having laid eyes on a dragon. Ahem, allow me to express my gratitude in advance." Afado quickly cleared his throat twice, attempting to mask the embarrassment of his secret hobby being revealed. He then descended gently on his griffin and addressed Lilia, "Shall we go, princess?" Afado was not merely a battle-crazed lunatic. He preferred to resolve matters peacefully whenever possible. Lilia, however, was 100 times reluctant, lamenting, "But my destined partner." Afado, possessing not only exceptional prowess in the human realm, but also a commendable emotional intelligence, smoothly continued in alignment with Lilia's sentiments. "Let us discuss this later, princess. Perhaps His Majesty the King will arrange a matchmaking event for you. You see, you have already encountered a true dragon. It would be quite fitting to have this dragon serve as an examiner. After all, it mirrors the tale of a hero vanquishing a fearsome dragon to win the hand of a princess." Lilia glanced at Afado, then looked up at Hollyflosse, contemplating for a moment before realizing that this could indeed be feasible. The sequence of events aligned perfectly with the story she had read. A hero defeats the dragon and then weds the princess, all set within the castle. It seemed flawless. "How shall I contact you, Mr. Hollyflosse?" Lilia inquired, gazing up at him, evidently intent on pursuing this course of action. Hollyflosse, exasperated, flicked his tail but responded, "I will be here for the foreseeable future. Simply send someone to find me." "Oh, then farewell for now, Mr. Hollyflosse, and please convey my regards to Mr. Maislodar," Lilia said as she approached Afado. After all, who would prefer the wilderness if they could encounter their true love at home? Hollyflosse waved his paw dismissively at Lilia, declaring, "I will do so. Now hurry along." The scene shifted back to Maislodar, who remarked to the dragon on his back, "I have seen the city-states before, but I was unable to approach them. The moment I drew near, a throng would emerge as if intent on a death struggle." Kira stroked her chin and replied, "You are likely referring to the city's defense force. It is to be expected, for that is their purpose. The city is splendid, unlike my small village, which has but a single knight stationed," Kira added. "The city can afford to employ numerous knights and mages." "Very well, we have arrived. Descend. There is no need to fly in. Simply land and walk in," Kira instructed, pointing to a brilliantly illuminated city in the night. She then patted Maislodar's neck, signaling him to land. "Just walk in." "No wonder I was attacked when I flew in," Maislodar remarked, gently touching down, his expression one of newfound understanding. "Actually, you would need me by your side to enter," Kira thought, finding it difficult to articulate her thoughts. The previously held mysterious image of the dragon race was being relentlessly dismantled by the little dragon's naivete. "All right, enough of this. Let us proceed. I have yet to witness the inner workings of your human city-states up close." Maislodar nudged Kira's back with his head from behind, signaling her to hasten her pace. Although the city gates remained open at night, and there was no curfew to speak of, few ventured in or out at this hour. Only the soldiers stationed at the gates stared vacantly into the inky darkness of the road. One guard, clad in armor and a cloak emblazoned with the city's emblem, yawned and remarked to his comrade, "Ah, the night shift. How I loathe it." His colleague, equally lackluster, nodded in agreement. "Hey there, both of you, working the night shift?" Kira approached and greeted the two. As a modest knight of the realm, she often spent time in her small village. Yet she had certainly visited the local city-state and was acquainted with some of its inhabitants. After all, with a knight's swiftness. A round trip would take no more than half an hour. Hi, Kira. One of the guards acknowledged her with a nod, then stifled another yawn. Hello, Kira, yes. Night shift, the other guard replied, his demeanor still uninspired as he returned to his previous state of lethargy. Moments later, hey, Kira, your horse is quite impressive. The yawning guard elbowed his companion lightly, expressing a hint of envy. But why does a knight even need a horse? They can run faster than one. Indeed. What a magnificent steed. Wait, that's not a horse, it's a dragon. The tired guard exclaimed in disbelief, turning his head back to get another look at Kira's mount. Chapter 5. You slap me. Kira. Wait. The yawning soldier, now holding a spear, jogged to catch up with Kira. Is that a dragon? A real dragon? The previously apathetic soldier was now visibly excited, rushing to Kira and pointing at Maislodar. Kira, for the first time in her life, felt a surge of pride as she stood tall and declared, of course. The yawning soldier, brimming with enthusiasm, said to Kira, so you are a dragon knight now? How cool. Let us go, Kira. What amusing adventures await within the city-state. Maislodar, uninterested in indulging in Kira's moment of glory, tugged her forward with his tail. As they departed, the listless soldier sighed. If only I could be a dragon knight too. But do dragons even speak? The yawning soldier, now slightly slow on the uptake, posed a question to his companion. Have you ever encountered a dragon that didn't speak? The indifferent soldier pondered for a moment before responding. Rolling his eyes, the yawning soldier replied, come on, we've never even seen a dragon before. The indifferent soldier shrugged. Well, there you have it. So why would you assume that dragons cannot speak? In the absence of ever having truly encountered a dragon, Maislodar's eyes wandered aimlessly after entering the city-state. The architecture of humanity appeared to the dragonkin as a collection of exquisitely crafted toys, delighting the youthful dragon with their intricate designs. Maislodar pointed with his tail toward the grandest edifice at the corner, a building constructed entirely of stone, and inquired of Kira. Oh, Kira, what is that magnificent structure? Ah, that is the town hall, the place where those who govern this city-state typically conduct their affairs. Of course. It must be closed for the night, Kira replied, casting a glance at the building. And that one? Maislodar immediately indicated a modest 3-story wooden structure adorned with a sign, nestled among other buildings that formed a row, delineating pathways throughout the city. The streets were nearly deserted at night, save for the occasional soldier patrolling with a torch. Yet, it appeared their vigilance was lackluster, as they failed to notice Maislodar's substantial presence in the shadows. Kira glanced at the tavern sign illuminated by the flickering torchlight and licked his parched lips, saying, a tavern. Let's step in for a couple of drinks. I do find myself somewhat thirsty. The more he spoke, the hungrier he felt, prompting him to stride purposefully toward the tavern. Curiously, he added, come. Let me treat you to something delightful. By the way, what do your kind typically eat? Maislodar responded, we do not consume food. How do you survive without eating? Kira turned to Maislodar, regarding him with incredulity. You've grown so large without sustenance. Is there any reason in this world? Maislodar returned the incredulous gaze, as though Kira's words were the truly absurd ones. We bask in the sun. Do you humans truly need to eat to live? Well, I suppose that's just a curious fact about dragons, Kira muttered, shaking his head and choosing not to delve further into such peculiarities. After all, given the vast differences in anatomy between humans and dragons, he understood that varying species possessed distinct habits, even without an education in biology. Maislodar flicked his tail lightly and licked his snout before speaking. Yet, I am genuinely intrigued by your so-called delicacies. As Kira reached the tavern's entrance, he boldly pushed open the tightly shut wooden door. Instantly, the vibrant sounds and lights from within spilled into the night, though the streets were empty. The tavern buzzed with life. While not every seat was filled, many patrons engaged in conversation or revelry. And the tavern's decor was lavish, an expectation for an establishment situated near the town hall. Hey, old Jack, a pint of ale and a whole roasted chicken. Oh no. Make that 3. Kira called out to the tavern owner, who was conversing with a customer against the wall inside. Old Jack stood upright, recognizing Kira at the doorway, and smiled as he remarked, eating so much? Or are you embarking on a long journey? Kira glanced at Maislodar, who stood slightly behind her, and replied, neither. I'm treating a friend to a meal. Jack was about to suggest that her friend could simply dine inside the tavern. But upon seeing what Kira referred to as her friend, he fell silent. Not only did Jack cease speaking, but the previously bustling tavern quieted down at an astonishing pace. My word, I never imagined that the interiors of your human dwellings could be so exquisite. Maislodar leaned closer to Kira, admiring the tavern's lavish decor. Having never before witnessed the interior of human architecture, he was taken aback by the opulence on display, which inevitably delighted his youthful sensibilities. Jack rubbed his eyes and pointed at the enormous dragon head beside Kira, asking, "Is that a dragon?" "Indeed, that's my friend," Kira nodded, gently patting Maislodar's horn. Without hesitation, Jack turned to a nearby patron and exclaimed, "You!" slapped me across the face. "I need to ascertain whether I am dreaming after having drunk too much." A resounding slap echoed through the tavern, and Jack, clutching his reddened cheek, gasped, "It's truly real." His eyes darted around the room before settling once more on Kira, whereupon a broad smile illuminated his face. He hurriedly approached her, ushering her into the tavern with great enthusiasm, saying, "Come in, come in. Oh, and you too," he added, beckoning Maislodar to enter. After assisting Kira inside, Jack removed the bolt from the door to allow Maislodar passage. The tavern's entrance was a double door, with a grand outer gate wide enough for Maislodar to enter, though it typically remained closed. A smaller door above it was used for daily access. Generally, the large door was reserved for renovations or the arrival of distinguished guests, and a dragon certainly qualified as a notable figure, given its size. Fortunately, the ground floor of the tavern was spacious enough to accommodate Maislodar without feeling cramped. This ground level was almost excessively large. One could only speculate as to the original purpose of the building, which surely was not a tavern. At that moment, Jack hurried back to Kira, leaning in to say, "By the way, Kira, don't hesitate to ask for anything you wish to eat. It's all on the house." "You? Offering me free food?" Kira's face was a canvas of astonishment. While Jack was indeed a man of good character, Kira knew him to be a shrewd individual. He believed in fair trade, never shortchanging anyone. Yet she also understood that any discounts from him would be decidedly out of the question. However, old Jack's next words restored the expression on Kira's face to normal. "Of course, there are conditions." Old Jack raised a finger, gazing into Kira's eyes, and declared, "I want you to become your dragon knight, and come to dine with me every day." "Oh, I see. This must be what you shopkeepers refer to as a pipeline selection." Kira nodded in sudden realization, inadvertently uttering an out-of-place phrase. Old Jack corrected her choice of words. "It's called advertising." Then, with a raised eyebrow, he continued to inquire, "What do you think? Is it acceptable?" Kira, scratching the back of her head through her helmet, responded uncertainly, "Well, I suppose so." "Then it's settled." "Huh." Upon hearing Kira's agreement, old Jack's smile widened, and he exclaimed, "Just wait. I shall personally prepare a meal for you." "Ha." At that moment, Maislodar approached Kira, pointing with his tail at a candlestick placed on a table. "Wow, Kira, you've never mentioned these delightful little items in your human homes." Just as many humans remain oblivious to the sights within an ant nest, this was the first time Maislodar observed the interior of human architecture so closely. "Charming? Indeed it is charming." Kira glanced at the candlestick Maislodar indicated, finding nothing particularly charming about it. Yet if Maislodar deemed it charming, then so be it. Maislodar circled an empty table, then approached Kira and asked, "And how do you humans dine?" "Well, we sit down." Kira pointed at a chair beside her, but before she could elaborate, her words were interrupted. A blonde lady approached, gently poking Kira in the side. "Kira, it's been a few days. Have you become a dragon knight?" "Eating, yes. I didn't expect this either." Kira turned to face her, offering a nervous chuckle. Maislodar observed Eden closely, shifting his gaze between the two, and asked, "Kira, is this your friend?" Without requiring an introduction from Kira, Eden chirped in, "Oh, hello there, dragon. I'm Kira's friend. When will you teach me how to become a dragon knight?" Once Eden posed this question, the other patrons in the tavern perked up, eager to hear Kira's elaborate response. "That is something I can't teach. It's just luck, pure luck." What profound insight could Kira offer? He had merely become a dragon knight in the afternoon and was now boasting about it in the evening. Yet, the crowd perceived this as Kira's modesty and secrecy. Noticing Eden's skeptical expression, Kira quickly added, "It truly is luck. Of course, if you encounter a dragon, just simply speak to them." This is the only advice Chiloa could offer Eden about becoming a dragon knight, to engage in conversation. Had Chiloa refrained from speaking to Hollyflosse and launched directly into combat, he would likely be a lifeless corpse now, rather than the so-called dragon knight. "Oh, I see." Eden's eyes flickered momentarily, and after winking at Chiloa, he turned and departed. Maislodar observed Eden's receding figure, only turning to Chiloa after Eden had vanished at the end of the street, remarking, "Your friend is quite peculiar, Chiloa." Lowering his gaze to the natural wood grain of the oak table, Chiloa replied, "Well, she is my first love." Maislodar, puzzled, inquired, "First love?" Chiloa explained, "She was the first person I liked, the first to be with me." As he spoke, his voice grew increasingly faint, indicating that this chapter of his past was not one he regarded with pride. Maislodar, struggling to comprehend human romantic entanglements, asked, "So she is no longer the one you love?" Chilloa lifted his head and affirmed, "Of course she is." However, Maislodal's next words, though unintentional, struck Chilloa deeply. "Then she is not with you anymore." This history of affection was not something to be ashamed of. Yet Chilloa recognized that he was merely being overly sentimental. Thus, he candidly shared with Maislodal, "Her family deemed me of little worth, forbidding her from associating with me." Yet, as Chilloa noticed Maislodal, tilting his head in anticipation of further personal revelations, his eyes sparkled with renewed enthusiasm. "But now I am a dragon knight." "Yes, I am a dragon knight," Chilloa exclaimed. "Eden, she has gone far away. Never mind. I shall visit her family tomorrow." He called towards the door, only to realize that Eaton had long since disappeared. He sat back down. "So we can come to play tomorrow?" Maislodal, not grasping the entirety of the conversation, only caught the notion that they could return. Chilloa nodded, looking into Maislodal's eyes, and with a tone of earnest request, said, "Of course. But I would appreciate your assistance at that time." "Certainly. You bring me for fun, and I will help you." "That seems quite fair," Maislodal agreed readily, perceiving it as an equitable exchange, even one that benefited him. After all, Maislodal was merely having fun, even if it required effort and energy. "Here you are, gentlemen. Your roast chicken and beer. Enjoy." Old Jack efficiently delivered 3 platters of food and a large barrel of beer, along with 2 wooden cups, placing them on the table before Chilloa. Gazing at the exquisitely crafted roast chicken, Chilloa turned to Old Jack and questioned, "This is not right, is it? This is unlike anything I have eaten before." Old Jack proudly lifted his head and proclaimed, "Of course, my culinary skills elevate the experience." Chapter 6, The Dragon's Domain. The enchantment of the dragon. Oh dear. Yesterday, I arose with a foggy mind, my head heavy after a night of indulgence at the tavern, where the praises of the crowd led me to a state of disorientation. The wine flowed ceaselessly, and while a knight's constitution far exceeds that of an ordinary man, the sheer volume consumed could still leave one feeling dizzy and disoriented. Why do I feel so weighed down? As I attempted to rise from my bed, I felt an immense weight pressing upon me. Upon finally opening my eyes, I discovered that Maislodar, a dragon, had half of his massive form sprawled across me. Fortunately, I am no ordinary individual. Had it been anyone else, they would have perished beneath such a burden. "Hey, wake up, stop sleeping." I pushed against Maislodar's imposing frame, calling out. Yet, he merely shifted slightly before resuming his slumber. "Get up." I endeavored to sit up forcefully, but my position rendered me unable to gain leverage. After struggling for what felt like an eternity, I failed to escape from beneath Maislodar's weight. However, my commotion finally roused him from his dreams. He blinked his bleary eyes open and mumbled, "Huh? Is it morning?" "Oh right, it's morning." I poked him with exasperation and said, "Yes. Now hurry up and stop crushing me." "Huh. Oh, my apologies, Curlo. I didn't even realize I had dozed off here." Maislodar turned his head, belatedly aware of his awkward position, and hastily shifted off me. He stretched his limbs and arched his back, his tail extending straight as a result. "Is this what it feels like to sleep indoors?" he mused. "Alas, in 800 years, I shall become a great dragon and likely will no longer fit in such a small abode." 800 years. I was left speechless. For a human, 800 years is practically an eternity, yet for dragons, it seems as fleeting as a few days. "Do you have any idea how long humans can live?" "I don't know, but it feels like you all live today and perish tomorrow," Maislodar replied bluntly, as in the eyes of dragons. Humans indeed appear to have a fleeting existence. Perhaps all creatures in this world possess such brevity of life. I couldn't help but twitch my lips. While it is true that dragons are long-lived, it sounded rather unkind coming from the mouth of this dragon. "All right, let us first seek the Lord to claim our bounty. Then find Iden, and finally, gather a professional construction crew to return with us." I sat up in bed and outlined the day's agenda. Relying solely on the 20 villagers from his hamlet was utterly impractical. Primarily, Chilloa, could no longer afford to wait. Fortunately, this time he could find a more professional construction team within the city-state, and he could simply hire them for a fee. This would be an investment for himself. After all, once the city-state of Hollyflosse was completed, Chilloa would be the first knight to inhabit that realm. While Maislodar indulged in comfort within the city, Hollyflosse found himself staring blankly at the river before him in the wilderness. The villagers, originally from Chilloa's hamlet, had hastily constructed tents to sleep under the stars the previous night. They resembled little more than mere extensions of Chilloa himself. At the break of dawn, these villagers rose to greet the morning sun and fresh air, preparing a communal meal of porridge for breakfast before dispersing to their respective tasks. The construction workers diligently continued their efforts to erect buildings, while those not engaged in construction were tasked with cultivating new fields. Lilia was genuinely resolved to assist Hollyflosse in the establishment of a city-state, thus necessitating the labor of their close-knit community. Naturally, one individual stood apart from the rest, old Jim. He had grown too frail with age, rendering him immune to the demands of labor. Who would dare to ask such an elder to undertake strenuous tasks? Old Jim sat beneath the shade of a tree, gazing at the distant Hollyflosse by the riverbank, and mused, "Alas, I never expected to witness a dragon in my lifetime, much less more than one. What manner of person," he pondered, "could pen such malevolent draconic literature?" Meanwhile, Hollyflosse, watching the gently flowing river, quietly murmured to himself. He remained perplexed as to what sort of individual could harbor such inherent animosity towards dragons. After all, at least 80% of humanity had never laid eyes on one. How could they formulate malicious conjectures about a species so unfamiliar to them? Furthermore, during his close encounters with these humans, Hollyflosse had not perceived any significant prejudice or hostility towards his kind. In fact, he found them rather amiable. "Hey, you." "Yes, you," Hollyflosse called out, turning to old Jim, who was observing him from the shade. Approaching him, he inquired, "I remember you. What is your opinion of our dragonkin?" "Me? You're asking me?" Old Jim straightened up, pointing to himself in surprise. "Well, I have no opinion at all. I've only just glimpsed a dragon now that I'm half a foot in the grave. What could I possibly think of dragons? Then why do those writers of malevolent dragon tales exist? Aren't you afraid I might be the kind of wicked dragon from those stories?" Hollyflosse pressed on, glancing at old Jim beneath the tree's shade. "If Lilia is conversing with you, it signifies you must be a good person, nay, a good dragon." Old Jim shrugged. He was indeed taken aback upon first laying eyes on Hollyflosse, and to claim that he felt no trepidation would be disingenuous. However, the villagers adhered to a fundamental principle in their dealings. Anyone capable of conversing with their noble knight, Kira, was undoubtedly an ally. What more could one expect from a farmer who had toiled his entire life, venturing no farther than 2 miles beyond the village? In the eyes of these villagers, the most esteemed figure was neither the local lord nor the king, but rather the knight Kira, who had traveled to grand cities and witnessed magnificent spectacles. Thus, whatever Kira spoke must bear wisdom, and those who could engage in dialogue with Kira were invariably good people. Such reasoning amused Hollyflosse, being a creature of another realm. He found it challenging to comprehend the simple villager's worldview. "So, you do not feel fear towards me?" he inquired further. Upon hearing this, old Jim chuckled and replied, "Fear? Why would we? You're merely a bit larger than us, yet you converse just as we do." Evidently, in the eyes of these villagers, as long as one could speak and engage with Kira, there was nothing to dread. Rather than fear, they felt an overwhelming sense of novelty and excitement. After all, this was a legendary dragon, and to encounter it up close was exhilarating. Furthermore, the dragons of this world embodied an aesthetic that resonated with all species, leaving little room for fear. Subsequently, Hollyflosse turned his head to observe the villagers laboring beneath the sun, wielding an array of delicate tools. He flicked his tail and inquired, "How long does it take you to complete such work?" Earlier, when the construction workers had sought Hollyflosse's assistance in gathering materials, he had noted that what was a mere task for a dragon could consume considerable time for humans. "Well, we just keep at it until it's done. That is how we cultivate the fields," old Jim answered, perplexed by Hollyflosse's question. Was there another way to till the land? Nevertheless, he shrugged it off, thinking, after all, it was my city-state. Hollyflosse continued to observe the group tending to the fields before shaking his head, ultimately striding over to a man resting with a hoe, wiping the sweat from his brow. Leaning down, he asked, "So, you merely need to turn the soil, correct?" The man looked up, meeting Hollyflosse's gaze, and nodded, albeit with a hint of uncertainty. How curious it was that, despite having engaged in this labor for a lifetime, he felt hesitant when addressing a dragon. Like this? Hollyflosse extended his right claw, gently etching 4 lines into the grass before him. "That's about right, but you should turn all the soil in that area," the man affirmed, then continued speaking. However, before the sentence was completed, Hollyflosse had already begun to stir the soil, transforming the once verdant grassland into a patch of turned earth, resembling the work of a hoe. The man continued, "Yes, and then you must burn something on it." Upon hearing this, Hollyflosse paused, perplexed by the reasoning behind such a statement. The man, seemingly more bewildered than Hollyflosse, turned to face him and inquired, "Do you dragons not cultivate the land?" "Some do, but I do not," Hollyflosse replied, reflecting on the circumstances of other members within the dragon clan. In truth, Those dragons who did engage in farming did so merely for amusement and the collection of rare plants, a pure hobby. Oh, then you must be quite a notable figure among dragons, the man remarked, nodding with a tone of respect. To him, anyone who could afford not to farm and still eat well was indeed a person of significance. At least, that was how he perceived the esteemed Sir Kira. Hollyflosse, recalling some absurdities within the dragon clan, responded somewhat awkwardly. I suppose that is true. So, why is it necessary to burn something on top? He redirected the conversation back to the earlier inquiry. Without burning, the crops produced will not thrive, the man shrugged and replied. As for the specifics, I cannot say. It simply works that way. Is that so? Hollyflosse asked skeptically, yet he acknowledged his own lack of experience in farming compared to the knowledge possessed by humans. Admitting one's inferiority in certain domains is not a matter of great concern. Despite having lived for 6,000 years, Hollyflosse had never engaged with agriculture. Although a common human life spans merely a century, their lifelong interaction with plants surely grants them more knowledge in that arena than a dragon like Hollyflosse. While Hollyflosse was learning about agricultural practices from human farmers, Maislodar stood atop the remnants of a palace, surveying the desolate ruins of what was once a grand city. Beside Maislodar stood the few remaining individuals, including the leader of the hunting group. The entire city had been reduced to ruins due to the wrath of Maislodars' mother. In truth, such devastation was not the intended outcome. Upon her swift arrival, she had not launched an attack but instead sought to retrieve her son, wrapping him in her tail to take him away. She had recently learned of Hollyflosse's intention to establish a city in the world below, aimed at elevating the dragon clan's reputation and discouraging humans from penning harmful tales about young dragons. Therefore, to avoid interfering with Hollyflosse's endeavors, she chose to exercise restraint. Indeed, the speed at which information circulates within the dragon clan is remarkably swift. After all, most dragons are rather bored, and any significant event within the clan spreads like wildfire. Maislodars' mother contemplated exercising restraint, yet the king and his royal sorcerers seemed oblivious to the concept of reverence. Perhaps motivated by a desire to manipulate the essence of dragons, the king and his sorcerers made another attempt against Maislodar. Consequently, they paid the price, such is the simplicity of it. The leader of the hunting group, still alive, absent-mindedly checked himself over, no missing limbs, and his head remained firmly on his shoulders. After a thorough inspection, he breathed a sigh of relief. The earlier events had been profoundly shocking, particularly as he had faced the wrath of Maislodars' mother at such close proximity. Although he had sustained no physical harm, the psychological impact was considerable. The leader of the hunting group was grateful he had drawn his sword in an attempt to rescue Maislodar, even though he had been swiftly overwhelmed by the royal elite. Now, following a thunderous dragon roar echoing through the skies, he remained the only one standing. Gazing at Maislodar, who stood with her back to him, his throat felt parched as he managed to ask, "Am I free to leave?" He neither required nor desired a response from Maislodar. His inquiry served merely as a pretext to move his stiff legs away from this place. "Not so fast. You still owe me compensation," Maislodar replied, casting a glance over her shoulder. Although she spoke in the dragon tongue, the leader grasped the crux of her message. "No. Heaven help me." The leader's voice nearly cracked with despair, yet he promptly remained rooted in place, refraining from any further movement. Chapter 7. What the two sought to convey was simply this: you like me, I like you. The area devastated within the royal city was primarily concentrated around the king's opulent palace, as Maislodar had unleashed her cries from this very location. While other areas were also affected, the destruction appeared more severe than it was in reality, with casualties remaining relatively limited. This was the capital of a nation, and those who resided here possessed some manner of capability. While not every resident was a master of extraordinary skill, their vitality surpassed that of completely ordinary individuals. "Boss, it's wonderful. You're still alive." At that moment, the other members of the hunting group found their leader. Maislodar turned to observe the somewhat disheveled yet unscathed members of the hunting group and remarked, "Ah yes, you too owe me compensation. How fortunate that I need not seek you out." Though the members of the hunting party did not comprehend the words spoken by Maislodar, the expression on their leader's face, akin to one mourning a lost mother, made it abundantly clear that they ought not to have ventured here. It would have been more prudent to remain in their previous position, feigning death. Shifting focus back to Kira, who had just concluded her audience with the Lord and received her rewards. Kira arranged to meet Eaton in a certain area on the outskirts of the city. She intended to leverage her newfound status as a dragon knight to rekindle their emotional connection. "Eaton, now that I am a dragon knight, surely your family will have no further objections," Kira declared, standing proudly before him, her armor gleaming in the sunlight, freshly bestowed upon her by her lord. She had sold her old set to gather funds, aiming to hire a true architectural mage. Leaning against a tree trunk, Eaton gazed at Kira and the dragon behind her, a smile playing on his lips as he remarked, "You remain as charming as when I first laid eyes upon you, Kira. Alas, I am already betrothed." Kira froze at his words, feeling more embarrassed than disheartened. Maislodar leaned closer to Kira, whispering conspiratorially, "Have you been thwarted in love? I've read of such scenarios in books." Scratching her head, Kira chose to disregard Maislodar and turned to Eaton, feeling somewhat shy. "It has been a long time since we parted. I assume you must have encountered someone better. I have overstepped. Not necessarily someone better. After all, who could surpass you?" Eaton chuckled, covering his mouth, and continued, "But as a knight of my family, I sometimes find myself envious of you, Kira." "Envious of me, the village knight?" Kira cast a glance at her newly acquired armor, then at Eaton's elegant attire. "Shouldn't it be that my poverty is the reason your family disapproves of our union?" "That's part of it, but not solely due to poverty," Eaton shrugged. Deep down, he harbored feelings for Kira, yet understood the age-old adage of wanting both fish and bear's paw applies in this realm too. "My family has supported me throughout my life, so my partner must undoubtedly be a person of considerable success." Though Kira and Eaton were a couple who had not succeeded in being together, it did not imply their abilities were on the same level. In fact, one could argue that Eaton was the foremost among the younger generation of his family. "Is being a dragon knight not enough success?" Kira questioned, somewhat perplexed. "Isn't that a legendary stature? If that is not deemed successful, then what constitutes success? For an individual knight, it is undoubtedly the pinnacle, but what about an entire family?" Eaton explained to Kira, aware that she and he belonged to entirely different worlds. "Kira, as a dragon knight, can you ensure that your children, nieces, and nephews, and indeed all your descendants for at least a century after your passing, will also bear the title of dragon knight?" Chilloa inherited her father's title and village to become a knight, while Adon was nurtured by an entire family. Therefore, Chilloa had to serve the Lord to maintain her knightly equipment, which, although it sounded arduous, allowed her to wander freely in her quaint village and save her life. In contrast, Adon had no such luxury. During her leisure time, she was bound to fulfill family duties, protect certain individuals, or escort precious items to designated locations. Observing Adon before her, Chilloa hesitantly inquired, "So, must I continue to strive?" "You may interpret it that way," Adon responded. "Perhaps the bare minimum will be achieved once you manage an enterprise capable of influencing an entire city-state." Adon nodded, reaching out to gently touch Chilloa's new armor. "This suit of armor is quite impressive. You wear it well," she praised. Chilloa smiled and asked, "Yet I still do not comprehend." Adon shook her head, exasperated. "Oh, Chilloa, what am I to do with your wooden head? Allow me to reiterate." Clearing her throat, Adon elaborated once more on why even if Chilloa were to become a dragon knight, it would not suffice. "I am a knight of my family. All my actions must prioritize the family's interests, including my romantic entanglements. You must provide tangible benefits for my family, not merely the title of a dragon knight and personal security. Thus, unless you could single-handedly topple an entire city-state, it would be wise to consider another path." After Adon's explanation, she gazed into Chilloa's eyes and asked, "Do you understand now?" "But I intend to marry you," Chilloa countered immediately. "I am marrying Adon, not the family behind her." Adon shrugged, responding in a flat tone, "But I belong to my family." Chilloa pressed her lips together and sighed. Turning to Maislodar, she whispered, "May I ask you something? Could you reduce an entire city to ashes?" Since Adon suggested that extreme personal strength could draw her family's attention, Chilloa felt compelled to inquire whether Maislodar could accomplish such a feat. "What? How does a dragon's ability to destroy a city relate to a knight?" Maislodar questioned. "How could it not? As a dragon knight, the dragon's prowess is inherently part of the knight's identity. I cannot. There is an unsettling presence here that you may not perceive," Maislodar admitted, surprised by Chilloa's query. Being only 300 years old, he was still a young dragon, and even ordinary high-level human fighters could contend with him. "Therefore, press on, my dragon knight. Once you succeed, my marital prospects shall naturally shift," Adon remarked, casting one last glance at Chilloa before turning to depart. "Ah, farewell, Adon." Kira swiftly turned her head and bid Adon goodbye. After watching him completely vanish from her sight, she sighed and remarked, "I still cannot comprehend it. I don't understand why humans complicate things so much," Maislodar quipped as he stood beside Kira. He then added, "In our dragon realm, when mutual affection is present, one simply acts on it." Kira glanced at Maislodar and, after a brief moment of contemplation, replied, "That sounds rather peculiar." Maislodar stepped directly in front of Kira and stated, "It is indeed. The essence of your emotions is simply, I like you, you like me. Yet, For some inexplicable reason, you cannot be together. Such strange human sentiments. He continued, but isn't my father constructing a city-state? As the first knight to settle there, shouldn't you easily manage whatever that so-called enterprise is? Despite his lack of understanding regarding human emotions, Maislodar offered Kira a piece of advice. Upon hearing Maislodar's words, Kira felt as if clouds had parted, and she exclaimed, "Oh, how could I have forgotten about that?" Observing Kira's reaction, Maislodar tilted his head and muttered to himself, "Perhaps I should write a book titled My Foolish Human Friend and I." Later, Maislodar, bearing Kira and a blue-robed architectural mage adorned with various spoils, landed on the ground. There, Kira spotted Hollyflosse digging alongside a group of villagers. More accurately, Hollyflosse was digging while the villagers cheered. After setting down his burdens, Maislodar approached his father and inquired, "Father, what are you doing? Why are you digging?" "Clearing the land," Hollyflosse answered without turning his head. A question mark appeared above Maislodar's head as he asked, "Is this necessary for constructing a city-state? Isn't it enough to simply build the structures? Do the humans moving in not need to eat?" Hollyflosse retorted, finally turning to face Maislodar. He nodded, recalling the roast chicken he had shared with Kira the previous night, and replied, "Oh right, I forgot that humans need food. Thank goodness you caught Lilia to boast about it right away, or else you would have wondered why she starved under your care." Hollyflosse chided his son. "Oh right, where's Lilia?" Maislodar suddenly realized that the princess he had captured was missing. Hollyflosse responded with exasperation. She was rescued by her destined prince. "What? Curse it. Why did it have to happen while I was away?" Maislodar lamented loudly. However, he soon became animated again, raising his head to inquire, "But, father, you must have engaged in a fierce battle with that individual, right?" "No, I simply released Lilia," Hollyflosse responded, delivering a rather disappointing reply to Maislodar. Upon hearing this answer, Maislodar's expression was akin to witnessing the sky collapse. Utterly unacceptable. This cannot be. It is simply inconceivable. Meanwhile, the architectural mage, summoned by Kira, gazed up at Hollyflosse's imposing figure and remarked, "What a magnificent dragon. Is that also the steed of Lord Kira?" After expressing his awe, the mage turned to Kira and posed the question. Although phrased as an inquiry, the mage's tone bore the weight of a statement, as he could scarcely fathom the presence of another, even grander dragon. Kira shook his head and replied, "Well, not exactly. More like a partner. Collaborating with a dragon?" The architectural mage pondered this for a moment, nodding and shaking his head as if he had stumbled upon a new realm of understanding. "It seems there is some sense in that." After contemplating, the mage stroked his chin and remarked, "One cannot claim that dragons are incapable of collaboration simply because they have never encountered one." Though uttered softly, his words reached Hollyflosse's ears. Hollyflosse turned to the mage, exclaiming, "I never expected there to be rational individuals among humankind." What do you mean by that, my lord?" The mage was taken aback. What did he mean by saying there were rational beings among humans? Had the dragon previously encountered only the irrational? Hollyflosse seized the opportunity to divulge the stereotypical perceptions of the dragonkin that Lilia and the stone sword Alphido had conveyed to the mage. After absorbing this information, the architectural mage found himself at a loss for words. He opted to shift the topic. "So, my lord, are you intending to construct a city-state to alter their perceptions of dragons? I never anticipated that dragons would be concerned about human opinions." When Kira initially hired him, he had indicated the intention to build a future city-state. Now, upon hearing Kira refer to the dragon as a partner, coupled with Hollyflosse's remarks, the mage made the connection. "No, I do not concern myself with that. What matters more to me is that the writings of those who hold such views have influenced the young dragons." Hollyflosse flicked his tail dismissively, outright rejecting the mage's assertion. However, as he spoke, he cast a look of exasperation towards Maislodar, as if lamenting his shortcomings. Who would have thought that dragons would read human literature? The corners of the architectural mage's mouth twitched, and he could only utter this remark. Empathizing with the dragon's perspective, the mage realized that Hollyflosse indeed bore a heavy burden, due to the ignorance and limited understanding of other species regarding the dragon race. They have indulged in baseless conjectures and fabricated slander. Consequently, such rumors have adversely affected their own offspring. Moreover, those who propagate these unfounded tales cannot be harmed. For once blood is shed, the falsehoods may be rendered true. Thus, the only recourse is to gradually alter the prevailing situation through alternative means. Chapter 8. The Magic of Construction. The architectural mage raised his staff, and after reciting the necessary incantations, he gestured towards the open ground. At once, the pre-prepared building materials soared into the air, swiftly assembling into a wooden and stone edifice. Hollyflosse observed the entire magical construction process and turned to Kira, who was also admiring the spectacle, and inquired, "Is it not quite a delightful sight? Is this how you humans generally construct your dwellings?" "Not entirely," Kira replied, shaking her head. "In truth, most common folk cannot afford the services of a mage, unlike the affluent nobles who lead lives of luxury." Kira genuinely lived alongside the peasant villagers, understanding how ordinary individuals without extraordinary abilities navigate this world. Such elevated architectural mages are typically found only within the city-states. In villages, one must rely on manual labor for construction. As for the original builders, they sat beneath the trees, marveling at the convenience and wonder of magic, while lamenting that the lives of the powerful were beyond their comprehension. "It seems we shall be finished shortly," Hollyflosse remarked. Just then, the architectural mage completed another building. Hollyflosse then pondered aloud, "But what about the population?" At the mention of this issue, Maislodar eagerly leaped before Hollyflosse, his enthusiasm palpable. "I know, father. We can." Hollyflosse cast a sidelong glance at his son and coolly interjected, "If it involves kidnapping a princess, you might as well keep that thought to yourself." Maislodar, who had been animated, instantly drooped, his spirit deflating, and his tone turned despondent. "Then I have no ideas left." At that moment, both dragons turned their gaze towards Kira. Feeling uncomfortable under their scrutiny, Kira hastily responded, "Don't look at me. I have no solutions either. I'm merely a humble knight. How would I know how to increase the population?" She spread her hands and continued, "However, I do know that if a city-state possesses something unique that others lack, it will soon gain renown and attract more inhabitants. The entire human realm is not a unified entity. Rather, the continent is dotted with numerous human city-states. Here, kingdoms signify geographical rather than political entities, as a king's authority typically extends no further than his own castle. As for the territories of other lords within the kingdom, the winds may enter, the rains may come, yet the king is barred. However, within the vast expanse of the human realm, the relations among various city-states and royal capitals remain relatively amicable, with abundant trade routes flourishing. Is it solely the dragons that possess such uniqueness?" Hollyflosse surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of local specialties, with the only seemingly exclusive entity being the dragon. "How was I to know? Wait, is that a griffin in the sky?" Just as Kira was about to utter more, her gaze was drawn to a dark speck that had suddenly appeared above. This speck was rapidly enlarging, hurtling towards Hollyflosse at an alarming speed. Fado, the stone sword, did not even await the griffin's descent. Instead, he leaped into the air, brandishing his stone sword high above Hollyflosse's head, bellowing, "I shall slay you." "Wow, a hero confronting a dragon. I must see this," exclaimed Maislodar, his voice alight with excitement as he witnessed his beleaguered father come under attack. Hollyflosse gazed at Fado, who had charged toward him, his mouth slightly agape as a jet of dragon fire surged forth, aimed directly at Fado. With nimble precision, Fado cleaved the flame in two with his sword, landing atop Hollyflosse's head, poised to strike at the colossal dragon's eye. Fado's fervor was palpable as he roared, "Wretched dragon, how dare you annihilate my homeland?" Hollyflosse's eyes shifted, locking onto Fado, who stood defiantly upon his snout. In response, golden dragon fire ignited upon Hollyflosse's body, swiftly enveloping Fado in its searing embrace. Despite the excruciating heat and pain, Fado persevered, raising his sword, now glowing red-hot, as the aroma of roasted flesh wafted around him. He lunged at Hollyflosse's eye, yet his stone sword merely grazed the surface of the dragon's protective membrane, failing to breach it. This seemingly soft barrier functioned like a sighing wall, thwarting Fado's assault. The tip of the sword barely pierced the membrane's surface, not even warranting the title of a wound. "What?" Fado was taken aback, astonishment overshadowing his physical agony. This was his first encounter in battle against a dragon, and he had previously possessed no comprehension of their physical resilience. "Humph," Hollyflosse scoffed, and with that, the dragon fire erupted violently from Fado's body, melting his armor into a glistening pool of molten iron that splattered in all directions. Fado himself let out a muffled grunt as he plummeted from Hollyflosse's snout, towering at 50 meters in length and 9 meters in height. Hollyflosse watched as Fado fell from a height of at least 10 meters. Yet, upon hitting the ground, Fado sprang back to his feet as if nothing had happened, executing a perfect roll to regain his stance. At this moment, Chihuahua finally discerned the identity of the assailant and gasped, "Is that Alfredo wielding the stone sword?" Although Alfredo was engulfed in unextinguished dragon flames and donned a scorched and battered armor, the unmistakable stone sword in his grasp was a telling feature. Remarkably, he was still able to move. His prowess surpassed that of many humans she had encountered. Hollyflosse observed Alphado's retained combat capability with a raised eyebrow, which could be considered a form of praise. Alphado, wait, is there some misunderstanding? As Alphado prepared to launch an assault on Hollyflosse, Chihuahua shouted directly at him. Uncertain of Hollyflosse's exact strength, Chihuahua could only infer from their initial confrontation that he was overwhelmingly superior to Alphado. Should such a legendary figure perish here? How could Chihuahua ever aspire to become a knight of the city-state, reach the pinnacle of life, and marry Iton? What misunderstanding could there be? That dragon destroyed my homeland. Alphado peered through his cracked helmet at Chihuahua, his gaze reminiscent of a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Hollyflosse paused, perplexed. He was unaware of having incinerated any human city-states in recent years. Indeed, while he had raised city-states in the past, the most recent incident had occurred a millennium ago. Was Alphado truly an ancient relic of 1,000 years? Chihuahua was equally taken aback. Hollyflosse had remained stationary in this glade while numerous villagers had witnessed the event. Could it be that the dragons possessed some form of duplication technique? Wow, Dad, you went and burned down a city-state? That's awesome. Maislodar, unfazed by the surrounding tension, erupted with excitement, gazing at his father with reverence. Enough nonsense. Hollyflosse chastised Maislodar with a swish of his tail. You little rascal. Do you even realize the gravity of your words? Do you understand that if you speak carelessly, it will be taken as though I am the one responsible? Alphado, could it be that you've mistaken the dragon? Chihuahua could only entertain this possibility, unless Hollyflosse possessed the ability to create clones. It seemed implausible for him to have torched a city-state. Absolutely impossible. We share the same golden scales. Alphado pointed his stone sword menacingly at Hollyflosse. Upon hearing this, Hollyflosse couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief, yet he felt compelled to respond. Whoa, hold on. There are plenty of beings with golden scales. Your reasoning is akin to pointing at someone and declaring them the culprit simply because they have hair. Hollyflosse regarded Alphado with exasperation. This left Alphado momentarily speechless. After Hollyflosse's rebuke, the rage that had consumed him began to subside. It dawned on him that he had let his temper cloud his judgment. Wait, no? Suddenly, Alphado seemed to have realized something, raising his long sword once more in preparation for an assault, exclaiming, "This is all you're doing, dragon." Hollyflosse was genuinely amused by the absurdity of the accusation. What did he mean by all you're doing? He had abandoned any pretense, opting instead to indiscriminately blame everyone. Kira, standing behind, was rendered speechless. He understood that Alphado's emotions were running high, yet the statement itself was exceedingly biased. So, are you planning to kill me? Do you truly believe you can defeat me? Hollyflosse shook his head, gazing at Alphado with the bemusement one might reserve for a bewildered child, remarking, "You cannot even pierce my skin." This struck a chord with Alphado, who had not anticipated Hollyflosse's formidable physical resilience. He had arrived brimming with confidence, convinced he could slay Hollyflosse. But now he realized that even if he triumphed, killing him was a far-fetched notion. What on earth is happening? Why are we fighting? Alphado, I am your admirer. Please sign my staff. At that moment, the architect mage approached, and upon recognizing Alphado, his excitement became palpable. Before Alphado could respond, the mage dashed forward, presenting his staff and an inexplicably produced feather quill. Alphado, taken aback by the mage's enthusiasm, felt his own anger dissipate, replaced by an awkward sense of disbelief at encountering a fan in such an unexpected locale. Nevertheless, a fan is a fan, and thus he accepted the quill, signing for the architect with a reluctant sense of duty. Oh, how splendid. This is a treasure. My peers shall envy me greatly, the architect exclaimed, his exhilaration soaring upon reclaiming the staff adorned with Alphado's signature. What? How could a mage idolize a master swordsman wielding a stone sword? Why not? Alphado retorted. Is there a decree stating that a mage's idol must also be another mage? By the way, Alphado, why did you attack my employer? With the signature secured, the architect finally broached the matter at hand. Your employer? Alphado glanced at the architect, then turned to assess Hollyflosse, whom he had deemed a malevolent dragon. Indeed, my employer. They engaged my services to repair some structures, the architect affirmed, gesturing toward Kira standing aside. While the architect was ostensibly hired by Kira, upon seeing Hollyflosse, it was clear that the true authority lay not with Kira, but with the golden dragon himself. Repair some structures? Confusion clouded Alphado's expression. When did dragons develop an interest in construction? Hollyflosse interjected, addressing Alphado. So, will you continue this fight? If so, proceed. Although Hollyflosse aspired to alter humanity's entrenched perceptions of dragons, it did not imply that he would refrain from retaliating when provoked. Those deserving of a thrashing would still receive one, albeit with a modicum of restraint to avoid delivering a fatal blow. Alphado glanced down at the stone sword in his grasp, his resolve to continue battling Hollyflosse evaporating. Despite the lingering embers of fury within him, he found himself devoid of any inclination to persist in the conflict. It seemed clear that he wished to withdraw, and Hollyflosse, perceiving his intentions, promptly urged him to leave. "No, wicked dragon, I shall remain here to keep watch over you." Alphado could not possibly depart. His home had recently been obliterated by another colossal dragon, rendering him utterly homeless. Hence, he resolutely decided to reside nearby and monitor Hollyflosse. "Suit yourself," Hollyflosse replied, rolling his eyes at Alphado. "However, I can assure you with utmost certainty that our dragon kin do not idly seek to obliterate your human cities. Perhaps it is your city that harbors individuals whose actions have incited the ire of my brethren." Chapter 9. Valuable and noble. What has stirred Alphado? The rumors portray him as a fundamentally good individual. Kira observed Alphado, who had erected a simple tent not far away, his demeanor dark as he fixated on Hollyflosse, and inquired with perplexity, "How am I to know? He was quite amiable when he came to fetch Lilia." Hollyflosse flicked his tail, equally baffled by the change. Hearing the queries from the two nearby, Maislodar leaped forward, unfurling his dragon wings and lifting his head with pride. "Ahem, are you perplexed? Allow me to enlighten you with my dragon wisdom." "Oh, dragon wisdom indeed," Hollyflosse retorted, unable to suppress an impulsive lash of his tail at his overzealous offspring. Though Maislodar deftly evaded the strike. "Why strike me? It is indeed dragon wisdom." Maislodar protested, a hint of indignation in his voice, before continuing. "That Alphado is evidently a quintessential protagonist from the tales. What does that signify?" Although Hollyflosse had previously skimmed through the human-pinned tales of wicked dragons, his perusal had been exceedingly cursory. Most plots had merely flickered past his attention. Thus, he felt compelled to consult a certain expert in dragon literature present at the scene regarding his son's assertion of typicality. Did not Alphado mention that his homeland was ravaged by a wicked dragon? That is indeed a classic trope. As Maislodar spoke of his interests, his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "How many classics are there?" Kira, listening intently, recognized the undeniable popularity of dragon literature. The trend has reached the Dragon City. Thus, Chiloa genuinely wished to delve into her studies, considering it an opportunity to broaden her horizons and remain at the forefront of contemporary knowledge. Maislodar, observing Chiloa, extended a paw and raised 4 claws, addressing her. "The 3 great plot points, though in reality, there are 4. "Wait, what do you mean by 3 great plot points having 4? Hollyflosse was immediately perplexed. Either he was numerically challenged or there was a misunderstanding in what he heard. How could there be 4 in the 3 great plot points? "Humph, father, you simply do not comprehend." Upon touching upon Hollyflosse's intellectual blind spot, Maislodar immediately donned an air of smugness. "It is well known that if there are 4 heavenly kings, there must be 5. Hence, the 3 great plot points also total 4. It feels as though I have not ventured into the mortal realm for a millennium, and these humans have become utterly abnormal." Hollyflosse muttered under his breath, glancing at his foolish son. Hollyflosse was acutely aware that this absurd theory regarding the 4 heavenly kings could not have originated from Maislodar. It must be a peculiar notion from the human world. Not only did Hollyflosse find it bewildering, but Chiloa, as a human, also encountered this theory for the first time, a concept previously unknown to her. Although perhaps it was due to my own ignorance. The 4 plot points are the hero battling the dragon, the knight's quest for vengeance, the dragon's treasure, and the dragon rider alongside the dragon. Maislodar wagged his tail, embarking on an exposition of the classics within dragon literature. Hollyflosse had entirely lost his words and surrendered to the absurdity. Let Maislodar have his way. The fact that he could analyze these literary works from the human realm to such an extent made him, in a sense, the foremost dragon among dragons. "So, Mr. Alphado resembles the knight's quest for vengeance?" Chiloa mused, stroking her chin while casting a glance toward Alphado. Maislodar nodded and continued, "Indeed. And you and I represent the segment of the dragon rider and the dragon." "Ah, I am aware of that. After all, I am a knight. So I have indeed read that story." At this moment, Chiloa successfully connected her thoughts with those of Maislodar. This was quite normal, as knights generally have encountered the classic human literary work, The Dragon Rider and the Dragon. It is the first book centered around a knight as the protagonist, while most previous works lacked a fixed lead character. Even in instances where a main character existed, it typically pertained to travelogues. Indeed, aside from the extensive treatises penned by mages and scholars, it was the wandering bards who enjoyed writing such tales. The rare instances where dragons do not appear as antagonists in literature were noted by Chiloa as she glanced at Hollyflosse and remarked, At least this author possesses some intellect. Perhaps it is due to the profound influence of this work that Chilliwack harbors a rather dichotomous perception of dragons, perceiving them as both benevolent and malevolent beings. This duality piqued my curiosity regarding which of their kin had wrought destruction upon Afado's homeland. Hollyflosse shifted the conversation to another matter, expressing greater intrigue in the actions of humankind that could provoke the dragon's ire. Upon hearing this, Chilliwack stroked his chin, uncertainly pondering, If it were a creature with golden scales, it should be easily identifiable, right? Hollyflosse retorted. Then what if it were a being with blue eyes? That would surely make it easy to ascertain their identity, wouldn't it? Chilliwack realized he had underestimated the number of dragon kin, exclaiming, Are there truly so many dragons? Hollyflosse explained, We simply do not frequent the world below most of the time. Thus, you rarely witness our kind, save for the younglings. Dismissing the matter, Hollyflosse flicked his tail, knowing that news within the dragon community travels swiftly, even if he were absent from the surface world. He would only be a few days behind in receiving updates. After a moment, Hollyflosse glanced down at Chilliwack and broached the subject they had previously discussed. So, about that night tournament of yours? Oh right, it is happening in the next few days, so we can prepare to set off, Chilliwack responded eagerly. Will it be Maislodar and I attending? Although Chilliwack wished for Hollyflosse to accompany him as his steed in the competition, he sensed that Hollyflosse was not particularly interested in human endeavors. Instead, the youthful dragon Maislodar seemed to exude more vitality. No, I shall accompany you. After all, I promised you, Hollyflosse declared, shaking his head. Chilliwack smiled and nodded, then turned to Maislodar, who stood nearby, asking, That is splendid. Does this mean I can leave everything here in the capable hands of Lord Maislodar while I compete? What? No, I want to go too. Maislodar protested vehemently. Unwilling to be left behind during such an exhilarating event, the thought alone was more unbearable than death itself. But won't someone need to stay behind? This place is not within the domain of any lord, Chilliwack replied uncertainly, as Hollyflosse had chosen a location that lay in an ungoverned area. Such lands, often devoid of noble oversight, teemed with various beasts and creatures, and their absence thus far could be attributed to the presence of 2 dragons. Any creature with sense would instinctively avoid this territory. If both Hollyflosse and Maislodar were to depart, the defenseless villagers, unable to pierce even a 1-inch thick iron plate with their bare hands, would likely perish within 30 minutes upon the arrival of danger. Oh right, I almost overlooked this matter. Hollyflosse suddenly realized that humanity, particularly ordinary humans, require third-party protection to survive amidst peril. Could one not simply summon someone to safeguard these ordinary individuals? At this moment, Maislodar proposed an idea and, turning to Kira, inquired, I believe I read somewhere that your kind has organizations that operate on a pay-for-service basis, correct? Is that indeed true? However, it seems that my connections with such entities are rather tenuous. Indeed, such organizations exist, most notably among the grand families. For instance, the family to which Eden belongs. However, Kira, being a mere peasant, would be fortunate if any knights from those families deigned to acknowledge her. Is having ample wealth not sufficient? Maislodar asked skeptically. Kira pondered for a moment, glancing at her own attire, and replied, The crux of the matter is that my funds are insufficient. To hire a construction mage, I had to sell my old gear and scrape together some money. And to enlist a truly capable team to protect an entire small stronghold in the wilderness would require a sum that selling myself would not even come close to covering. Wait, perhaps selling myself isn't necessary. Kira suddenly looked at Maislodar and Hollyflosse, smacked her forehead, and exclaimed, How could I have forgotten the most crucial detail? You dragons are inherently valuable. It dawned on her that everything pertaining to dragons holds significant worth in the human realm. Rarity begets value. Dragons are creatures of legend and lore, not to mention that various parts of a dragoness body possess wondrous properties for humans. Hollyflosse glanced at Kira and remarked, So? Regarding such matters, Hollyflosse did not find it distasteful, as high value could be equated with nobility. After all, does not the human world also revel in the practice of ransom? The more noble the identity, the greater the ransom. Kira then addressed the 2 dragons. So, do you happen to possess any, surplus scales? Dragon horns? Blood, perhaps? These could fetch quite a sum, yes? Maislodar appeared doubtful, having never engaged with the human market and unaware of the dragon's true worth therein. Absolutely, without a doubt, Kira affirmed. Maislodar then questioned, Why did you not mention this sooner? Could I say I simply forgot in the moment? Kira's gaze wandered, and she spoke somewhat hesitantly. In truth, it was not forgetfulness, but rather an instinctual belief that one must conquer a dragon before one could sell it. At this moment, Chilloa suddenly realized that the multitude of scales on the dragon's body must certainly shed some that are no longer needed, which could also be sold for a fortune. Hollyflosse remained silent, merely observing his esteemed son, Maislodar. After all, Maislodar was merely 300 years old, a time of rapid growth, which naturally implied a greater shedding of scales than that of an adult dragon. How splendid! Could I exchange my surplus scales for an entire mountain of gold? Maislodar had long wished to partake in a heroic tale akin to that of a brave knight battling a dragon. With Princess Lilia now liberated, the only path left for Maislodar was to amass a treasure trove of gold coins, ready to challenge any adventurer daring enough to confront him. Therefore, the prospect of monetizing parts of his own body was wholly agreeable to him. Theoretically, it was indeed feasible. Chilloa nodded in assent. The worth of dragonkind could very well equate to an entire mountain of gold. After all, there were alchemists among the mages capable of transmuting ample magical materials into a literal mountain of gold. And what is the most efficient magical material? Dragon blood. Let us hasten. Maislodar took a couple of steps forward, lowered his head, and lifted Chilloa from the ground, placing her upon his back. With a mighty flap of his wings, he soared towards the city-state. Wait, what? Chilloa was utterly unprepared for Maislodar's enthusiastic action and found herself airborne before she could react. To prevent falling, she clutched tightly onto the scales on his back. Don't you find this strange? Chilloa inquired of Maislodar. In the eyes of a traditional human like her, selling a part of one's own body for wealth was a last resort, a sign of desperation or coercion. Yet, why did it seem that dragons were entirely unconcerned by such matters? Wherein lies the strangeness? I give, and then I receive. Is that not how the world operates? Maislodar turned to Chilloa, posing her a question of his own. How profoundly reasonable. Struck by this logic, Chilloa found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. Chapter 10. Unable to resist a soft hum, Maislodar accompanied Chilloa back into the city-state. After casually selecting a shop run by mages, he was taken aback by the exorbitant offers presented to him. Goodness, I am worth this much. Though it was indeed true, it felt rather peculiar to hear. Chilloa clicked her tongue. Although she acknowledged the veracity of Maislodar's words, there lingered an unsettling feeling within her at the utterance of such statements. After relinquishing a few inconsequential scales and a small amount of blood, Maislodar was soon adorned with an abundance of coins, filling numerous chests. This wealth was distinctly different from the spoils acquired during righteous campaigns against criminal hideouts. The wealth acquired from the sale of body parts aligns perfectly with Maislodar's stereotypical perception of treasure, gleaming and predominantly composed of gold, interspersed with gemstones and precious jewelry. As Kira meandered through the city-state, he posed another inquiry. I don't quite understand why you disdain conventional currency. After all, it holds considerable value. When trading with the mage, Maislodar adamantly insisted on eschewing coins in favor of small ingots of gold and collectible coins, deeming them as artisanal treasures. I am 300 years old, Kira. I have witnessed the devaluation of your human currency, Maislodar remarked, adopting a rather antiquated tone to feign seriousness. In recalling this matter, he lamented, that episode wasted a decade of my life. I had amassed a considerable sum of coins, yet in the end, it was insufficient to procure even a loaf of bread. Is it truly possible for such a thing to occur? Where did this happen? Kira turned, astonished. If such an event had transpired, how could he remain oblivious? Though merely a rural knight, he made it a point to visit the city-state, where he would engage with news officials and bards who recounted tales of distant lands. That was when I was 120 years old, back when you surely did not exist, Maislodar replied, casting a sidelong glance at Kira and flicking his tail. He continued, it transpired in the westernmost realm of humanity. Kira stroked his chin, perplexed. The farthest west? Isn't that the domain of dwarves and elves? Not 180 years ago, Maislodar responded. Ever since that region transformed into elven and dwarven territory, I have lost interest in visiting. It used to be quite enjoyable, but now it is not. Those elves and dwarves seem to be perpetually engaged in a deadly conflict for reasons I cannot fathom. Oh, I have heard whispers of that. But why such enmity? Is their hatred for one another truly so profound? Kira nodded in agreement. Perhaps my father knows the particulars. But frankly, I find it unworthy of my attention. Combined, the elves and dwarves are hardly as entertaining as you humans. Maislodar concluded as he and Kira arrived at their destination, a district in the southeast of the city-state, the ancestral home of the Iden family. Indeed, the southeastern corner of the castle bore the family's holdings and dominion. Ah, is this the territory of your so-called first love? Maislodar inquired, gazing up at the towering spire that pierced the clouds. Kira corrected him. It belongs to the Iden family, not Iden himself. The Iden family has numerous enterprises. Oh, pray, Enlighten me. Maislodar's ears perked up, clearly intrigued by the affairs of the human realm. The Hera family, founders of this city-state sanctuary, not only undertook external security escort commissions, as I have previously mentioned, but also held the rights to mine and process the entire underground veins beneath the sanctuary. Maislodar, with a hint of incredulity, pressed his claw firmly against the stone-tiled floor and exclaimed, "Is there really a mine beneath this city-state?" "Of course, otherwise, why would there be a city-state here?" Kira responded. "But what if the resources are depleted?" Maislodar began to fret about the future of the city-state, for it seemed to harbor many delightful wonders, and the thought of their disappearance was lamentable. Kira perceived Maislodar's concerns as mere flights of fancy, that is at least 3,000 years away. Indeed, will it not be depleted soon? Maislodar countered, for to him, 3,000 years felt like a fleeting moment. After all, his father, Hollyflosse, was already 6,000 years old. To the dragonkin, 3,000 years merely represented youth. Kira glanced at Maislodar and remarked, "For humans, 3,000 years signifies eternity." "All right. I forgot you have such short lifespans." Maislodar nodded, his tone tinged with regret. "Alas, why can't you humans live longer? Even the rather dull elven race thrives for so long, while you, so fascinating, have such brief lives. Can we refrain from discussing this topic?" Kira's lips twitched slightly. Although he did not find a century to be particularly short, Maislodar's musings always imparted the illusion that a century was but the blink of an eye. As this man and dragon conversed while strolling along the Hera family's external street, a voice suddenly emerged from behind Kira. "Oh, is that you, Kira? Grown bold as a dragon knight, have you? Who is this person?" Maislodar inquired, his tail wagging with excitement, sensing trouble in the air. Maislodar had yet to encounter anyone causing him distress, and found the situation fresh and amusing. Kira, having previously disregarded this individual, Edong's cousin, who had once pursued Edong, felt compelled to introduce him since Maislodar had asked. Edong's cousin, for reasons unknown, despite being born into the knightly family, behaved as if he had received no education whatsoever, resembling a common ruffian. His disposition was not only vile, but his character was equally reprehensible, as though his elders and mentors had deliberately nurtured him into a scoundrel. Yet, why would a knightly family cultivate a rogue? Maislodar nodded in understanding. "Ah, I see. A rival in love, is it? You could interpret it that way," Kira replied nonchalantly, urging Maislodar to continue their walk. "Let us move on. There's no need to concern ourselves with him." Kira had engaged with Edong's cousin, Flock, on numerous occasions. Initially, Kira would feel anger and emotion, but now he had developed an immunity to it. In Flock's eyes, he was akin to mere air, for indeed, Flock was excessively inept and lacking in practical skills. As a knight of his family, endowed with abundant resources, Flock astonishingly found himself incapable of defeating Kira under conditions of equal equipment. This alone illustrated that if Kira were to pay any heed to Flock, it would only diminish her own stature. Observing Kira's disregard, Flock resorted to shouting insults from behind. "I'm talking to you, you filthy country bumpkin." Maislodar cast a glance at the expressionless Kira and remarked, "He*s insulting you." "I heard him. I'm not deaf." Kira sighed in exasperation and explained to Maislodar, "Some humans are best ignored. Silence is the most effective response. Can't he just be dealt with?" "Oh, my apologies. I forgot you have laws." Maislodar offered a suggestion, only to realize that in the realm of humans, one could not simply take another's life. "Taste my dragon thunder." Flock abruptly drew his sword and charged at Kira in the street, the blade slicing through the air with a crackling sound, a bolt of electricity shooting towards Kira's back. Kira stumbled forward from the impact. Although much of the current was absorbed by her armor and directed into the ground, the heat and force still inflicted harm upon her. "Flock, are you insane? Wait, is that a long sword made from dragon fangs in your hand?" Kira could no longer tolerate this fool, turning to scold him, though her gaze was captivated by the sword crackling with electricity. "He struck you. Will the law take action?" Maislodar glanced at Flock, sword in hand, and then at Kira, now on the ground, suddenly posing this question. Kira rose, unsheathing her longsword, and shook her head. "No, the laws of the Bastion were established by his ancestors. How could they possibly govern him? So, this human law is merely a jest? It doesn't apply to him?" Maislodar chuckled, having thought that such laws were meant to be equitable, rendering them worthy of respect. Yet now it appeared that he had held an overly idealistic view of humanity. Kira chose to remain silent, as she found it challenging to elucidate the necessity of law to Maislodar. Moreover, even if she attempted to explain, he would likely not believe her. Flock, observing Kira rising anew, displayed a flicker of dissatisfaction in his eyes, then continued, "You, filthy peasant. This place is not somewhere you can simply intrude. Enough, Flock. I have truly given you too much face in the past. Kira could no longer endure this imbecile. Previously, Flock had only boasted verbally, which she had dismissed as the buzzing of a fly disturbing her ears. However, she had not anticipated that Flock's mind was so twisted as to interpret her forbearance as weakness, emboldening him to take action against her today. You and I. A nightly duel. Life and death are inconsequential. Right now? Chilua pointed her long sword at Flock, her voice sharp and commanding. She understood that dealing with someone like Flock required an immediate and decisive response. The notion of a formal duel with witnesses was utterly implausible. If one dared to challenge Flock, he would undoubtedly don the thickest and finest armor from his home to confront them. Flock was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Chilua would boldly confront him. Based on his previous experiences, he expected her to relent and retreat in defeat. However, the confidence bestowed upon him by his armor allowed him to hesitate only briefly before responding. Of course, it shall be just you and me. The dragon does not count. Chilua lowered her visor and replied in a muffled tone, indeed. Such nightly duels were not uncommon on the streets, as the culture of dueling was quite prevalent in the human realm. When disagreements arose, property disputes ensued, or even in the spirit of friendly competition, a duel would be initiated. The forms of these duels varied widely. What Chilua had proposed to Flock was the gravest of all, one where life and death were at stake. In this encounter, if either party were to perish, it would be deemed their own misfortune. The other party may refuse such a challenge. Yet Flock clearly possessed the confidence to slay Chilua on the spot, blood spilling within 5 paces. As the duel commenced, the once spacious street was soon thronged with bloodthirsty spectators who appeared from nowhere. With her long sword held at an angle, Chilua thrust herself forward, crashing into Flock. Naturally, Flock swung his dragon-toothed sword down at her. However, she intercepted it with her left hand. Sparks flickered between her gauntlet and his blade, and smoke began to rise from her palm. Yet, Chilua showed no intention of relinquishing her grip. Instead, she wielded her sword with her right hand and aimed for the gap between Flock's breastplate and waist armor. Flock's eyes betrayed a hint of panic. He had not expected Chilua to risk her left hand in such a fierce attempt. Nevertheless, her blade failed to breach the chainmail beneath his armor, producing a screeching sound of metal scraping against metal. With a swift kick, Chilua propelled Flock away from her. Cheers erupted from the surrounding bloodthirsty audience. Chilua refrained from pursuing further. Instead, she flexed her still-smoking left hand, confirming its injury but functionality before focusing on Flock, who clutched his abdomen. At the end of the street, a richly dressed middle-aged man observed the unfolding battle, nodding in satisfaction. My foolish nephew has finally gotten himself into serious trouble. It was worth giving him that dragon-tooth sword. The middle-aged man appeared quite pleased to witness Flock's demise on the streets, and his satisfaction extended to the way he regarded Kira, his gaze growing increasingly approving. Kira, the country knight, where could a dragon possibly come from? Yet, since you have aided me in eliminating my final obstacle, I must, of course, provide some form of recompense in return. Casting one last glance at Kira, the man, with his hands clasped behind his back, hummed a little tune as he departed. This man was, indeed, Flock's uncle and also his legal guardian. Within the Hera family, Flock was the last direct heir to a certain estate. Should Flock perish without offspring, the inheritance would revert to this uncle. It had taken years of diligent effort for this uncle to transform Flock from a petty rascal into the notorious rogue he had become. And now he finally awaited the day Flock would meet his end. The thought of Flock dying in a duel of life and death brought such joy to this uncle that he could not help but hum lightly. Chapter 11. The Weakest One. The duel did not last long. Flock's lackluster combat prowess could not be sustained by his equipment advantage. Once Kira deftly dislodged the connection between Flock's gauntlet and arm guard with a single strike, Flock's dragon-tooth longsword fell to the ground alongside his blood. Flock hastily raised his other hand and shouted at Kira, "I concede." Too late. How could Kira possibly allow Flock to escape? In a duel where life and death were at stake, all casualties were beyond the jurisdiction of even a king. As for conceding, once a duel to the death commenced, if either party felt it insufficient, the fight could continue unabated. A blade pierced Flock's throat, and Kira delivered a kick that sent the staggering Flock, clutching his wound, sprawling onto the ground. Kira picked up the dragon-tooth longsword that had fallen from Flock's grasp and turned to Maislodar, saying, "Let us go. It's over, disperse." At that moment, the bloodthirsty spectators, witnessing the conclusion of the duel, began to scatter, each returning to their respective homes. Maislodar glanced at Flock's lifeless body on the ground, and then at Kira, exclaiming, "Wow, I've never seen you so fierce." He was simply too much of a rogue. Kira replied curtly. Although Kira had displayed a friendly demeanor in her interactions with Maislodar, the dragon, she remained a knight at heart. One of the knight's professional duties is to kill. Given that Flock had behaved atrociously over the past several years, it was impossible for Kira to harbor no resentment. Maislodar nodded and then looked again at Flock's corpse, inquiring, "What about his body?" "It will be taken care of. There's no need to worry." Kira waved her hand dismissively. Dual occurrences are a daily affair in the city-state, with designated personnel responsible for managing the aftermath. Kira added, "Of course, if your duel damages someone as property, the defeated party must compensate." Certainly. This time, the duel between Kira and Flock was executed with remarkable control, sparing any destruction. Otherwise, even in death, Flock would have faced collection of debts. Upon discovering such enchanting customs and traditions within human society, Maislodar wagged his tail and remarked to Kira, "I find your kind increasingly amusing." Later, he was astonished by the ease of it all, and the existence of discounts was truly unprecedented. As Kira sat upon Maislodar's back on their return journey, she pondered how she might procure a discount from the Hollyflosse family. This was, of course, a small favor extended by Flock's uncle to Kira, though she remained blissfully unaware. It was unlikely she could fathom that her slaying of Flock would elicit applause from members of the Hollyflosse family. "By the way, Kira, you and that Flock are both knights. How could he possibly be bested by you?" Maislodar inquired mid-flight, curious about this discrepancy. In the eyes of dragons, human capabilities seemed rather uniform. Aside from extreme outliers like Alphado, dragons generally perceived no significant disparity in strength among humans. "We are both knights. Yet he indulges in leisure rather than training, thus lacking in various aspects compared to me. Some advantages cannot be derived from mere equipment. While the dragon-tooth sword is indeed formidable, one must strike the correct areas to wield its true potential." Kira spoke these words with a hint of pride. For who among us does not relish the acknowledgement of their superiority, particularly when validated by a dragon? Seeing that Maislodar was intrigued by such matters, Kira took the opportunity to enlighten him. Humans possess two distinct classes, mages and knights, of which you are undoubtedly aware. However, there are also hierarchies within these classes. As for knights, they can be categorized based on their origins into rural knights, family knights, city-state knights, and royal knights. There is no disparity in strength among these four. They merely signify different statuses. Flock was a family knight, yet I, a rural knight, have slain him. How, then, does one delineate strength? Maislodar, upon hearing this, promptly asked for clarification. Kira cleared her throat and continued. In terms of strength classification, knights are ranked from lowest to highest as crimson, brown, red, rainbow, and ether, of which I am currently a crimson knight, the lowest rank. Maislodar glanced back at Kira, seemingly dissatisfied. Ahem, I am but an ordinary rural knight. From where am I to acquire the resources necessary for advancement? Kira hastily explained, clearing her throat. And what of the mages? Enlighten me about them. Maislodar pondered, realizing that Kira appeared to be in such dire straits that she might need to sell dragon scales and blood to afford a professional team. And thus he chose not to pursue the matter further. After all, Kira was now his dragon knight, and Maislodar had come to appreciate his own worth. Henceforth, all expenses would be covered by Maislodar. Chiloa continued to enlighten Maislodar. The role of a mage is akin to that of a knight, yet it notably lacks a rural mage. Maislodar inquired, "Why is that?" Chiloa responded, "It is inconceivable for a rural area to nurture a mage. They simply cannot be cultivated." With a shrug, Chiloa elaborated, "In terms of strength, mages are classified into 5 distinct ranks: azure, indigo, cobalt, prismatic, and ether. The architect mage we have summoned falls under the indigo rank. It seems to imply a superiority over you." Maislodar slowly replied, "Does that really make you feel superior?" Chiloa retorted, "Are you attempting to compare statuses? Given that your kind has established such hierarchical classifications, isn't it inherently meant for comparison?" Maislodar's unconventional reasoning left Chiloa momentarily speechless, causing her to mumble indistinctly before falling silent. "Wait, is this not the site where my father intends to establish a city-state?" Maislodar suddenly halted mid-flight, gazing at the nascent form of a small human settlement that had begun to take shape before him, perplexed. Unlike the previous idyllic landscape, the clearing in the woods now boasted several well-structured edifices. The only unfortunate aspect was that most of these buildings were unoccupied, with the only visible inhabitants being the villagers from Chiloa's settlement. So swift in construction? I did not allocate such a substantial amount of funds, Chiloa mused, bewildered. The speed at which the architect mage constructed was directly proportional to the funding provided, as higher-tier spells necessitated greater magical energy and materials. As Maislodar gently descended with Chilaw, they chanced upon the architect mage bidding farewell to Hollyflosse. Thank you, Mr. Hollyflosse. Should you require my services in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. By the way, here is my identification, the architect mage said, beaming, as he extended a card-like object to Hollyflosse. Squinting to decipher the text upon the card, Hollyflosse discerned Construction Guild of the Sanctuary, Alpha Branch, Val? Indeed, that is I? The architect mage chuckled. If you need any further construction or related services, please do not hesitate to contact me. At that moment, Chilaw approached Val from behind, tapping him on the shoulder. Hey, Val, how did you manage to build so quickly? I distinctly recall requesting the most basic service. Mr. Hollyflosse provided additional funds, Val replied with a smile, reflecting that accepting Chilaw's initial low bid was perhaps the wisest decision of his life. Moreover, I owe you my gratitude, Mr. Chilaw, Val exclaimed, extending his hand to grasp Chilaw's with fervor. Without your commission, I would never have had the opportunity to work with the materials related to the dragonkin. Did you not once express that had it not been for your family's dire financial situation, you would never have tolerated my extremely low offer? Chilaw questioned, gazing at Val with evident confusion. Ahem, times have changed. Val promptly cleared his throat and continued. Thus, should you have any demands in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. After exchanging these courteous remarks, Val waved his wand and departed with a wooden cart that had seemingly assembled itself at some point. Unlike his arrival with empty hands, he now left burdened with numerous wooden boxes and barrels brimming with goods, likely the fruits of the value-added services provided by Hollyflosse. Father, where did you acquire such wealth? Maislodar inquired curiously, casting a glance at his father. Why, I can simply shed a few dragon scales, and that would suffice as currency. Even my saliva holds value. Hollyflosse replied nonchalantly, flicking his tail. It was only then that Maislodar, struck by realization, exclaimed, "Oh right, saliva is indeed valuable. Damn it, I had them bleed me earlier." Hollyflosse then broached the matter at hand. So, what of the so-called professional team? They have already been summoned, and should arrive shortly. They are en route as we speak. Kira began to respond, but was interrupted by the appearance of several dark figures in the sky. These figures swiftly enlarged, revealing the knights of the Harrow family, mounted upon magnificent giant eagles. Not all knights could boast the prowess to ride griffins like Alfredo. Strange. When did a small city-state emerge here? And what a colossal dragon. One of the Harrow knights mused aloud upon landing, then turned to Kira. Hey, Kira, is this the place? Indeed, Mr. Lav. Kira nodded in affirmation. Lav was the team leader responsible for guarding this area, while Kira participated in the nightly tournament. Lav's team comprised 3 members, including himself, 2 brown riders, and 1 indigo mage, sufficient to handle any conventional threats. As for the unconventional ones, encountering them would merely denote a stroke of ill fortune, and one could hardly blame anyone for it. At that moment, Lav surveyed the surroundings and noticed, aside from the ordinary folk in the fields and streets, a peculiar man residing in a small tent in the distance. Upon closer inspection, Lav gasped. And there is none other than the stone sword, Alfredo. Lav waved from afar and called out, Mr. Alfredo, I didn't expect to see you here. Alfredo, however, responded with indifference, merely glancing at Lav and nodding. As an ether knight, he represented the pinnacle of human capability known to date. Thus, Lav found no fault in Alfredo's aloofness. After all, such masters often exhibited such demeanor. While I take my leave, I entrust you with the responsibility, Kira said to Lav. Given that Lav and his team had arrived with such promptness, it was only prudent for Kira to set forth for the tournament without delay. Certainly, fret not, Lav assured with a nod, eager to accept Kira's request. For beyond monetary considerations, it was paramount for a figure of authority within their family to desire Kira's success. Why is Lav indifferent to such competitions? The participation of family knights is designated internally, as competing represents the family's honor. If a novice were to be eliminated, it would not only tarnish their own reputation, but that of the entire family. Alfredo, on the other hand, shows even less interest in such events. He has never been a competitor, but rather a judge. After gathering the necessary items for the competition, Hollyflosse promptly secured Kira on his back and, with a swift beat of his dragon wings, soared into the sky, closely followed by Maislodar. Lastly, with a stern expression, Alfredo, bearing his stone sword, trailed behind on his griffin. Lav watched Alfredo's departing silhouette, scratching his head in confusion, and remarked, Wait, is Alfredo judging this competition? A fellow family knight beside Lav sighed regretfully, saying, Unfortunately, we cannot attend. In the sky, Kira was asked by Hollyflosse, what are the rules of this competition? After all, He had promised Kira to participate and needed to understand the details to avoid any blunders. Of course, Hollyflosse had his own motives. If the competition were indeed as captivating as Kira suggested, it would serve as excellent publicity for the dragon clan in the human world. Hollyflosse was amenable to the existence of dragon riders and dragons within this narrative, as, in such tales, they are always depicted as noble and just. I signed up for unrestricted combat, meaning we use our own gear and mounts against similar opponents, Kira explained. At this moment, Maislodar suddenly recalled something and turned to Hollyflosse, saying, "Oh, by the way, Dad, I should tell you that Kira is the lowest-ranked knight." Kira fell silent upon hearing this. Why is Maislodar's every comment so hard to accept? Although true, it somehow feels oddly inappropriate. Have there been any dragon riders? Hollyflosse disregarded his son's remark and continued questioning Kira. Furrowing her brow in thought, Kira replied uncertainly, "It seems there were some long ago, but none in the past century. Although this competition is held annually, its history is profound. If one were to trace back, it could even reach the period when the human world stabilized, when such events already existed. In those days, the Knight's Cup was far more brutal, designed to select high-ranking warriors and commanders for external conflicts. Now, however, it has merely transformed into an internal sporting event for knights, relentlessly pursuing higher, faster, and stronger achievements as its core principle. Of course, there is also a mage version, but it typically culminates in a catastrophic magical explosion that obliterates the arena. Chapter 12, Dragon Rider? Human-like living toys. Are we to journey to the royal city of your realm? Maislodar inquired, gliding alongside Kira as he sought clarification regarding the upcoming nightly tournament. Indeed, this time the venue has rotated to that very location, Kira affirmed with a nod. Maislodar reminisced about his previous attempts to approach the human royal city and remarked, "I have only gazed upon those so-called royal cities from a distance. Any closer, and I would be swiftly driven away. The crux of the matter is that I am unable to contend with them." Well, if you could indeed contend with them, you would have simply descended, wouldn't you? Kira's lips twitched slightly. Most humans, in truth, do not regard the dragon kin as allies, hence the necessity of their expulsion. Maislodar nodded, conceding, "That is only natural. The dragon race has a reputation that you have tarnished." At that moment, Hollyflosse, suddenly realizing, pondered whether the animosity from human authors towards dragons was indeed unfounded. Perhaps the truth lay in the misdeeds of the younger dragons dwelling in the world below, leading humans to craft their narratives based on such behavior. Subsequently, these tales were absorbed by the juvenile dragons, thereby creating an inescapable vicious cycle. Not at all. I merely kidnapped Lilia. Maislodar initially spoke with bravado, but his tone weakened as he continued, clearly aware of his past indiscretions. Hollyflosse observed his son silently, choosing not to pursue the matter further, but fixed Maislodar with a penetrating gaze. Maislodar raised his head and added, "And I also emptied the treasury of a kingdom." Hollyflosse continued his scrutiny of his son. "Additionally, I amused myself by teasing solitary humans during my leisure." Maislodar's voice dwindled, for while he may not care for the dragon race's reputation, he was acutely aware of his father's concern regarding it. "You have become invincible, my child." Hollyflosse now comprehended who the instigator of such mischief was. Yet, what could he do? "It seems you have committed numerous misdeeds," Kira interjected, bemused. Perhaps in Maislodar's eyes, these were merely entertaining diversions, yet to humans, they undeniably constituted the actions of a true dragon of malice. As their conversation drew to a close, Kira suddenly noticed another dragon rider emerging on the horizon. Just as he found himself perplexed, Maislodar reacted with remarkable swiftness, flapping his dragon wings and darting forward while calling out to the approaching dragon, "Yesfredar, I never expected to encounter you here." The dragon that appeared was indeed Yesfredar, and atop its back sat the leader of the hunting guild. Although both were dragon riders, the expression on the guild leader's face was one of perplexity and indecision, far less relaxed than Kira's demeanor. "Maislodar, are you also frolicking in the world below? Have you ever encountered those truly wicked humans?" Yesfredar gazed at Maislodar with palpable excitement. Both Yesfredar and Maislodar were deemed youthful within the dragon lineage, their spirits considerably more vibrant than those of their adult counterparts. What constitutes a truly wicked human? Maislodar tilted his head in confusion, pondering the notion. "I find humans rather intriguing." Although Maislodar frolicked daily in the realm of humanity, he had never fallen prey to the hunting parties, perhaps attributable to his innate abilities. Maislodar possessed the gift of controlling lightning, granting him a swiftness comparable to the very element he commanded, thereby bestowing him with remarkable mobility. Yesfredar lifted his gaze slightly, uncertainly responding. "Are you referring to those royal humans? After all, I was too preoccupied admiring my mother-esque grandeur to pay much attention to the rest. Wait a moment. Could it be that the destruction of a human city-state was orchestrated by you? The possibility struck Maislodar, prompting an exclamation. This cry was overheard by Alphido, who was trailing behind. Upon closer inspection, Alphido recognized a familiar figure among the unfamiliar dragon riders, a leader of a hunting party from his homeland, named Cairo. In an instant, Alphido's imagination conjured a complete, yet entirely erroneous narrative, Cairo conspiring with the malevolent dragon to annihilate the royal city. Alternatively, perhaps Cairo was coerced by the wicked dragon into collaborating to bring about the city's ruin. Regardless, Cairo might be innocent, yet the dragon he rode was undoubtedly evil. Evil dragon, prepare to meet your end. Alphido urged his griffin forward, drawing his sword and launching an assault against Maislodar. Maislodar was momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend the sudden frenzy of Alphido's attack on Maislodar. Mr. Alphido, please no? Cairo cried out, his expression a blend of sorrow and despair as he witnessed Alphido's charge. Cairo acknowledged Alphido's prowess, but after witnessing the true destructive power of dragons, he had succumbed to a belief that humans could never triumph over them, a manifestation of PTSD, leading him to perceive dragons as invincible, a sentiment that, to an extent, held some truth. Maislodar clapped his wings, narrowly evading Alphido's strike. As Alphido's sword missed its mark, Maislodar deftly ensnared his wrist with his tail, attempting to disarm him. Humph! Alphido scoffed, grasping Maislodor's tail with his left hand, inadvertently entangling the dragon instead. Subsequently, Alphido leveraged the dragon's tail, which he grasped with his left hand. As a fulcrum, executing a magnificent 180-degree aerial turn atop the griffin, thereby shifting his position from below to above Maislodar. What? Maislodar was momentarily taken aback, for he had never anticipated such a reaction from the human riding the griffin. Typically, when humans are seized by dragons, they respond with sheer panic. How could one possibly harness strength against strength? Dreaded dragon, prepare to perish. Alphido, now inverted on the griffin, loosened his legs and fell from the sky, landing precisely upon Maislodor's back, raising his sword to strike at the dragon's head, in a bid to prevent a repeat of the previous encounter with Hollyflosse, during which his defenses had faltered. Alphido's stone sword had shed its outer layer, revealing the glimmering metallic blade beneath. Alphido, no. At the critical moment, Cairo, who was also on Maislodor's back, swiftly grasped Alphido's wrist, thus averting a potential catastrophe. Cairo's grip was so firm that his entire arm trembled. Gazing into Alphido's eyes, Cairo spoke with a quivering tone, "You mustn't, Alphido. You will perish." Confused, Alphido looked at Cairo, who seemed to be in a state of distress, and asked, "Cairo, why are you?" Although Alphido and Cairo had little interaction, Alphido was aware of Cairo's reputation. As the leader of a professional hunting team, Cairo possessed considerable strength, being a rainbow rider, a rank indicative of top-tier combat prowess. Furthermore, the hunting team frequently engaged with beings beyond humanity, dragons, elves, dwarves, goblins, and many other strange and formidable creatures. It could be said that Cairo was among the most knowledgeable and daring of humans. What sort of entity could induce panic in someone of Cairo's caliber? Cairo swallowed hard and spoke. "Do not, Alphido. You cannot fathom the immense destructive power of adult dragons. Moreover, it is the king who has brought this upon himself." Upon hearing this, Alphido glanced at Hollyflosse nearby and then at the sword in his hand, now stripped of its stone layer. With a sigh, he allowed the stone surface to spread once more from the hilt of the sword, enveloping the blade entirely. Maislodar turned his head to acknowledge Cairo, who had intervened to stop Alphido, and remarked, "Well done." In dragon tongue, Cairo could only manage a dry chuckle in response. These simple phrases were within his understanding of the dragon language. "What has the king done to warrant such a statement from you?" Alphido inquired, glancing at Cairo. The primary source of Alphido's fury stems from his belief that the dragon clan indiscriminately annihilated his homeland. However, if it were indeed His Majesty, as the sovereign, who brought this upon himself, then Alphido would find himself at a loss for words. Subsequently, Cairo succinctly recounted the events of that day to Alphido. Remarkably, the individual most taken aback was not Alphido, but rather Hollyflosse. With a swift flick of his tail, Hollyflosse struck Maislodar atop his head, exclaiming, "Look at the mischief you've caused." The entire debacle was instigated by Maislodar's impulsive decision to abduct Lilia. This act of abduction prompted Lilia's father, the king, to instruct his mages to devise a spell targeting the dragon clan. Consequently, the spell led to Maislodar being used as a target, resulting in chaos that could have been entirely averted. Maislodar, cradling his throbbing head, muttered a feeble rebuttal, his voice dwindling into an inaudible mumble. It was evident that Maislodar recognized his wrongdoing. Alphado, on the other hand, was so incensed that he could only laugh in disbelief. He promptly mounted his griffin and took flight, leaving the scene behind. Now it appeared that the entire incident was but a colossal misunderstanding, yet the events had transpired nonetheless. Alphado realized he must find a place to recalibrate his mindset. At this juncture, Maislodar also noted the presence of Kiro and inquired of Maislodar, "So, what are you planning to do?" In dragon tongue. "Oh, I'm accompanying my dragon knight to participate in that nightly tournament." Upon mentioning something else, Maislodar instantly regained his composure, displaying a newfound enthusiasm for role-playing as a dragon knight alongside dragons. This was indeed a positive shift, far preferable to his previous fixation on kidnapping the princess. "Such a tournament exists? Can my human participate as well?" Maislodar, being a pure-hearted child, could not resist the allure of such amusement. However, unlike Maislodar, who regarded Kiro as a companion akin to a dragon knight, Maislodar merely viewed Kiro as a living toy. "Is he a knight too?" Maislodar inquired of Kiro. Kiro promptly responded, I am a rainbow knight." Maislodar's eyes glimmered with intrigue as he continued, "That sounds far superior to Kiro's crimson knight, doesn't it? Are you a city knight?" "Indeed," Kiro replied, perplexed by Maislodar's evident understanding of the hierarchy among human knights. Yet he answered honestly. Without missing a beat, Maislodar boldly proposed, "Maislodar, how about I trade my dragon knight for yours?" Wait. What do you mean by that?" Chilawa protested loudly from behind. "What does it mean? Is Chilawa merely a toy for you? Are you exchanging it with your dragon companions? Dream on." Though Maislodar was unaware of the hierarchy among human knights, he could discern from Maislodar's words that Chilawa was significantly superior to Maislodar's dragon. Naturally, Maislodar would not allow Maislodar to succeed. Furthermore, based on this realization, Maislodar found himself, albeit faintly, feeling a sense of satisfaction regarding the dragon on his back, Kiro, even perceiving Kiro as somewhat more agreeable than a moment ago. "Well, my dragon knight is undoubtedly more entertaining and will take me on grand adventures." Observing Maislodor's refusal to exchange, Maislodar lifted his head and began extolling the virtues of Chilawa. Unable to contain himself, Chilawa shouted at Maislodar, "So now that the exchange has failed, you start noticing my merits, do you?" Maislodar glanced at Chilawa and then at the visibly tense Kiro, contemplating for a couple of seconds. Indeed, Chilawa appeared to be more lively and engaging. And if Maislodar was correct, having a human companion to explore the human world seemed rather intriguing. Viewed from this perspective, perhaps an exchange with Maislodar was warranted. Chapter 13, Where's the referee? Help us out. "Look ahead," Chilawa said, perched upon Hollyflosse's back, pointing toward the majestic human city-state emerging on the horizon. "It appears to shimmer." Maislodar cast a glance at the city-state and remarked, "That is a royal city of humans. You could crudely consider it the pinnacle of human settlements. Thus, the materials and craftsmanship employed in its construction are of the highest caliber and most exquisite nature. Even other species, unacquainted with human aesthetics, would be awestruck by the grandeur of such architecture. However, to Maislodar, it was merely a shimmering sight. Shall we simply fly in? Maislodar inquired of Maislodar, recalling the unpleasant memories of being captured by the hunting group for neglecting his flying altitude while entering a human city-state. Upon hearing his companion's question, Maislodar instantly transformed into the knowledgeable one, eager to enlighten Maislodar. Certainly, with a dragon knight present, we can freely enter and exit human city-states. Although Maislodar had only learned this piece of information a day earlier, it did not hinder his role as the informed one. For at this moment, Maislodar genuinely understood, while Maislodar remained in the dark. Meanwhile, Chilawa paid little attention to the conversation between the two young dragons and continued to address Hollyflosse, stating, "This is the highest city of my homeland, the Kingdom of Luz, known as Luz Royal City." A guard in the royal city squinted, gazing up at the sky, uncertainly inquiring of his companion, "Are there 3 dragons flying up there? Are you seeing things?" "Indeed, there are 3 dragons." His companion chuckled, initially intending to dismiss the notion as a fanciful daydream, questioning where such creatures could appear in broad daylight, let alone 3 at once. However, upon looking up, he was indeed astonished to behold 3 dragons. "What are you dawdling for? Alert the mages and the eagle riders." As the guard snapped back to reality from his shock, he shouted at his comrade. Oh, the guard suddenly realized he ought to notify the rest of his colleagues stationed at the royal city and hurriedly grabbed a magical rune lying nearby. Yet, before he could activate the rune, the sky resonated with the cries of eagles. followed by dozens of knights clad in white light armor riding giant eagles soaring over the skies of Loss, heading towards the 3 dragons in the distance. "Look, they have come to welcome us," remarked Maislodar, spotting the approaching knights on giant eagles and turning to Yasflorod. Yasflorod, having endured previous encounters, was aware that this was no welcoming ceremony, and he retorted with a hint of exasperation, "Maislodar, they are here to attack us." "Oh, it's all up to me now," chirped Kira, rising from Hollyflosse's back and waving the banner that represented her knightly status. This was the most effective way to establish her identity, preventing the city guards from reacting impulsively and launching an attack that would lead to chaos for all involved. "Is that a knight's banner?" questioned Eagle Knight 1, eyeing the vibrant flag being waved from atop the dragon. Eagle Knight 2, also noticing Kira's banner, expressed greater astonishment. In this day and age, there truly exists a dragon rider? Eagle Knight 3 simply sighed. Gosh, the stories have come to life, before sheathing his weapon. Although they sheathed their weapons, the Eagle Knights still needed to guide the dragon rider to a suitable landing spot, as per standard procedure, since some riders might have griffins, giant eagles, or other flying mounts, necessitating a guide to ensure a safe descent. However, guiding a dragon rider to land was an unprecedented experience in their careers. As they drew closer, the Eagle Knights could finally discern Kira and Cairo seated upon the dragon's back. Yet, a question arose. One Eagle Knight looked toward the empty space on Maislodar's back and asked, "Oh, so there are indeed 2 dragon riders, but why are there 3 dragons?" Maislodar promptly answered, "I'm just here to enjoy the spectacle." Huh. Now it was the Eagle Knights who were at a loss for words. Every year, a multitude of spectators flocked to witness the knight tournament, and occasionally, beings such as dwarves and elves, distinct from humans, graced the event with their presence. However, the attendance of a dragon to observe a human competition is truly unprecedented. Yet, is there anything amiss with this occurrence? It seems difficult to articulate. After all, no rule or law explicitly prohibits dragons from partaking in human festivities. After bypassing Maislodar, the leading Griffin Knight cast a glance at Kira and then at the reticent Kale, inquiring, "You are Kira? And who might this be?" Kira's personal banner clearly denoted her identity, akin to a knight's calling card, revealing who one is upon presentation. "Kale," he replied succinctly, lifting his gaze to meet the knight's. "Kale? Just Kale?" The Griffin Knight pressed further. "There must be countless individuals named Kale across the world. Pray, reveal your surname and title." Kale Rias, leader of the Windblade hunting group. Kale finally provided a complete introduction. "Oh, you are the leader of that hunting group. I've heard of you," the Griffin Knight exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, and attempted to engage Kale in camaraderie. However, unbeknownst to him, Kale had successfully tamed the legendary dragon as a mount. "It is not taming," Kale clarified. The leading Griffin Knight nodded at Kale and Kira, preparing to guide the 2 dragon riders onward. Yet, a slight issue arose regarding titles. As Maislodar did not have a dragon rider upon his back, and thus required an additional formality. If Maislodar was considered an individual entity, then Kira and Kale's dragons should also be acknowledged separately. Consequently, the Griffin Knight's address morphed into, the 2, 3, 5 of you, please follow me. The royal city. How unfortunate that the last opportunity one had to observe a human city closely was reduced to ash by my mother, mused Yasflorod, trailing behind Maislodar and engaging in idle chatter with his companions. What a pity. There are so many delightful things within human city-states. Wouldn't you agree, Kira? Maislodar lamented, turning to his father's back where Kira sat. Indeed, Kira could hardly express anything contrary. What could he say? That human city-states lack intrigue? No, he could merely nod in agreement. Here we are. After guiding the 3 dragons and 2 individuals to the correct landing site, the remaining Griffin Knights dispersed to their respective posts, leaving the leading knight engaged in conversation with Kira and Kale. Fortunately, the initial planning was expansive. His Majesty truly possesses foresight, the Griffin Knight murmured, casting a glance at the colossal Hollyflosse, reflecting on the wisdom of the king. Subsequently, the majestic Eagle Knight addressed Kira, saying, "Your Excellency Kira, should you require anything, do not hesitate to call upon me. The grand competition is to be held in 2 days. During this interval, please take the time to rest and prepare." He then turned to Cairo and added, "The same goes for you, Your Excellency Cairo." Before departing, the Eagle Knight cast a glance at the solitary Maislodar, who bore no human upon his back, then looked at his own eagle steed, and finally shook his head as he mounted and soared away. "I cannot participate. I have not registered and lack the qualifications," Cairo suddenly declared as he dismounted from Yasflor's back. He was aware that Yasflora understood human language, though he could not articulate it. What? You should have mentioned this sooner. I was counting on you to thoroughly thrash that Kira. Yes, Flora exclaimed in dragon tongue, visibly agitated, as he had hoped Cairo would defeat Kira and thus earn him prestige before Maislodar. Yet, in the end, Cairo's revelation of his disqualification dashed all expectations. Was that merely a figment of imagination? Apologies, Cairo replied, understanding only the initial part of Yes Flora's outburst. Come now, Yes Flora, even if I were to compete, Kira and I would not be in the same league. The Scarlet Riders and the Rainbow Riders compete separately. At that moment, Maislodar approached Yes Flora, taking on the role of the knowledgeable companion. He relished the idea of being the sage in front of his friends, provided he genuinely possessed a deeper understanding of how the human world functioned than other dragons. Moreover, mounts are eligible to compete. Currently, Kira's mount happens to be my father. Are you certain you wish to challenge him? Maislodar added with a smirk. Yes Flora fell silent, glancing at Hollyflosse, who, though an uncle by lineage, was at least 5,000 years his senior. The dragon found himself enveloped in a contemplative silence. Yes, Flora doubted he could even best Maislodar, let alone confront his father. It was a futile endeavor. Maislodar's innate ability was to wield thunder and lightning, rendering him both striking and formidable. In contrast, Yes Flora's talent lay in the growth of plants, somewhat useful, yet seemingly lacking in true potency. Yes Flora had lamented more than once about his rather paltry gift, harboring envy for Maislodar's prowess, though he kept these sentiments concealed. While the two dragons debated, Kira unfurled his personal banner and hoisted it atop the flagpole within the arena, signifying that this contestant camp was now occupied. Beyond the flagpole, the encampment featured an expansive courtyard adorned with lush grass, the very place where Kira and his companions resided. A stable had been constructed for mounts. Maislodar's diminutive dragon could easily enter, but a fully grown dragon like Hollyflosse would find it impossible to turn around within. There was also a quaint wooden and stone structure designated for the knights, furnished with an array of amenities. It appeared that the event organizers were quite generous in their provisions for the competitors. Meanwhile, in the adjacent contestants' camp, a question arose. Was that a dragon? Had some divine being truly become a dragon knight? How would one even engage in battle against a dragon? How could the Scarlet Knights possibly contend with such a beast? Never mind, perhaps securing second place would suffice. Oh, how astonishing it is that knights in this village now ride dragons as mounts. Reactions among the other knights varied. Some were filled with wonder, while others felt a sense of dismay. The astonished were predominantly those who did not belong to the Scarlet Knights, and alongside their amazement, there lingered a hint of relief. Thankfully, this formidable opponent was not from their own bracket, otherwise they would be doomed. The disappointed, on the other hand, were the remaining Scarlet Knights, for the Scarlet Knights were traditionally seen as the beginning of the knightly path, arguably the weakest tier. Now, within the weakest bracket, a competitor had arrived mounted on a dragon. Where were the event organizers? The judges? Someone, please intervene. After organizing her equipment, Kira plopped down onto a chair, gazing up at her personal banner fluttering in the wind atop the flagpole. With an oddly mixed tone of excitement and emptiness, she remarked, "Why do I feel so exhilarated yet hollow inside?" Kale, seated on the ground nearby, kept his gaze lowered as he meticulously polished his longsword. Suddenly, he spoke. "It's because you already know the outcome of what you've been anticipating. Is it merely that?" Kira straightened her posture, looking intently at Kale. He continued to clean his sword, replying, "Of course. You've been waiting for this event for a year, and now, you know you are destined to win." Such emptiness is inevitable. Just as Kira was about to respond, a voice interrupted from nearby. "Kira, will you take me to your human capital? I've never been to your realm before. How does it differ from the city-states?" Maislodar playfully tugged at Kira by her collar, lifting her from the chair. "Mr. Kale, shall we continue our conversation later?" Kira, unable to refuse Maislodar's request, offered an apologetic smile to Kale. At this moment, Kale lifted his gaze to Kira, but his attention was mostly drawn to Maislodar beside her. He replied softly, "Very well." Kale then rose and approached Hollyflosse, who was admiring the scenery of the human city-state while quietly noting down plans for his own future city. Kale looked up at Hollyflosse and inquired, "Mr. Hollyflosse, do you have another question?" Upon seeing the expression on Kale's face, Hollyflosse sensed that something weighed on his mind. Human facial expressions often reveal their innermost thoughts. "If I may ask, your dragon kin possess such terrifying power. Why do you still confine yourselves?" Kale questioned Hollyflosse. This question had lingered in Cairo's mind ever since he witnessed Yesfroda's mother obliterate a royal city with the force of a dragon. He could not comprehend the existence of such formidable power, nor why an individual so immensely potent would choose to operate with such discretion. There is no need for it. Hollyflosse said, turning his gaze back to appreciate the scenery of the royal city. Is that all? Cairo found this answer hard to believe. Hollyflosse retorted, what else could it be? Is there some forbidden existence that prevents us from wielding our power freely? Cairo found this notion somewhat more palatable. Yet he recognized it as nonsense. It seemed a more plausible explanation. Chapter 14. If only I were a mother dragon. Yesfroda trailed behind Maislodar, for it appeared that Kira was far more intriguing than Cairo. Thus, Yesfroda seized the opportunity to accompany Maislodar and explore the fascinating aspects of the human world. Although he had previously observed humanity up close, being captured by the hunting group could hardly be deemed a leisurely experience. It was more akin to a public display. Observing from a closer vantage point, the city-state seemed to shimmer even more brightly. Strolling down the street, Maislodar surveyed his surroundings and ultimately rendered a sparkling assessment. He was unaware of human architectural aesthetics. He only recognized that the materials used in construction were remarkably clean, so much so that they reflected sunlight. Kira wished to correct Maislodar's terminology but realized that she, too, was a novice in architectural aesthetics, and after much contemplation, could only muster the phrase, "It is magnificent." While Maislodar found the human city-state refreshing, the residents of Royal City were equally fascinated by the dragons. However, being prominent individuals residing within the Royal City, they maintained a certain restraint, merely glancing as they passed by before moving on. Yet, the number of passers-by was rather excessive. The Royal City is indeed different. There are so many people. Kira observed the throngs around her, innocently attributing it to the city's large population, and thus remarked, "So what is there to enjoy?" Maislodar gently prodded Kira's shoulder with his tail, inquiring. Kira shrugged, "There are only the usual entertainments within the city-state. However, I just remembered there is something unique to the Royal City that others lack. The finest theater. I can take you to see it." "That sounds wonderful. I have long heard of your human dramas, yet I have never known where to find them," Maislodar exclaimed, his excitement palpable. For he had an ardent appreciation for the artistic aspects of the human world. Throughout this exchange, Yesfroda remained silent, as he was merely accompanying Maislodar as a dragon rider, content to follow the lead of his host. However, Yesfroda found himself increasingly envious of Maislodar, realizing that he should have proposed an exchange earlier. A moment later, the gentleman interjected, "I must inform you that we do not permit mounts within the premises." The staff at the Rose Theater cast a troubled glance at the striking Kiro, then at the two dragons behind him, and spoke up. "Oh, is that so?" Kiro scratched his head, then glanced apologetically at Maislodar, saying, "It seems watching the play is out of the question." At that moment, Maislodar suddenly spoke up, "Surely sufficient funds could resolve this issue? Isn't that how your human world operates? Where would I possibly acquire such wealth?" "Oh, forgive me, I forgot," Kiro began, intending to express that a humble knight from a village could hardly afford a private box in a royal theater. But then he realized he could exchange parts of Maislodar's body for money. Although Kiro felt somewhat uneasy about this, the principal party, Maislodar, had no objections. Thus, it would be overly sentimental for Kiro, acting as the intermediary, to insist otherwise. "Hey, Maislodar, are you out of your mind?" In dragon language, Yesfroda looked at Maislodar as if he were a ghost, and exclaimed, "You propose that humans exchange your scales for those worthless golden pebbles? How are they worthless? If you wish to enjoy yourself in the human realm, you must utilize those golden pebbles." Maislodar turned to Yesfroda to explain. "Well, that does seem somewhat reasonable." In dragon language, Yesfroda now comprehended. If those seemingly useless golden pebbles could grant him enjoyment in the human world, then sacrificing a few scales might indeed be a worthwhile trade. "Sir, I must remind you that the minimum price for a box that meets your requirements is 3 million rose gold coins," the theater staff, perceiving Kiro as a person of means, added as an afterthought. Why don't you just go?" Kiro was taken aback by the staggering price. 3 million rose gold coins. What does that signify? It signifies that one could purchase 300 sets of high-quality heavy armor, complete with engraved magical runes, inner linings, and lifetime warranty services. This could easily equip a heavy-armored death squad, enabling one to establish a small faction. Yet, for just a private box? How extravagant. Maislodar, unfamiliar with the pricing and currency of the human realm, was puzzled but knew to inquire further. Kiro turned to Maislodar and whispered quickly, "A lot, indeed. To put it in perspective, remember when we cleared out that bandit hideout? There was a chest filled with rose silver coins, wasn't he there?" "Indeed." Maislodar recalled that chest of silver coins, which had severely tarnished his once beautiful perception of treasure chests. That single chest could sustain a typical family for a lifetime without worry. Yet converted into rose gold coins, it amounts to merely 10. Kiro continued. "However,
Should we not be able to manage it? Maislodar struggled to comprehend just how terrifying the figure of 3 million truly was. Could you possibly release 300 liters of blood? Kira articulated this 3 million in terms that Maislodar could grasp. Now it was Maislodar's turn to exclaim in shock. 300 liters. Do you think I am an inexhaustible spring? 10,000 loose coins equate to 1 liter of dragon blood, which also buys a full set heavy armor. Dragons are indeed immensely valuable. No worries, my father can manage it. But soon, Maislodar devised a solution. While he, as a young dragon, could not release such a quantity of blood, his father, being a mighty dragon, found 300 liters to be a mere drizzle. Upon hearing this, Kira looked at Maislodar as if he were a ghost. Listen to this. Is this something a normal father-son relationship could utter? This is beyond humanity. Oh, indeed. It is not human. Shortly thereafter, when Hollyflosse heard his eldest son's request, he too emitted a similar cry of astonishment. 300 liters. Do you think I am an inexhaustible spring? Huh. Father, can you not manage it either? Maislodar blinked in disbelief, asking incredulously. Hollyflosse retorted sharply. If you wish for me to die right now, you could phrase it more directly. What is it? Cairo, a somewhat specialized individual in this regard, approached to inquire about the situation, asking if there was an urgent need for money. Well, not exactly, Mr. Cairo. I wish to take these 2 young dragons to see a play, but the private room that meets the requirements costs 3 million loose coins. 3 million loose coins. Why not just rob a bank? Unsurprisingly, Cairo also exclaimed at such a price. However, in the next moment, Cairo realized something was amiss. Stroking his chin with skepticism, were you perhaps led to the slaughter like a pig? The price of 3 million is simply too abstract. What could one not do with 3 million? Rent a private room, perhaps? Kira was taken aback. He had indeed not considered this possibility. He simply thought the prices in the big city were astonishing. Sounds terrifying. Have you not lived in the royal city? Cairo glanced at the stunned Kira and continued his inquiry. Kira shook his head. He had not lived in the royal city. He would need to rely on his own legs to reach the nearest city-state. I come from a rural background. I am a knight from a village, Mr. Cairo. No wonder, then, 3 million is indeed an outrageous price. Unless it is a premium establishment, a typical theater could not possibly quote such a figure. Cairo, after all, was capable of operating a hunting team in another royal city. Although he would not claim absolute knowledge of the big city life, he certainly knew more than Kira. I believe I inquired at a theater of that caliber, such as the Luz Theater. Kira recalled and stated. Then it's all right. Do your best. Cairo is now free of worries, having ventured into the most extravagant of places. It is no surprise. Such locales are deliberately constructed by King Luz to entice the affluent to squander their wealth, facilitating the flow of riches. After all, these wealthy individuals possess numerous methods to evade taxation. However, by erecting a premier theater and charging exorbitantly high prices, these affluent patrons willingly flock to part with their fortunes. One must acknowledge that King Luz is no fool. Nevertheless, if one were to force a connection, Cairo cast a glance at Maislodar, who eagerly wagged his tail at the mere mention of the illustrious theater and slowly offered his suggestion. With your dragon teeth, the scales on your back, the horns upon your head, and a touch of dragon blood, that should suffice. Cairo, true to his expertise, presented the most precise fundraising strategy. The entirety of a dragon is valuable. How could it be that only dragon blood serves as a currency? Cairo even proposed an alternative. If you could lay an egg on the spot, just one would suffice. How I wish I were a female dragon. Maislodar lamented with a dramatic sigh. What nonsense are you spouting? Hollyflosse could not tolerate such remarks and swiftly struck Maislodar with his tail. I never anticipated you would actually agree, mused Maislodar, observing the now hornless Maislodar with exasperation. No matter, they will regrow soon enough, Maislodar replied nonchalantly, confident that within a week, his lost features would be restored. Yet, Maislodor's spirits soared, feeling increasingly satisfied with Cairo, for this ingenious fundraising plan was indeed devised by Cairo, his dragon knight. Thus, Maislodar triumphed while Maislodar faced defeat. Under the guidance of the theater's staff, the 2 dragons and 1 human soon found themselves seated in a private box. Maislodar, stepping on the floor adorned with the pelts of unknown creatures, pressed his claws into the soft surface and exclaimed, "How splendid! The ground here is so cushy." Oh, the scent of wealth. Kiro inhaled deeply, as if attempting to capture the very essence of the air within the chamber. The 3 million spent was indeed evident. The opulence of the room left Kiro in awe. A dedicated mage attended to the temperature and soundproofing, though such tasks were beneath their usual duties. The remuneration they received was simply too generous. Positioned on the second floor directly in front of the stage, The box offered the finest vantage point to appreciate the performers. The two young dragons, unfamiliar with human theater, eagerly settled at the window to enjoy the front-row experience, inadvertently obstructing Kiro's view entirely. What more could Chilloa possibly say? He could only recline on the sofa behind him, striving to savor the opulent lifestyle of the elite. After all, his sole intention was to allow these two little dragons a glimpse of the fascinating aspects of the human world. Everything else was merely profit for him. What is this? A fruit? Something completely unfamiliar. Taking a bite, Chilloa picked up an exotic fruit from the platter on the coffee table, scrutinizing it for a couple of seconds before sinking his teeth into it. Then, he fell silent, his entire being rendered motionless. Even his mouth ceased to move. I sensed that for the remainder of my life, all food would taste like mere cardboard. After a brief pause, Chilloa even found himself regretting his choice of this unknown fruit. Nevertheless, he turned and raised the half-eaten fruit toward the mage beside him, inquiring, "Excuse me, what is this fruit?" As for the potential embarrassment of not recognizing such high-end items in such a prestigious setting, Chilloa had no fear of shame. He was a knight of the village, and he took pride in it. What if he lacked experience? Were you imbued with knowledge upon your birth? To the guest, the mage replied, "That is a greylap, transported from the realm of the elves." Casting a glance at the fruit in Chilloa's hand, he continued, "Greylap?" Chilloa awkwardly echoed the intricate elven term. Translated, it means beautiful fruit. The mage nodded, elaborating further. Chilloa glanced at the fruit once more and took another bite, mumbling indistinctly, "Indeed. It is quite beautiful." As he consumed this fruit, Chilloa felt not just a sensory delight, but an overwhelming sense of beauty enveloping him. The fruit seemed to possess a peculiar ability to touch the very souls of humans, triggering a vivid cascade of his cherished memories. This explained why he had stood frozen for 2 seconds upon his first bite. He was lost in a reverie. Chapter 15. The flowered palanquin. On the day of the event, Chilloa donned his polished armor, gleaming from his own efforts. With a cloak draped over his shoulders, signifying his status as a competitor, as he mounted Hollyflosse. Eagerly rubbing his hands together, he exclaimed, all right, I am ready." Hollyflosse, tasked as Chilloa's steed for the contest, had also been outfitted overnight by the event organizers with a makeshift harness and simple dragon armor to denote his identity. Although referred to as dragon armor, in truth, no craftsman had ever genuinely created such a thing, so they merely fashioned something that resembled what was depicted in those tales. Hollyflosse soared into the sky with Chilloa, following the guidance of the eagle riders to the designated arena for the competition. It was clear that knightly tournaments could not take place within the royal city. Even a moderately strong knight, even when holding back, could shatter a building with a single punch. Thus, a specialized outdoor venue was essential for the event. Sunflower seeds, beverages, pure water. "Hey, dear spectator, please gather your feet. Thank you." As I entered the event venue, a cacophony of sounds filled my ears, with the most prominent being the distinctive shouts of vendors. Rising above the din of the bustling atmosphere, the entire arena is nestled within a natural valley, where the surrounding mountains have been ingeniously transformed into spectator seating and functional spaces, while the central depression of the valley has been meticulously crafted into a vast competition ground. Contestants converge in a grand canyon situated among the mountains, which also houses the medical and supply stations. Alas, what a misfortune! How could he have overslept? The other contestants from the Crimson Riders, upon catching sight of the ethereal figure of Cairo in the sky, began to mutter curses under their breath. Initially, they were all novices, playfully pecking at each other and vying for the top spot in a spirit of camaraderie. However, with Cairo arriving on the back of a dragon, that harmonious scene was abruptly shattered. Although the presence of the Dragon Knight had been known for the past couple of days, all the Crimson Riders held on to a sliver of hope. Perhaps Cairo had indeed overslept or was indisposed due to an upset stomach. The exhilarating sensation of being the center of attention was intoxicating. Perched atop Hollyflosse, Cairo reveled in the gaze of the gathered crowd. There was no greater pleasure than this. Hollyflosse tilted his head slightly and remarked to Cairo, "Ah, the trivial vanity of humanity. Indulging in it is hardly a vice." Cairo chuckled softly in response, before settling down like the other contestants, patiently awaiting the organizer's command. As a dazzling burst of magical light flickered across the sky, the event's host began his opening remarks through a specialized magical amplification device. "Greetings to all the humans, dwarves, elves, and goblins gathered from far and wide. I cannot guarantee the accuracy of this proclamation, but according to the event records, we hereby commence the 4,357th Knightly Valor Cup. Do not be misled into thinking that everything in this otherworldly realm is primitive or devoid of entertainment. In fact, the existence of magic allows for far greater diversions. It is quite lively indeed. Hollyflosse, listening to the cheers from the audience, couldn't help but express his admiration. The host's voice resonated across the expansive arena, continuing. According to the schedule, today marks the Crimson Riders competition, akin to last year's format, divided into 3 phases: duels, team battles, and a free-for-all. Though you may have heard this many times, please forgive me as I reiterate the corresponding rules. The duel phase requires no elaboration. It is a one-on-one confrontation where participants may use their own equipment or are provided standard gear, and the match concludes when one party concedes or is rendered unable to fight. The team battle involves random team selection, granting both teams 1 hour to strategize before the clash begins. Similarly, the contest concludes when one team is entirely incapacitated or surrenders. Of course, I know that everyone is eager to witness the free-for-all, especially with the presence of a genuine Dragon Knight in this event. And now, we commence our first match. Contestants, please lift your gaze and identify your opponents. As the host's voice fades, a magnificent magical projection gradually materializes in the sky, displaying the personal banners, names, and titles of various knight competitors. Kokoro Fuller, a knight of the family. Kira, too, raised her head in search of her adversary, softly reciting the details of her opponent. Subsequently, Kira lowered her gaze, scanning the surroundings for Kokoro's personal banner. At that moment, Kokoro happened to glance at Kira, and unlike the other Scarlet Knights, he radiated a fervent fighting spirit. He did not adopt a pessimistic attitude simply because Kira rode into battle on a dragon. "Allow me to introduce myself." Kokoro approached Kira, extending his right hand towards her atop the dragon's back, speaking in a notably friendly tone. "Kokoro Fuller, though I presume you are already aware of my name." "Kira York, it is a pleasure to be your opponent," Kira replied, gracefully dismounting from Hollyflosse and shaking Kokoro's hand. "I too am pleased. I have long dreamt of battling alongside a dragon," Kokoro remarked, casting a glance back at Hollyflosse with a tone of admiration. "Why?" Kira inquired, intrigued. While other contestants seemed to shy away from Hollyflosse, Kokoro appeared eager to engage. Kokoro refocused on Kira and explained, "Because dragons are formidable, this is an undeniable truth, is it not? Thus, I aspire to combat a dragon and witness what true strength entails." He added, "Though I am a Scarlet Knight, my mentor is a genuine Ether Knight, so do not presume victory is assured." It appeared that Kokoro, a Scarlet Knight, was not merely overconfident or unrealistic. Having a true Ether Knight as a mentor suggested that his capabilities were indeed more formidable than they seemed. One might even say Kokoro intentionally refrained from advancing to a higher rank, maintaining his identity as a Scarlet Knight to engage in strategic battles. However, this tactic is common among family knights, who often restrain their ranks to secure favorable positions and uphold their family's honor. Thus, a fisher of lesser knights encountered a dragon knight, a match of equals, indeed. Upon hearing Kokoro's words, Hollyflosse finally regarded the human knight with interest, remarking, "Oh? The young man speaks quite eloquently." Hollyflosse appreciated such positive sentiments towards dragons, and based on this pleasant first impression, he decided to allow Kokoro some leeway during the match. After all, a glorious defeat is still a point of honor. "If you praise my dragon kin, I shall grant you a measure of grace." Following this, the contestants faced the tedious wait, as the arena was limited in size, making it impossible for all knights to compete simultaneously. A sequence must be established. As it came time for Kira and Hollyflosse to take the stage, the early morning had transformed into the late morning. The initial round of the arena battles typically concluded swiftly, as prolonged contests between equally matched opponents were rare, with most encounters resolved within a few moves. "How long have you been working with your dragon?" Kokoro inquired, appearing in the arena atop her griffin, her gaze fixed on Kira. "Not long," Kira replied, scratching his head. The truth was that they had known each other for less than a week, but such a confession was unfathomable. "My Fili and I have been in harmony for 20 years, since the day I was born." Kokoro gently caressed the griffin's head, a glimmer of affection in her eyes. Before continuing, a knight and mount must share a bond. It is not merely about finding a powerful beast to ride. After stating this, Kokoro drew her weapon and performed a precise knightly salute, one hand holding the weapon upright at her side, the other resting upon it, her head bowed slightly toward the front. Kira returned the gesture, and both then retreated to opposite ends of the arena, separated by over a kilometer, as the match commenced. The arena itself boasted an irregular terrain, akin to a square but laden with various formations, spanning over a square kilometer. This design was intended to allow knights to showcase their full potential. A mere octagonal cage would stifle a knight capable of leaping 80 meters, thereby hindering their performance. In the air, Kira perched upon Hollyflosse's back. Gazing at the figures soaring against the sky, he addressed Hollyflosse. I certainly know. Hollyflosse replied lightly, then unfurled his wings and with a powerful thrust, launched into the sky. Kira nearly lost his grip, only managing to stabilize himself by seizing a scale, exclaiming, that was too fast. Then hold on tight. I am solely responsible for ensuring your victory. Nothing more, Hollyflosse remarked, barely casting a glance at Kira, and unleashed a torrent of dragon fire toward Kokoro. Kokoro adeptly evaded the blast, eliciting cheers from the audience. Indeed, there is a complete lack of synergy, she observed, shaking her head as she watched Kira's precarious form. However, her attention swiftly shifted back to Hollyflosse. Kira was of little consequence. Her true target was the magnificent dragon. Kokoro ascended with her griffin, diving toward Hollyflosse with a clear intent. Her primary aim was not Kira, but rather to test whether her current strength could pierce the dragon's scales. Don't be curious. Hollyflosse discerned the young knight's intentions and chose not to thwart her, deliberately allowing her to approach his head. Sizzle. The clash of blade against dragon scale erupted a cascade of sparks. After Koko rode his griffin in a full circle through the air, he finally stabilized his position and glanced at his numbed right hand. The sword, etched with magical runes, had dimmed in brilliance, and the edge that had met the dragon's scales was not merely dulled. Rather, a portion of the blade itself had been ground away. Koko's eyes flickered with disbelief as he swallowed hard and murmured, such terrifying hardness. In stark contrast, Hollyflosse bore only a faint white mark where the sword had grazed, which vanished effortlessly when Hollyflosse brushed it away with a claw. This was utterly unacceptable to Koko, who gasped in astonishment. How could this be? Though his longsword was no legendary artifact, it was certainly not mere scrap. The blade had been worn down, leaving behind nothing more than a mark that hardly qualified as a cut. Hollyflosse then unleashed a breath of dragon fire towards Koko, who narrowly evaded the fiery onslaught once more. Damn it, I need to change my strategy, Koko muttered to himself, eyeing the rider, Kira, atop Hollyflosse. His aspiration to combat a dragon had been fulfilled, and now he understood the true essence of strength, an overwhelming presence that inspired despair merely by being observed. The griffin beneath Koko flapped its powerful wings, propelling him towards Kira. Koko deftly adjusted his grip, positioning the undamaged edge of his sword forward, and surged towards Kira with the griffin's remarkable speed. So swift, Kira barely had time to react before the blade was nearly upon him. He hastily raised his dragon tooth sword to deflect Koko's strike. As the blades met, not only sparks flew, but vibrant blue arcs of electricity danced between them. Koko quickly maneuvered his griffin away from Kira, extending his left hand to gently massage his tingling right arm, astonished as he regarded Kira below. Is your sword inscribed with magical runes? He inquired. Despite his question, Koko did not observe any glowing runes on Kira's sword akin to those on his own. Kira glanced at his dragon tooth sword and replied, no, this is the dragon tooth sword. Koko inhaled sharply. This was dire. He had overlooked the fact that dragon riders had direct access to prime dragon materials. This implied that the quality of Kira's gear could very well surpass his own. However, surrender was not an option for Koko. As a knight of his family, he could only fight until exhaustion claimed him, never conceding voluntarily. His resolve solidified once more. He gripped his griffin tightly with his legs and charged towards Kira again, exclaiming, onward. Chapter 16. A Tail Strike Hollyflosse. Could you possibly lend me a hand and maneuver a bit? Kiro, barely fending off Kokoro's onslaught, called out to Hollyflosse. Hollyflosse glanced skeptically at Kiro on his back, expressing disbelief. You cannot handle that little brat? Do I look like someone who can take him on? Kiro barely managed to parry a slashing strike from Kokoro, stumbling precariously as he nearly lost his balance and fell from the dragon's back. You signed up for this, yet you lack the confidence of victory? Hollyflosse retorted bluntly. What a peculiar logic. This is bad. Kiro was in disarray, but at that moment of distraction, Kokoro seized the opportunity and thrust his sword toward Kiro's abdomen. Although Kiro managed to block this attack, the immense force sent him reeling to the edge of the dragon's back, just a step away from plummeting into the abyss below. At that moment, Kokoro's griffin mount, acting on instinct without any command from its master, began mercilessly assaulting the vulnerable Kiro, its sharp claws aimed directly at Kiro's face. The griffin's lethal talons tore 3 long gashes into Kiro's mask, though it did not inflict physical harm. It utterly compromised Kiro's balance. Kiro leaned back, his footing slipping, and he lost his center of gravity, beginning to descend. Hollyflosse swiftly coiled his tail around the falling Kiro, propelling him back onto his back, while remarking, so clumsy? Well, I promised you victory, didn't I? Hollyflosse cast a glance at Kokoro, who was soaring through the air, attempting to find a new angle for attack. After gauging his opponent's flight trajectory, Hollyflosse unleashed a stream of dragon fire towards the airborne griffin. While altitude can indeed confer an advantage to attackers in aerial combat, it largely depends on the adversary. Kokoro's maneuvers may establish superiority against ordinary flying units, but against a dragon, he merely became a target. What speed? Kokoro barely evaded that blast of dragon fire, casting a fearful glance back at the flames continuing their ascent. This breath of fire was entirely different from the previous one. This time, Hollyflosse was dead serious. Before Kokoro could fully comprehend the situation, Hollyflosse's tail struck with a sonic boom, crashing down before Kokoro. Like swatting a mere insect, Kokoro and his griffin mount were forcefully sent plummeting from the sky, crashing into the ground with a thunderous impact. Coughing, Kokoro propped himself up from the crater, removing his mask to spit out a mouthful of crimson blood. He then glanced at the area that had just been struck. Hollyflosse's tail had aimed for his chest, and now Kokoro could scarcely feel his ribcage. How could it possibly be shattered? Kokoro's pupils quivered slightly as his armor was utterly shattered by the recent blow, disintegrating along with the intricately inscribed magical runes within. The internal protective garment began to smolder ominously, not due to Maislodar's dragon fire, but rather because the protective runes were incapable of withstanding such a forceful impact. After absorbing the strike for Kokoro, they had become completely inoperative. He hastily glanced down at his steed, the griffin named Philly, who had accompanied him for 2 decades. After a cursory examination of Philly's injuries, Kokoro let out a sigh of relief. Though he was still alive and could be saved, it was clear that taking to the skies again was no longer an option. "Oh, my old friend, take a moment to rest," Kokoro said as he climbed out of the pit, retrieving his fallen longsword and gripping it firmly with both hands. Gazing up at the descending Hollyflosse and Kira, observing the trembling Kokoro, leaped down from Hollyflosse's back and inquired, "Kokoro, do you wish to continue?" "Of course. I am a knight of the family. I shall fight until I am utterly exhausted or victorious," Kokoro affirmed with a resolute nod. Kira exchanged glances with him before looking at Hollyflosse. Subsequently, she grasped her dragon-tooth sword with both hands and positioned it before her, addressing Kokoro. "Since you no longer have a mount, I shall engage you in a foot battle. Spare me your pity. Ride your dragon." Kokoro rejected Kira's goodwill, or rather, he found himself unable to accept it. His family could tolerate his defeat at the hands of a dragon knight, but they would never accept being bested by a mere village knight. What recourse remained for Kira, then? Only to honor Kokoro's wishes. With a resounding cry, Kokoro ultimately succumbed to exhaustion and was carried away on a stretcher by the medical personnel who had been waiting nearby. Even Philly, his griffin companion, was provided with a stretcher of his own to rest upon. "Take a moment to recuperate. There are many more battles ahead," Kira remarked as she returned to the waiting area with Hollyflosse, anticipating her next match. The tournament was structured such that a single round would not suffice to determine the champion. It followed a format akin to a 16-8, 8-4 progression. Thus, Kira and Hollyflosse would have to engage in numerous battles, with each subsequent round requiring even more time. As knights emerging victorious from earlier matches often possessed their own hidden trump cards, showcasing remarkable skill and tenacity. Hollyflosse settled onto the ground, his tail tip twitching slightly. Before he spoke, "It is rather enjoyable to come down and play occasionally." "Is that so? What do you dragons typically do?" "Just sleep." Kira, now more relaxed, turned to Hollyflosse with a curious expression. The damaged equipment had been taken by the event's logistics team for repairs, ensuring that it would be returned to Kira in pristine condition before her next appearance. At present, Kira finds herself with little to occupy her time, opting instead to relax, watch other competitors, or engage in light-hearted banter with Hollyflosse. "Do you ever sleep when you have nothing to do?" Hollyflosse, recognizing the question as yet another human stereotype regarding dragons, retorted with curiosity. "Not at all. I practice swordsmanship, converse with the villagers, collect taxes, and indulge in baths." Kira shook her head, reflecting on the pastime she engages in during moments of boredom. As a village knight, her options for entertainment are rather limited. Were she a knight of a city-state or a noble family, Hollyflosse would surely be regaled with tales of extravagant human activities. "Bathe. I have heard of the previous activities, even the peculiar act of tax collection, but bathing is entirely new to me," Hollyflosse mused, as it is rather uncommon for humans to bathe in the presence of dragons. Thus, it is understandable that Hollyflosse was unaware of such a human custom. Essentially, it involves reclining in warm water while a designated individual attends to your body, Kira explained, stroking her chin and employing the most refined language she could muster. That sounds like an activity I would enjoy, Hollyflosse mused, but her thoughts took a rather unexpected turn. A designated individual attending to your body? Isn't that akin to what I do among my own kind? Engaging with other she-dragons and living the life of a dragon? Kira, taken aback by Hollyflosse's interpretation, scrutinized the formidable dragon's physique. Bathe a dragon? I fear the bath attendant would be utterly exhausted. You must show me how humans bathe sometime. Intrigued by this human activity, Hollyflosse expressed her interest. Kira abruptly rose from her seat, at a loss for words. This might not be appropriate. In the bathhouse, we hardly wear any clothing. Have you ever seen a dragon in garments? Hollyflosse stood as well, circling Kira, and countered. Is it truly different? Kira vehemently shook her head, rejecting Hollyflosse's flawed reasoning. You possess scales on your body. Humans have skin. Hollyflosse lightly dismissed this argument, leaving Kira momentarily speechless. Hollyflosse presented a valid point, and Kira yearned to counter it, but found no suitable response. Wait, may I pose a question? Kira decided to shift the conversation away from bathing and inquire about matters concerning dragon society. Since dragons do not require clothing, doesn't that lead to awkwardness during social interactions? Hollyflosse, caught off guard by the question, replied, awkwardness? Is there any necessity for such embarrassment? Have dragons committed some wrongdoing? No. Or is it considered improper in the human world to be unclothed? Immediately following, Hollyflosse posed a question. Indeed, Chiluan nodded in affirmation. Hollyflosse now comprehended fully. He had never considered that the garments adorning them could serve such a purpose. He had always presumed them to be mere superfluous embellishments. Subsequently, Hollyflosse lamented, the chasm of cultural differences. Chiluan glanced at Hollyflosse and inquired, where did you acquire such advanced vocabulary? It was astonishing that a being like Chiluan, a human, possessed a lesser command of sophisticated human language than a mere dragon. How could this be deemed reasonable? Living for an extensive duration, he was unsure from whom. In ages past, he might have absorbed such eloquence. Hollyflosse flicked his tail and elucidated. While Chiluan and Hollyflosse idled within the arena, Maislodar and his companions stirred up trouble in the stands. A tall male elf cast a disapproving glare at Maislodar, warning, young dragon. I advise you to adopt a more humble demeanor. In Elvish, an insipid species like yours has no right to instruct me. In Elvish, Maislodar retorted in the same tongue. Indeed, Maislodar was proficient in numerous languages. In addition to Draconic, human, and Elvish, he also commanded the tongues of dwarves and goblins. He even possessed knowledge of several ancient languages, though they seldom found practical application. The male elf stepped forward, one hand resting on the weapon at his waist, and coldly declared, excessive arrogance requires substantial backing. While the elders of your kind may possess it, that does not imply you do. In Elvish, a creature destined to live only 1,000 years is hardly as intriguing as a human. In Elvish, Maislodar, equally unyielding, had never cowered before anyone in his life. Not even his father, Hollyflosse, could intimidate him. Only tactical retreats had been made. Although unable to comprehend the exchange, the atmosphere hinted at impending conflict. Cairo, observing from the sidelines, having grasped the true might of the dragon kin, had adopted a nonchalant attitude. Particularly upon witnessing Maislodar embroiled in a dispute, even with the elves, who were quite rare in the human realm, Cairo felt a twinge of pity for them. Hey, Maislodar, let us go. We came to watch humans brawl. In Draconic, Yesfirolda hooked his tail around Maislodar, gently pulling his companion back. As for the surrounding spectators, they had long maintained a safe distance, relishing the spectacle. This year's Gallant Cup night tournament was exhilarating. There was plenty to behold within the arena, and the audience had their own entertainment as well. What a delight! This was the collective sentiment of all the onlookers. As for the potential conflict affecting them, to witness a clash between elves and dragons at such proximity, even death would be worth the price of admission. Boring creature, consider yourself fortunate this time. Despite being dragged away, Maislodar could not resist one last taunt towards the elf before him, a young dragon blissfully unaware of the consequences of its bravado. The male elf adjusted his garments and returned to his seat, clearly reluctant to engage in a physical altercation with the dragon. Unlike humans, elves understood the protective nature of dragons. Should this young dragon cry out for parental intervention, even the most skilled elf would find themselves in a precarious situation. The two young dragons subsequently settled upon a rooftop, which appeared to be part of a medical station, as no suitable seating was available in the audience. With the rooftop vacant and unutilized, it became their chosen perch from which to observe the unfolding human conflict. Why did you end up arguing with that elf? Weren't you supposed to be fetching some human snacks? Yefloda inquired, turning to the still fuming Maislodar. That elf had the audacity to speak ill of my father. Maislodar retorted in dragon tongue. Can you tolerate that? Go back and teach him a lesson. Yafloda exclaimed, rising to his feet, regretting having pulled Maislodar back. Dragons are not only fiercely protective, but also exhibit a strong sense of unity. Any attack on a member of their kind that exceeds their threshold of tolerance would inevitably summon the wrath of at least one adult dragon. Chapter 17, Thunderstrike Cannon. With a crackle, a golden lightning bolt descended from the heavens, striking a specific point within the audience. Hollyflosse, without hesitation, surmised that his eldest son was once again causing a commotion. However, he was disinclined to intervene, noticing that the security personnel and others present remained unperturbed, indicating that the conflict in the stands was merely a facet of the nightly tournament. Kira, witnessing the golden lightning for the first time, curiously asked Hollyflosse, "Was that a lightning strike?" "Merely my son's doing," Hollyflosse replied slowly. "Maislodar? Wait, you control fire, and your son controls lightning?" Kira nodded, only to quickly realize the inconsistency. Hollyflosse's abilities were fire-related. How could his son be associated with lightning? Hollyflosse cast a glance at Kira, dismissively stating, "No need for alarm. My son was a gift from a distant relative. He was adopted." This explanation quelled Kira's doubts, as adoption was a common occurrence in human society. Yet, something still felt amiss. "Aren't you going to do anything about your son causing chaos in the audience?" Kira began to sit back down, only to rise again with renewed urgency. "Why should I intervene when none of you humans have?" Hollyflosse retorted. Hollyflosse indeed cares about the reputation of the dragon race in the world below. However, given that humans themselves seem indifferent to it, it is only natural that Hollyflosse would share this indifference. It appears that it is once again our turn to take the stage." Hollyflosse glanced up at the colossal magical projection in the sky, and upon seeing Kira's name displayed, spoke up. Kira, standing nearby, picked up the helmet that had been polished to a pristine condition, donned it upon her head, and after lowering her visor, muttered, "It's my turn. As for the impudent youth from Maislodar, it is time to impart a lesson in respect." In Elvish, the elf observed the shattered tiles beneath him, obliterated by dragon lightning, drew his slender sword, and fixed his gaze upon the two dragons before him. This elf, at approximately 600 years of age, could indeed refer to the two dragons as youngsters. Such is the nature of the long-lived. Show some respect to the dragonkin, you short-lived beings. In Elvish, Maislodar's small mouth was rather unrefined. Although elves can live for a millennium, not a single dragon among their kind has met its end through old age, rendering elves, in the eyes of Maislodar, mere fleeting mortals. As for the bloodthirsty audience surrounding them, they perked up at the sight of Maislodar and Yesflother returning to the fray. With remarkable speed, they cleared the arena of any debris from the conflict, enabling the three combatants to engage in a spirited battle before the spectators. A clash between dragons and elves? My, even the books would hesitate to depict such a spectacle. A knight, perched upon a giant eagle and tasked with maintaining order, observed the unfolding chaos below and turned to his colleague with a teasing remark. "Shouldn't we intervene?" This colleague, evidently a newcomer, immediately thought to step in at such a moment. Unnecessary. The seasoned knight shook his head, retrieving a few snacks from his satchel. Munching as he spoke, "We merely need to mitigate any residual effects that could disrupt the competition or harm the audience. In truth, if one were to be lazy, one could ignore the aftermath altogether. Those drawn to witness such events are typically well equipped. Even if they are not, they are likely accompanied by bodyguards for protection. After all, the battles in the audience are an integral part of the event itself." "Wait, have you never seen the Knight's Valor Cup before?" Mid-sentence, the seasoned knight suddenly locked eyes with his young colleague, inquiring. The young knight shook his head, replying, "This is my first field assignment, and my first time witnessing such an event." The seasoned knight nodded, saying, "That explains it. Enjoy the show. This clash between elves and dragons is indeed a rare occurrence. It is not surprising to experience this for the first time, even though this event is held annually and boasts grand scale. Yet, there will always be those who have never seen it, primarily due to the prohibitive cost of tickets, which deters many eager spectators." The scales upon Maislodar began to shimmer with arcs of golden electricity, while faint blue sparks emanated from the crevices between them. The elf, understanding that a confrontation was inevitable, assumed a defensive stance with a slender sword clasped firmly in one hand. The blade, crafted entirely from a single piece of indiscernible, transparent crystal, bore intricate engravings of elven script. As sunlight kissed the sword, it radiated a warm, gentle beam that enveloped the air around it. The hilt appeared to be fashioned from what seemed like oak, yet it retained vibrant green leaves, a curious adornment. Maislodar initiated the onslaught, trailing a long stream of yellow arcs, resembling a true bolt of lightning as he lunged toward the elf. The elf, swift and precise, deftly wielded the slender blade, intercepting Maislodars' electrified claw with a crisp clash that echoed in the air. Fixing his gaze upon the elf, Maislodar pressed down with determination, declaring, "Show some respect for my father. A dragon is not a creature to be trifled with." Elven tongue, despite his tall and slender appearance. The elf possessed strength sufficient to contest with the diminutive dragon. "It is not your place, youngling, to lecture me." Elven tongue, the elf retorted, exerting a powerful thrust from his sword arm that sent Maislodar reeling backward. A roar of excitement erupted from the bloodthirsty spectators surrounding them, who cared not for the righteousness of the conflict, nor the outcome. As long as there was a brawl, they would cheer, celebrating any victor that emerged. As Maislodar was pushed back, he seized the opportunity to leap into the air, flapping his wings twice to regain his balance before gracefully descending to the ground. Surprised by the elf's strength, he cast a glance at the claw that had engaged in the struggle, muttering softly to himself. Maislodar had never fought an elf before. As he had often remarked, he found elves less intriguing than humans. Thus, his long existence had primarily involved dealings with humanity, leaving him with scant knowledge of elven affairs, less even than what humans possessed. After driving Maislodar back, the elf elegantly twirled his sword, fixing his gaze upon the dragon. "Call forth the lightning," Maislodar declared, spreading his limbs and lowering his center of gravity as he swung his tail forcefully toward the elf. The dragon's tail unleashed a bright yellow, spherical arc of electricity, hurtling toward the elf at an astonishing speed. Along its trajectory, each half-meter of travel was marked by a cascade of golden lightning, as thick as a barrel, descending from the heavens. The gaze of the elf flickered momentarily. Instead of retreating, it surged forward to confront the spherical arc of electricity. Its lithe form gracefully brushed past the arc just before impact, perfectly timed between the two strikes of lightning. As the previous bolt dissipated and the next had yet to descend, it deftly evaded the spherical arc, charging towards Maislodar ahead. "How can we possibly intervene?" The young knight watched in horror as the elf raced towards the bloodthirsty audience, still ensnared by the incessant arcs of lightning. "This falls beyond our purview." The seasoned knight shrugged, reminding himself that they were not alone in maintaining order. A cadre of mages awaited on the ground. Indeed, no sooner had the words left the knight's lips than several orbs of varied magical hues erupted from the frenzied crowd. These orbs collided with Maislodar's spherical arc, mutually extinguishing one another before dissipating into the air, leaving behind a peculiar stench. Maislodar observed the rapidly approaching elf, channeling draconic lightning into his claws, which formed an arcane longsword resembling the fabled Kirin dragon's fang. "Taste my blade," Maislodar proclaimed as he unfurled his dragon wings, his hind legs supporting his weight, mimicking human posture as he swung the sword down towards the elf before him. The elf, having lived for 6 centuries, had never witnessed a dragon wielding a sword in such a humanoid fashion. However, instinct triumphed over thought. The elf swiftly adjusted its stance, raising its slender sword high to deflect Maislodar's arcane longsword. The arcane blade lacked a solid collision effect, yet the elf's crystalline rapier was no ordinary weapon. It successfully intercepted the arc. What? When did dragons begin to wield swords? The seasoned knight in the sky was so astonished by Maislodar's maneuver that he nearly dropped the snack in his hand. How outrageous! Even dragons are wielding swords now. Will we see dragon knights in the years to come? He chuckled, shaking his head at the absurdity. Perhaps, in the future, this jest would prove prophetic. What on earth? Cairo, positioned behind Maislodar, was equally astonished, nearly sprouting a question mark above his head. He understood the curiosity of these young dragons regarding the human realm, but their mimicry seemed rather far-fetched. Maislodar stood firm, pressing down with the arcane longsword, and growled fiercely, "Now, apologize to my father." In Elvish, an apology was utterly out of the question. Even if only these two young dragons could comprehend Elvish, the elf would never deign to apologize to a younger counterpart. Thus, the elf fell silent, gripping the sword hilt with both hands and swiftly retreating to dissipate the force of Maislodar's strike. Ah, how I envy the prowess of Maislodar. Yesafrota gazed upon the electrifying sword, pulsating with arcs of lightning in Maislodar's grasp, and marveled at his extraordinary ability. As a dragon capable of nurturing flora, he would never experience such a magnificent display of skill. Regardless of its might, the elegance of the technique is an everlasting affair. When one's technique lacks grace, it diminishes their imposing presence significantly. In the midst of battle, an elf seized the opportunity when Maislodar found himself unable to alter his stance, and swung his sword directly at Maislodar's head. Maislodar instinctively attempted to block with his horn, but only recalled that he had traded it for gold a few days prior. and it had yet to regrow. Consequently, the elf strike successfully sheared off several scales from the back of Maislodar's head, accompanied by a spattering of dragon blood upon the ground. The elf clicked his tongue, not out of dissatisfaction with the damage inflicted, but rather out of sheer delight. He understood the nature of dragons. This young one was the kind that would not retaliate, but might call for parental intervention if provoked. However, the damage was done. He thought little of the consequences and reveled in his triumph. As the elf adjusted the trajectory of his slender sword mid-air, aiming once more for Maislodar's head, one of Maislodar's claws rose to intercept the blade. Lightning strike cannon. Maislodar lifted his head, with dazzling arcs of electricity shimmering in his mouth, and opened wide. A massive beam, a meter in diameter and composed of countless arcs, erupted from his jaws, enveloping the elf entirely. The dragon tribe possesses such techniques? This was not mentioned in any tome. The seasoned knight's expression changed upon witnessing Maislodar's display. He leaped from the back of the great eagle, landing within the confines of the electric torrent. There was no time to halt the surge. It had already reached the bloodthirsty spectators. Even the mages tasked with their protection were caught off guard. These ravenous onlookers were indeed fearless. The front row occupied the prime viewing positions and were the first to confront the impending danger. Remarkably, they managed to withstand the force of the attack, primarily because the majority of the damage was absorbed by the elf at the forefront. The residual harm that reached the bloodthirsty audience was minimal and further diluted among the crowd. The seasoned knight raised his shield, adorned with his family crest, before kneeling, his legs sinking deeply into the ground, and he resolutely severed the electric torrent. Although the spectators could withstand the aftermath of the clash, as the guardian knight of the event, he had a duty to intervene. After all, it was his responsibility. What a rush! To experience the might of a dragon firsthand was worth every coin spent. As the arcane jet before them dissipated, one of the bloodthirsty spectators who had directly encountered the stream remarked, Chapter 18, a long memory, yet of a different kind. Huh, I suppose you've learned to show some respect towards the dragonkin now? In Elvish, Maislodar observed the fallen elf before him, a smile gracing his lips. The surrounding bloodthirsty audience, witnessing the conclusion of this conflict, erupted into cheers for the victor, Maislodar. However, Maislodar himself was not in optimal condition. For this elf was no mere soft fruit. He had inflicted considerable harm upon Maislodar. Good, it's over, disperse. After the cheer subsided, the spectators returned to their seats to continue watching the battles within the arena. As for the unconscious elf, naturally, nearby attendants were responsible for carrying him away for treatment. Yes, the healing services were indeed part of the ticket price. Now let me see. What are those figures on the horizon? Maislodar flicked his tail and, having taught the elf a lesson, prepared to resume watching the human knights engage in combat. Yet, as he turned his gaze, he caught sight of what seemed to be a multitude approaching the arena. Maislodar flapped his dragon wings and soared into the sky, squinting to discern the nature of the approaching throng. Certainly not birds. They bore a resemblance to humans mounted upon their flying steeds. Yet such a grand assembly was something Maislodar had only witnessed during full-scale wars. Among the human legions soaring in the distance, a mage stood upon his flying staff, squinting ahead and proclaiming loudly, "Your Majesty, we have spotted the dragon." The newcomer was none other than the king whose capital had been laid to waste. The father of Lilia, clad in platinum armor, the king perched upon his griffin, his attire marred and torn, gritted his teeth and declared, "Good. Attack." Although the king's capital had been destroyed, his living forces had been preserved. Ysfrolda's mother harbored no intentions of exterminating humanity. Her aim was merely to impart a lesson, allowing them to remember. It appeared that their memory had indeed lengthened, though it had grown in the direction of animosity towards the dragonkin. The mages of the legion rose from their flying mounts, staffs, spellbooks, and other magical conduits raised aloft, beginning to chant in unison. This preliminary incantation resembled a function declaration. Whether spoken aloud or silently intoned, one must first declare to manifest the corresponding magical effects. Wait. The mages stationed to guard the arena sensed an unusual flow of magical energy in the air and looked skyward. Such a significant surge of magic could either indicate the presence of a grand magical array, one of a city-state caliber, or at least 10 combined spells led by an etheric mage. Regardless of which of these two possibilities holds truth, both are sufficiently terrifying. It is essential to recognize that the ultimate authority stationed at the arena is merely an ether knight and an ether mage. Hey, wait, that cannot be right. The station mage A gazed apprehensively at the colossal spell taking shape on the horizon, swallowing hard. Mage B was utterly bewildered as to which fool would dare to disrupt an event of such global significance. No, how could anyone even think of sabotaging this event? A sense of foreboding enveloped him as he observed the ominous light. Maislodar had never witnessed a spell of such magnitude unleashed by humanity. And now he found himself staring into the distance, transfixed. Are you a fool? Why are you just standing there? Maislodar swiftly ascended into the sky and yanked Maislodar down. He had seen this kind of spell before, albeit in its standard form, the same sort the royal mages had cast during King's engagement with the dragon TV, aimed at the dragonkin. Now, it had merely been magnified. As Maislodar gripped Maislodar's tail and pulled him down a notch, a beam of light, radiant enough to eclipse the sun, sliced through the sky above the arena. The beam was as thick as a river in the heavens, enveloping Maislodar's claws and wings, and before he could even register pain, he succumbed to unconsciousness. It was a direct annihilation. This immense arcane beam drew the attention of everyone within the arena. The two ether masters stationed there exhibited little desire to intercept such an attack, particularly upon realizing that this strike would merely traverse above the arena without actually striking it. Their reluctance to intervene only intensified. Although they possessed the strength to thwart a spell of this caliber, doing so would have been tantamount to a death sentence for them. Meanwhile, in the contestants' rest area, Hollyflosse, having just concluded the second round of competition, also noticed the gargantuan arcane beam in the sky. A beam of such intensity would require considerable effort for even an adult dragon to withstand. I wonder who these humans are targeting. With such a force, they might as well be aiming at me, Hollyflosse. Just as Kira was about to inquire further, she was pushed back 2 steps by the whirlwind created by Hollyflosse's sudden ascent. At that moment, Maislodar, held aloft by Maislodar, had lost all ability to act independently. Upon seeing his ill-fated father approach, Maislodar mustered his strength to utter in a weak tone, "Father, I think I might be dying." Then, he tilted his head, drooped his tail, closed his eyes, and with a final gasp, he appeared to have perished. Hollyflosse did not spare a glance at his motionless son. He soared toward the source of the spell with unwavering determination. The dragon was discovered. As the mages of the Second Legion discerned the presence of Hollyflosse, they hastily summoned the arcane energies within them, preparing to cast once more. However, there would be no second chance. The wretches. Yet, Hollyflosse had already closed the distance, unleashing torrents of dragon fire that transformed into miniature draconic flames, hurtling towards the surrounding humans. Those struck were instantaneously enveloped in the inferno, their screams extinguished before they could echo, reduced to ashes scattered by the wind. Nevertheless, among the Legion were formidable warriors who either evaded or managed to counter Hollyflosse's initial assault. "Ah, it is you, the bearer of the golden scales that devastated my kingdom." The king spat, his eyes narrowing at the sight of Hollyflosse's shimmering scales, akin to encountering a bitter foe. Hollyflosse deemed it unnecessary to respond. There was no point in conversing with those on the brink of death. Enveloped in golden dragon fire, Hollyflosse flapped his mighty wings, sending forth slashes of flame in all directions. "Disperse." The king unsheathed his longsword, striking fiercely toward Hollyflosse. The exquisite blade sliced through the air, generating a slender arc of sword energy that surged toward Hollyflosse. This energy not only bore the capacity for single-target assault, in its wake, the surrounding dragon fire quickly extinguished. How could a king be anything less than formidable? He was, at the very least, an etheric-level combatant. Yet, within the ranks of etheric masters, there exists a hierarchy. This king's prowess was indeed beneath that of Alphido. Hollyflosse's gaze grew colder, and upon realizing that this king was the leader of the humans, he charged directly toward the sword energy. When the energy collided with Hollyflosse's form, it shattered as if striking an immovable object, the once resplendent and sharp blade dissipating in an instant. The king paused, recognizing the formidable strength of an adult dragon, a truth he had previously experienced. However, he had not anticipated such overwhelming power. Even with his nation's legendary weapon, he could not halt his adversary's advance. Die! Hollyflosse crashed into the king, dragging the griffin beneath him downwards towards the ground. As they made contact, dragon fire rapidly engulfed the king, yet his armor was no mere trinket. While not utterly invincible, it afforded him a momentary reprieve against the flames, allowing him to remain somewhat intact amidst the inferno. In stark contrast, the griffin beneath him was less fortunate. As the dragon fire consumed it, the creature writhed in agony, emitting piercing cries. Boom! Hollyflosse clamped the king in his jaws and forcefully slammed him to the ground, unleashing a torrent of dragon fire that rapidly spread outward, forming a fierce inferno. When the largest explosion of dragon fire subsided, a massive crater, no less than 50 meters in diameter, was revealed, with golden dragon flames continuously erupting from the fissures in the earth. "Evil dragon, taste my sword. The king, having somehow freed himself from Hollyflosse's grasp, now stood atop the creature's head, his body engulfed in golden flames, raising his long sword to strike at Hollyflosse's eye. Had Alphido been present, his state of mind would have been quite extraordinary. The king's strike bore a resemblance to Alphido's own. The long sword barely pierced the membrane covering the dragon's eye before becoming lodged within it. The king hesitated for a moment, but soon a surge of even greater power erupted from within him as he shouted, "Break for me." In that instant, a fierce whirlwind materialized around the king, extinguishing the dragon flames enveloping him and momentarily suppressing the surrounding fire. "Today, I shall slay you, foul dragon." With renewed vigor, the king pressed forward, and astonishingly, the long sword began to penetrate deeper, successfully tearing through the membrane. "Fool," Hollyflosse snorted disdainfully, shaking his head vigorously and sending the unsteady king soaring into the sky. Almost immediately, several bursts of dragon fire erupted from Hollyflosse's mouth, striking the king's body. From a distance, these blasts resembled dazzling fireworks. However, the devastation wrought by this attack far surpassed any mere display of pyrotechnics. In addition to the most basic burns and scalds, the dragon fire exploded with such force that it would obliterate any material it touched. Even if it struck an indestructible frozen ground, the explosive dragon fire would still carry the earth away with it. "Mr. Hollyflosse, no?" Just as the king was about to be annihilated in midair by the relentless bursts of dragon fire, Lilia's voice rang out beside Hollyflosse. She appeared, riding a somewhat smaller griffin, pursued by 2 ether mages, and implored loudly, "Spare my father. He is merely blinded by rage." Before Hollyflosse could respond, Maislodar's voice echoed from afar. "Princess, you are indeed here." It became evident that Maislodar was not in any real danger. His earlier plight had merely been a theatrical display, as he sought to embody the poignant scene of a near-fatal injury amidst the ongoing chaos. The dragon race is notoriously resilient. A mere severed limb is but a trifling wound, one that would regenerate in a matter of months. The king, caught in a most disheveled state, was seized by his royal knight riding a griffin through the heavens, yet his eyes still burned with fury. He cast his gaze towards Maislodar, recognizing the dragon that had once abducted his daughter, and exclaimed, "It is you, vile dragon." The princess interjected, "Surely you do not wish for your entire fortune to be obliterated by my father, do you?" Maislodar paid no heed to the king, but addressed Lilia in the sky directly. His interests lay solely with heroes and princesses, regarding the king merely as a backdrop to the narrative. "Father, I have long warned you, Mr. Maislodar and Mr. Hollyflosse are not the malevolent dragons you believe them to be," Lilia said, turning to her father with a hint of exasperation. How could she not discern their true nature after all her interactions? Furthermore, despite the devastation of the capital, Lilia felt profound sorrow. Nevertheless, understanding the sequence of events, she could only mutter that her father had brought this upon himself by meddling with something as foolish as Dragon Love TV. In the end, he was outmatched by a dragon and now sought revenge. "Mr. Hollyflosse, if I were to be captured again, might you spare my father?" Lilia glanced at her disheveled king and addressed Hollyflosse. Though directed at Hollyflosse, her words were essentially a concession to Maislodar, who was truly interested in the princess, while Hollyflosse cared only for his own son and the reputation of dragonkind. "Huh, I've answered for my father." Maislodar interjected from the ground. "Shut up, you little brat. Weren't you just claiming you were dying? Now go play the role of your corpse," Hollyflosse retorted sharply towards Maislodar. Chapter 19. A Century of Life, Doom Approaches. "Lilia, what dark dragon magic have you inflicted upon my daughter?" The king's animosity towards Maislodar and Hollyflosse surged upon hearing such a request from his own offspring. He could not fathom the existence of benevolent dragons in this world. It seemed to him that his daughter had been ensnared by the malevolent sorcery of the dragonkin. Hollyflosse cast a glance at the king and remarked, incredulous, "A classic case of narrow-mindedness. I cannot converse with someone of your ilk. So is it agreed then? Will you spare my father?" Lilia asked Hollyflosse, though she too perceived her father's flawed reasoning. Yet, regardless of his shortcomings, he was her father. Lilia could not simply stand by and watch as a dragon brought about his demise. As a form of compensation for Maislodar, Hollyflosse remarked, "After all, it is Maislodar who has been harmed." With Lilia's return, Maislodar readily consented, leaving Hollyflosse with little recourse but to indulge the whims of the child. Though the king still draws breath, his injuries have rendered him incapable of moving freely. He could only bellow at the 2 ether mages tasked with guarding Lilia. "What are you standing there for? Prevent Lilia from making a foolish decision." "As you command, Your Majesty," the 2 mages replied, nodding resolutely as they charged towards Hollyflosse. Initially, These mages believed that their numerical superiority would enable them to vanquish the dragon. However, it soon became apparent that quantity holds little weight against sheer power. Perhaps it offers a glimmer of hope. Surely, before exhausting its strength, the dragon cannot eliminate us all. Princess, you must retreat. The two mages positioned themselves on either side of Lilia, attempting to dissuade her. You heard Mr. Hollyflosse's words. For the sake of your loyalty and your own lives, allowing me to pass is the wisest choice. Though Lilia was infatuated, she was still a crown princess. Beyond her romantic inclinations, her personal abilities and intellect were indeed worthy of her status as a princess and future empress. Yet, she found herself ensnared in the trap of her affection. Please, dear princess, do not make our task more difficult. One mage cast a glance at the king, whose countenance was dark enough to reign, and with evident reluctance, produced his wand, addressing Lilia. Forgive me, princess. The first mage also brandished his wand, intent on forcibly escorting Lilia away. Could they not conquer a dragon, yet subdue their own princess? Lilia was at a loss. She had not anticipated the extent of her companion's prejudice against the dragon. Had they not considered that their own misguided pursuit of a dragon's affection had led to the devastation of the royal city? What a predicament! Hollyflosse, akin to swatting an insect, sent the two ether mages flying away from Lilia, seizing her in his claws and soaring towards the arena. He had a match to attend with Kira and had little time to indulge in human theatrics. Strangely, while ether mages are considered the pinnacle of human magic, the two who were flung aside by Hollyflosse were rendered utterly defenseless, soaring backward as if they were mere mortals. This is my escape route. Lilia, Lilia. The king could only watch from atop his griffin as his daughter was once again captured by the dragon, his voice echoing in despair. Compared to the first incident, this time felt even more humiliating and intolerable. As the king of a realm, commanding all his legions and strength, he found himself in a position where his daughter had to sacrifice herself for his preservation. What a disgrace! What a dereliction of duty! Suddenly, a surge of power erupted within him, and a brilliant beam of light ascended from his form. A beam of radiant light surged towards Hollyflosse back. As the king's voice resonated behind him, "Evil dragon, return my daughter." What? Just as Hollyflosse turned his head to ascertain the source of the commotion, he discovered a slender gash carved into his dragon tail by a long sword. Scalding dragon blood cascaded from the sky like raindrops. Father! Lilia also stood in stunned silence, having never witnessed her father's demeanor in such a state. He was enveloped in a pale mist, able to traverse the air without the need for any steed or auxiliary means. Is this the ethereal state? Hollyflosse felt no emotional turmoil from his injuries. Instead, he gazed with intrigue at the king's extraordinary condition and inquired, "How long has it been since your kind lost this ability?" 3,000 years, perhaps? With a disdainful snort, Hollyflosse twisted his waist and lashed his tail. The dragon's tail sliced through the air, hurtling toward the king hovering above, the wound on the tail having mysteriously healed. The king's figure flickered, vanishing from midair, only to reappear before the dragon claw that held Lilia. "I knew you would be here." Hollyflosse regarded the king, unleashing a torrent of dragon fire that surged forth like a ray, striking the king's chest. Caught off guard by Hollyflosse's foresight, the king failed to evade the attack and plummeted toward the ground. The peculiar power that had momentarily surged within him dissipated along with his breath. The royal army, watching from afar, swiftly dispatched a griffin to intercept the falling king. The king did not order their retreat. Even in death, they must await Lilia's command. "Return, rebuild our capital, and tell my father not to worry about me." "I shall return," Lilia shouted towards the royal army. The mages and knights exchanged glances, then looked at the unconscious king, ultimately acquiescing to Lilia's command. Such was the protocol. Once the king lost his capacity to lead, the royal army was bound to obey the commands of the present heir or other royal members. The campaign, led by the king in full armor against the great dragon, concluded with the princess being abducted once more, a portion of the royal army lost, and the king himself falling into unconsciousness. When Hollyflosse returned to the arena, the event had already been paused, and all competitors and spectators gazed upward as Hollyflosse descended slowly, clutching a princess, gently placing Lilia on the ground. He greeted the bewildered Kira ahead with a smile, saying, "Hey, Kira, we meet again." "Ah, Princess Lilia, what a swift reunion it is." Kira could only manage a forced smile. "Hello, are you not aspiring to establish a city-state? With the way you are currently proceeding, you have directly antagonized a nation. How can you hope to create a city-state now?" Kira swiftly approached Hollyflosse and whispered urgently, yet succinctly, near his ear, "Is there truly a conflict between the two?" Hollyflosse retorted with a question. While he earnestly sought to alter humanity's entrenched perceptions of dragons, This did not imply he would tolerate the harm inflicted upon Maislodar. Is there not a conflict? Kira was momentarily taken aback. How could a nascent city-state develop while at odds with a human kingdom? Although the human realm may appear fragmented, it is, in fact, intricately intertwined, with each faction intermingling with the other. To be at odds with a kingdom equates to enmity with a significant portion of its lords. The remaining factions would depend on their affiliations with the kingdom of Colin. And I am your dragon rider. If you persist in this manner, will I not face ruin? Kira was chiefly concerned about his own future. This course of action could indeed thrust him into the limelight. Yet, the nature of that notoriety remained uncertain. Hollyflosse appraised Kira with a glance before responding. Well, then it appears you are doomed. After all, your lifespan scarcely exceeds a century. What does it matter if you face demise? In Hollyflosse's perspective, Kira, a mere mortal with a century-long existence, had no need for lamentations regarding life's end. A mere century of demise, what significance does that hold? Very well, we shall take it one step at a time, he concluded. Kira was left utterly speechless. Unable to muster a retort, he could only acquiesce. What other recourse did he have? He would simply regard this as the price of aspiring to be a dragon rider. After a brief pause, the competition resumed. The event was organized by the Kingdom of Loss, not by the Kingdom of Colin, which had just been bested by Hollyflosse. However, Kira could distinctly sense the altered gazes of the other competitors upon him. Most of those remaining in the arena were familial knights, each with varying degrees of alliances with different kingdoms. With Hollyflosse having vanquished the King of Colin and his forces, Kira, as Hollyflosse's dragon rider, was naturally included in the unfriendly roster of these families. Throughout the remaining events, Kira felt somewhat disoriented, yet with Hollyflosse's assistance, he nevertheless triumphed and claimed victory. When Kira finally regained his senses, he found himself seated upon Hollyflosse's back, soaring on the return journey. It felt surreal as he gazed at the exclusive armor of the victor adorning his form, along with the cape draped behind him, and he murmured in a daze. Hollyflosse nodded in acknowledgement, remarking, I could tell, you seemed to be in a dreamlike state the past few days. I called you, yet you did not respond. Are humans always so easily distracted? Hollyflosse inquired of Kira. Lilia did not respond to the question, but gazed instead at Maislodar, who was perched on Hollyflosse's back, watching as the little dragon incessantly licked its wounds, which were on the verge of healing, revealing fresh flesh beneath. I'm doomed. I must become a dragon knight henceforth. Lilia suddenly sighed deeply. Maislodar lifted its head and offered a rather unhelpful consolation. Fear not. I have perused books about dragon knights. Now we can embark on pillaging and destruction. Lilia was rendered speechless. Such was the quintessential dragon mentality. Communicating with beings of their kind was utterly futile. Turning to Cairo, who remained nearby, Lilia inquired, Mr. Cairo, will you not depart? I wish to leave as well, Cairo replied resignedly, gesturing to the dragon Maislodar that bore him and shaking his head gently. Ah, we share a common plight, Mr. Cairo, Lilia realized, understanding that Cairo's situation was even more dire than her own. At the very least, Maislodar and Hollyflosse were somewhat receptive to her opinions, while Cairo had likely been reduced to a mere plaything for Maislodar. Oh, by the way, Maislodar will accompany us. He mentioned his desire to rule over humanity. Maislodar interjected suddenly. Lilia, feeling somewhat dazed in recent days, had likely been oblivious to the happenings around her. Is this revenge? She mused, a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. Yet, she recalled the events surrounding Maislodar, which she had inadvertently learned during her conversations with Maislodar and Cairo. Perhaps? But it shall not interfere with my father's plans, Maislodar said uncertainly, scratching its head with its tail. After their brief exchange, Hollyflosse descended back into his small city-state. The overall architecture appeared much the same as when Hollyflosse had departed, yet the agricultural fields now bore sprouts and seeds of various crops, with farmers diligently toiling in the fields. Upon landing and setting Lilia down, Hollyflosse addressed her. I have fulfilled your request. Now I must attend to my own affairs. Oh, indeed, Lilia could only nod in agreement. Though the outcome was somewhat unsatisfactory, Hollyflosse had indeed kept his word, making her the champion of the year. Princess Lilia, what brings you back? Afado approached, looking considerably more composed after adjusting his mindset. Ah, it's a long story, suffice it to say. My father has once again brought calamity upon himself, receiving a stern lesson from Mr. Hollyflosse and suffering losses among the royal army, Lilia replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring her tone as Afado inquired about the matter. Indeed, it seems His Majesty cannot coexist with dragons. Alfador harbored a foreboding intuition. King Il, Lilia's father, would forever be at odds with dragons. I share this sentiment. yet I find myself unable to sway my father. Might it be worth your while, Mr. Alfador, to persuade him? Lilia expressed her agreement, suggesting that the esteemed figure from the human realm, Alfador, might be able to influence her father. Perhaps his intervention could yield results? Ah, never mind. Your Highness, I shall not return. I intend to remain here until I have successfully challenged Hollyflosse, or at least inflicted harm upon him before I depart. Alfador declined this suggestion, revealing his recent plans. It appears that Alfador, too, is destined to have a tumultuous relationship with dragons throughout his life. Chapter 20. They shall cheer for my abilities. Speaking of which, Mr. Alfador. This reminded Lilia of her father's explosive final moments. Although the outcome was ultimately his defeat at the hands of Hollyflosse, nonetheless, the damage he inflicted was significant enough to breach the dragon's scales. Lilia remarked. In a climactic moment, my father suddenly unleashed his potential, charging forth to shatter the scales on Mr. Hollyflosse's tail. King Il? Upon hearing this, Alfador was instantly intrigued. It is noteworthy that while Il, as a monarch, possessed formidable strength, he was ultimately burdened with the demands of governance, which consumed both his mental and physical energy. This implies that, in the relentless pursuit of absolute power, Il's journey pales in comparison to that of a solitary figure like Alfador. The ether state, Hollyflosse interjected. 3 millennia ago, your kind thrived in it, though I suspect it has long since faded from your memory. As an ancient being, Hollyflosse recalled humanity's past glory with greater clarity than humans themselves. What might that be, Mr. Hollyflosse? Lilia inquired, her curiosity piqued regarding the history of humanity, a subject she deemed essential as a crown princess. Must I, a dragon, elucidate the matters of your kind? Hollyflosse retorted, bemused by the attention of Kira, Alfador, and Cairo. It merely pertains to achieving what you refer to as the Ether Knight and seeking further advancement. Hollyflosse was forthright, revealing that some truths cannot simply be realized through knowledge alone. Everyone is aware that good health stems from a restorative slumber. Yet how many in reality can truly allow themselves to awaken naturally? Reflecting on this, Hollyflosse elaborated on the principles of the ether state. It is said to be a breakthrough achieved through extreme emotional stimulation, transcending all human limitations and allowing for the flow of greater magical energy within one's being, thus attaining a state of transcendence. Hollyflosse then added, indeed, there were those in the past who utilized this ability to contend with our dragonkin. Upon hearing these words, Alpha's eyes sparkled with fervor. For a being of his stature, standing at the pinnacle of humanity, this pursuit was undoubtedly a lifelong aspiration. Do mages not experience such a state? Inquired Lilia, who, apart from being a royal heir, was also a mage of considerable renown. Indeed, they do. Otherwise, how could humanity have deemed the zenith of both mages and knights as ether? Replied Hollyflosse, flicking his tail dismissively. Alpha sighed deeply, lamenting, alas, such exquisite skills have not been passed down through the ages. Your kind simply lacks longevity. Hollyflosse interjected with a hint of sarcasm, criticizing the high barriers set by humanity, noting that few could ever reach such heights before their demise, rendering the idea of preservation nearly absurd. While Hollyflosse's words may have been harsh, they carried a kernel of truth. Many pursuits require humans to devote their entire lives to mastery, even for those with innate talent. However, with a finite lifespan, a single misguided choice in a disciple could lead to an abrupt cessation of legacy within a mere generation. As their idle chatter concluded, Hollyflosse insisted, now, let us tend to the fields. He nudged Kiro toward the agricultural area with his tail. What? I am a knight, not a farmer. Kiro protested vehemently. Though a knight of the village, he certainly did not consider himself a farmer. I am a dragon, and yet I do not farm, Hollyflosse retorted, casting a pointed glance at Kiro that left him momentarily speechless. Kiro's lips twitched in frustration, clearly wanting to counter, but only managing to exclaim. How infuriating it is to be left without a retort. With Kiro assigned to the fields, Alpha and Cairo discreetly slipped away. As old Jim emerged from his cottage, humming a tune while basking in the sun, he suddenly noticed Kiro standing in the fields, seemingly lost in thought. Approaching him, old Jim inquired, Sir Kiro, what brings you here? Do not ask, old Jim. That dragon, Hollyflosse, has commanded me to farm. Kiro sighed in response. What crops are you tending to? The seeds and seedlings are already planted, and the irrigation channels are sufficient for now. There seems little to occupy oneself with, old Jim observed, casting a glance at the burgeoning sprouts. Crops are not infants. Although they require care, they do not necessitate constant attention. When it is time for them to grow, they will do so on their own. Thus, I find myself idling here, Kiro chuckled, reflecting on his role. As a village knight, he may not have farmed directly, But having observed the diligent farmers beneath him for many years, he had certainly gleaned some understanding. "Ah, Sir Kiro, I see you are here," came the voice of Loth, the individual previously hired by Kiro, as he approached during their conversation. The exploits of Kiro and his dragon during the Knightly Valor Cup have swiftly spread, evoking a deeper respect from Lord Loth towards Kiro. "My Lord Kiro," he addressed with a newfound formality, which left Kiro somewhat taken aback by such a respectful salutation. "May I inquire about the matter at hand?" Kiro asked. Loth, flashing a smile, delved into the subject. "We intend to establish a presence in this. What is the name of this city again?" He faltered mid-sentence, having worked in this nascent city for several days, yet still unaware of its name. "Hey, Hollyflosse, what do you plan to name this city?" Kiro called out to Hollyflosse, who was conversing with Yesfrolda. Hollyflosse, barely lifting his head, replied, "Dragon City, quite simple." "Indeed, yes. The Harrow family has reached a consensus. We plan to invest in and establish ourselves in Dragon City to support its future development," Loth stated in a formal tone. Upon finishing, he presented an internal document from the Harrow family to Kiro. "Wait, what? This?" Kiro was taken aback, puzzled as to why this document was handed to him. Could it be that the Harrow family considered him the de facto ruler of this new city? "We await the day you ascend to greatness, Lord Kiro. Your application for noble status will surely proceed smoothly," Loth remarked as Kiro accepted the document. "In the realm of human nobility, there are primarily two paths: inheritance, where the most outstanding heir inherits titles, lands, and privileges from the previous generation, or forging one's own path by leading a group to establish a city and applying for noble status from the nearest royal capital. Generally, such applications are met with unanimous approval, as humanity is always eager to witness the establishment of new cities. Moreover, those capable of establishing a foothold in the wild to construct a city are no ordinary individuals. Just look at Loth. After merely a few days of guarding Dragon City, his armor bore numerous new dents and scratches. However, as Kiro gazed at the document in his hands, he found himself at a loss. Hollyflosse landed behind him, causing a gentle tremor in the ground, and simply stated, "I agree. That is splendid. A fruitful collaboration, Lord Kiro and Mr. Hollyflosse." Loth beamed, his smile widening. For Loth, this was indeed a remarkable opportunity. The Harrow family's investment and establishment in a brand new city would undoubtedly require a fresh regional manager. Thus, Loth found himself in a prime position to seize this moment, a leap towards newfound heights in his life. But why had the Harrow family suddenly taken a liking to Kiro? Aside from previous reasons, the primary issue lies in the unfortunate conflict that the Harrow family had with King Il in recent years. Il seized several of their properties and assets within the Kingdom of Korin, claiming them to be proceeds from illegal activities. The upper echelons of Harrow are now eager to witness Il's downfall. Hence their overwhelming approval of the fierce thrashing delivered to King Il and his army by the Dragon Knight Kiro and his dragon. Incidentally, as the news circulated within the Harrow family, it morphed into a tale of a confrontation between Kiro and King Il, culminating in a fierce battle that left the king unconscious and Princess Lilia abducted. "Ah, well, a pleasant collaboration," Kiro responded somewhat dazedly to Loth. Just as Kiro intended to inquire further about the situation, a sudden cheer and exclamations of "This is nothing short of a miracle" erupted from the other side of the field. "What is happening?" Naturally, Kiro's attention was drawn to the familiar voices of his fellow villagers. Hollyflosse explained in a flat tone. "Oh, Yesfrod's ability is to promote plant growth, or rather, control the maturation of plants. I just had him try to help me accelerate the ripening of this farmland." A question mark appeared above Kiro's head. "Huh," Loth exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Old Jim reacted most dramatically, having spent his entire life farming. "Sir Kiro, you simply must come and see. This is nothing short of a miracle." A villager from Kiro's former jurisdiction hurried toward him, excitedly exclaiming. As Kiro approached, he beheld the farmland, which was once a blend of earthy yellow and patches of green, now brimming with fully matured crops. In disbelief, Kiro stepped in to pluck a head of barley, gently rubbing it between his fingers to confirm it was indeed genuine grain and not some illusion. Barley from another world. Even the peasants of this realm need sustenance, don't they? Can dragons do this too? Kiro turned to Hollyflosse, who regarded him with a glance that implied a lack of awareness about short-lived plants, then nodded. What are they cheering about? In dragon language, Yesfrod, the catalyst for this transformation, looked at the seemingly ecstatic humans with a perplexed expression and asked his companion, Kiro, "They are cheering for your ability." Kiro struggled to convey in his halting dragon language. Due to Yesfrod's special request, Kiro was required to communicate in dragon language when conversing with his knight. as it lent an air of superiority over Kiro, the knight of Maislodar. Upon hearing this, Yesfrod perked up, initially filled with excitement, and then asked Cairo in an incredulous tone, "They like my ability?" In dragon language. Indeed, Cairo affirmed with a nod. Ahem, I believe humanity possesses a certain charm. In Draconic, Yesflorida, suppressing his inner elation, raised his head and spoke with feigned calmness. Yet, the flickering tip of his tail betrayed the excitement and joy that brewed within him. At this moment, Cairo chose to remain silent, contemplating the duration it would take for his hunting party members to reunite with him. Yesflorida soared through the skies with great speed, while Cairo's companions could only traverse the ground on foot. Ha, I must have a word with Maislodar. These diminutive humans shall surely rejoice at my abilities. In Draconic, Yesflorida's spirits soared as he murmured to himself, turning to seek out Maislodar. My lord Kiro, this is truly a miracle. Dragon knights surpass anything depicted in books, exclaimed a villager, rushing to Kiro with excitement. Indeed, truly remarkable. Kiro, still in a state of bewilderment, could only nod instinctively in response. Meanwhile, Afado stood at a distance before his modest tent, arms crossed and expressionless, gazing at the suddenly flourishing farmland, lost in thought. Is this the magic of the dragon clan? Lilia arrived, drawn by the commotion. As a mage, she was particularly intrigued by this manipulation of plant life. Human mages had attempted to influence the growth of plants, yet all efforts had ended in failure. To nurture plant growth required an understanding and guidance of magical energy in a way that aligned with the plant's own thought processes, something humans could hardly comprehend. Thus, all spells aimed at hastening plant growth only resulted in a mass of flesh and blood conglomerates. No, dragons do not possess magic. We rely solely on our innate abilities, Hollyflosse replied, shaking his head. He was more than willing to answer the human's natural curiosity and inquiries, for it might foster a positive and affirmative perception of the dragon clan. Chapter 21. The hero prepares to confront the dragon. Maislodar gazed at Yesflorida, who stood before him brimming with pride, and incredulously asked, "So, are you implying that those humans will cheer for you simply because you can hasten the maturity of plants?" In Draconic, Yesflorida straightened his posture, spreading his wings to bask in the sunlight, resembling the sacred dragon depicted in paintings, and declared, "Indeed, I am their savior." In Draconic, Maislodar nearly gasped in disbelief. Witnessing Yesflorida's unrestrained pride was more unbearable than facing his own demise. "No, I cannot accept this." With a limping gait, Maislodar hurriedly made his way outside. He too needed to devise a means for those humans to cheer for him. Young dragons are like this. Upon seeing their companions experiencing something wondrous, they feel compelled to partake in it as well. Yesflorida watched as Maislodar's figure receded into the distance, and the long-held envy he felt towards Maislodar transformed in that moment into a sensation known as superiority. As Maislodar sought out Kira to discuss strategies for eliciting cheers from humanity, Kira was engaged in conversation with Hollyflosse about various matters, with Love standing nearby. "So, Mr. Yesfrod possesses the ability to cause any plant to mature instantaneously?" Kira inquired. Hollyflosse nodded and added, "In fact, it extends beyond that, should Yesfrod desire. Those plants could be made to obey his commands to a certain extent." Seizing the opportunity, Hollyflosse shared a tidbit of dragon lore with the two humans present. He lamented his abilities for quite some time, for such powers are not akin to your human spells. They cannot simply be exchanged for another. The innate abilities of dragons are fixed once awakened. What about those more temperamental plants? Love pondered, stroking his chin and glancing towards the ripened wheat fields and the farmers harvesting the barley. Hollyflosse appeared momentarily perplexed before realizing that the so-called temperamental plants likely referred to spices and other such items. "What? Are you referring to those things you humans toss into pots for cooking?" he queried. Upon hearing this response, Love fell silent, his mind drifting to thoughts of a future life of opulence. What varieties of plants hold the greatest value in the human world? He mused. Two types, one being those spice crops, commonly referred to as cash crops. These crops are notoriously difficult to cultivate and yield low returns. Yet spices are sought after by everyone, from nobility to common folk. While it may not reach the level of cultivating spices as if they were gold, these crops represent one of the few high-yield options available to farmers from this otherworldly realm, albeit often at the mercy of unscrupulous spice merchants who drive down prices. The other type consists of medicinal plants. Aside from casting spells, mages also engage in alchemy and potion making. Yet, potion making necessitates the use of herbs. One cannot simply gather a handful of wild grasses from the roadside and stir them into a concoction, as that is merely a child's tale. Cultivating medicinal plants is akin to planting gold, for who among us is immune to the ravages of time? Not to mention that apothecaries continually pursue the elusive quest for immortality. The supply and demand market for medicinal plants is undoubtedly a vast abyss. No matter how much one supplies, it can never be completely filled. Kira, too, envisioned a future of grandeur, aspiring to become a significant noble in Merry Eden. Hey. Kira, Maislodar tugged at the hem of Kira's garment, pulling him from his reverie. Kira turned to see Maislodar and asked, Mr. Maislodar, is there something you need from me? Despite Maislodar and Yesfradar's childlike dispositions, their age spanned several centuries. Even an octogenarian like Chiloa must address these two little dragons as sir rather than any other appellation. Do you possess any means to elicit cheers from humanity? Inquired Maislodar. Chiloa was taken aback by this question, scratching his head in confusion and retorting, Why the sudden inquiry? Do not question me. I am the one posing the queries, Maislodar replied, clearly reluctant to answer. Casting a glance at Maislodar, Chiloa tentatively suggested, perhaps by performing more good deeds? Such as? Maislodar stepped forward, gazing at Chiloa with eager anticipation. Chiloa continued in his uncertain tone, perhaps by vanquishing evil and upholding justice? That does not suit me. Suggest something else, came Maislodar's immediate rejection. Well then, that leaves us with nothing. You are a dragon, after all. What else can you do? Chiloa shrugged, expressing his own helplessness. The only scenario he could envision that might earn a dragon-human applause involved a dramatic rescue. Oh right. There's also the miraculous display of prowess exhibited by Yesfradar, which bestows grace upon the masses. However, your ability to control lightning, while indeed wondrous, does not extend favors to the populace, Chiloa mused. Maislodar, evidently dissatisfied, was unwilling to concede that there was something Yesfradar could achieve that he could not. Damn it. Think again. Off you go, play elsewhere. Do not disrupt the adults as they discuss serious matters, Hollyflosse finally interjected, pushing his son aside with his tail. Father, Lav and Chiloa combined are not even half my age. Maislodar retorted loudly. Hollyflosse swiftly countered, yet they are adults among humans. Are you unaware that 1 year in human age equates to many years in dragon years? He invoked a familiar adage from the human world equating a dog's year to 7 human years. How come I've never heard such a claim? Maislodar muttered as he was shooed away by his disgruntled father. So, the fruits born of those more finicky plants should aid in the development of my dragon realm, right? Hollyflosse inquired of the two knights before him. He was indifferent to the wealth those peculiar crops might yield. His sole concern was whether these plants could attract more humans and other races from the lower realms to witness the true nature of dragonkind. Absolutely, without a doubt. Lav nodded emphatically. With Yesfradar's miraculous ability to foster plant growth, one could sow and reap on the same day. Even Lav, with his limited formal education, could grasp the immense benefits this would bring. Why has such fortune never graced us before? It seems our understanding of dragonkind has been overly narrow and scarce, Lav lamented. A mix of regret and astonishment in his tone. Though spoken in hushed tones, the words nonetheless reached the ears of Hollyflosse. A smile graced Hollyflosse's face as he gently flicked his tail, his spirits noticeably lifted by the remark. Hey, Hollyflosse, there are some people outside who wish to meet you and Princess Lilia, called Afado, who, burdened by his stone sword, hurried over from his small tent. His expression a mix of tension and anticipation. Hollyflosse glanced at Afado, the formidable human warrior whose emotions often swayed his judgment, and, somewhat surprised, inquired, What? Has someone been drawn here so swiftly? You might interpret it that way, but they have come to confront you. The hero, Afado replied, raising his hands in front of him, his index and middle fingers tracing the air as he emphasized the word hero. What? A hero? Where? Maislodar, who had been resting nearby, suddenly perked up at the mention of the keyword. Ahem, just over there. Afado gestured toward the vicinity of his tent, revealing that he had temporarily accommodated the heroes who had journeyed from the devastated capital of Colin to rescue Lilia. Excellent. I shall summon Lilia. We can engage in the classic tale of heroes battling dragons to rescue the princess, Maislodar exclaimed, forgetting his earlier desire for the humans to cheer for him. Oh, the nature of young dragons. Whatever crosses their minds instantly becomes their focus. Lilia, come quickly. See if any of these heroes please you. Maislodar called out, limping as he made his way to find Lilia. Though several days had passed, Maislodar's wounds had yet to fully heal, with a significant portion of his once majestic wings and claws still absent. However, this did not dampen his playful spirit. Later, Lilia gazed at the nervous heroes standing before her, clutching their meager weapons, and sighed. So, these are the heroes? In her mind, a hero should at least match Afado's caliber, while strength could vary. They must possess charm and literary sophistication. As a well-read crown princess, she had no intention of spending her life with someone lacking in eloquence. Indeed, they are the heroes. Afado affirmed, standing beside Lilia, arms crossed, nodding in agreement. Among the heroes, some appeared familiar to Afado, as they had once resided in the same city and might have crossed paths unwittingly. Sir Afado, why are you standing beside the evil dragon? Inquired one young knight with golden hair, looking perplexed. Afado recognized their faces, but the sight of his stone sword ignited their excitement and disbelief. To encounter a legendary figure is indeed a tremendous stroke of fortune. However, one cannot help but wonder why this esteemed individual stands beside an adversarial faction. No matter. I too am engaged in a challenge against the malevolent dragon, albeit in a more scholarly manner. Alfado waved reassuringly at the young knight, signaling him to remain calm. Studying? The young knight's confusion deepened upon hearing these words. Alfado nodded affirmatively and explained, indeed, studying. Before you can vanquish your opponent, you must first understand them. Learn everything about them, their preferences, habits, weaponry, and techniques. Once you have absorbed enough knowledge and etched it into your memory, you will discern their intentions with merely a gesture. Whether they aim to thrust or slash, your battles will transform into a seamless dance of ease. The young knight, upon digesting this wisdom, nodded in enlightened understanding. He then bowed respectfully to Alfado, expressing his gratitude. I am enlightened, Sir Alfado. Thank you for imparting this knowledge. The other brave souls, not just knights, but also mages, followed suit, bowing to Alfado in appreciation. Such an opportunity to receive guidance from a master of unparalleled caliber is a rare privilege, and the fact that Alfado chose to share his insights with them was a matter worthy of pride. They could return and boast of being disciples of the illustrious stone sword Alfado. Hence, their gestures of thanks were well warranted. Now do your best. I shall observe from the sidelines, Alfado said as he stepped aside to stand with Hollyflosse, allowing the arena to be occupied by Maislodar and the brave warriors. Do not disgrace yourselves, Hollyflosse remarked to his eager son, who was readying himself for battle. These warriors had traveled great distances to rescue Lilia and confront the dragon, which brought Hollyflosse a mix of joy and unease. He was pleased to welcome the first wave of outsiders, yet troubled that their arrival was prompted by the dragon's notorious reputation. Nonetheless, this predicament was the result of Maislodar's own misdeeds, and it was surely up to him to entertain these adventurers. Hollyflosse's unease mirrored that of the warriors, who had mentally prepared themselves for combat amidst flames, molten lava, and toxic marshes, as depicted in their tomes. However, upon arrival, they were met with an unexpectedly serene scene, complete with a friendly farmer greeting them. This locale bore more resemblance to a quaint city-state than the lair of a fearsome dragon. The vast psychological disparity left all the warriors momentarily speechless. Good heavens! Can dragons grow to such monumental sizes? A mage whispered to his comrades while discreetly assessing Hollyflosse. Though they had heard tales of the dragon knight Kylo and his colossal mount during their journey, hearing of it and witnessing it firsthand were two entirely different experiences. The mage's companion suddenly realized something, slapping his forehead and exclaiming, "Wait, so we've already fought that little dragon, and now we must face the great dragon? All right, who will be the first to step up?" Unlike the anxious and tense demeanor of the other brave souls, Maislodar was consumed solely by pure exhilaration and excitement. "I shall go," proclaimed the golden-haired young knight, the very one who had spoken with Alfado at the outset, as he took a determined step forward. "Crimson Knight, Knight of the City-State, Makelin, Evil Dragon, accept your fate." The golden-haired knight announced his title with the formality befitting a knightly duel. Lacking experience in dealing with dragons, he naturally resorted to the chivalric customs he knew. "Hey, hero, why does it seem like every knight is stronger than you?" Maislodar burst into laughter upon hearing the knight's introduction, turning to chuckle at Hero, who was spectating nearby. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Hero suddenly erupted into a fit of violent coughing. Chapter 22, Classic Dwarven Jokes. I lost. Makelin knelt on the ground, hands braced against the earth, his long sword and shield discarded beside him, his body marked by charred scars and wisps of rising white smoke. Although Maislodar was temporarily incapacitated, his mastery over lightning remained unaffected by his physical limitations. He cast a triumphant glance at the fallen Makelin, then turned his attention to the remaining heroes, declaring, "Well then, who shall be next?" It felt more akin to a tournament than a battle of heroes against a dragon, Hero remarked, adding, "Perhaps those bored scions of affluent families would enjoy such a contest." "Are you suggesting that there are humans who would find this appealing?" Hollyflosse asked, having caught the key phrase, as he turned to Hero. Hero promptly directed his gaze to the only noble present, the pinnacle of wealthy progeny. Princess Lilia, inquiring, surely there must be, right? Princess Lilia, in your esteemed opinion, would there be affluent youths interested in such an endeavor? Indeed, and owing to the popularity of certain literary works, many are quite curious about the existence of dragons. Lilia nodded. In her previous days, when ennui struck, she often found solace in reading those literary pieces. As a crown princess, she had indulged in all the luxuries the world had to offer. During this time, the human writers, who spent their days crafting scripts and plays, had revived the trend of writing tales about dragons. Lilia and other members of the elite surely kept pace with the currents of their era. Moreover, given the sudden fame of Mr. Kiro, I surmise it won't be long before a considerable number of individuals embark on what is dubbed the Dragon Quest. Lilia continued, sharing her insights. The Dragon Quest. Hollyflosse's tail flicked, his eyes shimmering with unspoken thoughts as he muttered to himself. This quest for the dragon allows these individuals to seek out a ghostly dragon, aside from Hollyflosse, the adult dragon who remains in the lower realm due to certain circumstances. All adult dragons reside in the upper world, beyond the endless grayish-white mountains near the Dragon Kingdom. In the lower world, the dragons that linger are playful young ones like Maislodar and Yesfrlo. And the consequences of seeking such young dragons have led Hollyflosse to cast a glance at the brave souls still engaged in combat with other warriors, relentlessly employing various lightning strikes against these unfortunate young humans. He has begun to feel a sense of pity for those embarking on this so-called dragon quest. Lilia continued, albeit with a hint of regret in her voice. However, the foremost concern is certainly your Dragon Kingdom, Mr. Hollyflosse. Whether due to the reputation of Sir Kiro or my own influence, a considerable number of knights and mages will surely come. In Lilia's mind, the arrival of these individuals would pose a dilemma for Hollyflosse, who is solely focused on the development of his city-state. Just imagine, cultivating your small territory and constructing houses, only to have people come to fight you intermittently, causing damage in the process. Isn't that undeniably a misfortune? Yet, Hollyflosse seemed to harbor more thoughts. As he lowered his head to inquire of Lilia, Lilia, what significance does population hold among your kind? Why do you ask that? Lilia was momentarily taken aback, but then candidly shared her perspective on population, stating it is a crucial component of my father's and my rule. Although the power of mortals is negligible, they are the subjects we govern. This world necessitates governance, plain and simple. In this realm, the notion that a greater populace equates to greater strength is non-existent. Even the most basic of the Scarlet Knights could obliterate an entire city of mere mortals without facing any formidable opposition. However, the extraordinary might wielded by knights and mages seldom poses a threat to commoners, as many, like Kiro, tend to be quite amiable towards the mortals within their domains. As Lilia articulated, these individuals form an indispensable part of their governance. The world requires subjects to be ruled. I see, Hollyflosse nodded. If that is the case, then their quest for the dragon leads them to me, which can only be a fortuitous outcome. Fortuitous? Lilia was somewhat astonished. How can being besieged daily be deemed fortunate? Hollyflosse replied, once they arrive, they fall under my dominion. Your perspective, Mr. Hollyflosse, is indeed unlike that of humans. Lilia had not contemplated this possibility. The act of population raiding is condemned in human society. Yet, Hollyflosse is no longer human. How can he be reproached? It is inescapable. However, this would certainly tarnish his reputation. Lilia reminded that she indeed recalled the purpose behind Hollyflosse's establishment of the city-state was seemingly to rectify humanity's unwarranted malice towards dragons. I have come to understand, Lilia. The more I strive to evade infamy, the more it seems to pursue me, Hollyflosse remarked with a sense of resignation, his gaze fixated on Maislodar with an expression of unyielding disappointment. Thus, Lilia turned to Hollyflosse and inquired, so I shall command all of humanity. This way, they shall recognize dragons as the most formidable and magnificent beings in this world. Hollyflosse articulated his current strategy. Just as you humans once did, he added, attempting to justify his actions with a semblance of legitimacy. This revelation astonished not only Lilia but also drew the attention of a fader, who exclaimed in surprise, what? Were humans once united? In the annals of human history, the furthest records trace back no more than 3,000 years, a time when humanity had already splintered. Thus, all present-day humans, from nobles to commoners, believe that humanity has always existed in a model of governance marked by disparate city-states and kingdoms maintaining a tenuous connection while preserving their distance. However, humanity's existence predates that of dragons by a significant margin. When the first generation of dragons emerged, kingdoms formed by humans had already risen from the earth. Of course, that was 4,000 years ago. I was much smaller then, Perhaps only 20 meters or so, Hollyflosse reminisced. Back then, you humans were united and even enjoyed waging wars against elves. Is that truly the case? Kira interjected, drawn by curiosity about the past of humanity. Indeed it is. Hollyflosse affirmed, nodding. Together with the dwarves, you fought the elves. Yet, more often than not, you humans merely played a supporting role, watching the spectacle. The dwarves were the main force. Presently, you humans no longer engage in battles with elves, while dwarves continue to do so. I recall that at that time, humans, dwarves, and elves maintained a delicate balance in the world below. Suddenly, Lilia interjected, wait, what about goblins? It is not surprising that kingdoms existed among the three races. But what of the goblins? Surely, those pesky little creatures did not just appear out of nowhere at some point in time. Hollyflosse gently scratched his chin with his tail, recalling, goblins scurried between your three races, allying with anyone who would have them. Now, they have become the sort of beings that provoke a cry of hostility from all. Naturally, there were other races, but their numbers were too insignificant for me to pay them any mind back then. As for why your three species went to war, it seems to have stemmed from issues of etiquette, Lilia pondered aloud, saying, issues of etiquette? Was it a diplomatic incident? If it were a diplomatic incident, it would be entirely reasonable for a great war to erupt among the three races. Improper diplomacy can almost equate to extreme insult. Particularly when each of the three races had only one nation, insulting the sovereign of a nation could easily be seen as an affront to all its people. Hollyflosse nodded and remarked, it seems that was indeed the sentiment back then. I struggle to comprehend the terminology used by you little ones. What precisely was it, Mr. Hollyflosse? Do you recall? At this moment, Lilia became somewhat agitated, for this was a significant event that had never been recorded in human history. As a crown princess, Lilia could even leverage such historical occurrences to justify wars and actions against other nations. The dwarven craftsmen and human artists jointly presented a cloak to the Elven King. Hollyflosse began recounting the events of that year. What kind of diplomatic incident is this? Isn't it merely a customary exchange of gifts, fostering friendship? Lilia was perplexed. Was this not a standard gift? A cloak, which serves both ceremonial and functional purposes, was worn by dwarves, elves, and humans alike. Was there something amiss with that cloak? Lilia was indeed correct in her assumption, as Hollyflosse struggled to suppress his laughter while elaborating on the incident. Since the cloak was crafted by dwarves, it only covered the rear of the Elven King, leaving most of his back exposed. Even after 4 millennia, Hollyflosse found this amusing. Lilia almost burst into laughter, but quickly covered her mouth to maintain her composure. Ahem. Alphido turned away, coughing vigorously. Ha ha ha, this is too much. How could this happen? Kira and Cairo cared little for decorum and doubled over in laughter. It was a classic dwarven joke, one even recognized in the annals of history. Validated by the dragon kin. So, the Elven King perceived this as an insult, correct? Lilia repressed her amusement and inquired of Hollyflosse. Indeed. Would you not consider it an insult if presented with such a cloak? Hollyflosse nodded, adding a rhetorical question. Considering the dwarven circumstances, I might engage in dialogue with them. Lilia replied, acknowledging that this behavior might have stemmed from an inadvertent error on the part of the dwarves rather than a deliberate slight. As a sovereign, it would be prudent to ascertain the facts before reaching a conclusion. The elves of that time had similar thoughts. They first approached human artists, reviewed the design blueprints, and confirmed there were no issues with the design. Hollyflosse nodded in agreement. They then sought out the dwarves. But the dwarves adamantly refused to acknowledge any flaws in their craftsmanship. Why? Lilia pondered, confused. Was it not merely a small misunderstanding? Why not take it back for a revision? After all, the creator of this cloak is the king of the dwarves, renowned for his unparalleled craftsmanship. I believe I possess several of his creations in my collection. As Hollyflosse mentioned his own collection, he returned to the matter at hand. Thus, for the dwarven king, the notion of reworking or admitting a mistake is utterly unacceptable. He even remarked that the elven physique does not befit dwarven artistry, which is indeed characteristic of dwarves. At this moment, Afado interjected, and upon noticing the collective gaze of the assembly upon him, he continued, what is the matter? I do have a dwarven friend. Who do you think forged my stone sword? He added, moreover, dwarves share this sentiment. They believe their creations are the finest. If something seems amiss, it is undoubtedly your fault. Afado then proposed a solution that had been delayed by 4 millennia. Thus, the Elven King could have phrased it differently. Instead of suggesting a rework, he could have referred to it as an upgrade, which the Dwarven King might have accepted. Hollyflosse continued, and so, a confrontation ensued. The Elven King believed the Dwarven King's words were a grave insult, while the dwarves collectively deemed the elves blind to quality. Lilia, upon hearing this, found herself at a loss for words. The reasons for this war are truly perplexing. She had assumed that the great battle from 4,000 years ago must have been a grand and awe-inspiring affair, with motives steeped in the struggle between good and evil, each side steadfast in their beliefs of justice and ideals. However, she was taken aback to discover that the truth was a mere miscalculation in the cloak's dimensions. At this moment, Kira noticed an intriguing discrepancy. How could Hollyflosse, being a dragon, possess such knowledge of other species? Wait a moment, Mr. Hollyflosse. What were you doing at that time? How do you know so much about this? Me? Hollyflosse chuckled as he reminisced about his past. I was involved with another female dragon, who was then working for the elves in exchange for rare plant seeds. That is how I came to be so well versed in these matters. After this revelation, Hollyflosse suddenly realized that he might seek her assistance, considering those plants would likely hold considerable value in the human realm. Chapter 23. The Achilles heel of a single father. Haha. None of you stand a chance against me. Maislodar exclaimed with exhilaration as he surveyed the heroes he had defeated, all kneeling before him. However, he soon found himself at a standstill. Wait. What is one supposed to do after vanquishing the heroes? The literary works he had encountered always depicted the heroes triumphing over the evil dragon, subsequently living happily ever after with the princess. Never had he read of a scenario where the dragon emerged victorious. Upon hearing this, the fallen heroes began to react. Right. What do we do now that we have lost? Should we be set free, or shall we be devoured by the evil dragon? Ah, what a bunch of youngsters. Alfador observed the defeated heroes, shaking his head as if lamenting the fleeting nature of youth. Indeed, Alfador was an ancient being among humans. Though he remained at the pinnacle of his power, one could only describe him as a seemingly youthful old man, both in appearance and in spirit. Those who had transformed into knights would never experience the frailty of old age. They would remain in their most formidable state until the day of their demise arrived. Thus, it was not uncommon for a knight to appear vigorous one day and suddenly perish the next. Maislodar contemplated for a brief moment before addressing the heroes before him. Well, you are now my slaves. What? You might as well kill me. The heroes reacted with disbelief at his declaration, although they were not of noble lineage. Those who had become night mages were regarded as elevated beings in the human realm. The notion of enslavement was far more unbearable than death itself. Where on earth did you learn such a thing? Hollyflosse approached Maislodar from behind, striking the back of his head with his tail in reprimand. The idea of slavery was utterly foreign to the dragon kin, who had no custom of subjugating other races. If Maislodar succeeded in this endeavor, it would only serve to reinforce the baseless stereotypes against dragons, and such a stain would be indelible. Ouch! Father, why do you keep hitting me? Maislodar protested, feeling wronged. Isn't it common? Humans frequently engage in the trade of slaves. Hollyflosse regarded his foolish son with a piercing gaze and asked, Are you human? No. Maislodar was momentarily silenced. Then will you let us go? One of the heroes raised his head to inquire of Hollyflosse. Hollyflosse surveyed their disheveled forms and chuckled. Leave? You journeyed all this way merely to battle a dragon and then depart? How could Hollyflosse allow these hard-won visitors to escape? They must remain until the very end of their lives. Isn't that so? The hero looked at Hollyflosse, forcing a smile that was tinged with uncertainty. Hollyflosse regarded him with a silent grin. Isn't it? The smile vanished from the hero's face. No, you must remain until your lives draw to a close, Hollyflosse confirmed, outlining the fate of the heroes. He then added, Moreover, what is this charade of being brave heroes against dragons? You must be prepared for the inevitability of death, should you wish to continue living. You ought to be grateful to me. Though he spoke thus, the reality was undeniably distinct. Dying in battle and being confined within a single domain were two entirely different fates. Sir Alfador. The valiant hero quickly cast a pleading glance toward the nearby Serafato, who dismissed him with a wave of his hand, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as he spoke. Do not look to me. We are all adults here and must bear the consequences of our actions. On the bright side, we are still alive, are we not? One of the hero's companions gently patted him on the shoulder from behind, offering words of comfort. The hero fell into silence. Though he appeared to struggle with the current situation, he refrained from uttering any further words. A group of youthful adventurers was establishing a makeshift camp in the open space near Afato's modest tent, and he chuckled softly, shaking his head at the sight. Having witnessed grand spectacles and numerous fatalities, Afato resonated with Hollyflosse's assertion that, I have spared your lives, and you ought to be grateful. Although these young individuals possessed strength, their experiences were rather limited, and they reacted to their confinement with extreme distress. Furthermore, one could argue that such a level of confinement hardly constituted imprisonment. Did they not have ample space to stretch their limbs within the confines of an entire city-state? Sir Afato, you seem rather pleased, Cairo remarked, standing beside him. observing the disheartened adventurers. Me? Afado pointed a finger at himself, then grinned. Of course, I find joy in observing the youth nearby, and they are familiar faces. Familiar faces from the kingdom of Corin, I presume? Cairo continued the conversation. Afado nodded, responding, indeed, although the kingdom of Corin has been destroyed, its people remain. He added, His Majesty, King Aiel, truly lost his judgment in his desperate love for his daughter. After witnessing the true power of dragons, Afado found it increasingly difficult to harbor any anger towards them. Imagine kidnapping someone's child and subjecting them to torment with specialized magic in the realm of humanity. Any parent with influence would surely unleash a torrent of vengeance. Yet, that dragon merely destroyed buildings, leaving with minimal bloodshed. For a kingdom brimming with powerful mages, such structures were hardly valuable. Cairo stroked his chin, interjecting, but let us not forget that it was the dragon named Maislodar who first abducted Princess Lilia. Do you think she appears to be a victim of kidnapping? Afado glanced toward Lilia as he posed this question. There she was, happily conversing with Maislodar, adorning the dragon's tail with exquisite ribbons for decoration. Cairo found himself at a loss for words. Compared to Lilia, it was he, the dragon rider, who seemed more like a captive. Not at all. It resembles a delightful outing instead. Well then, Afado shrugged. What is your perspective on the developmental trajectory of this dragon nation? At that moment, Alfredo suddenly turned his head and inquired of Cairo. Although Cairo was somewhat taken aback by Alfredo's question, he replied truthfully, quite well, indeed. Yes, Florida's abilities are more than sufficient to uphold an entire kingdom, let alone a city-state. Truly, the power to instantly mature plants is a remarkable gift. The dragon race is indeed formidable. Alfredo nodded in agreement, expressing his admiration. And what of the ether state? Alfredo asked, revealing his deeper curiosity regarding the ether state. Though he had no clear understanding of what this state entailed or how one might attain it. It was a technique spoken of by Hollyflosse, a dragon whose prowess could rival that of an adult dragon. Alfredo was determined to master it, no matter what. Cairo chuckled self-deprecatingly, saying, I am not even an ether knight, Sir Alfredo, so please refrain from mocking me. Alfredo, however, was unperturbed by such remarks. His ascent to legendary status among humans was not founded on arrogance, but rather on a relentless pursuit of knowledge. Come now, I refuse to believe you are not intrigued by such a method capable of contending with adult dragons. Hollyflosse had stated that extreme emotional stimuli were required, yet Alfredo, at our level, what could possibly provoke such a stimulus? Cairo fell silent for a couple of seconds before finally articulating his perspective. He did not consider this path viable. How many instances of extreme emotional stimuli could one encounter in a lifetime? Moreover, for a being of ether knight caliber, great strength was tantamount to a life devoid of regrets. If one's life was already free of regrets, where would the emotional stimuli come from? Yet, what if it is the very pursuit of strength that serves as the stimulus? Alfredo nodded and proceeded to share his insights. Then, the only one capable of validating this notion would be you, Sir Alfredo, Cairo remarked, glancing at Alfredo. Just then, during their conversation, the sunlight was abruptly obscured by a colossal figure, casting a vast dragon-shaped shadow over the two knights. Simultaneously, a dragon's roar resonated from the sky. Hollyflosse, you actually remembered to summon me. In dragon tongue. Oh, Vinicahana, you know me. In dragon tongue. Hollyflosse looked up toward the heavens, but his words were interrupted. Suddenly, the white dragon, Vinicahana, folded its wings and dove directly toward Hollyflosse on the ground. The two dragons collided fiercely, with Vinicahana's ice crystal-laden claws pinning Hollyflosse to the ground, as if fearful of letting him escape. Now, you cannot flee, my fiery darling. In dragon tongue. Vinicahana extended its tongue to lick its lips, steam rising from its body due to the extreme cold. Wow, a female on top, Maislodar exclaimed, witnessing his unfortunate father being pinned down. You little rascal. Where did you learn such words? Forget them. Hollyflosse turned to Maislodar and scolded him. He then turned back to Vinicahana, looking somewhat embarrassed as he said, Ahem, the reason I sought you out this time is for some plant seeds. Upon hearing this, Vinicahana's demeanor shifted dramatically, turning cold as she retorted, What? Not for me. Then do not expect to obtain any seeds from me. Hollyflosse then whispered, Of course, it is also for you. Vinicahana's attitude transformed once more. Oh, I knew your fervent affection would not disappoint me. Rest assured, I possess a collection of every type of seed you might desire. Then, father, when did you and Aunt Vinicahana become involved? Maislodar inquired curiously, stepping closer to Hollyflosse. He was well aware of his father's illustrious exploits. The dragon race lacked the human values and arbitrary social norms that governed relationships, They adhered to a principle of directness in matters of affection. Was it 2,000 years ago? Or perhaps longer? I have had many companions, Hollyflosse replied, caught off guard by the question, uncertain. Have you never considered finding me a mother? Maislodar suddenly asked. Hollyflosse's mouth twitched as he explained, if I were to do so, those who did not become your mother would tear me apart. Come, Maislodar, look at the gift I have brought you, Vinaka said, still perched upon Hollyflosse, as her tail curled around an object and presented it to Maislodar. Upon closer inspection, Maislodar exclaimed, wow, the legendary sword in the stone. And it's the version with a base. What is this? A sword stuck in a rock. Hollyflosse remarked, visibly puzzled. What is so remarkable about this? Wait, no. Hollyflosse quickly realized that the significance lay not in the sword itself, but in Vinaka's actions. This cunning mother dragon was attempting to win Maislodar's favor with a gift. Unable to win Hollyflosse over, she sought to charm Maislodar instead. Ultimately, for the sake of Maislodar's happiness, Hollyflosse reluctantly allowed Vinaka to remain by his side. The vulnerabilities of a single father had been deftly exploited. Indeed. The next moment, Maislodar turned to Hollyflosse and declared, Father, let Vinaka be my mother. Oh, how sweet your words are. Vinaka glanced down at Hollyflosse, a triumphant smile gracing her face as if to boast. You little rascal. Is a mere sword stuck in a wretched stone enough to win you over? Hollyflosse was filled with exasperation. What is going on? I see a new dragon. Is that truly the sword in the stone? At this moment, Chiloa hurried over upon hearing the commotion, and upon spotting the sword embedded in the stone beside Maislodar. She let out an involuntary gasp. And who might this be, Mr. Hollyflosse? She inquired, glancing at the blue and white dragon pinning Hollyflosse down. Allow me to introduce Vinaka, a friend of mine who will likely be staying in Dragonland from now on, Hollyflosse sighed in response. Initially, he had merely intended to borrow a few plant seeds, but he had not anticipated Vinaka's knack for seizing opportunities. Chapter 24. You like me, I like you. Vinaka sat closely beside Hollyflosse, her entire form pressed against him, as if she wished to merge into one. Her azure dragon eyes surveyed the gathering of elderly farmers and despondent heroes seeking respite under the shade, before turning to Hollyflosse and remarking, how peculiar that you would choose to spend time with these humans. Are you only 600 years old? Please, have you seen how they conspire against us? While I may not mind, it is evident that Maislodar has been affected, Hollyflosse replied, shaking his head in resignation. Vinaka, much like the earlier Hollyflosse, appeared unfazed, attributing it to the playful nature of young dragons. Young dragons simply enjoy play. It will all be fine in a couple of thousand years. Another 2,000 years? I suspect we will witness some melodramatic love affair between humans and dragons long before that, Hollyflosse scoffed, lightly coiling his tail around her tail tip. Seemingly oblivious to Hollyflosse's subtle gesture, Vinaka continued, is it truly that severe? Hollyflosse gestured toward the disheartened warriors who had set up a makeshift camp and were beginning to cook their meals. Do you see that glum bunch? They are all here to challenge Maislodar and rescue the princess. This revelation left Vinaka speechless, as the gravity of the situation became apparent. Meanwhile, Chiloa and the others were gathered around the legendary sword in the stone, marveling at its presence. Is this truly the fabled sword in the stone? It is my first encounter with it, Alphadou mused, stroking his chin as he regarded the rusted blade. Though Ether Knights by title, it did not mean they had traveled the world extensively. The vastness of the realm contained many wonders only heard of, never witnessed. The sword before them was undoubtedly one such marvel. So it can only be drawn by the one destined to wield it? Cairo interjected, his eagerness apparent, as he was the only knight among them lacking a legendary weapon. Chiloa possessed the dragon-toothed sword, which, while not of T0 caliber, certainly belonged to the T1 echelon. Alfado's stone sword required no further elaboration. The non-mass-produced equipment crafted by dwarves undoubtedly ranked among legendary artifacts. Yet Cairo remained reliant on a mass-produced weapon easily obtainable in the market. Not that mass-produced items were inferior, but their potential could never rival that of the dragon-tooth sword or the stone sword. Hello, what are you doing? This is my possession. You may look, but you must not touch. Maislodar, observing the eager expressions of the three individuals, promptly issued a warning. Ahem, Maislodar, you see, I am your dragon knight, am I not? Kira capitalized on her advantageous identity at that moment. Maislodar nodded in agreement. Indeed, Kira intended to articulate further, yet her words were abruptly interrupted by Maislodar. In a tone that suggested it was self-evident, he remarked, once the sword is drawn from the stone, can it still be called the sword in the stone? It shall remain here merely as a gimmick to attract more heroes to entertain me. The three knights present were left speechless, realizing that Maislodar intended to play the long game to reel in the big catch, rendering the sword in the stone utterly wasted. Although they all understood deep down that they were unlikely to be the chosen ones by the sword, there lingered a glimmer of hope. Such a sense of fortunate chance persists. Otherwise, lotteries would not sell in such abundance. Hey, Kira? Just as Kira lamented the missed opportunity before the sword in the stone, a familiar voice resonated behind her. She swiftly turned around, her face lighting up with surprise. Aiden, what brings you here? Aiden smiled at Kira and continued. I have been reassigned to this, dragon realm, and my engagement has been annulled. Kira scratched her head, feeling a mix of joy and uncertainty, tinged with a hint of panic. Aiden then shifted the conversation with his next statement, bringing up another matter. So, you killed my cousin a few days ago, correct? Yes. Kira hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded in affirmation. There was no need for concealment. Dying in a life-and-death duel was a commonplace occurrence. Kira merely needed to acknowledge it openly, even if the deceased was the son of a king. The other party would dare not retaliate against Kira. Instead, they would have to grit their teeth to protect her life, ensuring that she could only perish from natural causes, avoiding any untimely accidents. Otherwise, everyone would immediately suspect the king's foul play, leading to a significant animosity towards him from the knightly order. That said, the king's son would not be foolish enough to accept a life-and-death duel in the first place. Not the kind of duel I favor, declined outright. Well done. You have no idea how insufferable he was. Aiden's tone was imbued with a sense of satisfaction and ease. What? Kira was taken aback. Although she knew Aiden would not blame her, wasn't it somewhat inappropriate to celebrate the death of a relative? Observing Kira's expression, Aiden inquired, Kira, you do not think that I would unconditionally tolerate his foolishness and recklessness simply because we belong to the same family, do you? Kira scratched her head, responding with uncertainty. Isn't that the case? Yidong extended his hand and poked at Kira's chest plate, remarking, a ghost, claiming to be a cousin, when in reality, he is merely a stranger born into the same family. Kira, realizing this, pondered whether Yidong had inadvertently assisted the Hera family in clearing their ranks. No wonder there are discounts, Kira murmured softly. As they conversed, Kira and Yidong strolled towards a nearby grove, clearly intending to engage in a private discussion. Suddenly, Yidong leaned in closer to Kira, their bodies almost touching. With a tone that was nothing short of alluring, Yidong said, Indeed. And you astonishingly secured the champion of the Valorous Cup this year, with plans to establish a city-state. Oh, Kira. Kira's face flushed instantly. Although separated by 2 layers of armor, he felt no physical intimacy, yet his heart raced and breaths quickened. Knights typically don lighter armor for socializing and ceremonial occasions, while some opted for the simplicity of wearing heavy armor throughout their lives, as the weight of the armor hardly impeded their daily existence. Kira found himself at a loss for words, stammering, Ahem, Yidong, you. Haha, look at you. Why are you always like this? Yidong retreated a couple of steps, chuckling at Kira's flustered demeanor. You should be my betrothed. Congratulations, Kira. Yidong gazed into Kira's eyes and softly spoke. Upon hearing this, Kira felt as if he were floating, his whole being tingling with exhilaration. Really? Is that true? Of course, but I hope you will refuse me. Yidong replied with a nod. At this, Kira hurriedly waved his hands, flustered. Wait. How could I possibly refuse? You didn't mean it literally. Yidong rolled his eyes at Kira, saying, by presenting a vague demeanor, my family will encourage me to pursue you more earnestly, to attract you. And then what? Kira still seemed puzzled, questioning whether the outcome would be any different. Yidong continued, then the family will promise you greater benefits. Not just my marriage, but also other material advantages. Kira firmly rejected no. Yidong was taken aback, staring at Kira's resolute expression, clearly bewildered as to why he would decline such a surefire opportunity. I don't want that, Yidong. After his moment of determination, Kira reverted to his previous bashful demeanor, resembling a shy young man. I genuinely like you, and thus, I do not wish to barter our feelings for any benefits. Kira gently grasped Yidong's hand, gazing into his eyes, and declared, I only know that you like me, I like you, and there are no barriers left between us. That is enough. Kira slowly spoke, marking what could be considered his second confession to Yidong. Eaton gazed intently at the earnest expression of Chila before breaking into a smile after a brief pause. You fool. Yet I find myself quite fond of you in this foolishness, he remarked. Chila chuckled in response and then posed another question. So why did your family agree? Previously, he had asserted that merely being a dragon knight was insufficient. Eaton raised a hand, extending a finger as he enumerated his reasons. You are in the process of establishing an entire city-state. You have dealt a crushing blow to the mindless Emperor Il. And you have assisted one of my uncles in clearing the final obstacle. He added with a playful tone, with these 3 accomplishments combined, you could wed all the unmarried eligible women in our family. Indeed, if you so wish, you could indulge in a little heartlessness and claim several. Chiloa could hardly contain his exasperation regarding the straightforward nature of familial marriages. It is indeed quite brazen. Naturally, having enjoyed all the resources of the family since birth, one must also strive to repay the family in kind. Eaton shrugged, remarking, though it may sound grim, it is rather agreeable in practice. Chiloa found this notion unacceptable. Although he was impoverished as a village knight, he cherished the freedom from constraints. Does that mean one cannot love whom one wishes? I wish to live, to savor life eternally. Do you think that is feasible? Eaton did not directly answer this, but countered with a question. Is such an exorbitant price truly necessary to marry a family knight? Must one establish a city-state for it? Chiloa contemplated this reasoning, sensing an underlying disquiet, yet shifted the topic. Eaton replied candidly, "Oh, that is because you are not another family knight." Chiloa was amused and irritated by this justification. "Oh, so there exists a hierarchy, does there?" Eaton continued to elaborate. "Well, most family knights are united with fellow family knights, as this ensures the stability of mutual benefits. Conversely, a union with a village knight entails considerable risk. A village knight must demonstrate far greater value. After all, this is reality, not a fairy tale." Yet, at that moment, such considerations seemed trivial, did they not? Eaton suddenly turned his attention back to Chiloa. "To be honest, I still feel as though I am dreaming." Chiloa nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to articulate further thoughts, his lips were silenced by Eaton's kiss, leaving him feeling as if all his strength had been drained, his body soft as cotton. Just as Chiloa was reveling in this beautiful moment, an abrupt voice pierced the air, startling him into awareness. "Oh ho ho, it appears we have a true love segment here," came the unexpected voice of Maislodar. "What? Maislodar?" Chiloa jolted as if bitten by an insect, pulling away from Eaton. The blissful moment they had just begun to enjoy vanished in an instant. "What is happening?" "Continue kissing. Why the shyness?" Maislodar struggled to comprehend the extent of Kira's reaction. Did he not notice Eaton beside him, stifling laughter behind his hand? "Oh dear." Kira pointed a finger at Maislodar, whose innocent demeanor belied a deeper understanding, and in a moment of exasperation, he could only stamp his foot and emit a sigh of frustration. "How lively you are. I never expected your mount, the dragon, to possess such a personality. I assumed it would mirror yours." Eaton glanced at Maislodar before addressing Kira. He felt no embarrassment or shyness over their revelation, provided their relationship was not forbidden. There was no need for subterfuge. Kira's exaggerated response was purely a reflection of his character. "What kind of person am I?" Upon hearing this, Kira quickly turned to Eaton with a question, clearly concerned about his image in Eaton's eyes. "Just like this, haha." Eaton, observing Kira's eager yet slightly anxious expression, replied with a smile. "By the way, were you the one who dealt a crushing blow to Il and his royal army that day?" Eaton then shifted his gaze to Maislodar. Maislodar flicked his tail and replied, "Oh, that was my father." At that moment, Eaton gently nudged Kira with his elbow, half teasing, half seriously remarking, "Impressive, Kira, you've tamed 2 dragons? Had you mentioned that sooner, I might have joined you earlier." Taming a single dragon differs fundamentally from taming 2. The former could merely be attributed to luck, while the latter implies you possess an exclusive secret that endears dragons to you utterly. Chapter 25. Rarely seen? Then it must be rare. Vinakahana observed Yesfloda, who had just accelerated the growth of the freshly sown seeds, and curiously inquired, "Yesfloda, your abilities are quite remarkable, yet I have never seen you showcase them. Do you truly consider it impressive?" Yesfloda looked up at the considerably larger Vinakahana, filled with surprise and uncertainty. "Of course it is impressive. You have no idea how much effort I expend caring for these flowers and plants. Especially when my scales are encrusted in frost, some plants perish upon my mere presence." Vinakahana's dragon wings fluttered slightly as he sighed. "Tropical plants, not my preferred temperature. They simply die." Vinakahana enjoyed cultivating these exquisite and rare plants primarily for their beauty. After thousands of years, one must indulge in a few hobbies. However, Vinakahana's powers were related to low temperatures, not merely ice-based abilities, but purely low temperature. Consequently, merely his presence altered the environment around him, rendering it eerily perpetual winter, with snow year-round. Is this ability not both useless and unremarkable? Yesfloda murmured softly, bowing his head. Vinakahana was amused by Yesfloda's reaction and laughed, saying, "How could that be? Do you think our dragon abilities are mere toys for display? What exactly are they? At that moment, Maislodar lifted his head and inquired, I don't know. In any case, they are certainly not toys. Vinakahana was momentarily taken aback by this question, for even within the dragon clan, the origins of their abilities were known only to the oldest of the ancients. Only the first generation of dragons possessed the knowledge of why their kind came to this world and held all the secrets of their lineage. Yet, they remained silent on the matter, as if speaking of it would invoke divine retribution. Vinakahana rose, stretching her wings and redirecting the conversation back to the topic of plants. It's quite splendid. With you around, I can tend to those plants that are usually beyond my reach. Of course, with my presence, your chill won't pose any issues. Aunt Vinakahana, she added in dragon tongue. Maislodar nodded, his tail swaying gently, clearly in high spirits. Being acknowledged for one's abilities always elevates one's mood, a sentiment not lost even on dragons. Just as Vinakahana could alter the climate of a region merely by being present, Maislodar prolonged stay would render the local vegetation extraordinarily lush. Hollyflosse and Maislodar, the father and son duo, lacked the ability to influence the climate simply by remaining in one spot. But they could use their powers to permanently transform an area into a domain reflecting their respective abilities, an everlasting sea of flames or a sky perpetually crackling with thunder. This indeed aligns with humanity's stereotypical impressions of dragon territories. All right, this patch is ripe. Let us harvest it quickly and send it to the sanctuary fortress, Kira announced, arriving with a group of farmers, pointing to the freshly ripened crops before Maislodar and instructing the farmers. Kira, being one of the founding members of the Dragon Confederation, had provided the very residents that made up this realm. Hence, he now bore the responsibility of overseeing certain developmental projects within the Confederation. Relying solely on the sale of dragon blood and scales would not suffice, as that would leave Maislodar without the means to establish a true city-state. One farmer rubbed his hands together, looking perplexed at the cloudless sky and the glaring sunlight. It's quite chilly here. How could it be so cold when it's warm over there? Although puzzled by the temperature, they were even more bewildered by the unfamiliar crops in the field. Ultimately, the apparent leader among them turned to Kira and said, Lord Kira, we've never seen this type of crop before. Huh, never seen it? Let me take a look. Kira exclaimed, amused. Even if you haven't seen it, you should at least know how to harvest it, right? However, when Kira focused her gaze, she was momentarily taken aback. It was not entirely fair to blame these ordinary farmers, as she too had never encountered what was growing in this land. Moreover, it was utterly impossible to discern where the true fruit of this unfamiliar crop resided. If one were to draw a comparison, this strange plant bore a resemblance to cabbage, but its leaves were crimson and possessed an almost crystalline texture. In the heart of the tightly wrapped leaves, a stalk protruded, adorned with an unusual pale pink flower. Kira bent down to scrutinize this enigmatic plant, unable to ascertain its nature from any angle. As a pure-hearted knight from the countryside, she was hardly an expert in the art of alchemy, and thus could not recognize such rare flora. In human terms, this is the Eastern blood lotus, Vinakahana suddenly interjected. This crop is quite rare. Kira instinctively echoed, her gaze still fixed upon the Eastern blood lotus. Vinakahana then remarked, if it is uncommon, then it must be rare. This prompted Kira to raise her head and inquire of Vinakahana. Thanks to the favorable influence of Hollyflosse, Kira's impression of dragons had transformed into a belief that they were powerful beings capable of communication. Thus, even though she and the farmers under her care were not familiar with Vinakahana, they felt no fear or aversion, particularly since Vinakahana spoke the human tongue. This inherently fostered a sense of goodwill. You humans use it for alchemy. It appears to be utilized for treating wounds, Vinakahana continued. She had an affinity for these beautiful plants and, in her appreciation, had absorbed knowledge and value regarding them. I shall need to find an alchemist. I wonder if Val knows anyone. Kira stood up, shaking her head. It seemed that the task of recruiting for the Dragon Kingdom would fall upon her shoulders. If Hollyflosse and Maislodar were to undertake the recruitment, it would be problematic, as Hollyflosse would find it difficult to enter the city due to his size, while Maislodar might inadvertently resort to abduction. Val, the architect previously hired at a low price by Kira, was responsible for the initial construction of the Dragon Kingdom. It was fortuitous that Kira could seize the opportunity to find an alchemist and simultaneously invite the architect to expand the Dragon Kingdom. Although Lav had mentioned that Haurav would settle and invest in the Dragon Kingdom, Haurav was no fool. They would not deploy manpower and resources to such an expensive endeavor with little to no immediate return on investment. Maislodar, no, he had not yet fully healed from his injuries. It seemed she would have to go alone. just as Kira intended to call Maislodar to accompany her to the bastion. She promptly recalled that he was still incapacitated and unfit for travel. As for what Maislodar is currently engaged in, he is conversing with Lilia about the true essence of a valiant hero. Lilia believes that a genuine hero must possess wisdom and propriety. Their appearance may be unremarkable, and their strength may not be the most formidable, yet they must undeniably possess a keen intellect and a composed mindset. It is evident that Lilia is projecting her fantasies about her future husband onto the identity of a hero. Conversely, Maislodar's perception of a hero is steeped in stereotypes. It appears that not only do humans hold preconceived notions about dragons, but the reverse is equally true. Maislodar envisions a hero as someone brimming with passion, whose mind may be muddled, yet whose strength is unparalleled, complemented by an attractive visage and an extraordinary charisma. Even though Maislodar is oblivious to what constitutes a handsome face among humans, this does not hinder his formation of such beliefs. What? You intend to venture into the city? Yesfroda inquired of Kiro. Perfect. With Maislodar injured and unable to accompany Kiro, it is now Yesfroda's turn to experience the intriguing persona of Kiro, the Dragon Knight. Mister. Yesfroda, what did you say? Kiro responded awkwardly, glancing at Yesfroda. I'm sorry, I don't speak the dragon tongue. He mentioned whether you are heading into the city. He wishes to accompany you. Vinikahana assumed the role of translator at that moment. Although dragons can comprehend all languages, it does not imply that they can articulate every tongue. At least Yesfroda has little desire or motivation to learn the human language. All right. Kiro was about to inquire about Sir Cairo, but then recalled that Yesfroda and Cairo's relationship is not akin to that of Maislodar and Kiro. Cairo is somewhat coerced into accompanying Yesfroda, whether willingly or not. In this dynamic between dragon and dragon knight, the master is not the knight, but rather the dragon. Kiro's relationship, on the other hand, appears much friendlier, resembling a bond between companions. However, now that Yesfroda expressed the desire to accompany Kiro to the bastion, what could Kiro do? Refusal? That was out of the question. The entire development of the dragon realm relies on Yesfroda's abilities. Kiro gracefully mounted Yesfroda's back, patting the scales along his spine, and said, "Shall we depart?" After a brief flight, Kiro remarked, "This city is far less opulent than the previous two." In dragon tongue, Yesfroda, positioned just ahead of Kiro, surveyed the surroundings before rendering this judgment. Certainly not comparable to the two magnificent capitals. Can the common city stand in comparison to the royal capital of Las and the royal capital of Colin? Listening to Yesfroda's words, Kiro chuckled ruefully. I completely cannot comprehend. I should have had Cairo teach me the dragon tongue. The Bastion Construction Guild Val. With a graceful stride, Kira led Yesfrod to the Guild of Construction within the sanctuary fortress. As they entered, she called out to Val, who was dozing off in his designated spot. This was a grand edifice made entirely of stone, situated in the southeastern district of the fortress. Originally, it served as a resting place for the architectural mages during the early construction of the sanctuary. Once the fortress was completed, it transformed into what is now known as the Guild of Construction, predominantly populated by architectural mages, with knights being a rare sight. After all, relying on one's hands to repair things is hardly as swift and efficient as a mage wielding a staff to conjure materials. What? I wasn't dozing. I was meditating, Val exclaimed, jolting upright from his seat, eyes still closed, the words spilling from his lips. However, it was only upon hearing the soft laughter of his fellow mages around him that he realized the folly of his proclamation. He opened his eyes and shot a glare at Kira, grumbling, "Next time, could you refrain from shouting so loudly? I thought my superior had arrived." With that attitude, "It's no wonder your household is struggling to make ends meet when I come looking for you," Kira replied with a chuckle. "When you're not working, you should be resting. Sitting here all day is a waste of life." Val harbored quite a grievance against the sitting policy of the guild. According to the regulations of the Sanctuary Fortress Construction Guild, architectural mages were required to remain at their posts to be ready for any potential clients. Most mages deemed this policy reasonable, as it provided a platform for direct communication between mages and clients. "If you wish to earn money, you must remain seated and await clients," Val remarked, a habitual slumberer whose true mastery of spells was questionable. His demeanor certainly appeared unprofessional, and it was a miracle if any client sought his services. Returning to his chair, he stretched and inquired, "So, what is on the agenda this time?" Kira shrugged, replying, "More construction projects, a substantial order. By the way, do you know any apothecaries?" Val nodded, seemingly unfazed, remarking, "Well, for a large order. I doubt I can manage it alone. I could handle repairing some ordinary cottages for the old farmers, but for an entire city's large-scale structure, At least half of the guild's mages would need to be involved. Then, with a hint of concern, Val continued, as for the apothecary, are you injured? Or is it the dragon that has hurt? What kind of potion do you need? Kira shook her head, clarifying, no, I don't require any potions. I recently acquired some seeds, many of which should be herbs. Ah, so you plan to profit without me, do you? Val interrupted, standing abruptly. And do you even know how to cultivate herbs? Oh, let me introduce you, Kira said, turning slightly to present Yesfrod. This is Yesfrod, who can cultivate all manner of crops. A dragon I've never seen before? Kira, you must be honest with me. Are you, perchance, a dragon transformed into a human? When Val laid eyes on Yesfroda, he was taken aback. Others had merely heard of the illustrious title of the Dragon Knight Kilora, yet they remained oblivious to the specific dragon she rode. Even though rumors circulated about Kilora riding a golden dragon, each retelling transformed the tale into an entirely new version. However, Val had witnessed it firsthand. He was well acquainted with Hollyflosse and Maislodar. And now, another dragon, Yesfroda, emerged? What manner of being is Kilora? A shape-shifting dragon enthusiast? How is it that while others might go a lifetime without encountering such dragons, you seem to be assembling a dragon family? But hold on, why am I even asking this? Kilora looked at Val with curiosity, puzzled by his sudden inquiry. Val pointed at Yesfroda and asked, can you really acquire 3 dragons as mounts? Oh, this is merely Sir Caro's mount. I've just borrowed it for a while, Kilora replied, her tone peculiar, particularly when she mentioned the word mount. Well, that's a relief, Val said, failing to notice the nuances in her words, feeling somewhat reassured. So, it was the mount of another dragon knight. This revelation was far more palatable. Otherwise, one might have thought Kilora possessed extraordinary abilities to locate and train dragons en masse. Chapter 26. Lucia, the alchemist. Val led Kilora to a quaint upstairs abode adorned with a sign proclaiming the presence of an apothecary. However, before knocking, Val turned to Kilora and cautioned, this is the one, but you must tread carefully. Her mental state is rather precarious. Kilora retorted, aren't all mages supposed to be quite knowledgeable and composed? How could one have a troubled mental state? The pursuit of magic necessitates a sound mind and temperament. The importance of these traits surpasses even a mage's comprehension and sensitivity to magical energy. Should one's mentality falter, the magical energy may likewise explode, leading to dire consequences for both body and mind. A mage channels magical energy through cognitive processes, subsequently employing a staff or other tools to cast spells effectively. In contrast, a knight reaches their ethereal state through extreme emotional stimuli. While a mage requires a different approach, they must infuse their body with substantial magical energy to avoid catastrophic failure. Lucia preferred to validate the effects of various potions and herbs through personal experience, believing that mere study could not yield complete understanding. Only through first-hand encounters could one attain absolute knowledge, Val explained. Although this method is indeed more efficient, it also entails her experimenting with poisons. When Val reached this point, he shook his head, clearly unsure how to assess his alchemist friend. Now I understand why her mental state is compromised, Kilora remarked, her lips twitching. If one were to ingest various toxins and peculiar herbs, it would undoubtedly impact one's psyche to some extent. Knock, knock, knock. Val gently rapped on Lucia's shop door. As an alchemist, Lucia, being an apothecary, needed to open her doors for business. However, Lucia seldom opens the door to her shop. She primarily provides alchemical services directly to the Halla family and the local lord. The door is unlocked. Please come in. Lucia's voice echoed from within, husky and reminiscent of the classic evil witch in fairy tales. Yet, upon stepping inside the shop, Hiro recognized that Lucia was far from the malevolent crone one might expect. She appeared to be quite young, even resembling a girl rather than a seasoned mage. With her flowing red hair, delicate features, and a petite stature, she seemed more akin to a student still attending an academy than a powerful sorceress. However, her skin was unnaturally pale, reminiscent of a corpse, and her eyes lacked vitality, appearing somewhat vacant. What brings you here, Val? I currently have no potions that could lull you into the realm of dreams. Lucia assumed Val was seeking a potion. She then noticed Kiro standing beside Val and exclaimed, oh, and who might this knight be? Wait, you are Kiro, the dragon knight. Hehe, your reputation has certainly soared of late. Is that your dragon? Quite different from the rumors, indeed. Lucia then turned her gaze toward Yesfroda, who stood at the entrance, her tone suggesting that she had expected this. Val began to speak. Lucia, Mr. Kiro has recently acquired a batch of herbal seeds, and he wishes, but before he could finish, Lucia interrupted with palpable excitement. Her eyes flickered, and for the first time, the lifelessness in her gaze seemed to waver. What species are they? I believe they are called Eastern Blood Lotus, Hero recalled, mentioning the herb's name. Rare indeed. Lucia gasped, but before she could revel in the excitement, she quickly sensed a problem. Although the climate in the vicinity was relatively pleasant, the soil conditions were utterly unsuitable for cultivating herbs meant for alchemy. To sow them recklessly would be sheer folly. Lucia dashed to stand before Kiro, her eyes locking onto his with intensity as she rasped, "Have you already planted them?" Kiro nodded and replied, They have all matured." Upon hearing this, the exhilaration on Lucia's face evaporated, replaced by a look of incredulity as she retreated, exclaiming, "What? Please refrain from making such jokes in my presence." Kiro swiftly clarified, gesturing towards Yesfroda. "No, Mr. Yesfroda here, the gentleman behind me, can make plants mature instantly." Lucia halted abruptly, turning to him with skepticism. "You mean, disregarding the growth conditions?" "Indeed, those peculiar herbs matured in an instant," Kiro affirmed with a nod. "Sir Kiro, I now pose a serious question to you." Lucia fell silent for 2 seconds, then, adopting a grave demeanor, addressed Kiro before her. Kiro was taken aback by Lucia's swift change in temperament, momentarily stunned, but still managed to respond. Please, go on." Lucia solemnly inquired. "How does one locate and tame a dragon? I truly require a dragon with such capabilities." Kiro replied candidly, "It is nearly impossible to find one. Dragons will only seek you out. After all, within the dragon realm, there are currently 4 dragons, all of whom have come of their own accord. Only the most recent arrival, Vinikahana, can be said to have been summoned, albeit through a method employed by Hollyflosse, which has nothing to do with me. Is that so?" Lucia nodded, seemingly accepting this explanation. Dragons are indeed a rarity. Aspiring to become a dragon knight is a pursuit of chance, which is only natural. Then, Lucia lifted her head and declared to Kiro, "Then, Sir Kiro, I challenge you to a duel." What? Kiro was utterly taken aback. Was this topic shift a bit too abrupt? Why had the conversation turned to a duel? "I wager everything I possess, pleading for you to transfer ownership of Yesfroda to me." Lucia brandished her staff, locking her gaze onto Kiro's eyes. "Lady Lucia, the relationship between a dragon and its knight is not one of possession or ownership as you presume. Moreover, Yesfroda is not my dragon." Kiro felt compelled to correct the misconceptions of the sorceress before him. Both mages and knights are renowned for their extraordinary prowess and noble titles. However, such titles are merely ornamental and do not confer any genuine privileges or rights. Therefore, if one encounters a mage knight and is uncertain of how to address them, referring to them as Sir is undoubtedly correct. Upon hearing Kiro's words, Lucia's expression fell, and she sheathed her staff at her waist. "What a pity," she lamented. Lucia returned to her seat, continuing to gaze at Kiro with a listless expression, and inquired, "So, what do you seek from me?" It is as follows. "No one in my circle knows how to properly handle and harvest those precious and rare herbs, so we require a specialist," Kiro explained. Lucia's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. She had presumed herself to be devoid of any connection to the freshest herbs. To her astonishment, Kiro was the one bringing her these precious herbs. Lucia sprang to her feet, thumping her flat chest and exclaiming in a hoarse voice, "I can do it. You need not seek another alchemist or anyone else." "What about the remuneration?" Kiro nodded, then broached the topic of compensation. Surely one cannot expect someone to work without pay? While the dragon realm may lack basic resources, the abundance of dragons equates to plentiful riches. Remuneration? Sir Kiro, I do not seek a salary. All I desire is the daily opportunity to engage with the freshest herbs. Lucia hastily waved her hand in refusal. For her true compensation lay not in monetary gain, but in the nature of her work. She yearned to be among those newly sprouted, most vibrant botanicals. Kiro found himself in a bit of a quandary, as Lucia's enthusiasm made him feel somewhat embarrassed. If a salary is absolutely necessary, then I would require a dwelling arranged for me, complete with an attic, a basement, and an apothecary, Lucia stated, observing Kiro's discomfort. It appeared she was eager to relocate to Longbang. Just as others face substantial sunk costs when moving, Lucia would inevitably have to relinquish a plethora of both tangible and intangible possessions when departing from the sanctuary fortress for Longbang. Yet, in light of the privilege of accessing the freshest herbs daily, those forsaken items seemed utterly trivial. Compared to other alchemists, Lucia's fervor for the efficacy and knowledge of potions transcended mere curiosity. It bordered on fanaticism. "Very well," Kiro nodded, readily acquiescing to her request. This marked Kiro's inaugural venture into recruitment, and he found himself contemplating the welfare of the candidate. The scene shifted to Longbang. "Cairo, where are your hunting party members?" Alfor inquired, munching on some fruit he had scavenged. Cairo commanded an entire hunting party, a fact well known among the residents of Corin City. They are still en route. Some belongings need to be transported, Cairo replied. Unlike soaring through the skies on a dragon alone, Cairo's companions were obliged to proceed at a more measured pace, ensuring the transport of their party's assets. Nevertheless, they were making good time and would likely arrive in 3 days or so. And then, will you continue your hunting endeavors? Alpha pressed further. Cairo nodded, as this was his lifelong vocation. Of course, we shall be one of the few hunting parties to possess a dragon. Let us forge a lifelong hunting alliance. Cairo declared. Few? Are there other hunting parties with dragons? Alpha's interest was piqued, having witnessed the might of dragons. He pondered if there were indeed others capable of besting such formidable beings. This was not arrogance, but a realistic appraisal of his own strength. As a T0 level human powerhouse, if he could not prevail, it was unlikely anyone else could. Only those like the little dragons of Maislodar. You understand? Cairo explained. Oh, so you target the smaller ones? Alpha grasped the meaning. Essentially, you're boxing with toddlers, which I could manage as well. He alone could easily subdue Maislodar, rendering him incapable of lifting his head. Yet, what significance does this hold? What Alphado desires is not to bully the young, but rather to engage in a genuine contest with a fully grown dragon. Victory is not a necessity. Reciprocity in the exchange of blows suffices. The task, however, is far from simple. During the capture of a young dragon, one must exercise utmost caution, ensuring the adversary does not escape, nor is harmed to the point of summoning their guardian. Cairo shook his head, articulating the challenges faced by the hunting guild. The thief must endure blows for the sake of the feast. Thus, this capture process is an arduous ordeal for all guilds involved. Most young dragons lack comprehension of human language, necessitating our study of dragon tongue. Cairo recounted tales of the guild's dragon hunting exploits to Alphado. The divide between professions is akin to a chasm, especially in this otherworldly realm where each holds their secrets dear. A single fireball spell, when cast by various mages, might yield at least 3 distinct incantations. Thus, Alphado truly appreciated Cairo's insights as an industry insider. Suddenly, Alphado inquired, is dragon tongue difficult to learn? Cairo shook his head, responding, quite challenging. Prolonged speech can strain the vocal cords. However, that is not the crux of the matter. He then elaborated on the guild's practices. After capturing a young dragon, we typically nurture it, engage in play, and foster a limited collaboration. Alphado immediately connected this to the exorbitantly priced dragon materials available on the market. So, this is the source of those dragon materials? Indeed, Cairo affirmed with a nod, which is why our guild is generally quite affluent. We have effectively monopolized the industry. Without wealth, one would be foolish. Alphado contemplated the immense fortune such an industry could amass, only to find himself unable to fathom it. How splendid, but how did it come to ruin? It was none other than King Il, Cairo retorted with exasperation, recounting how they had just captured Maislodar, without having had the chance to communicate. Cairo reminisced about the circumstances. The king had requested a dragon, and they initially believed it was merely out of curiosity to see one up close. Little did they anticipate that upon borrowing Maislodar, the king would commence his Dragon Love TV venture. The subsequent events, as you are aware, unfolded in a manner that defies belief. Cairo glanced at Alphado, shrugging his shoulders. It was indeed difficult to assess. Alphado now comprehended how the city of Colin, his homeland, met its demise. Beyond speechlessness, he found himself unable to conjure any further emotions. The entire affair was a dramatic coincidence and farce. A tale so absurd that even the most imaginative bards could not have conceived it, yet it transpired before Alphado's very eyes. Chapter 27. Stand at attention, young man. Hollyflosse gazed at Maislodar, who was almost turning the small dragon bond upside down, and with a flick of his tail, he inquired, "What are you searching for? This place is so small, you've already circled it 3 times. Presently, the dragon bond could not truly be regarded as a city-state. Aside from the vast cultivated fields and the modest cottages inhabited by the elderly farmers, the rest was merely natural terrain. Excluding the temporary encampments and small tents erected by Alpha and the valiant heroes. Maislodar looked up and replied, "I'm looking for Kira. I want to go to the sanctuary." "Oh, Maislodar accompanied him," Hollyflosse responded. Maislodar was utterly unable to accept that Maislodar had secretly snuck off to play with his dragon knight. What? How could he do that? That thieving dragon knight. Moreover, you haven't fully recovered from your injuries. What are you going out for? Hollyflosse remarked, casting a glance at the partially healed limb of Maislodar. At that moment, while the father and son conversed, Kira, accompanied by the summoned Lilia and the other architectural mages, soared in from the horizon. Kira sat atop Maislodar back, while the other mages trailed behind using their flying apparatus. "You thieving dragon knight." Upon catching sight of Maislodar, Maislodar immediately surged forward, charging straight at him. Wait, what? Kira, seated on Maislodhar's back, had not yet reacted when a flash of golden lightning appeared before her. This was Maislodar utilizing his abilities to collide directly. Instantly, Kira felt the world spin and an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness, and moments later, she crashed onto the soft grass, her weight creating a small crater in the ground. Originally, Maislodar intended to knock Maislodar down, but with Kira seated on his back, avoiding collateral damage was impossible. Lilia gently landed beside Kira, glancing at her in the pit. And with a hoarse voice, she asked, "Sir Kira, are you all right?" Kira exhaled the breath that had been caught in her chest, slowly climbing out of the pit, and replied, I'm fine." Yet, after uttering these words, Kira inhaled sharply, her body freezing as if it had been pressed on pause. "I think I might have broken something." Kira felt pain radiate throughout her entire body. It was quite normal to break arms and legs from such a height. It was merely a trivial matter. Lilia offered a comforting remark. For Lilia, an alchemist, broken limbs truly were a minor issue. As for Maislodar and Maislodar, the two dragons were currently engaged in a tussle on a nearby patch of ground. The architectural mages who had accompanied Val observed the scuffle between the two young dragons and turned to Val, asking, "What about this, Val?" Val cast a glance at Kira, who was being supported by Lilia, and then at the unmoving Hollyflosse in the distance, responding, "There is no need to worry. It would suffice to converse with Mr. Hollyflosse." One of the architectural mages inquired, "Who is Hollyflosse?" Val extended his hand to indicate the figure of Hollyflosse, but soon, he beheld a colossal dragon with blue and white scales he had never encountered before, appearing beside Hollyflosse. "Look, that golden dragon. Wait, there's another one." The thunderstrike cannon. Just then, Maislodar's shout erupted from an adjacent clearing. Following that was the unsettling sound of electricity crackling through the air, accompanied by a blinding flash that dimmed the surroundings. Maislodar barely evaded the thunderstrike cannon, flapping his dragon wings and shouting at Maislodar, "Hey, that's unfair. I haven't even used my powers against you." In dragon tongue, Hollyflosse paid no heed to his wayward offspring, but instead flew to Kira's side, observing her condition. Inquiring, "Kira, why do you appear so near death?" "I have a broken bone and need to rest," Kira gasped in response. For a night, such injuries could heal naturally. Yet the agony endured throughout the process remained unchanged. The pain inflicted upon mortals by such wounds was mirrored in the knight's experience. "And this is Lilia, a potion sorceress who will be joining us." Kira then introduced Lilia to Hollyflosse. Hollyflosse glanced at Lucia's extraordinary appearance, his tail flicking slightly, and remarked, "Oh, welcome." At that moment, Val and the other architectural mages descended to the ground, seeking refuge from the perilous storms summoned by Maislodar. "And who might these be?" Hollyflosse inquired, observing Val and the similarly attired mages behind him. Just as knights typically donned light armor or leather for their daily endeavors, mages also wore pointed hats or hoods, draped in blue capes to signify their identity, while the knights' capes were of a crimson hue. Kira, limping towards Hollyflosse, stated, "The architectural mages will assist us in constructing more edifices." Hollyflosse spread his dragon wings slightly, feeling quite pleased, and expressed his gratitude to Kira. "That is splendid news." "Thank you, Kira. I didn't expect you to take such an interest in the dragon domain." Initially, Hollyflosse had not anticipated any contributions from Kira towards his domain, and her proactive involvement certainly alleviated his concerns. "It's nothing. I'm merely helping myself," Kira replied as she gasped, attempting to ease the excruciating pain within her. Chilloa indeed requires a position in Longbang to secure the emotional bond with Adong. Although the Hera family reportedly holds a favorable view of him, Chilloa cannot afford to relax until the day their wedding is realized. In such circumstances, it becomes essential for Chilloa to expedite the development of Longbang. Meanwhile, it seems that Maislodar and Maislodar have determined their outcome. Maislodar, murmuring indistinct words, approached Chilloa. Casting a glance at him, Maislodar ensnared Chilloa with his tail, attempting to pull him aside, exclaiming, "Chilloa, take me to the bastion for some fun." "Ouch! Stop! My ribs, they're piercing my lungs." Chilloa cried out in anguish, having already suffered numerous fractures. The forceful tug from Maislodar's tail exacerbated his condition, causing even the previously unmisaligned bones to dig deeper into his flesh. My apologies." "Chilloa, I forgot how fragile humans are," Maislodar said hastily, releasing his grip upon hearing Chilloa's cries. With a cautious glance, he inquired, Are you all right?" Chilloa spat out a mouthful of crimson blood and retorted, "Do I look all right to you?" After wiping the blood from his lips, Chilloa sighed softly. Never mind. I just need to rest for a while. What else could Chilloa do? Should he chastise Maislodar? How about I offer you some dragon blood? You could seek that apothecary for some good medicine? Maislodar suggested apologetically, genuinely concerned for Chilloa. A knight as intriguing and entertaining as him was not something one encounters every day, prompting Maislodar to think of ways to make amends. Upon hearing this, Lucia abruptly shoved Chilloa aside and rushed to stand before Maislodar, exclaiming in astonishment, "What? Dragon blood? No need to find any apothecary. I am one." Maislodar was taken aback by Lucia's sudden approach, inadvertently uttering an offensive remark. Goodness, a corpse can talk. With her pallid complexion and vacant eyes resembling those of a dead fish, it was not unreasonable to mistake Lucia for a corpse. However, she was unconcerned with such matters. Her focus was solely on the dragon blood. She stepped closer to Maislodar and asked, "So, will there truly be dragon blood as payment for medicine? If so, Chilloa will be back on his feet in 10 seconds. Maislodar, with Lucia nearly in his face, nodded gently and replied, yes. Lucia quickly helped the dazed Chilloa to his feet, retrieving a bottle of turquoise potion from her satchel, saying, "All right, Chilloa, open your mouth." "Huh, what?" Chilloa had yet to comprehend the situation, instinctively parting her lips. Indeed, that was the case, and then she swallowed. Lucia poured the potion directly into Chilloa's mouth, disregarding whether she was prepared for it or not. Gulp. Before Chilloa could utter another word, the liquid had already been forced down her throat in order to avoid choking. She hastily swallowed it. Once she finally finished, Chilloa pushed Lucia away with a swift motion and, feeling quite displeased, exclaimed, "Ugh, how dreadful. What on earth did you make me drink?" Yet, mid-sentence, Chilloa realized that her injuries had inexplicably healed within those fleeting seconds of consuming the potion. Such rapid and potent effects were something she had only encountered in books and hearsay. She never anticipated experiencing it firsthand today. Of course, this potion was exceedingly precious, capable of healing wounds on the spot, even allowing for the regrowth of severed limbs. Lucia chuckled softly, stowing the vial away, her voice hoarse as she spoke. The architectural mages behind Val were transfixed by Lucia as she produced another wide-mouthed bottle, their eyes glued to the dragon's blood seeping from the incision of Maislodar's dragon claw, unable to tear their gaze away. Those in the know recognized it as a high-grade magical material. Those unaware might have thought them a horde of famished vampires, starved for 8 centuries. After Lucia secured the bottle filled with dragon blood, the mages collectively shifted their focus onto Val. "Why are you all staring at me?" Val felt a flush of embarrassment under the scrutiny of his colleagues. Though they were familiar faces he encountered regularly, they suddenly seemed quite fearsome. "So, those inexplicable dragon materials of yours originated from here, didn't they?" A mage in a deep blue had stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Val. Another mage, donning a pointed wizard's hat, sidled up beside Val and whispered, "I knew you must have struck it rich all of a sudden." Just as Val attempted to retreat, he found himself blocked by yet another mage, who remarked, "So, you're not bringing your brothers along for the fortune, huh? Ahem ahem. Let us focus on the matter at hand." Val quickly redirected the conversation, announcing loudly, "We are here to assist Mr. Hollyflosse with the construction of his dragon territory. It is a significant undertaking." At this, Val's fellow mages collectively emitted a prolonged response. "So, Mr. Hollyflosse, do you have a blueprint?" Val managed to squeeze his way out of the encirclement formed by his colleagues, addressing Hollyflosse. Although Val was not the highest-ranking architectural mage present, he was the one who had provided this opportunity, thus the mages adhered to his lead. "No, just build according to the best standards." Hollyflosse shook his head and replied, "These city-states are designed to reflect the exemplary qualities of the dragon race. Thus, everything must be constructed to the highest standards." Val rubbed his gloved fingers together in anticipation and asked, "How many dragon scales do you think would suffice?" Hollyflosse looked at Val and inquired, "The most opulent human city-states must certainly be at the royal level, while for ordinary human lords, cost considerations come into play. Some building materials cannot simply be sourced locally. They must be procured from specialized regions and transported, which significantly inflates the costs. However, Hollyflosse need not concern himself with such matters." Val glanced at Maislodar, who was beside Kira, swallowed hard, and boldly asked, 3,000 scales? "I shall offer you 6,000 scales, along with 10 liters of dragon blood. You may manage the construction as you see fit," Hollyflosse replied. Casting a sidelong glance at the architectural mages behind Val, Val immediately stood at attention and saluted Hollyflosse, proclaiming, "I assure you it will be the most luxurious ever known." Chapter 28. A different dragon knight. Oh my. They are all mature eastern blood lotuses. Am I in paradise? Lilia exclaimed in sheer delight upon beholding a vast field brimming with mature eastern blood lotuses. What is wrong with this human? Has she lost her mind? Hollyflosse observed Lilia, who was frolicking madly among the rows, and leaned closer to Kira, whispering a question. Lilia simply has a profound fondness for these herbs, Kira replied. Though his gaze at Lilia revealed his own sense of confusion. Is her level of affection not a bit excessive? Kira understood the passion one could develop for a particular interest, but must she truly prostrate herself on the ground to rub her face against the herbs? Perhaps it is best to check on the architectural mages in the distance. Hollyflosse glanced back at Lilia, shook his head, and with a flap of his dragon wings, departed. While Hollyflosse struggled to comprehend Lucia's fervent enthusiasm, Maislodar, on the other hand, relished her current demeanor, for these plants thrived solely due to his abilities. Shifting focus to the architectural mages, the sight was instantly more pleasing. The application of magic in civil engineering proved to be remarkably efficient. Moving mountains and filling seas was no longer a legendary feat, but a practical spell for terrain transformation. The mages, led by Val, performed their respective roles seamlessly. After one group of mages had cast spells to level the surface, previously covered in grass and shrubs, another group swiftly followed with spells to harden the ground. Truly, as a mage from a construction guild, their collaboration was as harmonious as interlocking gears, precise and flawless. At that moment, Maislodar suddenly approached Val, who was wielding his staff on the construction site, and asked, "So, how soon can it be completed?" Maislodar's thoughts were quite straightforward. The city-state was a delightful place, certainly more entertaining than the wilderness. If these architectural mages truly possessed extraordinary speed, the sooner they completed the city-state, the sooner Maislodar could revel in it. Val turned his head to glance at Maislodar and replied, "About a year." "A year? That's quite a long time. For the lifespan of dragons." A year was but a fleeting moment, yet in Maislodar's current perspective, he yearned to awaken the next day to behold a brand new city-state before him. Val, somewhat exasperated, clarified, "That is indeed quite fast. The primary issue lies in the transportation of materials. If we desire the finest construction supplies for the entire city-state, we must await their delivery." Maislodar complained, "What nonsense. We still have to wait for materials. Can't it be expedited?" Val shrugged and replied, "Expedited? That would not be our concern. We must negotiate with the city-state supplying the materials." Each city-state typically relied on a pillar industry for sustenance. For the sheltering fortress, it was the underground resources, while the yet-to-be-constructed dragon state boasted its unique dragons and a plethora of medicinal herbs and spices. Naturally, there existed city-states specializing in supplying high-quality building materials, often with close ties to the dwarves. Whenever construction or forging was involved, one could invariably find dwarves nearby. Maislodar flicked his tail, expressing his disappointment. Humans are indeed troublesome. Indeed, quite troublesome, Val concurred, recalling his disdain for the guild system, nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, at the makeshift camp established by the heroes, what were the mages up to? Were they engaged in repairs? Maislodar, the first brave soul to challenge Maislodar, with his golden curls, observed the industrious architectural mages and remarked with confusion, "Do dragons take interest in construction too?" He was perplexed as to why those two wicked dragons would be interested in repairs. Oh no, now it was for. They had truly entered the lair of malevolent dragons. There was little to be done. These heroes had embarked from the kingdom of Corin, whose royal capital had been reduced to ashes by Maislod's mother, leading to a widespread negative perception of dragons throughout the kingdom. Suddenly, a mage warrior approached Maislodar and whispered, "Maislodar, we plan to escape today. Would you like to join us? To be captured by wicked dragons and spend the remainder of one's life in their lair? Impossible." Maislodar hesitated, pointing to the busy architectural mages and a vast expanse of newly cultivated farmland in the distance, stating, "After all, we lost. For the dragon to spare our lives is already a favorable outcome. And would you willingly spend the rest of your life here until death? What of your loyalty to His Majesty Il?" The mage fixed his gaze upon Maislodar, questioning him earnestly. The mages and knights in question are the city-state mages and knights of Coron, and in essence, their unwavering loyalty is pledged directly to His Majesty Il. They may perish on the battlefield, for dying in combat is regarded as a noble virtue. However, to remain alive and unscathed while failing to find a way back to their lord is tantamount to treachery. As the saying goes, loyalty is not absolute, it is, in fact, a reflection of absolute disloyalty. Is it truly of such grave consequence? But if one were to flee, would not the virtue of keeping one's word and accepting the consequences also become tainted? Maislodar felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. perceiving that his counterpart was overly exaggerating the situation. In truth, these so-called heroes were, quite simply, captured. Their rhetoric suggested that such occurrences were rare. According to the unspoken rules of the human realm, being taken captive implies one should patiently remain in a designated area, awaiting either a ransom or the mercy of the victor for release. Furthermore, partial betrayal does not equate to complete disloyalty. Both the mage heroes and Maislodar were correct in their assessments. In the human world, whether one remains complacent for ransom or devises a means of escape, both actions are justified. The former embodies the spirit of accepting one's fate, while the latter reflects loyalty to one's lord. Do you comprehend the notion of measured retreat? If you have no desire to escape, kindly keep it to yourself. Observing Maislodar's apparent reluctance to depart, the mage hero ultimately relinquished the matter, but before leaving, he directed a parting remark at Maislodar. Betrayal is universally despised. It is a despicable act. Indeed. Maislodar nodded in agreement. He was well aware that such matters did not require the mage hero's admonition. He knew to keep silent. On a moonless, tempestuous night, Maislodar suddenly awoke from slumber, flicking his dragon tail upon the grass, murmuring to himself. The rustling leaves convey a message. Some humans wish to escape. In dragon tongue, Maislodar possessed the ability to gather intelligence from the surrounding flora. He was immediately aware of any disturbances in the vicinity. This ability was formidable in the human realm, but rather trivial in the upper realms. What good is a comprehensive map when a single meteor strike obliterates it, rendering visibility meaningless? Rising from the ground and stretching, Maislodar was startled to find a pale figure beside him, staring with an empty gaze. As he focused, he realized it was Lilia, wearing an expression akin to infatuation. Hey, little dragon. Haha, the power to make herbs mature instantly. Lilia, upon realizing her presence had been detected, displayed no embarrassment. Instead, she boldly approached Maislodar. It was evident that Lilia was quite enamored with Maislodar's abilities. Please, do not gaze at me in such a manner. It feels rather eerie. In dragon tongue, though Maislodar uttered these words, he inwardly relished the pure desire reflected in her gaze. At the very least, this peculiar individual truly relishes the abilities of Maislodar. And this alone is sufficient to fill Maislod's heart with contentment and joy. Wait a moment, let me consult the dictionary. Lilia hastily retrieved a hefty dragon language dictionary from her satchel, followed by producing her wand to illuminate a small daystar spell for better visibility. This dictionary, borrowed from Cairo, was originally a closely guarded commercial secret of the hunting guild and was not meant to be lent out. However, upon learning that Lilia intended to replace him as Maislod's dragon knight, Cairo readily lent her the dictionary without hesitation, assuring her that any uncertainties regarding the dragon language could be addressed by him at any time. Ahem, do you wish for me to become your dragon knight? In dragon language, Lilia stammered, struggling with the unfamiliar tongue as she addressed Maislodar. Huh. Maislodar flicked his tail and tilted his head, gazing at Lilia before him. The pallid surface of this human appeared even more ghostly under the glow of the daystar spell, resembling a lifeless corpse. How extraordinarily easy. Huh. Those wicked dragons were truly careless. The mage hero, plotting his escape, chuckled as he surveyed the dark woods behind him, void of pursuing foes. He had anticipated various scenarios, such as being discovered before the plan even commenced or being chased by that vile dragon knight, hero, but none of these events transpired. It felt as though they had been favored by the goddess of fate, effortlessly managing to flee. The mage hero concentrated all his magical energy beneath his feet, achieving a true sense of swiftness, transforming into a fleeting shadow amidst the night. If only he could escape a bit further. If only he could reach that destination. Haha, young man, do not entertain thoughts of escape. How splendid it would be if you stayed. A raspy whisper, reminiscent of tormented souls from the depths of hell, suddenly echoed in the ears of the mage hero. Instantly, goosebumps prickled over his entire body. He swung his wand forcefully toward the source of the sound, chanting his spell at an unprecedented speed. Several blue-white arcane missiles materialized before his wand and hurtled into the inky darkness of the forest. That was close. I should take a rest. The raspy voice emanated from another direction, followed by the sharp sound of a glass vial shattering upon the ground. A faint, elusive fragrance began to permeate the air, reminiscent of citrus and the blossoms that bloom in autumn. The mage hero's nostrils twitched, and before he could discern the essence of the scent, his consciousness began to fade. This is bad. It's a potion. These were the last words the mage hero uttered before losing consciousness. The hypnotic effects of the earth tangerine and bitter grass are historically unparalleled. Lilia emerged from the shadows, astride the back of Maislodar, her face obscured by a heavy, handmade mask. As a potion wizard who tested elixirs daily, Lilia possessed an intimate understanding of the effects of every potion within her grasp. For these youthful adventurers, still lost in dreams of vanquishing dragons and marrying princesses, Lilia needed no incantations to subdue them effortlessly. "This is the last one, the one that fled the farthest," she observed, gazing at the unconscious mage hero on the ground before turning to Maislodar. Yet, she soon inquired, "Why capture them? If they wish to flee, they cannot be retained." "Maislodar will thank me," Maislodar replied, flicking his tail with a sense of satisfaction. Maislodar's reasoning was straightforward. Firstly, these heroes were defeated by Maislodar, who would surely consider them trophies of a sort. Secondly, Maislodar had failed to guard his spoils, allowing them to escape. Ultimately, Maislodar had bravely intervened, successfully reclaiming Maislodar's trophies. Thus, Maislodar lost. Maislodar triumphed. "I cannot fathom it, but if you are pleased, then so be it," Lilia said, shaking her head while perusing a dictionary. Unable to comprehend the competitive spirit among the young dragons, Maislodar cast a satisfied glance at his current dragon knight, Lilia, who was far more intriguing than Cairo. Even more so than Kiro. This brought immense gratification to Maislodar's subtle desire for rivalry. Moreover, Lilia seemed more inclined to engage with Maislodar, unlike Cairo, who struggled to initiate meaningful dialogue. Could one blame Cairo? Whenever he wished to converse earnestly with Maislodar, he would be haunted by memories of how Maislodar's mother had obliterated the city of Corin, though he had come to understand that dragons harbored little malice towards humans. Witnessing an adult dragon unleashing its full might remained an indelible nightmare for Cairo. This nightmare stemmed not from fear, but rather from an overwhelming shock to his very soul. Chapter 29. The ever-raging gale. Maislodar glared at the several bound heroes before him and cast a furious glance at the smug Maislodar beside him. "You actually thought you could escape? Despicable. I ought to sever your limbs and display them here." Upon hearing this, the restrained heroes trembled collectively, scarcely daring to breathe. They genuinely believed this fearsome dragon was capable of such deeds. Maislodar's anger was not merely that these adventurers had attempted to flee, but that they had failed in their escape, captured by Maislodar. Maislodar captured these brave souls only to let them escape, marking his first defeat. Astonishingly, these brave ones were subsequently seized by Maislodar, signifying his second loss. Thus, Maislodar has suffered 2 consecutive defeats. In total, this amounts to 3 losses for Maislodar and 3 victories for Maislodar. Maislodar, reveling in his triumph, could hardly contain his glee, his tail flickering behind him like a specter. "Enough, calm yourself," chided Hollyflosse, observing Maislodar bellowing at the fleeing heroes. He gently shook his head and wrapped his tail around Maislodar, pulling him closer. Pointing towards the elderly farmers tirelessly cultivating new fields, Hollyflosse remarked, "If you find yourself so bored, why not assist those humans in their endeavors?" In the presence of Maislodar, the realm of dragons had truly become a place where human audacity matched the bountiful harvests of the land. This delighted the seasoned farmers, who were fervently expanding their fields. As long as they sowed the seeds and invoked the divine power of the sacred dragon Maislodar, the crops would flourish instantly. To these farmers, Maislodar had ascended to a revered status akin to that of a saintly dragon. Absolutely not. Maislodar vehemently declined. Hollyflosse was at a loss for words, regretting his decision to have Maislodar accompany him in establishing the city-state. It seemed that for every favorable impression he cultivated amongst humans regarding dragons, Maislodar was intent on crafting a doubled image of a malevolent dragon to be delivered to them. "Perhaps we should allow Mr. Maislodar to accompany me," Hollyflosse mused. At that moment, Kira, holding Eaton's hand, rushed over and addressed Hollyflosse. That title seems quite peculiar. Upon reflection, Kira realized that the 2 dragons, one large and one small, were indeed father and son, yet due to her age, she felt compelled to address them both as Mr. This was quite a conundrum. Eaton nudged Kira with his elbow, pulling her from her moment of contemplation. Kira shook her head and returned to the matter at hand. "It appears there is a genuine evil dragon wreaking havoc upon the city-states, which could serve to enhance our reputation and cleanse my title as a dragon knight." Kira frequented the sanctuary, where she listened to the news relayed by the officials regarding events transpiring in the outside world. Now, having garnered the favor of the Harlow family, her sources of information had multiplied. Who could be so idle? Hollyflosse cast a glance at Kira and inquired. Aside from their kin being attacked by humans, dragons typically remained indifferent to the affairs of the mortal realm. Hadn't Hollyflosse previously dealt a crushing blow to the forces of King Il simply because they had first attacked Maislodar? Thus, if such a dragon truly existed in the mortal realm, playing the role of a pure evil dragon, One could only conclude that this dragon had reached an unparalleled level of boredom. Who could be so uncreative? Maislodar turned to Kira, seeking clarification. Maislodar's perspective on the matter diverges significantly from that of his resentful father. He perceives the dragon's choice as the least favorable among all entertainment options. It is rumored to have emerged from the region of Desai. Kilo shrugged, expressing his bewilderment over why this dragon would choose to indiscriminately devastate human city-states. While it aligns with common stereotypes, Kilo, having interacted with true dragons, understood that they typically refrain from such actions. It is not a commendable location, remarked Hollyflosse, his brow furrowing upon hearing the name of the region. For the first time, Kilo detected a note of apprehension in Hollyflosse's tone, prompting him to inquire, Mr. Hollyflosse, are there places among humans that you fear? Noticing the astonishment in Kilo's gaze, Hollyflosse flicked his tail lightly and replied, indeed. You humans have a type of trap that activates upon stepping on it. The Desai region is rife with such traps, yet you humans, dwarves, and even elves are deemed too insignificant for them to warrant attention. However, we dragons are formidable enough that even mere proximity will trigger them. After elucidating this, Hollyflosse lowered his gaze to meet Kilo's eyes and asked, do you comprehend this explanation? Kilo nodded in understanding. With this clarification, he grasped why the Desai region was considered a desolate wasteland in human society, while Hollyflosse regarded it as a place of considerable trepidation. I shall accompany you, Maislodar. You remain here and refrain from bringing back another princess, Hollyflosse declared as he rose, his dragon scales gradually unfurling, addressing both Kilo and Maislodar. Having lost hope that his eldest son would perform any commendable deeds, Hollyflosse considered it a complete triumph if he could merely avoid further complications. Maislodar opened his mouth to retort, but ultimately fell silent. Thus, Kilo once again perched upon Hollyflosse's back, this time with Adon seated behind him. The trio, one dragon and two companions, soared southward across the continent. The Desai region lies to the south of this landmass, encompassing an extensive area that includes an entire subcontinent and a multitude of islands. Historical records and accounts from archaeologically inclined mages suggest that this was once a domain ruled by humans, which was obliterated for reasons unknown. Perhaps it was a natural disaster. Perhaps human folly, or more likely, a calamitous combination of both. The end result was the near-total annihilation of the dazzling ancient human civilization, with the remnants fleeing to the northern territories of the main continent, where they re-established the foundations of modern human civilization, the unified human dynasty Hollyflosse had previously mentioned. It took several millennia for this to evolve into the civilization that exists today. Seated upon the back of Hollyflosse, Chihuahua bent low to evade the howling winds and called out to him, Mr. Hollyflosse, how much do you know about the region of Dees? Her voice needed to rise above the ferocious gusts that threatened to disperse her words. I know little. It existed long before my birth, Hollyflosse replied. The ancient dragons are privy to its secrets, yet they remain reticent. How enigmatic, said Adon, who had joined the conversation. I have perused some materials in my family's archives. He turned to Hollyflosse, inquiring, it is said that the Dees region was once governed collectively by humans, dwarves, and elves, is that correct? How should I know? You would need to seek out the ancient dragons for answers. Goraralful is aware, but I doubt you will be able to find him, Hollyflosse responded, his wings beating the air, propelling the dragon forward with renewed speed. Goraralful, the very dragon who had first engaged with Hollyflosse, was indeed one of the ancient dragons, an ultimate relic of the past. All dragons trace their lineage back to the original 5 ancient dragons, which subsequently evolved into 3 distinct branches, bipedal with wings, quadrupedal without wings, and quadrupedal with wings. These 3 races share no bloodline distinctions. Their differences lie solely in their appearances. Within these branches, various clans have emerged, but overall, this differentiation serves merely to facilitate internal identification and address, contrasting sharply with humans, where a single family represents a powerful faction. As for the origins of the original 5 ancient dragons, they remain silent, truly unwilling to utter a word. Ancient dragons? Chihuahua mused, intrigued by the term. Hollyflosse turned his gaze to her and remarked, indeed, have you never pondered what the progenitors of humankind might have been like? This statement seemed to open a portal to a new realm of thought for Chihuahua, who paused in contemplation. Yes, I was born of my parents. But what of my grandparents, all the way back to the very first ancestors? How did they come into existence? She became immersed in profound reflection, as if her mind were undergoing an upgrade. Hey, Chihuahua, are you in a daze? Adon waved his hand in front of her eyes, only to find her still lost in thought, unresponsive. Indeed, some inquiries venture into unsettling territories. Hollyflosse chuckled lightly before refocusing on their journey. Adon shook his head. She had no desire to delve into such matters. She was simply aware of her existence, that everything she could touch and perceive constituted her world. That was sufficient for her. The distance to their destination, the Dragon Kingdom, was significantly greater than any journey to the City of Rose they had previously undertaken. Even when Hollyflosse harnessed the power of her dragon fire to enhance her flight, it was only as the sun sank nearly below the horizon that she reached the ruins of the devastated city-state. Meanwhile, Kira and Aiden, perched upon Hollyflosse's back, did not fare as well. Aiden, being a rainbow rider with a physique far superior to that of Kira, managed better than she did. One should not underestimate Aiden simply because of her relationship with Kira. She is, after all, a true paragon of the Hollyflosse family, destined to be the youngest master of the Ether Riders. It is no wonder that the Hollyflosse family has set such a lofty price for Aiden's hand in marriage. Under the torment of Hollyflosse's breakneck speed, Kira found herself in a rather disheveled state. Member overload. Member unconscious. She exclaimed, her voice strained. Such velocity, perhaps even ether magic cannot keep pace. Aiden gently roused the unconscious Kira, offering a soft lament. As Kira slowly regained consciousness, she gingerly cradled her aching head and sat upright on the dragon's back, her voice hoarse as she inquired, "Have we arrived? Where exactly are we?" Indeed, Hollyflosse nodded, about to respond, but realizing she did not know the name of their destination. Martial Citadel, Aiden interjected, providing clarity. This was a large composite city-state formed from the merger of 3 city-states. Aiden continued, Martial Citadel and its 2 affiliated city-states, Mach and Shell, have all faced destruction. The news reached us a week after the event. As Aiden spoke, his gaze fell upon the ruins of the city-state ahead. Once proud structures lay nearly erased from the surface, with only a fraction remaining, reduced to debris scattered across the ground, forming small mounds that obscured their original forms. Even within the ruins of Martial Citadel, colossal tornadoes swept through, resembling pillars connecting heaven and earth, instilling a sense of dread even from a distance. Aiden stepped forward, grasping a green leaf lifted by the winds, and turned to Hollyflosse with a question. Is this a power of your dragonkin? To utterly transform the climate of a territory, rendering it permanently your own? Indeed, Hollyflosse affirmed with a nod. Aiden could think of no other term to describe this formidable ability of the dragons than as a world-ending weapon. It seemed certain that no survivors remained. At that moment, Kira approached Aiden, also gazing at the apocalyptic scene before them, momentarily lost in thought. But why? Did someone from Martial Citadel provoke your kin? She asked Hollyflosse, her tone tinged with curiosity. Being human, Kira could not help but feel a swell of sorrow at the sight before her. It is unlikely that we would unleash our powers to such an extent as to alter the environment in this manner. Hollyflosse shook his head. Yet he was deeply intrigued by the matter that had incited such fury in this dragon, to the extent of permanently altering a territory to vent its inner wrath. First, he would seek out the creature. It was likely headed this way. Hollyflosse raised his claw to point towards the southern sky, where the clouds appeared cleaved in twain, as if some entity had forcefully sliced through them with a sword. Martial City lay at the southern border of the human realm, with the Dees region further south. Although Hollyflosse harbored apprehensions regarding this area, a fellow dragon, seemingly filled with rage, resided there, compelling him to investigate the situation. He was the first to turn and stride towards the Dees region, followed by Eaton and Kira, who cast a glance back at the relentless tornadoes wreaking havoc upon the land, ever looming and indelible, before they pursued Hollyflosse. Chapter 30. The vivid dragon. I have yet to set foot in the Dees region. They say it is rife with treasures of the past. Is that true? Kira inquired, turning her head towards Eaton as they walked side by side. Eaton shrugged, replying, that is a fallacy. In truth, only those mages with a keen interest in ancient relics venture here. The Dees region is indeed ancient, but the notion of buried treasures from bygone eras is mere hearsay. It is desolate and barren, though many ruins of past constructions lie beneath the surface. Nevertheless, most of those remnants have lost their utility, attracting only mages and other factions still captivated by ancient civilizations. This uncanny region is saturated with an aura that unsettles dragons. Upon entering the Dees region, Hollyflosse assumed a state of heightened vigilance. Many of the presences here did not belong to the realm below, but were rather of the upper world. The lower realm was the domain of humans and other races, while the upper world was inhabited by dragons and other peculiar beings. Mr. Hollyflosse, is there something amiss here? Eaton approached Hollyflosse, gazing up at his imposing head. As a rainbow rider, Eaton did not perceive any strange auras or imminent dangers. Rather, she found the Dees region excessively desolate, almost uncharacteristic of this world. The entire landscape stretched before her, a monochrome of grayish-white earth, with fine dust permeating the air, causing a prickling sensation upon her exposed skin, as if tiny needles were incessantly prodding her. Nothing of great concern, merely an unsettling presence, Hollyflosse replied, shaking his head. If he could sense those auras, he was also capable of evading them from a distance. Lilia gently touched her exposed face, attempting to erase the intense, stinging sensation, and then addressed Hollyflosse with a question. Hollyflosse, are you acquainted with the historical accounts of the Dees region? You are aware of the wars between elves and dwarfs, surely. You must also know about the history of the Dees region? Not very well, Hollyflosse replied, shaking his head. The Dees region has existed since the moment I hatched. Being 6,000 years old, it implies that the Dees region has been a part of this land for at least 6 millennia. However, I have heard from older dragons that it was once an ancient kingdom. Hollyflosse continued, as long as it does not pertain to the origins of the first ancient dragons. The dragonkin freely share their experiences and knowledge, ensuring that each dragon comprehends every facet of this world. Let us refer to that ancient kingdom as the Dees kingdom. At that time, dragons collaborated with them. As Hollyflosse sought the presence of his kin, he shared tales of the past with the two humans beside him. Indeed, there were humans capable of subduing adult dragons in battle, yet such glorious eras are fleeting. Ultimately, they faced annihilation, and numerous reasons contributed to this outcome. The result was the separation of the upper world from the lower world. At this juncture, Adon appeared perplexed. The upper world? In existing human records, there is no mention of an upper world and a lower world. This terminology belongs to the dragons. Among humans, the lower world, where we coexist with other races, is referred to as the known realm. The upper world, on the other hand, is a forbidden zone where we dragons reside. Beyond the gray and white mountains near the dragon realm, Hollyflosse explained, casting a glance at Adon. Adon nodded in sudden realization, muttering, a forbidden zone? So dragons inhabit that realm. It is no wonder that those seekers of dragons cannot locate the so-called dragon nests, despite their efforts. There are dedicated teams and individuals among humans who seek dragons, as they are a species of great value and strength, not to mention their striking appearance. Thus, it is quite reasonable for one to desire to discover the dwelling places of dragons. What is the forbidden zone like? Adon suddenly inquired, lifting his gaze towards Hollyflosse. Hollyflosse pondered for a moment before responding. It is difficult to describe. Let your imagination run wild. Whatever bizarre and fantastical scenes you can conceive, you will find corresponding places within the forbidden zone. At this moment, Hollyflosse halted, his eyes fixed on a small hill ahead. Perched atop the gray and white mound was a colossal dragon, matching Hollyflosse's size, with 2 legs and 2 wings. Its scales adorned in a striking black and white pattern, black on its back and white on its belly. At this moment, the colossal dragon reclined upon the hillside. Its eyes firmly shut, its body subtly rising and falling with each breath, appearing to be in slumber. Then we discovered a Hollyflosse. You, Hollyflosse, stepped forward, eager to inquire what had transpired to incite such fury. Suddenly, a Hollyflosse's eyes burst open, revealing a tempest of madness and aggression within its dragon gaze. Without a word, a Hollyflosse rose and forcefully beat its wings towards Hollyflosse, swiftly retreating as multiple blades of wind surged forth towards Hollyflosse. A Hollyflosse, what are you doing? Hollyflosse exclaimed, quickly using its tail to ensnare the nearby Kira and Eden, leaping to evade a Hollyflosse's assault. A Hollyflosse offered no response to Hollyflosse's query. Instead, it hovered in midair, letting out a low growl directed at Hollyflosse. Its demeanor was entirely devoid of the intelligence expected from a sentient being. Hollyflosse, observing a Hollyflosse's unsettling behavior, muttered with irritation. Damn you, fiery dragon. Kira, glancing at the evidently disturbed a Hollyflosse, inquired of Hollyflosse, what is wrong with him? Hollyflosse set Kira and Eden down, fixating intently on a Hollyflosse. While instructing Kira and Eden, he has transformed into the fiery dragon. You two must flee as far as you can. Kira, with a hint of concern, looked back at Hollyflosse and asked, what about you? I must end his life and reclaim his dragon soul, Hollyflosse declared, extending its wings and assuming a battle stance. Kira hesitated momentarily, but ultimately took Eden's hand and fled into the distance, leaving behind the words, we will wait for you by the martial grand city. Eden, perplexed by Kira's decision to abandon the dragon as a dragon knight, questioned, Kira, why? Having never witnessed the fierce combat between Afado and Hollyflosse, Eden was unaware of the true extent of the dragon's power. She pondered whether, as a rainbow knight, she might contribute in some way. Before Eden could finish, Kira turned to shake her head and explained, no, Eden, You do not comprehend the might of the dragon kind. Remaining here would only be a hindrance. It was indeed not Kira's fault for being a timid knight. The disparity in power was simply too great. Even the formidable Afado, Ether Knight, could not breach the defenses of an adult dragon. With Kira as a Crimson Knight and Eden as a Rainbow Knight, their presence would only serve to impede. As Eden sought to voice further thoughts, a thunderous dragon roar erupted from behind them, followed by a violent gust of wind. Kira and Eden turned simultaneously to behold a towering column of wind that nearly engulfed their entire field of vision. The towering wind column rose majestically as if it were a colossal pillar dividing heaven and earth, stretching skyward and nearly obscuring the distant, gray-white horizon. Although it appeared to be entirely still, this was merely an illusion brought about by its immense size. In reality, the tempest within was powerful enough to rend solid stone. Alarmed, Chilou realized she was being inexorably drawn toward it. She attempted to step backward, away from the battlefield, but discovered her legs were being forcefully tugged upward. At this critical moment, Atong seized Chilou's arm, preventing her from being swept into the wind column. Now I understand why we must flee. This is beyond human endurance. One hand gripping Chilou, Atong unsheathed his sword with the other and plunged it into the ground for stability. We must leave this place. With a surge of strength, Atong pressed his legs into the earth like nails, leaving behind 5-centimeter deep impressions with each step as he pulled Chilou along, inching away from danger. The formidable ability of Hollyflosse was evident as he found himself at the very center of the storm, murmuring to himself while observing the winds around him, which had almost taken on a tangible form. Hollyflosse's body was enveloped in shimmering gold and blue dragon flames, with a faint white glow emanating from the gaps between his scales and sparks flickering to life within. The dragon horns atop his head transformed into 2 blazing white flames, while his limbs, tail, and the tips of his wings erupted into a continuous explosion of dragon fire. This was the full manifestation of a dragon's might, blending his essence with his powers. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the swirling winds. Konluo Raffle, his body cloaked in white wind blades, charged directly at Hollyflosse. Anticipating this, Hollyflosse swiftly seized Konluo Raffle's horns with both claws. The flames on Hollyflosse's claws intertwined with the hurricane surrounding Raffle's horns, merging into a pulsating sphere of fire. Piercing fire. Hollyflosse's maw opened wide, a golden white flame flickering deep within his throat, and a high-speed jet of dragon fire surged towards Konluo Raffle's head. This slender stream appeared no thicker than a human finger, yet its destructive power was immense. As it manifested, the sky darkened ominously. The dragon fire penetrated Konluo Raffle's skull with little resistance, piercing through flesh and blood before exiting through his jaw, creating a deep hole in the gray-white ground below. Despite sustaining such a grievous injury, Konluo Raffle did not perish immediately. Instead, he lashed out with his tail, striking at Hollyflosse. In response, Hollyflosse raised his own tail, meeting Raffle's in a fierce collision, sending waves of flames spiraling outwards, carried by the tempest. Although Hollyflosse is a quadrupedal dragon with wings, and a Qualifoal is a bipedal dragon also endowed with wings, this does not imply that Hollyflosse is superior to a Qualifoal. The 2 additional forelimbs may indeed confer an advantage in close combat. However, in terms of innate abilities, all dragonkind is fundamentally equal. Damn it, cease your resistance. Hollyflosse opened its jaws and clamped down on a Qualifoal's neck, dragon fire spilling forth from the crevices between its fangs. Hollyflosse bit down with ferocity, its fangs piercing through scales and flesh, while the dragon fire incessantly scorched the surrounding tissues. A Qualifoal, in agony, emitted a thunderous roar, and the tempest that enveloped its body intensified. A multitude of wind blades relentlessly sliced at Hollyflosse's exterior, tearing scales and stripping flesh. Yet, Hollyflosse paid no heed to its own wounds, focusing solely on exerting pressure, as if intent on severing a Qualifoal's neck entirely. It was clear that Hollyflosse sought to conclude the battle swiftly, for they were in the Desai region, where dragonkind could provoke unforeseen consequences. Suddenly, Hollyflosse's eyes widened in alarm as it flapped its wings with urgency, unleashing a burst of dragon fire that propelled both it and a Qualifoal several dozen meters into the air. Just as Hollyflosse departed from its original position, a pure white ring, adorned with black snowflake-like speckles, sliced through the surrounding tempest at an astonishing speed, passing through the very spot where Hollyflosse had just been. It had been detected. Hollyflosse mumbled incoherently, glancing at the still struggling Qualifoal and then at the ring that had come to an abrupt halt midair. The ring appeared to defy inertia. One moment it moved with blurring speed, and the next, it hovered steadily in place. 4 white wings sprouted from its outer circumference, flapping continuously to maintain its elevation. As Hollyflosse found itself ensnared in the ancient language of the Desai, a fervent voice echoed from all directions, uttering words not belonging to any current race, but rather to the long-lost tongue of the ancient Desai kingdom. Once you awaken, you shall provide an explanation for your presence here. Hollyflosse cast a wary glance at Aqualifol, whose struggles were waning, before fixing its gaze on the enigmatic ring before it. Chapter 31. Here lies the ground, summoning the sea. If it dwells within the light, we too shall depart from darkness. The fervent voice continued to resound. Hollyflosse discarded the lifeless Aqualifol, which it had fatally wounded, casting a cautious look at the mysterious entity before it. What an unsettling sensation. Hollyflosse found itself unable to ascertain whether the ring was a mere inanimate object or a living being. It seemed lifeless, yet it exhibited motion, emanating an aura that made the dragons profoundly uneasy. To speak of living beings, this circular structure adorned with 4 wings hardly resembles the essence of biological form, does it? The annihilating jet of pure white light descended, enveloping the ring entirely as Hollyflosse, and this enigmatic circle remained in a standoff. Garifar, what brings you here? Hollyflosse gazed upward at the sudden apparition in the sky, a tone of inexplicable relief in his voice. The presence of these ancient dragons assured that no predicament was insurmountable, a consensus among all dragonkind. Garifar landed beside Hollyflosse, refraining from answering his query and instead countering. I was about to ask how you ended up in the Dees region. Wait, is that corpse the fallen Lafar? Noticing the presence of yet another dragon's lifeless form, Garifar furrowed his brow. Hollyflosse nodded in acknowledgement, replying, Indeed, Lafar has transformed into the Dragon of Crimson, and I had no choice but to end his existence. I've long advised against venturing south for trivial pursuits. Seeking thrill should not be done recklessly, Garifar lamented with a hint of exasperation. As a primordial dragon, he possessed knowledge of nearly everything in this world, including the origins of dragonkind and the chaotic mischief that led to the downfall of the once mighty empire of Dees. Hollyflosse, apprehensive, observed the white column of light wreaking havoc upon the surface and inquired, what exactly is that? Garifar's abilities seemed not limited to light. He could wield all powers inherent to dragons, akin to the other 4 primordial dragons. Perhaps a deity or the manifestation of a concept, he mused. His gaze still fixated on the light beam, sensing that the ring remained unscathed by his luminescent onslaught. Hollyflosse, perplexed, asked, Aren't deities situated in the higher realms? In this world, the existence of gods was undeniable. With dragons and magic present, divinity too was a reality. Yet, these gods seldom ventured beyond their celestial domains, leaving the myriad races below unable to derive strength from any divine faith. Garifar elucidated, those who survived remain, while the fallen are buried beneath your feet. This revelation left Hollyflosse even more bewildered. I have never heard you speak of such matters. Within dragonkind, information is nearly all accessible and shared. How is it that I, Hollyflosse, am unaware that a portion of the unsettling auras in the Dees region emanate from deities? Unnecessary knowledge need not be acquired, Garifar remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Hollyflosse. Moreover, do you believe that knowing would yield any benefit? They are, in essence, the very embodiment of concepts. Once you comprehend this, they can resurrect themselves through your thoughts. Hollyflosse paused momentarily, then surveyed the endless expanse of the gray-white wasteland surrounding him, and inquired, Are you not concerned that they might resurrect and seek you out? Galufril chuckled lightly and countered, I am confident in my ability to eliminate them all. Do you possess such assurance? Then why share this with me? Hollyflosse retorted, clearly lacking such confidence himself. If this information is so perilous, why utter it? You are the one incessantly questioning. Galufril flicked his tail and replied, relishing the thought of witnessing the misfortunes, even demise, of the young due to their own curiosity. For he believed that mere admonishment was futile. Broken bones serve as the finest teachers. Unable to vanquish such stubborn foes, Galufril pondered, observing the diminishing beam of light and the white wings gradually emerging from it, his brow furrowing. Suddenly, Galufril turned his head and, in a tone reminiscent of soothing a child, posed a rather peculiar question to Hollyflosse. So, Hollyflosse, do you wish to learn of the events that transpired in the Desai region? Not at all, Hollyflosse swiftly rejected. Having outgrown the age of finding everything amusing and novel, he was a mature dragon. Moreover, Galufril's words unmistakably hinted at a trap, one akin to a bottomless pit. My statement was not a question, thus your opinion is irrelevant, Galufril declared, extending his claw to grasp Hollyflosse's head. Wait, what are you doing? Hollyflosse protested, struggling. Yet Hollyflosse's grip was beyond his capacity to challenge. "In you go?" Hollyflosse hurled Hollyflosse towards the ring. The destructive white light had fully dissipated. And although the ring still existed, it now lay in a severely wounded state, offering no extreme reaction to Hollyflosse's arrival. Just before colliding with the ring, Hollyflosse shouted at Hollyflosse, "You old fool, why don't you go yourself?" Hollyflosse shrugged and replied nonchalantly, "Because I have experienced it. You have not yet had that privilege. It is said that since I have been drenched in rain, you too must endure it at least once." As Hollyflosse approached the ring, the anticipated collision did not occur. Instead, he experienced an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness and a dizzying whirl, his vision consumed by countless black and white snowflakes. Yet, this bizarre feeling lasted barely half a second, as if the peculiar experiences of body and sight had been mere illusions. What in the world is happening? Where am I? Hollyflosse shook his head and rose from the ground, only to discover that he was no longer within the Desai region. In a boundless desolation, the earth beneath was a mundane shade of brown, dry, sweltering, and dust-laden. Hollyflosse faced his own body, only to discover that he could not perceive himself. The ground bore no trace of a shadow. Yet, peculiarly, Hollyflosse was acutely aware that he had not vanished, as he could still feel his head, tail, and other parts. "A bizarre realm," he murmured softly. Though this scenario was peculiar, it was not unfamiliar to the dragonkin inhabiting the world above. After all, we are merely unverified beings. In the distance, a youthful female voice resonated, articulating words in the ancient tongue of the Desai kingdom. Hollyflosse turned to the origin of the sound. Yet aside from the dust and the endless expanse of parched earth, he discerned nothing. "This is but a corner of the ground, reaching out to you once more." The voice continued, calm yet imbued with an inexplicable rigidity. "Has the transmission reached you? This interruption has occurred countless times." Hollyflosse advanced towards the source of the voice. Since Hollyflosse had cast him into this realm, it signified that he, Hollyflosse, possessed the means to resolve the troubles that lay within. Though he muttered curses at the elder for his lack of respect, he harbored a profound trust in Hollyflosse's judgment and decisions. After a while of walking, the surroundings remained unchanged, as if Hollyflosse were treading in place. Yet, before him emerged something distinctly unusual. A peculiar form sprawled on the ground, resembling not any known creature, but rather a grotesque amalgamation of human limbs fused into a flattened mass of flesh. The female voice emanated from this very body. "It has been far too long since I regarded anything beyond myself." It quivered, and the voice rang out once more. "Can you see me?" Hollyflosse was fluent in the Desai tongue. His passion lay in mastering every language, regardless of its current relevance. "Yes, you are not of the surface," the strange body continued, a faint tremor in its tone. Yet, it could merely be an illusion, for Hollyflosse did not believe such an eerie entity could possess emotions. "Assist me in transmitting a signal, or ascertain whether he still exists," the voice persisted. "Why?" Hollyflosse responded, withholding his agreement, seeking further clarity. "Because we are all unverified beings," the voice elucidated. "Once the signal is conveyed and analyzed, we shall converge and be validated. And then," Hollyflosse pressed on, "then, our bodies shall cease to tremble." A hint of anticipation and sentiment lingered in the voice of the woman, reminiscent of a weary traveler who had finally awaited the last bus. "So, I can leave this place, can I?" Hollyflosse managed to grasp the peculiar manner of her expression. The woman's voice seemed to emit a light chuckle, though it might have been merely the sound of the surrounding wind. "If you consider that departure, then indeed, it is." She then indicated the path to the surface of the sea. "Choose any direction you wish and move forward. Distance and angle hold no significance here. Yet you shall reach the surface." Hollyflosse refrained from responding and instead flapped his dragon wings to take flight. The environment remained unchanged, but with a single step forward, the strange form behind him vanished. After a rather monotonous flight, the surface of the sea appeared before him, as if it had been suddenly rendered anew. The once dusty expanse transformed into a vibrant blue sea. The cacophony of the wind resonated, and beneath the surface, a youthful male voice emerged. Synchronization complete, weak signal. Unlike the woman, this voice carried a slight trailing tone. "Hey, there's a being that resembles a human. Let me relay a signal to you." Hollyflosse called out towards the sea. A ripple broke the stillness of the water, rapidly expanding until an object unfamiliar to Hollyflosse surfaced. It was a remarkably rounded tin can, at least in Hollyflosse's eyes. The male voice emanated from within this tin can. "Are you sure?" A man opened the hatch atop the can and crawled out, his expression filled with eagerness as he gazed in Hollyflosse's direction. The man appeared as youthful as his voice, clad in peculiar attire, a one-piece suit adorned with pipes and intricate, colorful metallic threads upon a deep blue fabric. Certainly. She also mentioned that you must be verified. Hollyflosse nodded, uncertain if the man could perceive the gesture. The man's excitement was palpable, almost rendering him flustered. I know. Once we confirm each other, the circular reasoning will manifest. At that moment, Hollyflosse inquired, are you from the ancient country of Dis? Ancient country? The empire has fallen? Indeed. We have lost track of how many years have passed here. The man's animated expression abruptly shifted to one of shock and disbelief. Take me with you. Dragon. I must find her. He looked up towards Hollyflosse, his tone resolute once more. Hollyflosse gently descended to the ground, and the man leaped from the top of the tin can into the water, swimming towards him. Upon setting foot on the solid earth, the man's expression momentarily froze, as if he could hardly believe that this day had finally arrived. So what are you doing here? Hollyflosse gazed at the diminutive figure before him, unable to suppress his curiosity any longer. The man responded, we are here to affirm the existence of humanity. Even after countless years spent in this desolate realm, both he and she had not forgotten the purpose of their existence here. What nonsense! Hollyflosse was utterly perplexed. How could humanity be deemed non-existent? If humans did not exist, then what was this individual before him? What of those who penned tales of wicked dragons? Were the denizens of the kingdom of Disigu truly such madmen, lost in their thoughts? No wonder their nation had perished. Chapter 32. Cairo, YSNO under Hollyflosse's guidance. The man approached the peculiar body. As the feminine voice had indicated, distance and angle held no significance here. Hollyflosse even led the man in erratic paths. Yet, they ultimately reached their destination. Upon sighting the body, the man visibly trembled. Then, as if reuniting with a long-lost lover, he hurried forward, kneeling before the form and gently reaching out to touch it. Finally, they resonated. The signal was remarkably timely, splendid. The man's voice began to quiver, tinged with a hint of tears. Hot tears streamed down his face as his trembling hand slowly made contact with hers. Our existence, the existence of humanity, has been affirmed. The man buried his head upon that strange body, succumbing to a torrent of sorrow. At that moment, the body, aimed towards the sea, ceased its vibrations, and the feminine voice echoed again, imbued with a sense of relief and liberation. What an uncanny scene! Hollyflosse observed the weeping man and the bizarre body, his lips twitching slightly. The surrounding yellow desert began to slowly reveal some visions, akin to a mirage in the sands. Among these visions, it seemed to unveil the reason for the man's arrival in this desolate land. What we perceive is merely a product of our five senses. But what lies behind those senses? The man within the vision spoke his theories before a multitude of indistinct faces. This endeavor will allow us to affirm our existence. Serving as the anchor post after our ascension to divinity, we shall not forget our essence. We originated from the ocean and thrived upon the land. In this bifurcated world, she and I will succeed. His tone was resolute. Next to this vision appeared a woman, showcasing the passage of time experienced within the yellow desert. Faint signals flickered. Analysis faltered, and completion remained elusive. The woman in the vision retained a human form, clad in a suit akin to that of the man present. Are we, after all, lives unable to affirm our own existence? She pondered, continuing her slow advance towards the horizon. Yet no matter how she moved, the sea remained eternally distant. In the depicted scene, the woman, after a prolonged journey, gradually transformed from a human into a peculiar form, a flat, bizarre body stitched together from human limbs. In this world, devoid of any other beings, she found it impossible to maintain her definition of humanity. The final vision was one of blinding white light. As Hollyflosse was expelled from that strange realm, upon reopening her eyes, the first sight that greeted her was Gloriful, who gazed at her with a cheerful expression. The surrounding environment remained the characteristic gray-white terrain of the Dis region, though the winged ring had indeed vanished. Gloriful inquired, so how was it? Was it enjoyable? Hollyflosse, rising from the ground, retorted with irritation, I can only conclude that the fall of the ancient Dis kingdom was not unjust. If the populace within that Dis were all like the peculiar couple from that strange world, it would indeed be a marvel if the kingdom had survived. You are unaware of their original vision, which naturally leads you to perceive them merely as madmen. Gloriful chuckled lightly, then continued, and yet, it is quite impressive that they actually established a city-state, albeit the naming could use some improvement. He shifted the conversation towards the dragon state that Hollyflosse was in the process of establishing. Hollyflosse, unacquainted with the concept of respecting elder dragons, retorted sharply, indeed, any dragon can become a critic. Gloriful flicked his tail, maintaining that ever-cheerful expression, and remarked, then, perhaps you should take care of some young dragons. Why should I? Absolutely not. Hollyflosse immediately protested, exclaiming at the idea of tending to those younglings. One Maislodar was already quite a handful for him, let alone the presence of a yes-flother in the dragon state. However, since one was Hollyflosse's son and the other significantly contributed to the development of the dragon state, it seemed reasonable for Hollyflosse to look after them, and if you insist on sending them over, at least provide some benefits. Where are the benefits? Hollyflosse explained. Those young dragons enjoy playing in the lower world, and you are conveniently establishing a city-state. It's mutually beneficial. Hollyflosse closed her eyes, taking a deep breath before slowly articulating. Whose suggestion was that? I shall have to end him. Hollyflosse was both amused and exasperated by her words, leaning forward and pointing to the back of his head with his tail, saying, "It was my suggestion. Come on, go ahead and strike me." Meteor fire. Seizing the opportunity, Hollyflosse unleashed a breath of dragon fire aimed at the back of Hollyflosse's head. Wait, are you serious? Hollyflosse swiftly turned his head, narrowly evading Hollyflosse's attack. Seeing that Hollyflosse was still gathering dragon fire in her mouth, Hollyflosse promptly took flight, flapping his dragon wings to escape. However, before departing, he left a remark that infuriated Hollyflosse. Your objections are futile. I have already reached an agreement with the other dragons. I am merely here to inform you. The old man. What could Hollyflosse do? He could only stand there, cursing at the increasingly distant figure of Hollyflosse. As he watched Hollyflosse diminish in size, he could only shake his head and sigh. His gaze then turned to the lifeless body of the vacant Lafar lying on the ground, still radiating residual warmth. This fellow's dragon soul had already been taken by Hollyflosse. The subsequent procedure merely involved finding an available dragon egg to facilitate reincarnation. Such is the nature of dragon resurrection. Without a dragon soul, an egg cannot hatch. Moreover, the emergence of new dragon souls is not a yearly occurrence, resulting in many vacant white eggs serving as resurrection points, awaiting some unfortunate soul to inadvertently perish and be swiftly reborn. The sole drawback is that a resurrected dragon must once again experience growth from infancy to maturity, though its memories and abilities remain intact. Hollyflosse departed the Desai region, dragging the lifeless Lafar's body. After all, his dragon kingdom required considerable initial funds for its establishment. Rather than letting Lafar's body lie idle, it would be better utilized for a purpose. After Hollyflosse's departure, the figure of the earlier man reappeared in the same spot. He gazed at the familiar yet unfamiliar sky and the ashen earth beneath his feet, exclaiming, "How long the years seem to stretch. Do you not believe we are in paradise?" A woman appeared beside him, her opened eyes reflecting the narrow sky. It appeared that upon receiving confirmation, her form had been restored. "Do you not believe?" She turned her head to look at the man, continuing her inquiry. The man did not respond to her question. Their figures, accompanied by a gentle breeze, transformed into delicate black and white snowflakes that dispersed. Kira sat upon a tree stump, gazing southward, clearly having waited for some time. He was unconcerned about Hollyflosse's safety. After learning about the dragon's remarkable vitality from Maislodar, Kira had ceased to worry about their physical condition or well-being. After all, if the worst came to pass, they could simply be resurrected. Truth be told, Kira envied this ability. How wonderful it would be if humans could achieve the same. As Kira pondered this, Hollyflosse appeared on the distant horizon, dragging the vacant Lafar. "Ah, he has returned," Kira exclaimed, rising from the stump and gently patting Eden, who had been dozing against the tree stump. In fact, when the fierce winds ravaging the ruins of the distant martial city subsided, Kira and Eden had already surmised that Hollyflosse had emerged victorious. After all, was it conceivable that the rationally challenged Lafar would willingly negate the abilities of this place? Impossible. At last, after a long wait, Eden stood up from the ground, yawning and stretching his weary limbs. Hollyflosse tossed the lifeless body of the slain dragon, Kairal Rafar, onto the ground and slowly landed before Kira and Eden with his majestic wings. The corpse of the dragon, even in death, was a sight to behold. Kira gazed at the deceased Kairal Rafar and remarked, "By the way, Hollyflosse, what distinguishes you from him? I mean, you possess 4 legs and 2 wings, while he has 2 legs and 2 wings." Kira then raised her head to inquire of Hollyflosse. Although humans had seldom encountered dragons, the few recorded sightings had enabled them to compile what they believed to be an accurate ecological guide to the dragon species. However, the contents of this guide could only be described as a collection of fallacies. There is no significant difference. It is merely a matter of structural anatomy, Hollyflosse elucidated. Kira stroked her chin thoughtfully and slowly responded, "I had anticipated that you, Mr. Hollyflosse, would embody a more noble essence." "Not nobility," Hollyflosse shook his head. "If we were to discuss hierarchies of nobility, only 5 of the original ancient dragons could be deemed truly noble. Moreover, what is this theory among humans that determines who among the dragon kind is more noble? Is it based on the number of limbs one possesses? If that were the case, would not the peculiar eight-legged fish in the waters be deemed more noble than humans, who possess merely 2 arms and 2 legs? That seems rather implausible. Well then, it appears we must indulge your little vanity, Hollyflosse remarked, observing Kira as she leapt onto his back. The humans beyond the borders remained oblivious to the true events unfolding in Marshall City. They were only aware that a malevolent dragon had ravaged this city-state, leaving no survivors in its wake. Subsequently, the dragon knight Kira, mounted on her steed, bravely joined forces with the valiant knight Eaton to vanquish the evil dragon and return with its lifeless form. Behold, a most splendid tale of a dragon knight defeating a wicked dragon. Fortuitously, Marshall City was situated within the realm of the Rose Kingdom. And what, pray tell, is the Rose Kingdom? It is the domain of Kira's Lord Superior, a long, narrow human kingdom that appears quite slender. The northern region nearly connects to the upper world, known as the Forbidden Zone, while the southern part directly links Marshall City to the Desai region. The Rose Royal City lies in the eastern part of this elongated territory. Beyond it stretches an unclaimed buffer zone, leading to the territory of the Colin Kingdom, the nation ruled by His Majesty Il, who had recently suffered a defeat at the hands of both Maislodar and Hollyflosse in the homeland of Lilia. Due to the burden of carrying the corpse of a dragon of equal size, Hollyflosse paced back to the Dragon Kingdom slowed. Yet, this allowed Hollyflosse to soar majestically over each city-state along the route from south to north, effectively serving as free publicity for the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, regardless of the circumstances, the formidable Hollyflosse has indeed obliterated a human city-state. To prevent the stereotype of dragons merely being agents of destruction from becoming further entrenched, thereby causing human authors to pen more detrimental tales that mislead young dragons, Hollyflosse found himself compelled to take action. After an extensive flight, Lilia, unable to wait for Hollyflosse to alight completely, leaped from the dragon's back, stretching her limbs and exclaiming, "At last, we have returned." This time, Lilia had undoubtedly elevated her reputation significantly, along with the families of Adong and Halof, who also experienced a surge in prestige. Reputation, a matter of considerable importance even to dragons, was of course paramount to a mere human like Lilia. Maislodar approached Hollyflosse, gazing at the dragon carcass that lay upon the ground, and asked, "Wow, father, why did you slay Uncle Hollyflosse? He transformed into a fiery dragon, and thus it was necessary," Hollyflosse succinctly clarified. Oh, Maislodar nodded in agreement, recognizing the necessity of such an act. For if the dragon were not slain, the dragon's soul would not recover from its fiery dragon state. As for the nature of the fiery dragon, that delves into the enigmatic reasons behind the dragon race's arrival in this world, a question that remains unanswered. Wait, have your limbs healed? Hollyflosse scrutinized Maislodar's body, astonished to see that his once mutilated limbs had miraculously restored. Isn't this recovery a tad too swift? Indeed. Yes, Fulooda found a new dragon rider, a pharmacist who provided me with some oddly flavored liquid, and thus I healed, Maislodar recounted, his emotions a mix of joy and discontent. He felt elated that his limbs had healed, allowing him to roam and play freely, yet disheartened that this was the achievement of the newly appointed dragon rider. Ironically, the greatest victim of this entire affair was Kailuo. Because Yesfuluda expressed greater satisfaction with Lucia as her dragon rider, Kailuo briefly escaped her clutches. Yes. However, before Kailuo could revel in his happiness, Maislodar seized him. As Kailuo was the former dragon rider of Yesfuluda and Lilia accompanied Hollyflosse on his journey, Maislodar realized that if he wished to venture into the human realm, he must bring Kailuo along. No. Chapter 33. The Great Nobility, and what is the meaning of these peculiar fabrics adorning you? Hollyflosse inquired, perplexed by the satin ribbons tied around his son. Maislodar twirled in place, allowing the ribbons to flutter elegantly, and replied, "These were tied by Lilia, who insisted that they enhance my appearance." I refrained from commenting further. Hollyflosse could not comprehend the intricacies of human aesthetics, nor discern the beauty or ugliness of such things. He simply found it all rather perplexing. "Oh, by the way, father, during your absence over the past 2 days, some individuals have arrived within the dragon's domain." At this moment, Maislodar relayed some encouraging news to Hollyflosse, which instantly uplifted his spirits. Finally, the inhabitants of the world below had taken the initiative to witness dragons firsthand, rather than hastily passing judgment without ever having seen them. However, Maislodar's subsequent remark abruptly soured Hollyflosse's elation. It seemed they were all eager to confront me, and now they were congregating at the Alpha Do. Hollyflosse queried Maislodar. What nonsense is this? Were there not any admirers among them? I speak of those who come for my renown. Maislodar thoughtfully stroked his chin with the tip of his tail, pondering, there may indeed be some. For instance, that Love brought a few companions. And members from Cairo's hunting group have also arrived. Over the past few days, he had been preoccupied with Cairo's excursions to the sanctuary and accompanying Lilia on various outings, paying little heed to the changes in the dragon's domain. In contrast, Vlad had shown a greater interest in the transformations occurring within, as each time he hastened the ripening of crops. The humans around him seemed eager to kneel and kiss his claws. Indeed, I speak of Lucia. The overall construction progress in the dragon's domain had not deviated much since Hollyflosse's departure. The foundations had merely been laid, the plans established, and spaces allocated. If one were to insist on identifying any truly initiated areas, they were few, as Val and his fellow architects awaited the delivery of premium building materials. At this juncture, Val had come to discuss the matter of construction funds with Hollyflosse. They were hoping Hollyflosse might consider making an initial payment or deposit to facilitate the procurement of those materials. Mr. Hollyflosse, wait, is that a dead dragon? Exclaimed Val, having just descended from his flying staff, his gaze captivated by the dragon carcass before Hollyflosse. Hollyflosse nodded gently. Indeed, that malevolent dragon? The one that decimated Marshall's grand city? Val inquired further. Unbeknownst to Val, Hero had ventured out with the purpose of exterminating the wicked dragon. Yet he was aware that Marshall's grand city had been entirely obliterated by the creature. However, with a modicum of reasoning, Val could deduce what Hero and Hollyflosse had been engaged in during their 2-day absence. Of course, Hollyflosse affirmed with another nod. He gestured with his tail towards the lifeless form of the colossal rapal before him, stating, now, does his entire body suffice to cover those construction costs? All of it. For us? Val stared at the immense dragon's corpse, his eyes wide with astonishment. Val stood at attention once more before Hollyflosse, bowing deeply and earnestly proclaiming, Mr. Hollyflosse, the scale of your dragon domain remains insufficient. Let us double it. Hollyflosse nodded in agreement, adhering to the principle that larger is better, thus accepting Val's proposal. The lifeless body of Raffle undoubtedly contained more than 10 liters of dragon blood and 6,000 dragon scales, not to mention other valuable body parts. Val and the architectural mages he had brought were poised to reap substantial rewards. Val even felt that expanding the dragon domain's area was a significant boon for Hollyflosse. Suddenly, shouts calling out Kira's name echoed from afar, the voice rapidly approaching. Sir Kira! Sir Kira! At last, we have found you. 2 envoys, riding the royal griffins of the Lost Kingdom, descended beside Kira. It was evident that they were sent by the royal family to bestow honors upon him. As a dragon knight of the realm, having vanquished a malevolent dragon that threatened large city-states, Kira's commendation from the King of Lost was all but assured. The envoys were attired in elegant garments, fitted jackets paired with slim trousers, topped with high-collared capes that billowed in the wind. Their royal griffins were adorned with exquisite gear, beautiful saddles upon their backs, armored claws, and even decorative plates embellishing their tails. As Hollyflosse soared over the royal city of Lost with Kira, the royal family had dispatched these envoys to pursue him. A true dragon knight who had vanquished a massive dragon, a figure of legendary prowess, typically confined to tales and folklore. The royal family could not miss the opportunity to capitalize on this moment for grand publicity. However, Hollyflosse remained focused on his flight, oblivious to the 2 griffins striving to keep pace behind him. Good day, Kira greeted the envoys with a courteous bow. As a knight, albeit a rural one, he was well versed in the necessary etiquette. The 2 envoys promptly returned the gesture, for the world invariably respects the strong. Though Kira's personal strength might not rank among the most formidable knights, few could claim the ability to tame dragons to fight on their behalf. Good day, Sir Kira, the left envoy said, standing tall after his bow. His Majesty wishes for you and your dragon to proceed to the royal city, where we shall prepare a noble title for you. The right envoy continued. Additionally, all the resources you require to ascend to the rank of Ether Knight will be provided. The promotion of a knight to the next echelon is not merely a matter of time. It necessitates special means and resources. Most of these methods are held within the grasp of powerful families, with the most esteemed residing in the royal household. A minority, however, circulates as obscure alternatives in the marketplace. This is precisely why the royal family can assert its dominance over this land. Anyone who dares to question them will find themselves subdued by the elite enforcers nurtured specifically by the crown. The so-called legitimacy is not merely proclaimed. It is enforced through might. The previously mentioned King Il's royal army exemplifies this notion. Though it appears formidable, its true backbone consists of merely a handful of individuals. The remainder serves merely as ambience or support. Thus, as long as these few remain, Illinois can unleash devastating consequences upon any who dare challenge the legitimacy of the crown. Most of the time, these true leaders remain in the shadows, while the public face comprises their apprentices or descendants, whose abilities, alas, are yet to fully mature. This situation provided the opportunity for Maislodal's initial abduction of Lilia. As these second-generation military figures lacked the prowess of their predecessors and were therefore unable to thwart Maislodal's swift onslaught. What? We can visit the royal city again. Take me with you. Maislodal exclaimed, having caught the key phrase, and immediately turned to Kiro, expressing his excitement. He was also eager to witness the performances at the Lost Theater, as he found them quite captivating. He had never seen human gestures and intonations so extravagantly expressive. As for Kiro's title as the Dragon Knight, it holds significance only within the borders of the Kingdom of Colin. In the realm of Kiro, the Kingdom of Loss, he is simply recognized as the Dragon Rider. Scratching his head, Kiro looked at the two envoys before him and inquired, "Shall we depart now?" "We only need to reach the royal city of Loss within a week," replied the envoy on the right. Their sole task was to inform Kiro of these matters. As for escorting him to the royal city, did Kiro not possess his own legs? Understood. Thank you both for the information, Kiro nodded, addressing the envoys. Clearly, he intended to attend to some affairs in the dragon realm before participating in any ceremonial honors. "And Sir Kiro, here is your noble identification and sash," stated the envoy on the left, stepping forward to present Kiro with a scroll of parchment bound in blue silk. "Farewell, Sir Kiro. Until we meet again in a few days." The two envoys mounted their griffins and bid their goodbyes as they departed. "Wow, Kiro, you're a noble now?" Maislodal inquired. Leaning closer to Kiro, his eyes fixated on the parchment scroll in Kiro's hands. "What does it mean to be a noble?" he asked curiously. Kiro, exasperated, glanced at Maislodal and explained, "It means a high-ranking human. Yes, that is essentially the idea." After much contemplation, Kiro could only articulate it in this manner for Maislodal's comprehension. The title of Great Noble is indeed difficult to elucidate, as it encompasses various facets of human ideology and cultural identity, warranting a discussion that could extend for days on end. "How splendid!" exclaimed Maislodar, his tail wagging with enthusiasm. He continued, "So, is that esteemed Alfredo considered a great noble?" "Mr. Alfredo is not," Kiro replied. "Although he is an ether knight, he does not hold the title of a great noble. It is true that Alfredo is one of the legendary knights. Yet that does not equate to him being a great noble. Moreover, it is primarily due to Alfredo's disinterest in such a title. Given his identity and prowess, he could effortlessly approach any human king to request the rank of great noble, and the king would gladly oblige." Maislodar's tone grew animated. "What about Lucia, the newly arrived alchemist? Surely she is not one. Why do you care so much about this?" Kiro inquired, puzzled by Maislodar's sudden curiosity. Unbeknownst to Kira, events had transpired that evening, including a playful competition between Ysfroda and Maislodar to determine whose dragon knight was superior. "How splendid. Huh. Now I shall see how Ysfroda boasts before me." Maislodar cheered, even taking flight to circle twice above Kira. Kira began to comprehend. Wait, what about Mr. Cairo? She suddenly realized a gap in her understanding. If Lucia were to become Ysfroda's new dragon knight, what would Cairo be doing? "Oh, he has been cast aside by Ysfroda," Maislodar responded, a hint of guilt in his voice. During Kira's absence, it was Cairo who had taken Maislodar to explore the human realm. Reflecting on Cairo's relationship with Ysfroda, Kira remarked, "Mr. Cairo must be quite pleased." Cairo harbored no disdain for dragons or Ysfroda. Rather, he simply suffered from PTSD, haunted by memories of that fateful day upon seeing dragons, especially when encountering Ysfroda. "So, are we really going to that royal city?" Maislodar redirected the conversation back to their intended adventure. "Certainly, I did not anticipate this day arriving so swiftly. The title of Great Noble," Kira nodded thoughtfully, lowering her gaze to the Great Noble identification and sash in her hands, exclaiming, "This truly can be passed down as a family heirloom for generations." As for the Great Noble investiture ceremony scheduled for a week later, it primarily aims to facilitate Kira's introduction to other great nobles and royal family members. This signifies Kira's genuine integration into the upper echelons of this world. Of course, Kira's ascent is still considered relatively slow. Those like Lilia, who emerged from the womb as extraordinary beings, exemplify true rapidity in advancement. "Congratulations." Sir Kiro, in a theatrical display, performed a grand salute to the esteemed Aiden. "Please, do not mock me." Aiden, Kiro chuckled awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. Allow me to express my gratitude once more, Mr. Hollyflosse. Hero suddenly turned to Hollyflosse, bowing respectfully. It was all rather perplexing. Hollyflosse flicked his tail, bewildered by the emotional complexities of these humans. In Hollyflosse's eyes, Hero had successfully assisted him in bringing Dragon City into existence, so it seemed only natural for Hollyflosse to offer Hero some aid in return. You help me, and thus I help you. Is this not the way of the world? He pondered, bemused by Hero's excessive gratitude. Hero lifted his gaze to Hollyflosse, about to articulate his thoughts when the air was pierced by the youthful roars of dragons, interrupting him. Maislodar, your father has established a city in the mortal realm, and you did not inform us of such a splendid occurrence. Dragon language. Maislodar, reluctant to see which young dragon had soared above Dragon City, swiftly coiled his tail around Hero and began to flee, exclaiming, "This is bad. Hero, we must hurry." Hero, momentarily stunned, found himself atop Maislodar's back. Wait, what is happening? Maislodar forcefully beat his wings, transforming into a streak of lightning as they soared into the distance. Yet, he managed to explain. They are here to seize you from my grasp. What? Hero was bewildered. What could they possibly want to take from him? He could understand if they sought to abduct Lilia, as princesses are indeed coveted in the realm of dragon literature. But what, pray tell, did a knight like him possess that warranted such a pursuit? Maislodar continued, you are the most entertaining dragon rider. This reputation has spread among the dragon kin. How could such a reputation be known? Hero was left speechless, astonished to discover that his title as a dragon rider resonated not only in the human realm, but also among dragons. Chapter 34. A deeper cage. Maislodar regarded the young dragons of his age, positioning Hero protectively behind him, and asked warily, how did you find your way here? Oh, that old coot Galufril informed us, replied one of the small dragons, adorned in black and red scales. Blast that old fool! Maislodar exclaimed, cursing more vehemently than his father, Hollyflosse, ever had. The black-red dragon stepped closer to Maislodar, fixating intently on Hero as he inquired, so, how did you locate the dragon rider? After his question, the young dragon added, and while you're at it, find one for me too. The other young dragons chimed in enthusiastically, yes, help us find one as well. At this moment, Kalo had just passed by Maislodar and was taken aback by the sudden appearance of so many young dragons within the dragon realm. Intrigued, he intended to inquire about the happenings from Maislodar. However, upon overhearing the little dragons fervently exclaiming their desire to seek dragon riders, Kalo instinctively began to retreat from Maislodar's vicinity. I shall seek them myself. Maislodar is hardly inclined to assist these younglings in their quest for dragon riders. They are elusive. Every time I manage to find a knight, he acts as if he is facing certain death, the black and red-scaled dragon lamented. Maislodar then posed a question to his counterpart. How do you go about searching? Lobatoros, the black and red-scaled dragon, pondered briefly before responding, well, I spot a knight, and then dive down to seize him. Stop. I insist you halt. The way you are searching is bound to provoke a deadly confrontation. Maislodar interjected decisively. You are not seeking dragon riders. Rather, you are behaving like a malevolent dragon selecting its prey. Lobatoros, seeking guidance, queried Maislodar. Then how should one go about it? You possess the most profound understanding of these humans. Indeed, Maislodar was exceptionally knowledgeable about humans, particularly in the realm of human literature, and his practical experiences were extensive. Can you speak the human tongue? Maislodar inquired. I cannot, Lobatoros replied. Maislodar chuckled softly and delivered the harsh truth. Then you are doomed to fail in your search. From my experiences, the primary prerequisite for engaging with humans is a shared language. Humans are unlikely to master the dragon tongue. Thus, it falls upon dragons to speak the human language. Lobatoros found this notion unacceptable. Why should I, a proud dragon, be compelled to learn their speech? He grumbled, visibly disheartened. Must one truly master the human language? Do you not find this manner of speaking rather odd? To gain something, one must sacrifice. That is the way of the world, Maislodar remarked, flicking his tail and departing with Hero. He had no desire to instruct each of his dragon peers on how to acquire their own dragon riders. After all, if every dragon had a rider, how could he, Maislodar, revel in his superiority? It must be that he possesses what they lack. Hey, Maislodar, I didn't expect you to have so many young dragon companions. Lilia approached, clearly intent on discussing a matter with Maislodar. Maislodar halted and regarded Lilia, asking, what is it? Lilia? Well, a new group of heroes has arrived, and I was wondering if you could assist in assessing them. Lilia expressed her feelings with a mix of anticipation and shyness. It seemed that the romantic inclinations of a princess had resurfaced. What? Is there truly such a delightful opportunity as battling a dragon? Then you must be the princess, exclaimed Lobitoros, leaping excitedly in front of Lilia. It is important to note that while Lobitoros cannot articulate human language, dragons comprehend all forms of communication. That princess is also one I have captured. You mustn't snatch her away. Maislodar interjected, visibly irked, directing a warning towards Lobitoros. Dragon-themed literature enjoys immense popularity among both humans and young dragons. Thus, activities such as abducting princesses, plundering human settlements, engaging in combat with heroes, and soaring through the skies with dragon riders have evolved into trending pastimes for youthful dragons. At that moment, had a creative human suddenly emerged to pen a sensational tale like the overbearing dragon's affection for me, it would have been rather unfortunate. Lobitoros inquired. What about the heroes? Well, I am headed to the sanctuary fortress for some entertainment, so I shall leave the heroes in your capable hands. Just ensure they are not killed, Maislodar replied, casting a glance at his companion, Kira, ultimately deciding to yield the heroes to his dragon kin. Faced with a choice, Maislodar undoubtedly preferred the joys of the city over brawling with heroes. Engaging in combat was rather mundane for him. He was not particularly enthusiastic about physical exertion. Thus, he gravitated towards the pleasures of the city. How splendid! I have yet to experience the city. Wait, what city? Lobitoros exclaimed, his curiosity piqued. Unlike Maislodar, many young dragons seldom had the opportunity for extensive interactions with humans. After all, formidable humans can indeed overpower young dragons, or at the very least escape, while lesser humans cannot withstand the antics of youthful dragons. What exactly do you intend to do? Maislodar gazed at Lobitoros with an expression of disbelief. Oh dear. Look at all these little beings. It appears the dragon kingdom is thriving, remarked Vinakahana, squatting beside Hollyflosse, observing the temporary encampment established by the heroes not far away. The camps set up by the heroes were distinctly divided into two sections. Centered around Alpha's modest tent, the area distant from the dragon kingdom housed the new arrivals, who were sharpening their weapons, brimming with pride and confidence. Conversely, the section nearer to the dragon kingdom was occupied by the defeated heroes, who had come to terms with their fate and now regarded the newcomers with a blend of anticipation and excitement. This eagerness stemmed from a psychological notion. I am caught in the rain, and soon you shall abandon your umbrella to join me. Hollyflosse nodded then, with a tone of exasperation, remarked, well, that is certainly wonderful, but why do I sense that these newcomers harbor biases against the dragon kin? A good thrashing should suffice. Do you not relish the thought of beating humans? Vinakahana rose gracefully, stretching her lithe form, her crystalline blue scales refracting a kaleidoscope of colors beneath the sun's warm embrace. Ah, your appearance, even after a millennium, remains enchanting, Hollyflosse remarked, flicking her tail, a subtle compliment to Vinakahana, perhaps favored by the creator. The physiques of the three dragon races exude an exquisite elegance. Do you fancy it? If so, gaze upon it longer, Vinakahana teased, lightly brushing her tail against Hollyflosse's neck before playfully flicking at her chin. As Vinakahana approached the vicinity of the hero's encampment, each step left a frost-laden ground in her wake. Now, who dares to challenge the evil dragon and rescue the princess? She inquired, addressing the newcomers below, who appeared as though bracing for an impending storm. A booming laugh erupted from Maislodar, the golden-haired knight who had been the first to kneel before Maislodar. He sat on the grass with his companions, reveling in the spectacle unfolding across the encampment. At this moment, a Fado emerged from his modest tent, grooming his griffin while casting glances at Vinakahana. Let us all engage at once to save time, Vinakahana suggested, noticing the heroes before her drawing their weapons. The novice heroes exchanged glances, then surged forward to attack Vinakahana in unison, though they preferred a one-on-one duel. The notion of a righteous brawl had been proposed by the dragon herself, leaving no room for blame. Constant temperature. Vinakahana's wings unfurled abruptly, unleashing a swift, chilling gust toward her assailants. I shall seek Lady Lucia, Maislodar declared, rising from the ground and brushing off the grass and dust from his attire. The once vibrant novice heroes faltered before Vinakahana, succumbing to the cold wave that swept over them, rendering them incapacitated. They could scarcely move. Their armor and garments had frozen solidly to their skin and muscle. Though not lifeless, regaining mobility before the temperature normalized was an impossibility. As for Maislod's quest for Lucia, she stood as the sole local potionist. Any injuries would certainly lead them to her. Moreover, Lucia welcomed the opportunity for patience. Having concocted a plethora of potions and yearning for their use rather than letting them gather dust. For her, the elixirs were meant for application, not as heirlooms to be squandered. Such formidable power stirred a longing within a Fado, who licked his lips, gripping the stone sword at his waist tightly. his breath quickening in anticipation. Since Alphedo transformed into an ether knight, he felt as though something essential was missing from within him. The fervor and enthusiasm he once possessed as a Scarlet Knight, that joy of awakening each day with a clear vision of his goals and future, seemed to have faded. However, after recently hearing that being an ether knight was not the ultimate destination, and witnessing the corpse of a colossal dragon today, Alphedo felt compelled to make another attempt. Hollyflosse, accept my challenge, he declared calmly, standing before Hollyflosse with an unwavering gaze. Interesting, Hollyflosse responded, observing Alphedo and sensing the almost imperceptible aura emanating from him. Rising to his feet, Hollyflosse noted that the ether knight's presence could not be so faint. Alphedo's current state could only signify one possibility. Come on, remember to promote that it was the dragon who brought you to this point, Hollyflosse reminded him. Alphedo stood firm before Hollyflosse, the stone of his sword beginning to dissolve, revealing a gleaming white blade beneath. Alphedo Claude, ether knight, knight of the city-state, bearer of the title of Stone Sword, hereby challenges you to a duel. As his words resonated, Alphedo surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, his sword transforming into a white blur in the air. At that moment, Maislodar arrived with Lilia, and upon witnessing Alphedo's bold assault on Hollyflosse, he was filled with excitement. What is happening? Why is Mr. Alphedo challenging the wicked dragon? What did I miss? Despite their acceptance of fate, the brave warriors still referred to the dragon as the wicked dragon. Maislodor's companions urged him to sit down quickly, assuring him, you haven't missed anything, you've arrived just in time. Hollyflosse tracked Alphedo's trajectory and immediately swung his tail towards him. Flash! Alphedo shouted with a fierce roar, accelerating once more, his sword's brilliance slicing through the air like a white comet along Hollyflosse's tail. After the strike, Alphedo appeared in midair behind Hollyflosse, perfectly aligned with the dragon's head. The tail of Hollyflosse bore a smooth cut, dragon scales shattered, and flesh lacerated. Though the wound was not deep, Alphedo had undeniably breached Hollyflosse's external defenses. Gazing at the injury on Hollyflosse's tail and then at his own sword, Alphedo could not contain his laughter, throwing his head back in joyous mirth. How could he not laugh? He had been immersed in the realm of ether knights for over 50 years, believing he would slowly fade away as a legendary human knight alongside the passage of time. Now, the opportunity to advance further presents itself. And for a formidable individual like Alpha, who relentlessly pursues power, it is undoubtedly the most sublime occurrence in existence. It is indeed possible, Alpha mused, clenching his fists tightly while whispering to himself. Alpha's breakthrough was not a mere coincidence. As a renowned master within the human realm, his accumulated prowess was already sufficient to transcend the limitations of the ether knight. His previous inability to break through stemmed from his ignorance of the existence of higher tiers beyond the ether knight. Humans cannot ascend beyond the realms of their understanding, and the rigid perceptions and classifications of knights and mages in the human world have inadvertently confined exceptional beings like Alpha, hindering their progression. Chapter 35, Side Story 01. Kira, this side story serves merely as an enhancement of the world view and character narratives, not as part of the daily updates. In other words, there will still be Chapter 36 today. It does not affect the main plot. Feel free to skip if uninterested. In his youth, Kira was not yet a knight. He was an ordinary boy. Like many village knights, Kira spent his early years in his village among the farmers. His father knelt before him, gently placing his hands upon Kira's shoulders, and asked, well, Kira, you will become a knight in the future. Are you prepared to embrace this responsibility? I do not know, father, Kira replied, uncertain of what being a knight entailed. In Kira's eyes, his father, as a knight, seemed to lead a rather leisurely life, either chatting with one villager or boasting to another. Occasionally, he would take Kira to the nearby Bastion city for amusement. Huh. I had the same reaction back in the day, but one day you will understand why you must become a knight, his father chuckled in response. Come now, today marks your formal induction as a knight. Do not be late, and do not disgrace yourself. His father adjusted Kira's attire and spoke encouragingly. Becoming a knight is not an innate quality. It requires a ceremonial elevation. Typically, such ceremonies are overseen by knightly families or local lords, allowing more knights to pledge their allegiance. Kira's father became a knight through an opportunity granted by the local lord, a chance that stemmed from Kira's grandfather, which in turn originated from his great-grandfather. Now, this opportunity had passed to Kira. Following his father, Kira arrived at the Bastion, a place he had visited before. In fact, his father would take him to the Bastion once a month, sometimes merely for leisure. More often, however, it was because Kira's father had been summoned by the local lord, bringing Kira along to facilitate his learning of the knowledge essential for knights. Chillois has always wished to visit the bastion more frequently, for it is there that his sole companion, Atong, resides. Like him, Atong is destined to become a knight, a female knight, no less. Father, will Atong also be knighted today? Chillois inquired, seated in the rear compartment of the carriage, gazing at his father across from him. Chillois was aware of his father's formidable prowess, capable of sending terrifying beasts and monsters flying with a single punch and effortlessly ascending to the treetops in just a few strides. Yet, whenever they traveled together, his father consistently opted for the slow, swaying comfort of the carriage, despite its sluggishness and discomfort. Who? Your little friend? Chillois' father lifted his gaze to meet his son's, pondering momentarily before responding. She may not be knighted today, but she will indeed become a knight. Ha, Atong, look, I am a knight now. The first thing Chillois did upon being knighted was to seek out Atong to flaunt his new status. Although he was not yet clad in armor, he had acquired his own cloak, a deep crimson garment that signified his knighthood. Chillois had heard that the mages also possessed cloaks symbolizing their identities, which seemed even more splendid than those of knights. The mages' cloaks were adorned in hues of blue and featured a unified hood, unlike the knights' cloaks, which lacked such embellishments. Atong gazed at Chillois and congratulated him. Cool. That cloak truly suits you, Chillois. Does it? I think it might be a bit too long. Chillois blushed at Atong's compliment, glancing nervously at his cloak trailing behind him. Atong stepped closer and adjusted the disheveled edges of Chillois' cloak, assuring him, no, it looks splendid. You wear it magnificently. As Chillois looked at Atong, his breath momentarily faltered. He spoke, so I am a knight now, which means we will be able to embark on adventures together. Certainly. Atong nodded. Although she hailed from a family of knights, being part of the Hera family within the bastion meant that once Atong became a knight, she too would be obliged to heed the commands of the lord of the bastion. Chillois could not contain a small cheer at the prospect of forming a knightly duo with Atong, a dream he had harbored for many days. However, he quickly realized that this might not be entirely appropriate, and stammered, That's wonderful. Ah, no, I mean, Atong chuckled at Chillois' flustered response, teasingly saying, Look at you. So tongue-tied. Don't you just like me? Please don't say that out loud. Chillois' face flushed, as he had never before expressed his feelings to anyone. He had hardly any peers to play with, and Atong was the only one willing to converse with him. In the village, his contemporaries, bound by decorum and status, could not associate with Chillois. Only an uncle named Jim was willing to take Chillois on various escapades. However, Jim is not of Kira's age. Eaton observed Kira's embarrassed expression and continued, What is there that cannot be said? You like me, and I like you. Will speaking it aloud incur the death penalty? You like me too? Really? Kira's heart skipped a beat, finding it hard to believe his ears. If not, why else would I accompany you daily? Even willing to listen to your tales of farming? Eaton gazed at Kira as if he were a bewildered child and spoke. Kira, at a loss for words, lowered his gaze to the seams of the floor tiles. Well, then you. Summoning all his courage, Kira looked up and hastily declared to Eaton. Then will you be with me? Huh, you and your little rundown village? You want me to marry into that? Eaton chuckled and replied. Kira's heart sank at this response. Eaton continued, It would be better if you simply came to live with my family. All right, it's settled then, you will join my family. Kira was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Eaton gazed into Kira's eyes and reiterated, I said, you can join my family. After all, my family is wealthier than yours by countless measures. Kira scratched his head, speaking with uncertainty. Really? You truly do not mind that I am from the countryside? Eaton found Kira's question amusing. He gently poked Kira's forehead and said, If I minded, would I still be talking to you? Would I bring you those pastries from my home? Would I climb over walls to play with you? Use your brain, Kira. Chapter 36. The Trial of the Dragon Knight? Truly a form of torture, it seems. Afato returned to his usual demeanor, lightly flexing his right hand, expressing a hint of regret. It is a pity that this power cannot last. If it could last, what would happen? Hollyflosse interjected, noting that the wound on his tail was nearing recovery. The essence of the ether state is a result of humanity's attempts to rival the divine, and many similar endeavors have been made. Yet, through all these attempts, the local deities have become reclusive, no longer venturing beyond their doors. Among all these trials, only the influence of the ether state remains profoundly impactful. So much so that even after the fall of the Desigur kingdom, both Il and Afato can still, by fortunate chance, break through to the ether state. What are they celebrating over there? Kira, seated upon Maislodal's back, gazed at the lively scene near Afato's small tent, feeling somewhat perplexed. Counting the days. Today did not mark any festival for any nation, so why the exuberance as if it were a celebration? I don't know. Wait, What about the new adventurers? Maislodar glanced at the reveling adventurers, equally confounded. However, he was even more puzzled by the absence of the new adventurers. Could they have fled at the last moment? However, it was not long before Maislodar saw Lucia busily attending to the frozen brave souls nearby. Ah, there they are. It seemed that once again, there was no destined hero in sight. Lilia, perched upon the back of Lobitoros, too beheld the defeated champions and sighed in disappointment. As for how Lobitoros allowed Lilia to ride upon him, one must understand that a human princess is a rare gem indeed. Therefore, these young dragons felt a sense of pride in carrying Lilia aloft, akin to a child showcasing a cherished toy, with the new brave ones vanquished. The remaining source of amusement for these young dragons was to frolic within the sanctuary. Thus, Kira mounted Maislodar, trailed by several little dragons, making their way toward the haven. As for Lilia, she remained within Dragonland, patiently awaiting her destined hero. A soldier stationed at the city gate leaned against the wall, stifling a yawn as he addressed his comrade. Ah, it seems a new city-state has emerged nearby, constructed by Sir Kira. Do you think we should seek refuge there? His colleague turned, a look of confusion adorning his face, and queried, what purpose would that serve? The soldier shrugged, responding, to secure a prime position, of course. You and I are destined to guard this gate for eternity. As he spoke, he could not help but envision a brighter future. But if we were to migrate to the relatively uninhabited Dragonland, who knows, we might even become dragon riders. His companion doused his enthusiasm with a cold splash of reality. But aren't the dragons of Dragonland all Sir Kira's? What kind of dragon rider do you imagine you'd be? It's called Dragonland for a reason. Surely there are many dragons, the soldier retorted. Are there really that many? His companion expressed skepticism. What do you think those figures in the sky are? The soldier pointed to the silhouettes appearing in the heavens, turning his gaze skyward. His colleague was astonished to see indeed a flock of dragons, leaving him dumbfounded. Ah, you were right after all. Maislodar led the descent, folding his wings as he landed on the main road not far from the city gate. The other young dragons followed suit, alighting behind Maislodar in a similar fashion. All right, no more following me, Maislodar called out to his companions. Did he not comprehend their intentions? They sought to latch onto him, hoping to become his dragon riders. The two soldiers tasked with guarding the gate were at a loss for how to react. Although Sir Kira, as the nearby dragon rider, had largely diminished the air of mystery and novelty surrounding dragons for the inhabitants of the sanctuary, the sudden arrival of so many left them bewildered. What was Kira planning to do? Was he leading the dragon kin in an assault on the sanctuary? As for the pedestrians along the road, they had long since fled in the opposite direction. Yet he did not fully retreat. Instead, he maintained a self-assured distance, observing the situation. Sir Kira, wait a moment. A soldier, spear in hand, hurriedly advanced a few steps to stand before Kira. The soldier glanced at Kira and then at the cluster of little dragons behind him, swallowing hard as he inquired, how can there be so many dragons? The strength of the city guards varied from Crimson Knights to Scarlet Knights. But even if they were all Crimson Knights, they could not withstand such a multitude of young dragons. Despite their comparable prowess to knights, these soldiers were not knights themselves. In other words, they had not attained the rank, banners, insignias, or capes that signified knighthood. They merely sought a bit of amusement, just for fun. Kira observed the group of little dragons behind him, feeling equally helpless and speechless. The soldier's gaze swept over the young dragons, and he asked, are these all your dragons? Sir Kira? No, Kira shook his head. Although these little dragons clamored for a dragon knight to play with, Kira felt that assigning someone to be their knight would indeed be a form of torture. The soldier tentatively asked, can I become a dragon knight too? You may give it a try, Kira replied, his expression complex as he regarded the soldier before him, ultimately refraining from rejecting the soldier's proposal. Setting aside the desire to assist, he chose to respect the destiny of others. Since the soldier wished to become a dragon knight, and the little dragons desired one as well, such mutual aspirations could be fulfilled. How does one become a dragon knight? Is it really just about talking? The soldier, brimming with excitement, rubbed his hands together and cautiously maneuvered around Kira and Maislodar, approaching the group of young dragons. Yes, indeed. Just talking will suffice, Kira nodded in affirmation. Otherwise, would you prefer to subdue these dragons and bind them as mounts? Setting aside whether you could manage that. If you did succeed, their mother would surely come and bring you to your knees. Taking a deep breath, the soldier addressed the young dragons before him. Hi. Before he could finish his sentence, a young dragon pounced on him, pinning him to the ground. Lobitoros pressed his claws against the soldier's breastplate and turned to the other young dragons, declaring, hooray, this is my dragon knight now. You are not allowed to steal him. In dragon tongue, the other young dragons reacted vehemently, accusing Lobatoros of a lack of honor. What? In dragon tongue, this is cheating. In dragon tongue, it's not fair. He didn't even finish his greeting. In dragon tongue, the soldier cast a pleading glance toward Kira, bewildered and unable to comprehend the dragon tongue, uncertain of the current predicament. Cough, cough, you will be fine. It will just be a bit thrilling, Kira reassured. Though he too did not understand dragon tongue, he was well aware of the nature of these young dragons. Ultimately, this unfortunate soldier would emerge unscathed. Yet today would undoubtedly be the most exhilarating day of his life. Thrilling? Before the soldier could fully comprehend his situation, he was seized by Lobatoros and tossed onto its back. Instinctively, the soldier grasped the scales on Lobatoros's back, just as the dragon unfurled its wings and soared skyward. The other young dragons swiftly followed suit, leaving only Maislodar and another wingless young dragon on the ground. Why aren't you pursuing them? Oh, my apologies, you lack wings, Kiruo remarked, initially puzzled by the presence of the remaining young dragon, but quickly changed his tone upon noticing its bare back. The young dragon rolled its eyes at Kiruo. Help me, Sir Kiruo, the soldier shouted into the sky. Ah, you'll be fine. This is merely the trial of becoming a dragon rider. Yes, a trial, Kiruo yelled back. A trial, you say? Then I shall endeavor to endure. Upon learning that this was a test for becoming a dragon rider, the soldier's previously frantic heart steadied. The only dragon rider he could connect with was Kiruo, so naturally, he would accept whatever Kiruo proclaimed. Kiruo hurried to Maislodar's side and whispered, will he be all right? Maislodar glanced up at the dragons above, his tone uncertain. He should be fine. They ought to be gentle with humans. However, soon after, a pool of warm blood and a severed human leg plummeted from the sky, accompanied by the soldier's anguished scream. Ah, my leg. Oh, well, evidently. They do not know, Maislodar remarked, flicking his tail with a tone of indifference. Becoming a dragon rider is truly terrifying. Meanwhile, the soldier's comrade stood frozen, gazing upward, his lips twitching. If this was the trial for becoming a dragon rider, he preferred to remain an ordinary soldier for life. Wahoo! My skills surpass the rest. Lobatoros exclaimed in Draconic as it dove through the encirclement of the other young dragons, exuding a sense of pride. Upon landing, Lobatoros turned to glance at its rider, only to find him in a distressing state. Ah, I forgot how fragile you humans are, Lobatoros said apologetically in Draconic. Sir Kiruo, does this count as passing the trial? The soldier managed to smile through his pain as he looked at Kiruo. Yes, I suppose it does, Kiruo replied, feeling phantom pains at the sight of the soldier's empty right leg. Hey, Maislodar, what should one do after injuring their dragon rider? Lobatoros leaned closer to Maislodar, speaking in a hurried whisper. Maislodar glanced at him and replied, take him to the human apothecary as swiftly as possible, for humans seem rather incapable of revival. Oh, understood, Lobatoros exclaimed, launching into the sky once more. Lobatoros was aware that within Longbang resided an alchemist, a dragon knight of Ysfradla. Pray, do you aspire to become a dragon knight? At that moment, a small, wingless dragon, standing behind Maislodar, approached a fellow soldier and spoke. This was the first phrase in the human tongue that the young dragon had deliberately learned. Aware of its lack of wings, it understood that it could not compete with its peers. Thus, it resolved to forge a different path by mastering the language of humans to gain an advantage. I don't want to. Sir Kiro, save me. The soldier frantically shook his head, urgently seeking assistance from Kiro. Let us depart. Let us explore the city, Kiro said, stepping forward to pat the young dragon's back. Kiro held the title of the most intriguing dragon knight, one that resonated within the young dragon community, allowing him a modicum of authority among them, at the very least. When Kiro expressed his intent to take a young dragon out for amusement, none would dare refuse. Ah, saved at last. Sir Kiro, thank you. My deepest gratitude. Once the young dragon's gaze finally shifted away from him, the soldier exhaled a sigh of relief. Thus, Kiro, accompanied by Maislodar and followed by a throng of young dragons, entered the gates of the bastion. What was once a spacious street became seemingly narrow under the presence of these young dragons. Passers-by hurriedly navigated around them, not out of fear, but merely out of a subconscious instinct to maintain distance from non-native species. I hope the Lord does not cast me aside, Kiro murmured, observing the curious young dragons trailing Maislodar. The Lord of the Bastion descended gracefully from the sky, landing before Kiro, and remarked, Sir Kiro, what a surprise. Ah, Lord Okamoto. Kiro instinctively prepared to bow upon encountering his lord. No need for such formalities. We are both esteemed nobles. Should anyone witness this, they might claim I, Okamoto, am oppressing the newcomers, Okamoto replied, gently waving his hand, a soft breeze straightening Kiro's bent form. News of Kiro's ascendance to nobility spread swiftly through the noble circles of Loss, for the realm was small, and any disturbance was quickly known by all. Akamoto, a master of the etheric arts, the lord of the bastion, and a high noble, was also Kiro's former lord. Now, Kiro found himself on equal footing with Akamoto, leaving one to ponder the latter's thoughts on this turn of events. Sir Kiro's prowess is remarkable. He swiftly vanquished the malevolent dragon that threatened Loss. Truly a paragon of contemporary knighthood, Akamoto extolled. His words rang true, though to Kiro's ears, they felt somewhat peculiar. At this moment, Maislodar approached Kira, leaning close to her ear and softly murmuring, "I find the aura surrounding him rather unsettling." Kira. Chapter 37. You expel Akamoto. Upon encountering Sir Akamoto, the diminutive dragons that had initially trailed behind Maislodar exhibited varying degrees of disdain and trepidation. One by one, they hastily departed, seemingly fleeing toward the Dragon Kingdom. Only Maislodar remained at Kira's side, though his expression was far from pleasant. Why did they all run away? Kira inquired, glancing back at the suddenly vacant street, perplexed by the exodus of the little dragons. Sir Akamoto, as the lord of the sanctuary fortress, was undeniably a nobleman of great kindness. Could it be that Akamoto's formidable prowess in etheric magic instilled a sense of threat in these young dragons? Yet, that seemed implausible, for Alphadu, as an ether knight, had not garnered such aversion from them. Kira, Maislodar said, gently tugging at the cloak behind her. Sir Akamoto, seemingly oblivious to Maislodar's subtle gesture, smiled at Kira and proposed, "Lady Kira, why not visit my estate? Consider it my humble hospitality." Later, when Kira was momentarily distracted, Akamoto turned to Maislodar and quietly warned, "Show some respect, whelp. When your father was your age, he treated me with utmost reverence. In Dorsey, you." Maislodar's eyes widened in astonishment at the language uttered by Akamoto. Nonetheless, he suppressed his surprise and retained his thoughts, for Akamoto's gaze had grown decidedly less amiable. Akamoto's estate was situated in the northern district of the sanctuary fortress. It was a modestly sized manor, with the highest point serving as the luxurious residence of the local lord. Beyond that, the estate consisted solely of natural landscaping and decorative structures, as if Akamoto alone could manage everything without the need for servants. "Very well, Lady Kira. I believe you will find it essential to comprehend the management of your own domain." Akamoto gestured for Kira to take a seat. He then waved his wand, summoning a hefty tome that flew from the bookshelf and positioned itself before Kira. "This book shall serve as a token of our acquaintance," Akamoto declared. Kira glanced at the book's cover and delicately opened it. Unlike ordinary volumes, as she turned the pages, a radiant surge of magical energy emanated forth. The content described on the pages has been transformed by magical energy into ethereal shadows, allowing readers to grasp the textual meaning with greater ease and efficiency. Chi Luo had never encountered such a sophisticated contraption and quickly closed the book, exclaiming to Sir Akamoto, Sir Akamoto, this cannot be permitted. It is far too precious." For the grand nobility, the concept of value was merely commonplace. Sir Akamoto waved his hand dismissively at Chi Luo, casually remarking, "The great nobles are extraordinarily affluent, wealthy enough to regard the common folk within their domains as mere pets, a testament to their dominion. As for exploitation, what paltry sums could one extract from mortals?" Observing Sir Akamoto's genuine indifference towards the book, Chi Luo ceased his objections. Upon accepting the token of their meeting, Sir Akamoto continued, "By the way, would you mind sharing what you have witnessed in the Dees region? Grayish-white land and sky. That is all, nothing more." Chi Luo replied candidly. That was indeed all he had seen in the Dees region. "Is that so?" Sir Akamoto nodded lightly, his gaze profound and contemplative. After exiting Sir Akamoto's estate, the previously joyous excursion had become rather dull, and Maislodar flew Chi Luo back towards Longbang. "Why do you seem so much more subdued?" Chi Luo inquired, observing the noticeably quieter Maislodar. Maislodar suddenly declared, "Chi Luo, I no longer wish to visit the sanctuary fortress." Chi Luo glanced at Maislodar, recalling the little dragons that had scattered in fear upon encountering Sir Akamoto, and asked, "Did Sir Akamoto frighten you?" "Yes, he has lived even longer than my father." Maislodar nodded, acknowledging that admitting fear was not a matter of shame, especially upon witnessing a human who could outlive a dragon. It would be abnormal not to feel fear. "How could that be?" "Sir Akamoto is merely a human, of the same age as my father," Chi Luo responded, his initial reaction one of disbelief. After all, Sir Akamoto had treated Chi Luo, a mere rural knight, quite decently during his tenure as lord. Given this favorable first impression, Luo subconsciously resisted any negative notions about Sir Akamoto. As for Luo's father, he had perished in battle, and it was Sir Akamoto who had graciously organized a modest funeral. Noticing Luo's skepticism, Maislodar became more verbose. You may not believe me, but mark my words. He will eventually take me and the other dragons away. Once I am gone, you shall weep. Upon hearing this, Luo's lips twitched in exasperation as he retorted, Where on earth did you read such a fanciful tale? Maislodar instinctively replied, but halfway through his words, he sensed something amiss and quickly corrected himself. I was serious about capturing the dragon clan and such. I am not joking. All right. We shall simply avoid the bastion from now on. What more could Kira do but acquiesce to Maislodar? Moreover, Kira indeed could not frequently visit the bastion any longer. Once Kira's noble status was formally established, visiting the territories of other lords became quite troublesome. How vexing. This city-state was genuinely enjoyable, Maislodar lamented. Kira glanced at Maislodar, and just as she was about to voice her thoughts, Maislodar suddenly turned to her and said, How about this? Kira, you should expel that Sir Akamoto. Uffed. Upon hearing this, Kira nearly choked on her own saliva. Him? Confront Sir Akamoto? It would be more feasible for Kira to find a stone and have it crush him instead. If you wish to seek another dragon knight, you can simply tell me. Kira could only retort in response to Maislodar. Hey, haven't you also become a high-ranking human? Isn't the Ether Knight just around the corner? Maislodar countered with these words. This was not mere nonsense. After Kira became a noble, even if it were through sheer force, the Lost faction would ensure Kira became an Ether Knight. Kira nodded, casting a disapproving look at Maislodar, and said, Yes, and then what? Do you think that once I become an Ether Knight, I would be able to defeat Sir Akamoto, who is an Ether Mage? Isn't it possible? Maislodar was surprisingly taken aback by Kira's response. It is not. There are distinctions even among Ethers. Kira shook her head. How could a mage like Akamoto, who had immersed himself in the Ether realm for countless years, be confronted by a newly minted Ether Knight like Kira? What if I joined you? Maislodar pondered how to expel Akamoto. Upon returning to the dragon realm, Kira spotted the little dragons that had fled earlier, surrounding Hollyflosse and Vinicahana, seemingly in a state of complaint. A discontented aura? A human? Hollyflosse gazed at the young dragons before him, feeling utterly perplexed. They had run outside to play, only to be frightened away by high-ranking humans. And now they returned to him to lodge complaints? Did they truly regard the dragon realm as a nursery for young dragons? Father, I saw Akamoto. Maislodar announced as he landed beside his father. Akamoto, merely a human. Wait, Akamoto. Hollyflosse initially failed to grasp who Akamoto was. He quickly inquired, Are you certain? He is within that bastion? Indeed, he also gifted the knight an entertaining book. Maislodar nodded. The ultimate advice given by Hollyflosse was simply this. Henceforth, it would be wise to avoid the bastion and steer clear of that individual. Maislodar recalled the singular statement made by Akamoto, inquiring, Father, he can actually speak Desai, and he mentioned that you once had to treat him with utmost respect. Is that true? Could it possibly be false? At that time, I shared your affinity for delving into the lower realms, only to be thoroughly thrashed by Akamoto. Hollyflosse rolled his eyes, conceding this truth. There is no shame in admitting such a fact. Everyone has their moments of defeat. Is there any being that exists in a state of invincibility, free from any hardship? Wow, I had no idea you faced such tribulations, father. Maislodar's tail began to wag, clearly relishing the notion of witnessing his father's misfortune. You speak as if it's trivial. Come, let me impart to you my past experiences. Hollyflosse's dragon fire began to accumulate in his mouth. So delightful indeed. It seems you must experience it firsthand. And no, let's not go there. Upon seeing his father's dragon fire suddenly diminish, Maislodar uttered this line and transformed into a streak of lightning, darting away. Watching his eldest son flee, Hollyflosse let out a light snort, and the dragon fire dissipated swiftly. And you lot, find somewhere cooler to linger. Hollyflosse glared at the young dragons encircling him, uttering this command. Consequently, all the young dragons scurried over to Vinicahana. In an instant, only Kira and Hollyflosse remained. Hollyflosse glanced at the hefty tome in Kira's hands and remarked, By the way, Kira, a person claiming to know you has come to Dragon's domain seeking you. Huh? Who is it? Kira scratched his head, somewhat perplexed. He was acquainted with many individuals, from those guarding the bastion to the patrolling sentinels. All could be considered acquaintances. He said his name is Old Jack. Hollyflosse continued. What? Old Jack? He didn't even bother to come find me? Kira expressed his astonishment. Earlier, he had been interrupted by Sir Akamoto during his visit to the bastion. Thus he was unaware that Old Jack's tavern, located in the heart of the bastion, had closed. Speaking of Old Jack's tavern, It had not originally been a tavern. It had once been a grand theater, but after its closure, old Jack's father acquired it and converted it into a tavern. It is no wonder it boasted an enormous entrance and a dining area on the first floor spacious enough for Maislodar to enter without feeling cramped. Old Jack had spent his entire life within the bastion. One could say that everything he had was tied to that place. Moreover, old Jack was no longer young. Was he truly contemplating starting anew in a different city-state? I have no idea. He is currently in Longbang, replied Hollyflosse, flicking his tail. Hollyflosse was pleased with the arrival of old Jack's family, for it seemed to be the first occasion where humans came voluntarily, drawn by the admirable reputation of Longbang. As for the villagers belonging to Kira, they were natives of Longbang, not outsiders. The brave adventurers had come to vanquish the evil dragon and did not count as visitors attracted by its favorable renown. Moreover, the Hera family, whom Love had brought, would require several more days to be fully prepared, as they were establishing an entirely new branch, which demanded meticulous attention. The construction mages were merely laborers and might depart once their work was completed. Additionally, there were members of Cairo's hunting group, but they had followed Cairo, rather than being drawn by Longbang. Thus, old Jack could be regarded as the first true outsider to arrive due to the splendid reputation of Longbang. I shall go meet him, Kira exclaimed, hastily making his way towards the eastern part of Longbang. This area housed the portion that had been recently renovated, initially constructed by Val, albeit with materials of lesser quality. If one were to describe it, one might even consider this the old town of Longbang. Oh, Mr. Kira, please have a seat. Today, you finally decided to come find me, old Jack greeted as he noticed Kira's arrival, urging him to sit. Old Jack was a mage, though he rarely revealed his identity as a sorcerer. Most of old Jack's magic was employed to facilitate his daily life and cooking, which, to be frank, seemed somewhat rudimentary for a mage. Yet, old Jack found great joy in it. Chapter 38. Only suffering awaits Lord Cairo. Old Jack, what brings you here? Kira inquired, taking a random seat and regarding old Jack with a puzzled expression. Old Jack stroked his graying stubble and replied, My intuition tells me that I will find more customers in your company. Kira regarded him with a rather peculiar glance. Is that all? Old Jack nodded, responding with unwavering certainty, Indeed, that is all. What about your estate and such? Kira scanned the modest abode where old Jack resided. This house was a two-story wooden and stone structure built during Val's initial construction of Longbang, complete with a small garden as a backyard and a basement. The population of Kira's village was not particularly large, hence this residence remained vacant until old Jack took up residence. The furnishings inside were quite complete, suggesting that old Jack genuinely intended to relocate to Longbang, seeking to rejuvenate his life in his later years. He had brought everything he could and left behind what he could not, regarding it as a gift to the shelter. Old Jack waved his hand dismissively, showing no concern for the matter. Kira, observing the solitary old Jack, inquired once more, What about your family? Do they have nothing to say? I have but one son left in this world, yet he has long ceased to communicate with me, old Jack remarked in a flat tone. Why? Kira inquired, her brow furrowing slightly. Old Jack sighed softly and began to recount the reasons. He feels it a disgrace that his father, a mage, spends his days merely dealing with mundane matters such as firewood and oil. The reminiscence of such sorrow caused Kira to quickly apologize. I am truly sorry to bring this up. Old Jack chuckled lightly, shaking his head dismissively. Oh, there is no need for apologies. I comprehend his sentiments. He clapped his hands and made his way toward the kitchen, casually asking Kira, Well, since you are here, why not stay for a meal? By the way, are all these dragons yours? Only Hollyflosse and Maislodar can be said to heed my words, Kira replied, scratching her head, her tone uncertain. They will certainly listen to you. Any creature with ears will, though whether they remember is another matter entirely. The one you brought with you was named Maislodar, correct? Is he not by your side? Old Jack inquired while preparing ingredients in the kitchen. The ingredients were primarily fresh vegetables, all recently harvested from the earth, showcasing remarkable quality. Upon his first visit to Dragon Country, old Jack had been swept away by the sight of vast farmlands and an assortment of crops, both familiar and unfamiliar. Much like Lilia had been, Kira sat in a chair, engaging in idle chatter. I suppose he has wandered off to play. With so many young dragons around now, it must be far more entertaining to frolic with his kin. I believe that any being prefers the company of its own kind and peers. Humans are like this, and dwarves and elves are no exception. I imagine dragons are similar. However, just as Kira uttered this, Maislodar's voice called from outside, Kira, what are you doing here? Come out and see a Fado fighting a dragon. Maislodar poked his head in, but could not enter. This was not old Jack's former tavern, and there was no grand entrance to allow the dragon free passage. Kira turned her gaze towards the doorway where Maislodar stood and asked, "Wait, what has happened with Mr. Afado?" As for Afado's well-being, he was the pinnacle of humanity within Dragon Country. Taking on a young dragon was hardly a challenge, provided the young one did not summon its parents. Maislodar began to explain, "Oh, a dragon has taken a fancy to Afado and wishes to make him its dragon rider." And then, surely, it did not resort to violence immediately? Kira's confusion deepened upon hearing this. Isn't this a good thing? Moreover, as an ether knight who has transcended to the ether state, Afado should be able to withstand the antics of these young dragons. However, Afado does not understand the dragon tongue, and thus, a skirmish ensued. Maislodar subsequently added a remark. Chilawa shook her head in silence, exclaiming, "Your description is rather vague, but it is undeniably appealing." Maislodar flicked his tail and directed his attention towards Chilawa. He then inhaled the scents in the air and inquired, "What is that fragrance?" "It seems rather pleasant." The scene shifted to Afado, where Cairo, accompanied by his hunting team, was observing Afado engaging in combat with a young dragon beneath the shade of a tree. Cairo's gaze was fixated on Afado as if it were glued to him. It was evident that Afado was holding back his strength in the battle, for to unleash his full power would risk a call for parental intervention. A situation that would be more trouble than it was worth. Had he truly reached the ether state, enabling him to confront a dragon head-on? Cairo muttered to himself. Reflecting on the moment, he witnessed Afado's breakthrough into the ether state from a distance. His initial feeling was one of astonishment, followed by an inexplicable joy. What was the source of this joy? Cairo was uncertain. Perhaps it stemmed from witnessing a human capable of inflicting harm upon a dragon. On another side, Hollyflosse was observing the spectacle while casually remarking to Vinicahana, "Allowing these young dragons to exercise is not a bad idea. It prevents the precious dragon realm I painstakingly established from being squandered." He further added that, with the dragon realm having taken its initial form, this future city held a new significance for Hollyflosse, transforming into something akin to a collectible figurine. The young dragons, without a doubt, were those spirited little ones, ever ready to extend their mischievous claws towards the valuable figurine collection. To enrich their lives, nearly all dragons indulge in various hobbies. Vinicahana's passion lay in cultivating flowers, while Hollyflosse found joy in witnessing the gradual construction of the dragon realm. Lilia gazed at Afado's figure, her thoughts drifting to her father, His Majesty Il. Lilia was genuinely afraid that her father might come charging in with the entirety of the Kingdom of Colin's wealth, though such an event seemed unlikely. The only reason Il had previously managed to invade the territory of Loss with his entire royal army was due to his astonishing swiftness. By the time Loss was bewildered by their neighbor's sudden frenzy, Illinois had already crossed the border and the buffer zone with his forces. However, the Dragon Realm was situated deep within the borders of the Kingdom of Loss. No matter how fast Il and his royal army were, they would inevitably be intercepted halfway by Loss's forces. Yet, as the crown princess, Lilia understood one crucial fact. Her father, Illinois, would not cease his endeavors unless he had defeated a dragon, even if Il were to calm himself and comprehend the entirety of the events and their consequences. Only to discover that the damages to the royal city were not as severe as he had anticipated. The pride of a king often outweighed the reality of the situation. In this moment, the only way for Il to regain his dignity was to vanquish a dragon. While Lilia pondered these trivial matters, an unusual young dragon approached her. "Oh, hello," Lilia greeted the creature. Having interacted with dragons for quite some time, she had come to understand that dragons, like humans, elves, and dwarves, could engage in amicable communication. "Do you wish to become a dragon rider?" The young dragon inquired in human language. But I am a princess," Lilia replied, momentarily taken aback, as she gestured to her opulent garments. Even away from her royal city, Lilia radiated an air of grandeur. As one of the essential lessons for the crown prince, she understood that, as long as her safety was not compromised, she should display her elevated status. People instinctively tend to follow those who appear worthy of admiration, even if that individual may not be entirely deserving. To the dragon's eyes, this demeanor merely suggested that this human was rather amusing. The young dragon reiterated, "Dragon rider." Lilia responded, Is that the only phrase you know in human language?" The young dragon nodded. It was the same four-legged, wingless dragon that had been inadvertently offended by Kira. After searching in vain for a suitable dragon rider, it had turned its gaze upon Lilia. What? Isn't Lilia the princess brought back by Maislodar? Yet, did the identities of princess and dragon rider conflict? Not in the young dragon's mind. To it, Lilia could embody both roles seamlessly, perfectly dual purpose. Fortuitously, Maislodar was not present at that moment. Otherwise, it was uncertain how exasperated he would become. You should seek another. I am truly not suitable. Lilia gently declined the offer. She simply wished to embrace her role as a princess, awaiting her destined prince. Moreover, even if one were to consider the most pessimistic scenario, she was indeed a genuine princess. However, after witnessing the dismal performances of two batches of heroes, Lilia's heart had begun to waver in doubt. Could it be that this hero destined to slay the dragon would actually lead to the arrival of her true prince? Many heroes whom Lilia found promising had been swiftly eliminated. As the future empress, Lilia was entitled to love freely. She did not need to sacrifice anything to gain benefits. She was the sovereign of Colin and possessed nearly everything. This was why Lilia had become so infatuated with love. She had the qualifications and the means. Gazing at the young dragon that still refused to depart, Lilia contemplated for a brief moment. Then, she spotted Cairo in the shade nearby. Lilia approached him and said, Lord Cairo, if you speak the dragon tongue, might you consider becoming the dragon rider for this little one? To prevent this young dragon from disrupting my wait for my future prince, I must impose upon you. Princess Lilia, please cease tormenting me. The moment Cairo caught sight of the small dragon trailing behind Lilia, he instinctively took 2 steps back. What if I were to offer you my agreement in exchange for the qualification to ascend as an ether knight? Observing Cairo's troubled expression, Lilia proposed her terms. The elevation to an ether knight necessitates substantial resources. However, for Lilia, anything achievable through financial means is merely a trivial matter. Cairo inhaled deeply, even glancing back at his hunting party members. After contemplating for nearly 10 seconds, he reluctantly nodded in acquiescence. There was no alternative. The allure of advancing to an ether knight through royal channels was simply too enticing, especially upon learning that there were even greater heights to reach beyond that. The royal family undoubtedly possessed the most effective methods to unlock human potential. The Dragon Knight, having witnessed Cairo's acceptance, approached him to scrutinize closely. After a thorough assessment, the small dragon remarked, secondhand, yet rather impressive, in dragon tongue. Given that Cairo's title of Dragon Knight was renowned among the young dragons, Cairo undoubtedly possessed one as well. However, his designation was that of a second-hand Dragon Knight, having been discarded by Maislodar in favor of Lucia as her Dragon Knight. The disdain was palpable. A twitch of Cairo's lips betrayed his discomfort. As a Rainbow Knight, he held on to a semblance of pride. To be dismissed upon their first encounter was truly disheartening. Wow, Captain, now you've become a Dragon Knight again, one of Cairo's subordinates chimed in. The members of the hunting party, having not witnessed the formidable display of Maisloddar's mother, bore less psychological trauma than Cairo. Cairo turned his head, irritatedly retorting, I know, it's not something to celebrate. Besides, with so many dragons around, you could also aspire to be one. One member of the hunting party recoiled slightly, quickly laughing off the suggestion, perhaps I'll pass. Let you be the Dragon Knight. Captain, though the psychological impact on these members was not as profound as Cairo's, it did exist. Were they to become Dragon Knights of a young dragon, they would undoubtedly be plagued by nightmares of that young dragon summoning its parents to wreak havoc whenever it felt displeased. Nevertheless, the hunting party must continue its operations. I will seek out Cairo muttered, half to himself, half to the members of his hunting party. With the members of the Windlie hunting party gathered and a dragon in tow, the hunting party could once again commence its endeavors. As for why Cairo still contemplated the continuation of the hunting party, it was the only pursuit he could ever truly engage in throughout his life. Let us form a hunting party together for eternity. Chapter 39, Mutual Utilization? It should be a win-win. Stop, I say stop. Hollyflosse observed the escalating skirmish between Alphido and the young dragon, feeling compelled to intervene. Why? Because their battleground had gradually shifted from the open field into the heart of the Dragon Kingdom. The construction mages on site, witnessing the arrival of these two, were desperately eager to avoid any confrontation. These construction mages were specialists in engineering and were not particularly adept in combat. As they retreated, Alphido managed to temper his strength. However, the young dragon seemed oblivious to the value of restraint. Perhaps caught up in the excitement, the young dragon unleashed its abilities, resulting in a deluge that inundated the Dragon Kingdom. The foundations and meticulously planned structures of the main city were swept away by the torrential flood. Not entirely erased, but certainly devastated beyond recognition. Hollyflosse watched in fury, his physical rage igniting as sparks began to flicker between the gaps in his scales. Enough. Hollyflosse unleashed a torrent of dragon fire, striking the young dragon that was hovering midair, directing the flood against Alphido. The young dragon plummeted into the very torrent it had conjured. When it resurfaced, it immediately began to curse. It hurts. Who ambushed me, Uncle Hollyflosse? In dragon tongue. Do you still recall to address me as uncle? Perhaps you should take a look beneath your feet. Hollyflosse replied with a facade of geniality. Surrounded by crackling dragon fire, the young dragon hesitantly responded, water? In dragon tongue, my dragon kingdom. Hollyflosse was unconcerned about the lineage of the young dragon. He promptly unleashed another burst of explosive dragon fire towards it. Moreover, given Hollyflosse's reputation as a socialite among dragons, it was likely that the young dragon's mother had once been on good terms with him. When dragon fire met water, a tremendous eruption of steam and violent shockwaves ensued. The young dragon was catapulted from the water, yet as it flew backward, it managed to shout an apology to Hollyflosse. Gwa, I'm so sorry. In dragon tongue, Hollyflosse glared at the young dragon as it spiraled away, then turned his gaze skyward to Val, who was perched on his staff. What a nuisance, Val. This water situation. Val promptly responded, there will be no issues, Mr. Hollyflosse. Rest assured. A mere flood posed little concern for an established collective of construction mages. It would be resolved in just half a day. That's good to hear. Hollyflosse nodded, his spirits slightly lifted. However, that fleeting sense of relief plummeted once more as he caught sight of the other young dragons frolicking around the Dragon Kingdom. With their boundless energy, it seemed that even a millennium of construction would not suffice to complete the kingdom. With a slight adjustment, these dragon hatchlings could be completely dismantled. Alphador stood upon the water's surface, surrounded by a white mist that signified his ethereal state, casting a bemused glance at the once thriving dragon city, now transformed into a lake. The knights were not adept in aquatic combat. Alphador truly needed to activate his ethereal state to maintain his combat prowess upon the water and avoid sinking to the depths. The destructive force exhibited by these young dragons led Alphador to increasingly suspect that the colossal dragon responsible for the obliteration of Corrin City had intentionally spared His Majesty Il and the living inhabitants of the city. As for the elderly farmers in the old quarter of Dragon City, they had unfortunately become victims of an unforeseen disaster. Thankfully, Lucia, Kira, and old Jack had prevented these ordinary folk from being swept away by the sudden deluge. What a calamity this is! Lucia gazed with sorrow at the rare medicinal herbs carried away by the flood, her expression filled with anguish as if her very soul had been swept away. Old Jim, are you all right? Kira inquired, lowering her gaze to old Jim, who was ensnared in the claws of Maislodar. Old Jim looked down at the raging torrents beneath him, shaking his head and replying, I'm fine. What could possibly be wrong with old Jim? Once the floodwaters were controlled by the architectural mages and redirected into the river nearby Dragon City, the river's surface swelled considerably. Cairo, treading on the damp ground, found Hollyflosse. The hunting guild requires a dragon, so they wish to enlist my assistance? Hollyflosse regarded Cairo, flicking his tail. Isn't there already one present? Elmelinda. Hollyflosse glanced at the four-legged, wingless hatchling accompanying Cairo. In truth, Elmelinda was a young female dragon. However, to the human eye, distinguishing a dragon's gender was indeed a challenge. Elmelinda was flightless and possessed the ability of magnetism. It is noteworthy that in this world, the principles of electromagnetism do not apply. Electricity and magnetism are distinct entities. One could argue that Elmelinda's abilities were particularly effective against knights clad in iron armor, for even the most advanced ethereal knights must don their protective gear. Yet, the presence of a formidable dragon such as yourself, Mr. Hollyflosse, remains indispensable, Cairo declared. This half-flattery, half-truth resonated deeply with Hollyflosse. Well, I have nothing else to occupy my time. Speak on. Hollyflosse slowly rose, addressing Cairo. With Hollyflosse's agreement, Cairo eagerly shared his intentions. You see, Mr. Hollyflosse, Sir Kira will soon be heading to Rose City for the grand noble coronation ceremony, correct? I intend to request your assistance in promoting our Windvale Hunting Guild during that time, which could also serve as an opportunity to alter humanity's perception of dragons. Alter perceptions? What means do we have to accomplish that? Hollyflosse cast a skeptical glance at Cairo, somewhat disbelieving. In the eyes of Hollyflosse, Cairo and the other members of the hunting guild were akin to mere playmates for the young dragons. Cairo spoke, I intend to merge the Windvale Hunting Guild with the Dragon Alliance. Since there are so many young dragons here, they could embark on journeys across the world to perform noble deeds in exchange for rewards. What do you think? I acquiesced immediately. Hollyflosse had already consented upon hearing the notion of sending these young dragons worldwide. The aim of improving the reputation of the dragonkin was secondary. The primary concern was to send these boisterous younglings as far away as possible. Did you truly agree so readily? Cairo was taken aback by Hollyflosse's swift and decisive approval. To put it charitably, Cairo's proposal was to take the young dragons out for an adventure. Less charitably, it could be seen as exploiting them. Aren't your kind supposed to be united and benevolent? How can you tolerate the exploitation of young dragons by humans? Hollyflosse gazed at Cairo and slowly replied, what else can be done? Perhaps you should pay more attention to the damp ground beneath your feet? At that moment, Lav finally arrived at the Dragon Alliance with the members of the Harrow family. Upon seeing the current state of the Dragon Alliance, resembling a place ravaged by floodwaters, Lav was perplexed. So this is the place? How did it come to be like this? Did the river overflow? The Harrow family held their branch within the Dragon Alliance in high regard, thus sending carefully selected second-generation family members to assist Lav. These individuals, possessing commendable abilities yet lacking experience, were perfect candidates for honing their skills in the Dragon Alliance. Once they had matured, they could remain and develop the branch, an ideal arrangement. It is noteworthy that after Hollyflosse single-handedly subdued the king of the Corrin kingdom and his majesty Il to the point where they could not lift their heads, humanity finally grasped the true might of the dragons. Prior to this, humans had been largely oblivious to the dragon's formidable power. They had even underestimated the overall strength of dragonkind due to the hunting guild's ability to capture a few young dragons. In light of this newfound understanding, the Harrow family placed even greater importance on Kira. Initially, the Harrow family believed that even if Kira became a dragon knight, her strength would merely rival that of 2 ether knights. This was why Aiden had previously rejected Kira's proposal for reconciliation. The power of 2 ether knights was insufficient to persuade the family to entrust their foremost young scion to her. However, the situation had changed. The value of dragon knights had manifested in an unprecedented capacity for individual combat prowess. This newfound significance meant that not only could they consider entrusting their leading young member to Kira, but they could also contemplate allowing all their young talents to be placed in her hands. Thus, sending these second-generation members to the Dragon Alliance revealed deeper intentions within the Harrow family. What if, perchance, these second-generation members could be as fortunate as Kira and encounter their own dragon? You may perceive the Harrow family as excessively pragmatic and materialistic. However, any organization that aspires to endure must adopt such realism and self-interest. Individuals may act contrary to their own interests due to so-called emotions and idealism, pursuing what they believe to be their inner calling. Yet, a collective cannot afford to make choices that undermine its own welfare for the sake of sentimentality or idealism. Otherwise, it may as well embrace its demise. Hollyflosse saw Lav and the entourage behind him from afar and immediately soared to stand before Lav, exclaiming, Lav, you have finally arrived with your people. To Hollyflosse, an increase in population was a positive development. The reputation of the dragon race could only be rewritten through numbers. Hollyflosse understood the adage that 3 men can create a tiger. My apologies for keeping you waiting, Mr. Hollyflosse. The selection of outstanding individuals within the family requires time. Lav replied, bowing respectfully. Although Kira was ostensibly the great noble of this dragon realm, those in the know recognized that Hollyflosse was the true lord here. Outstanding. I am only concerned with the so-called influence within your human circles, Hollyflosse remarked, glancing at the second-generation members of the families behind Lav. He was acutely aware that the Harrow family sought to leverage the dragon realm and Kira, as well as his own position. Yet, Hollyflosse had his own designs on utilizing the Harrow family as well. Within the vast human family, one could expect a diverse array of individuals, knights, mages, alchemists, as well as writers and bards. The latter two were Hollyflosse's primary objectives. Those wielding the pen understood the art of promotion. Thus, the relationship of mutual utilization transformed into a win-win scenario. Lav lifted his gaze to meet Hollyflosse's eyes and spoke slowly. Rest assured, Mr. Hollyflosse, the noble virtues of the dragon race have been witnessed by all members of the Harrow family. Quite the eloquent tongue, Hollyflosse chuckled, neither confirming nor denying, before rising and flying towards the old district of the dragon realm. The old district of the dragon realm is the original area of Valshu. Come, Kira. Let us proceed to the royal city, Hollyflosse stated as he landed before Kira. Now, I'm not prepared yet, and why the urgency? Kira replied, perplexed by Hollyflosse's sudden haste. Because Cairo mentioned that going to the royal city would allow for the promotion of his windfall hunting group, Hollyflosse explained. Kira nodded, awaiting Hollyflosse's next words. Hollyflosse flicked his tail, sweeping aside the furniture that had been knocked onto the road, and continued. Then the Windlie hunting group can deliver these spirited little dragons to various corners of the world, and I shall be rid of them. Upon hearing of such fortunate tidings, Kira nodded in agreement. I see. We must hasten to the city of Lhasa. Although the young dragons had only recently arrived in Dragon Country, it was precisely their brief stay that had resulted in a calamity as severe as the flooding of the realm. This compelled both Kira and Hollyflosse to resolve swiftly to send the younglings away. Should these juvenile dragons remain in Dragon Country to play, It would surely be a relentless cycle of disaster, with each day bringing a new misfortune. Yet, neither Hollyflosse nor Kira could have anticipated that today's decision would ultimately attract even more young dragons to Dragon Country. For those sent away would return upon completing their tasks, sharing tales of the realm's delights with their companions. This ignited interest in Dragon Country among those younglings who had previously shown none. Kira turned to Lucia, who stood nearby, and with a hint of regret said, "Lucia, I must trouble you and old Jack to help clean up this mess left by the flood." Lucia waved her hand dismissively, her voice still gravelly but unwavering. "It's nothing. Hurry back." She fully supported the idea of sending all the young dragons away, particularly after witnessing her potion field ravaged by the waters. Chapter 40. A Tour to the City of Lhasa. As Kira settled upon Hollyflosse's back and made some brief preparations, she embarked on the journey to the city of Lhasa once more, accompanied by Maislodar. However, this time, they were not alone. A multitude of young dragons trailed behind Maislodar. Even Lilia, a royal visitor from a neighboring kingdom, was obliged to attend Kira's grand nobility coronation ceremony. Additionally, Cairo joined the expedition, for as the leader of the hunting group, Hollyflosse felt it incumbent to bring his dragon along. Yet, given that Elmelinda lacked dragon wings and could not fly, some young dragons would need to carry her. This was how Elmelinda had initially arrived in Dragon Country. Like Maislodar, Elmelinda harbored feelings of inadequacy and self-doubt regarding her limitations. Thus, the situation unfolded with Kira and Cairo perched on Hollyflosse's back, while Lilia, as a royal guest from Colin, rode upon Maislodar. The only dragons remaining in Dragon Country were Vinicahana and Maislodar. One, an adult dragon, held little interest in the affairs of the human world, while the other was utterly captivated by farming, relishing the admiration and praise bestowed by humans. Maislodar turned back to the group of young dragons, exclaiming, "Enough! You are all quite the shadow. Do not follow me any longer." Robitoros, accompanied by his dragon knight, confidently declared, "Who is following you? We are merely passing by." The unfortunate soldier had completely recovered under Lucia's miraculous elixir. This potion, despite its exorbitant cost, possessed no flaws. "My apologies, Sir Chiloa. It appears I cannot command my dragon." The soldier, perched upon Robitoros's back, offered an awkward smile towards Chiloa. Upon truly becoming a dragon knight, he realized how vastly different reality was from his initial fantasies. Aside from the fact that his steed was indeed a dragon, everything else diverged significantly from the traditional image of a dragon knight. Chiloa waved his hand dismissively, stating, "It's quite all right. This is the nature of dragon knights. I cannot speak for others, but such is the case for the dragon knights of the Dragon Kingdom." The soldier inquired of Chiloa, "But, Sir Chiloa, how is it that your dragon listens to you?" Maislodar listens to me." Upon hearing this, Chiloa momentarily questioned the functionality of his ears. Even Hollyflosse, upon hearing this, could not suppress a chuckle. Chiloa looked at the soldier and said, "Could it be that what you call listening to me is merely me aligning my words with his desires?" The soldier appeared to have an epiphany, as if a door to a new world had swung open. He then posed another question. "Is that so? And, Sir Chiloa, how does one learn the dragon tongue?" He yearned to communicate with his dragon. What kind of dragon knight was he if he could not converse normally with his own dragon? As Robitoros was unwilling to learn the human language, it fell upon the soldier, as a dragon knight, to acquire the dragon tongue. "Seek out Cairo. He will not be stingy in imparting this knowledge." Chiloa waved his hand, inadvertently initiating a new venture for Cairo, an accelerated course in the dragon language at the Dragon Kingdom's Fonlai Adult University. Cairo exclaimed, "I truly thank you," clenching his fist. Poor King Lozai, His Majesty Devon, had not anticipated that while the grand nobles in his kingdom reveled in their indulgences, his royal city would soon be besieged by a throng of young dragons. As kings, Illinois and Devon possessed names and titles so lengthy they could render one breathless. Thus, most of the time, people affectionately referred to their beloved sovereigns by their shortened names. Meanwhile, Chiloa was hastening towards the royal city of Lozai, which was preparing for the grand coronation ceremony of Chiloa's noblemen. Within the heart of the royal city, the palace area was abuzz with excitement. The coronation ceremony of the grand nobles was held within the palace of their own nation, where the venue and materials exuded opulence. There was no denying it. The royal family was wealthy and could afford such extravagant displays. The royal mages and knights were not solely responsible for combat. They also took charge of production and infrastructure. The common folk, treated as NPCs and mere decorations within the royal city and palace, eagerly anticipated this grand noble coronation ceremony. They are indifferent to the identity of the distant noble. Their sole awareness lies in the fact that each coronation of the grand aristocrat grants them a sumptuous 3-day banquet without respite. Nearly all the great nobles and those endowed with extraordinary combat prowess nurture these commoners primarily to elicit emotional value, to underscore their dominion, and to indulge in the delightful spectacle of their admiration. Even when Kira was merely a village knight, did she not possess an entire village of subjects to validate her knighthood? Your Majesty, all arrangements have been completed. Sir Kira is expected to arrive within the week, and we may commence at any moment, reported a humble servant to his esteemed king. King Davin rather enjoyed entertaining these commoners, particularly when he observed their grateful and reverent gazes directed at him, which invariably infused him with a modicum of joy. After all, having lived for 2 centuries, was it not permissible for a sovereign to indulge in a minor hobby? King Davin nodded thoughtfully, casting a glance at the servant as he inquired, "And where, pray tell, is Prince Gran?" The servant bowed his head in response. "Your Majesty, His Highness is currently engaged in play with his dragon. The Kingdom of Loss boasts a dragon, albeit not a colossal one, but rather a young drake akin to Maislodar. Archimoto had even encountered this young dragon. Following its acquisition at a high price from the hunting guild, it has been lavishly cared for, a symbol of royal might. At that time, Loss was still oblivious to the true power of dragons, and a young drake's strength was indeed inferior to that of the kingdom's elite warriors. However, it could easily swat away the offspring of military families. Yet, the circumstances have changed. Having witnessed the formidable prowess of Hollyflosse as a great dragon, all humans, particularly those in the upper echelons who nurture young dragons, have begun to cultivate new perspectives. King Davin nodded in acknowledgement, neither affirming nor denying. Reagan, as the Prince of Loss, has always cherished his camaraderie with the young drake. In the past, King Davin would have reproached his son for his lack of diligence. However, forging a bond with dragons has now become an integral aspect of royal duty. Maislodar, carrying Lilia, gazed ahead at the silhouette of Lost Castle emerging from the horizon and suddenly remarked, "Wait, wasn't there someone residing in Lost Castle?" Robitoros, soaring alongside Maislodar, nodded in affirmation, replying, "Indeed, there is." In dragon tongue, with so many young dragons frolicking in the world below, it is inevitable that some would discover that humans provide delectable sustenance, leading them to choose a life of indulgence among humans for decades. The Dragon Hunting Guild exists precisely because of the playful nature of these young drakes. Although this remains a closely guarded commercial secret, Maislodar quipped, "The last time I visited Lost Castle with Flodar, he didn't even come out to greet us." The city of Lost was once again graced by the arrival of the Eagle Knights, who came forth to welcome Sir Kiro and his dragons. "Sir Kiro, is it truly necessary for you to bring so many dragons with you?" asked the same Eagle Knight who had previously guided Kiro. He observed the throng of small dragons trailing behind Kiro, his lips twitching in exasperation. This is indeed a bother for His Majesty and you all. Kiro, too, had not wished to bring such a multitude of young dragons, but the unfortunate truth was that they did not heed his commands. The Eagle Knight let out a wry smile and said to Kiro, "Let us proceed." Under the guidance of this Eagle Knight, Hollyflosse descended first into the courtyard of the palace with Kiro and Cairo, followed by Maislodar carrying Lilia, and finally, the cluster of young dragons. The moment they touched down, the juvenile dragons could hardly contain their excitement and scattered about. They had never before laid eyes upon the interior of a human palace. Aside from a few that were content to indulge in the offerings of humanity, most had never had the opportunity to closely observe the grandeur of human architecture. Thus, even lacking an understanding of the aesthetic qualities of these human structures, the young dragons were captivated by the novelty of it all. The Eagle Knight stood beside Kiro, watching as the juvenile dragons wreaked havoc upon the palace's greenery and disturbed the mortal attendants. In a hushed tone, he remarked, "Sir Kiro, will you not manage your dragons?" Kiro, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, "I apologize, but I cannot control them." The Eagle Knight glanced at the ineffectual Kiro and then back at the raucous young dragons, ultimately concluding that being a dragon knight did not seem to be an exceptionally esteemed position. "You are correct," Kiro acknowledged with a knowing nod. The Eagle Knight then bowed to Kiro before mounting his great eagle and departing. Once he had left, the rambunctious young dragons suddenly quieted and swiftly returned to the side of Hollyflosse. At that moment, Akimoto descended gracefully, his cloak billowing in the wind as he landed within the palace. "Sir Kiro, what a swift reunion," Akimoto greeted him. "Greetings, Sir Akimoto," Kiro replied with a respectful nod. He then noticed the young dragons visibly wary of Akimoto and leaned closer to him, whispering, "May I inquire how you instill such fear in those young dragons?" "Perhaps it is merely due to my formidable power," Okamoto answered flatly, casting a glance at Kiro. Kiro nodded, albeit skeptically. While it was true that an ether-level human expert could single-handedly defeat a young dragon, had he not seen Alvador ensnared by them? Furthermore, Kiro recalled the words of Hollyflosse regarding Okamoto's identity. Naturally, he could not help but feel a growing curiosity about the true nature of Okamoto, his former lord. Okamoto approached Hollyflosse, lifting his gaze as if to scrutinize the golden dragon before him. Hollyflosse cast a glance at Okamoto and remarked, "Okamoto, you are still alive." Okamoto replied with a smile, "Ah, Hollyflosse, after millennia apart, you have indeed changed." Hollyflosse, intrigued by Okamoto's presence, inquired, "What is it that you seek? I recall that the previous human dynasty crumbled because of you." The former human dynasty was not the ancient nation of Desai, but rather the precursor to the current series of human kingdoms that emerged after the ancient Desai Empire. You are not yet worthy to pose that question. Let Gorful or the other 4 ancient dragons come forth. Okamoto responded with a chuckle. What is Okamoto discussing with your father? Kira leaned closer to Maislodar, whispering the query. Just some trivial matters, Maislodar replied. To him, past events were merely dull memories. As they were long gone, discussing them served no purpose, and it was far better to focus on the engaging happenings of the present. Kira nodded but clearly rejected Maislodar's response, yet he found it inappropriate to inquire directly with Hollyflosse. At that moment, Prince Reagan appeared alongside the young dragon of the lost royal family. Reagan's visage was youthful, born into royalty. He, like Lilia, appeared exceptionally well-preserved, making it difficult to ascertain his true age. Clad in golden and white light armor, he bore a red cape adorned with white patterns, embodying the essence of a knight. The young dragon behind him was also adorned with decorative armor, wearing a white helmet with golden edges that exposed its horns and external ears. Its claws were wrapped in protective gear akin to arm guards, and its tail was adorned with elongated scale armor fashioned from interlinked plates, fitting the dragon's tail shape. Maislodar observed the glimmering decorative armor with a peculiar tone, muttering, "What a flamboyant display. Lilia, a pleasure to meet you." Reagan greeted as he approached her and performed a courteous bow. Reagan, a pleasure, Lilia responded with a smile. Both being heirs to their respective thrones, they were undoubtedly acquainted, even if they seldom interacted. Reagan then addressed Okamoto and Kira, saying, "Gentlemen, please follow me. Before Sir Kira's coronation ceremony commences, we must await the arrival of the other noble dignitaries." Why would Reagan find it strange that so many dragons accompanied Kira for a mere coronation? The city-state established by Kira was aptly named Dragon City. It would be odd indeed for Reagan to witness a coronation without a multitude of dragons to lend their presence, as the very essence of Dragon City implies an abundance of dragons. Chapter 41. No longer an ordinary young dragon. A heavy hand must be dealt. After Okamoto departed with His Highness Reagan, the diminutive dragons, who had been huddled behind Hollyflosse, suddenly regained their exuberance. A palace guard, stationed near a marble column, observed the young dragons frolicking throughout the palace and remarked, "Sir Kira has yet to officially ascend to the ranks of the nobility, yet he behaves in such a manner? Surely, this cannot bode well." Guard 2 glanced at his companion with indifference and responded, "Why should we concern ourselves with the affairs of the nobility? Better to ponder what we shall have for lunch." Indeed, upon hearing this, the palace guard nodded in agreement, pondering the futility of fretting over matters of high nobility. They, as ordinary knights and mages, would never attain the status of a grand noble. Establishing a city-state is no trivial endeavor. Kira's ascension from a rural knight to a grand noble was solely due to his ability to amass such a multitude of dragons. Yet, how many Kiras exist in the world? Perhaps just one. However, the 2 guards soon realized that the ruckus created by the young dragons had escalated to such a degree that intervention became necessary. Guard 2 looked up at the young dragon that had scampered onto the sculpted dome of the grand hall, seemingly intent on interacting with the exquisite carvings, and shouted, Hey, what are you doing? Come down from there. Go on." The palace guards were all skilled in both rainbow riding and spell casting, and with a concerted effort, they could match the young dragons in prowess. Furthermore, given that these dragons were perceived as being tamed by Sir Kira, the guards felt justified in reprimanding them as they would any other miscreant. The young dragon, fixated on the carvings, turned its head to glance at Guard 2, sticking out its tongue in defiance before returning its gaze to the reliefs. Clearly, the young dragon had no intention of acknowledging the palace guards. They feared Okamoto due to his status as an ancient human, but what were these mere mortals in comparison? Enough. Do you truly believe that the palace is devoid of authority? Guard 2, having served at the palace for many years, had never encountered such blatant disrespect. Even the dragon favored by His Highness Reagan behaved with decorum within the palace confines. Moreover, considering that the young dragon's master, Kira, had yet to officially become a grand noble, such arrogance was astonishing. What would come next? These young dragons were no longer ordinary. A firm hand must be taken. Guard 2 drew his wand from his belt and unleashed a magical binding chain towards the young dragon above. The young dragon, sensing the commotion behind, turned just in time to see the spell manifest before it, gazing at the chains composed of magical energy, translucent and pale blue. Emanating from the tip of the guard's wand, the young dragon flapped its wings, tugging at the magical chain, and exclaimed, "Hey, why are you attacking a dragon? I'm merely observing." The guard number 2 certainly could not comprehend the dragon language, yet the demeanor of the young dragon suggested it would not easily acquiesce. Thus, he grasped his staff with both hands and forcefully yanked it downward. The young dragon, feeling the tug upon its body, flicked its tail and exclaimed, "Ah, so we are to engage in a tug-of-war? How delightful." With that, it flapped its wings vigorously and seized the arcane chains before it, pulling with all its might. What? The guard number 2 was abruptly yanked upwards. Fortunately, a colleague, who was also a rainbow rider, caught hold of his ankle, preventing him from being completely lifted away. The physical prowess of a mage could never rival that of a knight. Despite various enhancement spells that could allow a mage to leap as far as 80 meters in a single bound. However, while knights benefited from innate abilities, mages had to cast spells to achieve similar feats. As the guard felt a sharp pain in his ankle, he clutched his staff tightly. In that moment, he turned to his colleague and asked, "Wait, if we are injured as a result of this, would it be considered a workplace injury?" The palace guard nodded affirmatively, pondering how much leave and compensation King Davin would grant them. The relationship between palace guards and the king was indeed one of employment, as was the relationship between the great nobles and their knights and mages. Yet, this employment was remarkably stable. Knights and mages seldom changed allegiances, and great lords were unlikely to face bankruptcy. Only the royal armies and the private forces of the great lords remained utterly loyal to their respective kings and lords. This stability, cultivated through time and effort, served as a prime measure of a nation's hard power. As these two palace guards contended with the young dragon aloft, another young dragon, seemingly clutching something in its mouth, dashed over and collided with them, sending them sprawling. Another palace guard, arriving belatedly, observed the young dragon seated on the ground, attempting to regurgitate something, and exclaimed, "Aha, you little dragon thief. What are you waiting for? Did you swallow my magic orb? Spit it out." Cairo, standing beside Melinda, turned to Hollyflosse, who was engrossed in counting the tiles on the floor, and inquired, "Mr. Hollyflosse, aren't you going to intervene with these young dragons?" Hollyflosse, too apathetic to turn his head, replied, "How would you suggest I intervene? Do you believe they would heed my words?" Cairo continued to observe the tumultuous young dragons within the palace, pondering their intentions. Remarkably, these young dragons exhibited a tacit understanding to avoid approaching the main hall, where King Davin and Prince Reagan were present, as well as Archimoto, who was also inside. At that moment, King Davin reclined in a sumptuous chair within the reception hall and turned to his attendant, instructing, "Go and see why it is so raucous outside. The coronation ceremony has yet to commence." "As you command," came the obedient reply. The attendant bowed his head and took 2 steps back before turning to walk towards the door. At that moment, Reagan, Lilia, Hiro, and Akamoto entered the reception room. Accompanying them were Maislodar and Bernardo, the dragon raised by the royal family of Luz. The presence of these 2 young dragons in the reception room was largely thanks to Prince Reagan, who, being fond of dragons, had previously discreetly commanded the royal architects to widen all the corridors, passages, and doors within the palace, allowing Bernardo to move freely. When His Majesty Devon learned of this, he initially expressed his displeasure, but eventually let the matter rest. "Ah, welcome, Sir Kiro," His Majesty Devon remarked with a smile, seated comfortably in his chair. "And Lilia, how has your stay in Luz been?" He turned to greet Lilia, acknowledging her status as the crown princess of a neighboring kingdom. As for Akamoto, he was not the focus of this gathering, and Devon merely nodded to him as a form of acknowledgement. "It is my honor, Your Majesty," Kiro replied, standing upright and performing a deep bow. Lilia, however, felt no need for such formalities, simply smiling and nodding in response to Devon's inquiry. "Quite well, thank you." Akamoto also nodded in acknowledgement. Although there were numerous formalities and protocols between nobility and the king, in private, they often interacted with ease. If you were on friendly terms with the king, addressing one another casually posed no issues. Devon gestured for Kiro and the others to take their seats. Once everyone was settled, he spoke. "You are too modest, Sir Kiro. The addition of a distinguished noble like you enriches the realm of Luz, indeed a stroke of fortune. Ah, your majesty, you flatter me, Kiro responded, feeling gratified by the compliment, though he maintained an outward appearance of humility. Following this was a lengthy exchange of pleasantries regarding commerce. Despite being a rural knight, Kiro had spent his childhood playing alongside Adon, which afforded him a measure of refined education. Thus, in the realm of commercial banter, he proved to be no less adept than his noble counterparts. Maislodar, meanwhile, observed the leisurely swaying tail of Bernardo and whispered softly. He first glanced at the white armor adorning Bernardo before inquiring, "Bernardo, why did you not come out to meet me during my last visit to the royal city of Luz?" "I was not in the royal city at that time," Bernardo replied. As a dragon capable of human speech, he understood the importance of communicating his needs to the humans around him. After all, how else would they serve him? "And where were you?" Maislodar inquired. "Where else can you frolic? You lack a dragon knight. Reagan is not Bernatolo's dragon knight, and Bernatolo has little fondness for the antics of dragon knights. However, Bernatolo is quite enamored with the glimmering armor of humanity, which was custom crafted for him by His Highness Reagan. Among the young dragons, Bernatolo is the most playful, even surpassing Maislodar in that regard. While Maislodar was still indulging in the abduction of princesses, Bernatolo had already been enjoying himself at the royal palace of Loss for some time. Unlike Maislodar's destructive amusements toward humans, Bernatolo's revelry is welcomed by them. One could argue that the origins of wicked dragon literature stem from Maislodar, while the rare benevolent dragon tales are birthed from Bernatolo. Bernatolo responded, "I went to the dwarfs. What's it to you?" Maislodar, puzzled, asked, "What could possibly be entertaining among the dwarfs?" "I don't know. In any case, Reagan is going, so I shall accompany him." Like most young dragons, Bernatolo harbors no interest in human politics. He simply finds humanity amusing. Maislodar scrutinized Bernatolo's armor once more and asked, "Did you carry him there?" Bernatolo shook his head, replying, "He traveled on his own. I merely followed." "Why not let a human ride you? It wouldn't be a problem." Maislodar found this curious. Surely, allowing a human to perch upon his back would be harmless, and dragons are far swifter than humans. "You have a point, but I refuse," Bernatolo nodded, unable to provide a counterargument, yet resolute in his decision. Noticing Bernatolo's disinterest in delving deeper into the topic of dragon knights, Maislodar shifted the conversation to the armor adorning his companion. "So, how did you acquire that splendid armor?" "Reagan had it commissioned from the dwarves," Bernatolo replied candidly, clearly taking a liking to the armor. "Every dragon has their own peculiar tastes. There is nothing unusual about that. So that is what you were doing there? How vexing. The dwarves are so dull. I have no desire to go." Maislodar eyed the dazzling armor with envy, but was disinclined to visit the dwarves. Bernatolo slightly unfurled his dragon wings and stated, "Then there's nothing to be done." At that moment, the door to the reception room was gently rapped upon. The 2 dragons and 5 humans fell silent, turning their attention toward the door. Subsequently, His Majesty Devon cleared his throat and said, "Enter." A disheveled palace guard pushed open the door, lowering his head as he addressed Devon, "Your Majesty, I apologize for the interruption, but please have Sir Kira manage his little dragons." The palace guards found themselves utterly unable to control the raucous young dragons. The guards had to exercise caution within the confines of the royal palace, mindful not to cause any damage. However, the young dragons seemed oblivious to the concept of cherishing their surroundings, creating chaos wherever they frolicked. Davin cast a glance at the disheveled palace guards, then turned to Sir Kiro, stating, "Sir Kiro, I believe it is time for me to take a stroll and breathe in some fresh air." At that moment, Archimoto abruptly stood up, adjusted his attire, and remarked, "Can Kiro manage those juvenile dragons?" "Surely, I am aware of the situation. That would be a request for you." "Sir Archimoto," Davin nodded in agreement. Archimoto approached the tousled guard and gently patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Let us proceed." "I sincerely apologize, Your Majesty. If any damage occurs within the palace, I shall compensate for it," Kiro expressed to Davin with genuine concern. He truly feared that the young dragons might inundate the palace. Yet, considering that Hollyflosse was outside observing, it was likely that these young dragons understood the importance of restraint. As for the matter of compensation, gathering naturally shed scales from the young dragons and collecting a few trinkets from their kind might suffice, provided the young dragons didn't truly demolish the palace. Chapter 42. The plan to annihilate the dragon race was formulated by Hollyflosse once the great nobles had assembled. Kiro's coronation ceremony commenced in earnest. The entire ceremony consisted of 3 main processes. The first involved Kiro selecting his title as a great noble, along with the emblem and banner design. The second process entailed Kiro meeting and greeting the other great nobles, allowing for potential discussions of collaboration within the palace. The third process was simply a gathering for feasting and merriment. However, the first two processes were rather tedious for Maislodar and the other young dragons. Even Bernardo had ventured out to play with his peers, or rather, to flaunt his splendid armor. Yet, these young dragons would never admit that their escape was due to fear of the ancient human, Archimoto. As for Hollyflosse, he remained within the palace, collaborating with Cairo to promote the dragon rental services of the Windvale hunting group, to ensure that the rambunctious young dragons could be dispatched to other regions to cause mischief, or rather, to benefit elsewhere. Hollyflosse had meticulously planned this endeavor. Dragon rental? A great noble gazed at Cairo with a hint of interest. Please elaborate, my lord. Cairo quickly resumed his role as the hunting group's leader. The leader of the hunting group bore the responsibility of promoting the group and determining its future direction. One could not merely sit idly as a decorative mascot. After listening to Cairo's incessant chatter, the nobleman inquired about his primary concern, the rental fee. Given the nature of dragon leasing, it was evident that the compensation involved would transcend ordinary monetary value. It was likely that pivotal interests or elements of the industrial chain would serve as the basis for exchange. Free, interjected Hollyflosse at that moment. You still demand a rental fee? If we can expel these destructive young dragons from Dragon Realm, I would be more inclined to offer compensation rather than collect rent. Are you suggesting it is free? The nobleman began to doubt his own hearing. Free? How could dragons possibly be free? No matter how many dragons your realm possesses, you cannot simply bestow them without cost. Your dominion holds a monopoly in the dragon industry. Indeed, while the human world has specialized dragon hunting guilds, and even the royal palace of Lost possesses a dragon, these instances are mere coincidences, unique and irreplicable exceptions. The capacity to produce such a multitude of dragons exists solely within Dragon Realm. With such an unequivocal monopoly, you dare to claim it is free? Free, Hollyflosse nodded, reiterating his assertion. Then I shall decline. The nobleman, not a fool, was well aware of the adage that there is no such thing as a free lunch. The concept of free often conceals the highest costs, and thus he swiftly dismissed the notion of renting a young dragon. Hollyflosse, observing the nobleman's retreating figure, was perplexed. Why would a human disdain something that was offered for free? Lowering his gaze, he turned to Cairo and asked, why has he left? Mr. Hollyflosse. It is precisely because it is free that it carries the greatest expense, Cairo explained. Once you mention free, the nobleman undoubtedly perceived that these young dragons harbor certain flaws you would rather avoid. Hollyflosse nodded in understanding, adding, are humans truly this astute? Cairo fell silent. What could he say? To assert that humanity lacks intelligence would be futile. What now? Hollyflosse genuinely wished to rid himself of all these young dragons, and thus turned to Cairo for guidance. When it comes to integrating dragons into human society, the hunting guilds are the only true experts. A different approach is required. Cairo glanced at the clusters of noblemen engaged in conversation, sighed, and remarked, these nobles belong to the same circle. Once one acquires certain information, it becomes common knowledge among them all. It is improbable to pique their interest in renting a few young dragons, so I must devise an alternate strategy. What do you propose? Hollyflosse inquired. Cairo responded, ISNT Lilia in Dragon Realm. We should amplify our outreach, inviting those who wish to rescue the princess to come forth. Hollyflosse was unconvinced, believing that having these so-called heroes accompany the young dragons would only serve to exacerbate their torment. Cairo continued, saying, since we cannot send them away, at the very least, let's expend the energy of these young dragons. This should keep them subdued for a while, right? However, we must be cautious of a recurrence of the previous incident, which Hollyflosse referred to as the time when the Dragon Kingdom was flooded. He suggested delineating an arena, thus formalizing the encounter between the brave and the dragon. True to his role as a leader of a hunting group, Cairo articulated his ideas with eloquence. We can discuss this further upon our return. Are there any alternative solutions? Hollyflosse nodded, acknowledging the proposal. Yet, he was acutely aware that this approach was merely a temporary fix, a band-aid on a larger issue. It would not suffice in the long term. Lilia would inevitably be rescued. A talented hero would surely emerge to accomplish this. Thus, Hollyflosse sought a more permanent solution to facilitate the departure of these young dragons. Cairo proposed a second strategy, to recruit dragon riders. Since these young dragons desired riders as companions, why not recruit openly, offering to allow the dragons to be taken home? Hollyflosse nodded in agreement, recognizing the potential in this plan. With dragon riders, the young dragons would likely cease their incessant longing for Hollyflosse's dragon kingdom. Yet, this notion remained a mere wishful thinking on the part of Cairo and Hollyflosse. At that moment, Hero approached, holding two distinct flags, and inquired of Hollyflosse. Which flag do you find more visually appealing for the Dragon Kingdom? Given that the kingdom was established through Hollyflosse's efforts, Kira often sought his opinion on various matters. Hollyflosse glanced at the two flags and responded, I find neither appealing. Then I shall choose another, Kira replied, nodding in understanding before turning to depart. The royal family had prepared a plethora of flag templates for the grand nobles to select from, and while designing a personal flag was an option, the reality was that most individuals tended towards laziness, resulting in a high frequency of usage of these templates. By the way, where is Archimoto? Hollyflosse suddenly noted the absence of a familiar figure among the crowd of humans. Sir Archimoto? Indeed, when was the last time he was seen? Cairo, too, realized that Archimoto had vanished without notice. The scene shifted to the interior of the lost royal castle, where Maislodar and Bernardo, as the elder statesmen among the young dragons, were currently meandering through the castle. The lost royal castle was divided into two main sections: the central lost palace, home to the royal family and a retinue of commoners, mages and knights, and the outer circle of the castle, where mages and knights working for the royal family resided, alongside a greater number of ordinary folk. The entire royal city is divided into two realms, the extraordinary and the mundane. The conflicts of the extraordinary world do not affect the ordinary, while the trivialities of the ordinary merely provide abundant emotional value to the extraordinary. These human structures are indeed amusing. A young dragon ceaselessly surveyed the surroundings, remarking on the architecture. These young dragons nearly occupied the entire street, yet the royal city's defense forces found themselves powerless to intervene. Did they not notice the leading young dragon adorned in armor emblazoned with the emblem of the lost royal family? How could the defense forces, who serve the crown, dare to act? Which worker would challenge their superior who issues their pay? Humph, there is even more amusement to be found. Maislodar then turned to the young dragon and remarked that humans possess something called drama. Those humans don peculiar attire and perform exaggerated gestures, which appear exceedingly entertaining. Maislodar relished the opportunity to share novel experiences unknown to his peers. I have grown weary of such things, Bernardo suddenly interjected, seemingly targeting Maislodar. Maislodar turned, shooting a glare at Bernardo. Do you wish to know what is truly delightful? These humans bow to me because of my status. As Bernardo spoke, he approached a passerby on the street. Upon seeing Bernardo, the passerby indeed hurriedly bowed in deference. Why? The unmistakable emblem of the lost royal family on Bernardo's attire was evident, even to the blind. The passerby was paying respect to the lost royalty. Consequently, the gazes of the young dragons shifted toward Bernardo, leaving Maislodar feeling somewhat neglected. Observing Bernardo's smug demeanor, Maislodar muttered under his breath, annoying fellow. Maislodar then boldly declared to Bernardo, is it merely a bow? My humans bow to me as well. Really? Bernardo inquired, glancing at Maislodar. Of course it is true. Maislodar retorted defiantly. The inhabitants of Dragonland do not bow to Maislodar, they bow to Yesflother instead. Bernardo seemed to see through Maislodar's bravado, yet he continued. What a pity it is that this is not Dragonland, where your humans would bow to you. Indeed, what a pity, Maislodar replied, echoing Bernardo's sentiment. At that moment, Archimoto hovered above the royal city on his staff, concealing his presence and form. His gaze was fixed on the royal city below as he murmured, a breakthrough point. Is it? This time, it will be a humble night. Archimoto lifted his head to the sky, seemingly conversing with himself. How does this compare to the last time? Gallifle. The world created by the divine is not perfect, but is this what you wish to behold? This inquiry was met with silence, and Gallifle was nowhere to be found. Archimoto eventually let out a soft sigh, his foot resting upon his staff as he soared back toward his sanctuary. The names of the city-states belonging to the great nobility were not arbitrary. The dragon realm indeed housed numerous dragons, and Archimoto's sanctuary was a true haven. Yet, it is only in times of calamity that such refuge is sought, leaving one to ponder the nature of the disasters for which Archimoto's sanctuary was established. At this very moment in the dragon realm, Lilia gazed at the bubbling potion in her cauldron, excitement coursing through her as she rubbed her hands together, murmuring, "This elixir of dreams has truly been conjured by my own hands." The identity of Lucia's mentor remains a mystery, yet she possesses an astonishingly thick tome filled with a plethora of potion recipes and the properties of various herbs. Many of the inscriptions were later added by Lilia, but a great number were undoubtedly penned by her teacher. All it takes is a sip to unlock my destiny, she thought, her breath quickening, her voice growing hoarse, reminiscent of rusted swords scraping against one another. What fate awaits me? Will I perish from some potion, or survive to inherit your will? Lilia inhaled deeply, forcing her breath to steady before extinguishing the flame beneath her crucible. She picked up a small cup from her table, pouring the steaming concoction from the cauldron into it, her gaze imbued with a fervent reverence. Without waiting for the potion to cool, she closed her eyes and tilted her head back, swallowing it in one swift motion. The searing liquid ignited her throat, yet it brought forth a sense of warmth and comfort. Suddenly, Lucia's eyes flew open, her pupils losing focus as though she were witnessing scenes beyond the grasp of ordinary sight. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. No, this cannot be my destiny. Yuval poison. Lucia erupted into a frenzy, shrieking in madness as she swept all her alchemical apparatus from the table, even trampling the spilled potion beneath her feet. This cannot be my fate. No one must die because of my elixir. I cannot allow it. Crouching on the ground, Lucia cradled her head and wept bitterly. Her voice now free from its earlier rasp, returning to its natural timbre. Like a fragile maiden, she curled up, burying her head in her knees as she sobbed. Forgive me, my teacher, I could not do it. I am so sorry, I have caused your demise. Chapter 43. Take your dragon and leave my palace. Lucia? What are you doing? Dragon tongue. Maislodar, hearing the commotion from within, leaned in through the window to check on Lucia's state. Maislodar remained deeply concerned for his newly appointed dragon knight. There is no denying that the emotional value is overwhelming. Lucia's demeanor suggests that she is eager to venerate Maislodar, almost as if she wishes to exalt him. It is nothing. Dragon language. Lucia has seemingly regained her composure, her voice reverting to its former hoarse state. After what can be considered an incessant period of study, Lucia is now capable of engaging in daily conversations in the dragon tongue. Since Lucia herself has declared it to be nothing, Maislodar naturally shifted the conversation to another topic. By the way, Aunt Vinikahana has brought some brand new seeds. Would you care to take a look? Dragon language. The mere mention of new seeds instantly reignited Lucia's spirit. What does an apothecary cherish most? Surely, it is those precious herbs, and even more invaluable botanicals. Without delay, dragon language, Lucia dashed out of the room, requiring no guidance from Maislodar as she sped towards Vinikahana's location. However, upon their arrival at Vinikahana's domain, a small hill that had been forcibly transformed into a glacial landscape, they discovered the presence of another young dragon. Yet, this dragon was rather diminutive, resembling the size of a larger canet. Lucia had never encountered such a small dragon before. Her anticipation for the seeds momentarily diminished as she turned to Vinikahana and inquired, "Excuse me? Who is this?" However, without the need for an introduction from Vinikahana, the little dragon spun around and introduced itself in human speech, Kongluo Raffle. Kongluo Raffle's tone was remarkably mature, yet his voice bore the innocence of youth, creating an oddly dissonant effect that caused Lucia's lips to twitch. "You must have seen me. My previous life's remains should still be nearby," Kongluo Raffle addressed Lucia. In the dragon race, upon resurrection, one species remains unchanged. Those destined to have wings and feet shall continue to possess wings and feet. Vinikahana, flicking her tail, remarked, Yes, he has already been dismembered. The architectural mages completed the funding allocation on the same day they received the payment. They were remarkably swift. So soon? Well then, what about Hollyflosse? Kongluo Raffle expressed surprise, yet he had no recourse to voice his thoughts. Nevertheless, Kongluo Raffle had come to the lower world for a specific purpose, to find Hollyflosse. He has stepped out and will return in a few days, Vinikahana added. Then I shall wait. Although Kongluo Raffle's business was urgent, it was not to the extent that time was of the essence. So he could afford to wait a few days. Lucia gazed at the small Kongluo Raffle beside Vinikahana and discreetly turned to Maislodar, whispering, "So, is this the dragon that Mr. Hollyflosse brought back?" Dragon language. Indeed, it is Uncle Kongluo Raffle. Dragon language. Maislodar nodded and inquired of Lucia, "Are you not aware that we dragons can be resurrected?" Dragon language. Lucia shook her head and replied honestly, "I did not know." Dragon language. Upon hearing the mention of resurrection, a peculiar glimmer momentarily flashed in her eyes. After obtaining the new seeds, Maislodar departed with Lucia, who seemed to be deep in thought. Only the empty Raffle and Vinikahana remained at the scene. Vinikahana's gaze fell upon the blue and white flowers blooming in the frozen earth, yet she turned to the vacant Raffle and asked, "Is there something that must be conveyed to Hollyflosse?" Raffle replied, "Because he has been to the Dees region." Then it is indeed necessary to speak with him." Vinikahana nodded. She was no longer surprised. Matters concerning the Dees region often required communication among dragons who had experienced it firsthand. "What were you doing in the Dees region? How did you become a vivid dragon?" Although Vinikahana had never visited the Dees region, her curiosity about Raffle's experiences was piqued. "I was searching for collectibles." Raffle reminisced about the events that had transpired. Vinakahana regarded Raffle with a look of disbelief and asked, "You sought treasures in the Dees region? Did you truly expect me to find ancient tomes elsewhere, with a history spanning at least 100,000 years?" Raffle rolled her eyes at Vinakahana. Raffle's draconic hobby, or rather her so-called treasure, consisted of those time-worn books. The significance or grandeur of these volumes mattered little. Even a child's doodle book, if ancient enough, would suffice as a coveted collectible for Raffle. That does seem plausible, Vinakahana conceded. Indeed, aside from the Dees region, there exists no other place where such antiquities might be found. And then, Vinakahana pressed further. Then, I encountered some ancient beings from Dees, Raffle continued. Vinakahana, perplexed by this, asked, "Are there still survivors among them?" Raffle chuckled softly and replied, "Well, I could argue that the first-generation ancient dragons are not entirely extinct either. The Dees ancient kingdom is nearly as old as the dragons themselves. Even if it has been vanquished, the remnants endure. The ancients within have myriad means to persist." Meanwhile, Kira strolled alongside Hollyflosse in the palace gardens, incredulously asking, "So, the Dees region still harbors those ancient beings?" The Garden of the Rose Palace, though termed a garden, sprawled over such an expansive area that one might well consider it a secluded woodland. Chiloa had completed the coronation ceremonies for the first two noble houses, and the third segment merely entailed feasting and fostering communication. Having satiated her appetite and engaged in conversation, Chiloa discreetly slipped away to stroll with Hollyflosse. However, this was not the primary reason for her departure. The true impetus was the sight of the young dragons, who, upon discovering that the palace still hosted a banquet and that Akamoto had yet to reappear, flocked back in a frenzy. Chiloa and Hollyflosse were merely evading these youthful creatures. Hollyflosse turned to Chiloa and inquired, "What do you humans perceive that place to be? A wasteland, perhaps?" Chiloa nodded in affirmation. According to the prevailing opinions of most humans and the official voices of the royal court, the Desai region was deemed an entire expanse of undevelopable gray-white wilderness. While the area was resource-poor, it posed little danger. Only those mages with a penchant for archaeology ventured there. Yet, Chiloa had come to realize that it was not devoid of peril. Rather, humanity's fragility rendered them inconsequential to the threats that lurked within. What if those ancient beings awaken? Chiloa suddenly posed the question to Hollyflosse. She was aware that her concerns might be somewhat unfounded, especially considering the absence of any signs of awakening from those ancient entities over the years. It was highly improbable that they would suddenly rouse today. Nevertheless, her curiosity lingered. What if they did awaken? What transformation would the world undergo? The world below would simply face ruin once more, Hollyflosse remarked, his dragon wings slightly unfurling. For the dragon kin, if the world below meets its end, so be it. It merely signifies a reduction in life's amusements. But if you must inquire about its impact on the dragons, the greatest consequence would be that those younglings, deprived of play, would wreak havoc at home, tormenting their parents. And what else? Chiloa seized upon a particular word in Hollyflosse's statement. Hollyflosse nodded, affirming, "Certainly, there is more. Do you believe the world below has never faced ruin? How do you think the ancient Desai kingdom fell? How did your present kingdoms arise?" Chiloa sensed a discrepancy and countered, "But that doesn't equate to ruin, does it? Look at humanity, dwarves, and elves. They all continue to thrive." Chiloa maintained that Hollyflosse's perspective could only be classified as a normal transition, akin to the ebb and flow of tides, the change of seasons, a far cry from true devastation. In Chiloa's eyes, ruin signified a world transformed into an expanse of gray and white desolation, devoid of life, much like the Desai region. Hollyflosse merely chuckled softly at her assertion. Although he had only lived for 6 millennia, he was unaware of how the world had endured during the fall of the ancient Desai kingdom. However, he was well aware of the entire process through which the ancient human civilization met its demise, fracturing into the scattered kingdoms of humanity we see today. Hollyflosse could only lament that Kira had never witnessed how the ancients brought themselves to the brink of extinction, only to be rescued by a few divine beings who defied fate to restore what was nearly lost. This tale was infinitely more captivating than the age-old enmity between elves and dwarves. Yet, Hollyflosse had no intention of sharing such trivialities with Kira. After all, Kira had but a century left to live. For one so short-lived, possessing excessive knowledge could be a curse. The primary reason, however, was that Hollyflosse was a lethargic dragon, disinclined to expound upon the lengthy history in terms that Kira could grasp. Just as Kira and Hollyflosse contemplated continuing their stroll to evade the young dragons, a palace guard stumbled upon Kira in the garden. "Sir Kira." "Ah, there you are." The guard, his armor disheveled, looked upon Kira as though he were a savior. The guard hurried to Kira's side, coming to a halt to salute, and announced, "His Majesty has commanded that the ceremony is complete. Sir Kira, you may return to Dragonland." The implication was clear. Even Devon could no longer tolerate the havoc wreaked by the young dragons, urging Kira to swiftly escort the dragons away from his palace. "I apologize for disturbing His Majesty." Kira discerned the underlying message. After all, it was rare for a noble banquet to conclude in such haste after only half a day, particularly one that typically spanned 2 days. Ahem, should there be any damages, please compile a list and send it to Dragonland. I shall ensure compensation, Kira said, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he addressed the guard. Forget it. Sir Kira, do make haste. Traveling in the dark is always perilous, the guard insisted, waving his hands dismissively. Compensation? Kira was urged to leave the palace as expeditiously as possible. This was, indeed, the greatest form of recompense for the loss of the royal palace, the royal family, and the multitude of guards. Later, father, why are we leaving so soon? The banquet was so enjoyable. Maislodar, carrying Lilia, inquired as he flew alongside Hollyflosse. The young dragons were reluctant to depart, their fun abruptly curtailed by Hollyflosse and Kira's imminent departure. Thus, they had no choice but to follow suit. The palace's inhabitants rejoiced. Finally, thank the heavens, we have been expelled, for you are truly fearsome dragons. Hollyflosse could only respond with exasperation. Upon hearing this, Maislodar mistook his father's remark for praise and laughed heartily. I knew I was a worthy dragon of terror. Kira, Cairo, Hollyflosse. Maislodar circled around Hollyflosse and leaned in. By the way, father, shouldn't we seek out some dwarves and elves? Hollyflosse sighed in resignation. What mischief do you intend to pursue this time? Did you not claim that dwarves and elves are rather dull? The purpose of Longbong's establishment was to liberate humanity from the creation of peculiar literary works, rather than to engage in the games of Maislodar. Maislodar, with a glint in his eye, concocted an excuse on the spot, suggesting that dwarves and elves could also pen works that extol the virtues of dragons. Do you truly believe what you just said? Hollyflosse sighed, inquiring then, what is the actual reason? I desire that exquisite armor, Maislodar candidly replied. Hollyflosse initially suspected that Maislodar was up to mischief again, but upon hearing this, he sighed in relief, remarking, so that is your desire. Would it not suffice for a human to forge it for you? Hollyflosse had donned such armor while accompanying Kira in competitions, yet to him, those armors resembled mere scraps of metal. Maislodar shook his head, asserting, but is it not said that dwarven craftsmanship is unrivaled? A dragon deserves nothing but the finest. Upon hearing this, Hollyflosse realized there was indeed merit to Maislodar's reasoning, and he acquiesced to his son's wish, saying, you have struck the nail on the head. Wait, I recall that Alfardo is acquainted with the dwarves. Chapter 44. Why doesn't he this banner wave? Upon returning to Longbang, Hollyflosse had yet to seek out Alfardo when he was approached by the diminutive figure of Korolafar, who had been waiting. Korolafar, what brings you here? Hollyflosse inquired, perplexed by the small creature before him. Korolafar fluttered near Hollyflosse's head and asked, did you witness anything during your time in the Dees region? Hollyflosse cast a glance at Korolafar and replied, 2 lunatics from Dees, and that was the end of it. Although Hollyflosse had yet to discern the motives and identities of the male and female figures, to him, they were simply mad. For how could one not be considered deranged if they felt the need to constantly validate their own existence? After a brief moment of silence following Hollyflosse's response, Korolafar continued, could you accompany me once more? Hollyflosse, disinterested, turned to walk away, stating, what for? You can go alone. Korolafar hurriedly flapped his wings to keep pace, exclaiming, do you believe I would fare well in my current state? The way you phrase it suggests that our joint presence would somehow improve the situation, Hollyflosse retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Korolafar. Undeterred, Korolafar boldly proposed, then allow me to help you manage those young dragonlings. Oh, upon hearing this offer, Hollyflosse perked up, halting his steps. This condition was indeed acceptable, for he could hardly endure the chaos wrought by so many hatchlings. Moreover, Korolafar, newly reborn, would be perfectly suited to oversee the young dragons. Why? Due to the diminutive stature of Konlualafa, he was able to navigate spaces that even the adult dragons could not access, extracting the hatchlings one by one. Hollyflosse halted, turning to Konlualafa and inquired, what purpose drives you to the realm of Desai? The youthful voice of Konlualafa resonated as he replied, there exists a tome of considerable importance that I ardently desire. How significant is it? Hollyflosse probed further. Konlualafa elaborated. This book chronicles a particular project from the collaboration between Go Luafa and Desai. The old curmudgeon Go Luafa? Why has he never mentioned it? Hollyflosse expressed his confusion. Given the transparency of information within the dragon kin, it was expected that such a book would have been replicated by Go-Wu-Luo-Fa for the perusal of inquisitive descendants, unless its contents were of a sensitive nature. Kong-Luo-Fa's tone grew fervent as he quickly asserted, he would not bring it up. This book pertains to the origins of dragons. Indeed, the matters undisclosed by the ancient dragons could only be related to the genesis of their kind. The mere mention of this piqued Hollyflosse's interest. In truth, all dragons, save for the first generation, held a fascination with their origins, yet the 5 elder dragons were notoriously tight-lipped. Nevertheless, Hollyflosse could not resist asking, I shall accompany you forthwith. But how do you come by this knowledge? Kong-Luo-Fa found it difficult to elucidate to Hollyflosse. Thus he replied, before I transformed into the vibrant dragon, I beheld certain sights. However, it is beyond explanation. You shall comprehend upon arrival. Considering that the Desai region, much like the upper world, harbored its own peculiarities and wonders, Kong-Luo-Fa's assertion was indeed plausible. Some experiences could only be truly appreciated through direct observation. Mere words could never convey their essence. At that moment within the realm of the dragons, Qiluo gazed at the still incomplete main city of the dragon realm and turned to Val, saying, So, it remains unfinished? Val shrugged, his expression a mixture of innocence and resignation as he replied, There is little that can be done, Sir Qiluo. Mr. Hollyflosse demands the finest materials, and such quality takes time to procure. Qiluo surveyed the current state of the main city, while it still bore the semblance of a construction site. At the very least, the ground had been hardened and the stone pathways laid, with several structures having reached a basic framework. Val and his team were operating at peak efficiency, yet a skilled artisan cannot craft without raw materials. They were builders, not alchemists, and thus could not transmute matter. Val glanced at the pristine banner held by Qiluo and remarked, At least a flagpole has been erected. The banner of the dragon realm featured a light golden background adorned with a white vertical stripe. At its center, a magnificent dragon depicted in a coiled Ouroboros form. Qiluo perused the resource library provided by the Lost Royal family, sifting through various options until she finally selected a singular dragon-themed design that would appease Hollyflosse. Before long, the banner of Longbang was hoisted aloft. However, its appearance fell drastically short of Qiluo's expectations. Hey, Val, why isn't the banner fluttering? Qiluo inquired, gazing up at the flag that hung limply from the pole like a tattered rag. Qiluo, it can't flutter without wind, Val replied, somewhat exasperated. Yet he mustered the courage to respond. Qiluo turned her head to look at Val and continued, But I noticed that the flags of the Bastion of Protection and the Lost Royal City flutter even without wind. Val could only respond, They employ mages specifically to ensure the flags flutter. Do they really have to hire mages for that? Qiluo expressed her astonishment, her lack of experience in managing a city-state evident. What else? If the banner can flutter without wind, only magic could achieve that, Val shrugged, explaining. After reflecting on Val's words, Qiluo shook her head, muttering to herself as she turned to leave. I recall Sir Akamoto giving me a book on city-state management. It seems I have much to learn. At that moment, Maislodar was also drawn to the suddenly raised flagpole and asked Qiluo, why doesn't our banner flutter? Qiluo replied in a flat tone, How can it flutter without wind? Maislodar then remarked, But I saw that the flag of Lost Royal City flutters even without wind. It seemed both Maislodar and Qiluo believed that banners should possess an automatic fluttering feature in the absence of wind. They hire mages to keep an eye on the flags. Qiluo continued, What? That sounds tedious. Maislodar imagined the monotonous task of watching a flag all day long and found it excruciatingly dull. He simply could not fathom what kind of mage would find such a job engaging enough to do it day in and day out without respite. By the way, Qiluo, have you seen a photo? Maislodar shifted his focus from the Longbang banner to inquire about a more pressing matter. He needed a photo to contact his dwarf friend to craft a set of armor suitable for a dragon. Dwarves and elves were notoriously tedious. So much so that if Maislodar were to recklessly enter their territories, communication would be impossible, leading directly to conflict. Over time, Maislodar and the other young dragons naturally gravitated towards more responsive and entertaining humans. Dwarves, elves, plan successful. Qiluo instinctively replied, Isn't Mr. Afado in his little tent? What's wrong? Is he missing? Maislodar nodded and replied, He's gone. I couldn't find him nearby. His griffin is still here. But he is nowhere to be seen. The griffin of Alphado serves as a testament to his presence. He would rather forego the chance to become a dragon knight than abandon the griffin that has accompanied him throughout his life. Of course, there exists another layer to this decision. Alphado has observed that both Kira and Cairo, the dragon knights, are not faring particularly well. How peculiar. Could it be that Mr. Alfredo is indeed missing? Though Kira uttered these words, her skepticism was palpable. In this world, who could possibly cause Alfredo to vanish? With his ethereal state, what adversaries could he possibly face among the realm of humanity? Perhaps there is a hint of elven essence in the air, mused Maislodar, flicking his tail uncertainly. The prowess of elves indeed surpasses that of humans. The longevity of their kind bestows upon them a certain superiority. Elves? Kira expressed her doubt. Her only recollection of elves stemmed from a fleeting glimpse during a nightly tournament, where she noted one in the audience. Yet, inexplicably, after watching only 2 matches, that elf had vanished, presumably finding the event uninteresting. Not quite, came the elf's response. Throughout the remaining time, Kira had little opportunity to engage with elves or dwarves. While she had certainly heard of them, direct encounters were non-existent. Maislodar nodded, citing his basis for judgment. Elves possess a distinct aroma akin to certain trees. Intrigued, Kira promptly inquired, and what of humans? What scent do they carry? In the olfactory perception of dragons, different races emit unique fragrances, seemingly derived from the very essence of their souls or origins. Even the bones of long-deceased beings can be identified by dragons based on their scent. Maislodar pondered briefly before responding. A curious fragrance, somewhat reminiscent of oil, yet more aligned with that of plants. And dwarves? Kira continued her inquiry. Metal and stone, Maislodar replied. And goblins? Earth and a hint of grass, he answered, before pausing. Wait, weren't we discussing Alfredo? Kira suddenly recalled that the main topic remained unresolved. Yes. Where could Mr. Alfredo possibly be? Has he been abducted by elves? I find that plausible. Those elves might be up to no good. You cannot imagine. Maislodar nodded earnestly. He then recounted the tale of the elf in the audience who had boisterously proclaimed only to be subsequently subdued by him. Kira, upon hearing this, was left speechless. So, the elf had only watched 2 matches because he had been sent to the infirmary by you. Thus, it seems the elves are indeed up to mischief, Maislodar remarked. Casting a glance at Kira, adding, mischievous, perhaps? Kira replied with uncertainty, mischievous? Let us rewind time to the moment before Hollyflosse arrived at Longbang. After grooming his griffin, Alfredo cast his gaze upon the gathering of brave souls nearby. Some engaged in tactical discussions, while others idly lingered. He gently shook his head, contemplating a visit to Lilia to inquire about any potions suitable for application on his sword blade. Just then, he halted abruptly, as if struck by a sudden realization. From his small satchel at his waist, he retrieved a palm-sized, circular crystal, a communication tool gifted to him by a dwarven friend, capable of facilitating long-distance written exchanges. However, this crystal possessed a fragility that rendered it irreparable once cracked, so unless in dire circumstances, both Alfredo and his dwarven companion refrained from utilizing it. Exercise utmost caution. Hasten to my aid. Dwarven script. The words gradually materialized within the crystal. Cursing under his breath, Alfredo swiftly stowed the crystal away and turned to mount his griffin. Yet, as he pivoted, he was met with an eerie silence. The bustling sounds of the brave souls had vanished. Not only that, but the whispers of the wind, the occasional chirping of birds, and the rustling of leaves were all conspicuously absent. With a swift motion, Alfredo unsheathed his stone sword, its gray surface dissipating, transforming into a silvery blade that sliced through the air. A resounding clang echoed as the stone sword clashed against a translucent crystal longsword, producing a harmonious sound reminiscent of metal striking metal. Turning to his side, Alfredo was astonished to find nothing there. It felt as though his sword was locked in a struggle with the very air itself. Ether state? Can you humans reclaim the past? Elvish, the assailant, noticing the white mist emanating from Alfredo, expressed surprise. As an immortal being with a lifespan spanning millennia, elves possess a far more comprehensive record of history than humans. However, Alfredo could not comprehend the elvish language. He merely followed the direction of the voice and swung his sword once more. This strike, too, met with nothing but empty air, the only sound being the whistle of the blade slicing through the atmosphere, devoid of any tangible resistance. The voice echoed from behind him again. You must be a significant figure here. Capturing you would surely draw that vile dragoness attention. Elvish, Chapter 45. Not all questions are worth pursuing. Accompanied by the ethereal Rafer, Hollyflosse returned to the Desai region, which appeared much as it had during their previous visit, bleak and desolate. Under Rafer's guidance, the 2 dragons approached a narrow cave entrance. Rafer folded his wings and landed gracefully, stating, "This is the place." Hollyflosse settled beside Rafer, surveying the cave with keen interest. The space is vast, capable of accommodating the free passage of fully grown dragons. Rather than merely a cave, it is more aptly described as a fissured canyon. Hollyflosse was the first to advance towards this hollow, simultaneously relaying some information he had gathered. Below lies a ruin, with some semblance of life still present. Hollyflosse, following closely behind, expressed his confusion, inquiring about the existence of living beings. The underground realm of Desai could host myriad peculiar entities, yet the presence of living humans seemed implausible. Hollyflosse, realizing his imprecise wording, corrected himself. Not exactly humans, but rather echoes of magical energy from 100 millennia ago. This clarification resonated with Hollyflosse. Akin to the two madmen from Desai he had encountered previously, they were not truly alive. Their consciousness merely lingered due to the continuation of magical energy, preventing their dissolution. As the two dragons delved deeper underground, the surrounding environment increasingly resembled a man-made structure. By the time they reached their destination, Hollyflosse felt he had descended at least a kilometer below the surface. The rocky walls transformed from bizarre formations into structured, angular facades. Should we go deeper? Hollyflosse cautioned, sensing an intensifying aura of danger ahead. What is there to fear? If need be, I shall become a resplendent dragon and simply revive myself, Hollyflosse replied nonchalantly. For a race capable of effortless resurrection, life was not regarded as a significant matter. Hollyflosse pressed onward, and Hollyflosse could only shake his head and follow suit. At this juncture, the path no longer descended but extended forward. This place was likely a grand structure of Desai, ultimately buried in this subterranean realm, Hollyflosse speculated aloud. Indeed, Hollyflosse responded, having noticed repetitive symbols emerging on the surrounding walls, two crossed feathers. Meanwhile, in the upper world, Hollyflosse suddenly opened his eyes within his lair, gazing southward, muttering, "My dragon's sixth sense tells me that a little one seeks to engage with the forbidden." At that moment, the two little ones mentioned by Hollyflosse were observing a bizarre scene before them, their expressions filled with astonishment. After traversing a considerable distance, the two dragons arrived at a rather expansive underground chamber. Numerous humanoid white phantoms busily attended to some tasks, and the atmosphere of the space grew increasingly tense with their hurried movements. Just as this tension reached its zenith, threatening to erupt, the phantoms vanished in an instant, only to reappear in their initial state the next moment, akin to a video on a continuous loop. Were there this many of these entities the last time you visited? Hollyflosse gazed at the tiny phantoms, turning to inquire. Empty Raffle shook his head and replied, "Last time, only one or two appeared. Come on. Be careful not to step on them, or you'll transform into a fierce dragon." As Empty Raffle moved ahead, he reminded Hollyflosse. Hollyflosse cast a bemused glance at Empty Raffle's petite form, muttering, "Easier said than done." The phantoms were numerous and densely packed, seemingly adhering strictly to their designated paths, showing no inclination to avoid obstacles. Hollyflosse found it quite challenging to evade these apparitions. "What are they doing?" he asked while skillfully dodging the phantoms. Due to his diminutive size, Empty Raffle found it far easier to navigate through them. He turned back to Hollyflosse and said, "Why the curiosity about that? My interest lies solely in the contents of that book. Last time, I merely skimmed through it without managing to bring anything out." Previously, Empty Raffle had successfully acquired that tome, but during his examination, his tail inadvertently brushed against one of the phantoms, resulting in his transformation into a fierce dragon. Fortunately, the book remained unharmed. Otherwise, Empty Raffle would have regretted it for quite some time. After a thorough search, Empty Raffle finally located the book that chronicled the collaboration between Hollyflosse and Desai. To call it a book was somewhat misleading. It resembled more of a hastily scribbled notebook. "Aha, here it is," Empty Raffle exclaimed, clutching the ancient notebook that had existed for who knows how long. The two dragons then found a clear space devoid of phantoms, where Empty Raffle began to read the contents of the notebook. "All right, let me see what this old dragon Hollyflosse was up to back in the day." Hollyflosse too was intrigued by the secrets that these ancient dragons had kept hidden. Suddenly, as Empty Raffle reopened the notebook, he was met not with text, but with a pair of corporeal hands, shimmering with black and white snowflake patterns. Fortunately, Hollyflosse, quick on the draw, swiftly slammed the notebook shut. He then made a light-hearted jest. "Well, I've seen it all now. It's my first time witnessing a book that attacks dragons." Empty Raffle watched as the notebook trembled beneath Hollyflosse, attempting to reopen itself. "Let's go. We've got what we came for. Perhaps once we leave the Desai area, the notebook will behave normally." Indeed, Hollyflosse nodded, sharing his curiosity about the contents within. After all, this pertained to the origins of dragons. How could any dragon resist such intrigue? On their way back to the surface, Hollyflosse appeared at the sole exit, a grave expression gracing his features as he addressed Hollyflosse and empty Raffle. Enough, you two young dragons. Hand over that notebook. If you desire it, you must retrieve it yourselves. You understand the rules. Hollyflosse took a step forward and addressed Hollyflosse. A series of incomprehensible drumbeats resonated. Hollyflosse also advanced a couple of steps, intending to interject, only to realize something was amiss, prompting him to promptly amend his statement. Wait, that's not right. Hand over that notebook. Do you truly believe the origins of the dragon race are worthy of exploration? Hollyflosse gazed at the trembling notebook clutched in Hollyflosse's claws and continued, consider this. I, along with the other four, have eradicated all matters pertaining to the origins of the dragon race. Why then does this notebook remain? Perhaps you simply forgot? Raffle interjected at that moment. Cough, cough, cough. Hollyflosse suddenly erupted into a fit of violent coughing. It was indeed something he had forgotten. There had been an overwhelming number of matters concerning the origins of the dragon race, and even 5 ancient dragons could inadvertently overlook certain details amidst their bustling activities. Had this notebook not been activated, Hollyflosse would likely have continued in his oblivion. This also explained why Raffle had not noticed anything when he discovered and perused the notebook last time. It had not yet been activated then. Hollyflosse addressed the 2 dragons before him once more. In any case, relinquish it. The matter of origins is not something you should be curious about. At this juncture, Hollyflosse glanced at the increasingly quivering notebook in his claws and inquired, Hollyflosse, was this notebook penned by you in the past? No, it was written by an elf. What of it? Hollyflosse shook his head in response. Is this notebook alive then? Hollyflosse sensed that his question remained unfinished. Suddenly, the notebook in the dragon's claws shook violently, its pages forcefully flaring open, shattering Hollyflosse's claws. Hollyflosse stared in shock at his torn claws, momentarily rendered speechless. A destructive jet of white light. Simultaneously, a beam of white light erupted from Hollyflosse's mouth towards the notebook. However, this beam was abruptly obstructed by a black and white barrier that materialized from within the pages of the book. The reflected white light transformed into a flickering pattern of black and white snowflakes, returning with equal force to Hollyflosse. Crimson Emperor Songxing. Covered by the snowflake beams, Hollyflosse extended his singed claws, a blue flash igniting from within. Yet, before he could unleash this attack, he was interrupted by the notebook. Before them floated a fetus, the umbilical cord extending from the pages of the book and connecting to the abdomen of the fetus. Both the fetus and the umbilical cord, along with the imagery on the pages, were enveloped in a constant flicker of black and white snowflake dots. Even the liquid dripping from the fetus bore this same flickering pattern, resembling some animated paint. The final page remained blank. The fetus grasped the claws of Hollyflosse, its umbilical cord entwining around the rear limbs, forcefully pressing into the scales. At that moment, Hollyflosse's voice bore a hint of anguish as he bellowed at Hollyflosse and Hollyflosse. Hollyflosse, Hollyflosse, what are you dawdling for? Destroy it at once. Beyond the spotlight, the tale continued to unfold. The fetus lifted its head towards Hollyflosse and Hollyflosse, though it possessed no facial features or eyes. Hollyflosse felt an unmistakable gaze filled with malice and curiosity. The ground, shimmering with a liquid of black and white snowflake patterns, had already spread beneath Hollyflosse and Hollyflosse's feet. Suddenly, tentacles and arms emerged from the liquid, interrupting the movements of the 2 dragons. Hollyflosse and Hollyflosse watched in horror as these strange appendages gradually drew them into the liquid's depths. What? Damn it! Hollyflosse exclaimed, feeling as if beneath the liquid lay an endless mire, dragging him down relentlessly. The fetus observed the sinking forms of Hollyflosse and Hollyflosse and uttered a remark. The shimmering appendages and liquid seemed to suppress the abilities of the dragonkin. No matter how fiercely Hollyflosse and Hollyflosse struggled, they could not budge an inch of each other nor summon their powers. Hollyflosse, amidst the chaos, took the opportunity to lecture Hollyflosse and Hollyflosse. Little one, now you understand that not everything has an answer, don't you? Then, Hollyflosse vigorously flapped his wings, tearing apart the beams of light adorned with black and white snowflake patterns that enveloped his form. Countless designs of the greatest masterpieces were preserved in their original form. The fetus regarded Hollyflosse's actions and spoke softly. It is merely a magical resonance. What pretense of a riddle do you maintain? Hollyflosse's claws lunged towards the spread pages of a tome. That day will never come. A pair of human hands emerged from the shimmering pages, attempting to thwart Hollyflosse's assault. Flames of white fury ignited upon Hollyflosse's claws. Meanwhile, in Dragonland, An elf observed a fader, battered yet still capable of resistance, and contemplated teasing the human before him. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he murmured incredulously to himself, "The Book of Origins has been discovered?" He then redirected his gaze back to a fader, ultimately snorting disdainfully, "I shall spare you for now. You shan't be so fortunate next time." After this elf departed, a fader reappeared within Dragonland. From the perspective of a Fado, it was as if, in the blink of an eye, the surrounding environment had suddenly reverted to normalcy. The voices of the brave warriors discussing amongst themselves, the gentle rustle of leaves in the wind, and the occasional calls of birds re-emerged in the atmosphere. "Mr. Afado, what has happened to you?" A warrior, having spotted the battered Afado in the clearing, hurriedly approached with concern. "Is this the work of those vile dragons?" The warrior exclaimed indignantly. "No, it was the elves." Afado replied, sheathing his stone sword and shaking his head in response. Standing there, he whistled, and within moments, his griffin steed appeared at his side. Mounting his griffin, Afado addressed the warrior, saying, "Please convey a message to Mr. Chiloa, the lord of the Dragon Kingdom. Tell him I have gone to the dwarves. I have not departed. Do not dismantle my little tent." Although Afado appeared to be severely injured, he could easily endure 3 more days of play with that elf without issue. Ethereal state. "Young lad," he declared. "Ah, understood." The warrior nodded, watching as Afado took flight on his griffin. Once Afado had departed, the warrior muttered to himself, "Elves? Are there still elves around here?" Chapter 46. I have never felt the joy of a hunting party. Gorolf looked at Hollyflosse, who lay motionless on the ground, and to the vacant raffle, and remarked, "Now do you understand why the forbidden is considered forbidden?" Gorolf was not in the best condition himself, with much of his exterior having been transformed into a bizarre state adorned with flickering black and white snowflakes. "You never mentioned that such things would restrain the dragonkin," Hollyflosse retorted, shaking his head as he rose from the ground to face Gorolf. Gorolf cast a sidelong glance at Hollyflosse and countered, "Did you not find it more thrilling to learn?" Hollyflosse fell silent. Indeed, considering the typical demeanor of most dragons, that was precisely the case. While Hollyflosse was averse to venturing into the Desai region, it did not imply that other dragons shared his sentiment. A region that discomforted dragons and instilled a sense of danger would undoubtedly attract those seeking to unearth antiquities. To state plainly that there existed entities capable of restraining dragons would likely draw challengers to the area who could easily transform into a feast for the dragons. The sole motivation was simple: it was entertaining. After all, the worst outcome would merely be death and a fresh start. Gorolf glanced at the still prostrate Raffle, who was engrossed in examining the notes, shook his head, and said, "Well, considering the passage of time, it seems to be an opportune moment." Hollyflosse, seemingly pondering something about Gorolf, inquired, "What opportunity?" "The time has come for the world below to be reshuffled." Gorolf spread his dragon wings and gazed at Hollyflosse. After all, the contents of that notebook had already been revealed to Hollyflosse and Raffle. Such occurrences have not been unprecedented in the annals of time. Throughout the lengthy epochs, there have been a few dragons who, by fortuitous means, have come to learn of the origins of their kind through alternative channels. However, there exists a tacit understanding among them not to utter such knowledge, for ignorance often proves more blissful than enlightenment. Who could have imagined? Aside from the original 5 ancient dragons, the remainder of the dragon lineage is, in fact, a form of artificial biological weaponry. Hollyflosse slowly flapped his wings, ascending to greater heights. While addressing Hollyflosse, he remarked, "So, you shall keep this notebook within the Dragon Kingdom. Do not let it be seized by others, especially the elves." He further advised, "If Akamoto comes seeking it, merely feign deafness. Should he strike you, endure it." Hollyflosse found this perplexing, questioning why he, a large dragon, should simply tolerate being struck. Indeed, Akamoto is as resilient as the dragons themselves, a venerable human, yet Hollyflosse, as an adult dragon, is not to be underestimated. Hollyflosse chuckled lightly. "Well, if you could retaliate, that would be acceptable. After all, Akamoto descended from the world above." Hollyflosse paused, then inquired, "Is he not human?" "The world above harbors no humans, dwarves, or elves, only dragons, deities, and perhaps even stranger beings." Hollyflosse countered, "When did he ever claim to be human? Just because a being resembles a human does not necessitate their humanity." Hollyflosse contemplated for a moment before looking skyward once more, asking, "Then why does he? Oh, has the old fellow departed?" Yet, at that moment, Hollyflosse's presence had vanished. Kira observed the hero before her, stroking her chin, and spoke, "So, Afado was indeed bested by the elves?" Kira and Maislodar were intent on searching for Afado when a hero approached, bearing news of Mr. Afado's words to convey. After listening, Kira was quite astonished by the presence of elves within the Dragon Kingdom. It must be so, Sir Kira, the hero nodded in agreement. Though these heroes do not belong to the kingdom of Lasui, a fundamental respect for the nobility of other nations is essential. What? Am I not regarded as a wicked dragon knight in the eyes of these heroes? How can respect be maintained? One must differentiate. A wicked dragon knight is one thing. A noble is another. Even if they triumph over the wicked dragon knight Kira, they must still offer apologies to the noble Kira. Where is Afato now? Maislodar inquired of the hero before him. Maislodar harbored no ill will towards these heroes, for in his eyes, they were merely distant visitors who had come to share in his company. What splendid individuals! He could hardly entertain malice when he was so eager to host them. The valiant warrior cast a glance at Maislodar, contemplated his choice of words, and then began to respond. Esteemed Dragon Lord, Mr. Afator has journeyed to the land of the dwarves. What? Did he mention when he would return? Maislodar was clearly taken aback, not anticipating that Afator would leave in such haste, neglecting even to rest after his ordeal. Without Afator to guide him, Maislodar, as a dragon, would find it quite impossible to persuade the dwarves to forge him a splendid suit of armor. The dwarves, unlike humans, do not operate solely on monetary transactions. They value camaraderie. In the absence of such bonds, even the threat of a blade at their throat would not compel a dwarf to craft even a single nail. As for the elves, their whims are even more capricious. Their willingness to assist hinges entirely on their mood. The warrior shook his head and replied, he didn't specify. But Mr. Afator mentioned he is merely visiting the dwarves temporarily, not truly departing. Kira glanced at Maislodar beside her and comfortingly suggested, then we must wait. If all else fails, wouldn't it be prudent to spend a little coin to have a human craftsman forge a dragon's armor? To which Maislodar retorted, human craftsmanship pales in comparison to that of the dwarves. I will either settle for nothing or demand the finest. Kira found herself at a loss for words, incredulous at his standards. While Maislodar and Kira bickered over the matter of the dragon armor, Maislodar and Lilia displayed a harmonious rapport. Maislodar and Lilia embodied the mutual dedication of dragon and dragon rider. Let me try once more, master. I shall not disappoint you, Lilia murmured, gazing at the bubbling concoction in the cauldron. This time, Lilia had opted for an outdoor setting to brew her potions, believing that the previous mishap was due to inadequate ventilation that had compromised the efficacy of her elixirs. Outdoors, the airflow would surely be ample. So, Lilia, what is it that draws you to alchemy? Maislodar inquired, casting a glance at her alchemical notes resting on a nearby table. Influenced by her dragon rider, Maislodar had developed a slight curiosity about potions, recognizing that they could compensate for his shortcomings in battle, with sufficient concentration and dosage. Even a mighty dragon could be affected by these substances. Maislodar's abilities could be harmoniously aligned with various potions to rapidly create a battlefield enveloped in a mist of elixirs. In a raspy yet calm voice, Lilia responded, it is because of my teacher. He is a remarkable individual, though fate often denies good souls and geniuses longevity. Maislodar regarded Lucia's silhouette and inquired, your teacher? Maislodar, having lived for centuries, had never had a mentor. Among dragons, enduring student-teacher relationships are rare, as most dragons, after imparting their knowledge, simply part ways to pursue their own paths. Lucia's gaze remained fixed on the cauldron before her, as she gently waved her wand, adding the remaining herbs into the mixture. Slowly, she spoke. It is the one who teaches you how to navigate this world more effectively. In dragon language, shouldn't that be the parents? In dragon language, Maislodar inquired. Isn't it the duty of the parents? After adding the final herb to the cauldron, Lilia finally responded. To me, it is the teacher who fulfills this role. In dragon language, I hope this time it succeeds, Lilia murmured, gazing at the bubbling potion. Meanwhile, on another front, there was a headache over how to send the young dragons away. Aside from Hollyflosse, only Cairo and Kira were troubled by this matter. However, at present, the one most distressed was Cairo. The young dragons, upon seeing the emblem of the Windlie hunting group, had descended upon it with mischief. Boss, why do you seem so gloomy? A member of the hunting group asked with concern, approaching Cairo. Cairo sat at the entrance of the recently repaired Windlie hunting group, observing the young dragons soaring above and scampering about, letting out a deep sigh. The Windlie hunting group had its own architectural mage, so there was no need to trouble Val and the others. Windlie was capable of crafting a new base on the spot, using materials at hand. Originally, this base had been designed with the consideration that Cairo, the group leader, would become a dragon knight, optimizing various aspects accordingly. For instance, the internal corridors and doorways had been widened to accommodate Elmelinda's passage. However, It was unexpected that these optimizations would primarily benefit the energetic young dragons, who, having no place to play in Dragonland, came to frolic in the hunting group instead. After all, the structures here had been specifically tailored to facilitate their play, making it more convenient and enjoyable for them. It is worth mentioning that the Winli hunting group's base was still a slight distance from Dragonland. For mortals, this distance was merely a walkable length, yet it provided a semblance of separation. Thus, Kira and Hollyflosse were quite pleased to see the young dragons flocking to Cairo instead of wreaking havoc in Dragonland. As for Cairo, he was left to endure the tribulations. Sitting on the ground, Cairo observed an ant transporting a caterpillar carcass and spoke in a flat tone. I have never felt happiness in forming a hunting group. A nearby member of the hunting group paused at this remark before replying. But we came together to form the Winli hunting group because of you, boss. Reflecting on the past, it was Cairo who had found them and uttered those words. Let us form a hunting group for life. Yet, why was Cairo the first to express that he felt no joy in this hunting group? Rilsa, look ahead. What do you see? Cairo turned his head and addressed the members of the hunting team beside him. I have spotted a group of juvenile dragons causing a commotion. What is the matter? Riels looked up at the hunting team's base and then replied. Suddenly, Cairo turned to meet Riel's gaze and declared, and I have witnessed hell. Is it truly that severe, Captain? Riels attempted to retort, but upon speaking, he witnessed two juvenile dragons chasing one another, crashing through at least 6 walls of the hunting team's base. Riels quickly changed his tune. All right, it is indeed quite serious. Cairo sighed, slowly supporting his body to rise from the ground, exclaiming, therefore, if we cannot manage to relocate all these juvenile dragons, my knightly career, my talents, my virtuous character, my beautiful life, and even my very soul shall be obliterated. Riels, observing his despondent captain, promptly stood, grasped Cairo's shoulders, and shook him vigorously. Captain, what are you doing? At that moment, a voice resonated from outside the Winli hunting team's gate. Excuse me, is this the Winli hunting team? Cairo hastily freed himself from Riel's grip, straightened his attire, and replied, Ah, yes, this is. And you are? The newcomer was an ordinary village knight, akin to the former Kiro, and belonged to Sir Akamoto. The village knight, holding a pamphlet, stated, I saw your advertisement claiming one could become a dragon knight. So indeed, Kiro, and Hollyflosse had exhausted every means to ensure all these juvenile dragons were relocated. They even commissioned specific pamphlets, with Kiro and Lilia riding their respective dragons throughout the inner and surrounding areas of the bastion, spreading the word. Their aim was to attract the young dreamers aspiring to become dragon knights, to help them realize their dreams. Yes, to fulfill their dreams. Cairo sized up the individual before him. The village knight, Feki, donned armor provided by Sir Akamoto, and wielded a sword of the same origin. He appeared quite youthful, likely having recently ascended to knighthood. Regardless, he was at least a knight, capable of enduring the antics of the juvenile dragons. Although Cairo and the others were eager to find homes for these dragons, they were not desperate enough to allow mere mortals to become dragon knights. The fragile constitution of mortals could scarcely withstand even half a day's tumult from these juvenile creatures. Come along. Cairo nodded at the young knight and led him into the depths of the Winli base. The young village knight, taken aback by Cairo's directness, inquired, Is there no assessment or trial? Cairo turned back to glance at him. Just then, Elmelinda approached Cairo's side, and Cairo affectionately patted the back of Elmelinda's neck, saying, Assessment? The trial is your ability to endure. What do you mean by that? The village knight stared at Cairo, feeling a flicker of doubt creep into his resolve to become a dragon knight. Chapter 47. Elves and Dwarves. 1. The young rural knight, lying face down in the grass, murmured, Mr. Cairo, I no longer wish to be a dragon knight. But you do. Cairo replied earnestly, crouching before him. The rural knight lifted his head, panic and urgency evident in his voice. I truly do not. His dreams of becoming a dragon knight had been utterly shattered by the antics of the young dragons, and all he longed for now was to return to his village to soothe his wounded body and spirit. Cairo, growing anxious, insisted, No, you truly desire this. Follow your heart. Struggling to rise, the rural knight gazed into Cairo's eyes and declared, My heart tells me that the notion of being a dragon knight is entirely mistaken. At this point, Cairo observed the rural knight's resolute demeanor and turned to the eager young dragons waiting nearby, proclaiming, He has consented. Which of you wishes him to be your dragon knight? In dragon language. Although the rural knight did not comprehend the dragon language, he was neither blind nor deaf and could tell that Cairo was conversing with the dragons. Mr. Cairo, what are you saying to them? One young dragon stepped forward, trotting to the side of the rural knight. Each young dragon had its own criteria for selecting a dragon knight. Some favored mages, while others preferred knights. However, with so many young dragons present, it was inevitable that one would find a suitable match. Regardless of whether the knight was willing, the young dragon had made its choice. Cairo, noticing the bewildered expression on the rural knight's face, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said, "All right, congratulations, you are now a dragon knight." Wait, what? I do not wish to. The rural knight attempted to resist, but he was swiftly seized by the young dragon and flung onto its back, compelled to take flight. As Cairo watched the young dragon depart, having acquired a dragon knight and left the Winley hunting group, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Yet, before he could revel in his moment of joy, the young dragon circled back after flying a couple of laps. Cairo, perplexed, inquired, "You managed to get away. So why have you returned? You have your own dragon knight now. Go out and enjoy yourself. Do not linger in Dragonland or the Winley hunting group." The young dragon grasped the reluctant rural knight with its tail and replied, I thought it over. A dragon knight and dragon need a place to reside. I believe this place is quite suitable. In dragon language, moreover, I did indeed acquire a dragon knight. So in a few days, I will invite more friends to come and play. In dragon language, no, that cannot be allowed. Cairo exclaimed in alarm, realizing the gravity of the situation. The purpose of finding you young dragons a dragon knight is to encourage you to venture away from Dragonland, not to have you stay here gathering friends. Why not? The young dragon retorted. Hollyflosse said it was permissible. In dragon language, the young dragon cast a glance at Cairo and responded. In truth, these young dragons did not always heed their elders. They selectively listened to what suited them. When the elders' words align with one's own desire for amusement, it is wise to listen, otherwise, one should heed not. Hollyflosse asked Cairo, uncertain of the precise names of the members within the dragon kin. The young dragon responded, the first ancient dragon. Cairo was rendered speechless. He lacked insight into the intricacies of dragon society, yet based on his conjecture, if even the so-called first ancient dragon indulged the youthful dragons in such a manner, it was no wonder that Hollyflosse sought alternative means to expel them. Initially, Cairo had been perplexed. Why wouldn't Hollyflosse, a mature dragon, simply admonish the little rascals and send them away? The realization dawned that there were orders from above. At that moment, Hollyflosse and Kororifar had just returned to the dragon realm. How serene it felt without the bothersome little dragons around. Observing the tranquility restored to the dragon realm, Hollyflosse sighed contentedly. So that was your purpose for keeping that human. Vinicahana approached Hollyflosse and spoke. She was indifferent to the young dragons, embodying the essence of a dragon whose heart remains calm amidst chaos. Indeed, it was not only Vinicahana's spirit that was tranquil, but also the surroundings in which she dwelt. Hollyflosse and Vinicahana, being colossal dragons, found it impractical to construct any large edifice within the dragon realm for their residence, nor did they possess the inclination to do so. Therefore, Hollyflosse casually selected a clearing among the woods on the outskirts of the old agricultural district as a resting place. Meanwhile, Vinicahana chose a small hill, which had now transformed into a frozen, snow-capped mountain. So, what are the gains from our expedition to the Desai region? Vinicahana inquired, casting a glance at Kororifar, who was preoccupied with a notebook. Mediocre, Hollyflosse replied succinctly. By the way, Vinicahana, you possess greater knowledge of the elves. Pray, enlighten me about their circumstances. Although Vinicahana was somewhat puzzled by Hollyflosse's sudden curiosity regarding the elves, she nonetheless responded, what prompts this inquiry? The elves are slightly stronger than humans, yet the ethereal state of humanity can bridge that gap. For it seems this is what the elves refer to as their book of origins. Hollyflosse gestured towards the notebook held in Kororifar's mouth. What on earth? Vinicahana was the first to express disbelief. However, upon reflection, given the peculiarities of the Desai region, it was entirely plausible to discover something that could elevate an individual to divinity. Finding an elf's book of origins did not seem entirely out of the realm of possibility, although it appeared more akin to a collection of musings. Vinicahana had no intention of perusing the notebook, yet a mere glance at its exterior allowed her to draw a conclusion. The term origin book sounded grand, and its appearance must surely reflect that. Perhaps adorned with gilded edges, it could not possibly resemble the unremarkable tome currently held between the lips of Conlua Lafar. Who could fathom how the elves managed such things? Hollyflosse shook his head, noting that this notebook contained numerous blueprints of exquisite creations. These masterpieces were the fruits of collaboration between Golif Lafar and the ancient nation of Desai, encompassing a wide array of projects. The dragons of today were one such project, as were the elves. It was likely for this reason that the elves referred to it as the origin book. Yet, the source of their historical knowledge remained a mystery. Could there be figures among the elves akin to Archimoto? Hollyflosse continued. However, the book indeed records that the current elves and the elves of Desai are likely not the same. Vina Kahana responded, that was a long time ago. Back then, there were probably only the first generation ancient dragons and the second generation. The number of dragon kin was neither excessive nor scarce. Due to the arduous nature of dragon soul growth, dragons could not rapidly expand their populations like other species. They could only await the birth of new dragon souls. As the conversation turned to this topic, Hollyflosse's expression shifted to one of peculiarity. The pages concerning the dragon kin had been torn from the notebook and incinerated by Golif Lafar. However, the memories lingering in Hollyflosse and Kongluo Lafar's minds had not vanished. Furthermore, Golif Lafar had uttered some peculiar words. Since you two are already aware, you must partake as well. This was precisely why Golif Lafar had entrusted the notebook to Hollyflosse for him to return to the Dragon Kingdom. Hollyflosse then recounted what he had gleaned from the notebook. Essentially, the current elves do not truly qualify as elves. They are more akin to half-elves. The true elves, during the time of the Desai nation, became unable to reproduce due to certain circumstances. At this juncture, Vina Kahana interjected, inquiring, the entire race is infertile? Indeed. The entire race is infertile, Hollyflosse affirmed with a nod. He continued, consequently, they employed various unusual sorceries to forcibly breed with humans, resulting in the current elves. Is that so? Vina Kahana nodded, awaiting further elaboration from Hollyflosse. For her, these historical narratives were merely tales to savor while observing the unfolding drama. Hollyflosse added, the book also contains methods for half-elves to revert to pure elves, though none have attempted it. Why not? Vina Kahana asked. From this perspective, the amalgamation of the arcane arts that enable humans and elves to procreate with one another, coupled with the spell that transforms half-elves back into pure elves, constitutes a complete and profound magic. This is a means to rejuvenate the suddenly barren elves who, for reasons unknown, have lost their ability to reproduce. Alas, the kingdom of Desigu has fallen. Hollyflosse flicked his tail and remarked. At that moment, Congo Lafer, with a book clutched in his mouth, mumbled indistinctly. It seems that the elves possess a remarkably comprehensive historical record, akin to our own. Thus, they still remember this tome. Vina Kahana turned her gaze towards Congo Lafer and inquired, will they not come to claim it? Would you acquiesce to their demands? Impossible. This book is now a prized possession of mine. Congo Lafer shook his head. The worth of this tome has undeniably reached the apex of all his collected works, and he could never part with it. Originally, Congo Lafer intended to return this book to the upper world, to place it in a designated storage within his dragoness lair. However, due to Golif Lafar's insistence that this notebook remain in the lower realm, Congo Lafer found himself bound to it. Does this not imply that conflict is inevitable? Vina Kahana unfurled her dragon wings and spoke. Having once worked for the elves, she had gleaned considerable insights into their nature. She recognized that while the elves appear noble and elegant, exuding an inexplicable grace, their resolve is unwavering when pursuing their objectives. Do you believe the elves can best you and Hollyflosse? Congo Lafer chuckled softly, deliberately omitting any mention of himself, aware that in this new life, his strength could not compare to his former self. While the three adult dragons conversed, Maislodar flew over and landed beside Hollyflosse, exclaiming, Father, Afado has gone to the dwarves. Hollyflosse turned his head to glance at his eldest son and asked, and what then? Maislodar continued, then I am unable to forge my armor. With a sigh, Hollyflosse cast a glance at the notebook Congo Lafer held before him and said, you should take Kira to find Afado. I shall accompany you. The dwarves and elves have waged a bitter feud for thousands of years over a mismeasured cloak. A conflict that has persisted from the time of human unification to the current fragmentation. Therefore, if the Dragon Kingdom is to face daily disturbances from the elves, Hollyflosse must consider enlisting the expertise of those seasoned in dealing with elves, the dwarves. Surely, after millennia of enmity, the dwarves would possess numerous clever stratagems for dealing with the elves. Far away in the dwarven realm, Afado looked at his dwarven friend and asked, is this your clever scheme? Dwarven language. The Dwarven Kingdom, unlike humanity's fragmented lands, is governed by a dual monarchy. In a strict sense, it could be considered as 1.5 kingdoms. The realm of the dwarves lies to the northwest of the human world and to the east of the elves. However, it is noteworthy that the territories of humans, dwarves, and elves are in a state of constant flux. Indeed, the elves have recently intensified their offensive. And just days ago, we were on the brink of defeat. In dwarven tongue, Alifado's dwarven friend nodded, his eyes gleaming beneath thick brows. The elf's sudden surge in aggression left Hollyflosse's dwarven ally with little formidable fighting force at hand, prompting them to summon Hollyflosse. Observing the peculiar shield before him, Hollyflosse shook his head and remarked, "I hope this proves useful against the blades and arrows of the elves." In dwarven tongue, the dwarven friend nodded in agreement and, out of nowhere, raised a wooden cup brimming with beer, exclaiming, "Absolutely useful, my friend. Now let us celebrate." Celebrate. Hollyflosse glanced at his dwarven friend with a hint of confusion. The elven forces were camped outside, poised for an assault, and just days prior, this dwarven stronghold had nearly fallen. What, then, was there to celebrate? The dwarven friend wrapped a large hand around Hollyflosse's shoulder, smiling as he declared, "Let us celebrate your arrival. Let us rejoice in the enduring nature of our friendship." Chapter 48. The Chosen One. As Hollyflosse and Maislodar set off with Kilo to find Hollyflosse, Hollyflosse was to fulfill his promise. He needed to assist Hollyflosse in watching over the hatchlings. What? Why was Vinakahana allowed to lounge about without working? Would Hollyflosse dare to assign Vinakahana any tasks? If he did, Vinakahana would surely climb the ranks in no time. Hollyflosse stood beside Cairo, bellowing at the raucous hatchlings before him. "Enough, you restless creatures, cease your clamor." However, it appeared that Mr. Hollyflosse's efforts were in vain. Cairo observed the still rowdy hatchlings, slowly speaking up. He had hoped that with Hollyflosse's arrival, harmony would be restored to the world. Yet, the reality seemed to tell a different tale. "Enough." Hollyflosse spread his dragon wings, unleashing a gust of wind that forced the noisy hatchlings to the ground. Among them, Elmelinda, Lobitoros, and another hatchling accompanied by a dragon rider managed to escape the fate of silence. With a dragon rider, they could demand playtime and visit other realms to witness the marvels of humanity. Once their energy was expended, they would return to the dragon realm as well-mannered younglings. Alas, it was the unknown sentry of the sanctuary and the village knight who bore the brunt of this chaos. Hollyflosse observed the suddenly quiet hatchlings with satisfaction, nodding in approval. He then proclaimed, "If you wish to play in the dragon realm in the future, you must all behave." "Why should we?" A young dragon lay on the ground, vociferously chiding the mighty Hollyflosse. "Even the ancient dragons of your cannot control them, and you, Hollyflosse, lack the seniority of those venerable beings. By what right do you presume to exert authority?" Hollyflosse gradually retracted his wings, yet the tempestuous winds he conjured intensified, pressing upon the young dragons. "What right?" "Simply the right derived from my ability to subdue you." Hollyflosse was not as amenable as Hollyflosse, nor as indifferent as Vinakahana. He possessed the resolve to teach these younglings the value of obedience through the force of his might, regardless of the resentment simmering within the young dragons. As long as Hollyflosse found tranquility in his ears, all was well. Discontented, the subdued young dragon muttered under its breath, yet succumbed to Hollyflosse's overwhelming power. These fledglings were indeed no match for Hollyflosse. His single demise did not diminish his mastery over his capabilities. Cairo observed Hollyflosse reigned in power, then glanced at the young dragons rising from the ground, and inquired, "So, Mr. Hollyflosse, will they be subdued now?" Hollyflosse nodded, replying, "More or less." What does more or less imply? A foreboding sensation crept into Cairo's mind. Hollyflosse elucidated, "It signifies that in my absence, their mischief will only escalate." Cairo fell silent. Under such circumstances, it would be preferable to let the young dragons frolic within the confines of the Windlay Hunting Guild's base. At least the premises were spacious and optimally designed to withstand the youthful exuberance, provided they refrained from utilizing their powers. "Nevertheless, I have made a promise to Hollyflosse. Thus I shall remain vigilant at all times," Hollyflosse added, flicking his tail with emphasis. Cairo exhaled in relief, reassured by the presence of a true authority to oversee the young dragons. Soon after, Cairo broached the subject of Hollyflosse, asking, "Is Mr. Hollyflosse particularly busy? What leads you to such a conclusion?" Hollyflosse inquired, casting a glance at Cairo. "What business could a dragon possibly have? Sunbathing sustains us, and as a species capable of infinite resurrection, we lack the burden of busyness," Hollyflosse asserted. Cairo responded, "It appears that Mr. Hollyflosse seldom remains in Dragonland for more than a day before embarking elsewhere. Dragonland was established by Hollyflosse, yet it seems he lingers less than Princess Lilia from a foreign land." Speaking of Lilia, Cairo awaited her fulfillment of the promise to elevate him to an ether knight. Perhaps then, he too could awaken to the ether state. What purpose would awakening to the ether state serve? To timely extinguish the flames when these young dragons overstepped bounds. And what was Lilia engaged in now? Lilia had finally encountered her destined soulmate. The consecutive disappearance of two waves of brave souls, coupled with his Majesty IL's stance, has undeniably stirred a fervor within the kingdom of Colin to vanquish the malevolent dragon. After much contemplation, IL has come to a realization. The most significant loss endured by the kingdom of Colin is not material, but rather a matter of prestige. For a king, reputation outweighs all else. Thus, whether IL is willing or reluctant, he must adopt a posture that unequivocally opposes the dragon. Consequently, among the third wave of heroes dispatched from the kingdom of Colin to confront the dragon, many are skilled individuals strategically placed by the royal family and within the kingdom. These experts possess abilities comparable to the unawakened ether state of Alphado, perhaps slightly inferior, yet undoubtedly on the same level. However, Lilia's destined champion is not among these strategically positioned masters, but rather a knight from the common folk, a knight of the Rainbow Order, representing the pinnacle of unconventional knights. Alphado, who ascended to the rank of Ether Knight solely through his own efforts, is a rare exception. Most unconventional knights reach their zenith as Rainbow Knights. This explains why Alphado is a legendary figure in the human realm, his tale of solitary ascension to greatness being inherently extraordinary. Alec, gazing at the demure Lilia before him, inquired, somewhat perplexed, "Princess, what is the purpose of your summons?" Alec is indeed Lilia's chosen one. His prowess as a Rainbow Knight allows him to engage in battle with a young dragon, holding his own rather than being instantaneously vanquished. The endeavor of heroes battling dragons is a popular spectacle in Dragonland, a source of excitement for both humans and young dragons alike. Thus, there is no concern that these heroes will lack adversaries. Rather, one must worry that there are not enough young dragons to satisfy the heroes' appetites for combat. When certain heroes possess the strength to overcome a young dragon, nearly rescuing Lilia, the watchful Vinakahana is poised to intervene. These young dragons are merely playful, even when defeated. They only cheer from the sidelines. Vinakahana must be vigilant to prevent Lilia from being truly rescued. Even if a true champion were to emerge, it would have to wait until Maislodar's return, for Lilia is a princess taken by Maislodar himself. Lilia glanced at the reserved Alec and, with a smile, asked, "Alec, may I inquire which city-state of Colin you hail from?" This question was intentionally posed, for Alec's insignia and the emblem on his cloak clearly denote his identity. The purpose of this rhetorical question was to ease the tension, encouraging her destined champion to relax. "Ah, I come from the royal city of Colin. I recall having seen you, Princess Lilia, in the past," Alec replied, scratching his head as he spoke. As the crown prince, Lilia often made public appearances to connect with her subjects, enhancing her presence among the people. Otherwise, when the time comes to inherit the throne, the inhabitants of the royal city would be utterly oblivious to the visage of their empress, which would be quite comical, would it not? "Oh, do you possess confidence in rescuing me?" Lilia nodded, then continued her inquiry. Upon broaching this subject, Alec immediately stood at attention, his tone resolute as he declared, "I shall undoubtedly ensure the safe return of your highness, the princess." Lilia pressed on with her questions. "What are your thoughts on the dragon realm?" Alec candidly expressed his sentiments. Numerous malevolent dragons, and the cuisine is exquisite. In the eyes of these brave souls, all dragons, regardless of size, are deemed wicked, as it is the prevailing narrative within the kingdom of Colin. Yet, what accounts for the existence of city-states in a domain inhabited by such evil dragons? Surely, Kira, as a noble of Losri, ought to possess a city-state, while the dragon knights should command their fearsome mounts. In summary, the dragon realm is merely a city-state teeming with malicious dragons. How could the food be so delightful? Lilia stifled a laugh, surprised to discover that the matter most concerning to Alec was, in fact, the quality of the fare. Alec gazed at Lilia, momentarily taken aback. Before continuing, the produce sold to us by the villagers is remarkably fresh, with many varieties we have never encountered. The sole drawback is the absence of a library. It seems the love-stricken princess has indeed found her match in a similarly infatuated warrior, a match made in heaven. It is also noteworthy that the arrival of these brave souls has contributed to the local economy of the dragon realm. The elderly farmers residing in the old quarter, merely by selling vegetables to these valiant individuals, have reaped considerable profits. What? Mortals charging the extraordinary for goods? Why, of course, only Kira, as the local lord, enjoys complimentary provisions. All others must pay for their sustenance upon entering the dragon realm. Those warriors who prefer not to cook for themselves tend to dine at Old Jack's Tavern. In the words of these heroes, it is their intent to deplete the dragon realm's resources and starve these malevolent dragons. Alternatively, they aim to augment their strength with the provisions of the dragon realm, a mutually beneficial exchange to ultimately vanquish the dragons. Thus, dining and cooking within the dragon realm constitute vital elements of the quest to slay the dragons. Lilia and Alex strolled side by side along the streets of the dragon realm, occasionally hearing the voices of the architectural mages. All right, this is the spot. Release. A new shipment of building materials has arrived, and Val and his team must get to work once more. At last, the dragon realm begins to resemble a city-state rather than a construction site. The first occupants of the newly established district in the dragon realm are the second-generation Harlows led by Loth. The old quarter serves as a realm for mortals, while the new district naturally becomes the domain of the extraordinary. At this moment, Loth furrowed his brow, pondering how to persuade Kira or Hollyflosse to relent, allowing the second-generation Harlows to ascend to the rank of Dragon Knights. Loth had been preoccupied with family matters in the Harif household for some time, unaware of Hollyflosse and Kirora's eagerness to have the young dragons swiftly claimed. Thus, in the eyes of the Harif family, these hatchlings represented a significant step toward greater advancement. One might ponder that if all the second-generation Harifs were to become dragon riders, it would indeed mark the dawn of a new era. However, whether this transition would lead them to an inescapable abyss or a higher paradise remained uncertain. Loth, perhaps we should offer Kirora greater incentives to loosen his grip, suggested one of the second-generation members standing beside him. While Loth was their elder, the second-generation members were direct descendants, creating a dynamic where their ranks effectively neutralized, allowing them to interact as equals. Loth turned his gaze to the one who had proposed the idea and retorted, incentives? What could possibly rival the value of these dragons? And what of you, Adon? Do you have any suggestions? Loth shifted his attention to Adon, who sat silently in the corner. Adon glanced up momentarily before returning to her taciturn demeanor. Loth and the others were oblivious to the essence of being a dragon rider, yet as Kirora's close companion, Adon should have understood. Being a member of the Harif family, she could not bear witness to their descent into darkness. Conversely, as Kirora's confidant, she could not allow the Harifs to appear overly avaricious. Thus, the best course of action she could conceive was to remain mute. Not receiving a response from Adon did not vex Loth. Instead, he continued to ponder. Adon was the foremost among the second-generation members, her status surpassing that of some elder family members. Remaining silent and enigmatic suited her role well. What? The leading second-generation member must also be bartered for political alliances? Do they truly believe that the foremost member of the family enjoys romantic freedom? Incorrect. The primary family member is burdened with even greater responsibilities, and their choice of partner must prioritize mutual benefit. In this context, Adon was perhaps the most fortunate of all, as the leading second-generation member. She enjoyed almost the best treatment and resources. Moreover, her intended partner was none other than her own cherished ideal, someone with whom she genuinely shared affection. Loth, take a look at this. At that moment, another second-generation member burst through the door, clutching a piece of paper with urgency. Loth did not acknowledge the newcomer, but instead focused intently on the paper in their hand. With a curious tone, Loth read aloud the contents. The Windlie Hunting Guild is willing to assist you in realizing your dream of becoming a dragon rider. Indeed, this was the very flyer previously distributed to ensnare unsuspecting youths in the pursuit of dragon riding. The fact that Kirora and the others had not distributed it in Dragonbane resulted in Loth and his companions not receiving it sooner. What sort of organization is this Windlie Hunting Guild? Loth pondered. He was aware that one of the current dragon riders in Dragonbane was Cairo, yet he remained ignorant of Cairo's true identity. The second-generation member holding the flyer then spoke up. It is said to be a large hunting guild from Colin, known for hunting dragons. Is that so? Then perhaps we should give it a try, Loth mused, nodding thoughtfully. At this moment, another second-generation member spoke up, but there is no mention of the cost involved. Everything requires a sacrifice to attain something worthwhile. The promotional material for the Windlie Hunting Group only highlights the benefits of becoming a Dragon Knight, neglecting to mention the necessary sacrifices. This suggests that the cost is so exorbitant that it is beyond the capacity of the average person to bear. Nevertheless, Loth let out a slight click of his tongue, but resolutely asserted, the absence of a stated cost implies a burden too heavy for most to endure. However, for the future of Harif, it is worth a try. The other second-generation members echoed him with unwavering conviction. For the future of Harif, Aiden remarked, Chapter 49, The Fusion of Sword and Shield. This is an extraordinary release of power. Whether Harif's future will be radiant remains uncertain, yet it is undoubtedly fraught with challenges. As Loth led a large group of Harif's second generation to the Windlie Hunting Group, expressing their desire to become Dragon Knights, Cairo's eyes sparkled with excitement. If Kira and Hollyflosse had been present, their eyes would have gleamed as well. Initially, Lav and the other second-generation members were apprehensive about Cairo's demands, fearing that perhaps only one or two of them would earn the title of Dragon Knight. Soon, however, they realized their misjudgment. Aside from Lav, who managed to withdraw in time and therefore escaped unscathed, and Aiden, who observed the entire event and thus was spared, all the other second-generation members became Dragon Knights, just like the previous City Guard and Rural Knight. These second-generation members quickly came to the realization that this Dragon Knight experience was not what they had anticipated. However, by the time they wished to reconsider, it was too late. Their identities as Dragon Knights would accompany them for life. Lav stood aside, watching the second-generation members wear expressions of bitter amusement and confusion, and quietly asked Aiden, "Why didn't you tell me this sooner?" Aiden shrugged and replied in an exasperated tone, "I did mention it. Did you ever pay attention?" Aiden had indeed warned Lav and the others, but each time his caution fell on deaf ears. Thus, it is often said that until one feels the sting of a thorn, they remain oblivious to the depth of pain. Well, there is a silver lining, Lav thought, shaking his head, forcing himself to view the situation from a more optimistic perspective. "Are you implying that these young dragons will assist the Hera family?" Aiden looked at the naive Lav, maintaining an enigmatic smile as he shook his head. Lav, observing the mysterious smile on Aiden's face, began to feel a twinge of insecurity. Regardless, dragons must heed the commands of their Dragon Knights, right? Aiden merely continued to smile mysteriously. Surely they will listen to the Dragon Knights? The notion that these young dragons would assist the second-generation Hera members seemed far-fetched, unless the tasks at hand were deemed amusing in the eyes of the young dragons. Otherwise, these young dragons would remain unmoved, possibly dragging their Dragon Knights into other pursuits altogether. If one were to doubt, they might consider Kira, who has been a Dragon Knight for quite some time. When has he ever truly issued commands to Maislodar? It is rather Maislodar who finds Kira's role as a Dragon Knight amusing and willingly cooperates. And what, pray tell, are Maislodar and Kira engaged in now? Maislodar, observing Kira perched upon his father's back, inquired, "Kira, why does it seem you are ever drawn towards my father whenever you have the chance? After all, you are my Dragon Knight." Maislodar gazed at the profile of Kira and spoke. In response, Kira feigned silence. What else could he say? That it is simply because Maislodar possesses an excess of energy. Once Kira mounts Maislodar, it signifies that he shall not find respite for at least 20 hours. Indeed, knights are extraordinary, but even the extraordinary can grow weary. In contrast, Hollyflosse, the adult dragon, exhibits a far more stable demeanor. At the very least, he does not incessantly pester Kira with demands to play this or that. As Kira observed the shifting scenery below, he remarked, "Ah, so this is the realm of the dwarves?" Indeed, Hollyflosse nodded in affirmation. In his youth, Hollyflosse too wandered about, though it has been a millennium since he last visited the world below. However, during that millennium, the world below has not experienced any cataclysmic events akin to the fall of human empires, thus the overall landscape remains unchanged. The territories governed by various races present diverse vistas. In the human realm, one encounters city-states as nodes, with roads interweaving like a net across varied terrains. Whether high mountains, vast plains, dense forests, or arid deserts, one can always find a main thoroughfare for passage. The dwarven lands, however, are quite different within their domain. Visible roads are nearly non-existent. Except for some exposed sections in the dwarven city-states, there is no sign of dwarven presence on the surface. Yet, if one were to cast their gaze beneath the ground, a different landscape would unfold. Most of the dwarves' infrastructure and activities reside below the surface, and their diminutive stature indeed suits subterranean endeavors. This is a significant reason many young dragons find dwarves rather dull. Everything lies hidden underground, cramped and narrow, making it impossible for a dragon to enter. Then how shall we locate Alfador? Kira asked, watching the swift retreat of various flora and terrains beneath them. Without special means or the cooperation of the other party, it is quite challenging to find a specific individual in this vast expanse. While mages possess tracking spells, one must remember that while you may track, the other shall not remain stationary. Alfador has ascended to the ether state. His aura is unique and easily discernible, Hollyflosse replied, flapping his dragon wings. Meanwhile, in the realm of Alfador, a golden-haired, azure-eyed elven woman crouched atop the treetops, bow and arrow in hand, casting a watchful gaze upon the ground below. "What brings you humans here? Have you not withdrawn from this conflict?" she inquired in Elvish. Naturally, Alfador could not comprehend her tongue. Thus, he simply gripped his sword in his left hand and the peculiar shield crafted by dwarves in his right, maintaining a vigilant stance. Due to the presence of exceptional combat prowess, a minor skirmish required only a handful of participants. A mere gathering of knights and mages could unleash devastation that would take ordinary folk years to achieve. Clear the path, or we shall not hesitate to slay you as well, she warned, her words falling on deaf ears. Upon receiving no response from Alfador, she swiftly nocked an arrow and released it towards him. With remarkable agility, Alfador rolled to the side, expertly evading the trio of arrows that whizzed past him. The arrows failed to strike their target, embedding themselves into the earth, leaving only the tips visible above the soil. The elven strength was comparable to that of humans. Or perhaps all species in this world were evenly matched. Differences might arise from their races, yet a chasm of disparity was simply unfathomable. The elven woman before Alfador was the commanding officer responsible for the assault on the dwarven city-state behind him. In terms of human hierarchy, she was of equal standing to an ether knight, her equipment granting her an advantage when facing knights and dwarves alike. Is it not merely a matter of skill to outmaneuver your opponent? Noticing Alfador's unwavering stance, her tone turned frigid. This is the path you have chosen. Alfador listened intently to the distant sounds of chaos, the anguished cries and howls belonging to dwarves or elves. He tightened his grip on his weapon as a white mist began to envelop him. The elven woman, observing the sudden appearance of the mist, exhibited a flicker of concern. Recovering what was lost in ether cannot alter the outcome. However, Alfador was now her adversary, and against foes, only the blade could suffice. With a delicate step, she leapt from the treetop, her form weightless, causing no disturbance to the branches. The metallic tips of her arrows glinted in the sunlight, slicing through the air as they hurtled towards Alfador below. Confronted by the rain of arrows descending from above, Alfador did not retreat but advanced. After deftly slashing through a couple of arrows, he propelled himself upward, aiming directly for the elven figure in the sky. Fool, he muttered under his breath. The elven maiden regarded the approaching sound of Alfador with an unwavering composure, a light chuckle escaping her lips. Elves possess a remarkable agility in the air, a fact that momentarily eluded her until she realized that Alfador had activated his ether state. Indeed, he possessed aerial maneuverability. The human side had taken a considerable time to relinquish their ether state, enough for the elves to develop a habitual mindset. Cursed be it. The elven maiden swiftly knocked her bow once more, launching a volley of arrows towards Alfador. In the initial moment of release, the arrows flew in various directions, up, down, left, and right. However, as if guided by an unseen force, they altered their trajectories mid-flight, converging upon him from different angles. Alfador, wielding his shield in his right hand, deflected some arrows, while with his left hand, he brought down the remaining projectiles with a powerful slash of his sword. Following the momentum of his previous actions, he forcefully thrust the shield onto the stone sword in his left hand. Upon contact, the shield became lodged on the blade, and the internal mechanism sprang into action, revealing hidden blades from within the shield. Gripping the hilt firmly with both hands, Alfador raised the stone sword high and bellowed towards the elven maiden. Sword and shield unite. Behold the release of my overwhelming power slash. What? The elf's pupils dilated in alarm. A potent sense of danger heightened her reflexes, and she swiftly loosed an arrow entwined with vines. The arrowhead targeted the descending blades, and at the moment of contact, it erupted explosively. Numerous vines surged forth from the shattered arrow, rapidly ensnaring the stone sword that was poised to strike. They swiftly climbed along the blade towards Alfador's arm. Yet, this could not halt his onslaught. The release slash descended relentlessly. With no armor to protect her, the elven maiden raised her bow in a desperate attempt to intercept the blow. The moment the stone sword met her bow, a tremendous surge of magical energy erupted from the point of contact. As if anticipating this, Alfador retracted the stone sword and dismantled the shield overhead. The elven maiden, however, was propelled backward by the explosion, skidding across the ground until she finally came to a halt. Rising to her feet, she muttered under her breath, "Cursed dwarf scrap." The sounds of battle gradually diminished, indicating that the remaining skirmishes were nearing their conclusion. Alfador surveyed the encroaching elves, remaining silent, yet gripping his weapon with increasing resolve. "Human, I offer you a second chance," the elven maiden spoke as she approached him, bow in hand. Upon hearing the words of his adversary, Alpha's immediate reaction was to scoff. "Aren't you capable of speaking the human tongue? If you can articulate in human language, why did you previously resort to Elvish? What is Elvish deemed superior?" The female elf shot a piercing glance at Alpha and slowly responded, "It appears you do not require this second chance." Alpha stepped forward, inquiring, "What has become of Varric and the others?" Varric, of course, being the name of Alpha's dwarven friend. The female elf did not respond immediately. Instead, She glanced at a companion who had just arrived. After receiving a nod of affirmation, she finally spoke. They are not dead, but their time is nigh. Alpha sighed, reassuming a battle stance, declaring, "Today, you shall not breach this city." Varric and his companions were no match for Alpha, making it only natural for them to be toyed with by these elves. However, Alpha was different, even against multiple elves. He was confident he could fell a few before exhaustion set in. The female elf signaled to the surrounding elves. Having witnessed Alpha's prowess, the notion of noble one-on-one duels had vanished. A righteous brawl was the optimal solution. Alpha's strength was not formidable enough to deter these elves. Just as they were preparing to engage in a righteous brawl, a dragon fire suddenly descended around Alpha, forming a protective barrier that kept the elves at bay. The female elf, observing the unexpected arrival of Hollyflosse, gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "Dragon Hollyflosse? What brings you here?" Alpha, equally astonished and perplexed by Hollyflosse's sudden appearance, remained silent. Before Hollyflosse could respond, Maislodar, who had landed shortly after, interjected, "Because I need a dwarf to forge me a splendid set of dragon armor." Indeed, upon hearing this response, Alpha's confusion dissipated. Nevertheless, he expressed his gratitude. Observing the elves around him wearing displeased expressions and retreating, Alpha remarked. Yet, he quickly added, "But this does not absolve the destruction of my homeland." Clearly, Alpha still held this matter close to heart. Chapter 50. Elves and Dwarves. 2. Varric watched Maislodar, who was playfully wielding a dragon lightning-forged longsword against Alpha in an open area, and spoke with a strange tone. "I never imagined we would be rescued by a dragon." Truly remarkable. The societal structure of dwarves differs significantly from that of humans, as there are no mere mortals within dwarven society. Every dwarf is extraordinary, although their extraordinary abilities are not necessarily utilized for combat. In fact, depending on their chosen professions, many dwarves excel in craftsmanship and forging. This is precisely why the equipment crafted by dwarves is invariably the finest, as no other race can summon such a multitude of extraordinary artisans. While other races are still employing protractors and rulers to measure and compare, the dwarves can discern the corresponding information with a mere glance. Varric, observing Hollyflosse by his side, expressed his gratitude. "Regardless of the circumstances, it is a fact that you have saved us in the city of forging." Dwarven language, "Thank you. You shall forever be friends of the city of forging." Dwarven language. The weight of these words from a dwarf is indeed significant, though their stature may be diminutive. The bonds of friendship they forge are profound. In other words, they possess a remarkable capacity for both grudges and gratitude. Should you treat a dwarf kindly, they will repay you tenfold. Should you wrong them, they will return the favor with equal intensity. Hollyflosse chuckled lightly, remarking, "I had not anticipated that you were still at odds with the elves." Dwarven language. This prompted Valric's tone to shift to one of indignation. The insult to Carl is an unforgivable transgression. Unless the elves retract their previous words, we shall not relent. Dwarven language. Carl was the dwarf king who had originally forged that cloak, during a time when all dwarves were under his rule. After years of bitter conflict, both Carl and the elven king have long since departed this world. Yet their successors still remember the events of yore, and the animosity remains as fervent as ever. Humans might dismiss them as two madmen, but the current dwarves, while ostensibly united, are governed by two distinct kings, one known as Carl's right hand, the other as Carl's left arm. This clearly illustrates the profound influence Carl, once the sovereign of the dwarves, has had on their kin. It is no wonder that dwarves harbor grudges for millennia. Upon hearing Valric's words, Hollyflosse remained noncommittal. Valric, straining to prop up his injured form, declared, "A new friendship must naturally be celebrated with a feast." Dwarven language, what? After just emerging from battle, and with all dwarves incapacitated, how can a feast possibly be held? Yet the dwarves have their own potion makers. Unlike humans, who concoct potions from plants, dwarves utilize minerals and mushrooms for their brews. Thus, that very evening, a jubilant celebration commenced. Hooray! Bonfire night. Dwarven language, Maislodar, gazing at the towering bonfire under the starlit sky, appeared quite exhilarated. As everyone present was fluent in Dwarven, Maislodar seamlessly switched to speaking in their tongue for ease of communication. Hollyflosse, though reluctant to partake in such festivities, nonetheless dazzled the gathering with a spectacular display of fireworks conjured from his dragon fire, purely to showcase his mastery over flames and to bring a smile to Maislodar's face. Indeed, it was merely a secondary intention. Alphados sat beside the campfire, casting his gaze upwards to admire the dazzling fireworks illuminating the sky, his eyes shimmering with unspoken thoughts. He then turned to Varric and inquired, "What is their purpose?" Surely, they would not dare to attack before the forging of the city? In Dwarven, his question naturally pertained to the intentions of the elves. The city of Zul was, in all respects, a bastion deep within the realm of dwarves, making the presence of elves in such proximity quite incongruous. Moreover, the masters of ether from the dwarven side had been dispatched to the front lines, embroiled in a fierce clash with the elves, leaving Zul devoid of such formidable allies. This predicament elucidated why Varric sought assistance from Alphedo rather than other dwarven enclaves, as none could summon ether masters to their aid. Logically, one would presume that the elves had similarly dispatched their ether-level champions to the front lines. It was perplexing that they had stooped to engaging in covert sabotage behind enemy lines. Varric snorted disdainfully, waving his hand dismissively. How would I know? Those elves are always up to such antics. In Dwarven, shaking his head, he rose and raised his goblet, exclaiming loudly, enough of those disheartening elves. In Dwarven. The following is in Dwarven. Let us celebrate our new friends, Hollyflosse and Maislodar. We are grateful for the assistance of those with wings, tails, and scales. Huzzah! Cheers! To those splendid scales. At this moment, under the encouragement of some dwarves, Maislodar began to sample their beverages. Previously, while accompanying Kira at the bastion, Maislodar had also partaken in some wine, but the human variety had seemed more akin to a sweet, bubbly concoction. He wondered if the dwarven beverages would differ. Observing Maislodar lift a barrel of ale and pour it directly into his mouth, the dwarves erupted in cheers. Gurgle, gurgle. After consuming a substantial quantity of ale, Maislodar's belly began to swell slightly. Something felt amiss. Setting down the barrel and sensing an odd sensation in his stomach, he remarked. Meanwhile, Kira took a small sip from her dwarven beer, savoring the taste before scrunching her brow. Puffed. Unable to contain herself any longer, she opened her mouth and expelled a burst of flame. What is this? A potion? In human language, astonished to find she could exhale fire, Kira was taken aback. At that moment, Alphedo approached her with a goblet of dwarven beer, explaining, dwarven ale is crafted in such a manner. They incorporate unique ingredients for flavor and amusement during the brewing process. On the other side, Maislodar had transformed from an electric dragon into a fire dragon after consuming an entire barrel of beer. As he spoke, flames erupted from his mouth, and he boasted to his father, Look, Dad, I can breathe fire. What kind of fire is that? Hollyflosse was rendered speechless. Is that even fire? It wouldn't ignite a single log. Yet, Maislodar was indifferent to his father's critique. He reveled in his newfound ability to both generate electricity and breathe fire, delighting in his playful antics. However, as he was thoroughly enjoying himself, the effects of the beer began to wane. Observing the sudden disappearance of the flames around him, Maislodar sighed in disappointment. Oh no, I'm super, but it's gone. While Maislodar relished the drink, Kira felt hesitant to indulge further. Instead, she turned her attention to the roasted meat, munching away as she inquired of Alphedo, when will you return to Dragonland? Alphedo gazed at the crackling bonfire, replying, the elves should have been driven back. I will return with you. Kira took a glance at Alphedo, swallowed her morsel, and asked, you seem troubled. What is on your mind? Alphedor's gaze remained fixed on the flames. I wish to take on a disciple. What do you mean? Kira paused, taken aback. The notion of a disciple seemed perplexing. Alphedo, a legendary figure among humans, was well known for his solitary nature, having few companions or friends. While he occasionally offered guidance to young ones, the idea of a true apprentice had never crossed his mind. He then looked at the stone sword and shield beside him, stating, literally, I have ascended to a new level. I do not wish for the state of ether to be lost. Grasping the shield and stone sword, he continued, moreover, I have acquired a brand new weapon, and I wish for it to flourish. Kira observed the weapons in Alphedor's hands and was about to say, is it a sword shield? Isn't that just one of the existing styles? But the moment she witnessed Alphedo merge the sword and shield into an axe, words escaped her. Seeing Kira's astonishment, Alphedo smiled. The craftsmanship of dwarves is quite remarkable, isn't it? What shall you call it? Kira nodded, then posed another question. The emergence of a new weapon inherently demands a name, typically bestowed by the craftsman who created it or the one who seeks to promote it. Wallach, as a dwarven artisan, had spent his life merely hammering away, and his inability to name Alphedor's weapon as anything other than a stone sword spoke volumes about his lack of creativity. Thus, the naming rights of this brand new weapon naturally fell to Alphedo. He glanced at the weapon in his hand and proclaimed, with the shield and the sword merged together, let us call it the shield axe. Kiruo immediately expressed his curiosity, but where has the sword gone? The name shield axe implies we have the shield and the transformed giant axe. Yet where is the sword? Alphedo cast a glance at Kuro and elucidated, The emphasis is on the shield and the giant axe that has undergone transformation. Hence, it is called the shield axe. This reminds me of a joke. Kiruo nodded, chuckling softly. He then began to recount the joke. It is said that in the city of Lozai, there was a man who sold both shields and swords. He claimed that his shield was the most resilient and his sword the sharpest. However, someone suggested that he should use his sword to strike his own shield. Before Kiruo could finish the joke, Afado interrupted him. With a calm tone, Afado stated, "I brought this up." Kiruo paused, incredulous, and asked, "Wait, is there really such a person?" Afado nodded. Of course, with so many people in Lozai, there are bound to be a few eccentric characters. However, this joke may have a new ending. Afado lifted the shield axe in his hand and began to speak slowly. Clearing his throat, he continued, upon hearing this. The man exclaimed, "Sword and shield united. Transform into an axe." With a powerful swing forward, while shouting, that is, of course, the ultra-high output attribute release slash. After listening to Afado's vivid narration, Kiruo remarked, "Mr. Afado, I didn't expect you to have the flair of a bard." Afado explained, "One naturally acquires such skills with exposure." It seems that in his leisure time, Afado indulges in various entertaining activities to unwind. While Kiruo and Afado were engaged in conversation, Maislodar had also found Varric. Varric stroked his bushy beard and said, "Do you need dragon armor?" In Dwarven, after circling Maislodar twice, he nodded and affirmed, "No problem. I guarantee the finest craftsmanship. The best materials." In Dwarven, "That is splendid." In Dwarven, Maislodar cheered softly upon hearing this. The scene shifted back to the Dragon Clan where Akamoto gazed at the vacant raffle and the Tome of Origins hanging from the latter's side, saying, "The Tome of Origins? How intriguing that such an item has not been destroyed by Hollyflosse." Akamoto took 2 steps forward and addressed Raffle. "Your days of frivolity, roaming about, are over. Hand over the Tome of Origins." Raffle smirked and replied, "If you desire it, you shall have to take it yourself." A series of nonsensical drumbeats echoed. Raffle turned to a nearby young dragon and said, "Enough, cease the drumming." The young dragon was adorned with an array of musical instruments, clearly resembling a one-dragon band. After being reprimanded by the taciturn Raffle, the young dragon's ears drooped in disappointment. "I thought you needed battle music." Raffle could only respond with silence, while Akamoto maintained an impassive expression. Although he refrained from verbalizing his thoughts, he conjured a staff that stood as tall as himself in his hands. Fixing his gaze upon Raffle, Akamoto declared, "For the last time, surrender it. This is my collection, and I intend to excavate it myself from Desai." Naturally, Raffle would never relinquish his treasured collection. He was well aware that Akamoto was not merely a human. Yet, Akamoto was but a being from the world above, acting as if Raffle were any less significant. Upon hearing Raffle's words, Akamoto scoffed, "Anyone can utter such words, but your dragon kin are the least deserving." Chapter 51. I will endure the rain. You shall not take shelter. Valric gazed quizzically at Hollyflosse before inquiring, "Do you require dwarves to visit your dragon realm? Do dragons even engage in city building?" Dwarven language. This query stemmed from some peculiar literary works. Hollyflosse responded with a bemused expression, noting that the reputation of the dragon realm had indeed spread among humans. Consequently, the majority of outsiders venturing to the dragon realm were still these so-called heroes. Hollyflosse could not comprehend why these individuals persisted in their quests to slay dragons. However, he took solace in the fact that Lav and the second generation of the Hera family had already settled in the dragon realm. Believing that they would exert considerable effort to overturn humanity's stereotypical perceptions. But would reality unfold as such? Idong observed the dejected duo of Lav and Cairo, akin to kindred spirits in despair, and spoke up. "Lav, continuing down this path is not a viable solution." Lav lifted his head to glance at Idong, offering a wry smile as he replied, "But what alternative do we have? Every second generation in the family, save for you, has been allocated to the dragons." Lav had not received a dragon assignment, as he was technically considered an elder among these second-generation members. Yet, a considerable number remained. Cairo shook his head and remarked, "Raffle vanished yesterday with a peculiar notebook and has yet to return. Without his oversight, these young dragons have nearly dismantled the Windlay Hunting Guild. The Hera family is also on the verge of disarray. As these second generations reported back to the refuge with their dragons, the elders of Hera were elated. However, the joy they once felt has now transformed into profound distress. While these young dragons may seem ineffectual, each possesses extraordinary abilities. Even if they cannot contribute directly, the daily collection of fallen dragon scales is a boon for the Hera family. Yet, why does it feel so unbearable? Moreover, it is precisely at this moment that the Lord of the Bastion, the only one capable of restraining these young dragons, is away on business. Consequently, this group of young dragons has taken the opportunity to wreak havoc within the bastion. How about we send them off to other families? Eaton proposed. Although this suggestion may not alleviate the plight of the Harrow family, it would certainly bring misery to others. As the saying goes, if I am drenched in rain, do not expect to stay dry under an umbrella. If another family, or even a group of families, suffers alongside the Harrow, the higher-ups of Harrow will undoubtedly feel a sense of relief on a psychological level. It is indeed a plausible idea. Lav did not reject this proposal. Rather, he nodded in agreement. Currently, only the Dragon Kingdom and those within the bastion, along with a few hunting groups, are aware that the Dragon Knight is a trap. The noble families of Loss, upon discovering this, would not kindly inform the factions within their territories. The hunting groups would also withhold such information due to supposed commercial confidentiality. Therefore, leveraging this information gap, it seems that Harrow and the Windlay hunting group can send these surplus young dragons far away. The more Lav pondered, the more he appreciated Eaton's idea, but sending the dragons away would require justification. Family factions are notoriously driven by profit. If one were to offer dragons for free, other factions would surely suspect something amiss. Lav sat down, deep in thought. This is the plan, but what could the justification be? Justification? Eaton chuckled and replied. We can charge a high price for their rental. Lav contemplated this and realized the flaw. Given the nature of these young dragons, others would be more likely to demand payment from Harrow rather than pay for them. Eaton waved his hand dismissively, saying, they are unaware that the Dragon Knight is a trap. They would likely be eager to become Dragon Knights themselves. Lav then recognized that he had been projecting his own understanding onto these young dragons. To those uninformed, the title of Dragon Knight may still seem incredibly noble and impressive. Lav nodded, rising from the ground as he declared, indeed, we must make a grand spectacle of it, and strive to send as many as possible. Meanwhile, as the Windlay hunting group and the Harrow family orchestrated a grand event poised to astonish the human world, on the other side of the gray-white mountains adjacent to the Dragon Kingdom, the desolate Raffle flapped his tattered dragon wings, gazing at Okamoto, who stood suspended in the air before him. He remarked, Okamoto, you ancient relic, has your long life not taught you the meaning of surrender? Okamoto glanced at Raffle and coldly replied, the passage of time has only taught me when to persevere. Okamoto conjured a magical array before him, slowly uttering, do not force my hand to take your life. Kongluo Raphael let out a chuckle, showing no concern for Okamoto's threat. We both hail from realms above. Why should I fear you? Okamoto raised his hand, lightly tapping the magical array before him. You ought to fear. You should tremble. Despite his dismissive words towards Okamoto, the moment Okamoto made a move, Kongluo Raphael's expression shifted. A tempest. The tattered wings behind Kongluo Raphael flapped vigorously, conjuring a flurry of white wind blades that rushed erratically towards Okamoto. With a subtle flick of his hand, a golden-white magical barrier materialized before Okamoto. The wind blades, upon contact with the barrier, not only failed to harm Okamoto but rebounded entirely, hurtling back toward Kongluo Raphael. Okamoto continued to chant softly, for every foolish act that defies our will, a price shall be paid. These peculiar words seemed to serve as incantations for Okamoto's spell. Lost control, Kongluo Raphael attempted to regain command over the rebounding wind blades, only to realize they were utterly unresponsive to his commands. With a delicate motion of his fingers, a white magical chain suddenly encircled Kongluo Raphael, binding him instantly. Okamoto slowly floated before Kongluo Raphael, extending his hand toward the Tome of Origins. Do you not see? We are the paragons of this world. Cannot see, Kongluo Raphael retorted. By the way, shattered thorn obliteration. Galvralfer's voice echoed from above. Just as Okamoto's fingers nearly touched the tome's cover, he instinctively raised his staff with the other hand, attempting to intercept the impending attack from above. A shadow spiraled down from the sky, crashing toward Okamoto. A barrier formed at the tip of Okamoto's staff just in time to shield him from Galvralfer's form. However, the spiny scales that shot forth from Galvralfer pierced through the barrier, driving toward Okamoto's body. Kongluo Raphael scoffed from behind. Your technique bears a peculiar name. Galvralfer, not even glancing at Kongluo Raphael, retorted, the little one lacks appreciation for art. Okamoto's body was pierced by the spiny scales. Yet the fluid that oozed forth was not red blood, but a shimmering liquid reminiscent of the strange creatures found in the Dees region. Glistening with black and white snowflake-like speckles, Okamoto appeared impervious to pain, merely gazing at the colossal dragon before him, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Galvralfer. His tone was laced with bitterness and venom. Even after transforming this world into its current state, Are you still unwilling to acknowledge your defeat? Galvralfr flicked his tail dismissively and countered. It is not over. How can this be deemed a failure? With a swift flick of his staff, Archimoto forced the immovable Gorulfal back from the barrier. Unfathomable. Gorulfal replied in a nonchalant tone. It is merely a matter of perspective. After uttering these words, 4 additional colossal dragons emerged in the skies surrounding Archimoto. Gorulfal addressed Archimoto, asking, "Are you certain you wish to engage with us? It's 5 against 1. You know." Archimoto, an ancient being who had survived since the era of Death, elicited Gorulfal's caution, prompting him to summon the other 4 primordial dragons for a righteous confrontation. Observing Gorulfal's shamelessness as a primordial dragon, Archimoto was momentarily at a loss for words. His expression shifted as he glanced at the origin book hanging from the battered form of Congo Rafal. Finally, with a sigh, Archimoto remarked, "I hope you comprehend the gravity of your actions." Gorulfal, displeased by this statement, retorted, "I did not question you when you meddled in the affairs of the lower world." Amused by Gorulfal's indignation, Archimoto countered, "Have you dragons ever cared about the lower world?" Gorulfal surveyed the other 4 primordial dragons and responded, "We only care for the original, unified world." The unified world referred to the state of the ancient nation of Des, a time when the entire world had yet to be divided. After watching Archimoto depart, the other 4 primordial dragons flapped their wings in unison and took to the skies, leaving only Congo Rafal and Gorulfal behind. Gorulfal glanced at the battered Congo Rafal and inquired, "What brings you here?" "Where's Hollyflosse?" Congo Rafal replied, "He has gone to seek the dwarves." Upon Archimoto's departure, the magical chains binding Congo Rafal gradually dissipated. "Dwarves?" "Very well." Gorulfal nodded lightly, and then took flight as well. It was unclear what these primordial dragons occupied themselves with, yet they always appeared to be quite busy. Returning to the realm of the Dragon Kingdom, after a brief and efficient discussion of various matters, the representatives of the Windblade hunting group and the Haroth family officially initiated a recruitment event for Dragon Knights, set to take place near the Dragon Kingdom, one that would astound the entire human world. To this end, the Haroth family sent all their construction mages to expedite the establishment of the event venue. The construction mages from the Windblade hunting group also lent their assistance. By the time Congo Rafal returned to the Dragon Kingdom with the origin book, the venue for the Dragon Knight recruitment event was already nearing completion. After all, these construction mages required no waiting for building materials. With the ability to source materials on-site, their spells could erect magnificent structures in no time. The gentle flutter of the wings of the young dragon, Hollyflosse, caressed the ground as it descended, directing its gaze towards Cairo, inquiring, "What is transpiring here?" Cairo replied, "I have the impression that the number of young dragons is steadily increasing, hence we must ensure that each of them has a dragon rider." Upon hearing this, Hollyflosse furrowed its brow and cast a glance at the group of young dragons, who were temporarily displaying obedient behavior. After a moment of contemplation, it nodded and said, "Indeed, their numbers have indeed grown." Cairo observed these young dragons, only able to discern differences in their scales hues, while the subtle distinctions eluded him. Furthermore, these young dragons, bursting with energy, were in constant motion, leaving little time for stillness. Thus, while Cairo sensed an increase in their numbers, he found himself unable to draw definitive conclusions. As for how this burgeoning population of young dragons came to be, it was only natural that those initially drawn to the dragon clan would invite their friends to join in the revelry. At least until all the young dragons in this world congregated near the dragon clan, their numbers would continue to exhibit a steady and consistent rise. Hollyflosse, well aware of the nature of these young dragons, addressed Cairo, "I do not believe that assigning a dragon rider to them will resolve everything." Cairo did not contest this. He had experienced the dire consequences firsthand. Thus, he responded, "I am fully aware, yet at the very least, they could occupy themselves with those dragon riders instead of me and my hunting party." "True." Hollyflosse nodded in agreement. Lav stood nearby, pacing with a parchment in hand, shaking his head as he read its contents. "Not enough, still insufficient." "What is lacking, Lav?" inquired a second-generation member, observing Lav's restless pacing. This member of the Haroth lineage was accompanied by a young dragon adorned with simple armor and the banner of the Haroth family. Although the main headquarters of Haroth was currently in disarray due to the antics of numerous young dragons, these creatures were, after all, a part of Haroth and thus warranted distinction. Lav lifted his gaze to the second-generation member and replied, "Not captivating enough. By the way, don't you know some bards and that playwright?" The second-generation member scratched his head, questioning, "I do know them." "Why?" Lav articulated, "Contact them, and have them compose songs and tales extolling the beauty of dragons and the grandeur of dragon riders. Very well, it seemed that Hollyflosse's objective had, to some extent, been achieved. However, this achievement did not stem from humanity recognizing the inherent beauty of dragons and beginning to celebrate them. Yet, one could argue that the outcome was humanity indeed beginning to sing the praises of the dragon kin. Chapter 52. Humans tend to smile when engaged in misdeeds. On the day of the Dragon Knight recruitment conference held on the outskirts of Longbang City, Cairo gazed at the myriad knights and mages who had traveled from far and wide, and a smile finally broke through his previously furrowed brow. Surely, with so many dragon knights to choose from, these young dragons would be more obedient. Lav and Harif's second-generation heirs eagerly boasted about the superiority of dragons to representatives from other prominent families. Today marked a rare moment of tranquility for Harif and the sanctuary, as Sir Akimidor remained absent. However, in light of the Dragon Knight recruitment conference, the young dragons that had been frolicking in Harif's territory and the sanctuary were finally drawn away. Interestingly, the attendees of the conference coincidentally encountered the fourth batch of heroes from Corin, in stark contrast to the previous 3 batches, which had seen a multitude of participants. This fourth group was significantly smaller. The fate of the earlier batches remained uncertain. They were likely either deceased or captured by malevolent dragons. Consequently, those who remained had to carefully consider their capabilities before embarking on the perilous path of dragon slaying. Maislodar observed the lively scene in Longbang from the skies, his excitement prompting him to swoop down with a powerful beat of his wings. Landing beside Cairo, he inquired, "What is happening? Why the sudden commotion?" Young dragons, after all, are naturally drawn to lively gatherings. Cairo glanced at Maislodar and replied, "We are recruiting dragon knights, and the fourth wave of heroes to confront you has arrived. Oh, and it seems Lilia has encountered her destined partner." Upon hearing the latter part of Cairo's statement, Maislodar's tail flicked excitedly, and he took off in the direction of Lilia. "Do you think these individuals will remain in Longbang?" Hollyflosse, carrying Kira, landed at the main entrance of Longbang. The city had undergone considerable renovations, with only a few final details yet to be completed. Like other human city-states, Longbang boasted decorative walls and 4 grand gates to the north, south, east, and west. The walls were deemed ornamental, for they could not withstand the might of mages and knights in battle. True city fortifications relied on the magical arrays set by mages. Notably, some human city-states lacked walls entirely, marking a burgeoning architectural trend within the human realm. However, in this regard, Hollyflosse adhered to a somewhat traditionalist view, believing that city-states must possess walls. While there were no moats, the western gate led to a river that had been chosen during the site selection, along with extensive farmlands and the Old District. The planning of the Old District fell outside the city walls, yet the local farmers held no objections. With a mage graciously providing you shelter, one ought to relish the fortune, lest one become suspect of seeking unnecessary trouble. Lucia, Old Jack, and the unnamed city guard, as the first to officially join the Dragon Country, have been allocated residences in quite a desirable area. However, the city guard seems to prefer his previous occupation, choosing to stand watch at the gate, even when compelled to remain in the Dragon Country. Of course, it's also possible that the mundane nature of gatekeeping offers a temporary reprieve from the dragons themselves. The walls of the Dragon Country are not particularly towering, merely reaching a height comparable to that of Hollyflosse's head. Nevertheless, they are impeccably white and well-structured, resembling a grand work of art. At that moment, the soldier stationed at the gate leaned against the entrance, observing the throng of passers-by. These individuals were drawn to the allure or deception of Harroth and the Windblade Hunters, aspiring to become dragon riders. Both Harith's second-generation followers and the gatekeeper wore enigmatic smiles as they regarded these hopefuls, the meaning of which was abundantly clear. Yet, the newcomers remained blissfully unaware, believing the inhabitants of the Dragon Country to be exceptionally warm and hospitable, greeted with smiles wherever they roamed. Kira leapt from Hollyflosse's back, casting a glance at the crowd that had paused in their tracks upon the arrival of the great beast. She then whispered to the lowered head of Hollyflosse, "I feel those hatchlings will soon scare me away." "Fear not. Califel will keep an eye on them," Hollyflosse reassured, displaying little concern. With Califel overseeing the young dragons, the situation should remain manageable, ensuring that these aspirants would not be frightened off. "Sir Kira." The gatekeeper waved at Kira and hurried over to her. "Ah, Maiko, are you settling in well at the Dragon Country?" Kira had known this soldier since her days as a country knight. Although it felt somewhat awkward to have him brought into the Dragon Country to serve as a dragon rider, Maiko seemed unperturbed by the arrangement. "Quite well, I suppose," Maiko replied, scratching his head with uncertainty. While serving as a soldier at the Bastion and transitioning to gatekeeping in the Dragon Country might suggest a betrayal of Sir Archimoto. It appeared that Archimoto had not raised any objections upon learning of this shift, likely acquiescing to the situation. Thus, Maiko had effectively relocated his entire family here, including his wife and son. Notably, Maiko's son was overwhelmed with excitement to see his father truly become a dragon rider. Whenever Maiko's son became agitated, Maiko would crouch down to meet his son's gaze and solemnly advise, unless life is dimmed to the point of no return, one should not aspire to become a dragon knight. So many people. The dragon realm has indeed made progress, Kira remarked as he surveyed the crowd. Kira was uncertain how many of these individuals would remain, but at the very least, the dragon realm now bore the semblance of a city-state. At that moment, Lobitoros, noticing Maiko had ventured beyond the city gate, dashed forth and hoisted Maiko onto his back. While doing so, Lobitoros exclaimed, "Maiko, do not focus on the gate." Realizing his blunder, Maiko acknowledged that he should not have left the gate, for this would lead Lobitoros to assume that Maiko was neglecting his duty, thus compelling him to partake in playful distractions instead. In his eagerness to enjoy the human world, Lobitoros had taken the time to learn a smattering of human language. While he might not master sophisticated vocabulary, he could certainly engage in basic conversation. With a beaming smile, Maiko, perched on Lobitoros's back, offered himself silent reassurances. The area around the city gate was teeming with aspiring dragon knights, and Maiko understood he must project an air of enthusiasm. He could not allow the crowd to perceive any hint of doubt. Otherwise, they might abandon their ambitions of becoming dragon knights, leaving the juvenile dragons to wreak havoc upon the existing knights. Indeed, the current dragon knights were not only dragged about by their dragons against their will, but were also occasionally borrowed by other young dragons. For the promise of brighter days ahead, Maiko and his companions needed to recruit more individuals into the ranks of dragon knights. Steadying his expression and mindset, Maiko grasped a protruding scale on Lobitoros's back. Then, under the envious gazes of the onlookers, Lobitoros soared into the sky with Maiko aboard. Yes, just like that. Hurry and let us endure the trials of being dragon knights together. At that moment, Lav found Kira and eagerly extended his hand for a firm shake. Sir Kira, you have finally returned. Kira looked at Lav, his tone oddly curious. Lav, what is the matter? The Harrow family should be even more prosperous now that they have a dragon knight, no? Kira, not naive, was aware of the Harrow family's intentions to exploit both him and the dragon realm. Now that the Harrow family had achieved their goal, it was only fitting for Kira to extend his congratulations to the family of his future wife. Sir Kira, please spare me the teasing. I am merely the one following orders, Lav noted, clearly picking up on the subtle sting in Kira's words. Enough of that, let us not dwell on it. At this gathering, what is it that you are hosting? Chilawa shook her head, dismissing these trivial matters. The pressing concern at hand is to ensure all these young dragons are sent off. Even if they cannot be dispatched, a dragon knight must accompany them for amusement. Lav nodded in agreement, stating that the collaborative event organized by Harif and the Fonlai hunting group was progressing smoothly. At this moment, Chilawa glanced around the crowd and pulled Lav aside into a shaded area, quietly inquiring, "How many do you anticipate will be sent off?" Lav responded in a hushed tone, "The estimate is all of them." All of them. Chilawa expressed her astonishment at this outcome. Initially, she had thought that managing to send off half would be commendable. Yet here they were with the prospect of sending them all. We have also invited other families, and their younger generation is quite impressive, Lav explained. Although these young dragons yearned for dragon knights, it was not merely anyone who could step forward and gain their acceptance. There indeed existed certain selection criteria, which varied among different dragon types. Make's successful ascension to dragon knight status was due to his ability to converse with Chilaw, who was renowned among the young dragons as the most intriguing dragon knight. Therefore, it was reasonable to deduce that Make, who could engage with Chilaw, was likely of considerable merit himself. Unbeknownst to Chilaw, these young dragons harbored such thoughts. Otherwise, she would have been compelled to scour the streets, pulling individuals along to become dragon knights. As more dragon knights emerged, one might casually inquire how they attained such a status. Surely, a dragon knight could solemnly declare, "I was betrayed by my enemies." Is that so harsh? Are you not concerned about retaliation from others? Upon hearing that Harif could indeed involve other families, Chilawa could not help but feel anxious. Despite her disdain for Harif's self-serving nature, Harif was, after all, the maternal family of Eden. Should Harif become the target of a collective attack, Chilaw would be loath to witness such a scenario. Lav, upon hearing her query, waved his hand dismissively and countered, "Have you observed any actions from the Harif family towards you, Sir Chilawa?" Chilawa nodded in response, remaining silent thereafter. Meanwhile, at Maislodar's location, he gazed at Alec before him with a skeptical expression. Are you truly the destined one? It was peculiar to witness Alec becoming flustered under the gaze of the formidable dragon, Maislodar. It was not fear of Maislodar's strength, after all. A rainbow knight could indeed hold their own against a young dragon, but rather the implication of being called the destined one. To Alec, those words nearly equated to an engagement with Princess Lilia. Why? Did he not notice that the vile dragon who abducted Lilia proclaimed the same? What did this indicate? It signified that Alec was indeed the true, destined one for Lilia. I am asking you a question. Have you become tongue-tied? Maislodar observed Alec, who had suddenly fallen silent before him, and found it peculiar that this individual appeared somewhat dim-witted. Clearing his throat, Alec grasped the sword in his hand, casting a glance at Lilia, who stood behind Maislodar, and spoke. One could only lament how literature has led many astray. Even in this moment, Alec, Lilia, and Maislodar were still adhering to the age-old trope of a hero rescuing a princess. Very well, challenge me. Rescue Lilia, and my treasure shall be yours, Maislodar declared, excitement evident as he assumed a combat stance. Excuse me, Mr. Maislodar, do you possess any treasure? Lilia inquired, momentarily taken aback by his proclamation. During her time in the dragon realm, she had been unrestrained yet compelled to witness the battles of heroes against dragons daily. Thus, she had garnered considerable knowledge about the dragon realm and its young dragons. As far as she knew, Maislodar seemed to lack any treasure. Realizing this upon Lilia's remark, Maislodar became aware of his folly. He had merely been reciting lines inspired by the dragon literature in his mind, completely forgetting that his so-called treasures had been appropriated by his father to serve as the dragon realm's treasury. Maislodar could only issue a promissory note. No, but I will have some in the future. Let's put it on credit for now. Is that even permissible? Alec's lips twitched slightly. Maislodar retorted. Shouldn't a hero be rewarded with riches in the hand of a princess after vanquishing a dragon? It seemed so indeed. Alec, also a victim of dragon literature, would not have traversed from Korin to lose to embark on a dragon-slaying quest otherwise. Thus, the love-struck hero acquiesced. Very well, let us defer that for now. Chapter 53. The princess is gone, yet the sword in the stone remains. The clash between the Chosen One and Maislodar naturally attracted the attention of other heroes. However, this action sparked mild discontent among the remaining heroes. What did it mean that Alec could save Princess Lilia merely by defeating a small dragon? One of the mages lamented this inequity. After all, they too had triumphed over dragons. More than one, in fact. What of their rewards? Kira, observing the disgruntled heroes, proposed. How about we bestow upon you an officially certified Dragon Slayer badge? Upon hearing of the exclusive accolade for Dragon Slayers, the discontented heroes' spirits were immediately lifted. They had journeyed great distances at their own expense to confront dragons. If they had failed, it would be due to their own lack of skill. Yet, to have fought valiantly without any reward seemed unacceptable. While lacking treasure, a badge of honor for slaying dragons sounded rather appealing. Kira glanced at the heroes once more and continued. What about the opportunity to become dragon knights? Upon hearing that they could indeed become dragon riders, the spirits of these valiant warriors surged with excitement. One of the heroes boldly addressed Sir Kira, inquiring, Sir Kira, have we truly caused any harm to the Dragon Kingdom that warrants such brutality against us? While others may be unaware of the essence of being a dragon rider, these warriors, having camped on the outskirts of Dragon Kingdom since their arrival, were acutely aware of the daily lives of the likes of Kalar Mako. They had observed and internalized everything. Witnessing the profound reluctance among the warriors to embrace the prospect of becoming dragon riders, Kira had no choice but to concede. Let us instead focus on the badges. Coincidentally, during this visit to seek out Alphado, he had brought Varric along as well. He decided to have Varric design and forge these badges, which would surely appease the warriors. As a close friend of Alphado, Varric was not averse to engaging with humans and willingly accompanied Alphado on his travels, especially after their heroic deeds in saving the Forged City. For the dwarves of the Forged City, this act of gratitude was beyond measure. Thus, they could not refuse the requests made by Hollyflosse and Alphado. Meanwhile, the battle between Maislodar and Alec raged on. Alec gazed at Maislodar, enveloped in crackling golden dragon lightning, and pursed his lips. Having triumphed over several young dragons before, Alec considered himself somewhat experienced in dragon slaying. Those smaller dragons were not exceptionally formidable. As long as one possessed adept combat skills and had means to combat them from the air, a human could muster their strength to vanquish the lesser dragons. Of course, this was contingent upon possessing at least the prowess of a rainbow knight or a sorcerer. Those below this threshold would find themselves unable to overcome a dragon, no matter their efforts. Flash. Alec bellowed as he stepped forward, lifting his long sword high above his head and bringing it down with great force towards Maislodar. In response, Maislodar, wielding a sword forged from dragon lightning, attempted to parry Alec's strike with a sweeping motion. Alec had engaged in several skirmishes with other young dragons, experiencing both victories and defeats. Thus, he considered himself seasoned in combat against dragons. However, witnessing a dragon like Maislodar, who emulated human swordplay, was a first for both Alec and the observing warriors. Did this present a disadvantage for Alec? Not at all. Quite the contrary, it served as an advantage. After all, knights and mages primarily trained to confront adversaries of their own kind. By abandoning the inherent advantages of a dragon in favor of mimicking human swordsmanship, Maislodar inadvertently allowed Alec to exploit greater skill and potential. With a deft twist of his wrist, Alec's descending sword glided along the blade of Maislodar's lightning sword. As the long sword descended near the hilt of the dragon thunder sword, Alec deftly twisted his wrist, momentarily deflecting Maislodar's weapon. However, that was the extent of his success. Alec soon discovered that his sword could no longer reach the dragon thunder sword, for Maislodar had effortlessly split the weapon into two elongated daggers. This was dire. Alec sought to change his tactics, but it was already too late. The twin daggers, now crossing in a deadly arc, were aimed directly at Alec's chest. Although there was no tangible lightning, the impact against Alec's breastplate produced the sound of metal clashing, accompanied by a shower of sparks erupting at the point of contact. The arcane runes within Alec's armor were activated, striving to mitigate the devastating strikes and the electric assault from the dragon thunder. With a fierce determination, Alec braced himself against the onslaught, relying on his gear to absorb the force of the cross slash. He swiftly redirected his long sword, letting it gleam with the reflected lightning as it sliced upward towards Maislodar's neck and jaw. The blade grazed the dragon's scales, igniting a flurry of sparks while carving a narrow wound upon Maislodar's neck. The scales of a young dragon were not as impenetrable as those of an adult, allowing Alec to breach them with his weapon. Instead of the expected crimson blood, a golden lightning burst forth from the dragon's injury. Alec was hurled backward by the sudden surge of lightning, yet he managed to regain his balance mid-air, indicating he had not sustained severe harm. Once he stabilized himself on the ground, Maislodar was already descending rapidly, wings beating fiercely, the twin daggers poised to strike at Alec again. Alec's pupils dilated as his reflexes kicked into overdrive. He narrowly evaded the dragon's onslaught by shifting his body, swiftly extending his left hand to seize Maislodar's horn. His right hand raised the long sword high, aiming to deliver a decisive blow to the dragon's head. However, this strike was abruptly interrupted by a bolt of lightning that descended from above. Seizing the moment while Alec lost control of his body, Maislodar's tail, crackling with electric energy, lashed out violently toward Alec. Meanwhile, Kira and Hollyflosse observed the fierce clash between Maislodar and Alec. For Kira, witnessing the skillful combat of these masters was immensely beneficial. In contrast, for Hollyflosse, it was merely an entertaining spectacle. I wonder when I will be promoted to Brown Knight. His Majesty Devon has not informed me, Kira mused, watching Alec's swift, almost illusory movements with a hint of envy. Despite her exalted status, Kira felt a twinge of admiration for Alec's prowess. Yet, the pursuit of personal strength is a quest that remains unwavering in the face of external circumstances. Is it not true that His Majesty the King also yearns for greater power to fortify his reign? To be candid, I have never fully grasped the concept of your current ranking system, remarked Hollyflosse. Kira turned her head to glance at Hollyflosse, who was intently reading a human literary work with his eyes narrowed and head bowed. Curiosity piqued, Kira leaned closer, discovering that it was a knightly literary piece she had yet to encounter. She soon became engrossed and commented, "The distinction between knights and mages? It essentially involves promotion and practice, does it not? Then, wouldn't it imply that anyone with sufficient wealth, even a fool, could ascend to become an Ether Knight?" Hollyflosse continued to inquire. Kira nodded in agreement, but added, "While that may hold some truth, I also advocate for the benefits of early rising and retiring. Yet few in this world manage to adhere to that principle. There are numerous theories that are impractical in practice. After all, strength alone cannot enable one to fly bricks. But has there ever existed a flying brick in this world? So what truly hinders your advancement?" Hollyflosse flipped a page, persisting with his questions. Kira elaborated. "Ordinary knights and mages lack the resources necessary for promotion. It is primarily those of noble lineage or royal descent who navigate the path with ease. Although royal families and esteemed clans profess to welcome all capable individuals, securing their assistance demands a price. As Maislodar often states, one must invest before reaping rewards. For knights and mages aspiring to ascend to higher ranks, significant resources, wealth, and even connections are indispensable. As a rural knight, my own prospects for advancement hinged entirely on Sir Okamoto's disposition. Relying solely on my own efforts to gather the requisite resources meant that I had to undertake high-risk, high-reward missions to have any hope of success. However, this raises another dilemma. One may collect resources, only to perish during the endeavor. My unfortunate father met his demise in such a manner, his legacy obliterated by his untimely death. It is a rather tragic tale. Who authored this book? Is it not riddled with inaccuracies? Kira furrowed her brow, looking up at Hollyflosse as she questioned him. The text absurdly claimed that dragon riders and their dragons collaborated seamlessly to vanquish the malevolent ether mages. What nonsense! As a true dragon rider, does Kira not know whether such synergy is feasible? I personally find no issue with it, replied Hollyflosse, who was rather pleased with the book's contents. For every dragon depicted within symbolizes at least a semblance of beauty. Such literature is beneficial for the mental and physical growth of young dragons, rather than fixating on princesses and heroes day in and day out. Hollyflosse cast a glance at Kira and retorted, "If we were to depict the current state of dragon riders, do you truly believe so many would vie for that title?" Indeed, Kira could only nod in agreement. For the tranquility of the dragon kingdom, it seemed some must endure hardship. Kira then inquired about another matter. Who authored this book? Was it someone from the dragon kingdom? Judging by the prevailing trends in human literature, it appeared that tales of malevolent dragons were more common. Who, then, dared to defy this trend and craft such commendable literature about benevolent dragons? Hollyflosse, in a rather cheerful mood, replied, "It was Love who entrusted it to me. They apparently had those bards and playwrights compose it. It appeared that the very essence of human literary works could only be met with its own reflection." Upon hearing this, Kira sensed something amiss. Playwrights? Don't tell me dragons will one day perform on stage. He briefly conjured an image of such a scene, but quickly realized his imagination was woefully inadequate. Perhaps it sufficed as long as they did not come to dismantle the dragon kingdom. Hollyflosse, however, was indifferent. As long as these young dragons did not ruin his dragon figurines, he had no objection to them engaging in whatever whimsical activities they pleased. What about the dignity of dragonkind? Someone might ask. Would dignity shield Hollyflosse's kingdom from the ruinous antics of young dragons? It would not. Moreover, some dragons indeed had a penchant for human instruments, Hollyflosse added. Dragons are interested in that. Kira was somewhat incredulous. Yet it was Hollyflosse who had uttered those words. Dragons have myriad interests, Hollyflosse replied with a dismissive scoff. Just then, their conversation concluded, and they finished the book, coinciding with the end of the battle between Alec and Maislodar. Maislodar did not engage in a desperate struggle with the valiant Alec. After all, it seemed that all young dragons partaking in the hero versus dragon game adhered to this unspoken rule. Given the narrative arc of those literary works, a hero, even if vanquished, ought not to perish. After all, if they did, what would the young dragons have left to play? Since everyone was engaged in the hero versus dragon game, they must dutifully comply with the unfolding plot. Gasping for breath, Alec shimmered with golden arcs of electricity. Trembling as he proclaimed, I have triumphed." The heroes erupted in jubilant cheers. At long last, they had rescued Princess Lilia and could finally return home. However, wait. This was not right, Maislodar. At that moment, a young dragon approached Maislodar and exclaimed, "The princess has been rescued. What will happen if the hero no longer comes?" This statement immediately rekindled the heroes' previously dampened spirits. If these dragons were to go back on their word, the heroes would indeed find themselves at a loss. The lesser dragons may indeed be overcome with effort, but the greater dragons are truly insurmountable, even with utmost exertion. Fear not, for there lies the fabled sword in the stone, proclaimed Maislodar. Defeating the dragon would grant them the opportunity to attempt to draw forth the legendary blade and acquire a weapon of divine prowess. The young dragon nodded in agreement, finding solace in the thought. Another tale of a dragon guarding a mythical weapon? So be it. The status of princess mattered little. What was paramount was the unceasing arrival of valiant heroes to accompany these young dragons in their endeavors. The mention of the sword in the stone left Alec momentarily stunned. He was not alone. The other heroes shared his astonishment. Having arrived later, they were unaware that Vinakahana had bestowed the legendary sword, stone and all, upon Maislodar. Chapter 54. The Dark Psychology of Dragon Knights. Could it truly be the sword in the stone? A hero gazed in awe at the blade Maislodar displayed. Before any of the heroes could attempt to withdraw the sword, an elderly farmer approached, planting a wooden sign before the stone. The heroes collectively directed their attention towards the sign, reading its inscription. One hero, puzzled, inquired, "What does it mean that one may attempt to draw the sword in the stone after vanquishing a dragon?" Behind him, another knight hero was already requesting his mage companion to send word home. "Yes, please send a magical message home, stating I may be delayed for a few more days." While the allure of the sword in the stone may not captivate the mages, it certainly held a far greater appeal for the knights. Though not all knights wield swords, some favored great axes and spears. Many would willingly abandon their preferred weapons for the promise of a legendary armament. Meanwhile, a considerable number of mage heroes had resolved to depart. These mages had previously triumphed over the lesser dragons and could be considered dragon slayers of a sort. With Princess Lilia rescued, the dragon defeated, and no further reason to linger in Dragonland, it was time for them to return home. According to the customs of Dragonland, those heroes who had vanquished a dragon were entitled not only to a badge of honor, but also the freedom to choose whether to stay or depart. Conversely, those heroes who had been defeated by the dragon, regardless of their wishes, were obliged to remain until Maislodar deemed it appropriate to release them. Aside from the initial group that attempted to escape only to be recaptured, the remaining defeated heroes bore no grievances regarding this rule. After all, surviving a confrontation with a dragon was commendable enough. To complain further would be akin to courting disaster. Though these mage heroes were ostensibly free to leave, it was certain that Maislodar and the numerous young dragons would not easily permit their departure. You have departed, which undoubtedly diminishes the joy of the valiant dragon-slaying adventure. Quickly, Val, devise a strategy. How might we persuade those mages to remain? Maislodar discovered Val, who was leisurely sipping fruit tea in the shade, unwinding. Val and his fellow architectural mages are among the most comfortable in Dragonland, as their expertise is essential for the region's development. Consequently, Hollyflosse places considerable emphasis on this group of mages. With Hollyflosse's attention, the young dragons cannot trouble these architectural wizards. Furthermore, as Hollyflosse has already allocated substantial engineering funds, these mages have begun to indulge in their comfort. Were it not for their obligations at the main stronghold, Val and his companions would likely wish to remain in Dragonland indefinitely. The Hera family may establish a branch in Dragonland, yet Val and his colleagues cannot. As they are under the auspices of Sir Akamoto, they cannot change their allegiance without his consent. Nonetheless, due to the pleasant life they lead in Dragonland, Val and his peers hold a rather favorable view of the dragons. Val glanced at Maislodar and replied, "Well, if there are particularly excellent casting materials or spellbooks available locally, the mages would undoubtedly choose to stay. Just as knights are drawn to the sword in the stone, mages are inclined to remain for various enticing reasons. Aren't those plants sufficient?" Maislodar inquired, referring to the rare herbs cultivated in the expansive farmlands surrounding Dragonland. "Not all mages are alchemists," Val shrugged and responded. "These herbs are indeed alluring to an alchemist like Lucia. However, for architectural mages like myself and the warrior mages, they fall short. Architectural mages are more captivated by diverse design blueprints and architectural concepts. After all, the spells required for construction are not particularly advanced. Levitation, shaping, and hardening spells suffice for most tasks. Warrior mages, on the other hand, have broader interests, including high-grade casting materials, staffs, spell spheres, and spell books, tools that enhance casting power, accelerate casting speed, and increase the number of spells cast. What if they could defeat a dragon and acquire some dragon scales in return?" Maislodar nodded thoughtfully, then pressed on with his inquiries. Val studied Maislodar for a moment before continuing. "That would pose no issue, but who imparted this knowledge to you? Kira?" Val was skeptical that Maislodar, as a young dragon, could grasp such intricate concepts independently. "Sort of," Maislodar replied with a nod. "If we must attribute it, it is indeed Kira who taught me these things, as it was Kira who accompanied Maislodar to exchange dragon scales and blood for currency. How could Maislodar possibly know that such items were of great value in the realm of humans?" Upon realizing that Maislodar had no further inquiries, Val resumed his reading of the book that lay before him. "What are you reading?" Maislodar inquired, leaning closer to Val, his curiosity piqued. Maislodar had developed a fondness for human literature, and the book in Val's hands appeared to be one he had yet to peruse. Val succinctly summarized the essence of the book. A newly published work by Harif. It narrates the tale of a mage dragon rider who, in perfect harmony with his dragon, triumphs over the malevolent Ether Knights. The ingenuity of the Harif team is commendable. They crafted 2 versions of the story from a single template. For the mage, it's a narrative of vanquishing the evil knight. For the knight, it's about overcoming the wicked mage. "A new release?" Maislodar asked, stretching his neck to peer at the text alongside Val. "Indeed," Val affirmed. "Harif has produced a plethora of new books and is currently promoting them. Meanwhile, at the Hair of Branch, Lov contemplated the books before him, stroking his chin. He turned to a fellow Hair of Two beside him and asked, "Are these books truly beneficial?" "Absolutely, you can rest assured," the Hair of Two replied confidently, thumping his chest. He added, "Even works like The Hero and the Dragon have drawn numerous individuals to Dragonland in pursuit of slaying dragons. Our literature, which portrays dragons in a flawless light, will undoubtedly strengthen the resolve of those who remain ambivalent about becoming dragon riders." "That is indeed splendid news," Lov remarked, casting a glance at the raucous group of young dragons outside, his tone peculiar. "The situation here at the Hair of Branch is relatively manageable. The real chaos resides at the headquarters. Given that the headquarters is situated within the city of Sanctuary, it is undoubtedly livelier than the current Dragonland. Moreover, Archimoto has recently been absent from Sanctuary, transforming the headquarters into a veritable playground for these young dragons. The most chaotic area is undoubtedly the central spire of the family headquarters. Originally, this towering structure was intended to provide Hair of members with an optimal environment for advancement and martial arts training. The lofty building offers a breathtaking view of the ground below. Yet now, the spire is enveloped by a swarm of young dragons who flit around it, engaging in playful pursuits, leaping from the pinnacle and diving down the tower's face at exhilarating speeds. "Never mind. Let us focus on something more uplifting." Lov shook his head and turned his attention to another piece of paper on the table. It detailed Harov's recent financial status, which, being a sound family economy, should reflect a balance of income and expenditure. With a significant influx of young dragons, Harov has capitalized on the market for alchemical goods and forging, profiting immensely from the dragon scales. At present, Halov is unable to persuade the young dragons to willingly part with their blood. Instead, he can only collect the naturally shed scales left behind. However, even this modest endeavor has yielded sufficient rewards for Halov. Were it not for the overwhelming annoyance posed by the numerous young dragons, he might have considered taking them all under his wing. Meanwhile, the young dragons of the Dragon Kingdom have begun to call upon their friends. It is not uncommon for a dragon knight to be accompanied by more than one young dragon, often 3 or 5, since many young dragons lack their own knight and must join their companions in play. In the outskirts of Dragon Kingdom, at the site of the Dragon Knight Recruitment Assembly, Cairo sat upon a chair, observing the fortunate individuals eagerly awaiting their chance to become dragon knights. A satisfied smile graced Cairo's face, and the other members of the Wind Hunter Guild mirrored his expression. The weather today was particularly splendid. Cairo glanced at the cloudy sky and mused aloud, to which the other guild members nodded in agreement. Rising from his seat, Cairo addressed the crowd of hopefuls. "All right, number 1. Who is number 1? I am. A city knight exclaimed, raising the paper he had been given, excitement radiating from him as he stood. "Follow me," Cairo instructed, casting a glance at the young knight. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the gathered crowd, the city knight stepped forward to follow Cairo. The process of becoming a dragon knight must remain hidden from the rest. Why? Because if everyone were to learn the truth about dragon knights, chaos would ensue. Only by luring them in one by one can they ensure that each individual receives their dragon. Those who have already become dragon knights would never allow others the chance to become one without facing the same trials. This is the dark psychology of dragon knights. Cairo had expended considerable effort to persuade the rambunctious young dragons to cooperate with him. Now, the moment of liberation was at hand. The city knight, following in Cairo's wake, cast an envious glance at El Melinda, who walked beside Cairo. "Lord Cairo, is there any secret to becoming a dragon knight?" he inquired. "There is no secret. Simply maintain a calm demeanor," Cairo responded, offering this solitary piece of advice. "But what if I fail?" The city knight's expression shifted to one of anxiety. After all, for those unaware of the truth, becoming a dragon knight was perceived as a golden opportunity. With this chance so close at hand, it was only natural for one to feel apprehensive. Cairo turned to the city knight and declared, "Failure? No, you must succeed." Though puzzled by Cairo's words, the city knight replied, "Thank you for your blessing, Lord Cairo. Let us save the gratitude for later." Cairo nodded, coming to a halt. Now, Cairo has led the city knight into the inner sanctum of the Windlie Hunting Guild. The young dragons, eagerly anticipating the arrival of their dragon riders, are either perched upon the rooftops or soaring through the sky, casting their gazes upon the city knight beside Cairo. Under the scrutiny of so many dragons, the knight inevitably feels a surge of anxiety and trepidation. After all, he is merely a red knight, incapable of contending with these young dragons. "Dragon language, now? Who among you has taken a liking to him?" Cairo inquired, retrieving a ledger from his satchel and opening it. This ledger serves to record the information of those who come to participate in the Dragon Rider recruitment event, facilitating introductions between Caro and the young dragons. Caro continued to recount the basic details of the City Knight. Dragon language, Red Knight, City Knight. His specialties include wielding polearms and playing a musical instrument. His duty is as a member of the extermination squad in Lari City, responsible for regularly eradicating goblins. A bipedal young dragon descended from the sky, eager to take the City Knight under its wing. However, upon opening its mouth, it suddenly realized something amiss. Dragon language, W8. If I choose him, does that mean I cannot return to dragonkind? Caro maintained a stoic facade, yet internally, he was on the brink of despair. How could these young dragons discern such a crucial detail? It was infuriating. Admitting it now would likely deter them from seeking a dragon rider altogether, leaving Caro and his companions with the aftermath of a headache. Perhaps it was a case of choosing between fish and bear's paw. Caro consoled himself with this thought. Dragon language. No, you can return at any time, Caro assured the young dragon before him. The dragon nodded in satisfaction and replied, Dragon language, then I am at ease. Caro's companion, the Dragon Knight standing beside him, listened intently to the exchange between Caro and the young dragon. Though his ignorance of the dragon language left him to speculate anxiously within, fearing he might never become a dragon rider, Caro turned to him with a congratulatory smile. It's all right. You are now a dragon rider. The City Knight was taken aback, unable to comprehend how he had become a dragon rider so easily. Is it truly this simple, just a matter of signing up? Caro patted his shoulder and continued. Do your best. By the way, dragons require sustenance and rest, which means returning to dragonkind periodically. Is that acceptable to you? I have no objections to that, the City Knight nodded. After all, to those unacquainted with the matter, only dragonkind and the Windlie Hunting Guild understood how to care for dragons. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for a dragon rider to return to dragonkind from time to time for the dragon's nourishment and recuperation. Chapter 55. Anti-magic measures. Lilia stood beside Alec, bidding farewell to Maislodar. Goodbye, Maislodar. If the opportunity arises, do come to visit the city of Colin. That will likely be after your father has passed, Maislodar bluntly remarked. For Maislodar, the time required to extinguish the life of a human king is akin to the distinction between today and yesterday. Thus, Lilia's courteous remark was taken quite seriously by Maislodar. Alec and the other brave souls from the kingdom of Colin stood by, their lips twitching in reaction. Lilia, however, remained unfazed, acknowledging that while Maislodar's words were indeed somewhat harsh, it was also understandable considering that dragons do not concern themselves with human customs and etiquette. Farewell, Sir Kiro. Lilia bid goodbye to Kiro, who responded with a smile and a nod. In Kiro's eyes, as a prominent noble of Rose, it seemed improbable that he would ever intersect with the kingdom of Colin again, unless perhaps a cataclysmic war erupted in the human realm, an event he deemed unlikely. Subsequently, Lilia set forth with the other brave warriors who chose not to remain, heading toward the capital of Colin. Cairo was also among the departing ranks, for Lilia had promised him a promotion to an Ether Knight. A royal promise, even if spoken, must be fulfilled. However, given the generally negative perception of dragons within the capital, Elmelinda opted not to accompany Cairo to Colin. In contrast, Afado chose not to return with Lilia to Colin. He had transcended to the ether state, and apart from mature dragons, there was nothing in the human realm that could best him. Therefore, if Afado wished to continue honing his skills, he would need to remain in Dragon Kingdom, seeking out daily sparring matches with Hollyflosse. What about His Majesty Il, who had also attained the ether state? This raises a question. When Il and Afado train together, can it always end in a stalemate? Surely, there must be a victor and a vanquished. As a former resident of Colin, a master swordsman, and a legendary figure, Afado holds a notable reputation, while Il is the king of Colin. Who would dare to lose? And moreover, Afado had listened to Hollyflosse speak of the origins of the elves, aware that they would soon invade the Dragon Kingdom. The ancient elves, aged 8 or 9 centuries, would provide a worthy challenge, allowing Afado to feel as if he were truly battling, yet not beyond his capacity to prevail. It would also provide a means to vent frustrations from past events, achieving multiple benefits. Now, Afado was with Hollyflosse, joined by Crawler and Varric. Varric observed the peculiar tome hanging from Crawler's side, stroking his beard as he remarked, "So, this is the Elven origin book?" Varric, fluent in the human tongue just as Afado mastered the Dwarven language, regarded it as a curiosity. After scrutinizing the book's cover for a while, he ultimately shook his head, finding nothing particularly remarkable. Due to the prevalent prejudice of dwarves against elves, Even the most exquisite tome would be regarded by Varric as nothing more than a mere trifle. Hollyflosse glanced at Varric and stated, I have another purpose for seeking you out, and that is to inquire about methods to counter the elves. Varric chuckled at the mention of countering elves. The subject piqued his interest immensely. Rubbing his hands together, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke. The natural magic and physical advantages of the elves are undeniable. Yet they possess their own vulnerabilities. In the realm below, the populous races of humans, dwarves, elves, and goblins each have distinct strengths and weaknesses. Dwarves excel in forging and engineering, though they are somewhat lacking in magic and alchemy, yet they are unparalleled when it comes to heavy weaponry. Elves, on the other hand, are more adept at magic and alchemy, possessing a lithe and agile physique that allows them to traverse snowy terrain without leaving a trace. In terms of weaponry, elves undoubtedly excel in the use of light arms, which, when augmented by magic, can yield formidable power. However, this power pales in comparison to the sheer might of a dwarf's strength. In a confrontation of equal stature, a single swing of a dwarf's hammer would leave an elf with no choice but to evade, lest they suffer a grievous injury below the waist. Varric continued, They are overly reliant on their magic and weaponry. Once one employs appropriate countermeasures against their spells, they become as vulnerable as fledglings. Then why have we not witnessed you utilizing such tactics? Althedo interjected with a question. Since you dwarves are aware of these weaknesses in elves, why did we not see these methods employed during the siege of the Forged City? Althedo, our dwarven mages are scarce. All of them are stationed on the front lines. Varric explained, although there are mages, potion masters, and alchemists among the dwarves, their numbers are exceedingly limited. Thus, while Varric may know how to counter the elves, executing such strategies would indeed be a formidable challenge for him. Countermeasures against magic? Hollyflosse nodded, then turned his gaze towards Althedo. It was unrealistic to expect Hollyflosse to be acquainted with any high-level mages. The only mage he knew was Akamoto, and it was already a blessing that Akamoto did not seek to seize the tome. To anticipate his assistance would be a flight of fancy. Don't look at me. I don't know any mages. Althedo waved his hand dismissively. Alone, Althedo found himself in a predicament. His reputation as a formidable individual hindered his social interactions, and he personally preferred solitude. Even if he were to know anyone, they would likely be from Corrin. To expect assistance from those in Corrin for the benefit of the Dragon Kingdom is equally whimsical. What other mages exist within the city-state? Varric inquired. Val and Lucia? What? A magic resistance formation? Upon hearing Hollyflosse's request, Val scratched his head. Hollyflosse summoned Val and Lucia to inquire if there were any methods to counteract magic. As a building mage, Val naturally possessed some knowledge of array arrangements and was aware of a certain formation that could obstruct magical energy. However, Val, slightly embarrassed, remarked, Indeed, such a formation exists, but we do not possess the capability to execute it. What do you mean you cannot? Hollyflosse, observing Val's awkward expression, was quite perplexed. What kind of building mage guild are you running? Shouldn't one be well-versed in all aspects to be qualified for such tasks? Indeed, we lack that knowledge, Val replied, shrugging innocently. The monopolization of advanced spells and formations is firmly held by noble families. These arcane arts are the exclusive domain of these families and the great aristocracy. What you find in the market are mere rudimentary practices. What do you mean by rudimentary practices? Hollyflosse inquired. It refers to the notion of trial and error. It's about magical overload. It leads to catastrophic explosions. At the mention of noble families, Hollyflosse immediately thought of the Harrows. Harrow, he began. Val waved his hand dismissively, responding, Harrow is a knightly family. We need to consult a mage family. Indeed, the Harrow family was powerful and among the elite. But they were a knightly lineage. How could they possibly be knowledgeable about the intricacies of mages? Then, Lucia, do you have any suggestions? Hollyflosse turned his gaze towards Lucia once more. Could we combine potions with dwarven traps? Lucia rasped, her voice hoarse. She was well-versed in numerous potion formulas, including some that catered to the release and guidance of magical energy. Some of these potions could enhance a caster's perception of magical energy, while others could diminish or even sever that perception altogether. For a mage, encountering the latter would essentially mean being stripped of all skills, rendering even the act of escape impossible. Such potent potions would undoubtedly be challenging to procure, but thanks to the divine power of Maislodar, the supply of alchemical materials in Dragon's domain was limitless, and thus Lucia's potion production was also boundless. Oh, please elaborate. Varric raised an eyebrow, looking at Lucia. As long as it can conspire against the elves, whether you are a dragon, human, or goblin, we are all akin to brothers of different races. Varric continued. Entering Dragon's domain feels like returning home. Everyone here is a genius and speaks so eloquently. Oh, how I adore being here. Lucia articulated her vision. I am contemplating the creation of a device reminiscent of a shower, but one that can transform potions into a mist, allowing for a broader spray. This way, the elves would find it impossible to evade or defend against it. As long as they continue to breathe, they are bound to fall prey. Coupled with Luciana's hoarse and mocking voice, the scene indeed resembled a tale where an evil witch and a malevolent dragon conspire to deceive innocent elves. Upon hearing such words, Warwick immediately fell into deep contemplation. However, he soon shook his head and remarked, the natural magic of the elves is far more adept. If they summon the winds, wouldn't that spell doom for us? After all, the dwarves and elves had harbored enmity for countless years. Though they detested one another, their understanding of each other ran deep. Wind. Hollyflosse chuckled at the mere mention of the term. With a flick of his dragon tail, he conjured a small whirlwind that lifted fallen leaves, forming the shape of a bipedal dragon that soared through the sky. What entity can summon the winds that could rival me? Hollyflosse cast a glance at Warwick and stated. Warwick lifted his gaze to behold the dragon crafted from leaves, and in astonishment, he said, then there is no issue at hand. This topic reminded Hollyflosse of another matter. Oh, by the way, Hollyflosse, could you do me a favor and make our banner flutter? He added. The banner of the Dragon Kingdom cannot yet wave on its own without wind. Hollyflosse shot Hollyflosse an exasperated look, but chose to remain silent. Nevertheless, he utilized his abilities to create a localized permanent airflow around the Dragon Kingdom's banner. Henceforth, regardless of the weather, the banner would perpetually wave, unless Hollyflosse were to perish once more or voluntarily revoke his power. Warwick's mind delighted at the prospect of elves attacking the Dragon Kingdom. Compelled to consume those potions with no means of counteraction, then there is no problem, he exclaimed with glee. No matter how ancient the elves may be, they must first partake of our potion upon entering the Dragon Kingdom. Ha ha ha. In contrast to the human classification of the extraordinary, all elves are inherently extraordinary, much like the dwarves. Therefore, the elves' classification of extraordinary abilities is based on their age. For comparison, a 600-year-old elf corresponds to the prowess of a rainbow knight or a color mage. Naturally, this classification is not absolute, as the innate talents among elves vary. There may even exist prodigies aged merely 100 years whose strength rivals that of an ether. Generally speaking, for most elves, 600 years equates to the strength of a rainbow knight or color mage, while 800 years signifies the strength of an ether. After another 200 years, they are destined to meet their end. Previously, during the night tournament, the elf that Maislodar defeated was indeed around 600 years in strength. Yet, that time Maislodar did not hold back. He fought with all his might, and naturally, the elf succumbed. Unlike humans, elves cannot actively promote their strength. They must wait for their age to reach the requisite threshold for advancement. However, from another perspective, one could say that elves are perpetually evolving with every breath they take. And as for the dwarves, the extraordinary ranking of dwarves is somewhat more intricate. They prefer to measure their strength by comparing the magnitude of their physical prowess. For instance, Warwick possesses the ability to crush an iron ball into deformation with both hands, a feat comparable to the might of the Red Knight or Wei Fa among humans. However, categorizing dwarven status solely based on strength is rather one-sided. Dwarves place greater value on their forging skills and craftsmanship. In this regard, Warwick undoubtedly belongs to the elite tier. A dwarf capable of crafting a legendary stone sword and epic-defining shield axe cannot possibly be regarded as inconsequential. Well, I shall expedite the concoction of the appropriate potions, Lucia nodded, turning to prepare for an intensive session of potion making. To Lucia, Dragon's Hire was akin to paradise, perhaps even surpassing it in beauty. Thus, her enthusiasm for safeguarding Dragon's Hire from elven incursions was immensely high. Curious yet intriguing humans, Warwick murmured, observing Lucia's retreating figure. What is wrong with Lucia? Alpha, hearing his friend's remark about the potion's master of Dragon's Hire, felt a twinge of confusion. Warwick gestured towards his throat, stating, how could her voice be like that? Isn't she a potion's master? How could a potion's master be in such poor physical condition? Warwick shook his head. Even among dwarves, who are not particularly adept at alchemy, potions masters are typically well maintained. After all, potions are meant to sustain life, and their efficacy is formidable. Unless a potions master deliberately mistreats their own body, it is inconceivable for someone like Lucia to appear so lifeless. Chapter 56. The most popular evil dragon Maislodar. I entrust this task to you as well. Lucia gazed at the freshly sown medicinal field before her, addressing Maislodar, who stood nearby. Maislodar gently flapped his dragon wings and replied, dragon language, no problem. As Yesfluda's words resonated, the herbs in the medicinal field sprouted, grew, and matured at an astonishingly visible rate. No matter how many times one witnesses this, the spectacle remains awe-inspiring and delightful. Lucia marveled at the field that had matured in the blink of an eye, her raspy voice expressing her wonder. For a potions master, the variety and freshness of herbs directly determine the potential of their concoctions. Given identical levels of alchemical skill and knowledge of formulas, Lucia has the advantage of accessing fresh herbs at any time and place. This enables her to brew potions that are closer to perfection. While Lucia meticulously gathered and categorized the herbs, placing those with different effects into separate containers for either brewing or grinding, she prepared everything necessary. Finally, she turned her gaze to her black cauldron. Observing the tranquil liquid within, Lucia exhaled softly. Lucia waved her wand, adding another log to the fire beneath the cauldron, and remarked, "Well, now we simply await the outcome." Alchemy often unfolds in such a manner, mixing and then waiting. The processes required for different potions vary considerably. Some necessitate constant vigilance, for even the slightest misstep can compromise their efficacy. Conversely, there are potions that can be left unattended, provided the formulation and dosage remain accurate, ensuring no mishap occurs. The potion Lucia is currently concocting, the anti-magic elixir, belongs to the latter category. Once completed, it can sit undisturbed for an entire day without diminishing its potency. This is largely due to the diverse magical energies inherent in the ingredients. If magical energy can thrive within herbs, manifesting various properties for the alchemist's use, it stands to reason that it can also exist freely in the air. Typically, potions must be sealed immediately after brewing or consumed while still warm. Otherwise, the ambient magical energy may react with that of the potion. While most potions do not explode or ignite upon such interaction, they invariably lose their effectiveness, transforming into an odd-tasting and strangely colored ordinary water. However, the anti-magic elixir is exempt from such stipulations. It renders the mage who ingests it incapable of sensing magical energy, thus remaining unaffected by the ambient magical energies that could otherwise neutralize its effects. Just then, Lucia's stomach voiced its discontent, reminding her that she had been standing at the alchemical table for an entire day. Glancing out the window at the now brightening sky, she stifled a yawn. It was time for a meal. From her pocket, Lucia produced a vial of brown potion and took a generous sip. Within moments, the fatigue that had weighed her down evaporated, restoring her vigor. In truth, she envied the dragons for their ability to regain energy simply by basking in sunlight without the need for sustenance. Yet, no potion exists that allows one to forego meals entirely. There are, however, potions that can eliminate the need for sleep, and the one Lucia just consumed is precisely that. This potion is exceedingly rare and costly, due to its challenging preservation and transport, as well as the uncommon ingredients required for its creation. Yet for Lucia, the scarcity of precious herbs is hardly a concern. As for preservation difficulties, Lucia never consumes potions that have been left overnight. She cast a glance at Yesfloda, who stood outside the door, and inquired, "Yesfloda, would you care to join me for a meal?" Sometimes, while Lucia brews potions, Yesfloda can be seen peering through the window. One wonders if, after witnessing so many practical sessions of potion making, Yesfloda has acquired any skills in the art of alchemy. Was it merely that Yesfroda found it amusing to see Lucia transform those flowers and plants into a pot of liquid? Yesfroda nodded in affirmation. The only tavern in the Dragon Realm was Old Jack's Tavern. Indeed, the establishment was named Old Jack's Tavern, much like the tavern at the sanctuary. The new tavern was equally luxurious and spacious. To accommodate the entry of young dragons, the tavern's entrance had even been deliberately widened. Maislodar had highly recommended Old Jack's culinary skills to his dragon companions. Consequently, Old Jack's Tavern now attracted not only the brave adventurers, but also young dragons eager to place their orders. However, their dining hours were distinctly separated. Old Jack reveled in this, delighted to witness the satisfied expressions of patrons as they savored their meals. Of course, dragons were welcome too. When Lucia brought Yesfroda to Old Jack's Tavern, the lively sounds within were unmistakable. It was nearing noon, the designated dining hour for adventurers. Inside, a brave warrior, observing the tattered golden-haired knight with a cloak shredded by dragon claws, chuckled and said, "Macaron, I hear you've challenged the dragon again." Macaron, defiantly lifting his chin, retorted, "Isn't it the duty of a warrior to confront dragons?" The warrior, eyeing Macaron leaning against the tavern bar, inquired, "Did you defeat the dragon? Surely you haven't failed again?" At this, Macaron's face flushed crimson, muttering defensively, "Fighting a dragon can't be deemed a defeat. It's about understanding the dragon. It's about gaining experience." His words, though somewhat obscure, elicited laughter from the other warriors at his feeble defense. The tavern was soon filled with a jubilant atmosphere. Each time someone failed in their dragon challenge, the remaining adventurers would share a hearty laugh. Conversely, if someone succeeded, they would celebrate together. After all, one must find ways to amuse oneself. Thus, despite Macaron's flustered demeanor from yet another failure, he would have laughed just as heartily had another adventurer faced the same fate. Noticing the ongoing laughter, Macaron turned his head away. He placed 9 silver coins on the bar and called out to Old Jack, "Old Jack, I'd like a bowl of fragrant bean rice and a cup of sweet water." "Certainly," Old Jack replied with a beaming smile. However, Old Jack's grin was not one of mockery, but rather a genuine expression of joy. The bell at the tavern entrance jingled. The adventurers immediately turned to see which colleague had entered. To their surprise, they beheld a figure resembling a lifeless corpse standing at the doorway, reminiscent of the ghostly tales often recounted. "Ah, Lady Lucia, greetings." A valiant warrior greeted Lucia at the entrance. The warriors held Lucia in high esteem, for she was the sole potionist in Dragonland and astonishingly provided her healing services free of charge. In her own words, "With so many practical opportunities available, I ought to be paying you." Although Lucia's methods of treatment occasionally appeared unconventional and perplexing, one could not dispute their effectiveness. Lucia nodded towards the warrior and then shifted her gaze to the bar where Maislodar was seated. It was clear who had taken on the challenge of the dragon that day. There existed an unspoken rule among the warriors. After engaging in a dragon-slaying endeavor, one was obliged to occupy a seat at the bar, regardless of victory or defeat, to facilitate both laughter and celebration among their peers. Lucia approached Maislodar, casting a glance at his wounds, and inquired, "Hey, Maislodar, did you fail again? Who did you fight this time?" Maislodar turned to Lucia and replied, "Elmelinda." Despite Elmelinda having Cairo as her dragon knight, the warriors never shied away from confronting dragons. Even Maislodar occasionally joined the fray. Upon learning that Maislodar dared to challenge Elmelinda, Lucia laughed. "You must have been thoroughly outmatched." Maislodar waved his hand dismissively and retorted, "Not just that, I was pinned to the ground." Given that Elmelinda possessed magnetic abilities and Maiklin's armor was entirely metallic, it was hardly surprising that he found himself subdued. What more could Lucia say? She could only offer Maislodar a piece of advice. "Next time, choose your opponent wisely." "Certainly," Maislodar nodded in agreement. At that moment, Maislodar entered the tavern. Some buildings in Dragonland were particularly spacious, allowing even young dragons to enter without feeling cramped. Old Jack's tavern was among them, though it felt excessively roomy for humans, almost as if it were designed for someone to deliver a speech. Sigh, the dragon, a warrior, lamented upon spotting Maislodar before returning to his meal. "What a peculiar sigh," Maislodar thought to himself, bemused. It was his first time hearing a human sigh in such a manner. Why sigh upon encountering a dragon? In truth, these warriors had a certain fondness for Maislodar. Why? Because he was one of the more easily defeated dragons. Unlike other dragons that unleashed fire or controlled winds, the more formidable ones, like Elmelinda, directly manipulated specific powers. Only Maislodar possesses the ability to manipulate plant growth, making it remarkably easy to defeat. Those flowers and grasses, even when withered, cannot withstand a knight's sword or a mage's arcane missile. Yet, despite Maislodar being the most easily vanquished of dragons, this does not preclude its participation in the hero-dragon confrontations. After all, there are always some novice heroes to prey upon. "Here are your sweet water and fragrant bean rice. Enjoy," came Old Jack's voice from the kitchen. Accompanying this were a glass of deep crimson liquid and a steaming plate of food that wafted enticing aromas towards Maislodar. Each time he caught a whiff of this scent, his spirits lifted. Maislodar inhaled the delectable fragrance of the fragrant bean rice, marveling aloud, "How delightful." Of course, the fragrant bean has a calming effect, soothing the mind. Lucia interjected from the side. Maislodar paused for a moment, then turned to Lucia and inquired, "What? Isn't it just ordinary beans with spices?" "Though it does contain spices, the fragrant bean is indeed a magical herb," Lucia continued, enlightening Maislodar with some pharmacological knowledge. She rather enjoyed educating these laymen, believing that one should at least have an understanding of the ingredients in the medicinal potions they consume. Lucia elaborated, "The sleep aids you sometimes request from me contain fragrant bean as an ingredient." Maislodar glanced at the fragrant bean rice before asking, then, "If I consume this fragrant bean rice, I won't feel drowsy, right?" Lucia patiently explained, "The fragrant bean only serves to soothe the spirit, improving your mood. The herb that induces sleepiness is a different one." It was only then that Maislodar, in a moment of realization, exclaimed, "Wait, doesn't that make this bowl of rice rather expensive? If the fragrant bean is among the necessary materials for potion crafting, its price must be substantial." Logically, yes, but not necessarily in Dragonland. Lucia nodded, then shook her head. Maislodar, intrigued by Lucia's air of mystery, asked, "Why is that?" "Thank the dragon," Lucia shrugged, casting a glance at Maislodar, who was nearby. "What does that have to do with anything?" Maislodar queried, now looking towards Maislodar. He had yet to challenge this dragon, as Maislodar often spent its time in the fields, engaged in unknown activities. It rarely made an appearance when Maislodar was around. As one of the more easily defeated dragons, Maislodar surely had a multitude of eager challengers. Maislodar quipped, "What does it mean to be popular?" Leaning back with pride, and yes. The heroes often wonder why Maislodar chooses to frolic with the old farmers in the fields. Seeking Lucia in the medicinal field is quite understandable. After all, the field is precious and requires vigilant guardianship, and Lucia is a dragon knight of Maislodar. However, what allure does the farmland hold in search of the old farmer? These valiant warriors are preoccupied with devising strategies to confront the malevolent dragon, and naturally, they would pay little heed to the affairs of the farmland. From a conventional perspective, the plots cultivated by mere mortal farmers could, at best, be deemed mere scenery. The yield of grain relies predominantly on the mages and knights, who can cultivate dozens of acres in a single day. Lucia chuckled softly and reminded them, "Given that you are aware of Maislod's ability to control plants, shouldn't you contemplate what else might exist within the farmland?" Chapter 57. The wedding Iden gazed at Kira, adorned in her pristine, new light armor, and inquired with a smile. "Kira, are you prepared?" "Of course," Kira replied, nodding at Iden. The long-awaited wedding of Kira and Iden was finally about to commence, with today designated for the rehearsal. The venue was set in Dragon City, coinciding perfectly with the grand inauguration of the city. Naturally, a wedding of such noble stature would be both magnificent and opulent, akin to the lavish banquet Kira had once hosted during her coronation as a noble. It was only fitting that Kira's wedding would feature a similar grand feast in Dragon City. However, unlike the bustling population of Lost City, the number of mortals in Dragon City was limited to the handful of old farmers who had always accompanied Kira. The rest comprised extraordinary warriors, including the second generation of Hollyflosse brought by Loth, mages and knights who had been deceived into becoming dragon riders, members of the Windlie Hunt group, as well as those brave souls. There were also the persistent architects who lingered, hoping to partake in yet another meal. Kira extended invitations to all, including the adventurers and the lord of the sanctuary, Okamoto. Yet, upon personally delivering the invitation to Okamoto's estate, she was informed that Sir Okamoto was still away from home. Iden was indeed fortunate. The one he cherished had transformed into his beloved partner, remarked a splendidly attired member of Hollyflosse, observing Iden's radiant happiness. The wife of this Hollyflosse member retorted with irritation, "As if I enjoy being with you." It was evident that this couple was not one of romantic compatibility, but rather a union forged purely for familial obligation, maximizing mutual benefit. Arranged marriages are not merely a matter of pairing one male with one female. They form an intricate web that binds all eligible individuals from both families until they can no longer be disentangled. Thus, regardless of whether one belongs to a collateral or direct line, irrespective of social status or strength, upon reaching the appropriate age, one must enter into matrimony. However, considering another perspective, such unions do possess their own advantages. The limitations of one's partner may not be particularly high, yet the minimum is undoubtedly sufficient. Surely, one would not expend considerable time and effort over half a year only to ultimately encounter a disastrous partner. Upon hearing his wife utter such words, a member of the Harrow family clapped his hands in delight and exclaimed, "Ah, at last, the words I have long awaited. Let us hasten to divorce." At that moment, another member of the Harrow family, the uncle of Flock, cast a sidelong glance at him and inquired, "Divorce? Who is Flock, anyway?" Flock was the former owner of Kira's dragon-tooth sword. The member of the Harrow family stood there, momentarily taken aback, before awkwardly stating, "One cannot divorce such delightful weather. It is truly suitable for a wedding." After managing to deflect the conversation, he turned to Flock's uncle with a smile, asking, "Mr. Slovak, were you not out attending to some business?" Slovak, adorned in splendid light armor, whose embellishments outweighed their practical utility, adjusted the flowers hanging from his chest and replied, "Of course, I must attend my niece's wedding." Slovak was Flock's uncle and Eaton's uncle as well. Due to the intertwining of their family ties, it was common for the elders and younger members of the Harrow family to be related. One's mother could be the sister of another's father, and vice versa. Hence, Slovak's reasoning was evidently tenuous. Every elder present could easily assert that Eaton was their niece. Slovak then shifted his gaze to Kira, who stood beside Eaton, adding, "Naturally, there are other factors at play." The elders of Eaton's family, witnessing her union with her childhood sweetheart, could only sigh and self-deprecate regarding their own marriages. However, Eaton's contemporaries gazed upon her with envy. After all, everyone harbors desires and emotions. The second-generation members of the family understood the necessity of certain sacrifices, but they had not truly mastered any form of emotional detachment. One hair of second-generation female sat at the table, propping her chin on her hands, and remarked, "Ah, how I envy Eaton. She can marry the one she loves." Opposite her, a male second-generation member echoed her sentiments. "Indeed, who wouldn't want the same? I yearn for my own little Lhasa." The female second generation sighed and continued, "Alas, my family has arranged for me to wed a heavily armored knight, claiming it would complement my skills and enhance our success in future endeavors." The male counterpart across the table could only sigh in response, choosing to remain silent about his own arranged match. At that moment, Slovak suddenly leaned closer to the two second-generation members and unexpectedly interjected, "Yearning for the freedom to love?" "Ah, Mr. Slovak," the female second generation gasped in surprise. We were merely discussing the weather." The second male heir hastily interjected, attempting to shift the topic. Slovak drew a chair closer and seated himself before the two heirs, proclaiming, "Cease the pretense. I have heard everything. To be honest, I do envy Adon." The second female heir paused momentarily before inquiring, "Mr. Slovak, you too feel envy? But are you not?" Slovak and his wife shared a profound connection, appearing to be as perfectly matched as childhood sweethearts, despite their union being one of convenience. Slovak chuckled softly, stroking his chin as he remarked, "As for my marriage partner, let us just say that our apparent harmony is merely a facet of our contractual alliance. Marriages between families serve as bonds of mutual benefit, a truth well recognized by all. Yet, at times, to maintain appearances, certain prominent members must appear exceedingly happy. In private, you two may reside at opposite ends of the earth without concern, but publicly, you must embody the ideal couple." The second male heir nodded in understanding, realizing that it was not only their generation that suffered, the previous generation bore similar burdens. With this revelation, both heirs felt a sense of relief. Slovak lowered his voice conspiratorially, adopting an air of mystery, and said, "In truth, we have both embarked on separate paths." The second female heir gasped, and the second male heir exclaimed, "What?" Clearly, they were taken aback by the revelation that the esteemed Mr. Slovak led such a liberated marital existence. Unfazed, Slovak continued, "I recommend you both consider this approach. Simply agree with your marriage partners in advance. After all, we all know that marriage is merely a bond of interest. It is unavoidable. Family interests dictate such arrangements. The essence of marriage is the binding of two strangers to intertwine their interests until they are indistinguishable. Contracts and treaties are too fragile. Only the institution of marriage can achieve this." Slovak added, "If one truly seeks affection, it must be pursued independently. Therefore, by looking beyond appearances to grasp the essence, one will find that arranged marriages are fundamentally the same. They merely serve as a mechanism to bind interests through marital ties. As for the minstrels who extol the greatness of love and the sanctity of marriage, nonsense. Marriage is no different from the contracts inscribed on paper. It is simply both parties wagering their bodies and futures as collateral." Observing the astonished and contemplative expressions on the faces of the two young heirs, Slovak chuckled softly. He then rose, cleared his throat, and resumed his dignified demeanor. As Slovak gazed upon Kira and Adon walking down the street on a carpet strewn with petals, it was as if he were beholding a treasure he had never possessed. Maislodar stood atop the city walls of Longbang, observing Eaton and Kyra as they positioned themselves accordingly. He turned to the dragon knights and the young dragons behind him and declared, "All right, it is our turn. Let us ascend." As the dragon knight and the ostensible lord of Longbang, it was only fitting for dragons to soar during the wedding ceremony. Hollyflosse felt that human weddings were akin to the ever-changing weather. What did this imply? It suggested that today may bask in sunshine, while tomorrow could bring rain. In the context of human unions, it meant that while two individuals may thrive today, they might be lost by tomorrow. However, the young dragons remained unconcerned by such notions. They found the entire affair delightful and vibrant. Thus, when Kyra implored Maislodar to devise a way for the young dragons to partake in the wedding ceremony, he readily acquiesced without a moment's hesitation. Kyra's exact words were, "There is no need for a performance. A simple flight will suffice." Yet, Maislodar pondered that as Kyra's dragon knight, she should not compromise her dignity on such a momentous occasion. Although none of the young dragons comprehended the significance of a human wedding, they sensed that it was a momentous event in the fleeting lives of humans. Consequently, Maislodar offered Kyra the most splendid arrangement he could conjure. Maislodar led the ascent from the city walls, followed closely by Yesferdar, who bore Lucia, and Lobitoros, who carried Myko. The remaining young dragons and their dragon knights trailed behind. The formation was such that Maislodar took the lead, with Yesferdar positioned to the left rear and Lobitoros to the right rear. The other young dragons followed suit, creating a grand formation. One could not deny the imposing spectacle of so many dragons flying in formation, especially with the dragon knights adorned in capes that billowed gracefully in the wind as they soared. Eaton raised his gaze to the sky, watching the dragon knight formation pass overhead, and remarked, "Though this is merely a rehearsal, I already feel a sense of happiness." Kyra glanced up at Maislodar, her face adorned with a serene smile, yet she remained silent. The dragon knights observing the spectacle from the ground commented, "It is quite a sight. One might mistake it for the grandeur of dragon knights." These particular dragon knights rode dragons that lacked the ability to fly. They possessed 4 limbs, but no wings. Thus they were exempt from participating in this rehearsal. Initially, upon learning that their chosen dragons were wingless, a twinge of disappointment had flickered within them, for the ability to fly was both impressive and practical. However, once they grasped the truth about their dragons, they began to feel grateful for their wingless companions. For when the flying young dragons engaged in playful antics with their dragon knights, the spectacle was nothing short of terrifying. Some young dragons even intentionally allow their riders to fall from their backs, only to swoop down at the last moment to catch them before they hit the ground. What do outsiders call this? They refer to it as a seamless synergy between dragon and rider. How magnificent! Yet, for the riders who experience it firsthand, it is merely a moment of sheer terror. Indeed, they possess extraordinary strength, and the risk of death is minimal. However, falling from such heights would cause discomfort to any person. Everyone is human, after all, not a masochist, and such rough treatment is intolerable. After the rehearsal, a dragon rider approached Cairo with a beaming smile, excitement radiating from him as he said, "My lord Cairo, I have invited another aspiring dragon rider from my hometown." "That is splendid news." Cairo responded with a smile of his own. Soon, their smiles could no longer be contained, erupting into hearty laughter. What is the most joyous aspect of becoming a dragon rider? Is it the wealth and invincibility? No, it is the opportunity to help others become dragon riders as well. What could be so delightful? Maislodar, observing the two in such high spirits, curiously approached to inquire. Cairo quickly suppressed his laughter and replied, "Another person wishes to become a dragon rider. Indeed, that is worthy of celebration, but is it sufficient reason for such mirth?" Maislodar remained perplexed. Although the notion of someone becoming a dragon rider is indeed cause for joy, it hardly warrants such exuberance. In the eyes of Maislodar and the numerous young dragons, the arrival of new dragon riders signifies mutual benefit for all. They fail to perceive their exuberance as anything akin to torture for the humans. Rather, they find them fascinating and entertaining. Meanwhile, Lilia, is that you? Il, upon seeing Lilia before him, rose from his chair in surprise. He quickly approached her, inspecting her closely, murmuring, "Those wicked dragons didn't treat you poorly, did they? Are you injured? Did they neglect you? Did they intentionally let you go hungry?" Lilia, gazing at her concerned father, sighed in exasperation, "Oh, father, I am perfectly fine." Alas, Illinois' perception of the malevolent dragons is deeply ingrained. Even if Lilia were to live in luxury among them, he would still suspect mistreatment. Looking upon Lilia, Illinois resembled any ordinary father, relieved. "It is good that you are well. I feared I might lose you." Chapter 58. I shall soon arrive at the Dragon Kingdom. Also, father, it was a true hero who saved me, Lilia disclosed to her father. "Ah, are there such remarkable figures within the realm of Colin?" Il was momentarily taken aback by his daughter's revelation. The preeminent master of the entire region is undoubtedly Shurgian Afado, yet Afado finds himself stranded in Longbang, unable to return. Who else could possibly possess the prowess to brave the lair of the malevolent dragons and rescue Lilia? However, upon gazing at Lilia, who stands unharmed before him, Illinois finds himself disinclined to ponder such matters further. Regardless of the caliber of expertise, anyone capable of bringing Lilia back is indeed a commendable figure. Moreover, as Lilia's father, Illinois is acutely aware of his daughter's sentiments. He addressed Lilia, saying, "Let me behold this destined prince." Outside, having awaited his turn for quite some time, Alex straightened his garments upon hearing a servant announce his name. Once he confirmed that he appeared impeccable from head to toe, Alec took a deep breath and stepped forward. "A rainbow knight, you say?" Upon first sight of Alec, Il furrowed his brow. A man lacking even the status of a Thay knight is unlikely to have confronted the dragons head-on to rescue Lilia. He must have employed some unconventional methods, yet this is of little consequence. Alec respectfully performed a knightly salute, declaring, Alexiel, at your service, your majesty. Il responded with a smile, maintaining a generally favorable impression of Alec. Most importantly, it seemed that Lilia had developed an affection for him. Given that his daughter was enamored, Il had no desire to play the villain and disrupt her romantic aspirations. Marriages among those of lesser strength are often a necessary means of fortification. For someone of Lilia's noble stature, the sole criterion for choosing a partner is genuine affection. As the king of Corlin, Illinois' queen was also his first love. Regrettably, she was a rather radical sorceress who perished due to a catastrophic magical experiment gone awry. After losing his wife, Illinois was initially stricken with grief, but he promptly enacted stricter safety protocols and review mechanisms for magical experiments throughout the kingdom, particularly within the royal city of Corlin. Subsequently, Illinois remained a solitary figure, dedicating the latter half of his life to caring for his daughter Lilia and governing the realm. Thus, for Lilia, memories of her mother are faint, akin to words fading from the pages of an old book. Conversely, her recollections of her father are vivid. Nonetheless, a single-parent household inevitably carries certain educational shortcomings. Due to Il's romantic inclinations, Lilia has unfortunately inherited a similar tendency towards infatuation. Ironically, Illinois finds himself powerless to intervene, as he too embodies a form of romantic idealism. Had Lilia's mother still been alive, Illinois could have demonstrated the essence of a healthy romantic life. Alas, Lilia lost her mother at a tender age. As her father, Il can do naught but sigh daily at the traces left behind by his departed wife, his expression laden with nostalgia. Little Lilia, too, emulated her surroundings. Sighing at the perfect hero depicted in the literature of the malevolent dragon, her expression betraying a sense of yearning. Il scrutinized Alec before him, seemingly assessing his future son-in-law. Under the intense gaze of the realm's monarch and a potential father-in-law, it was impossible for Alec not to feel a surge of anxiety. However, in pursuit of a commendable first impression, he compelled himself to relax as much as possible, striving to present his most authentic self. Il circled around Alec, feigning ignorance as he inquired, Not bad. A local of Corlin, I presume? Surely, you must have encountered Lilia. The knight's cloak and the emblem he bore were clear indicators of his identity and honor. Il's questioning served merely to ease the tension and spark conversation. Alec nodded, responding truthfully, Yes, in the past, I was fortunate enough to catch a glimpse of the princess during her occasional outings. Suddenly, Illinois leaned closer to Alec, his eyes piercing like those of a hawk, and asked swiftly, Did you start fantasizing then? Instinctively, Alec was about to reply, but he quickly realized the impropriety of the term. No. I admire Princess Lilia. The word fantasizing felt too degrading. To admit such a thing would render him a mere lecher who, after a fleeting glance at Lilia, retreated home to indulge in unsavory thoughts. Admiration. Upon hearing this, Il pondered for a moment. His own queen had also admired him. Continuing his pacing, he approached Lilia and spoke to Alec with measured cadence. Your achievements are indisputable. At this declaration, Alec straightened, anticipation coursing through him at the prospect of rewards from his majesty. Il regarded Alec and slowly articulated, You shall be promoted to Ether Knight, elevated to deputy commander of the Royal Knights, and granted the title of a noble. Are you satisfied? Upon hearing this, Alec momentarily froze. Was that all? What of his union with Lilia? Could it be that his majesty was so protective of his daughter that he hesitated to allow her to wed? Observing the unmistakable turmoil on Alec's face, Illinois inquired, What troubles you, Sir Alec? Alec opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. Il chuckled at Alec's discomfort, then shifted to a more relaxed tone. As for winning Lilia's heart, she is my daughter, not a prize to be awarded. Therefore, it falls upon you, sir, to pursue her. Upon hearing this, Alec's expression transformed back to one of joy. He firmly planted his feet together and declared to Alec, sir, I hereby pledge my loyalty to you, your majesty. Il glanced at Alec with evident satisfaction and responded, Pledging loyalty, is it? Indeed. I shall embark on an expedition to Long Bang, and during that time, your assistance will be indispensable. Upon hearing these words, Lilia's previously jubilant mood swiftly soured. She turned to Il, exclaiming, Father? Il glanced back at Lilia, his eyes devoid of emotion, exuding calm rationality. He began to elucidate, Lilia, do not mistake this for a mere whim. It is a necessity. Lilia fell silent, awaiting her father's further explanation. Il continued, After your abduction, or rather, your two abductions, it has become apparent that both Rose and other factions have begun to contemplate the situation regarding Corrin. Thus, whether for the legitimacy of the Corrin royal family, For mere reputation, or simply to deter nefarious elements, Korin must undertake a decisive expedition against Longbang, and I have already arranged matters with Rose. After absorbing his words, Lilia nodded. I understand. Although the royal family occupies a lofty position in the human realm, appearing exalted, there are times when they are compelled to act in certain ways. For instance, if the Korin royal family wishes to maintain its standing domestically and within the human world, it must march against Longbang and secure victory. Even if everyone knows this is merely a matter of face, failure to act would invite those with ill intentions to stir unrest. Listening to Aiel's discourse, Alec quietly inquired, "Should I, then, forget what I have heard, Your Majesty?" Aiel cast a glance at Alec and waved his hand dismissively. "No need. In the future, you too shall assist Lilia in governing this realm. So, you must be involved in this campaign." Alec hesitated, pointing to himself in disbelief. "Me?" Aiel replied. "Members of the royal family must sometimes embody perfection. If they fall short, they must compensate with merit." Aiel was paving the way for his future son-in-law and Lilia's blissful union. The more exemplary Alec became, the more idyllic Lilia's life post-marriage would be, sparing her from incessant whispers questioning Alec's worthiness. As for Aiel's motives, in his early years of marriage, Illinois had faced critiques of his wife's inadequacies, which stemmed from her perceived lack of strength as a queen. He found himself powerless to retaliate against those naysayers, for they would follow their criticisms with the assertion that His Majesty Aiel deserves better. Such sentiments carried a weight akin to a rallying cry for the king. As a monarch, Illinois could not apprehend those who extolled his reign. This infuriated the young Aiel significantly. Hence, to prevent Lilia from enduring similar indignities, Aiel sought to ensure that Alec would be beyond reproach. At this moment, Alec had no further objections. "Understood, my lord." What? Even if Alec were the destined savior of Lilia, would he still face hostility? Bold words indeed. Aiel had even preemptively crafted lines for those individuals, suggesting, must one offer their body in gratitude to a lifesaver? Lilia, youthful and impetuous, would undoubtedly find such remarks intolerable and might resort to severe measures. Aiel glanced at Lilia, who appeared hesitant, and spoke. "Moreover, do not worry. We are not without our chances." Aiel could not feign a match against the dragons of Longbang. With so many witnesses present, should he engage in deceit, the reputation of the kingdom of Colin would be irrevocably tarnished. Gently clapping his hands, he introduced, "Allow me to present Sir Akamoto, a noble from Luz." As they beheld the figure emerging from the doorway, both Lilia and Alec were taken aback. Lilia inquired. Alec responded, "Ah? What? Have you two met before?" Aiel, observing the reactions of his daughter and son-in-law, was momentarily stunned as well. Akamoto then explained, "The nearby city-state of Longbang serves as my sanctuary, Your Majesty Aiel." Although Akamoto had not been seen around Longbang, Lilia was aware of his existence, as Maislodar occasionally mentioned this ancient human figure. Thus, Lilia's knowledge naturally extended to Alec. Aiel suddenly chuckled, remarking, "No wonder. Sir Akamoto must have also been plagued by the vile dragons." Akamoto recalled the havoc wreaked by the young dragons frolicking within and around the sanctuary, and with a peculiar expression, he replied, "One could indeed say so." Lilia and Alec, who interacted daily with those young dragons, could only nod in agreement. The destructive power of the growing number of young dragons could compel even the mightiest dragons to retreat. His Majesty Aiel continued, "Sir Akamoto will also join our expedition, providing us with invaluable support." Lilia, perplexed, questioned, "Then why not launch the attack directly from the sanctuary? Since you are near Longbang, why not strike from there instead of journeying all the way to the capital of Colin? Do you prefer taking the long way?" Akamoto glanced at Lilia and explained, "The great dragons would be vigilant of the sanctuary, but would not suspect the expeditionary forces of Your Majesty Aiel. That indeed explains my need for a roundabout approach." Since the last encounter where Akamoto bested him, Raffle had been closely monitoring the sanctuary's movements, making it difficult for Akamoto to act. Thus, he had no choice but to take a longer route and collaborate closely with His Majesty Aiel to disguise their presence as they infiltrated Longbang. After listening to Akamoto, Aiel nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Illinois spoke of the advantages on his side. Moreover, that is not all. There are also mysterious and beautiful allies from foreign lands. Upon hearing this descriptor, Lilia instinctively inquired, "Elves?" Aiel nodded, just as he was about to mention that the elven envoy was on the way. He noticed a nearby attendant signaling him. Thus, he shifted his discourse. "Indeed, however, their envoy has already arrived." The elven envoy, with cascading white hair adorned with a green wreath and a blue-pink floral crown, was a sight to behold. Even Lilia could not help but marvel at the envoy's beauty. The elven envoy addressed Aiel. It is a pleasure that humanity is willing to collaborate with the elves once more. May the starlight illuminate your path, noble ruler of mankind. Il responded with a smile. You are too kind. We are equally pleased to engage in cooperation with the elves. At this moment, Akamoto observed the elven envoy, maintaining a reticent demeanor. Il then conveyed to the elven envoy, by the way, our mages have perfected the array to counter the dragonkin. I trust that your mages will wield it with even greater efficacy. The elven envoy nodded in response, saying, to counter the dragonkin? That is indeed splendid. Chapter 59. The Kingdom of Korin sends congratulations. On the day of Sir Kiro's formal wedding, the scene was even more grandiose. Even the citizens of the sanctuary castle came to partake in the revelry. The high nobility hosted lavish banquets, and with no one to consume the excess. It seemed more prudent to allow the common folk of Sanctuary Castle to benefit. The ordinary folk, who delighted in the spectacle, marveled at the flying formations of dragon riders in the sky. Meanwhile, the heroes within the hero camp maintained their impassive expressions. They harbored no fondness for the malevolent dragons. Yet today marked the joyous occasion of Sir Kiro's wedding. According to the customs and various eccentricities of human culture, today was a day when even the most grievous sorrow should be suppressed. Within the realm of dragons, watching the Lhasa nobility gather once more to eat and drink, Kiro cheerfully approached each one to express his gratitude. While the nobility were often preoccupied with their own affairs, they would still attend significant events of their peers whenever possible. Although Kiro was a newly ascended noble, the distinction in nobility was merely a matter of recognition, devoid of any notions of new or old. The only notable absence was that of Sir Akamoto and His Majesty Devon. However, His Majesty Devon did send Prince Regan to convey the royal family's congratulations on Kiro's marriage. A stout, short noble from Lhasa gazed toward the direction of Sanctuary Castle, furrowing his brow, and remarked, strange, why hasn't Akamoto arrived? Is his city not adjacent? The absence of Akamoto could be viewed in varying degrees of significance. If one were to escalate the matter, one might claim that Akamoto disrespected his peers and disregarded the bonds and etiquette among the nobility, potentially inciting conflict. In a more intimate context, it could simply be said that Akamoto, lacking malice, merely preferred to remain indoors due to his indolence. Meanwhile, a tall and slender noble from Los, savoring the local wines, remarked, who can say? Akamoto often appears and vanishes unexpectedly, does he not? The esteemed nobles, all possessing ethereal prowess, were in agreement. Though Kira had yet to attain such a level, it was solely due to her preoccupation, preventing her from advancing in the lost royal city. The fact that Akamoto could evoke such remarks from those of ethereal mastery indicates that he often engaged in remarkable feats of transformation. On another note, Kira, having extended her hand to the last individual, was conversing with Prince Regan. Your Highness, it is truly a pleasure to see you, Kira expressed as she shook his hand. Regan, however, interrupted her pleasantries. Enough of the formalities, Sir Kira. Perhaps you might enlighten me on how you have acquired such a multitude of dragons? As he spoke, his gaze was drawn to the playful young dragons frolicking in the sky nearby. Kira, observing Regan's ignorance of the potential dangers posed by the young dragons, smirked slightly and replied, Your Highness, should there be any secret to share, I would certainly divulge it to you. Moreover, Kira found it rather curious. Was there not a young dragon residing within the lost royal city? Had Prince Regan not been sufficiently tormented by that very dragon? Little did Kira realize that the dragon in question, Bernadoro, was an exceptional creature. To what extent, you may ask? It was so well behaved that it did not incessantly pester Regan to take it out for adventures. If one were to seek a tangible representation of the knights from the tales of yore, Regan and Bernadoro would undoubtedly be the prime candidates, truly a pair who collaborated harmoniously and respected one another. In stark contrast, other dragon knights paled in comparison. Regan, with a blend of regret and understanding, nodded at Kira. You are unwilling to share, Sir Kira? I can comprehend. At a loss for words, Kira pondered why everyone regarded her as some extraordinary figure. She was merely one of the many victims of these young dragons. Gritting her teeth, Kira ventured, Your Highness, you are gravely mistaken. Are there truly individuals within the royal army willing to become dragon knights? Regan's eyes lit up at once. Oh? Are you, Sir Kira, willing to cultivate dragon knights for the lost royal family? It was conceivable that Devon had sent Regan to Long Bang with the ulterior motive of recruiting some dragon knights. However, if Kira could offer the royal army of Lost some slots for dragon knights, that would surely be advantageous. What? Did the lost royal family not comprehend the perils of young dragons? This brings to mind the concept of information silos, wherein individuals only wish to hear what they desire. Currently, There exist three distinct attitudes towards dragons within the realm of humanity. One perspective is that of the dragon knights, who acknowledge the undeniable magnificence of dragons, yet contend that such grandeur is beyond human endurance. Naturally, should an impetuous youth aspire to become a dragon knight, the seasoned knights would extend their utmost support. Another viewpoint arises from the kingdom of Corin, where dragons are perceived as malevolent beings, or, if not inherently evil, should be banished. Then there are the impressionable youths, beguiled by the literary works propagated by the Hollyflosse family, who genuinely believe that becoming a dragon knight is both glamorous and formidable. The royal family of Loss occupies a position that straddles the line between the first and third attitudes. They have witnessed the tumultuous power of young dragons, yet are misled by the presence of an extraordinary dragon within the palace, mistakenly attributing the unruly behavior of the young dragons in Lost City to Sir Kiro's inability to meticulously attend to the vast number of hatchlings he manages. They erroneously believe that had the royal family been in charge, each dragon would exhibit the same unparalleled excellence as Bernadoro. Fortunately, this notion dwells solely in the depths of the royal family's hearts, unbeknownst to Hollyflosse, who would surely be doubled over in laughter were he to hear it. Is it possible that Bernadoro is the anomaly among the hatchlings? Kiro cast a glance at the smile adorning Prince Regan's face and, steeling herself, ultimately nodded in agreement. During the recent wedding rehearsals in the Dragon Realm, a new cohort of hatchlings has appeared. The unfortunate reality, however, is that the previous recruitment of dragon knights has depleted all potential candidates. With no reliable news regarding the next recruitment, the young dragons of the Dragon Realm have consequently found themselves in a state of stagnation. This stagnation brings suffering solely to Kiro and her companions. While Hollyflosse could resort to unleashing a devastating dragon fire to disperse the hatchlings, the dragon knights are left to endure their plight. Kiro exclaimed, "The hatchlings are not selling. We need assistance." Upon witnessing Kiro's nod, Regan could no longer contain his laughter. "Ha ha ha, that is splendid. Sir Kiro is truly devoted to the kingdom. If only all the noble families were as committed as you." A somewhat stout noble of Loss, clutching a bubbling goblet, gazed at the elated Regan, perplexed, and inquired, "What has gotten into Prince Regan? Why such merriment?" A taller, leaner noble then quietly remarked, "Sir Kiro has agreed to let the royal army select a few hatchlings from the Dragon Realm." The stout noble, unable to restrain his reaction, exclaimed, "Wow, is Sir Kiro that audacious? Even daring to deceive the royal family?" These nobles of Loss are well aware of the hatchling's potential. While one or two might be manageable, retrieving several at once, Lost City would likely witness a surge in high-paying positions for architectural mages. The lean noble cast a sidelong glance at his companion and chuckled. "Prince Regan is simply delighted. Why must you dampen the mood?" The stout and somewhat short noble turned his head and inquired, "What is your predicament?" Upon hearing this, the tall and slender noble's countenance fell instantly. He sighed deeply and lamented, "Alas, there exists a small family in my city-state that has succumbed to the rumors propagated by that charlatan, Harloff. Yet, every cloud has a silver lining," he consoled himself. "For now, my city-state has also welcomed a few dragons. Nevertheless, it is certainly preferable to the situation in Dragonland. The young dragons that venture forth from Dragonland inevitably return after some time, eager to share their playful experiences with their companions and to indulge in a lively reunion. This occasion marks one of the rare days of respite for the tall noble." The stout noble, with a hint of trepidation, remarked, "Oh, thankfully. Such occurrences are absent in my city-state." The tall noble, observing his fortunate colleague, chuckled and retorted, "Just wait. You too shall find yourself in a similar plight, just as dragon riders fervently aspire to recruit others into their ranks. The noble lords who possess dragon riders within their territories will zealously endeavor to ensnare their fellow nobles into the same fate. This exemplifies the upgraded dark psychology of dragon riders, the art of dragon summoning." As the wedding festivities began to wind down, amidst an atmosphere of mutual goodwill, a voice resonated from afar. "Kira, Sir Dragon of Evil, step forth for battle." The figures of His Majesty Il's expeditionary force had yet to materialize, yet the proclamation arrived through magical means, preceding their presence over Dragonland. The delightful mood of Prince Regan was abruptly tarnished by this challenge. As a member of the royal family, he was aware that the Colin had already made arrangements to traverse through to engage in combat with Dragonland. One should not perceive this as a grave affront. In truth, such conduct is quite common in the realm of humanity, often arising from conflicts between royal families or among noble houses. When negotiations falter or the necessity to engage in battle arises, both parties mobilize their forces. The specific procedures depend on whether the parties belong to the same nation. If they do, a declaration of war must be presented to the royal family, followed by a confrontation with royal observers present. While termed a duel, it is akin to a contest. The other world does adhere to its own ceremonial customs. Conversely, if the factions do not belong to the same nation, as is the case now with the Colin royal family intending to attack Dragonland, a different protocol is observed. The Colin must submit a request for passage to the country governing Dragonland, namely Loss, which subsequently approves the request. Following this, the Colin's grand army marches forth, challenging the gates of Dragonland. As the Lord of Dragonland, Kira may choose to engage in battle or decline the challenge. Certainly, while it may be publicly stated that there are no victors in this conflict, in reality, it can be portrayed as Dragon Kingdom's cowardice in battle. As for the incident where His Majesty Il rashly led the king's army to the outskirts of Rose City and was subsequently defeated by the malevolent dragon, if one must assign blame, it is indeed His Majesty Il who transgressed first, failing to inform the Rose royal family before breaching their borders with a grand military force. However, the crux of the matter does not lie there. The pivotal issue is that His Majesty Il and his king's army were soundly thrashed by the dragon. This renders Il's breach of protocol seemingly insignificant, even somewhat overlooked. This is what one might call prioritizing the greater issues while dismissing the lesser ones. Sir Kira, please continue. I shall attend to this matter. Reagan cast a glance at Kira and Eaton, who stood upon a carpet adorned with petals, and spoke. The prince then rose from his seat and whistled. The figure of Bernador, clad in resplendent golden and white dragon armor, reflected the sunlight as he descended from the heavens, lifting Reagan aloft and soaring beyond the city walls. Kira, being a prominent noble of Rose, was celebrating his wedding today. Thus, any disruption caused by the army of Corlin during Kira's nuptials would be a direct affront to all of Rose, including the royal family. As the heir apparent, Reagan felt compelled to intercede on Kira's behalf against the encroaching Corlin forces. Although Reagan could not compel Corlin to abandon their assault, he could certainly buy Il a day or two of reprieve. After all, this war initiated by Corlin against Dragon Kingdom was fundamentally an endeavor to reclaim lost honor. A delay of a day or two would be inconsequential. Furthermore, by granting Kira this favor, it would allow Kira to reciprocate towards Il in the future, would it not? This was not a bitter conflict akin to that between elves and dwarves, where life and death hung in the balance. Yet, Reagan miscalculated. The driving force behind this war was not Il and his king's army, but rather Akamoto and the elves, who would not concern themselves with human customs or societal niceties. Il observed the dragon knight approaching, adorned with the royal insignia of Rose, and felt a twinge of confusion. Prince Reagan, being no citizen of Rose, Il was unaware that Kira was to be wed today, and thus found Reagan's arrival rather puzzling. Reagan, descending gracefully from the sky atop his dragon, addressed Il. Your Majesty Il, I have come to inform you that today is the wedding of Sir Kira. Il, intending to acknowledge this, had not completed his sentence before he witnessed Reagan come under attack. Is that so? No matter. We shall encamp near the bastion of protection. Reagan was utterly taken aback by the audacity of Il's forces as they launched a surprise strike upon him, sending him hurtling from the back of his dragon with a swift slash. Il turned to the direction of the attack, bellowing in fury. Who dares? Chapter 60. The Radiance of the Celestial Rainbow. However, the only responses to His Majesty Il were fleeting shadows that swept across the sky and the ground, accompanied by a phrase in Elvish: strike swiftly. Do not linger in battle. Seek the Tome of Origins. The elves, well aware of the formidable nature of the dragon kin, refrained from engaging in the human customs of war alongside Il's royal army. To seize the Tome of Origins, they understood the necessity of swift action, retrieving the tome before the mature dragons could react, and then vanishing into the ether. Akamoto cast a glance at the elves darting away from the military formation, letting out a disdainful snort. He had painstakingly concealed his presence, appearing no different from an ordinary mage. Therefore, until he laid eyes on the Tome of Origins, he would restrain himself from intervening to avoid detection. Your Majesty, an officer from the royal army remarked, momentarily entranced by the elves hastening towards the dragon realm. First, apprehend that group of elves. Il commanded sternly. The elves, after all, were not humans, but rather a foreign race. If Il allowed these outsiders to assault the human royal family, particularly Prince Reagan, then the kingdom of Colin would find it difficult to maintain its standing in the human world. Upon arriving at the outskirts of the dragon realm, the elves were not greeted by dragons or the Tome of Origins, but rather by the sight of a dwarf, Valric, engaged in conversation with Alphido at the hero's encampment. Valric paused, astonished by the sudden appearance of elves in the air. Elves? He had also heard the rallying cry from the Colin Royal Army. However, Alphido proceeded to elucidate the rules of warfare and the accompanying etiquette of the human realm to Valric, who then expressed his understanding and prepared to observe the unfolding spectacle. Yet, the origin of these suddenly appearing elves puzzled him. Dwarf? The approaching elves were equally taken aback by the presence of dwarves in the dragon realm. Nevertheless, the Tome of Origins took precedence. Once obtained, dwarves would be mere trifles. The elves wished to disregard Valric, but he would not ignore them. Valric exchanged a knowing glance with Alphido, who swiftly comprehended the unspoken signal. Bending down, Alphido extended a hand to encircle Valric's form. With a powerful heave, Valric shot forth like a cannonball towards the elves hovering above. "Take this," Valric shouted, brandishing his pickaxe like weapon high above and aiming it at the approaching elves. He cared not whether he could best them. He simply knew that when dwarves encountered elves, they must strike. Otherwise, he would dishonor the spirit of Carl in the heavens. Ugh! The elf targeted by Valric expressed his annoyance with a sharp intake of breath. Subsequently, he effortlessly drew his crystalline longsword and swung it toward Valric. Though the blade merely sliced through the air, a narrow, devastating arc manifested upon Valric's form. Struck with great force, Valric found himself unable to leverage his surroundings and plummeted directly towards the ground. Meanwhile, what was Hollyflosse doing, tasked with guarding the Tome of Origins? At that moment, Hollyflosse was engrossed in practicing the duality of ice and fire with Vinakahana. In the midst of their training, Hollyflosse suddenly lifted his head. A look of bewilderment crossing his face as he muttered to himself, "The essence of elves. But is it not the army of humans approaching?" The dragons, too, heard the rallying cries of the kingdom of Colin, and the young dragons were both excited and intrigued. They had yet to engage in battle with humans, finding the entire spectacle utterly thrilling. Today was exceptionally entertaining, with both a human wedding and a human war unfolding. However, Hollyflosse remained indifferent. He had witnessed numerous human conflicts. Some of these wars resembled mere play, where both sides merely exchanged gestures, while others were brutal, resulting in comprehensive devastation. Hollyflosse surmised that this challenge would likely resemble the former, just a light-hearted skirmish with a few participants and spectators, culminating in a bit of noise. Yet, why did Hollyflosse perceive a scent distinctively belonging to elves in the air? Observing Hollyflosse's sudden distraction, Vinakahana inquired, "What troubles you?" Hollyflosse dissipated the dragon fire enveloping them, responding, "Elves are approaching." As the flames receded, the chill that clung to them also dispersed. Hollyflosse pondered whether his flames could harmonize with Vinakahana's frigid essence to create a wondrous duality of ice and fire, where the flames would continue to burn and explode. Yet each searing touch would draw away heat rather than produce it. Vinakahana rose and approached Hollyflosse, asking, "Shall we proceed then? Or does it pertain to that peculiar book?" Hollyflosse nodded, stating, "Indeed, I must investigate what is transpiring with chlorophyll." He took a step away from Vinakahana, who seemed to be deliberately distancing herself from him, perhaps out of a sense of disdain for his seemingly carefree existence. Hollyflosse recalled a certain individual in the human world known as Chungu, who shared a similar plight, surrounded by numerous female acquaintances. However, Chungu met a tragic fate, which Hollyflosse wished to avoid. There was a saying in the human realm, "You laugh at Chungji's early demise, yet Chungu mocks your lack of experience." With that thought, Hollyflosse felt a chill creep up his neck, prompting him to swiftly take flight in search of chlorophyll. Chlorophyll, observing the elves that had suddenly encircled him, appeared utterly unfazed, exclaiming, "Huh? Elves?" Although Afado and Valric were engaged in combat with the elves, the number they could contain was limited. The remaining elves naturally continued their advance towards the Book of Origins. How amusing to have such a diminutive whelp guarding it. One elf chuckled as he observed the young dragon, Hollyflosse, who bore the tome. Indeed, the elves found themselves incapable of confronting a colossal dragon. Their only recourse was to flee. Yet, could 8 or 9 centuries-old elves truly be thwarted by a dragon scarcely a year old? It seemed a ludicrous mismatch. Hollyflosse slowly rose to his feet, coiling his tail around a vial of potion beside him, and hurled it forcefully to the ground. The sharp sound of shattering glass resonated, and the liquid within rapidly boiled and evaporated, producing a hissing sound. The vaporized potion transformed into a delicate lavender mist in the air. With a gust of wind, Hollyflosse unfurled his dragon wings, sending the mist swirling outward. One elf instinctively inhaled the faint aroma carried by the breeze, only to realize the alarming shift in his perception of the world. He could no longer sense the ambient magical energy. Although Varric's traps had yet to be completed, Hollyflosse was capable of manually conjuring the mist. Admittedly, The effect would not match that of the specialized mechanisms, yet any advantage, however slight, was better than none. Hollyflosse called out, "Where are the dragon riders? Step forward. Halt these elves." The dragon rider, forcibly brought forth by his own dragon, looked bewildered and queried Hollyflosse, "Why are we attacking the elves?" Most of these dragon riders were not affiliated with the Dragon Kingdom. They were present to either spectate or assist in battle. However, given their current understanding of dragons, Hollyflosse could single-handedly subdue all the elves without their aid. Casting a sidelong glance at the speaking dragon rider, Hollyflosse replied, "After the skirmish, I shall grant you 2 days of leave, during which you will not see your dragons." Instantly invigorated, the dragon rider exclaimed loudly, "We must drive every last elf away." With that, he boldly mounted his dragon and charged forward, shouting, "For the holiday. For 2 days of leisure." Though the weakened elves still possessed some fighting spirit, they were no match for the fervent dragon riders and their steeds. While they did not retreat immediately, the prospect of seizing Hollyflosse's Book of Origins was rendered nearly impossible. Okamoto had surprisingly not arrived, which, in fact, was for the best. Hollyflosse's gaze swept across the chaotic battlefield of elves and dragon riders, yet he could not discern any familiar figure. Not only was there no sight of him, but even the air bore no trace of Okamoto's presence. For Hollyflosse, Okamoto's appearance would have posed a considerable complication. His absence, conversely, was a fortuitous circumstance. As the air hung heavy with tension, the familiar voice echoed behind Hollyflosse, "A magic-suppressing potion? I never imagined that even dragons would resort to such cunning." Startled, Hollyflosse swiftly turned to confront the source, only to be met by a brilliant magical projectile. Thud! The newborn body, lacking the strength of its former self, was sent reeling by the force of the blast. Upon regaining balance, Hollyflosse discovered that the origin book, which had always been by his side, was now missing. Akimo Duo, holding the origin book, murmured, "At last, it is mine. Indeed, without those 5 ancient dragons, you are nothing." Explosive dragon fire. Just as Akimo Duo prepared to depart, the voices of Hollyflosse and Vinicahana resonated from above. A blue-white dragon fire descended swiftly from the sky, hurtling toward Akimo Duo. Merciful intervention. With one hand clutching the book and the other wielding his staff, Akimo Duo waved gently. A golden barrier materialized around him, halting the advance of the blue-white dragon fire. The moment the dragon fire made contact with the barrier, it erupted, yet it radiated no heat. Instead, it absorbed the surrounding warmth, causing a layer of frost to rapidly form on Akimo Duo's surface. The chill from the explosion permeated the barrier, reaching his staff. An icy crystal swiftly spread from the staff's tip, encasing his entire right arm in mere moments. With a disdainful huff, Akimo Duo shattered the ice crystals on his arm and staff. He casually opened the origin book to a random page, reciting the text, in the tongue of the Desert. "I promise you the wealth of a king, but what is the cost?" No sooner had he uttered this line than Hollyflosse and Vinicahana descended upon him, their dragon tails, imbued with fire, sliced through the air toward his torso, while ice crystals, born of the chilling air, rapidly crept up from his feet along his calves. What is this?" The exclamations came not from Akimo Duo, but from Hollyflosse and Vinicahana. To their astonishment, a peculiar long sword had pierced through the heads of the 2 great dragons. The sword, resembling the enigmatic entities of the Desert region, was indistinguishable in material, its surface shimmering with black and white snowflake patterns. Despite being impaled, Hollyflosse and Vinicahana did not perish. The sword seemed incapable of inflicting physical harm. However, their strength and abilities were instantly diminished by more than half. Observing that the 2 dragons still retained the capacity to act, even possessing some fighting strength, Akimo Duo's astonishment deepened. He swiftly perused the Tome of Origins in his hands, and indeed, he discovered a plethora of blank spaces in the section detailing the lineage of the dragon race. No, it would not be accurate to call them mere blanks. Rather, that entire segment had been violently torn away. The veins on Okamoto's hands bulged as he grit his teeth and bellowed, "How could this be? The pages are incomplete." Gulverfowl. Storm. Accompanied by a thunderous roar from the void, a colossal tornado erupted from beneath Okamoto's feet, soaring skyward. Nearby, a young dragon, engaged in battle with the elves, turned to witness the towering vortex and hastily retreated, carrying its dragon rider away. The situation had escalated beyond their involvement. Remaining there could jeopardize the dragon knights. The tornado also swept away the medicinal mist that hung in the air, revitalizing the elves. They gazed at the formidable whirlwind with a flicker of fear, yet not a single elf faltered. Instead, They tightened their grips on their weapons and advanced further. The Tome of Origins was intrinsically linked to the essence of the elves and their future. They resolved that even if they perished here, they must safeguard this book. Okamoto's roar pierced through the gale. Enough. Without the primordial ancient dragons, you are unworthy to contend with me. The damage inflicted upon the tome evidently stirred Okamoto's emotions profoundly. Heavenly Rainbow. With a furious cry, the tornado that reached the heavens was instantly quelled. In its stead, an immense fireball emerged, dominating the sky with no discernible limits. The fireball spell is a fundamental lesson for all mages. Yet Okamoto was the sole individual capable of wielding it to such an extraordinary extent. Chapter 61. Blame the Elves. At this juncture, His Majesty Il, accompanied by his royal army, arrived at the scene. As for Prince Regan, Bernardo had already whisked him away to a relatively safe location. Though Prince Regan was not weak, the elves' ambush had severely injured him, yet it had not reached the point of fatality. The multitude of mages within the kingdom of Collins stood in stunned silence, gazing at the enormous fireball that had suddenly appeared in the sky. What is that? Is such a feat achievable by man? Surely, this level of fireball magic must be an illusion. Hollyflosse, struggling against his weakened state, flapped his dragon wings and propelled himself toward the massive fireball. Where there is fire, Hollyflosse could assert his control. Should that fireball descend, the recently restored Dragon City would need to be rebuilt anew. Hollyflosse was determined to protect his cherished creation. Il, observing the colossal fireball, felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. However, as the cornerstone of the royal army, he understood that even amidst the world's impending doom, he must project an air of unwavering control. Thus, Illinois calmed his voice and called out loudly to the royal army surrounding him. Do not panic. It is a spell released by Sir Okamoto. Now, advance forward and seize that group of elves. Upon hearing their king's voice, the royal army regained their composure and responded. At your command. The elven commander cast a disdainful glance at the royal army behind him, then issued a command in Elvish. Intrusive humans, 800 and 700. Intercept those humans. The terms 800 and 700 referred not to specific individuals, but to all elves aged between 800 and 700 years. Elves of this age bracket were comparable to human ether masters, capable of halting Il's royal army. Meanwhile, the remaining elves, aged over 800, would continue their attempt to seize the Book of Origins. For this endeavor, the elves had invested significant resources. Set fire. Hollyflosse charged directly into the massive fireball, akin to a stone plunging into a lake, causing ripples to emanate across its surface without causing an explosion. Okamoto, not focusing on Hollyflosse, turned his attention to the elves advancing towards him. One hand raised his staff to stabilize the fireball, while the other held the open Book of Origins. The pages of the book fluttered as if an unseen force was assisting Okamoto in turning them. He gazed at the text within the Book of Origins and intoned sharply in Decian, blades to arms. Upon the completion of this incantation, a torrent of various weapons surged forth from the perpetually turning pages, resembling the long swords aimed at Hollyflosse and Vinicahana, their surfaces glimmering with black and white specks. Lightning flash. The elven commander at the forefront swung his crystalline longsword with vigor. As the brief incantation concluded, blue and white electric arcs danced across his body. The elven commander transformed, moving with the speed of lightning, deftly evading the incoming weapons. It was not merely avoidance. His form became ethereal, allowing him to pass seamlessly between the oncoming armaments. Okamoto observed the elven commander now before him, his expression inscrutable as he remarked, "Is it the accumulation of 9 centuries that enables such feats? I wonder how they perceive you now." With that, Okamoto forcefully closed the Book of Origins in his left hand, a surge of magical energy radiating from him, expanding outward. The elven commander, unable to evade, was propelled backward by the shockwave, his body and the electric arcs enveloping him thrown back. After repelling the elves, Okamoto lifted his gaze to the colossal fireball, which oscillated between golden white and fiery red hues. This is a battle for control over the fiery orb, and if an ordinary mage were present, they would undoubtedly falter. However, Okamoto is no ordinary mage. Rainbow. Okamoto scoffed, forcefully pointing his staff downward. The fiery sphere in the sky began to shrink at an eerie pace, transforming in the blink of an eye into a translucent, approximately 100-meter diameter crimson orb. Within it, Hollyflosse struggled to break free, but each attempt seemed to collide against an impenetrable barrier. With a gentle tap of his staff on the ground, Okamoto intoned, "Colorful sky." Yet, before he could unleash the spell, several frost-laden blades of wind sliced towards him from all directions. Freeze. Hurricane Dragon. The voices of Vinakahana and Korarafaru echoed in his mind. Archimoto remained unfazed, as if those wind blades were non-existent. Protection, interference. He opened the Tome of Origins once more, attempting to cast a defensive spell to intercept the assault from the dragon. Ethereal Break. After the defensive incantation was completed, Archimoto waved his staff toward Korarafaru and Vinakahana. GUH. Korarafaru, having only recently emerged from his shell, clearly could not withstand such an onslaught and was instantly sent flying. Even Vinakahana let out a muffled groan as the surrounding temperature plummeted several degrees. However, just as the Tome of Origins was opened, Archimoto noticed a delicate hand resting on the page. He paused momentarily, taken aback. Then the voice of the elven commander resounded, laced with pride. The wind shall aid me. As it supports a bird soaring in the sky, the elves are exceptionally adept at wielding nature's magic. And even the wind blades conjured by Korarafaru could conceal the elf among them, allowing him to advance undetected. Not a chance. At that moment, His Majesty Il descended from the heavens, enveloped in a white mist, his sword aimed fiercely at the elven commander's head. Il also possessed an ethereal state, qualifying him to partake in the contest for the Tome of Origins. Though he was unaware of its significance, he was determined to thwart what the elves coveted. The elven commander, left with no choice, relinquished his near capture of the tome and melded back into the wind blades. These blades, rather than inflicting harm upon Archimoto, seemed to possess a mind of their own, skillfully evading him. Archimoto disregarded the elven commander and glanced at Il, who had landed before him. With a sigh, Archimoto remarked, "Ethereal state. How long it has been since I witnessed a human ascend to such heights." Il cast a glance at Archimoto and spoke, "Sir Archimoto, I believe an explanation is in order." Archimoto appeared rather pleased after Il unveiled his ether state. He nodded and replied, "Of course, Your Majesty. You deserve an explanation." Prior to this, Archimoto was unaware that Afado and Il had reached the stage where they could activate the ether state. Archimoto, though quite formidable, was not omniscient. Unless he deliberately monitored Afado and Il daily, he would have no means of discerning that they had crossed that threshold. Furthermore, this oversight stemmed largely from ingrained thinking. The ether state had been lost to humanity for 3 millennia, leading Archimoto to subconsciously dismiss the possibility that mortals could once again attain such a state. Nevertheless, he mused, what difference would it make? Archimoto glanced at the incomplete Tome of Origins in his hand and chuckled softly. He then tossed the book skyward, discarding the tome he had just acquired. "My book!" exclaimed Korarafaru, who immediately took flight toward the Tome of Origins. Tome of Origins. The elven commander also dashed toward the tome, both parties nearly touching it at the same moment. Korarafaru clutched the left half of the tome in his mouth, glaring fiercely at the elven commander before him. The commander, in turn, grasped the right half of the tome, similarly fixated on Korarafaru. Flapping his dragon wings, Korra muttered, "Let go. You'll ruin it." The elven commander, however, would not relinquish his hold, retorting, "The dragon can have no understanding of how to wield the power of this book." Il stood beside Archimoto, observing the struggle between the dragon and the elf for the Tome of Origins, and inquired, "Sir Archimoto, what shall we do now?" After witnessing the fireball spell Archimoto conjured, which resembled the sun itself, even King Il found himself instinctively deferring to Archimoto. Humans, after all, tend to follow and revere the strong. Archimoto resumed his previous nonchalant demeanor and replied, "Just watch. I believe Your Majesty has achieved your objective, has you not?" "What?" Il initially failed to grasp the implication. Archimoto shrugged and continued, "You've dealt a significant blow to the Dragonkin. That tome is indeed a treasure of theirs." Il pondered for a moment, stroking his chin, before ultimately nodding in agreement. However, he sighed and added, "Very well, but I still must apologize to Kira and Devon. Curse those elves." As the king of Corin, Illinois recognized the necessity of maintaining his nation's standing in the human realm, thus an apology to Kira and Devon was imperative. Apologizing to Devon is easily comprehensible, considering the sprites were summoned by him, yet it directly resulted in harm to Reagan. Similarly, the apology extended to Kira is also due to these sprites. According to the rules of warfare and corresponding etiquette in the human realm, one must wait until both sides are prepared to engage after a challenge is issued. The sprites, bursting in and initiating combat without delay, evidently contravened the established decorum and regulations. Meanwhile, within the Dragon Kingdom, the esteemed nobles attending the wedding were thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama, offering their commentary on the sudden appearance of the immense fireball spell. The common farmers present continued to partake in the feast, for they were mere mortals. What could they do in the face of such extraordinary might? They might as well be bloodthirsty spectators, unafraid of death, feeling that even if they were to perish, it would be worth the price of admission. Only Kira and the followers of Harold expressed concern. Kira, as the ostensible lord of the Dragon Kingdom, and Harold, with a multitude of heirs within its borders, understood the peril. Should that fireball descend, Kira would undoubtedly meet his demise, and Harold's heirs would share the same fate. Kira glanced at Maislodar, who was leisurely enjoying the spectacle, and inquired, "Maislodar, is everything all right over there?" Maislodar flicked his tail, and, casting a glance at Kira, replied, "No worries, my father is currently engaged in battle." Kira pointed at the now smaller fireball still hovering in the sky and asked, "But I see that, Mr. Hollyflosse is trapped within that fireball." Maislodar paused briefly before responding, "That must be part of my father's strategy." Kira nodded in agreement, as this notion aligned with the perception that dragons were omnipotent. "Do you require my assistance?" Kira still wished to lend a hand, despite being merely a novice rider who seemed of little use. At this, Maislodar turned to Kira and ultimately said, "You just don't get yourself killed." Kira fell silent. Returning to the battlefield outside the Dragon Kingdom, the skirmish seemed unresolved. "Allow me to intervene," Okamoto remarked with a playful tone, observing the two figures still vying for the Book of Origins in midair. With one human already reverted to an ethereal state, Okamoto deemed it unnecessary to contend for the book any longer. Thus, to alleviate his prior vexation, Okamoto decided to play a small trick on the elf commander, Raffle. He subtly gestured with his staff towards the Book of Origins. The fireball in the sky transformed into a streak of light, hurtling directly towards the elf commander and Raffle. As they beheld the oncoming streak, their gazes briefly shifted to the Book of Origins, yet neither relinquished their grip. The streak of light collided forcefully with the open pages of the book, impacting both the elf commander and Raffle. As the brilliance erupted, the furious roar of Hollyflosse echoed through the air. "Roar, Okamoto!" Yet, this roar faltered midway as Hollyflosse beheld the pages fluttering like autumn leaves. The Origin Book, composed of an unknown material, astonishingly resisted complete incineration despite the magnitude of the assault. Although it remained intact, its integrity could no longer endure. The pages cascaded through the air like delicate snowflakes. Conluo Raphael gazed mournfully at the scattered pages, exclaiming, "My collection." Meanwhile, the elven commander, clutching a few remaining pages, muttered a curse in Elvish, "Damn it." Having successfully vexed both Conluo Raphael and the elves, Okamoto burst into laughter. He then turned to the glowering Hollyflosse and said, "Ha! I bid you farewell, everyone. Oh, and Hollyflosse, please convey my best wishes to Kiro on her wedding. Ha ha ha." Hardly had his words settled when Okamoto vanished like a wisp of wind, leaving his previous position beside Il. Chapter 62. Many outside, apologies are difficult. Conluo Raphael, glaring at the pages he had reclaimed, gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Bastard! Such a splendid book has been ruined." The sole value of this origin book for Conluo Raphael lay in its collectability. Just imagine, a rare ancient tome chronicling the origins of various phenomena in this continent. It had an air of grandeur simply by its existence. Yet now, the book lay in tatters, its pages intact but scattered. Conluo Raphael had failed to recover all the pages, as a considerable number had been swiftly snatched by the elves. They were numerous and adept, merely seizing a page and fleeing, leaving Conluo Raphael unable to pursue. With a heart heavy with loss, Conluo Raphael surveyed the remaining pages, tallying his misfortunes. Meanwhile, Bernadoro had landed with the injured Reagan. During the skirmish, Bernadoro had not ventured far, instead observing from a relatively safe distance. Now that the battle had concluded, Reagan was bound to seek an explanation from Il. "My Lord Reagan, I sincerely apologize for the resulting consequences." Alex spoke to Reagan, his tone tinged with regret. Given that Il was of senior lineage to Reagan, it felt inappropriate to have Il apologize. Therefore, it was more fitting for Alec, a peer of Reagan and a future son-in-law, to engage in dialogue. Meanwhile, His Majesty Il had retreated 10 miles with his royal army, a belated gesture of respect towards the Dragon Kingdom. Though Reagan remained standing, a narrow cut marred his chest, extending to his side. The assault from the elves breached Reagan's protective gear. After all, he had come merely to attend a wedding, clad in decorative light armor. It was, in truth, a mere facade. It would indeed be peculiar if he managed to withstand such an attack. Fortunately, Reagan had already administered some rudimentary bandaging, and the bleeding had ceased, preventing any further deterioration of his wounds. "Lord Alec, I am aware that this is not Colonel's fault," Reagan replied with an unruffled demeanor. Though undeniably displeased, "Who wouldn't he be? After being unjustly struck?" He understood that it was improbable to fall out with Colonel over this incident. What else could he do but endure the situation for now? Planning to seek compensation from Colonel later? Those elves truly harbor malicious intentions, he added, an additional remark. Seeing Reagan's willingness to offer a way out, Alec promptly seized the opportunity. Indeed, His Majesty Il did not anticipate such behavior from those elves. Gazing at Reagan, whose expression remained serene, Alec continued. The subsequent matters will be discussed in detail between His Majesty Il and His Majesty Devon. Reagan nodded gently, responding, that would be most agreeable. Just as their conversation concluded, the furious shouts of Lord Hollyflosse resonated nearby. Damn it, I've lost more than half. An enraged dragon roar echoed, accompanied by a gust of wind that stung the senses. Reagan turned towards Hollyflosse, inquiring, what troubles you, Lord Hollyflosse? Is that book of great significance? After all, the Dragon Clan was to provide the Kingdom of Loss with Dragon Knight positions in the future. It was only fitting that he expressed concern to bolster his rapport. Hollyflosse secured the pages of the book and declared, it is extraordinarily important. One might even say it is a treasure of utmost value. Treasure? Reagan was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a substantial loss for the Dragon Clan. In the aftermath of this skirmish with the elves, the casualties had been primarily among some elves and the forces of the Kingdom of Colonel, with Reagan sustaining injuries and the Dragon Clan losing a book. Yet, he had not foreseen that the most significant loss would be borne by the Dragon Clan. In Reagan's understanding, treasures worthy of the name were those that could support a city-state or even a nation, akin to His Majesty Il's legendary triple-bladed sword, which could serve as a national defense weapon. Although a Phatos stone sword could also be referred to as a divine weapon, it fell considerably short of the caliber required to be deemed national level. At that moment, Hollyflosse's approach to elucidate, do not heed his exaggerations. It is merely a rather peculiar book. He cast a sidelong glance at the morose Hollyflosse and continued, it is simply a part of his collection. So it is this kind of treasure, Reagan thought, nodding in understanding. He comprehended the value of collectibles, recognizing their worth. Reagan lifted his gaze towards Hollyflosse, inquiring, what is so peculiar about it? His curiosity was piqued by the notion that even dragons would deem a book strange. Hollyflosse pondered for a moment before elucidating. The content of the book can be read to cast spells, thereby influencing the described phenomena. Hollyflosse tore away the sections regarding dragons from the origin book, which is why Okamoto's spells, cast through it, failed to directly vanquish Hollyflosse. Conversely, if the content is inscribed within the origin book, the caster would gain additional enhancements from their spells. Dragons do not cast spells. Hence, the origin book is merely a collection in the hands of Hollyflosse. As for spellbooks, they hold considerable value. Reagan glanced at the stack of pages protected by Hollyflosse, nodding gently. Based on Hollyflosse's description, that book indeed resembled a spellbook. Its worth was undeniable, yet it could not be classified as a treasure of the highest order. Suddenly, Reagan recalled witnessing a fireball spell that shone like the sun. Could it be that the fireball spell was contained within that book? Realizing this, Reagan's expression shifted, and he abruptly asked, did I not see that massive fireball spell earlier? Could it be from the content of that book? Hollyflosse replied, the origin book records numerous elements, many of which were products of Hollyflosse's collaboration with the Kingdom of DC. This includes the magical and cultivation systems that persist to this day. Thus, one could indeed say that the giant fireball spell is recorded within the origin book. I see, Reagan responded, falling into silence for 2 seconds. From this perspective, the book could truly be regarded as a treasure, capable of driving all mages to madness. The elves were indeed treacherous. Reagan clenched his fists and uttered a curse. Ultimately, all blame fell upon the elves. Hollyflosse could not sever ties with Colin, as there was no fault among humans. The only culprits were those external to humanity, the vile elves. After the battlefield was cleared, Alec observed Kiro arriving in the camp atop Maislodar and said, I sincerely apologize, Sir Kiro. It was still Alec, the future son-in-law, who came forth to greet Kiro. Kiro waved his hand dismissively and replied, in the end, the Dragon Alliance has suffered no losses. You should pay more attention to His Highness Reagan. Aside from Hollyflosse, who wore a sorrowful expression, Hollyflosse informed Kiro that there had been no significant losses this time. The battlefield, located on the outskirts of the Dragon Alliance, was indeed marred by numerous craters, yet it had not affected the structures of the Dragon Alliance. It was merely an eyesore. Furthermore, none of the Dragon Knights were injured. The young dragons had shown remarkable acumen, ensuring their riders were evacuated in a timely manner. The injuries sustained by Hollyflosse and his companions were of little consequence. After all, a dragon fears neither death nor injury. Thus, aside from a brief disruption to the wedding, Kira truly suffered no significant loss from this encounter. The matters concerning the origin book were primarily the affairs of Hollyflosse and Cramler Raphael, with little direct relevance to Kira. Nevertheless, His Majesty Il remained steadfast in his desire to extend apologies to Kira, for it was undeniably the responsibility of the Colin faction that had faltered. Upon hearing Kira's words, Alec offered an awkward smile, remaining silent. Kira followed Alec to a lavish tent. Standing at the entrance, Alec gestured to Kira, saying, "Sir Kira, please proceed. His Majesty is awaiting you." Maislodar displayed little interest in the human conversation, his attention captivated instead by Alec. Thus, Maislodar squatted on the opposite side of the tent entrance, his dragon eyes fixed intently on Alec. Alec, feeling somewhat bewildered by the scrutiny, could do nothing but maintain his composure. Kira, casting a glance at Alec that seemed to carry a hint of amusement, stepped forward into the tent. The interior of the tent bore a rather simplistic decor, featuring a level floor, a few tables, and chairs. Most notably, the banner of the Colin royal family hung prominently. Inside, Illinois and Reagan were already seated, engaged in discussion. Upon noticing Kira's arrival, they both paused, turning their attention to the entrance. While the confirmation of the Colin royal family's compensation plan to the lost royal family rested between Il and Davin, it was prudent for Il to confer with the directly affected party, Reagan, to draft a preliminary outline. Sir Kira, please take a seat," Illinois urged. Rising to welcome Kira, as Kira settled, Illinois remarked, "This situation has indeed taken me by surprise. With so many outside, Il had been unable to personally apologize to Kira and Reagan. However, with only the three of them within the tent, it was only fitting that he extend his apologies and reparations." Kira nodded in understanding, replying, "I comprehend. After all, who can truly fathom another's thoughts? Not to mention, even Kira finds it challenging to grasp the minds of dragons. Thus, it is entirely understandable that Il fell victim to the elves' machinations." Il then produced a document bearing the seal of the Colin royal family from his pocket and handed it to Kira. And this is the declaration of war," Il added. Kira accepted the declaration and began to read. At first glance, the document's ornate borders, embellished with golden powder, caught the eye. The content, though adorned with flowery language, conveyed a clear message. The Colin Kingdom's army sought passage through the lands of Loss to engage in battle with the dragon nations allied to the Kingdom of Loss. Chiloa gazed at the declaration of war in her hands, her expression tinged with bemusement as she remarked, "Your Majesty Il, is it not somewhat belated to present this to me now?" At this, Illinois sighed, responding, "There is no alternative. That group of elves is indeed discourteous. According to tradition, it is customary for our side to establish a presence here first, then present the declaration of war to you, esteemed Chiloa. The internal conflicts among humans unfold in such a manner. One could even describe it as a stratified war game governed by numerous protocols. Although the elves disregard human customs and etiquette, I cannot afford to do the same. Therefore, even though you are correct in asserting that the timing of this declaration is rather tardy, I must, with a heavy heart, deliver it to you. Otherwise, should Colin engage in battle without a formal declaration, any victory would lack honor." Observing Il's bitter countenance, Chiloa spoke, "But I surmise, Your Majesty, that you are not particularly inclined to continue this conflict, are you?" Il nodded, conceding, "Indeed, in a few days, I shall order a withdrawal. I sincerely apologize for the disturbance to you, esteemed Chiloa. This was not solely due to the declaration. In truth, Illinois had achieved his objectives. The declaration had been delivered, and battles had ensued in the Dragon Kingdom, resulting in significant losses for them. While it could not be claimed that they had defeated the dragons in an honorable manner, at least face-saving had been accomplished. Any subsequent criticism would likely not stir significant upheaval." Chiloa, gazing at Il, provocatively suggested, "In that case, would Your Majesty desire to see a few more dragon-slaying warriors within the ranks of the royal army?" Il was momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp the implications of Chiloa's words. He inquired, perplexed, "What do you mean, esteemed Chiloa?" Leaning slightly forward, Chiloa proposed, "What I imply is that there must be warriors within Colin's royal army who yearn for the opportunity to battle the dragons. If so, why not seize this chance to bestow upon them this glory?" After articulating her thoughts, Chiloa awaited Il's response. Upon hearing her, Il's mind was nearly overwhelmed. "What do you mean, Chiloa? Are you not a dragon knight and the lord of the Dragon Kingdom? Should you not advocate for the dragons? Why then, are you contemplating the creation of dragon-slaying warriors?" Il was unaware of the inner workings of the Dragon Kingdom. Should Chiloa fail to find more dragon-slaying warriors to entertain these young dragons, it would be left to her fellow dragon knights. Pondering deeply, Aiel could not fathom why Chilua would utter such words. Thus, he could only deduce based on his own understanding and experience that Chilua harbored grievances. Using the topic of dragon-slaying warriors as a means of venting her frustrations. Looking at Chilua, Illinois stated, "Esteemed Chilua, if you harbor any discontent, you may speak candidly." Chilua hesitated for a moment before quickly shaking her head, asserting, "No, I have no grievances. Truly, Your Majesty Aiel, I am being earnest." Is Chilua not serious? Among dragon riders, none take the subject of dragons lightly. Yet, Illinois remains unaware, believing that Chilua subtly expresses her dissatisfaction. Thus, Illinois continues, "Your Excellency Chilua, you may speak plainly. There are only the three of us here." Chapter 63, Hollyflosse, hard to say. Chilua gazes at Aiel's earnest expression, momentarily at a loss for words. Can matters concerning dragon riders be articulated directly? If they were, would you not all flee? While Chilua contemplates how to prolong the stay of Aiel and his royal army. On the other side, Kayuo Lafar rages in impotent fury. "I shall slay that scoundrel Akamoto," Kayuo Lafar declares. Hollyflosse barely glances at Kayuo Lafar, yet remarks, "Save your breath. It would be a miracle if you do not end up slaying yourself." It is not unusual for a dragon to utter reckless words in a fit of anger, but to slay Akamoto? That ancient being hails from the upper world, and all dragons know that in that realm, no one can truly harm another. If one is vexed, a few exchanges of blows will suffice to quell the ire. Moreover, considering Kayuo Lafar's current state, whether he could even match Akamoto in a brawl remains uncertain. Kayuo Lafar paces restlessly for a moment, then turns to Hollyflosse, asserting, "That is not acceptable. We must march against the elves. I will reclaim my tome, then go alone. I wish to continue building my dragon realm." Hollyflosse replies dismissively. This dragon realm was not easily constructed, and human society has begun to propagate literature praising the dragon race. If Kayuo Lafar pursues the elves, what if they produce even more formidable beings? Should they craft narratives of even more fearsome dragons that capture the attention of young dragons? Hollyflosse's efforts would be in vain. However, it is impossible to dissuade Kayuo Lafar. Although that Book of Origins is merely a cherished collection in his possession, it remains his. Not something the elves can simply take. Kayuo Lafar declares to Hollyflosse, "What about my loss?" Hollyflosse flicks his tail and suggests, "Shall I accompany you to seek another? The Desai region is right there. It will not disappear. Beneath those gray-white surfaces, there are surely other preserved tomes, which could also be collected." Not the same. Kayuo Lafar shakes his head in refusal. How can it not be the same? Hollyflosse laughs at this response. "What? You, Kayuo Lafar, an ancient being of several millennia, cannot distinguish its uniqueness? Indeed, the Book of Origins is unlike any other." Kayuo Lafar hovers near Hollyflosse's head. Kayuo Lafar states, "Can other tomes command the attention of the first ancient dragons? Certainly not. Indeed, the insights articulated by Kongluo Raphael struck a chord, for no other tomes, regardless of their antiquity, could capture the attention of Goryoful and his ilk. The Book of Origins, however, stands apart. Its uniqueness renders its existence far more profound than merely being a book." "Very well, I shall accompany you to inquire about the situation with Goryoful." Hollyflosse, unable to withstand the resolve of Kongluo Raphael, had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, within the entirety of the dragon realm, only Kongluo Raphael was capable of managing the young dragons and was willing to do so. Should Kongluo Raphael cease his efforts? Hollyflosse was decidedly unwilling to engage with the rambunctious younglings. The dragon realm was established near the world above. One merely needed to traverse the gray and white ridges to the north. Thus, accompanying Kongluo Raphael to seek Goryoful and then returning to the dragon realm would not consume an excessive amount of time, as they ascended by beating their wings. Hollyflosse and Kongluo Raphael soared northward. Much like the ungoverned wilderness below, the world above also harbored such untamed expanses, and there were indeed many of them. In the upper world, only a minuscule portion of the land was inhabited by any form of life. Observing the familiar gray and white ridges beneath, Hollyflosse remarked, "Though only a brief time has passed, it feels as if I have experienced so much." Kongluo Raphael, flying alongside Hollyflosse, remained silent, still immersed in the anguish of having lost his beloved tome, his heart unresponsive to discussions of dragon existence. After a prolonged and uneventful flight, Hollyflosse and Kongluo Raphael finally returned to the domain of the dragons. It was a vast expanse of relatively flat hills, dotted with various peaks and an assortment of majestic dragons. The actual lives of dragons were entirely disparate from human imaginings. Dragons engaged in social interactions, and there existed a structure akin to city-states, where they were, in essence, Neighbors. Dragons did not possess nations. They formed a cohesive collective, residing within the same territory, and were well acquainted with one another. As soon as Hollyflosse alighted, a fellow white dragon from his clan approached him, inquiring, "Hey, Hollyflosse, how fared the world below?" Hollyflosse glanced at his companion and replied in a measured tone, "It is as it is. However, the humans have regained their ether state." The white dragon's eyes flickered momentarily as he responded, "Is that so? Then I must descend to explore." Yet, Hollyflosse quickly doused his enthusiasm. The white dragon then amended, "Perhaps I shall wait a while longer." With that, Hollyflosse paid no further heed to his kin and instead directed his attention back to Kongluo Raphael as they set off toward Goryuofel. At that moment, Goryuofel was seated within the grand hall of the 5 divine dragons, engaged in discussion with the other 4 primordial ancient dragons, who bestowed upon the 5 divine dragon hall such an extraordinary name. It was none other than Hollyflosse himself, and who constructed this magnificent edifice. Naturally, it was crafted by dragons. Just as humans have architectural mages, the dragon kin possessed dedicated builders among their ranks. However, there exists a slight distinction. While architectural mages can acquire their skills through study, the construction dragons are bound by innate talent. Moreover, the methodologies employed by construction dragons and architectural mages differ profoundly. The latter cannot conjure structures from thin air. They require materials to commence their work. In contrast, construction dragons need not such constraints. Wherever a dragon resides, a structure can rise effortlessly from the ground. This explains why Hollyflosse was utterly perplexed when he first encountered human builders and architectural mages, failing to grasp their logic. At this moment, Hollyflosse reclined in his seat, conferring with the other 4 progenitors of ancient dragons regarding internal matters of their kind. A new dragon soul had just emerged, a delightful development, signifying that their current trajectory was indeed correct. What troubled him more was the possibility of an erroneous outcome. Okamoto would not relent easily, as if anyone had ever relented. Those ancient beings within the divine realm were just as relentless. It was during the discourse among the 5 progenitors that Hollyflosse's voice suddenly resonated from outside the hall. Hollyflosse. The 5 progenitors immediately ceased their discussions, turning their gazes toward the entrance. Upon noticing the assembly of all 5 venerable dragons, Hollyflosse inquired, "Ah, you are all here. Am I interrupting your deliberations?" Rising from his seat and flicking his tail, Hollyflosse replied, "Not at all. Speak. Have you misplaced the Book of Origins?" "How did you know?" Hollyflosse responded, his expression one of bewilderment. After all, dragons are not omniscient beings. How could Hollyflosse be aware of events transpiring in the realm of dragons? With an exasperated sigh, Hollyflosse retorted, "Beyond that, I cannot fathom what other matter could compel your visit." As a progenitor of ancient dragons, Hollyflosse genuinely cared about every member of his kin. Though this concern might not be readily apparent, he was acutely aware of each dragon's personality, preferences, and myriad other details, much like a father knows his children. "Indeed, it seems we have erred," Hollyflosse admitted, his tone a mixture of defiance and resolve. After all, Hollyflosse had entrusted him and Klongrafel with the imperative task of safeguarding the Book of Origins. Yet now, with half of it claimed by the elves, had they not indeed made a grave mistake? Casting a knowing glance at Hollyflosse, Hollyflosse spoke slowly. "Perhaps it is not entirely so. After all, I never expected you two to keep an eye on that book." Hollyflosse paused momentarily and inquired, "Then why did you say that initially?" "Because that book is indeed significant," Hollyflosse replied with a sidelong glance at Hollyflosse. "Had it not been taken from us, our endeavors would have been considerably more convenient. Yet, even in its absence, our plans remain unaffected. What if I wish to retrieve the origin book?" Hollyflosse stepped forward and posed the question. Hollyflosse regarded Hollyflosse and responded, "Retrieving it? There is a method, but you must not underestimate the power of the sprite who possesses the origin book." Upon hearing this, Hollyflosse chuckled derisively and remarked, "How is that even possible? The creatures of the lower world could hardly contend with such might. Among all species down there, perhaps an exceptional being like Alphador could breach the defenses of an adult dragon, but that is the extent of it. To claim victory over an adult dragon in direct combat is simply infeasible." Hollyflosse interjected, "The sprite who has acquired the origin book possesses the ability to communicate with the upper world." Hollyflosse paused, then eagerly pressed, and then, with a light flick of his tail, Hollyflosse replied with a smirk, "Then they can employ various means to ensnare you." Okamoto descended from the upper world, which enabled him to forcibly seize the origin book from Hollyflosse. "However, since you are intent on reclaiming the origin book, do proceed," Hollyflosse added, as he coiled his tail around an object and tossed it towards Hollyflosse. As the object approached Hollyflosse, it abruptly halted, hovering before him. "What is this?" Hollyflosse inquired, observing the peculiar item. It comprised two vertically intersecting stone rings, with a pointer that spun and swayed within. Blurb explained. "This device is designed to track the origin book. Simply place it on the ground, and it will indicate the scattered pages of the origin book." Hollyflosse gazed at the oscillating tracker and asked, "Is it truly that convenient? Where did it come from?" "From the neighboring divine realm," Blurb replied nonchalantly. Suddenly, Hollyflosse's tone shifted as he queried, "Do they know you have taken their possession?" Blurb shot Hollyflosse a piercing glare and retorted, "What of it? Am I, the primordial ancient dragon, in need of theft?" Hollyflosse cast a sidelong glance at Blurb and murmured, "It's not impossible." Blurb, raising his voice, declared, "I heard that." Clearing his throat, Hollyflosse responded, "Ahem, you must have misheard." He then turned to exit the Grand Hall. His objective in seeking Blurb had been accomplished. He had obtained the means to retrieve the origin book and saw no reason to linger any longer. At that moment, Blurb abruptly halted Hollyflosse, uttering, "Hold on, lest you truly find yourselves ensnared by those fairies." Hollyflosse paused, turning his head to await Blurbe's elaboration. "We need to recruit several more gifted humans, allowing them to attain the ethereal state," Blurb proposed. Hollyflosse instinctively inquired, "What principle underlies this?" In Hollyflosse's understanding, even if humans reached the ethereal state, they could at most inflict a minor wound upon a dragon. Such a level of combat prowess was hardly sufficient to contend with the entities of the higher realms. Was it? Upon hearing Hollyflosse's question, the remaining 4 primordial dragons in the hall turned their gazes towards Blurb. Blurb nodded gently to the other dragons before responding. "The ethereal state of humans can indeed harm anything." Hollyflosse expressed skepticism, retorting, "Anything?" Blurb affirmed, "Yes, anything. Thus, humans breach defenses, and you then amplify the wound. After all, dragons were born for this purpose." As Blurb spoke, he was about to delve into the origins of the dragon race. While this matter should be kept strictly confidential from the unaware dragons, it was evident that Hollyflosse was already informed. Therefore, Blurb felt free to reference past events. Yet, Hollyflosse was not inclined to listen. He quickly interjected, "Stop, stop, stop. Spare me the tale of dragon origins. It gives me a headache." Observing Hollyflosse's reaction, Blurb teased, "What is this? Weren't you once so curious?" To which Hollyflosse replied, "Now I regret my curiosity." Chapter 64. The Extraordinary Ascendancy Upon Their Return to Dragonland. Hollyflosse gazed at the newly restored realm, admiring the flag that proudly fluttered at its center, lost in contemplation. What a magnificent large figurine it was. Hollyflosse was truly reluctant to embroil his cherished figurine in the chaos of conflict. Should it be destroyed, although reconstruction was possible, the heartache would be inevitable. Meanwhile, Blurb employed the origin book tracker, determined not to let his beloved tome stray. After confirming the location of the scattered pages of the origin book, Blurb turned to Hollyflosse, exclaiming, "Southwest, Hollyflosse. We must hasten." Hollyflosse shot Blurb a quizzical glance, retorting, "Pursue what? To deliver it?" Only then did Blurb realize that he needed to find a human possessing the ethereal state. Indeed, it is essential to include a human possessing the ether state. After a moment of contemplation, Blurb hesitantly remarked, "That would be a Fado, correct?" "Yes, but I am uncertain whether he would be willing to assist the dragon clan." Hollyflosse nodded. Just as he was about to voice his concerns regarding a Fado's reluctance, Blurb had already soared towards the hero's camp. Hollyflosse could only watch in exasperation at Blurbe's urgency. Later, a Fado was engaged in a discussion with Varric regarding potential enhancements for the newly devised weapon, the shield axe, when he noticed a small dragon rushing towards him in a state of distress. Instinctively, a Fado's heart sank. He initially feared that the newly arrived young dragon was merely seeking to persuade him to become a dragon knight, a prospect he wished to avoid. However, upon recognizing Blurb, his anxiety dissipated. Yet, once he heard Blurbe's words, confusion filled his heart anew. Looking at Blurb, a Fado inquired with a perplexed expression, "You require my assistance?" He could not comprehend why a being of such formidable stature, capable of effortlessly vanquishing anything in the world, would need his help. Indeed, a Fado had attained the ether state and took pride in it. Nevertheless, he maintained a clear self-awareness, understanding that only certain things could be accomplished by him alone. Blurb, observing a Fado's bewilderment, patiently began to explain. His patience was imperative, for only a Fado could potentially aid him in recovering the lost Book of Origins. As for King Il, he would revel in the misfortunes of dragons without a moment's hesitation. The prospect of waiting for another human to achieve the ether state was a task fit for the distant future. Afato's confusion only deepened upon hearing Hollyflosse's words. From Afato's extensive experience and existing understanding, he believed there was nothing in this world that humans could conquer which dragons could not. Let me clarify, Hollyflosse said. Observing Afato's puzzled expression, he promptly began to unearth the remnants of the lost Book of Origins. The portions taken by the elves predominantly pertained to them and certain spells. The sections regarding dwarves, humans, and various crafts were retained by Hollyflosse. Coincidentally, within the human-related passages, there lay details about the ether state. Listen closely, Hollyflosse said, clearing his throat as he gazed at the pages before him. Afato exchanged a glance with Varric standing beside him and shrugged in unison. Hollyflosse began to expound on the contents of the pages. The ether state is a means by which the essence of magical energy permeates the human form, aiming to surpass new boundaries. Upon hearing matters pertaining to the state of ether, Alpha's expression turned serious. None of the existing human tomes contain even a single account of information regarding the ether state. Thus, after Alpha ascended to the ether state, he found himself utterly in the dark, possessing no knowledge of what steps to take next. If Kallrith, as a member of the dragon race, were willing to enlighten Alpha about the various aspects of the ether state, Alpha would indeed feel compelled to assist Kallrith in any way possible. Alpha remarked, "Given your current circumstances, what more can I say?" Kallrith continued to recite from the pages of the tome, as ether serves as the world's essence, the very foundation of all existence. It is sufficient to grant humanity the potential for eternal life, even divinity. However, after uttering this passage, Kallrith paused, a look of surprise crossing his face. Wait, can humans truly attain eternal life? When Kallrith and Hollyflosse first perused the Origin book, they had merely examined the sections pertaining to the dragon race, specifically the portions torn away by Galvarath. Kallrith had not delved into the sections concerning other races. It was not only Kallrith who was taken aback. Alpha too questioned whether he had misheard. The terms humans and eternal life seemed utterly unrelated. Presently, humanity does not even aspire to immortality. Merely achieving a lifespan akin to that of elves, 1,000 years, would be considered a monumental gain. Yet, despite all efforts, be it through potions or magic, humans are unable to transcend their 200-year lifespan. 200 years. Once that time elapses, death is inevitable. A curse that has perpetually shadowed humanity. Eternal life? Alpha took a couple of steps forward, directing his gaze toward the pages of the Origin book before Kallrith. Unfortunately, Alpha could not decipher the ancient Dessyrian script from 100 millennia ago. So, will you assist me? Kallrith inquired, putting away the Origin book and regarding Alpha. Alpha glanced at Kallrith and slowly responded, "Will you disclose all information related to the ether state afterward?" In truth, even if Kallrith said nothing afterward, Alpha would still offer his assistance. The revelations Kallrith had just shared were enough to drive any human to madness. Of course, Kallrith nodded. For the dragon race, eternal life is a certainty from birth. Death is a concept that does not exist for them. Hence, the prospect of another race achieving immortality in this world would not be a misfortune for dragons. At the very least, it would render the world a tad more intriguing. Would it not? Meanwhile, in the city of Corin, Lilia gazed at Cairo and inquired, "Well then, Lord Cairo, are you prepared for your ascension?" Cairo, adorned with glowing runes pulsating with magical energy, gently nodded in response. "Let us begin. May it succeed on the first attempt." Cairo inhaled deeply and slowly stepped into the center of the promotion array. Although knights could ascend without the aid of the array, relying solely on their innate strength and talent, how many extraordinary individuals in this world could achieve such a feat? Certainly, Cairo was not among them. Thus, to enhance the likelihood of success, it became essential to utilize the array to increase the concentration of ether and guide its flow, thereby augmenting the chances of a successful promotion. The royal method of ascension boasted the highest success rate and laid the best foundation. Lilia nodded towards the royal mage, who had been prepared for this moment. "Commence." The mage, upon receiving the princess's signal, promptly waved his staff and began to preside over the array. As the patterns on the ground shimmered and flowed, the runes inscribed on Cairo's body began to emit a flickering white glow. However, this glow was inconsistent, far less stable than the radiant flow of the array beneath him. Lilia had already begun to fulfill her promise, her mind consumed with thoughts of her father, Illinois. Was he once again at a disadvantage with the dragons, unable to extricate himself from the situation? Meanwhile, Illinois sat within the grand tent, his expression a blend of joy, seriousness, and disbelief. Akamoto stood leisurely beside him. Il slowly turned to Akamoto and inquired, Is what you said truly the case? Akamoto responded with a smile. Your Majesty, this is the third time you have asked me this question. Naturally, Illinois had been informed of the truth regarding the state of ether by Akamoto, though not the entirety of it. Akamoto had only revealed the extraordinary powers attainable through the ether state, withholding the adverse consequences that awaited at its culmination. Yet, even if he had divulged these repercussions, human nature and greed would likely lead one to disregard all consequences in the relentless pursuit of greater power. As for why Il believed Akamoto's words, after witnessing the radiant fireball spell akin to the sun, few would dare to question Akamoto's credibility. Il rose to his feet, gazing into Akamoto's eyes, and said, "It is overwhelming. The truth is too shocking." What is the truth of the ether state? According to Akamoto, it is the singular path for humanity to attain immortality, the ultimate means to transcend the mortal coil. Everything that precedes reaching the ether level, such as the Mage's azure, indigo, cerulean, and rainbow, or the night's crimson, tawny, scarlet, and iridescent, serves merely as a prelude to the final ether. Upon attaining this level, one must then undergo a final breakthrough to achieve the ether state, thus completing the last piece of humanity's transcendental puzzle. Once one breaks through to the ether state, lifespan will no longer be constrained. The knight in the ether state shall acquire the ability to levitate, enhanced strength, swifter reflexes, and a remarkably superior self-healing capability. The mage in the ether state will gain the power to cast spells instantaneously, devoid of incantations or delays, and will require neither magical materials nor energy. Moreover, humans in this ether state will possess a trait unparalleled by any other species, a capacity potent enough to breach all defenses, even those of the divine. One might argue that the dragon race embodies the pinnacle of sheer numerical strength, while humanity's ether state represents a superlative mechanism achieved after reaching its full potential. However, what are the drawbacks that Akamoto did not disclose? In the final stage of the ether state, the human body will disintegrate, with both flesh and soul merging completely into the essence of ether, the fundamental source of all existence, much like sugar dissolving in water. The man and woman whom Hollyflosse encountered in the Dees region were attempting to resolve this dilemma. They sought a method for humanity to cyclically redefine itself, enabling individuals to reclaim their essence and form even after dissolving into ether. Yet, it is evident that these two failed to substantiate their theory over millennia. Ultimately, it was only with Hollyflosse's assistance that they could, albeit tenuously, affirm their existence and find liberation. Il gazed at his hands, gently clenching them, and mused, "Eternity? What a splendid notion." He then lifted his gaze to Akamoto and inquired, "Is it possible to replicate this ether state?" Akamoto, seemingly anticipating Il's question, replied directly, "If you wish, Lilia will be next." Naturally, Illinois desired his daughter to attain such a state. Strength and immortality. Surely no parent would wish otherwise for their child. Yet, Illinois harbored reservations. There won't be any severe consequences, will there? He recalled how he inadvertently transcended into the ether state, filled with anguish and fury, as if a fire burned within him, shrouded in a mist of confusion. He had thought, how splendid it would be if there were an even greater power beyond ether. That way, he could have avoided all that transpired. Under the influence of extreme emotional stimuli, intense willpower, and that serendipitous notion, Illinois broke through to the ether state. If given another chance, he was uncertain whether he would first attain the ether state or succumb to his own demise. Therefore, he was reluctant to let Lilia take such a significant risk. At that moment, Akamoto reassured him, "The cost of failure is merely a few days of discomfort." "That is reassuring," Illinois replied, feeling a sense of relief. It seemed that his own breakthrough had stemmed from an unorthodox path, leading to such an experience. If there exists a legitimate pathway, it should undoubtedly resemble the current promotion ritual of night mages. Such a process could be conducted multiple times, ensuring safety. And in the event of failure, one would merely incur a loss of resources. While Il does not possess such a pathway, Akamoto certainly does. In the end, Il posed a question to Akamoto. One final inquiry, "Sir Akamoto, why do you choose to assist Korin?" Akamoto, a prominent noble of Loss, at least in appearance, should, in the event of good fortune, prioritize Loss over Korin. Akamoto smiled and replied, "Because your Majesty Il is the foremost." Il, clearly skeptical of this assertion, having witnessed numerous instances of others surpassing the first, countered, "Is being the first truly that significant?" Akamoto nodded and slowly responded, "It is indeed quite significant. Akin to the first breath of spring." Chapter 65, The Truth of the World? Hollyflosse observed Venikahana, who was incessantly tending to the flowers and plants, and remarked, "Venikahana, I entrust the care of Longbang to you for the time being. Hollyflosse intended to join Clongralfer and Afado in retrieving the lost pages of the Book of Origins. This endeavor might take only a few days if fortune favored them, but could extend indefinitely otherwise. Thus, it was imperative to inform Venikahana in advance, requesting her assistance in overseeing Longbang. Hollyflosse had but one modest request, to ensure that Longbang was not dismantled by that group of young dragons. Of course, my dear. You need not worry, Venikahana replied with a smile, pleased to finally have the opportunity for Hollyflosse to entrust her with a task. This would allow her to ascend the social ladder. Hollyflosse remarked, I can feel Venikahana climbing on my back. He glanced at Venikahana and said with exasperation, if you wish for me to accompany you in this current form, refrain from uttering such remarks. With that, Hollyflosse flapped his dragon wings and soared into the sky, following Clongralfer and Afado. However, just as he departed Longbang, Maislodar hastily took flight from the ground to join him. Hollyflosse looked at his eldest son and inquired, what brings you here? To play, of course. Isn't this an adventure? Maislodar replied. To him, his father's quest to confront elves was merely a form of entertainment. Hollyflosse adopted a nonchalant attitude, saying, very well, if you wish to accompany me, then so be it. After all, should things go awry, it would only mean hatching Maislodar once more. This would also serve as a valuable lesson for Maislodar, teaching him that not everything is a game. Hollyflosse then noticed the emptiness on Maislodar's back and questioned, wait, where is Kira? Logically speaking, Maislodar would not let Kira out of his sight, wishing to have her accompany him wherever he went. Maislodar replied, Kira mentioned she could not contend with the elves, so I allowed her to remain in Dragonland. Kira was scarcely a Crimson Knight. Any elf could easily overpower her. Hence, it would be prudent for Kira to stay in Dragonland during this expedition rather than recklessly seeking excitement. Kongluo Raffle glanced at Hollyflosse and Afado beside him and remarked, let us depart. The trio of dragons soared westward, where the realm of elves and dwarves lay. It was likely that those elves, having secured the Book of Origins, would hasten back to their territories. Afado, perched upon his griffin, inquired of Kongluo Raffle, why do the elves yearn for the Book of Origins? After hearing Kongluo Raffle mention certain aspects of the ethereal state, Afado had gained some understanding of the Book of Origins. It was a tome chronicling the origins of most things in the world, serving as a reference for various subjects, especially those long forgotten. However, Afado was perplexed as to why the elves would covet the book. Unlike the human world, the elves had not endured historical disruptions. Humanity had traversed through 3 distinct epochs, the unified dynasty of Desai and its various kingdoms, resulting in a significant loss of heritage and historical records. The elves, blessed with lifespans of 1,000 years, had ample opportunity to maintain their history intact, with no loss of heritage. Thus, if the elves sought to reference something, they should possess comprehensive records themselves. What compelled them to take the risk of angering the dragon kin and offending humanity to seize this Book of Origins? Now, they had obtained the book, but the dragons were on their way to exact vengeance. Kongluo Raffle shook his head and replied, how would I know? He had never perused the content of the Elven Book of Origins, and thus was unaware. Perhaps it is in pursuit of a higher power? Maislodar suddenly interjected. Afado fell silent. What? Both Kongluo Raffle and Hollyflosse turned to look at Maislodar with expressions of intrigue. Upon seeing the knowing look on Maislodar's face, Hollyflosse realized that his dear friend was about to regale them with tales drawn from human literary works. Perhaps this book contains knowledge that could elevate the elves further? Maislodar suggested. He then added, much like it documents the ethereal state of humanity. Coincidentally, Akamoto had also conveyed the same sentiment to IL, much like it documents the ethereal state of humanity. IRL gazed contemplatively at Akamoto before speaking. Is this the reason they coveted the Book of Origins? Akamoto gently nodded and continued to elucidate for IRL. Indeed, the Book of Origins chronicles their beginnings along with various other matters. For the elves, it represents their sole opportunity to reclaim their former glory. IRL had ascended to the ethereal state, granting him the right to know certain truths about this world, enabling him to assist Akamoto in executing his intricate plans. Moreover, it was advantageous for IRL, as Akamoto's vision encompassed the unification of humanity, returning to a bygone era characterized by a single race, a singular nation, and a unified voice. Though Akamoto did not explicitly state it, his words implied that a position of leadership in this new human dynasty was reserved for IRL. After absorbing Akamoto's words, IRL stroked his chin, pondering, why does this scenario seem familiar? A vague memory flickered in IRL's mind, reminiscent of similar narratives he had encountered. Yet he could not recall their source. Akamoto observed IRL and inquired, Perhaps you encountered it in those literary works? IRL promptly nodded. Oh yes. I occasionally perused the books that Lilia read, and indeed, there were similar plotlines. Wait a moment, Sir Akamoto. How do you remember so vividly? IRL paused, astonished. Could it be that you, Akamoto, are also an aficionado of such literature? Akamoto slowly replied. Those books are my own creations. Naturally, I remember them well. What? Sir Akamoto, you have such an interest? IRL exclaimed in surprise. To think that those bizarre plots, tumultuous stories, and eccentric characters were the handiwork of Akamoto. Upon reflection, it seemed Akamoto harbored a certain disdain for dragons, as most of those literary works portrayed dragons in a negative light, with few offering a more favorable depiction. The reason behind Akamoto's inclination towards such narratives stemmed from his experiences with Hollyflosse, who, as a young dragon, incessantly pestered Akamoto, leading him to discipline Hollyflosse. Consequently, when Akamoto sought to subtly influence the human realm through literature, he inadvertently penned an abundance of tales featuring malevolent dragons. Thus, the origins of dragon literature, particularly the negative portrayals, could be traced back to Hollyflosse. IRL nodded thoughtfully before posing another question. Surely the Dragon Kingdom will not relent? Akamoto paced thoughtfully before responding. Based on my understanding of dragons, they are unlikely to relinquish their treasures. Then the elves are doomed, IRL remarked, though inwardly he felt a sense of satisfaction. He found himself wishing for the elves' misfortune. One could say that, Akamoto affirmed. While it is said that the elves can, to a certain extent, revive the former glory of the day's spirits upon acquiring the Book of Origins, how can such a bygone splendor be compared to the unyielding son of the Dragonkin? Is there anything else to be known, Your Majesty IL? Akamoto turned to gaze at IL and inquired. IL looked into Akamoto's eyes and posed a question. What is the ultimate truth of the world? A rather broad inquiry, yet one that possesses a definitive answer. Akamoto smiled, as if anticipating this very moment. He began to speak slowly. The ancient Dace Kingdom conducted studies on this matter, and even recorded findings within that very Book of Origins. IL chuckled, remarking, This must be the reason, Sir Akamoto, for your involvement in the contest, correct? Upon hearing IL's words, Akamoto displayed no discernible emotion, continuing at his leisurely pace. Indeed, however, a dragon has torn away that portion. Thus, the Book of Origins holds little value for me, or rather for humanity. As for the world's truth, we refer to it as the Ether Dragon. This deity of creation has brought forth all that exists. The essence of matter, the source of magical energy, and even the origin of souls are all derived from the ether. Subsequently, 5 original ancient dragons emerged, seemingly a fragment of the Ether Dragon. Following that, the ancient Dace Kingdom came into being. This encapsulates the process. Therefore, humanity's state of ether is merely an imitation of this deity of creation. Personally, I believe this imitation to be remarkably successful. Akamoto shared various insights with IL. Meanwhile, Maislodar concluded his lengthy discourse. After hearing his son's elaborate explanation, Hollyflosse gave this assessment. Read fewer of those peculiar tomes and indulge more in the literature published by the Dragon Alliance. Naturally, Maislodar was not pleased with this remark and retorted, What is the matter? What I said mirrors precisely the actions of the elves today. Opathor sat atop his griffin, observing the dispute between the 2 dragons, one large, one small. It is truly unfathomable how these dragons possess such formidable power, when their mental states are hardly superior to those of humans or other races. After a relatively tedious flight, the tracker before the ethereal raffle finally showed a change. The needle began to veer, no longer pointing directly westward. This indicated the proximity of at least one page of the lost Book of Origins. Without hesitation, Ethereal Raffle adjusted his course towards the direction indicated by the needle. Hollyflosse and the others followed closely behind. Upon entering a lush forest, Ethereal Raffle landed. Guided by the needle, this forest was unlike any other, as its vegetation towered magnificently. Nearly every tree towers to a height of over 100 meters. Its foliage ample enough to envelop the entire form of Conloa Lafier. Hollyflosse and his companions descended alongside Conloa Lafier, landing on the ground. Upon touching down, Afato gazed at the lawn beneath his feet, nearly completely obscuring his calves, and pondered, Is there truly a forest here? Having lived for so many years, he had never encountered such colossal vegetation. Even the flora birthed by Yesfirulata could not possibly grow to such enormous proportions. Hollyflosse, sniffing the air, remarked, There is the scent of a goblin. Is there? Is there a foul odor in the air? Afato inquired, promptly inhaling deeply. However, apart from the fragrant aroma of grass, he could detect no unpleasant scents. In the eyes of most humans, Goblins are regarded as foul-smelling beings, for they spend their days crawling through peculiar places. The goblins that appear before humans have often just finished their escapades, without having the chance to return home to cleanse themselves. Consequently, humans naturally assume that goblins are inherently odorous. In truth, it is merely a matter of them lacking the opportunity to bathe. Just as Hollyflosse was about to utter something, a strange cry echoed from above. Quack! Accompanied by this was a fierce strike that swept down, entwined with leaves and roots. Alfado's gaze sharpened. He leaped high into the air, raising his shield to intercept the blow mid-flight. Wyrm and Hollyflosse directed their attention towards the source of the assault. There, atop a towering tree, stood a goblin wielding an unusual longsword. The goblin, with pointed ears and a slender frame, wore a hodgepodge of tattered attire. If elves embody the pinnacle of magic, dwarves the zenith of craftsmanship, and humans a harmonious blend of both, then goblins represent the essence of nature. Though their magic and craftsmanship are woefully antiquated, they possess a deeper affinity with the natural world than elves. While elves require magic to meld with nature, goblins can simply squat down and become one with it. Alfado squinted at the goblin, his tone tinged with curiosity as he remarked, "So goblins can master swordsmanship as well." Huh. Hollyflosse glanced at the pointer and stated, "The page of the Book of Origins is in his possession. Wasn't it taken by the elves? How could it have ended up in the hands of a goblin?" Hollyflosse questioned, bewildered as he stared at the goblin on the branch. "Ask the elves. How would I know?" Hollyflosse too was intrigued as to why a goblin possessed a page from the Book of Origins. "A mere goblin. Watch me," Maislodar declared, charging forth towards the goblin. Goblins, often held in low regard among the other three races, also occupy a position of mediocrity in terms of strength. To speak of the goblin's frailty, one might observe their propensity to prey upon youthful elves and lesser humans with extraordinary ease. Yet, to consider them formidable, one must acknowledge that the pinnacle of their prowess is eclipsed by the human's rainbow night magic. Thus, the entire goblin race finds itself ensnared in a state of stagnation. Naturally, Maislodar holds a somewhat dismissive view of the goblins. The goblin, half crouched upon a branch, gazed at Maislodar as he advanced. In the tongue of the Desai, ether shatter. The goblin unsheathed his long sword, which resembled a straight branch adorned with verdant leaves, and aimed it at Maislodar, delivering a strike from afar. In an instant, Maislodar's pupils dilated as he hastily transformed his body into elemental form. However, even as he became lightning, the distant strike still found its mark, sending the dragon crashing to the ground like a deflated ball. As Maislodar landed, the assaults from Hollyflosse and Hollyflosse swiftly descended upon the goblin. Blades of wind, entwined with flames, sliced toward the creature. Yet, the goblin remained unperturbed, merely twirling the wooden staff in his grasp like a sword dance. The wind blades, seemingly endowed with sentience, collided against the goblin's staff before dissipating into nothingness. "What is this?" Hollyflosse pondered, feeling a swell of confusion. The goblin's strength was clearly beyond what one would expect from the denizens of the lower realms. It bore the semblance of a being from the upper world. Yet, that could not be. The aura emanating from the goblin was unmistakably of the lower realms. A page from the Book of Origins adhered to the nape of his neck. Hollyflosse then addressed Hollyflosse, pointing out the page that appeared to be fused with the goblin's skin. "After so many years, I find you diminished," the goblin murmured, gazing at Hollyflosse and Hollyflosse suspended in midair. He then shook his head gently, redirecting his attention to the two dragons above. "Enough, behold me, and submit." "Who is he?" Hollyflosse, uninterested in literature or history, turned his gaze to Hollyflosse. Hollyflosse began to elucidate. "He is likely a deity of the goblins, though he should be dead." Suddenly, the goblin's voice echoed from behind Hollyflosse. "In the tongue of the Desai, gods do not perish. It seems I am in need of a steed. Thus one of you shall be spared from this impudence." Hollyflosse and Hollyflosse swiftly turned to look behind them, only to find that the goblin had somehow traversed from the tree to their rear. Ether annihilation. Exceedingly potent magical energy release / The goblin unleashed his attack simultaneously with Alfado's. The spinning, explosive axe blade struck fiercely against the wooden staff in the goblin's grasp. Yet the sound that resounded was akin to the clash of metal, as if what had been struck was a divine weapon of unparalleled might. The goblin, taken aback by the sudden emergence of Alfado, momentarily froze. "In Desai, human? Yet why so feeble? Where has your spirit gone? What nonsense are you babbling?" Zero distance liberation / Alfado, not comprehending the Desai language, felt an invigorating surge of battle spirit emanating from the goblin before him. He subtly adjusted his grip on the sword's hilt, as if triggering some mechanism. Following this, Alfado forcefully stepped forward, standing suspended in midair, and extended his right hand to grasp the handle of the shield. With a powerful motion, he wrenched the shield, composed of axe blades, free from the sword's edge. The blade, gleaming with a white light, surged forward, enveloped in magical energy, unleashing a tremendous explosion right before Alphedo. The goblin retreated 2 steps, dissipating the force of the blast, and slowly spoke. In Desai, where has Akimoto gone? Is this all that remains of humanity? Suddenly, the goblin's figure appeared before Alphedo, its wooden staff aimed menacingly at Alphedo's head, swinging down with force. In Desai, in that case, you should weep and tremble for your disrespectful transgressions. Alphedo's pupils dilated as he attempted to raise his shield to block the impending strike. Though the wooden staff bore no sharp edges, to Alphedo, this blow seemed capable of rending all asunder. Boom. Alphedo successfully raised his shield to deflect the strike, yet he was sent crashing down, akin to a cannonball, hurtling towards the ground. The empty Raffle glanced at the fallen Alphedo and remarked, "Does the Origin book possess such powers? No wonder Hollyflosse holds it in such high regard. If merely affixing pages of goblin lore from the Origin book onto a goblin can evoke the splendor of the goblin era in the ancient Desai kingdom, then what might the power be when pages containing dragon lore are applied to a dragon?" It is little wonder that Hollyflosse had torn away all portions related to the dragon kin. The fallen Alphedo, even before the dust and debris kicked up by his descent had settled, surged once more towards the airborne goblin. Excitement flickered in Alphedo's eyes, his vision, slightly clouded by age, gradually clearing. At 180 years of age, with his end drawing near, he had seldom felt such a fervent zeal for battle. The last time he experienced this was during his recent breakthrough into the ether state, when he clashed with Hollyflosse. However, Alphedo understood that Hollyflosse had intentionally allowed him openings, feeding him opportunities. But this time was different. This time, Alphedo genuinely sensed a voice within compelling him to give his all. In Desai, ether breaks the army. The airborne goblin seemed to anticipate this, gently raising its wooden staff and directing it towards Alphedo's direction with a decisive swing. Alpha, wielding a stone sword in his left hand, struck forcefully towards the airborne goblin, exclaiming, "Arcane release slash." The 2 arcs of energy collided, causing both combatants to stagger backward. The goblin only retreated half a step before halting its motion. While Alpha's momentum was briefly interrupted, his left hand, still clutching the sword, raised slightly from the impact. Seizing the opportunity, Alpha deftly positioned his shield against the blade, merging sword and shield into a formidable axe. With a mighty swing, Alpha brought the axe down upon the goblin with ferocity. "Extravagant," the goblin remarked, glancing at the weapon in Alpha's grasp. Subsequently, it raised its right hand, positioning a wooden staff above its head, clearly intending to deflect Alpha's downward strike. However, the confrontation was not a mere one-on-one duel, but a collective assault of 4 against 1. At that moment, Hollyflosse and Curafall seized the opportunity to attack the goblin simultaneously. Piercing gale fire, Curafall's tempest transformed into sharp spikes, entwined with Hollyflosse dragon fire, launching towards the goblin from all directions. The goblin attempted to raise its hand to fend off the onslaught of winds and flames, but its peripheral vision caught sight of a golden streak rushing towards it. Thunderslash. Unbeknownst to the goblin, Maislodar had materialized a long sword forged from dragon lightning in his claws, aiming a strike at the goblin's waist. TCH. Such an inconvenient form, the goblin muttered in complaint. While the attacks from Curafall and Hollyflosse were largely thwarted, a few managed to pierce the goblin's defenses. Maislodar's strike was caught in the goblin's left hand, yet the electric damage was unavoidable. Alpha's downward swing was initially met by the wooden staff, momentarily halting its descent. However, it soon swatted the airborne goblin to the ground, as one would swat a mere insect. The goblin crashed into the grass, which was deep enough to engulf an adult's calf, disappearing as if submerged in water. "Can you not see? I am the superior one." The goblin's voice echoed from all directions, devoid of emotion. Hollyflosse and Curafall, realizing they could not best the goblin in a direct confrontation, shared a knowing smile as they sought to blend into their surroundings and employ guerrilla tactics. A contest of domain warfare? The dragon kin had never feared anyone. With a powerful beat of their wings, Hollyflosse and Curafall unleashed a torrent of sparks and gales, radiating outward from their draconic forms. Wherever the tempest passed, the vegetation rapidly withered, ultimately igniting and scattering as embers in the air. The once verdant forest transformed almost instantaneously into a desolate wasteland, rife with charred remnants, ashes, and raging flames. Alphedo observed the surroundings that had been forcibly transformed into the domain of dragons, murmuring softly to himself. It truly resembles what is described in those tomes. But wait, where is the goblin? After the surrounding vegetation had turned to ash, Alfador discovered a critical oversight. The goblin had yet to make an appearance. Hollyflosse answered Alfador's confusion, stating, he may still be concealed among these natural elements. Fire, ash, and tempest are all parts of nature. Following this, Kirolo Raphael added, yet these elements are also creations of our own making. Thus we are fully aware of his whereabouts. Alfador nodded gently, understanding the unspoken implications of the situation. Listening to the commands of Hollyflosse and Kirolo Raphael, he resolved to let these two dragons serve as his eyes and ears. Let us test this, Hollyflosse remarked, glancing at the sword and shield in Alfador's hands, before exhaling a breath of dragon fire towards him. The flame was modest, scarcely igniting, flowing into the shield like a fluid. After this infusion of dragon fire, Alfador felt a noticeable warmth radiating from his right-hand shield. Sparks erupted from the crevices of the shield's mechanisms, as if a fire were kindling within. Just a little cleverness. Your liberating strike is quite fascinating. Hollyflosse replied with a flick of his tail. Then, with a flash of insight, Hollyflosse quickly stated, to your left, 3 paces away. Without hesitation, Alfador swung his sword toward the direction indicated by Hollyflosse. Though the space appeared empty, the feedback from the stone sword informed him that his strike had been intercepted. Kirolo Raphael continued observing Alfador, urging, pursue. Alfador stepped forward, forcefully sweeping his shield horizontally. Remember, Alfador's shield could transform into a blade, its edges remarkably sharp. Thunderclap slash. Just as Alfador commenced his pursuit, Maislodar leapt into action, clutching a long sword forged of lightning in his claws. He descended upon the ground before Alfador with a fierce strike. This blow forcefully revealed the goblin from its concealed state. The goblin, gripping Maislodar's lightning sword with one hand, snarled, in Dees language, the divine does not bleed, nor does it perish. Despite the bravado in his words, a visible gash marred the goblin's cheek, a testament to Alfador's shield blade. Gua! Before Maislodar could react, the goblin's counterattack struck, sending Maislodar hurtling backward, the lightning sword dissipating into the air. Explosive dragonfire. Tornado. Point-blank attribute liberation slash. As the goblin revealed its form, 3 attacks were unleashed simultaneously upon it. A tornado, resembling a colossal pillar between heaven and earth, swiftly enveloped both the goblin and Alfado. Within the vortex, it was not dust that swirled, but rather the crimson and white flames of dragon fire. Alfado stood before the goblin, his stone sword just drawn from the sheath on his shield. The energy enveloping the stone sword was no longer the white magic power, but rather the incessantly bursting red dragon fire. As Alfado swung the sword downward, a slashing force, towering several meters high, was released, slicing through the air and extending nearly 10 meters behind. The goblin seemed to endure this slash with sheer force, gritting its teeth and glaring at Alfado, uttering in Desirian, "You shall pay for your sins." However, before the goblin could make any move, Alfado began to chant, "Liberation slash. Liberation slash." Even more liberation slashes. Each repetition was accompanied by the release of a slashing attack, leaving the goblin rooted in place, unable to retaliate. Merely watching Alfado with gritted teeth. How could Alfado repeat the technique? The raging winds and flames surrounding him were aiding him. In such a scenario, it would indeed be peculiar if he could not repeat the technique. Chapter 67. Ether. After a while of repeating the liberation slash, the goblin finally reached its limit. Though filled with resentment and unwillingness, it could no longer muster the strength to persist. Upon the goblin's demise, the page of the origin book, which had adhered to its nape, fell away and was collected by Hollyflosse. Hollyflosse glanced at the goblin, which turned to ashes immediately after the page fell, and inquired, what was written on it to cause such a transformation in the goblin? Hollyflosse glanced at the content of the page and replied, it pertains to the extraordinary plans concerning goblins, seemingly aimed at returning the entire goblin species to its etheric origin. Hollyflosse remarked, that sounds rather alarming, to be honest. Ever since Hollyflosse learned about the origins of the dragon race, any mention of returning to the etheric origin made him feel uneasy. Maislodar approached with curiosity, asking, what is this etheric origin, father? Hollyflosse cast a sidelong glance at Maislodar and replied, children should not be curious about such matters. Clearly dissatisfied with this response, Maislodar retorted, you tell me not to be curious, so I'll just ask that old man Hollyflosse. If you ask him, he will give you the same answer. Hollyflosse flicked his tail and stated. At this moment, Alfado approached Hollyflosse and quietly inquired, so, what exactly is this etheric origin? Alphado was genuinely concerned about this matter. He could not afford to be indifferent. The pinnacle of human transcendence, whether one is a mage or a knight, is referred to as ether, and even ascension to a higher realm remains within this etheric state. Thus, when Alpha thought of the concept of ether's origin, his subconscious equated it with the ether known to humanity. Is this indeed the case? Remarkably, Alpha was correct in his assumption. Cora Lafar glanced at Alpha and then at the nearby Maislodar, ultimately sharing a knowing look with Alpha. Understanding the unspoken communication, Alpha discreetly followed Cora Lafar to a secluded corner. It appeared that both Cora Lafar and Hollyflosse did not wish for Maislodar to be privy to such matters. Whether this was driven by a protective instinct or some other sentiment remained uncertain. Cora Lafar regarded Alpha and said, "I can divulge this information to you, but it is imperative that you keep it to yourself." After a moment of contemplation, Alpha inquired, "Must this remain unspoken to anyone?" Cora Lafar clarified, "At the very least. It must not reach the ears of the young dragons." Nodding in agreement, Alpha felt little inclination to engage with that particular group, and thus, conversing with the young dragons was out of the question. Once Alpha affirmed his understanding, Cora Lafar began to elaborate. The ether's origin is the cornerstone left behind by the creator of this world, the very foundation upon which all existence is built. The magical energy, the sunlight you behold, the water you consume, the objects you touch, and even your soul are all composed of ether. Upon hearing this, Alpha looked intently at Cora Lafar and retorted, "Does this include dragons as well?" Alpha harbored no doubts regarding Cora Lafar's assertion. For dragons had no need to fabricate tales to deceive humans. They were, in fact, even more pure in this regard. Cora Lafar nodded in affirmation and continued, "Initially, after the creation deity, referred to as the ether dragon, fashioned all that exists, it exhausted its power and subsequently fragmented into 5 ancient beings." At this juncture, Alpha interjected with an unusual expression, "Wait, I have a question." He articulated his confusion. "However, I have heard from certain mages that everything has evolved gradually over time. For instance, if a blade of grass grows in a frigid region, it is not because it prefers such an environment, but rather because the cold has shaped it thus." It appeared that Alpha, in his moments of leisure, had not only indulged in literary works, but had also delved into scholarly texts. In response to Alpha's bewilderment, Cora Lafar posed a counter-question. "But what of the ultimate origin of all things? Why is that region cold? Why does such a region even exist? And from whence do those sands and stones originate?" At the sound of this inquiry, Alpha found himself momentarily speechless. Indeed, what was the original state of all beginnings? Had the sun always been present in the sky? Is it also subject to change, or perhaps even to be displayed by someone? Alphado inquired, turning towards Kongluo Raffle. "So, is it true that the ether dragon serves as the cornerstone of all creation?" Kongluo Raffle nodded in affirmation, stating, "Indeed, this is the source of the ether." Alphado gently nodded, then posed his second perplexity. "Does this have any relation to the ether state of humanity?" His keen interest in the origin of ether stemmed from a desire to understand its connection to the human ether state. Kongluo Raffle responded, "Certainly, it does." This was precisely why Kongluo Raffle had chosen to share such knowledge with Alphado. Pertaining to the human ether state, Kongluo Raffle had promised Alphado that should he assist, he would divulge all information regarding the ether state, which naturally included these insights. Kongluo Raffle then spoke slowly. "The human ether state is merely an imitation of the ether dragon." Alphado paused, taken aback. Imitation? Imitating a dragon? Why would humanity seek to emulate a dragon? He felt that being a dragon held no intrinsic value, much like a dragon would not see the merit in being human. Kongluo Raffle corrected Alphado's misunderstanding, saying, "It is simply referred to as the ether dragon. What it truly is, who can say?" Then, in a peculiar tone, he added, "As for why it is called the ether dragon, it is because upon its demise, it split and transformed into the 5 ancient beings of the dragon race." After hearing this, Alphado quietly asked, "Is this the attitude your kind holds towards your ancestors?" To which Kongluo Raffle replied, "Once you can exist for an eternity, age ceases to be a topic of discussion. Only species that face mortality respect their elder members. Dragons do not even die. Why should they honor the old? Sometimes, the only reason they do not strike their elders is that they cannot overpower them." Thus, Alphado remained puzzled as to why one would wish to imitate the creator of this world. Although the ether state indeed bestowed greater power upon humanity, the question lingered. Why must it be imitation rather than forging an independent path? Kongluo Raffle flicked his tail and began to speak once more. "The endeavor is to become an eternal existence. After all, the creator did indeed exist. They were once there. Therefore, Emulating their form appears to be the swiftest and most reliable path. He then added, of course, the dragons were born at that time. Wait a moment. Were dragons not already in existence? Afado found himself struggling to comprehend Conluo Raffle's statement. What did it mean that dragons were born at that time? After the Ether Dragon's creation, had not the 5 original dragons already come into being? Conluo Lafar cast a peculiar glance at Afado and remarked, those 5 ancient beings are incapable of reproduction. Do you believe that all species can reproduce like humans, simply by pairing off? The 5 primordial dragons cannot produce offspring, which is precisely why they sought collaboration with the Desai Kingdom. Clearly, this partnership has borne fruit, as the progeny of dragons has indeed been successfully created. Yet, for the dragons, this truth is far from delightful. During their initial attempts to create dragons, they employed every conceivable means, and their motives were not entirely pure. This is why the primordial dragons have consistently avoided discussing this matter. Afado stood astonished, exclaiming, is that not the case? I had always assumed that all species in the world reproduced in this manner, as it seemed the most logical explanation. Are there truly species that do not? Conluo Lafar retorted, how could that possibly be true? At the very least, dragons do not. Gazing at Conluo Lafar, Afado's curiosity was piqued. Then how do your kind produce offspring? We cannot conceive. We must simply wait, Conluo Lafar replied. When the time is right, it shall occur. This is not some closely guarded secret of the dragons. What difference does it make if the entire world is aware? It does not lead to any tangible consequences. To Afado's surprise, he nodded in agreement, murmuring, I see, that makes sense. What makes sense? Conluo Lafar inquired, observing Afado's sudden epiphany. Have you, Afado, ever hatched a dragon egg? Afado had certainly not hatched a dragon egg, but he was well informed and knew of attempts made by others. He recounted, I heard of someone who acquired a dragon egg through unknown means, intending to incubate it. In the end, the person aged and passed away, while the egg remained utterly silent. Conluo Lafar responded with an air of inevitability. Ah, that kind of egg is worthless. Waiting a millennium would yield no results. It cannot be hatched. Suddenly, Afado had a realization. He shook his head and said, wait, has the topic strayed? What about the state of the ether? What happens after imitating the ether dragon? Conluo Lafar elucidated. Ultimately, it culminates in becoming ether. What does that mean? What does it mean to become ether? Afado paused, a conjecture forming in his mind, yet he hesitated to voice it. Conluo Lafar explained, it means, with a snap, to dissipate into the air, leaving nothing behind. The human state of ether is an endeavor to mimic the creator of this world, gradually drawing closer to them. However, the creator has become an integral part of the entire world, transforming into the ether that constitutes all things. Thus, as humanity approaches the creator, does it not equate to a gradual disconnection of their body and soul? Upon hearing this conclusion, Afado lowered his head to examine his hands. Yet, this may not be entirely unfavorable. Afado clenched his fists, clearly resolved not to abandon his aspirations for further advancement. After all, human life is but a fleeting 200 years, destined to end. However, with the attainment of the ether state, one could prolong existence. Living even a single additional day is a gain. Ultimately, what does it matter if one dissipates into the cosmos? Is it not still a life well lived? Conluo Raphael, standing nearby, concurred, indeed, I believe it is rather agreeable, for humans are inherently destined to die. He then glanced at Afado and inquired, are there any lingering confusions? It would be prudent to address them all at once. Indeed, another question lingered. What was the nature of this powerful goblin? Afado nodded and asked, for this was his first encounter with a goblin of such formidable strength. Even in his ether state, he required the assistance of 3 other dragons to vanquish this foe. Such prowess could rival even the legendary deities, perhaps. Conluo Raphael flicked his tail and, with a hint of uncertainty, replied, it is likely a former deity of the goblins. Though I am not entirely sure. Was it truly a deity? Afado paused, then became exhilarated. So did I slay a god? How remarkable. Far surpassing the feats of any dragon slayer. Observing the growing smile on Afado's face, Conluo Raphael chuckled and asked, do you consider deities to be of a higher caliber? Afado was momentarily taken aback by the question. What did it mean to say that deities were of a higher caliber? Were they not the epitome of superiority? They are deities, after all. He then queried, is not the ether dragon, the creator of this world, a deity? Conluo Raphael shook his head, stating, the creator is the creator, and a deity is a deity. These are distinct matters. Instinctively, Afado asked, what is the difference? Conluo Raphael explained, there is but one creator, yet many deities exist. Suddenly, Afado grasped a crucial point. Wait, Are the elves seizing those pages too? Kongluo Raphael interjected. Yes. It is indeed to facilitate the return of their deity. Afado then inquired, but why? Kongluo Raphael found the question amusing and retorted, then allow me to ask you. Why do you pursue the ether state? The pursuit of strength has always been an inherent instinct among all species. Even dragons experience varied emotions based on their individual capabilities. What more, then, for the myriad beings inhabiting the world beneath? Afado pressed his lips together and asked, but if the elves were to succeed, to be candid, if their pursuit were solely for the sake of becoming stronger, Afado felt a sense of camaraderie with those elves. After all, the strong are driven to strive for greater strength, and the endeavor to actualize such aspirations is truly worthy of respect. Kongluo Raphael spoke slowly. I do not know much more, but rest assured, the dwarves will be the first to be obliterated, followed by you humans. Why? Afado was momentarily stunned. The dwarves' defeat at the hands of the elves is understandable to Afado, yet the presence of humans remains perplexing. It appears that there exists no animosity between the elves and humans, does there? Do not forget, Raphael interjected, humans have clashed with elves in the past. While you may have forgotten, the elves certainly have not. It was then that Afado recalled Hollyflosse's mention of events from 3 millennia ago. However, that was 3,000 years in the past. Why hold on to such grudges? Afado muttered softly, that seems excessively vindictive. Chapter 68. Sir Kira remained with his eyes closed throughout. While Hollyflosse and the others ventured forth to stir trouble with the elves, Kira found himself embroiled in his own predicament. The purpose of His Highness Prince Reagan's visit to the Dragon Kingdom extended beyond merely attending a wedding banquet or acquiring a few young dragons. He also intended to escort Kira to the city of Loss for a promotion ceremony. It would not do for a noble of Kira's stature to remain at the rank of a Scarlet Knight. The arduous journey from Scarlet Knight to Ether Knight would require Kira to be away from the Dragon Kingdom for an extended period. Ordinarily, a trip to the royal city for promotion would not pose much of a challenge. Yet, Prince Reagan insisted on taking several young dragons along to allow a portion of the Lost Kingdom's military to become acquainted with them. Although Kira was thoroughly unwilling, he ultimately acquiesced, as a few dragons were, after all, being sent away. During their flight, Kira perched upon the back of a young dragon from the Dragon Kingdom, turned to Reagan, and inquired, Your Highness, if I may be so bold, how did you come to know your dragon? Kira was genuinely curious about how Reagan had encountered the extraordinary Bernadoro, while he himself had only come across dragons like Maislodar. Reagan patted Bernadoro's back and replied, I acquired him from a hunting guild. Kira probed further, are there hunting guilds within Lost that can capture young dragons? From what Kira understood, no guild in Lost was capable of catching young dragons. Previously, he had thought the inability to capture dragons was due to the incompetence of these guilds. Now it seemed that the absence of captured young dragons was a stroke of fortune for them. Actually capturing one would lead to a dilemma. Indeed, there are, Reagan confirmed. As the heir to Loss, he was well informed about the situation in his homeland. He added, however, they are somewhat peculiar. Although they can catch dragons, they invariably send them away, and if unable to do so, they simply release them. Upon hearing this, Kira understood. This hunting guild shared his sentiments. It was likely that the young dragons were deliberately allowing themselves to be captured. Consequently, even if the guild did not cater to these young dragons, they would still devise ways to deliver them to high-end buyers, such as the royal family. If all else failed, they would simply release them, resulting in a net gain for the young dragons. Although the hunting group was ostensibly profitable, Kira suspected that the members were burdened with unspoken grievances. What about that hunting group? Kira inquired about the situation of this particular organization. As fellow practitioners, it would be advantageous for both sides if they could unite with Longbang to alleviate the torment inflicted by the juvenile dragons. Upon hearing this question, Reagan expressed a sense of regret. They disbanded last year. He continued, since their dissolution, reports of rampaging dragons across the country have surged. With such an entertaining hunting group gone, the spirited juvenile dragons have naturally shifted their focus to other targets. Kira remained silent, awaiting Reagan's elaboration. Reagan then remarked, later, my father dispatched someone to locate the members of that hunting group. Clearly, they were the ones who thwarted the dragon's chaos within the borders of Lozai. Kira interjected. Did they ultimately find them? Reagan sighed and nodded. They were found, but they adamantly refused to reassemble the hunting group. Even when my father, in his royal capacity, offered to establish a hunting group exclusively under the royal banner to specifically counter the dragon disturbances, they became even more resistant upon hearing this. It seems they desire to retreat into obscurity. After hearing Reagan's lengthy account, Kira found herself at a loss for words. In Reagan's eyes, These were individuals seeking a leisurely life after achieving worldly success. Yet Kira understood that they were merely unfortunate souls who could no longer endure the torment of juvenile dragons. Suddenly, Reagan turned to Kira with a smile, saying, "By the way, since the establishment of your Longbang, the recent reports of dragon disturbances have significantly decreased. It seems you truly care for the welfare of the world." Reagan believed that Kira possessed unique dragon-taming abilities, tirelessly working for the greater good, traveling tirelessly to tame the disruptive dragons and bring them back to Longbang for rehabilitation. Upon hearing Reagan's praise, Kira felt even more speechless, if given a choice. She would rather not bear the weight of the world. Yes, the dragons had ceased their rampages throughout Lozai, but that was merely because they had flocked to Longbang instead. Speaking of which, we have arrived, Reagan said, glancing at the magnificent royal city emerging on the horizon. He then urged Bernardaro into a gallop, leaving Kira with only his retreating figure and the wind-swept echoes of his voice. "Kira, I will proceed ahead to report to my father. You may lead the dragons directly to the military encampment." As Kira watched Reagan and Bernardaro soar into the distance, she sighed. She then attempted to adopt a more serious tone and addressed the 3 juvenile dragons beside her. "Behave yourselves." The young dragon ridden by Chiloa turned its head and inquired, "Why should we?" To which Chiloa responded, "If one does not perform well, there will be no dragon riders." The young dragon to Chiloa's left circled around her and remarked, "That is fine. You will ultimately have to find more for us." Upon hearing this, Chiloa realized the predicament she was in, as the 3 young dragons had her firmly in their grasp. It seemed these young dragons were acutely aware of the extent of their destructive potential. Understanding that Chiloa and the other dragon riders were either seeking their own peace or dragging others into their plight, they would invariably take the initiative in finding more dragon riders for themselves. But what could Chiloa do? As the 3 young dragons had deduced, for her own tranquility and that of the Dragon Kingdom, she must diligently seek out more dragon riders. With a resigned tone, Chiloa continued, "Then consider it a plea from me to you 3, at least until Reagan formally requests more young dragons. Try to behave well." At that moment, the young dragon she rode spoke up, "And what benefits do you offer us 3? Hearing this, Chiloa breathed a sigh of relief. The fact that they were seeking benefits indicated their willingness to cooperate. She dreaded the thought of dealing with dragons who desired nothing but amusement. While they might revel in their games, Chiloa would be ensnared in a dilemma of surplus young dragons. Gazing into the eyes of the young dragon, she asked, "What benefits?" The dragon replied, "We wish to see that stage play mentioned by Maislodar." Upon hearing this, Chiloa felt a complete sense of relief and responded, "Oh, that? You should have mentioned it sooner. Just cooperate with me, and I shall take you to the finest theater." The young dragon then inquired, "Is it the one Maislodar originally attended?" Chiloa nodded affirmatively, "Absolutely." Hooray! The 3 young dragons cheered softly before continuing their flight towards the city of Loss. The garrison of the Lost Kingdom's army was situated within the city, adjacent to the royal palace. Should Chiloa ever entertain the notion of establishing a local dragon army, its garrison would also be in close proximity to her noble residence. After a brief inquiry and a routine inspection, Chiloa landed with the 3 young dragons in the training grounds of the royal army. Some soldiers were already donned in their armor, eagerly awaiting Chiloa's arrival. These troops were the first generation of the royal army, the backbone of stability for the entire realm. It appeared the Lost royal family was deeply invested in the militarization of dragon riders. The expectations of the Lost royal family were immense. And upon learning the truth about dragon riders, the bittersweet irony of the situation would be palpable. Chiloa and the 3 young dragons stood upon a slightly elevated stone platform where a royal army officer was present to negotiate with Chiloa. Meanwhile, the remaining soldiers stood before her, awaiting her words. As Curlo gazed at the well-armored royal troops, a phrase suddenly came to mind. "Tomorrow in the training grounds. Do not don your armor." "Sir Curlo, Sir Curlo?" Observing Curlo lost in thought, a nearby officer of the royal army was momentarily taken aback. Did Sir Curlo suffer from some ailment? Was there no potion master in Longbang to attend to him? How could he drift off in broad daylight before such a crowd? Curlo shook his head and, with a hint of apology, replied, "Forgive me. I was reminiscing about some past events." The officer nodded and addressed Curlo. "Shall we commence?" "Commence what?" Curlo blinked, having completely zoned out, his focus scattered. The officer, at a loss for words, could only say, "To explain how to become a dragon knight." Oh. Curlo nodded repeatedly, only to find himself lost in thought again. For the question of how to become a dragon knight truly lacked a definitive answer. Why did everyone assume there was a straightforward response to such a question? Yet, confronted by the gazes of the royal troops around him, Kurlo had no choice but to muster the courage to fabricate an answer on the spot. To become a dragon knight, first, you must understand the heart of the dragon, he proclaimed as he approached a young dragon. Upon uttering his first words, some in the royal army nodded in agreement. Kurlo, looking at those who nodded, was at a loss for what to say next. What do you understand to nod in agreement? At that moment, an officer of the royal army raised his hand and inquired, is it similar to other mounts? What about compatibility? Kurlo glanced at him and continued to weave his tale. Compatibility? Just follow the dragon's movements. After all, you must have observed that a dragon's strength far surpasses that of a human. This statement was not entirely fabricated, as it was precisely how Kurlo triumphed in the Knight's Valor Cup, claiming the championship. He could vividly recall the scene of a particular moment. The bond between a knight and their steed is not merely about finding a powerful mount to ride. This statement holds true for all known mounts, but does not apply to dragon knights. The officer of the royal army nodded, but soon posed another question. So, we move alongside the dragon? But what if there are instances of disobedience? The royal army, after all, is a military force, and the foundation of a military is obedience to orders. Upon hearing this question, Kurlo found himself momentarily stumped. The relationship between a dragon knight and their dragon is fraught with more than mere instances of disobedience. In truth, dragons hardly comprehend the concept of commands at all. Rather than directly answering the officer's question, Kurlo countered, if one does not cultivate a good relationship with the dragon in peacetime, who bears the blame when errors arise in battle? This did raise the suspicion of sidestepping the topic, yet fortunately, all present regarded Kurlo as the expert in dragon taming. Thus, no one contested Chilua's words. Rather, they found them quite reasonable. Indeed, if one does not cultivate a good rapport with their steed, any issues that arise in the heat of battle are undoubtedly the rider's fault. The officer, upon hearing Chilua's remarks, nodded in agreement. He then turned to Chilua and requested, might Sir Chilua demonstrate for us? We would be honored to witness the valor of a dragon knight. At this, the previously silent soldiers of the kingdom began to chime in. Yes, do show us. Sir Chilua, please perform a demonstration. Chilua felt an urge to slap the officer in frustration. Were they here to admire the dragons or to provoke him? However, with so many soldiers from the kingdom gazing expectantly at him, Chilua had no choice but to ride atop a young dragon, maintaining an impassive facade. The young dragon, bewildered, quietly inquired, how are we to demonstrate? This was not what they had agreed upon. Were they not meant to select a suitable dragon knight? Why were they now expected to perform for these soldiers? Chilua, feeling overwhelmed, leaned close to the young dragon's ear and whispered urgently, I have no idea. Just go wild and show off however you wish, but make sure to catch me. Upon hearing this, the young dragon's eyes lit up with excitement. Chilua, realizing he had perhaps said too much, contemplated how to rectify his words, but it was too late. By the time he grasped the situation, he had already been flung into the sky. The young dragon gazed upward, and with a powerful flap of its wings, soared after him. As Chilua reached the apex of his ascent, suspended momentarily before beginning to descend, the young dragon positioned itself beneath him, perfectly aligning for him to land on its back. The entire sequence unfolded with remarkable fluidity, reminiscent of the seamless bond between a dragon knight and their dragon. Subsequently, the pair plummeted rapidly towards the ground. Just 3 meters from impact, the young dragon abruptly leveled out, flipping upside down to fly parallel to the earth. Chilua, hanging below, instinctively reached down to grasp a lance from a nearby weapons rack. Once he secured the lance, the young dragon leveled out and accelerated through the air. Moments before crashing into a wall, the dragon ascended sharply, its body adhering to the wall as it rose swiftly. Chilua, wielding the lance, launched it with precision, striking the bullseye of a target and piercing straight through. The soldiers of the kingdom erupted in applause, their cheers echoing in admiration. No wonder Sir Chilua could establish the Dragon Empire. He truly possessed remarkable prowess. I observed Sir Chilua with his eyes closed throughout the demonstration, a testament to the profound trust he placed in his dragon. Indeed, it is truly impressive. Chapter 69, Sir Chilua's Ascension to a Knight. After the presentation concluded, Chilua, his legs slightly trembling and his head spinning, stood once more before the ranks of the royal army. Sir Chilua truly is remarkable. He harmonizes with his steed in such perfect unison. The praises from the royal army echoed around him, as if they were carried from afar, ringing in his ears with an ethereal quality. Yet, Chilua managed to force a faint smile towards the soldiers, refraining from speech, merely gesturing with his hand. In truth, he was so dizzy that he could barely control his own body. Nonetheless, to the oblivious royal army, this was a display of Sir Chilua's formidable prowess. The fact that Sir Chiloa did not verbally respond to their accolades indicated that the demonstration was child's play for him, hardly worthy of mention. Unable to endure any longer, Chiloa hastily sought out a nearby stool to sit upon. Once seated, he promptly inquired, "Is there anyone eager to give it a try?" A royal army officer stepped forward. "Volunteering, allow me, for I possess decades of experience in riding giant eagles and griffins." As he approached the young dragon that Chiloa had just demonstrated upon, the officer suddenly halted. Turning to Chiloa, who was perched upon a low stool, he asked, "Do you have any advice for me, Sir Chiloa?" To such a seasoned rider, Chiloa could only offer a singular piece of counsel. With a serious expression, he stated, "Dragons are different. You must treat them as friends." The officer chuckled in response, remarking, "A steed is indeed the finest companion." Chiloa almost retorted that this friend was not the same as that companion. But he noticed the officer had already mounted the young dragoness back. Lacking any saddle, the officer had no choice but to clasp the dragon's belly with his legs and grip the protruding scales on its back for stability. Once mounted, noticing the young dragon remained still, he turned to Chiloa and asked, "What now, Sir Chiloa?" However, before the question could be fully articulated, both the officer and the young dragon transformed into a fleeting shadow, soaring into the sky. Watching the shadow in the heavens, Chiloa quietly prayed, "Please do not bring disaster." He genuinely feared that the young dragon would spiral into reckless abandon, leading the royal army to cast scathing judgments upon the Dragon Knight program. This would leave Chiloa and Longbang ensnared in a predicament of unsold young dragons. Fortunately, the unfolding events did not veer towards the direst outcome. Perhaps the conditions Chiloa had previously offered to the three young dragons had genuinely piqued their interest, or perhaps there were other reasons. Whatever the case, the young dragon in the sky gradually slowed its pace, seemingly attuned to the officer seated upon its back. After soaring through the skies for several circles, the dragon and the officer landed gracefully. The officer, visibly exhilarated upon touching the ground, turned to Sir Chi Luo and exclaimed, "Is the dragon truly so intelligent?" In the officer's experience, riding a dragon was an entirely different sensation compared to riding a giant eagle or a griffin. The latter two required harnesses and saddles for control and command. Even a giant eagle or griffin that had been tamed for many years necessitated physical cues for communication with the rider. However, riding a dragon felt instinctive, as if the dragon inherently understood these nuances. Was it truly an innate understanding? Perhaps it was cultivated through interactions with brave souls and dragon riders in the dragon realm. Naturally, Sir Chi Luo could not disclose such truths. Thus, he merely shook his head and replied, "They can even speak, don't you think?" The officer paused for a moment. Bewildered. "Can they?" Sir Chi Luo responded, "Indeed, but most of the time, they are too lazy to converse and may not even speak human language." The officer turned around, hesitantly raised a hand, and greeted the young dragon he had just ridden. Hello?" The young dragon glanced at the officer and chose to ignore him. Sir Chi Luo, finally regaining his composure, approached the officer and whispered, "You should phrase it differently." Although the officer found Sir Chi Luo's advice peculiar, he recognized him as an expert on dragons. Clearing his throat, the officer addressed the young dragon, "I invite you to the finest theater to see the most splendid performance." Upon hearing such an enticing proposition, the young dragon eagerly approached, wrapping its tail around the officer and inquiring, "What? Are you serious?" The officer, nearly gasping for breath due to the dragon's embrace, nodded fervently, "Yes, yes, seriously, now please let go." The young dragon released its grip and continued to question the officer. "All right, when shall we go?" The officer glanced at Sir Chi Luo, seeking assistance. Sir Chi Luo shrugged and remarked, "The opportunity to become one of the first dragon knights of the kingdom rests in your hands." The officer reflected on Prince Reagan and his extraordinary dragon, the recent buzz surrounding the formidable abilities of dragons, and his own financial situation. Ultimately, he turned to Sir Chi Luo and asked, "Sir Chi Luo, dragons would never betray their riders, correct?" Sir Chi Luo looked at the officer, shook his head, and replied, "No. These young dragons would eagerly spend an entire day, if not two, playing with their riders, so the notion of betrayal is unfathomable. In fact, it is the riders who might be more inclined to betray the dragons." "Very well then, let us go," the officer declared, resolutely stomping his foot, addressing the young dragon beside him. A trip to the finest theater for a performance would surely deplete the officer's savings. Upon becoming a dragon knight, not only does one gain the most formidable dragon as a companion, but also access to dragon materials as a source of revenue. It is merely a temporary loss. Profits will surely be regained in due course. "Hooray, let us embark at once," the young dragon exclaimed with enthusiasm, swiftly grasping the officer and depositing him upon its back. Soaring towards the theater, Kira stood rooted in place, watching the departing officer, a mysterious smile gracing her features. She then turned to address the remaining members of the kingdom's army, saying, "Very well, there are still 2 slots available. Who wishes to give it a try?" After arranging for the last 2 dragon knights, Reagan finally reported the matter to His Majesty, King Devon. This was primarily due to the troublesome affairs instigated by the elves, which necessitated Reagan to articulate everything with great clarity. Upon arriving at the army's encampment, Reagan turned to Kira and stated, "All right, Lady Kira, please follow me. The promotion ceremony is ready to commence at any moment." Kira followed closely behind Reagan and ventured to inquire, "If I may be so bold, how long is this likely to take?" Having only experienced the promotion to Scarlet Knight, which was a relatively swift process completed in an afternoon, Kira had heard that the subsequent promotions required increasingly more time and bore a higher failure rate. This, indeed, is why many individuals find it challenging to ascend through the ranks. A single failure could render all prior resources and efforts futile, without a substantial force to back them. The chances for failure are exceedingly slim. "It depends on you, Lady Kira," Reagan replied without turning, leading the way. The speed of advancement hinges upon the aspirant's disposition, talent, and physical condition, as well as the effectiveness of the promotion methods and support techniques employed. However, the royal resources provided are assuredly the finest. Thus, the factors influencing Kira's progression will solely be within her own control. After escorting Kira to her designated location, Reagan said, "Please, Lady Kira, should you have any requests, do not hesitate to communicate with these mages." Kira gazed at the open door before her, revealing a floor inscribed with an intricate magical array, took a deep breath, and stepped inside. Meanwhile, as Kira underwent her promotion, Hollyflosse found himself embroiled in a fierce struggle. Guided by the tracker, Hollyflosse and his companions successfully located the second missing page of the origin book. It seemed the elves had anticipated the arrival of the empty raffle, seeking to reclaim the pages, deliberately scattering some of them in various locations. However, merely tossing the pages about would not suffice. These elves had also employed some method to merge the pages with the entities they described, resulting in a plethora of peculiar creatures, akin to that strange gnome. Now, Hollyflosse faced such a being. Alphido, with a shield in his right hand and a sword in his left, grumbled, "How could there be humans in this cursed place? Is this not the realm of the elves?" Receiving no satisfactory response, he was instead met with the frenzied utterances of a peculiar human nearby. "They are all dead. I do not wish to die. I cannot die." Hollyflosse, standing aside, remarked, "How should I know? Aren't you humans fond of scurrying about in search of treasures?" This strange individual was evidently a hapless member of an adventurer's guild. They had ventured deep into the territory of dwarves and elves, seeking treasures that were rare or non-existent in the human world. Unfortunately, they encountered a formidable elven army that had seized the Book of Origin and was retreating. The outcome was, of course, tragic. The entire party was slaughtered, leaving only a lone knight alive. The elves affixed a page of incomprehensible text to the knight's bloodied face, and he promptly fainted. When he regained consciousness, he found Alphido squatting before him. Strangely, despite harboring no animosity towards Alphido, he felt an overwhelming urge to kill the stranger who had awakened him. This murderous intent stemmed from a profound fear of death. He had witnessed the horrific demise of his comrades and had nearly lost his own life. The knight's desperate will to survive morphed into a fierce desire to attack, and he could not find peace until he had slain every living thing before him. "I cannot die. I will survive." The voice of the unfortunate knight suddenly echoed behind Alphido, accompanied by the sharp whistling of a weapon slicing through the air. Alphido's body reacted instinctively, raising his right hand to shield himself from the attack. He twisted his body and swung his sword behind him. The knight's voice rang out again, "I will survive. I absolutely will survive." It was then that Alphido realized he had struck nothing. His assailant had somehow evaded him and appeared before him instead. A tremendous blow sent Alphido flying, causing him to spit a mouthful of crimson blood into the air. What speed is this? Alphido was utterly baffled by the unnatural swiftness of his opponent. His body had felt no indication of their movement. At that moment, Hollyflosse descended from the sky, his claws seizing the hapless knight's head. "Got you." "No," the knight screamed, his body flickering as he forcibly vanished from Hollyflosse's grasp. "What?" Hollyflosse sensed a dangerous presence behind him and turned, only to be struck from behind with such force that he was slammed to the ground, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. Clambering back to his feet, Hollyflosse cursed, "What in the world is this?" Empty Raffle, Layful, equally bewildered, could only respond, How would I know? I have never read the tome of human origins. Hollyflosse looked at the pitiful knight, trembling in midair, and inquired, "Is this some kind of magic or perhaps another method?" This unfortunate knight was even more enigmatic and troublesome than the goblin. Fortunately, it seemed that the knight's mind had been utterly shattered, rendering him incapable of wielding any significant combat prowess. At that moment, Alfredo approached, wielding a shield axe, and remarked, "It should not be magic." Hollyflosse cast a glance at Alfredo, waiting for further elaboration. Alfredo's gaze was similarly fixed upon the weeping and laughing knight, and he continued, "In my youth, while journeying through the southernmost human city-states, I heard peculiar tales. They spoke of phantoms appearing in those bleak, grayish lands. These phantoms lacked physical form, yet could be seen, wandering the wilderness and lamenting their tragic fates in life. It seems this is no mere ghost story to frighten children." After listening to Alfredo's account, Hollyflosse pressed for the crux of the matter. "Then what is the method to dispel it?" Alfredo replied, "There is none. It was merely a ghost story back then, and ghost stories do not come with solutions." At this, Hollyflosse glanced at the spiraling Layful above and asked, "So this person has been transformed into that phantom by the tome?" Layful nodded, stating, "That appears to be the case. But the priority is how to eliminate him and reclaim my pages." Chapter 70. The Dragon Human Mechanism Values. I refuse to believe it. If he can strike us, he must possess a physical form. Hollyflosse flicked his dragon tail, unleashing a flurry of dragon fire slashes towards the unfortunate knight suspended in the air. "No, no, no. I do not wish to die." The pitiful knight caught sight of the dragon fire strikes and screamed, vanishing once more. He disappeared again. Hollyflosse's pupils dilated in shock. Yet he could not detect any trace of the knight's movements, as if he were indeed a ghost, elusive and intangible. Thunderslash. Maislodal's voice suddenly echoed from behind Hollyflosse. As before, the unfortunate knight teleported behind Hollyflosse, preparing to strike. However, he was caught off guard by the previously silent Maislodal. "No." The knight let out a chilling scream, his body flickering before disappearing again. How could this be? He clearly. Maislodal barely had time to express his astonishment before a tremendous force from behind sent him, the entire dragon, hurtling through the air. I must survive." The pitiful knight stood on the ground, his weapon trembling in his hand, mirroring the quivering of his body. Empty Raffle observed the trembling form of the pitiful knight and remarked, "How do we strike him? Regardless of whether he is noticed. He will appear behind the attacker once he is assaulted." At this moment, Hollyflosse glanced at Afado and said, "Afado, it is up to you." "Me?" Afado exclaimed incredulously, pointing to himself. Hollyflosse nodded and continued, "Indeed, it is you. According to the descriptions from the original ancient dragons, your ethereal state as humans is designed specifically for dealing with this mechanism of execution." One wonders what thoughts occupied the minds of those 5 ancient beings to conjure such a novel and precise term as mechanism of execution. "But I cannot even land a blow on him," Afado protested. He had previously attacked the pitiful knight. Yet the outcome had been the same. The knight effortlessly evaded and countered Afado's assault, even retaliating against his counterattack. "Perhaps it is because you are not swift enough." Allowing him to react, Hollyflosse suggested. From Hollyflosse's perspective, the pitiful knight often failed to perceive the dragon's attacks. However, he consistently relied on the powers bestowed by the origin pages to vanish at critical moments, thus evading attacks that were beyond his reaction time. Therefore, if the intelligence is accurate, and if the human ethereal state can indeed pierce through all illusions to strike at the essence of all things, then the origin pages would be utterly incapable of evading Afado's strikes. "How much faster must I be? I am already fighting with all my might," Afado retorted, rendered speechless by Hollyflosse's words. "You dragons truly speak without the burden of experience. You assume that all possess the same extraordinary attributes as your kind." As a human, Afado felt utterly inadequate to compete with the dragons in terms of physical prowess and reaction speed. Hollyflosse cast a glance at the pitiful knight, who was once again standing still, lost in a fit of madness. He then turned to Maislodal, who had just risen from the ground, and said, "Maislodal, lend Afado a hand. If we are to speak of speed, it is undoubtedly your lightning that is the swiftest." Maislodal transformed into a bright yellow blur, appearing beside Afado while muttering, "Here I come. This knight is infuriating. I must teach him a lesson." Afado assessed Maislodal, noting the blue electric currents dancing between his dragon scales, with arcs of electricity flickering from his horns and the tip of his tail. Although Afado was not entirely clear about the relationship between the innate abilities of dragons, he crudely interpreted Maislodal's current state as a manifestation of the dragon's ethereal state, which was somewhat apartment. "Very well. There seems to be no other option," Afado sighed. licking his lips as he mounted Maislodal's back, mimicking the posture of the dragon riders. Afado had always been quite resistant to the idea of becoming a dragon rider, for whoever learns the truth of the Dragon Knight would surely not wish to become one. Yet, resisting now serves no purpose. The lamentable knight's power is far too formidable, requiring the united strength of both man and dragon to be vanquished. Maislodar turned to his companion Afado, instructing, "Hold your sword, close your eyes, simply strike, and I shall guide you to the angle of attack." Afado took a deep breath, shutting his eyes, focusing entirely on the shield and sword in his grasp. A crackling sound of electricity rent the air, and in an instant, the figures of Maislodar and Afado vanished from sight. Afado felt his very blood, organs, and bones struggling to acclimate to the sudden surge of speed, all rushing backward. Nevertheless, in a state of ethereal focus, Afado summoned all his strength and swung forward with his eyes closed. He struck true. The sensation of impact against something solid was unmistakable. He perceived his blade connecting with a hard object. Though the blade did not cleave through, merely glancing off its surface, it was a genuine hit. The wretched knight's anguished scream echoed once more piercing than before. I cannot die." Afado sensed a wave of danger looming behind him. Yet he gritted his teeth and swung his sword forward. After all, Maislodar had instructed him simply to strike. In that very moment, the disorientation from extreme weightlessness and acceleration flooded Afado's mind once again. Yet, he managed to deliver a solid blow, landing squarely upon the lamentable knight's arm. The knight's voice resounded yet again, as if he were about to shred his own throat in his desperate cries. "I am bleeding. No, do not let me die." Afado, dismissive of the knight's lamentations, thrust forward with renewed vigor. With Maislodar's acceleration, his blade pierced the knight's throat with unerring precision. The knight gasped, producing sounds akin to a wheezing bellows, one hand raised as if to grasp the stone sword embedded within him. However, before he could lift his hand, Maislodar delivered a swift kick, sending it flying. Upon breaching the knight's defenses, the peculiar ability of the knight seemed to falter, at the very least. He could no longer evade the onslaught from the dragon kin unconsciously. Afado quickly opened his eyes and dismounted from Maislodar's back. "Enough! I cannot endure this any longer. I must vomit." With that, he lifted the visor of his helmet, his face pale, collapsing to the ground and retching. The ethereal state allowed Afado to withstand the extreme speed akin to lightning without injury, but was it a delightful experience? Most certainly not. The extreme acceleration and sensation of weightlessness only left Afado feeling dizzy and nauseated. Although he was already kneeling on the ground, retching, he still felt as if his body was spinning weightlessly. After he vomited a couple of times, Afado gradually rose to his feet, his face pale, and asked, "Is it better now? So is he dead?" At that moment, Koro Raffle flew to the spot where the unfortunate knight had fallen, examining his condition. Yes. He is dead. No, he must have been dead for quite some time. After completely losing his vitality, the page of the origin book fell from the knight's face, revealing a colorless visage behind it. Hollyflosse looked at Maislodar as he put away the page and inquired, "How can a corpse move? Is it truly a ghost?" After glancing at the contents of the page, Koro Raffle replied, "The page sustained his life. It is as simple as that." At that point, Afado sheathed his weapon and approached, asking, "So what does it say? What is written on the page?" Koro Raffle responded to Afado, "It likely pertains to the ancient attempts of the Disigu kingdom to enable instantaneous human teleportation." Afado paused for a moment before retorting, "Isn't that merely a teleportation array? Even modern humans can teleport, albeit with numerous prerequisites. For instance, both the starting point and the destination must have corresponding teleportation arrays, along with the necessary etheric magic. Furthermore, certain precious materials are required as fuel to activate the teleportation array. After expending considerable human and material resources, one can achieve precise, instantaneous movement. One might say that this teleportation array is a losing venture, yet its existence is a testament to the pinnacle of human magic. After all, the ability to teleport is the crucial dividing line. As for the cost, that is a matter to be optimized later." Koro Raffle shook his head and said, "No, it is more advanced. Did you not see him teleport behind us almost as if he were being struck?" Upon hearing this, Afado was genuinely astonished. So humans were once this powerful? This is a technique from 100,000 years ago. Humans could achieve such feats back then. But how have they regressed in the present? Koro Raffle interjected with a disheartening remark. "Unfortunately, humans may have indeed regressed over time. In truth, the Dragon Clan had always held a somewhat regretful view of the world below, akin to the sorrow one feels when a once vibrant park falls into neglect." Suddenly, an idea struck Afado. and he proposed, "Wait, if I also affix that page, could it be that I too could?" Koro Raffle did not immediately refuse. Instead, casting a doubtful glance at Afado, asking, "Do you truly wish to try? I believe the outcome is more likely to result in your immediate dissolution into ether, or something even more terrifying." More terrifying? Afado was perplexed. Isn't the worst outcome simply to dissolve into ether? At worst, it merely amounts to death. What could be more terrifying than death? Hollyflosse began to elucidate. The goblin we first encountered, you would become like him. Your body would be usurped by some ancient entity, and he would live on in your stead. Upon hearing this, Afado hastily diverted his gaze from the pages of Hollyflosse. Simultaneously, he uttered, "Then forget it." Indeed, compared to such a fate, death could be considered a preferable conclusion. After discussing the retrieved pages, Afado turned to the now reformed Maislodar and inquired, "By the way, Maislodar, how did you achieve that?" Maislodar flicked his tail and replied, "What? You mean the ability to strike your foes even with your eyes closed?" Afado nodded and continued, "Yes. How did you manage it?" "Surely, it requires extensive practice and coordination." In Afado's recollection, the young dragons of Dragonland spent their days either causing mischief or frolicking about. Even when accompanied by their dragon riders, it was hardly a serious endeavor of honing their synergy. Maislodar responded, "You see, we usually fly around the vicinity of Dragonland. Don't we?" Afado nodded, responding, "Indeed, I can even hear the screams of the dragon riders." It was precisely due to these daily cries that Afado had no desire to become a dragon rider. The brave souls from Corin were even more resolute in their belief that all dragons were malevolent. Maislodar's wings slightly unfurled as he continued, "Exactly, and that's how we learn. During flight, a dragon rider might lose their grip and fall, or make some other unexpected movement. We then have to catch them or react accordingly." Afado's lips twitched. "Is that so? If that's the case, it might indeed allow these young dragons to develop some skills. Not to mention, they have undoubtedly mastered the art of keeping their riders unscathed, yet thoroughly frightened." Subsequently, Maislodar gazed at Afado, leaning in slightly, and remarked, "However, you are the first human to compel me to fly at full speed." Upon realizing this, Afado quickly stepped back, creating distance between them, and said, "Ahem. Sir Kiro is your dragon rider." While it was indeed convenient to slay foes while seated upon Maislodar's back, merely closing one's eyes and swinging wildly sufficed, Afado would much prefer to face execution than to endure such an experience again. Maislodar cast a glance at the resistant Alfredo and inquired, "Could you not bestow ether status upon Kiro as well? That way, I could soar at full speed while carrying him." Alfredo nodded vigorously, affirming with unwavering conviction, "Certainly, Sir Kiro should, and indeed must, possess ether status." Chapter 71. The Dragon Knight will depart when unwell. What is Kiro, assured by Alfredo's promises of attaining ether status, currently engaged in? He is in the process of ascending from Scarlet Knight to Brown Knight. Kiro sits at the center of the magical array, with the ambient magical energy gradually flowing into his body, guided by the array. This is the principle through which a knight progresses, enabling magical energy to be successfully infused into one's flesh and retained without dissipating. While anyone can articulate the principle, the practical application is a different matter altogether. The entire process is certainly not as effortless as it may sound. Otherwise, the world would have been saturated with ether long ago. The approach for mages, however, differs slightly. Unlike knights, who infuse and retain magical energy, mages focus on the volume of magical energy their bodies can channel. If the knight can be likened to a reservoir of magical energy, then the mage represents a conduit for that energy. The higher the efficiency of circulation and utilization of magical energy, the stronger the mage's prowess becomes. Kiro gently closed his eyes, striving to maintain a steady breath. He sensed a peculiar sensation of fullness within his body, akin to being force-fed despite having reached satiety during a meal. Fortunately, this sensation was bearable. After several seconds, or perhaps hours, Kiro suddenly felt as though something within him had burst. The feeling of fullness rushed away in an instant, followed by an overwhelming sense of relief. This sensation had been experienced by Kiro when he had recently become a Scarlet Knight. He recognized that he had successfully ascended to the rank of Brown Knight. Just as Kiro was about to open his eyes and rise, the royal mage, overseeing the magical array, cautioned, "Sir Kiro, if you are able to endure, please refrain from moving." Upon hearing this, Kiro immediately froze in place, uncertain of the reason but knowing that compliance in such circumstances was prudent. Fortunately, the royal mage began to elucidate the rationale. The royal method of ascension differs from those outside. We are about to initiate the second phase. Not an elevation to Crimson Knight, but rather a specific enhancement for Brown Knights. Kiro, seated in place, inquired, Does each phase entail such an enhancement? The royal mage, manipulating the magical array, replied, indeed, from Scarlet Night onwards, and culminating in Ether, there will be a process of stabilization and enhancement. Otherwise, why do you think the great nobles are considered so formidable? From this, Hero discerned that the nobles who underwent the royal ascension methods seemed to possess a level of combat prowess superior to that of ordinary knights and mages. I understand, he replied. Chilloa nodded slightly. The moment he heard those words, the image of Okamoto sprang to his mind. There was no denying that this neighbor and former superior had left an indelible impression on Chilloa, second only to that of the dragon race. The fiery spell that could obscure the heavens was unforgettable to all who witnessed it. However, Chilloa quickly cast aside the image of Okamoto, the royal promotion system. While capable of enhancing one's foundational strength, could never transform him into a being of Okamoto's caliber. After all, it had been explicitly acknowledged by Hollyflosse that this individual was no longer considered human. Thus, if Chilloa truly wished to possess the ability to silence a crowd of young dragons with merely a glance, it seemed that he would have to relinquish his humanity. Moreover, yes, Chilloa harbored a considerable envy for Okamoto. It was not merely his formidable strength or the fact that he had lived for several millennia. Rather, it was the innate ability of Okamoto to command the attention of even the most mischievous young dragons, an aura that rendered them immediately obedient. Chilloa yearned for the power to quiet a throng of young dragons upon his arrival, yet regrettably, such a blessing seemed only a distant dream. I have come to realize that humanity has its limits. So, Maislodar, I shall renounce my humanity. At that moment, the royal mage presiding over the magical array interjected. Sir Chilloa, I implore you to focus your mind and refrain from wandering thoughts. Chilloa promptly adjusted his breathing, forcing his inner turmoil into a semblance of calm. While Chilloa found tranquility within, Prince Regan outside was far from serene. After the three young dragons brought by Chilloa had successfully found their dragon riders within the ranks of the Lothar Kingdom's army, Prince Regan could no longer contain his excitement. Accompanied by Bernardo and the three dragon riders, he was eager to test the effectiveness of the dragon rider formation he had meticulously devised. Seated upon Bernardo's back, Regan addressed the three dragon riders before him. All right, although we are but four, it is sufficient to discern the embryonic form of the dragon rider formation. One of the kingdom's dragon riders cast a troubled glance at Regan and inquired, Your Highness, must we truly rush? My dragon and I have yet to find our rhythm. Indeed, they were not merely uncoordinated. This dragon rider realized he was entirely incapable of directing his dragon, managing only a tenuous cooperation as a dragon rider. This was in stark contrast to what Sir Chilloa had demonstrated. Consequently, the dragon rider instinctively believed the fault lay within himself, convinced he had not found the correct method. Chilloa remarked, The demonstration is for reference only. Please rely on real-world experience for actual results. Regan waved dismissively at the concern, responding nonchalantly, No matter. Let this exercise serve as a means of acclimatization. Bernardo observed the three young dragons before him with a serene expression. These three young dragons had not only secured their dragon riders, but had also attended a premier theatrical performance that had left their riders financially depleted. The scene was replete with excitement and joy, with expressions reflecting a profound curiosity and desire to explore the realm of humanity. To the three young dragons, this exercise appeared merely as a playful flight alongside Bernardoro. Regan lowered his helmet visor and, with a hushed tone, instructed the three dragon knights, Stay close to me. Our objective is to circle the outskirts of the royal city and attack the designated target areas as effectively as possible. The dragon knights nodded in unison, acknowledging their understanding. With a series of melodious metallic clangs, Bernardoro, adorned in dragon armor, took flight first, soaring towards the outskirts of the royal city. The three dragon knights followed closely behind. Or rather, the three young dragons trailed after, while the knights struggled to maintain their balance atop the backs of their steeds. Although the exercise organized by His Highness Regan was impromptu, it still allowed numerous members of the royal army to position themselves advantageously for observation and learning. Regan's vision was for every high-ranking officer in the royal army to possess a dragon mount. According to Regan's conjecture, such a royal army would be unmatched by any other force. Senior officers, endowed with unparalleled strength, combined with equipment forged from dragon materials and the innate capabilities of their dragon mounts, including impressive aerial maneuverability, would create a formidable combat synergy. When combined with the ground troops, any obstacles encountered could be swiftly overcome by the officers riding their dragons. No other force would be able to withstand such a potent combination of man and dragon. Of course, This presupposes that no other force in the world below could rival them. What is going on? Let me see, exclaimed Akamoto. Bernardoro, leading Reagan, glided over the designated area. With a powerful flap of his wings, Bernardoro descended to a lower altitude, skimming almost parallel to the ground, creating gusts that sent the vegetation swirling. Reagan leaned forward, nearly detaching himself from Bernardoro's back, gripping a protrusion on the armor with one hand while wielding a one-handed sword with the other. Upon reaching the target zone, he swung his sword vigorously at the wooden dummies scattered within. In unison, Bernardoro released a breath of frost towards the dummies. The dragon's ability was pure frost, a lesser form of the ice power wielded by Vinakahana. The wooden figures quickly became encased in a thick layer of frost, and in that moment, Reagan brought down his sword with force. The now frozen dummies shattered easily, and with a single strike, Reagan obliterated both the dummies and their rudimentary armor. The gathered soldiers of the royal army erupted into cheers, honoring their beloved Prince Reagan. Bernardoro then ascended once more, lifting Reagan back into the heights of the sky. As the dragon, with its magnificent wings unfurled, circled gracefully, Bernardo hovered mid-air alongside Reagan, observing the 3 dragon knights of the kingdom that had just arrived at the designated area. Reagan was filled with anticipation for their performance. However, Bernardo harbored little hope for his companions. As the foremost dragon knight descended, he clutched his spiked mace in one hand while firmly grasping the scales on his dragon's back with the other. Internally, he lamented the absence of a dragon saddle, pondering how much easier it would be to ride if such a contraption existed. Yet, recalling that Sir Kiro had not mentioned a saddle during his demonstration, and noting that Bernardo himself was without any harness, the knight mused that perhaps true synergy with one's dragon did not necessitate such aids. The young dragon beneath him turned its head to glance at its rider and remarked, "You need not instruct me." The dragon knight, though momentarily stung by his dragon's retort, appreciated that it still followed his commands. With a powerful beat of its wings, the young dragon lowered its altitude, gliding just above the ground. Much like Bernardo had done earlier, the knight, swallowing hard, leaned forward in a manner reminiscent of Reagan, preparing to strike while ensuring one hand remained securely on the dragon's scales. As he beheld the wooden dummy mere feet away, the dragon knight swung his mace with force, exclaiming, "Now attack!" However, the young dragon, caught off guard, continued to soar forward. The mace collided with the dummy's chest, and the tremendous kinetic energy combined with the knight's strength obliterated the wooden figure, splintering it into countless fragments. Unfortunately, the resulting debris interfered with the dragon's flight. "Damn it! Debris has gotten into my eyes." The young dragon squawked, causing its flight to veer dangerously to the side. The dragon plummeted towards the ground, and the knight, unable to regain his seat, was unceremoniously flung off. Amidst the chaos, the knight's overwhelming emotions were not panic, but rather humiliation and disgrace, especially with Reagan and numerous comrades watching from above. As one of the first dragon knights of the Kingdom of Loss, to falter so spectacularly on the inaugural drill felt like a disastrous end to his military career. As he soared through the air, thoughts of disgraceful retirement filled his mind. Yet, before he could touch the ground, he felt something beneath him that caught his fall. Upon focusing, he realized it was his dragon, having swooped in to rescue him. Cheers erupted from the gathered kingdom soldiers, celebrating this unexpected turn of events. The occurrence of mishaps followed by adept recovery is a testament to one's prowess, at the very least demonstrating the capacity to salvage any situation. The young dragon voiced his discontent regarding his dragon knight, remarking, "Next time, refrain from employing such methods. All it does is create debris." "Huh. Oh," the dragon knight responded, momentarily taken aback and instinctively replying. He had yet to comprehend how he was caught. He recalled just having been propelled into the air, his body still acclimating to the sensation of weightlessness. Yet, in the next instant, he found himself safely ensnared, as if he and his dragon had rehearsed this maneuver countless times before. In truth, His Highness, Prince Reagan, and the rest of the royal army shared a similar sentiment. The first dragon knight's apparent mishap was undoubtedly a deliberate act, intended to showcase the degree of synergy and trust between him and his dragon. Prince Reagan regarded the dragon knight who had approached him with satisfaction, nodding appreciatively. He then extolled, "Impressive. To achieve such a feat on your very first day is a testament to the exceptional talent emerging from our kingdom of Lozai." In response to the prince's commendation, the dragon knight could only muster a forced smile, refraining from revealing the truth. What could he possibly say? To admit that it was an error? That he had no idea how it happened? To utter such words would surely dampen Prince Reagan's good spirits. Was he so eager to jeopardize his promising future? Subsequently, the remaining 2 dragon knights demonstrated their ground attacks, managing to avoid any blunders. Perhaps having witnessed the first night's unfortunate incident, the two refrained from initiating attacks against the ground dummies, waiting instead for their dragons to strike before wielding their weapons. Observing the 3 dragon knights before him, Reagan inquired, "Isn't this coordination remarkably seamless? How can one claim there is no synergy?" In Reagan's eyes, their performance was far from lacking. It was, in fact, commendable. He then patted the shoulder of the knight who had initially claimed a lack of coordination, expressing his satisfaction. "Next time, do not be so modest. One must take pride when it is due." The dragon knight could only nod vigorously, too timid to utter a word. Chapter 72. A mind divided 4 ways. Alphido, perched upon the back of his griffin, gazed ahead at the guiding figure of the aerial Raffle, stifling a yawn as he inquired, when shall we have a moment to rest?" Raffle, ever eager for knowledge, was undeterred by fatigue. After all, the dragon race possessed an extraordinary physical constitution that allowed them to traverse tirelessly. Alphido, being human, despite having entered an ethereal state that transcended mortality, still felt the weight of exhaustion. After enduring 2 battles with the goblins and the unfortunate knights, he indeed required a respite. Raffle glanced back at Alphido and finally conceded, "Well, let us take a moment to recuperate." Although Conluo Raphael was eager to retrieve the pages immediately, he was acutely aware that Alphido was, after all, not a dragon. The human body has its limitations. Should something go awry with Alphido, Conluo Raphael would indeed be left without the remaining pages. After alighting in a relatively flat clearing within the forest, Alphido dismounted from his griffin, stretching his limbs vigorously, the joints cracking in protest. Once he had finished his stretching, Alphido remarked, "The 3rd page is quite distant." Hollyflosse nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, we have ventured deep into the heart of the elves." Conluo Raphael interjected, "That likely means the remaining pages are in the elves' possession. It seems that, in their haste, the elves have not been able to fully harness the power of the origin pages." Although the elves had hurriedly seized some of the origin books, even if they understood their usage, the presence of 3 dragons and a human in pursuit would limit their time to wield such power. Moreover, the elves appeared to be in a rush to achieve some objective with the origin books. Alphido settled upon a moss-covered rock and inquired of Conluo Raphael, "So, will we manage to gather them all this time?" Alphido was eager to return to the dragon realm with the pages, as he had numerous ideas to validate after uncovering the truth about the ethereal state. Conluo Raphael nodded at Alphido, about to respond, when a sudden breeze interrupted his words. "Wait a moment, is it windy?" Alphido squinted, savoring the forest's gentle breeze. Yet, something felt amiss. Almost immediately, Alphido sensed a profound silence enveloping the woods after the breeze passed. The rustling of leaves and the melodious calls of unknown birds vanished, leaving only the sound of Alphido's own heartbeat and breath in the stillness, reminiscent of the moment he was ambushed by the elves. He sprang up from the mossy stone, and in the very next instant, a white streak of light descended from the heavens, landing precisely where he had just been seated. Alphido gazed at the lingering trace of the light in the air, swallowing hard. He then attempted to call out the names of the dragons, but received no reply. Hollyflosse? Conluo Raphael. Damn it, not again. Meanwhile, Conluo Raphael, as a mature dragon with a penchant for collecting books, quickly discerned the elves' ruse. He surveyed the surroundings with curiosity, remarking, "Interesting, you've isolated us from one another, but how do you intend to manage a 1 against 4? To his surprise, this seemingly solitary musing elicited a response. Before him, a specter formed from fluttering pages, illuminated by flickering black and white snowflake-like motes, slowly coalesced. It spoke in a tongue foreign to many. "I shall obliterate you." Startled, Thor took a step back, his wings unfurling slightly as he regarded the apparition with caution. "The aura you exude. I had presumed you would never descend," he remarked. The figure appeared to recognize Gunloa, or perhaps understood the plight of the dragonkin. Thus, it refrained from immediate aggression, instead engaging in a seemingly casual conversation. "What is the harm? The past merely lacked opportunity, but now, you shall not disrupt it." Following this declaration, the figure was swept away by a gentle breeze, dispersing into a flurry of pages. Yet, a growing sense of peril enveloped Gunloa. Unbeknownst to him, the voice had shifted to his rear, whispering ominously near his ear. "When we crafted the dragon race, we contemplated much, yet I have never experienced the tempest." With a fierce flick of his tail, Thor twisted his body, unleashing a barrage of wind blades that erupted from his form. However, his strike seemed futile, as the voice lingered, taunting, "What of the strength of my creation?" Meanwhile, Hollyflosse found himself conversing casually with the entity. The figure circled him as a venerable elder might a long-lost descendant, saying, "Do you recall that young dragon who often disturbed you in days gone by? In the blink of an eye, you have become a great dragon yourself." Sensing no hostility, Hollyflosse ventured to inquire, "Do you know Jimodol?" "Indeed. I believe we are all familiar with him," the figure replied, nodding as memories seemed to resurface, pausing momentarily in reflection. After a brief silence, it resumed, stating, Jimodol was reluctant to relinquish worldly ties for the ether. Thus, we remained as well. Then, almost in jest, it added, perhaps he was right, after all. Finally, the figure halted before Lilia, lifting its gaze to meet his eyes, declaring, "Enough of this idle chatter. Prepare to embrace your demise, dragon. This time, I shall not stand idly by as my kin suffer." At this, both Lilia and Guard engaged in battle against the enigmatic being, while on the other front, Maislodar was no exception. In fact, he was more direct. As soon as the figure manifested, unleashed a torrent of dragon lightning towards it. The shadow bore no hostility towards Maislodar. Rather, it began to speak to itself. A young dragon, brimming with vitality and restlessness. However, the absence of malice did not imply that Maislodar would be spared. In the shadow's eyes, the individual and the three dragons present were destined for death, especially that singular individual. With a tremendous surge of magical energy, Alphadou gasped and forcefully brought his shield axe down. The massive blade cleaved a substantial gash into the ground, unleashing a violent eruption of magical energy that triggered a series of explosive detonations. Yet the shadow, composed of pages, remained seemingly unaffected, standing beside the immense blade with its head bowed, as if marveling at this novel weapon. In a tone tinged with curiosity, the shadow remarked, "The craftsmanship of dwarves? I had thought that lot had lost all their skills, consumed only by drink and brawling." After expressing its wonder at Alfado's peculiar weapon, the shadow lifted its gaze to the panting Alphadou. It stepped forward, its left hand appearing to rest lightly upon the handle of Alfado's shield axe. However, upon this gentle contact, Alphadou discovered that no matter how hard he strained, he could not budge the weapon an inch. The shadow advanced another step, uttering, "Then, fear not, tremble not, and do not resist." In a sudden twist, Alphadou was bewildered by the shadow's words, utterly unaware of how he had been struck. It seemed that the shadow merely glanced at him, and in that instant, Alphadou felt an excruciating pain, as if struck by a mountain. He was sent flying backward like a kite severed from its string, leaving the colossal shield axe behind. His body crashed through trees, ultimately colliding with a massive boulder, sending debris and dust flying. Yet, before the dust settled, Alphadou transformed into a streak of light, bursting forth from the haze and propelling himself back with even greater speed. Humanity, the shadow mused, as if it had anticipated this very moment. It then effortlessly raised its right hand, accurately catching Alfado's incoming fist. With eyes ablaze, Alphadou stared at the shadow, a thick mist of white exhaled with each ragged breath. Sensing something regrettable, the shadow addressed Alphadou, "I am sorry, but your kind should no longer exist in this world." Just as the shadow intended to act further, the pages constituting its form suddenly scattered, granting Alphadou the opportunity he needed. With a swift kick, he broke free from the shadow's grasp. The shadow murmured softly, "The meddlesome dragon." On the other side, Hollyflosse, coughing up blood, chuckled, "Ha, ha, I had thought you arrived in your full form." He gazed at the scattered pages before him and lamented, "Alas, the Book of Origins is incomplete." Once the shadow responsible for battling Hollyflosse regained composure from the disarray of the pages, he stared silently at the diminutive figure of Hollyflosse. Noticing the other's silence, Hollyflosse seized the opportunity to taunt, "If you are the ultimate goal of the elves, I truly pity this species." Hollyflosse had a fair inkling of the shadow's origins, a deity from the upper realm, the god of the elves, responding to the summons from the world below, utilizing the power of the Book of Origins to re-manifest in the mortal realm. Had the Book of Origins been whole, the elves would have stood invincible. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world. The Book of Origins is indeed incomplete, having been torn apart by Hollyflosse. Furthermore, this deity required a divine being to restrain 3 dragons and had to divide his focus into 4. Why can't we restrain all 4 together? Why must it be divided? Hollyflosse queried. Let me ask you, if Alphado pairs with any dragon, who can withstand the onslaught of the ether state's breach mechanism coupled with the dragon's extraordinary attributes? Or if any 2 dragons coordinate their efforts, the combined formidable attributes would crush any opposition, leaving the already incomplete elven god to confront Hollyflosse and his ilk. The shadow cast a glance at Hollyflosse and assumed a fighting stance once more, yet replied, it is not so. The elves' acquisition of the Book of Origins was not solely to summon him. Rather, summoning him was merely a means to an end, not the end itself. This ancient elven deity was well aware of the intricacies involved, but still answered the call. Even knowing that the Book of Origins was incomplete and that the purity of his elven lineage had diminished since the times of yore, he still responded. For if he did not, the world below would soon be devoid of elves. The shadow regarded Hollyflosse, whose mouth continued to drip blood, and countered, moreover, "How many more times can your body endure?" Hollyflosse did not respond, though his expression darkened considerably. He was indeed an adult dragon, his abilities at their pinnacle as in his previous life, yet his newly reborn body required time to mature. Recklessly employing certain techniques would strain his dragon soul, but his body could not withstand it. However, Hollyflosse could only gamble, betting that this summoned spirit deity was, like himself, merely a facade of strength. Unable to endure for long, he addressed the entity, stating, "I cannot last much longer. Can you truly delay me indefinitely?" The spirit deity remained silent. Hollyflosse continued, "Dividing into 4, you likely cannot even handle Maislodar well." Indeed, Hollyflosse's assertion was accurate. Maislodar's abilities granted him unparalleled mobility and transition capabilities. While he could not confront the spirit deity head-on, creating chaos and disrupting its line of sight was a viable strategy. It is worth noting that Hollyflosse and his companions were contending with a mere shadow of the spirit deity, a one-on-one duel. Yet, from the spirit deity's perspective, it was an entirely different scenario. It genuinely required its full attention to control each avatar in battle. Chapter 73. The Tomb of the Dragon Knight in the Dragon Realm. I truly wonder where Hollyflosse has gone. Vinikahana sighed with exasperation as she observed the rambunctious young dragons frolicking nearby. Although all dragons experienced this boundless vitality and curiosity during their youthful phase, a fully grown dragon reflecting on its own childhood would likely be compelled to swat itself away with a tail swipe. With both Hollyflosse and Hollyflosse absent from the dragon realm, and Akamoto the Divine One discreetly lurking by Il's side, the entire dragon realm and the sanctuary fortress had nearly transformed into a playground exclusively for the young dragons. Yet, if one were to determine who found the most amusement, it would likely not be the young dragons, but rather the architects, led by Val. The frolicking of the young dragons inevitably resulted in various damages, predominantly to the structures, while the humans remained largely unharmed. It is conceivable that these young dragons are aware that causing human casualties would lead to the closure of the temporary amusement park in the human city, a hard-earned experience for them. Consequently, the Sanctuary Fortress Guild of Architects, the sole organization capable of providing repair and maintenance services in the vicinity, was reaping substantial profits. After all, there were no issues with delayed payments here. If one did not pay, I possess a modicum of knowledge in fireball and lightning spells. While Vinikahana had little interest in the operations of human cities, she was indeed intrigued by Hollyflosse. In a sense of affection for him, she hoped for the prosperous development of the dragon realm. Looking around, Vinikahana noted the hero camp had noticeably expanded since her arrival, contemplating that the dragon realm might indeed be renowned among human territories. Although the permanent population was rather limited, comprising only the old farmers brought by Kira and the second-generation followers of Hollyflosse, the transient and incoming populace was substantial, those deceived by Cairo to become dragon riders. Alongside the valiant heroes seeking to challenge the malevolent dragon for glory and wealth, surely must find temporary lodging in the Dragon Kingdom. During their stay, the dragon riders would need to master the language of dragons, and the heroes would require maintenance for their equipment. After the valiant ones have vanquished the dragon and the riders have trained their steeds, they cannot simply return, fatigued, to their portable tents. It would indeed be a dismal existence, akin to curling up under a small blanket while dropping precious pearls. Fortunately, the Dragon Kingdom has an abundance of vacant houses available for modest rental. Once settled into these lodgings, the needs for sustenance and attire must be met. The quality of life needs to be elevated, and a certain standard of living must be ensured. Thus, during the absence of Hollyflosse, the previously somewhat desolate Dragon Kingdom gradually began to witness an influx of visitors. Accompanying these dragon riders and heroes were various shops and service industries. The second generation of heroes has designated a small district within the main city of the Dragon Kingdom specifically for the repair and maintenance of the wearied weapons and equipment of the dragon riders. Though it may currently be just a modest area, Harov understands the art of expansion, ultimately leading to monopoly. Moreover, the second generation possesses a unique secret that could establish this monopoly. Thanks to the prevalence of dragon riders among the heroes, despite their exhaustion, they are never short of dragon materials. Among them, some have indeed discovered methods to utilize materials from dragons to repair or even enhance existing equipment. Even if such enhancements do not improve the equipment's attributes, at the very least, it can become aesthetically pleasing. Naturally, this street is not solely composed of Hollyflosse shops. It also features establishments run by others. Most of these shops are owned by dragon riders with specialized skills. For those who become dragon riders are not mere individuals plucked from the streets. Although it seems that anyone could be made a dragon rider today, the truth remains that dragons select their riders, not the other way around. Thus, all those who have been deceived into becoming dragon riders possess, to some extent, a degree of talent. Among them, some have the acumen and connections to engage in trade, adapting to the identity of a dragon rider with remarkable swiftness. As for the first shop to establish itself in the Dragon Kingdom, Old Jack's Tavern, it has become so bustling that Old Jack is nearly eager to elevate his status as a mage. He is overwhelmed with work, not only preparing meals for people but also for dragons, who consume entire pots in a single sitting. Occasionally, Lilia presents some peculiar herbs, insisting that they might serve as ingredients for Old Jack to experiment with in his cooking. Old Jack has enlisted 2 young apprentices to assist him, both of whom are commoners affiliated with Kiro. They are neither mages nor knights, lacking any extraordinary combat prowess. Yet, the tasks assigned to them by Old Jack were merely serving dishes and noting down the patron's orders. The entire kitchen's operations were solely managed by Old Jack, who, through his culinary magic, created the bustling atmosphere of an entire kitchen team all on his own. Fortunately, it was not yet time for him to be overwhelmed with work. Rising early, savoring a rare moment of tranquility, Old Jack opened his door. To his astonishment, he found a young dragon perched at his doorstep, gazing at him. "What are you doing? Shoo, don't linger at my door." Old Jack had prepared numerous meals for these young dragons, all thanks to Maislodar. Ever since Maislodar had tasted Old Jack's cooking, he had declared it the finest in all of humanity. How could it not be the best? Maislodar had only ever eaten Old Jack's food, leaving but a single name on the leaderboard. Naturally, this led to curious young dragons seeking out Old Jack, and over time, he became quite familiar with those he encountered daily. However, the dragon at his doorstep was not there to place an order, but rather to recruit Old Jack as its dragon rider. Observing the stillness of the young dragon, Old Jack recognized its comprehension of his words. Thus, he firmly stated, "Let me reiterate, I shall not become a dragon rider. I am merely a cook, nothing more." Like Alphado, he had witnessed the harsh truths of dragon riders and had narrowly escaped their fate. Therefore, unless the world were to face its end, with only dragon riders surviving, would these two even contemplate the notion of becoming one? Beyond that, all discussions were off the table. Just as Old Jack was about to shoo away the young dragon, a familiar yet foreign voice echoed from the street. "Father?" Old Jack paused, quickly turning to locate the source of the voice. At the corner of the cobblestone street, he discerned a figure he did not recognize, yet instinctively knew who it was. Gazing at the newcomer, he remarked, "Returned to visit your unambitious father, have you?" His son, whom we shall refer to as young Jack for now, appeared somewhat youthful. Clad in a light blue robe nearly faded to white, with the hood draped over his back, wielding a wooden staff as tall as himself. Young Jack lowered his gaze and spoke. "Father, I have heard the news. I was wrong to judge you." Just as Old Jack was about to nod in acknowledgement, he stumbled upon a troubling thought. "What news have you heard that led you to such a mistaken belief? Could it be that some divine being had concocted a tale that morphed into a rumor, with Old Jack as its unwitting protagonist?" The more he pondered, the more plausible this theory seemed. For the days in Dragonland had been growing increasingly prosperous, with a steadily rising influx of visitors. The well-intentioned and the wandering bards flocked to Dragon's domain, perhaps inspired by a tale spun around the character of Old Jack, which was taken to heart by many. Old Jack, caught up in the moment, hurriedly turned to his son and asked, "Wait, what have you heard?" After years of separation, the father-son reunion could wait. But Old Jack's reputation was at stake, and even a moment's delay could lead to his downfall due to these malicious rumors. Young Jack looked up at his father and replied, "You are, in fact, the third most renowned dragon knight here, second only to Sir Kira and Sir Cairo. Are you not?" Young Jack assumed his father was merely being modest, reluctant to showcase his prowess. Upon reflection, it was understandable. After all, as a newly minted mage, young Jack struggled to comprehend why his father would squander such magical talent in the kitchen. However, after venturing out on his own, upon hearing the rumors, he suddenly realized that his father was not wasting his magical gifts, but rather was a master of concealment. Young Jack felt a twinge of regret for not recognizing his father's intentions in his youth, even having had a fierce argument with him over it. But was this truly the case? Old Jack regarded his son with a peculiar expression and swiftly appeared before him, whispering urgently, "Who told you? Who is it?" Old Jack's face betrayed his anxiety. He was eager to unearth the creator of this rumor and exact vengeance. How absurd. Old Jack toiled endlessly to prepare meals for people and dragons alike, wielding his staff until it nearly left an afterimage. And now, this mysterious figure had the audacity to fabricate rumors about him. If one must spread tales, why not concoct something else? Even if they claimed he was a dark sorcerer, harvesting lives as offerings, that would be preferable. Why must they malign him as a dragon knight? Such slander could only drag him into the depths of despair. Upon witnessing his father's reaction, young Jack became even more convinced of his suspicions. His father was indeed a hidden master. Although merely at the initial stages of his magical journey, he had already reached a level of nonchalance that most mages could only dream of attaining in their lifetimes. Moreover, was it not Sir Kira who began his ascent as a Scarlet Knight before swiftly rising to become the Lord of Dragon's domain? Nevertheless, young Jack responded truthfully to his father's inquiry. On my way to Dragon's domain, I encountered a man who had just left. He mentioned a tavern run by a mage within the domain, modest in appearance, yet a master of dragon taming. At that moment, I suspected it might be you. And to my surprise, it truly was. Upon hearing his son's lengthy explanation, old Jack's mind swirled with only two thoughts. That rumor monger was indeed vile, capable of crafting even the tale of old Jack being a dragon knight. The second thought was even more terrifying. Why on earth was little Jack running off to Longbang? Old Jack was well aware of the two popular endeavors there, the summoning of dragon riders and the quest to slay dragons. Knowing his son as he did, old Jack was certain that little Jack would never engage in the latter. With a face etched in panic, old Jack anxiously questioned his son, "Wait, what are you doing in Longbang? Do you aspire to become a dragon rider?" Despite their past conflicts and years of separation, old Jack could not bear the thought of watching his son tumble into the abyss of dragon riderhood. Little Jack nodded, a hint of regret in his voice as he replied, "Indeed, father, I didn't expect you would be one step ahead of me. It seems I harbored too many misconceptions." Old Jack retorted, "No, there is no misunderstanding. Your old father simply does not favor the study of magic. My passion lies in culinary arts." Alas, this outcry remained a silent scream within old Jack's heart. Subsequently, little Jack slightly turned his head to the young dragon squatting at his father's doorstep and inquired, "So, is this your dragon, father? What is his name?" Upon hearing this, old Jack visibly trembled. He glanced at the young dragon still sitting there before turning back to face his son, whom he had not seen in years. Finally, through gritted teeth, old Jack nodded gently. "Yes, his name is Brinslok." Brinslok was evidently taken aback by old Jack's unexpected consent to become his dragon rider. His desire for old Jack to assume this role was purely driven by a craving for the delectable dishes he envisioned. He thought that with old Jack as his dragon rider, he could indulge in those culinary delights at will, though he couldn't fully comprehend the unfolding events. Brinslok felt a sense of satisfaction that old Jack had finally agreed to his request. In truth, had old Jack declined once more, Brinslok would have been compelled to seek another to fill the role of his dragon rider. Yet, alas, in this world, there are no what-ifs. Little Jack eagerly asked his father, "So, father, can you share how you tamed him? I've heard that the selection for dragon riders is exceedingly rigorous." Little Jack, oblivious to the fact that he had unwittingly thrust both himself and his father into the grave known as dragon riderhood, seemed blissfully unaware. Old Jack gazed at his long-lost son and replied, "Just approach it with an open heart. For if one does not, all dragon riders would be driven to despair by their dragons." Chapter 74, From Longbang to the City of Lozai, known by all. McLaren, one of the few brave souls who had chosen to remain in Longbang, observed old Jack, whose movements had noticeably slowed, and inquired, "Well, old Jack, why is the service so sluggish today? Are you feeling unwell?" After all, Longbang is merely a cook. If old Jack truly tires himself out, then everyone might as well resort to foraging for sustenance. Old Jack sighed, waved his hand, and addressed Max, saying, "It's nothing. My son has returned to see me." McLaren smiled at old Jack and replied, "That's wonderful news, but why has the service slowed down?" Those who have dined or temporarily stayed at old Jack's tavern are aware that he has a son working away from home. However, McLaren could not comprehend why. With little Jack's return and the addition of 2 mortal waitstaff, there would be 4 individuals in total. For people, 2 mortals and 2 mages. How could the pace of serving food possibly diminish? Upon mentioning this, old Jack felt even more exasperated, yet he began to explain. "Don't mention it. There's a dragon in the kitchen insisting on helping me." Although McLaren was not a dragon knight, He was privy to certain insider information, but he would not divulge it. Whether it be a dragon or a dragon knight, there exists an instinctive urge to safeguard the true secrets of dragon knights from outsiders. Both parties likely understood that if such secrets were leaked, the world would never see another dragon knight again. If anyone were to betray this trust, they would become the sworn enemy of all dragon knights. Thus, McLaren continued, and then what happened? Having encountered numerous young dragons, he was aware of the various abilities dragons possessed. If Old Jack's kitchen now had a dragon, it would only serve to enhance efficiency rather than hinder it, provided the dragon's abilities were not entirely ineffectual. Old Jack retorted with irritation, then it devoured all the ingredients. McLaren was left speechless. Old Jack further clarified, so now? The dishes are prepared with vegetables freshly picked by my son. McLaren mused, poor little Jack, on his first day back. He is preoccupied with learning dragon taming techniques from his father to become a dragon knight, yet by afternoon, he is sent out to gather vegetables. Old Jack explained, if he cannot manage even such trivial tasks, he will never become a dragon knight. This was indeed true, as young dragons sometimes whimsically demanded their dragon knights to join them in playful activities. Moreover, being extraordinary inherently involves engaging in productive endeavors. During the years that little Jack was away, he had worked for others. Unfortunately, Old Jack, previously a mage under Archimoto, received a monthly stipend and supplies. Little Jack, as Old Jack's son, was entitled to his share. However, after leaving home, he no longer received that support. Thus, little Jack had no choice but to rely solely on his own hands for sustenance. Fortunately, mages can find work wherever they go. Most often, they assist with the operation of magical arrays, and at times, they are called upon to maintain the various infrastructures of the city. As previously articulated by Chala, the banners of the city-states require the vigilant oversight of mages to ensure their continuous fluttering. Similarly, the other infrastructural elements within the city, such as street lamps, may necessitate the magical touch of a mage to illuminate them. Who, pray tell, undertakes such tasks? At times, it is a mage affiliated with the local lord. At other times, it may be an outsider like young Jack. Furthermore, young Jack has also served as a bodyguard. He is a Wayfa, possessing commendable strength that surpasses Old Jack by 2 tiers, an achievement earned through his own endeavors. Standing amidst the furrows of a field, he waved his magical array while sighing. Alas, can this truly lead me to become a dragon knight? The spell required for harvesting vegetables is merely a simple levitation or translocation incantation. Young Jack is even capable of multitasking, casting spells while contemplating how to expedite his ascension to Dragon Knight. At that moment, Lilia rode past the fields atop Maislodar, observing the figure casting spells to harvest vegetables. By instinct, she initially assumed it to be Old Jack. However, upon descending and landing, she realized that the male mage before her merely bore a striking resemblance to Old Jack. Old Jack, wait, who are you? Lucia's hoarse voice reached young Jack's ears. He looked at her, quickly lowering his staff in a gesture of respect. Ah, Lady Lilia, it is an honor to meet you. Lilia regarded him with a perplexed expression, inquiring, huh? What great name do I possess? And who are you? She suspected that this unfamiliar mage might be a potion maker, eager to compete for fresh herbs. As no mage would idly wander into a farm otherwise. Young Jack hesitated for a moment before responding, you may call me Young Jack. I am the son of Old Jack. Lilia remarked, indeed, a name that carries on the legacy. Realizing that young Jack was merely here to gather vegetables, after all. He is a cook, she continued. By the way, Sir Lilia, your name is renowned from Dragon Kingdom to Lost Royal City. Lilia promptly dismounted from Maislodar, saying, stop, stop. Not everyone knows me. Yet at that instant, Maislodar leaned closer to young Jack, inquiring in Draconic, wait, what about me? If Lilia is famous, what about me? Young Jack, unfamiliar with the Draconic tongue, wished to learn it, but the instructor Cairo had yet to return to Dragon Kingdom. Lilia explained. He asked if there are any tales mentioning him. Young Jack pondered the rumors he had heard regarding Lilia, then replied, let me think. No, I don't believe so. Maislodar was astounded, exclaiming in Draconic, what? None at all. Lilia is renowned as his dragon knight. Yet I, Maislodar, am not famous? Is this a distortion of human nature or a decline in morality? Lilia could only helplessly push Maislodor's dragon head away from little Jack and inquired, so, what are the rumors? Little Jack swallowed hard, instinctively retreating 2 steps, and replied, there are 3 rumors. Which one would you like to hear? Lilia cast a glance at little Jack and said, all of them. Little Jack organized his thoughts and then began to recount the 3 tales surrounding Lilia. The first rumor spoke of a distant city-state in the southeast, plagued by dragons, where a kind-hearted and exceptionally skilled alchemist resided. Unfortunately, her voice was cursed by the dragons, and she was enslaved by them, forced to brew potions ceaselessly in a dim room, resulting in her pallid complexion. Yet, her soul continued to radiate brilliance, as she selflessly bestowed potent remedies upon the valiant warriors who came to vanquish the dragons, shielding them from physical suffering. Moreover, she could not turn a blind eye to the suffering of the afflicted. Should anyone fall gravely ill and seek her aid, they too would receive her healing potions. Upon finishing, little Jack observed Lucia's strained expression and remarked, "That's the first one." Lucia could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter, covering her mouth as she chortled. PFF cough, hee haha, what on earth is this? However, her laughter, emerging from her throat, was undeniably eerie. Furthermore, there was indeed some truth to this rumor. Lucia's voice was indeed hoarse, and her complexion pale, but that was merely the result of her experiments with potions, not a curse or mistreatment by dragons. It was evident that this first rumor had been propagated by the very warriors who sought to slay the dragons. Lucia turned to little Jack and continued, "What about the next one?" Little Jack promptly continued, "The second rumor tells of a dragon knight in the Dragon Kingdom, possessing unparalleled medical and alchemical skills, albeit difficult to approach. Yet, her heart is ablaze with warmth. Regardless of who seeks her assistance, she always provides the appropriate remedy. The dragon she rides possesses extraordinary abilities, fostering lush vegetation and abundant herbs. This is also why this dragon knight excels in her medicinal arts." Clearly, this second rumor was spread by half in the Dragon Knight, possibly with a contribution from Kira. The focus of this rumor is evidently not on Lucia, but rather on the dragon. The dragon possesses wondrous powers that can elevate an otherwise unremarkable alchemist to fame. So what are you waiting for? Go find your destined dragon. Lucia nodded and kindly reminded little Jack, "A rather conventional rumor, but do not let it lead you astray. What comes next?" Unfortunately, little Jack did not grasp the underlying meaning in Lucia's words and proceeded to share the third rumor. "I treated this third rumor as a joke, but I shall recount it nonetheless. The rumor states that the malevolent dragon knight, Kira, commands not only a dragon as his minion but also possesses a knight and a sorceress under his banner. The knight, a once pure leader of a hunting guild, has succumbed to corruption after a lifetime of battling dragons, ultimately falling into the arms of his adversaries. The sorceress, a naturally wicked alchemist, provides potions to assist Kira and his legion of dragons. Even the renowned expert, Afado, from the kingdom of Corin, vanished without a trace after setting out to confront the wicked dragon." Upon hearing this third rumor, Lucia shook her head in disbelief. However, she eventually remarked, "There is some truth to it. Afado indeed has not returned to Corin. He must pursue greater strength in the dragon realm. In fact, just days ago, when the elves launched their assault, Afado had encountered His Majesty, Emperor Aiel, albeit briefly. At that time, Afado was preoccupied with aiding Warlick in battling the elves. While Emperor Aiel was hastening to the central battlefield, neither exchanged a word, merely acknowledging each other with a nod. Jack was taken aback, hurriedly inquiring, "Afado is truly here?" In the human world, a T0 level expert, whether knight or mage, would undoubtedly be well known. Lucia nodded, responding, "Indeed, but you cannot see him now. However, you may meet His Majesty, the Emperor." Jack was momentarily stunned. The King of Corin? What brings him here? Isn't he most averse to dragons? What kind of place is this dragon realm, with so many experts? Lucia replied, "Exactly, which is why he has sent troops to wage war." Jack then realized with a start, exclaiming, "Those unfamiliar forces stationed near the sanctuary fortress are the army of the Kingdom of Corin?" When passing by the outskirts of the sanctuary fortress, he had mistaken those unfamiliar troops for Sir Akamoto's men. Lucia countered, "Of course, did you not see the banners?" Jack shook his head. "They bore no banners. When I passed by, I only saw empty flagpoles. There were no flags. Otherwise, I wouldn't have thought those troops belonged to Sir Akamoto." In a sense, he had not been entirely mistaken. Akamoto was indeed present, conversing with Emperor Aiel. Lucia paused for a moment, then remarked, "No banners? That makes sense. We are not in a state of war, so military flags are not necessary. Most of the royal troops who traveled from afar have joined the ranks of the brave fighters against the dragons. After all, experiencing it costs nothing, and any injuries incurred will receive free medical care. Moreover, since they are here, why not partake in the action? Compared to those brave warriors, the royal army is more than capable of overpowering most young dragons through collaboration. While the most elite forces of the royal army remain in the Kingdom of Corin to defend their homeland, it does not imply that the remaining troops are mere pushovers. In the realm of Dragon Quest, the Kingdom of Colin stands as the most formidable force among humanity. This holds true whether in one-on-one duels or in team matches. The latter, of course, entails a solitary dragon facing 3 brave heroes. Upon realizing that most heroes struggled to triumph in individual confrontations, the young dragon proposed the option of team battles, albeit with a maximum of 3 participants. This arrangement allowed the less skilled heroes to be accompanied by more seasoned warriors, thus enabling them to engage in combat. Furthermore, the spectacle of 3 individuals battling a single dragon indeed exuded a heightened sense of grandeur, which, from the young dragon's perspective, was simply more enjoyable. Previously, heroes who would falter after mere moments of combat could now endure for a significantly longer duration when teamed up, much to the delight of the young dragons. Little Jack gazed at Yesfroda, who stood beside Lucia, and inquired, "So, Sir Lucia, does your dragon truly possess such capabilities? Or is it merely a rumor?" Lucia did not respond immediately, instead casting a glance at Yesfroda. The dragon slightly raised its head, unfurling its wings, and with a flick of its tail, stepped forward. As Yesfroda unleashed its power, tendrils of green vines rapidly sprouted from the ground, ensnaring little Jack's legs. He marveled at the vibrant green tendrils that had seemingly emerged from nowhere, exclaiming, "How astonishing!" Chapter 75. Even a hexagon is still a hexagon. With eager anticipation, little Jack turned to Lucia and asked, "So, what must one do to become a dragon rider?" Lucia appraised him thoughtfully, questioning, "Well then, what are your skills? Do you possess any particular talents?" Little Jack scratched his head, admitting, "I don't really have any standout abilities. I am just an unremarkable mage, with a bit of knowledge in alchemy, potion making, and some skills in array maintenance, while my combat techniques are rather mediocre." Due to his experiences in the outside world, little Jack had learned to be somewhat versatile, albeit lacking mastery in any one area. He was a jack of all trades, yet a master of none. Isn't it true that even a hexagon is still a hexagon? He pondered. Eventually, he hesitated and remarked, "I know a bit of everything. Does that count as a talent?" Lucia looked at him with a hint of surprise, as most mages typically specialize in a singular field of study. Much like knights who often devote themselves to mastering one weapon type, mages generally select one discipline to dedicate their lives to, as Lucia had done with potion making. Little Jack's approach seemed a case of spreading oneself too thin. However, Lucia had no authority to criticize him, so she simply asked, "You know a bit of everything? Can you brew potions?" Little Jack nodded. "I can create basic healing potions and stamina elixirs." Lucia pressed further, "What about arrays?" He replied, "I can also manage some basic defensive and enhancement arrays." Lucia inquired once more, "Can you enchant equipment?" To which Little Jack answered, "Well, I can only inscribe 3 types of runes." At this moment, Lucia's expression shifted to one of peculiar intrigue. "What about alchemy?" she inquired. Jack, slightly embarrassed, responded, "I can only manage basic material transmutation, like transforming one stone into another." Lucia gazed at Jack with an increasingly odd look. "And combat skills?" Jack bit his lip and replied, "I can hold my own against mages of similar caliber, roughly 50-50. Lucia circled Jack, observing him as though he were an entirely new species. Eventually, she posed her final question, "Please don't tell me you also dabble in magical architecture." Jack offered a somewhat awkward smile and said, "I have a passing knowledge." He was proficient in the 6 career paths available to mages: formations, alchemy, potion making, combat, enchanting, and construction, albeit at a basic level. Lucia was left speechless. She looked at Jack and remarked, "You truly are remarkable. Have you never considered specializing in one field?" If Jack was indeed as knowledgeable as he claimed, he would be a genius-level mage. If he could concentrate his efforts in a single area, he could attain mastery. Jack nodded but then shook his head, saying, "I have thought about it, but when I am out here striving alone, I must be competent in everything." Lucia suddenly realized, "Ah, right, I forgot about your conflict with old Jack." She then glanced at Jack and asked, "So, what area do you wish to specialize in now?" Jack shook his head, appearing somewhat lost. "I'm not sure. If it's Dragon Knight, it should be combat specialization, right?" However, after uttering this, he countered his own thought, saying, "No, that is not right. Lady Lucia, you are an alchemist, so you should be able to do everything, right?" Finally, Jack remembered that his troublesome father and the patrons were still awaiting his dishes. He swiftly waved his wand towards old Jack's tavern, calling out to Lucia, "Apologies, Lady Lucia. I must deliver food to my father." Watching Jack's departing figure, Lucia shook her head. Just as she turned to leave, she suddenly halted in her tracks. She murmured to herself, "Wait, what was I intending to do? Oh no, how did I forget?" While tranquility reigned in Longbang, turmoil engulfed Hollyflosse. A fat OS armor was in tatters, and one of his eyes was tightly shut, continuously oozing red blood. Gazing through a blurred crimson haze, Afado summoned the ether within him, barely managing to lift himself. Damn it, just as he had begun to explore broader horizons, was he to be halted here? The voice of the elven deity resonated from all around, fluctuating in proximity, making it difficult to discern its exact location. Your spirit is commendable, but humanity is not what it once was. Suddenly, a shadow emerged behind Afado. At the same moment, a phrase in a language he could not comprehend entered his ears. Desai, this is the death I bestow upon you. With a swift motion, Afado raised his shield axe and struck fiercely behind him, exclaiming, Ether liberation / Desai, shouting will not augment your chances of survival. The elven deity chuckled softly, deftly sidestepping Afado's attack. As Afado gazed at the increasingly radiant beam of magical energy before him, he gradually closed his eyes. Just then, an unexpected voice broke the silence. Oh dear, should I not have come? The anticipated demise did not arrive. He slowly opened his eyes. Although his vision remained a crimson blur, he was alive, not dead. Moreover, a magical barrier had inexplicably materialized before him. The tone of the elven deity wavered, clearly caught off guard by the appearance of Akamoto. Desai, Akamoto, you are in the world below. Desai, Lordolo, why should I not be? Akamoto smiled at his counterpart, uttering his name. Subsequently, Akamoto's figure appeared beside Afado, glancing at him and exclaiming, to think there is a human in the dragon realm possessing the ether state, truly unexpected. Akamoto brandished his staff and began to speak slowly. In that case, I cannot allow you to die. Afado squinted at Akamoto, his lips moving as if to utter something. Yet, in the end, he could not articulate a single word. Akamoto stretched his body and addressed Afado. Watch closely, young one. I shall demonstrate this only once. This is how the ether state is utilized. Lordaler appeared exceedingly agitated, unable to fathom that Akamoto would stand against him. Desai, why do you obstruct me? Akamoto scoffed lightly and declared, Desai, because times have changed. Old man, this is the most profound truth I have gleaned from my years in the world below. Following this, Akamoto's robe began to flutter without wind, revealing numerous blue and white glowing patterns on his skin. This was a manifestation of the ether surging forth from within him. Under Afado's astonished gaze, Akamoto did not even cast a spell. Instead, he swung his staff and forcefully sent Lordaler flying. Struck by this blow, Lordaler could no longer maintain his multitasking state, and his three remaining avatars reverted to their original form. As the avatars returned, Hollyflosse and the others, previously separated by magic, successfully escaped and appeared around Afado. Their condition was far from ideal, each bearing wounds that still bled. Particularly, Kulong Raffle seemed on the verge of reincarnation once more. Akamoto. Upon encountering Akamoto, Hollyflosse was nearly unable to restrain himself from unleashing a torrent of dragon fire. Fortunately, in the next moment, he regained his composure and withheld the imminent eruption of flames. With a peculiar tone, Hollyflosse inquired of Akamoto, why do you assist us? Akamoto, dismissing him with a lackluster glance, slowly replied, I am not aiding you. I am merely rescuing a human in possession of the ether state. Hollyflosse intended to voice further thoughts, yet Akamoto had already vanished from sight, reappearing before Lothdor, who had just landed. Division, annihilate. Akamoto raised his staff high, wielding it like a sword as he forcefully thrust it toward Lothdor's head. Although Lothdor's form still appeared to be composed of pages, faint illusions revealed glimpses of his original visage. He raised a hand defensively, admonishing, Division, you should retreat. The blunt staff pierced Lothdor's translucent palm like a dagger. Yet it halted just an inch from him, unable to advance further. Old fool, even after sleeping for millennia, you still possess such vigor. Akamoto muttered under his breath, gripping the staff and pressing down with force. Lothdor's left hand firmly blocked Akamoto's staff, while his right hand groped the barren grass beside him. After a brief 2 seconds of searching, Lothdor's right hand clenched, surprisingly grasping a golden-white longsword from the seemingly empty ground. Without hesitation, Lothdor thrust the longsword fiercely toward Akamoto's abdomen. However, the blade merely sparked against Akamoto's robe, failing to pierce. Akamoto smiled at Lothdor, remarking, Division, I anticipated you would employ this tactic. How could I not be on guard? He slightly lifted his staff, extracting it from Lothdor's left hand. Just as Akamoto prepared to deliver a decisive strike to obliterate Lothdor, another Lothdor appeared behind him, brandishing the golden-white longsword aimed at Akamoto's back. Both Lothdors spoke in unison. Division, since you are our enemy. Yet the concluding phrase was uttered by Akamoto, Division, then I shall not hold back. As the loft door behind forcefully lunged the longsword toward Okamoto's back, a violent explosion of magical energy erupted from the point of impact. Okamoto remained unaffected, standing firm, while the intense magical force enveloped the loft door behind him completely. Lying on the ground, Lorder glared fiercely at Okamoto and cursed. "You are still as fearful of death as ever." Okamoto, in a calm tone, responded, "And you, as always, delight in your illusions." In the next instant, Okamoto's staff descended, piercing through Lorder's translucent cranium. Thunder roared. At the very moment Okamoto's staff struck, a bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the heavens. The previously clear sky was swiftly engulfed in dark clouds, and torrential raindrops began to pour down upon the earth. The pages that constituted Lorder's form scattered across the ground, creating a silhouette in his shape. After dealing with Lorder, Okamoto paid no heed to the fallen pages. Instead, he turned to Afado and remarked, "Afado, is it? The second human to possess the ether state. Quite remarkable, indeed." His tone conveyed a sense of satisfaction, even tinged with amusement. After speaking, Okamoto leaned on his staff and gradually made his way westward, his figure soon vanishing within the curtain of rain. However, for some inexplicable reason, Hollyflosse felt as though Okamoto had cast a piercing glance in his direction before departing. At this moment, Hollyflosse, battered and bruised, managed to rise and said, "Damn that old Okamoto. How dare he call others old?" The heavy rain washed away the blood from Hollyflosse's body, mingling it with the dragon's blood that lay scattered on the ground, blending them into the earth. Hollyflosse glanced at the still living Hollyflosse and inquired, "Are those the remaining pages?" Hollyflosse limped over and bent down to gather and count them. After finishing, he shook his head. "2 pages are missing." Hollyflosse looked at Hollyflosse with suspicion. "You remember that so clearly?" Hollyflosse rolled his eyes at Hollyflosse. "At least I can read and know how to check the page numbers." Hollyflosse sighed and asked, "Should we search for them?" Just as Hollyflosse was about to respond, he noticed a radiant orb rising in the direction Okamoto had departed. No, not a sun, but a colossal beam of magical energy. The corner of Hollyflosse's mouth twitched as he said, "No need to look anymore." He was unaware of the contents of the 2 missing pages, but they were undoubtedly crucial to the elves. Their creation would be far more formidable than Lorder. This time, it could be considered sheer luck that Okamoto, who appeared from nowhere, had come to their aid. Yet next time, Okamoto would likely watch as Hollyflosse and the others met their demise. Chapter 76. Your Highness. You are the outlier among dragon riders. When Hollyflosse and his companions returned to the dragon realm, it coincided perfectly with Cairo's return to the same land. Promoted to the esteemed rank of Ether Knight, Cairo felt an invigorating sense of clarity. However, this sense of elation dissipated upon his return to Dragon's domain. His Majesty Il and the royal army had already departed, leaving behind nothing but their weapons. Interestingly, they had taken with them 2 crates filled with dragon scales and similar items. Given that Dragon's domain was abundant with dragons, one could easily gather a substantial amount of scales from the ground without much effort. Cairo, accompanied by Melinda, arrived at the entrance of Lucia's apothecary, inquiring about the whereabouts of Mr. Afado and Sir Kiro. Lucia, busy organizing various bottles and jars within the shop, replied, "Ah, they have both stepped out for errands. Is there something you wish to discuss with them, Mr. Cairo?" Cairo shook his head and responded, "No. I merely wanted to inquire, as I did not see either of them upon my return." He continued, "While I was occupied in Corlin, I heard rumors that Corlin intends to wage war against the elves." Lucia, somewhat perplexed as to why Cairo mentioned such matters, nonetheless replied, "Indeed. But that does not concern us, does it? The last encounter the elves had with Dragon's domain and Hollyflosse was quite outrageous, and it indeed provoked the ire of both Lhasa and Corlin, the human kingdoms. Therefore, it is likely that Lhasa will also dispatch aid to assist Corlin in this endeavor. However, that is a matter for the Lhasa royal family and does not pertain to Dragon's domain unless they explicitly request assistance from the noble families in their respective city-states. Otherwise, the nobility may choose to turn a blind eye. At present, it seems feasible for the armies of Lhasa and Corlin to unite against the elves, especially since the elves are currently embroiled in a fierce conflict with the dwarves. The sudden intervention of humans would undoubtedly disrupt the balance of the battlefield." Cairo remarked, "Yet, I have heard that the elves possess a wealth of rare medicinal herbs." Lucia shook her head, countering, "Not at all. The goblins are far richer in that regard. If one were to speak of a kinship with nature and the cultivation of rare crops, the goblins excel in that domain. However, the goblins currently lack a cohesive state and exist in scattered groups." Lucia then cast a glance at Cairo and continued, "What is it? Do you wish for Dragon's domain to participate in the war against the elves?" Cairo, caught in his thoughts, felt a twinge of embarrassment as he scratched his head and explained, "After all, Corlin is my homeland." Lucia nodded in understanding, her raspy voice responding, "It is only natural. I comprehend your sentiments." Cairo entered Lucia's apothecary, casually selecting a chair to sit upon, and remarked, "Yet, why do I sense that Dragon's domain has become more vibrant?" Lucia replied, "Some outsiders have arrived. Most of the dragon riders have been compelled to stay, and a few brave souls have also chosen to remain. If anyone is acutely aware of the changes in the demographic structure of Dragon's domain, it would undoubtedly be Lucia and Old Jack. Two individuals stand out. One operates a potion shop, keenly aware of the various patrons seeking remedies each day, while the other runs a tavern, equally cognizant of those who come to stay and dine." Kairos paused momentarily before pressing on with a question. What do the heroes linger for? It was understandable that those from afar might choose to remain in Dragon City, a burgeoning city-state brimming with opportunities. Not to mention the abundance of dragons and the seemingly endless supply of food and medicinal herbs. The presence of dragon riders was also comprehensible, as the young dragons tended to linger in Dragon City. For dragon riders wishing to avoid frequent journeys between their own territories and Dragon City, staying put was the most prudent choice. Moreover, most individuals who became dragon riders were, in fact, youthful dreamers with a modicum of talent, yet lacking their own enterprises or lands. For them, the cost of relocating was not insurmountable. Conversely, those dragon riders who opted to depart were often knights or mages possessing their own territories and holdings. Their sunk costs did not permit them to remain in Dragon City. Thus, they had no choice but to leave, returning intermittently. However, Kairos found it perplexing that the heroes chose to stay. After slaying dragons and achieving the status of dragon slayers, they ought to return home to boast of their exploits. Most dragon slayers hailed from Kalen, much like Kairos. Remaining in Lozai's Dragon City seemed a blatant abandonment of their roots. Lucia shrugged and remarked, "Who knows? Perhaps it's because of Alphado's presence here." Lucia's conjecture held some merit, as the phenomenon of celebrity influence is indeed real. Kairos nodded in agreement, saying, "Perhaps." At that moment, another figure appeared at the entrance of Lucia's potion shop. Little Jack looked at Kairos inside the shop, astonished and delighted, exclaiming, "Lord Kairos?" Kairos turned to face Little Jack, furrowing his brow. "And you are?" Little Jack quickly introduced himself. Please just call me Little Jack, Lord Kairos." Upon hearing the name Little Jack, Kairos realized he must be Old Jack's son. "So, Little Jack, what brings you here?" Little Jack responded earnestly, "I wish to become a dragon rider." Young aspirants like Little Jack were well aware that to achieve this ambition, they needed to seek out the leader of the Wind Hunter Guild in Dragon City, who was none other than Kairos. Kairos regarded Little Jack with a peculiar expression, inquiring, "Does Old Jack approve?" Old Jack, who was aware of the true nature of dragon riders, would surely not permit his son to pursue such a path. Little Jack, however, looked back at Kairos with a bewildered expression, saying, "Isn't my father a dragon rider? So, he would definitely not oppose it." Kairos was taken aback. When did Old Jack become a dragon rider? Apart from preparing meals for those insatiably hungry young dragons, how could he be considered a dragon rider? Cairo cast a bewildered glance at Lucia, seeking answers from her. To his surprise, Lucia gently nodded. Remarkably, Old Jack had indeed transformed into a dragon knight. "Well then, let's proceed," Cairo declared, rising to address young Jack. After all, having one dragon knight was better than the incessant commotion caused by the hatchlings in the hunting group. Approximately 10 minutes after Cairo and young Jack departed, Old Jack hurriedly sought out Lucia. With an anxious expression, he inquired, "Lady Lucia, has Cairo returned?" "Yes, indeed," Lucia affirmed with a nod. Old Jack's countenance darkened immediately, and he pressed on, "Has my son met with Cairo?" Lucia nodded again, stating, "They have already gone to select their dragons." In shock, Old Jack clutched his heart, collapsing to the ground in despair. "Come now, Old Jack, it can't be that dire," Lucia exclaimed, waving her wand to magically support him. She then administered a potion that could revive the dead and soothe the spirit, allowing Old Jack to catch his breath. With a pained glance at Lucia, Old Jack lamented, "Is this not suffering?" "Lady Lucia, not all dragons are like Fluda. It seems I am rather fortunate," Lucia mused, stroking her chin thoughtfully before ultimately nodding. The dragon that Old Jack now possessed, Brinslock, was a complete replica of Maislodar, the type that could not remain quiet unless taken out for a stroll at least twice a day. Old Jack contemplated the possibility of entrusting Brinslock to his eldest son, for his son aspired to become a dragon knight, and Old Jack could no longer tolerate Brinslock's temperament. Moreover, this arrangement would enable young Jack to remain in the dragon realm, which Old Jack greatly desired, hoping his son would stay by his side. However, to his dismay, young Jack firmly rejected the notion, claiming, "But father, this is your dragon. How could I presume to claim it?" Old Jack had initially thought to persuade young Jack further, or even to take matters into his own hands, simply bestowing Brincelock upon him. Yet unexpectedly, the esteemed Lord Cairo, the Dragon Knight, returned to his loyal Windlay hunting group. Now, old Jack dreaded to imagine the chaos of having two hatchlings in his midst, pondering how he would manage. Meanwhile, young Jack exchanged a glance with Cairo, gazing enviously at the throngs of hatchlings within the Windlay hunting group. "So, can I truly become a Dragon Knight, Lord Cairo?" he asked. Noticing the envy in young Jack's eyes, Cairo replied, "Absolutely. It is entirely within your grasp." Driven by the envy in his gaze, Kairos was resolute in making little Jack a Dragon Knight. What of old Jack, you ask? Alas, he would have to endure some hardship. After all, little Jack is the beloved son of old Jack. Meanwhile, what was Sir Kira occupied with? He was preparing for his promotion to the Crimson Knight. With the royal family's almost boundless resources poured into him, Kira's prowess had soared remarkably. Such is the power of resources. Even the most mediocre talents can be elevated to the status of an ethereal master with enough investment. Let alone someone like Kira, who possesses decent potential but has merely lacked opportunities and resources as an ordinary knight. After receiving this opportunity to soar, Kira would not lag behind other ethereal riders. Prince Regan approached Kira, who was busy with preparations, and asked with a smile, "Sir Kira, how do you feel?" Upon seeing Regan, Kira straightened up and replied, "How should I put it? I feel rather splendid." Regan chuckled, "Splendid to the point of feeling unreal, isn't it?" Kira paused, inquiring, "Your Highness, how do you know?" Regan took a seat beside Kira and explained, "Some members of the royal army are orphans of notable talent gathered from various places. When they learn they will live without worry and might become extraordinary, they often feel this way. It's too wonderful, almost surreal, as if it were a dream." After their light banter, Regan shifted to the matter at hand. "Sir Kira, I can't shake the feeling that those three young dragons aren't entirely obedient. They seem different from my Bernader." Kira's lips twitched slightly as he regarded Regan with a peculiar expression. "You, Regan, must have saved the world in your past life to encounter such a remarkable dragon as Bernader. Now you assume all young dragons are like Bernader, well-behaved, I presume?" Kira replied, "Your Highness, that is the norm. My Maislodar is quite similar." Regan nodded but then shook his head, saying, "Is that so? Then how does one maintain their combat effectiveness and obedience?" Kira responded, "Simply engage them with matters that pique their interest. As long as those young dragons find it intriguing, their combat potential is quite impressive. They are also willing to cooperate with the Dragon Knight's initiatives, but that is where the limit lies. Achieving the level of perfect synergy like Bernader is a dream, indeed." Regan gazed into Kira's eyes, puzzled. "Are all Dragon Knights like this?" Kira nodded, affirming, "Yes, Your Highness. All Dragon Knights are like this." Regan took a sharp breath, uncertain, "But I..." Kira gently interjected, "Your Highness, you are the exception among Dragon Knights." Upon hearing this, Regan chuckled lightly. "Oh? Ha ha ha, is that so? Then I truly am fortunate." However, Regan soon realized that something was amiss. In a rather peculiar tone, he exclaimed, "Wait, Kira, if that is the case, wouldn't the Hollyflosse family and those ordinary Dragon Knights be in quite a predicament? If this scenario reflects the majority of Dragon Knights' experiences, then those dreamers aspiring to become Dragon Knights are truly unfortunate." Kira cleared his throat twice and nodded. "Ahem, well, everyone must bear the consequences of their own choices." Kira felt a twinge of guilt for those who had been ensnared by him and Cairo, ultimately becoming Dragon Knights. Regan waved his finger at Kira, chuckling. "Ah, I was wondering earlier, Sir Kira, how you possess such a benevolent heart, granting everyone the opportunity to become Dragon Knights. I pondered what motives could lead you to so generously bestow those precious young dragons. It turns out it isn't generosity at all. Rather, you are eager to send them all away." Kira awkwardly laughed along, then replied, "Your Highness, I would appreciate it if you kept such matters to yourself." Regan smiled at Kira and inquired, "Ha, what is the matter? Afraid all the young dragons will linger in the Dragon Kingdom and disturb your sleep at night?" Kira managed a wry smile and said, "Your Highness, in truth, these days of promotion have afforded me the most restful sleep." Chapter 77, The Dragon Armor of Maislodar. "Wow, it has become quite lively," was the first remark made by Hollyflosse after returning to the Dragon Kingdom. The current Dragon Kingdom was markedly different from its earlier state. At the very least, it had garnered much popularity and appeared considerably more vibrant, akin to the other human city-states. However, unlike those human realms, the Dragon Kingdom still boasted numerous dragons. On the streets, one could observe many dragon knights alongside their dragons, as well as numerous shops derived from the dragon theme. Among the most popular establishments were two in particular. One, named Temporary Release, was situated next to Lucia's apothecary. What kind of release, you might ask? A release from the clutches of those formidable young dragons. This shop was owned by a dragon knight who, during the absence of Hollyflosse and Kira, somehow managed to persuade Vinicahana. The end result was that he successfully acquired ownership of the shop and became a part of the Dragon Kingdom. His service was to assist the unfortunate dragon knights in temporarily liberating themselves from their young dragons, allowing them to enjoy a day or two of leisure. For a meager sum, approximately 3,000 gold coins, Temporary Release would take care of the dragons in place of their knights. The replaced dragon knights could then seize this fleeting moment to relax and savor the beauty of life. No dragon knight understood why this individual provided such a service, but all were immensely grateful for it. The other establishment was the warrior supply station of Michael. As a knight of the Red, McLaren, hailing from Corrin, has chosen to remain in Longbang. This decision signifies his betrayal of the Corrin royal city, yet McLaren believes that the sacrifices he has made are entirely justified. The warrior supply station, aptly named, serves those who venture forth to slay the vile dragons, whether for glory or in pursuit of the legendary sword embedded within the stone. However, the station does not provide any material or resource assistance, as McLaren currently lacks the means to do so. Instead, it offers invaluable intelligence services, which may seem trivial at first glance. Contrary to this perception, the reality is quite the opposite. Within Longbang, each young dragon possesses unique abilities, temperaments, and combat styles. McLaren has meticulously gathered and recorded precise information on each one. Thus, before engaging in battle with a specific young dragon, dragon slayers often seek McLaren's insights and tactical advice. Consequently, McLaren has amassed considerable wealth, yet his primary concern lies in the enhancement of his reputation. He has become somewhat of a household name, as discussions of dragons invariably lead to mentions of dragon knights and dragon slayers. Whenever dragon slayers are referenced, McLaren is inescapably part of the conversation. Furthermore, Longbang has seen the emergence of numerous stalls distributing free books, a venture orchestrated by Harif. Regardless of their intentions, newcomers to Longbang are met with a collection of stories penned specifically by Harif, intended to foster acceptance of dragons and encourage the rise of dragon knights. Harif has indeed reaped the benefits of having dragon knights bolster his family's strength, whether through dragon-related resources or unique abilities exclusive to the dragonkin. Such advantages can significantly propel the family's development in certain aspects. However, the existence of dragon knights is limited. A mere 10 can sustain the growth of a prominent family. Beyond this threshold, one would find themselves restless at night. Much like Cairo, Harif is also striving to distribute dragons outward, though with less success than Cairo's endeavors. The dragons remaining within the Windblade hunting group mostly lack dragon knights, making it relatively easy to find them a suitable knight and send them away. Conversely, the young dragons retained by Harif are all bonded to Harif's second-generation dragon knight. These young dragons are quite content with their human family and, in most cases, are reluctant to leave. Soaring gracefully above Longbang, Hollyflosse expressed his satisfaction, exclaiming, "Ah, what a flourishing realm, a veritable manifestation of vitality." Currently, Hollyflosse is exceedingly pleased with Longbang, having achieved the initial purpose of its establishment. Stories celebrating the beauty of dragons have begun to emerge. Additionally, despite the numerous young dragons present, they pose no annoyance to Hollyflosse. Ultimately, witnessing the gradual improvement of the city-state I painstakingly established is, in fact, an immensely gratifying experience. It is akin to Vinicahana's delight in nurturing flowers and watching them bloom. In a sense, the dragon realm of Hollyflosse can be regarded as a garden. And now is the time for it to flourish. Accompanying Hollyflosse, Afado ventured forth to seek the dwarf Varric alongside Maislodar. Afado intended to discuss certain matters pertaining to the elves with Varric, while Maislodar was eager to inquire about the status of his dragon armor. The duo ultimately discovered Varric near the river adjacent to the dragon realm. There, Varric had constructed a rudimentary workshop, complete with a furnace and a forging hammer. It was evident that dwarves were not accustomed to human tools. Thus, Varric had to fabricate everything on site. Fortunately, dwarves are inherently skilled craftsmen. Upon locating Varric, they found him seated by the river, leisurely fishing with a drink in hand. "Ah, Afado, you have returned," Varric remarked with a smile upon noticing Afado's presence. Afado, adopting a serious tone, replied, "I visited the elves and encountered some troubling events." Varric appeared momentarily taken aback and inquired, "How severe? Can they truly contend with dragons?" Afado nodded gently, "Indeed. The last encounter with that elven deity nearly led to our demise had it not been for Okamoto's timely intervention. Hollyflosse and the others might not mind. They could merely resurrect. But for me, death would be final. Varric muttered under his breath, "Cursed elves." Afato added, "Yet, one cannot be certain, as the elves have their own dilemmas." This predicament undoubtedly refers to the advancing Okamoto, and one wonders what his true intentions are. Perhaps he merely aims to rally the IL and their forces, especially since Corrin is indeed preparing to assault the elves. Varric rose and addressed Afato, "Regardless, I am grateful for this information. I shall relay it." At that moment, Maislodar chimed in eagerly, "Varric, what of my dragon armor? Is it ready?" Maislodar was unconcerned with the surrounding discourse. His sole focus was on the completion of his dragon armor. Varric glanced at Maislodar and replied, "Ah, it is indeed finished." Subsequently, Varric made his way toward the modest workshop, with Maislodar following closely behind. From within, Varric extracted a sizable chest, and upon opening it, the sunlight gleamed off the dragon armor, revealing it to Maislodar. "Wow!" Maislodar exclaimed in awe. Without delving into the actual efficacy of the dragon armor, its initial appearance upon unboxing is undeniably dazzling, leaving a splendid first impression of the dragon. Varric seems to relish the slight gasp of admiration from Maislodar. Dwarves take great pride in their craftsmanship. Otherwise, the long-standing enmities that erupted thousands of years ago would not have persisted to this day. Thus, the astonishment that Maislodar expresses upon seeing the dragon armor he forged is, in Varric's eyes, a reward for his labor. "All right, let me adorn you and see how it looks," Varric says, his mood lifted as he picks up the helmet and approaches Maislodar. Naturally, Maislodar bows his head to facilitate Varric in donning the armor. Moments later, as he gazes at Maislodar fully clad in the dragon armor, Varric beams with pride, exclaiming, "Ah, it appears utterly flawless, a true testament to my creation, haha." Maislodar, brimming with excitement, glances at his reflection in the armor and remarks, "Is it truly splendid? Alas, I cannot see myself clearly." Subsequently, he turns his attention to Alfredo, who has been observing the fish in the river, and inquires, "Hey, Alfredo, how do I look now? Am I more imposing and handsome?" "What?" Alfredo responds, turning his head to assess Maislodar. He quickly realizes that not only is Maislodar awaiting his reply, but Varric is also anticipating his response. Offering a thumbs up to Maislodar, Alfredo declares, "It looks good, undeniably so." His words are sincere, albeit he is not adept at employing ornate language to compliment others. Before Alfredo stands Maislodar, now adorned in resplendent armor. The golden scales and platinum dragon armor create a visually harmonious effect, showcasing the pinnacle of dwarven craftsmanship. The armor conforms perfectly to Maislodar's physique and scales, providing both aesthetic appeal and protection without impeding his movements. It is remarkable how Varric achieved this. He never even took Maislodar's measurements, relying solely on his keen eye and memory. The armor comprises multiple segments, with the protective gear on the limbs constructed from stacked, heavy, yet mobile plates, ensuring both safety and agility. Even Maislodar's claws are fitted with specialized gauntlets, akin to human gloves, but forged from metal. The helmet is designed with openings for the external ears and dragon horns, as Maislodar's initial request to Varric was for aesthetic appeal. Hence, some protective features were sacrificed in pursuit of beauty. From the neck down to the body and tail, the armor is crafted as a cohesive suit. Given that Maislodar possesses wings, this portion of the armor merely drapes over him. While one might question the level of protection offered, it is undeniable that the resplendent dragon armor significantly enhances Maislodar's aesthetic appeal. Upon hearing Alfredo's remark, Maislodar's tail began to sway, causing the metallic armor at its tip to emit a series of crisp, resonant sounds. Maislodar exclaimed, "Is it truly magnificent? Absolutely splendid. I am eager to see how Bernadoro will flaunt next time." Alfredo was left speechless, realizing that the considerable effort exerted by Varric to forge this dragon armor was merely for the purpose of impressing his companion. Yet, Varric, intrigued by Maislodar's words, turned towards him and inquired, "What? Does that dragon, named Bernadoro, also possess a set of dragon armor?" Maislodar nodded affirmatively and replied, "Indeed. That is precisely why I desire an even more splendid set of dragon armor. Now, it will be my turn to boast before Bernadoro." Bernadoro remarked, "Nonsense." Surprisingly, Varric chuckled at this, saying, "Indeed, my craftsmanship is undoubtedly superior." It appeared that this dragon and dwarf had successfully aligned their thoughts. Alfredo sighed, choosing to ignore the two, and resumed his observation of the fish in the water. However, when he finally glanced down again, He discovered that the fish that had previously lingered nearby had been frightened away by the laughter of the dragon and the dwarf. Shaking his head, Alfredo rose to seek the elusive Raffle, as Raffle had promised to reveal to him the truths about the state of the ether. At this moment, Alfredo found himself burdened with questions that only Raffle could address. It was indeed unfortunate that humanity had failed to preserve its illustrious history, leaving Alfredo with no choice but to consult a dragon. What was Raffle currently engaged in? He was attempting to repair the Book of Origins. However, being a creature with only 2 legs and 2 wings, devoid of forepaws, Raffle struggled for quite some time, and the Book of Origins remained a disarray of scattered pages. Hearing footsteps nearby, Raffle looked up to find Alfredo approaching, and he immediately exclaimed, "Ah, Alfredo, how fortuitous your arrival is. What brings you here?" Alfredo paused, taken aback by the timing of his visit. Raffle continued, "Come, assist me in realigning these pages. I find it quite challenging." Alfredo approached, picking up the pages to organize them meticulously while asking, "Aren't you concerned about me seeing the contents?" Raffle chuckled and retorted, "Can you even comprehend them?" At this, Alfredo fell silent, realizing that he truly could not decipher the ancient script upon the pages. To him, those writings were as perplexing as an alien language. Conluo Lafar gazed at the pages in Afado's hands and remarked, "You have come to me to inquire about matters concerning humanity, haven't you?" Chapter 78. Truly, your thoughts seem solely centered on yourself. Afado nodded, organizing the pages before him as he replied, "Indeed, I am genuinely curious about what ancient humanity was like." Conluo Lafar circled around Afado and said, "If you wish to inquire about the affairs of the kingdom of Disegwo, I am at a loss. However, if it pertains to the previous generation of humanity, I possess knowledge." There was little that could be done, for only the ancient dragons of the first generation had personally experienced the realm of Disegwo. As a later-born dragon, like Conluo Lafar, he naturally lacked specific knowledge of the circumstances when Disegwo still existed. Though it is said that the ancient dragons typically recorded most information from the past and relayed it to other dragons seeking understanding, the distinction between hearing and experiencing firsthand is profound. Conluo Lafar could not confidently assert to Afado that he comprehended the essence of Disegwo. Yet, if it were merely to understand the history of humanity, Afado could recall vividly the characteristics of the previous era. Without a word, Afado completed organizing the pages and handed them to Conluo Lafar. After taking the pages and setting them aside, Conluo Lafar began to recount tales of humanity's past. In those days, humanity had not yet fragmented into numerous kingdoms as it does now. There existed only a unified dynasty. Moreover, it appears that your records of the past have not ceased. At the very least, you still possess knowledge of the kingdom of Disegwo. Upon hearing this, Afado inquired, "And then, what caused the transformation into the present disarray?" His curiosity was piqued regarding how humanity transitioned from a singular dynasty into the scattered kingdoms and city-states of today. Conluo Lafar glanced at Afado and replied, "Ah, a civil war erupted. I even participated in it." Afado paused, momentarily bewildered. Huh? His confusion did not stem from the revelation that Conluo Lafar had taken part in the human civil war, for given his age. Conluo Lafar was a vibrant young dragon 3,000 years ago, and it was entirely plausible for him to engage in the affairs of other races. Rather, Afado was perplexed as to what could have prompted humanity to instigate a civil war. Conluo Lafar continued, "The specific cause was a struggle over a particular territory. However, due to the extreme intensity of the conflict, that very territory was ultimately destroyed." Afado questioned why. What significance did that territory hold to warrant such a struggle? If humanity had previously existed in a unified state, and the knowledge of the etheric realm had not been lost, one would expect the world of humanity to flourish, thriving in prosperity. Upon entering the etheric state, as long as one refrained from further honing their abilities, it essentially equated to immortality. The feats achievable by immortal knights and mages would be boundless. Is it truly worth fighting to the death over a piece of land? Why not relish the beauty of the world instead? Chiron Raffle began to elucidate. That land has the potential to sustain the final phase of the ethereal state, preserving one's corporeal form. Upon hearing this, Alpha understood immediately. Indeed, human avarice knows no bounds, akin to a serpent attempting to swallow an elephant. Had they managed to remain calm and engage in sincere discussions from the outset, the outcome would likely have been vastly different. Surely, it would have been far better than fighting to the brink of annihilation, only to have the very object of contention destroyed by war. In any case, after that conflict concluded, a surviving prince, a regent, and a high-ranking knight took charge of the post-war affairs, mending the remnants of destruction and subsequently establishing the 3 kingdoms you are familiar with today. Colin and Luz are naturally among these kingdoms, with the third being Luro. However, Luro and Luz do not share a border. Thus, Dragon's domain has had limited interaction with Luro to this day. After Chiron Raffle briefly recounted the sordid history of humanity from 3 millennia ago, he added with a touch of sarcasm, "It is simply that the dwarves and elves have been embroiled in their own relentless battles, indifferent to your kind. Otherwise, I believe humans would now be regarded on par with goblins." Alpha merely smiled in response, well aware of the goblins' derogatory status, as they are often used as a benchmark for insult. Chiron Raffle then glanced at Alpha and inquired, "Do you have any further questions?" Alpha shook his head and replied, "No, I believe I have acquired sufficient knowledge." At that moment, Cairo approached Alpha. "Mr. Alpha, there you are?" Alpha turned at the sound, gazing at Cairo, and remarked, "Oh, Cairo, you have ascended to the ethereal state? Congratulations." Cairo smiled in return, saying, "I never anticipated that as a knight of Colin. My elevation to the ethereal state would be accomplished with the aid of the Luz royal family." Alpha chuckled lightly and then asked, "Did you summon me to inquire about the ethereal state?" To Alpha's surprise, Cairo shook his head and responded, "Ah, no. I do not currently plan to pursue a higher level." Alpha remained silent, patiently awaiting Cairo's continuation. Cairo elaborated, "It is regarding the brave souls from Colin. They have entrusted me to seek you out." Alpha was momentarily taken aback and queried, "What do they want with me?" Cairo explained, "They wish to see you demonstrate how to vanquish a dragon." "What?" Alpha regarded Cairo with an expression of bewilderment. Cairo, slightly embarrassed, said, "Please do not hold it against me, Mr. Alpha. They claim that if I could persuade you to showcase your prowess, they would be more motivated to confront the dragon." Alpha was puzzled. How is their challenge to the dragon related to you, Cairo, as the leader of a hunting team? Upon hearing this, Cairo hastily interjected, "It is indeed significant, exceedingly so." Alphado, with arms crossed over his chest, regarded Cairo with curiosity, eager to hear his reasoning. Cairo continued, "They are exerting themselves more vigorously to challenge the vile dragon, thus rendering it incapable of causing chaos within my hunting group." It was this reasoning that left Alphado speechless. Meanwhile, Raffle, who had been quietly observing the entire exchange, chimed in, "A gathering of young dragons can indeed be quite raucous. If we speak of the most tormented by the young dragons, it surely cannot be the dragon riders of today. How long have they endured the antics of these fledglings? It must be their parents who bear this burden the longest." Cairo turned to Alphado and pleaded, "Therefore, Mr. Alphado, I beseech you." Alphado regarded Cairo and could only respond with this, "Cairo, you are truly a person consumed by self-interest. Have you not considered how I, Alphado, might feel about your desire to avoid the young dragons as if they were venomous serpents? Would I wish to engage in conflict with them? Absolutely not. For those young dragons would find every means to cling to me, striving to make me one of their dragon riders." Chapter 79. Boredom Leads to Slumber. Maislodar clung to Hollyflosse claw, raising his voice in a lamentation to his beleaguered father. "Father, I am dreadfully bored. Why has Kira not returned yet?" Hollyflosse, exasperated, replied, "If you are truly at a loss for entertainment, then perhaps sleep would serve you well. The universal remedy for dragons to pass the time is indeed slumber. Have you exhausted your collection of treasures, leaving no new acquisitions? Sleep. Has nothing novel occurred recently, leaving the entire dragon community idle? Sleep. If you find yourself utterly devoid of ideas, then sleep is even more imperative. A slumber lasting 3 to 5 months will render the surroundings fascinating once more. If 3 to 5 months are insufficient, then extend it to 3 to 5 years, or even 3 to 5 decades. There is always a suitable duration of deep sleep to help dragons navigate through their mundane existence." Maislodar, tilting his head back, continued to wail at Hollyflosse, "No. Sleeping is even more tedious." Hollyflosse retorted, "Is pestering me for entertainment truly more enjoyable? But I am exceedingly bored." Maislodar began to throw a tantrum. Taking a deep breath, Hollyflosse endeavored to respond to Maislodar in a relatively calm manner. Why not ask the people of Howrov for a few storybooks to peruse? The literary works of Howrov's dragons have become well established and are spreading like wildfire. The bards and writers who have received funding from Howrov are tirelessly concocting one tale after another. Among these tales, there exists a common thread. At least one noble dragon character, Guangzheng makes an appearance. Hollyflosse thought these books were the right ones, worthy and fitting for young dragons to delve into. Maislodar shook his head, persistently clinging to his disgruntled father, proclaiming loudly, "I've already read them all." Hollyflosse cast a skeptical glance at Maislodar, questioning, "All of them?" It was difficult for Hollyflosse to believe that Maislodar could possibly finish such a multitude of books in such a short span of time. Although dragons could comprehend all languages and scripts, it certainly did not imply they could skim through them at lightning speed. Maislodar nodded, asserting, "I've read them all. They all convey the same essence. Just a glance, and I can predict what will unfold next." In reality, he had merely skimmed the introductions. The corner of Hollyflosse's mouth twitched as he patiently inquired, "What is it that you desire?" Maislodar clung to Hollyflosse's claw, his entire dragon form adhering to it, and lamented, "I don't know. I'm just so bored." Hollyflosse could no longer tolerate Maislodar's unreasonable antics. With a shift in tone, he began to exude sparks. "It seems your scales are itching for a taste of my dragon fire." Realizing that his disgruntled father was serious, Maislodar quickly released his grip and scuttled away. Yet, before departing, he shouted back at Hollyflosse, "Ribbit, you only know how to punish me. Just wait. When you grow old, I shall repay you 100-fold." Upon hearing this, a wave of anger surged within Hollyflosse. Although dragons do not fear aging and do not weaken with the passage of time, could one truly utter such words? Just as Hollyflosse prepared to unleash a mighty breath of dragon fire upon Maislodar, he witnessed his son transform into a streak of light and escape. Alas, Maislodar's innate ability was lightning, making his escape remarkably convenient. Once beyond Hollyflosse's line of sight, Maislodar strolled along the outskirts of the dragon realm, muttering to himself, "Cursed be it, why hasn't Lilia returned? Is ascending among humans truly this troublesome?" Originally, Maislodar had envisioned that Lilia would advance in the city of Luosai, while he and Konluo Rafar would seek out the scattered pages. By the time they gathered all the pages, it would coincide perfectly with Lilia's return from her ascension to the dragon realm. Thus, he, Maislodar, would not feel bored during Lilia's temporary absence, and Lilia could seize the opportunity to complete her ascension, becoming an ether knight, thus enabling her to accompany Maislodar for even longer. The roads along the outskirts of the dragon realm were not paved with stone, strictly speaking. This area did not fall within the construction scope initially contracted by Val and his companions. Instead, this path was forged by the outsiders who traversed the dragon realm. Originally, there was no path here. It became one as more and more stepped upon it. While Maislodar, a dragon, sulked in solitude, Maislodar sought him out. Maislodar landed gracefully beside Maislodar, exclaiming, "Ah, Maislodar, there you are." Maislodar cast a fleeting glance at Maislodar, retorting, "Do not disturb me. I am quite vexed." Upon hearing this, Maislodar's ears drooped in disappointment. "Oh, I suppose you are not interested in the sight of a Fado besting the other dragons." Maislodar caught the key phrase in Maislodar's words, instantly dispelling his irritation and gloom. He inquired eagerly, "Where is it? Take me there." Maisslodar, puzzled, looked at Maislodar and asked, "Did you not just say you were annoyed? How is it that Maislodar, the dragon, changes his mind so swiftly?" Maislodar flicked his tail and replied, "That was just a moment ago. Now it is different." Upon their arrival at the scene where a Fado was besting dragons, the cheers of the brave warriors reached them before Maislodar could fully comprehend the events unfolding around him. "Well done, Sir Fado. This is precisely what we wish to see. Witnessing such a spectacle makes it worth every sacrifice." A clear division emerged between the warriors and the young dragons, separated by a wide, flowing river. The side nearest to the Dragon Kingdom was reserved for the warriors, while the young dragons occupied the opposite bank. A vast expanse of open ground lay between the two groups, evidently prepared as a battleground for a Fado. However, this space was now uneven and marred by numerous deep gashes, indicating that a Fado had already engaged in several skirmishes with the young dragons. As Maislodar and Maislodar arrived, they found that a Fado had just concluded a battle. With a vigorous motion, a Fado withdrew his stone sword from the groove of his shield, its blade imbued with magical energy, and struck forward with a powerful swing. The young dragon facing a Fado instinctively sought to block the blow with its tail. Yet, the magical force pierced its scales, slicing through flesh and blood. Not only did it fail to defend against the strike, but it nearly severed its own tail in the process. The young dragon was sent tumbling backward, rolling twice before blood spilled forth from its wound, staining the ground. As a Fado claimed another victory, the warriors erupted into cheers once more. "Well done. We honor you, Mr. Fado." Conversely, the atmosphere among the young dragons was dismal. Having lost, they slinked back to their companions. Upon noticing Maislodar descending from the sky, the remaining young dragons gathered around him. The young dragons chattered excitedly, addressing Maislodar, "Maislodar, how are we supposed to defeat this Fado? Indeed, it seems utterly impossible. It boasts both formidable statistics and intricate mechanics. What a farce. How could we possibly prevail?" Since the Dragon Kingdom was established by Maislodar's father, Hollyflosse, the young dragons naturally looked up to Maislodar as their leader. Maislodar, in turn, had begun to exhibit the demeanor of a young dragon king, though he was largely indifferent to this role. He believed that rather than assuming the mantle of a young dragon king, it was far more enjoyable to accompany Kira on various adventures. Just as human warriors researched tactics to combat dragons for efficiency, the young dragons were also devising strategies to confront heroes more conveniently. Much like in gaming, where experienced players curate guides to assist novice gamers, a similar phenomenon emerged within both the human warriors and the young dragons. Among the warriors, the seasoned expert was undoubtedly Maislodar, whose understanding of young dragons surpassed even that of their parental figures. Conversely, among the young dragons, Maislodar held the title of expert. As the founding dragon of the hero-slaying game, Maislodar possessed profound knowledge of human heroes. Coupled with his extensive reading of human literary works, he gained further insight into humanity. Casting a glance at his companions, Maislodar flicked his tail and declared, "No need to rush. Watch my demonstration." Then, under the eager gaze of all the young dragons, he donned his dragon armor and strode toward Afado. At that moment, Afado looked perplexed and inquired, Maislodar, what brings you here?" Without waiting for a reply, Afado raised his weapon and said, "Are you here to fight me?" Very well. Afado had already promised Cairo to engage in a proper bout with the young dragons. Feeling a twinge of sympathy for the weary hunt leader, whose dark circles remained even in his ethereal form, seeing Afado assume a battle stance, Maislodar's body began to shimmer with crackling arcs of electricity. Then, under the scrutiny of both warriors and young dragons, Maislodar stood tall, the arcs coalescing between his claws into a long sword. "Oh, you wish to mimic a knight and engage me? How intriguing," Afado remarked, his interest piqued. He was genuinely curious to see how a dragon's physical prowess would fare against the style of a human knight. Although Maislodar's current stance was merely an imitation of a knight, it promised to reveal a glimpse of something extraordinary. In the midst of observing the battle, the young dragons experienced an epiphany, exclaiming, "Indeed, humans can don armor. Why can we not do the same?" One of them pondered, "How did I not think of this before? But what of my 4 limbs and wings?" In stark contrast to the young dragon's revelation, the human warriors wore expressions of deep concern. They were not apprehensive about the possibility of the evil dragons mastering human techniques and becoming more formidable foes. Such a notion was unwarranted, for only what suits one best is truly beneficial. Blind imitation would yield adverse results. Their trepidation stemmed from witnessing the dragon armor adorning Maislodar, fearing that other wicked dragons might also don such equipment. The dragon scales were already notoriously tough. What hope would there be if they were further reinforced by armor? Could their stats possibly stack to such an extent? A layer of armor that thick would render humans utterly helpless against them. Truly a monstrous predicament. However, these concerns were matters for another day. The immediate priority was to observe the clash between Maislodar and Afado. Meanwhile, over at Hollyflosse, the dragon turned to the nearby Vinicahana and inquired, "Was I perhaps too harsh on Maislodar earlier?" Vinicahana, with her tail entwined around Hollyflosse's, replied thoughtfully, "Did you?" "Yet. I sensed that Maislodar took it in stride." Hollyflosse nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, at that age, young dragons are naturally exuberant and playful. It is only normal for him to feel bored." After uttering this, Hollyflosse cast a bemused glance at Vinicahana's claws as they roamed over his form. He then remarked, "Are you intent on melting into me for satisfaction?" Vinicahana chuckled softly, leaning closer to Hollyflosse's ear. "Of course, but alas, I cannot truly melt." Suddenly, Hollyflosse pushed Vinicahana away, exclaiming, "That won't do. I must seek out Maislodar." Vinicahana straightened up and asked, "What is it? Do you feel guilty?" Hollyflosse shook his head, his brow furrowed. "No. I have an unsettling premonition." Just as Hollyflosse finished speaking, a massive bolt of golden lightning, several meters wide, struck the outskirts of Dragon City with a resounding roar. The brilliance of the lightning dimmed the bright sky, and the tumultuous sound startled birds from the heavens, causing them to plummet to the ground. "Maislodar!" Hollyflosse exclaimed, unfurling his wings and soaring toward the site of the lightning strike. Meanwhile, Maislodar, who had unleashed the bolt, felt his entire body shudder. Afado, enveloped in wisps of smoke, slowly rose from the ground, the terrain beneath him marred by the impact of the earlier lightning strike, leaving a considerable crater in its wake. Chapter 80. The arrival of the mighty spirits. The valiant group of warriors present at the scene, upon witnessing the unfolding spectacle, felt not a twinge of fear. Rather, they were consumed by exhilaration. Excited murmurs echoed among them, with some brave souls exclaiming, To witness such a clash of titans is truly exhilarating. Yet, before the battle of these formidable beings could reach its climax, the progenitor of the dragon kin made his entrance. A thunderous roar, imbued with fury, reverberated from the horizon. Maislodar. In that instant, Maislodar comprehended the reason behind his earlier tremor following the release of his lightning strike. It was his innate dragon instinct warning him. Swiftly, he flapped his wings, transforming into a golden streak of light that vanished from sight. However, before his departure, he hastily conveyed to a fader, "Hey, don't let my father know I was here." Although this plea bore the scent of denial, for within an 800-mile radius, who other than Maislodar could unleash such a tempest of lightning? Nevertheless, as the saying goes, to catch a thief, one must catch him in the act. As long as Maislodar was not apprehended on the scene, all misdeeds could not be attributed to him. In the very moment Maislodar transformed into a flash of lightning and fled, Hollyflosse appeared, enveloped in dragon fire. "Where's the dragon?" Maislodar circled above, yet found no trace of him. Meanwhile, a fader stood grounded, pointing towards the direction in which Maislodar had vanished. Upon observing the indicated path, Hollyflosse unfurled his wings, unleashing a torrent of dragon fire as he soared forth. While Hollyflosse dealt with Maislodar, what of Kiro? Kiro had finally completed his ascension to an ethereal rider and was now on his way back to the Dragon Kingdom. Accompanying him were 3 dragon knights from the Lost Kingdom's military. According to the nature of young dragons, periodic returns to socialize with their companions were essential, akin to sparrows gathering for their chattering sessions. One of the knights turned to Kiro, inquiring, "Sir Kiro, is there truly no way to achieve the synergy of Prince Regan?" The reference to Prince Regan alluded to the seamless partnership between Regan and Bernarder. In the eyes of these 3 knights, Prince Regan epitomized what it meant to be a dragon knight, whereas they felt akin to mere adornments upon their dragons. Kiro could only respond with a resigned expression. "It is impossible. Prince Regan is a rarity, while dragon knights are commonplace." This inquiry was one he had addressed countless times, yet inevitably, one of these knights would approach him again after a spell, seeking the same answer. It is not that they suffer from dementia, rather, they are utterly unable to accept the truth about the dragon knights, especially under the glaring contrast presented by figures like Regan and Bernardo. They might have endured the darkness, provided they had never glimpsed the light. Conversely, the young dragons might dismiss Regan as a true dragon knight. Alas, after receiving the same answer once again, this dragon knight of the kingdom let out a heavy sigh. Observing the despondency of the 3 beside him, Kira felt compelled to shift the conversation. She addressed the 3 dragon knights, saying, "I have heard that Corlin is inviting Lost to join in the assault on the realm of the elves. Surely you will partake?" Upon the mention of this topic, their expressions lightened slightly. The dragon knight on the left replied, "Indeed, we shall enter as auxiliary forces alongside His Highness Regan." The one on the right added, "The main force will naturally be from Corlin." Kira shook her head, reflecting on the events of her wedding. "Ah, I truly wonder what the elves are thinking." The knight in the center shrugged and remarked, "Who knows? Perhaps they have gone mad studying magic day in and day out." Meanwhile, as Kira discussed the war between Corlin and the elves, His Majesty Il was preparing his kingdom's army once more, ready to advance toward the elven territories in the west. However, as he stood atop the platform, gazing at the fully assembled army, a perplexity arose within him. Had he, perhaps, called upon the army too frequently during this period? Counting this instance, he had mobilized the troops 3 times within the span of just 1 year, which could be deemed as a reckless display of military might. For extraordinary forces are not only meant for combat, they also bear the responsibilities of production in peacetime. The more frequently the army is summoned, the fewer extraordinary individuals remain available for productive tasks. Yet whose fault is all this? Oh, it is the fault of the wicked dragon. Il gently shook his head, extinguishing these errant thoughts, and lifted his gaze toward the west. Okamoto was said to be leading the charge against the elves, tasked with clearing some high-difficulty targets. Okamoto had stipulated that on the 8th day following his departure, Il's army would set forth once more. Il was uncertain how Okamoto had calculated this timeline with such conviction. However, given that Okamoto could conjure fireballs rivaling the sun, it was likely that no errors would arise. As for why Okamoto, a noble of Loss, was able to assist Corlin in battle, with Loss seemingly indifferent to the matter, the explanation is simple. At times, a great noble acts as a small king, even if Okamoto is merely an ordinary high noble. Devon could not speak against Colin's actions before Okamoto, for Okamoto had not harmed the interests of the Lost royal family. At that moment, Lilia approached her father from behind, a hint of concern in her voice as she asked, "Father, must we embark on another campaign?" Il turned to glance at Lilia, sighed, and replied, "There is no other choice, Lilia. At times, a king finds himself compelled to act against his will. The incursion of the elves has grievously wounded the lost royal family, and as the ones who summoned the elves, the Colin royal family must bear the consequences." Il looked at his daughter, offering comfort, "But there is no need for worry. This time we have the assistance of Sir Akamoto." Lilia nodded, responding, "I understand, yet the situation within the royal city has become rather precarious. Colin's capital is currently undergoing reconstruction following a disaster, which has depleted some of the royal family's resources. Had these resources been in normal times, they would have been inconsequential. But unfortunately, the Colin army undertook another campaign shortly thereafter. This was the ill-fated attempt to assault the outskirts of Lost City in pursuit of a dragon. Conducted without informing the lost royal family. The losses were severe. Fortunately, the magnitude of the losses prevented Lost from pursuing Colin's transgressions too vigorously, especially since Il himself had been rendered unconscious by the dragon, making it rather awkward for Lost to cast blame. Moreover, the Colin army had not truly impacted Lost. A mere compensation sufficed to settle matters. Subsequently, another campaign was launched against the Dragon Realm. Although it was fraught with complications, a victory was ultimately achieved, yielding 2 crates of dragon materials, a small but welcome reprieve. However, this third expedition against the elves has truly strained Colin's resources. Should normal production not be restored soon, serious troubles may arise. Il paused for a moment before responding, "It is all right. As long as we return victorious this time, all will be well." What more could Lilia say, but I hope so. Il then gazed towards the west, adding, "And I also hope that Sir Akamoto finds success in the west." How successful Akamoto truly was in the west remained uncertain. Ordinary elves had little means to withstand such an ancient being as Akamoto. Yet, the elves held in their possession the 2 most crucial pages from the origin tome related to their kind. These pages provided the elves with the confidence and power to confront Akamoto. As Akamoto surveyed the golden-haired elven woman before him, he spoke with a tone of disdain, merely relying on the illusory power of external forces. In Elvish, "No matter who you are, your journey ends here." The elven woman furrowed her brow, gripping her longbow tightly as she regarded Akamoto. Hearing her words, Akamoto could not help but laugh. I shall see what a bloodline so diminished can employ to thwart me." This time, the response from the female elf to Akamoto was not verbal. Instead, it manifested as 5 magical arrows shot simultaneously from different directions. How audacious of this mere insect to challenge him. Akamoto sneered contemptuously. His gaze fixed upon the page of the origin book adhered to the elf's back. As a being from the upper world, Akamoto found it as effortless to vanquish creatures from the lower realm as if it were mere play. Just as humans could forcibly attain an invulnerable state through the essence of ether, elves, too, had methods to elevate their prowess to confront beings from the upper world. However, Akamoto's intentions were not solely to eliminate the resistance from the elves on behalf of Colin. He sought to harness the elves' power to expedite the growth of Il, driven by some peculiar reasons. Despite being a denizen of the upper world, Akamoto could not dictate the fate of the entire realm or humanity. Only those who remained in the lower world, be they humans or other races, could steer the course of their fate. Thus, his role was merely to assist Il. The true victors must be Il and his kingdom's forces. Akamoto stood his ground, not even moving an inch. While the 5 magical arrows came to a halt less than an inch from him, the golden-haired elf was momentarily stunned. How is this possible? In her understanding, she had secured the most crucial page and had already imbued it within herself. Therefore, her incomplete elven bloodline should have been restored, freeing her from the constraints of mortality and rendering her invincible against any foe. Even beings from the upper world should pose no threat to a full-blooded elf. Akamoto's form vanished from sight, yet his voice resonated beside the elf. Indeed, how could this be? A fully restored bloodline encountering such a predicament? The golden-haired elf spun around abruptly, aiming to strike Akamoto with her longbow, only to be thwarted by his staff. With one hand raised, Akamoto wielded his staff as if confronting a mere child from the neighboring house. He spoke slowly. "Yet, who am I to show mercy? Let me grant you clarity before your demise." The golden-haired elf fell silent, attempting a backflip to deliver a decisive kick to Akamoto's chin. However, this endeavor not only failed but resulted in her being sent flying by a surge of magic before she could even land. Akamoto's figure appeared behind her before she reached the ground. An incomplete bloodline, no matter how it is mended, remains fundamentally flawed, he declared, before swinging his staff once more, sending the elf soaring vertically into the air. "Certainly, I too am incomplete. All that is whole belongs to the ether." Akamoto and the sprite remained in relative stillness. his tone measured and unhurried. The sprite's pupils widened significantly as they fixated on Okamoto before her mind grasped the situation, contemplating a counteraction against him. However, as she made the slightest movement, Okamoto struck her chest with his staff, sending her plummeting fiercely to the ground. The sprite's slender form collided with the earth, fracturing the once pristine surface into a web of cracks that spread across dozens of meters. The immense recoil from the impact propelled her body upward once more. Regardless, I am much closer to completeness than your fractured lineage, Okamoto remarked as he observed the sprite, barely clinging to life, and gently pressed his staff against her forehead. Yet, he did not proceed further, for he noticed an energy arrow had unexpectedly lodged itself in the back of his head. Do not underestimate me, you human, the fallen sprite retorted with a grin. The moment the energy arrow made contact with Okamoto's skull, it erupted into a violent explosion, engulfing a radius of 10 meters around him, including the sprite lying on the ground. Yet, akin to the effects of most formidable magical spells, this brilliant explosion inflicted harm upon foes while healing allies. Before the radiant light of the explosion dissipated, the gravely injured sprite had already returned to her previous state, leaping out from within the luminous sphere. Chapter 81. Okamoto, in this world above, even a lowly cannot be counted among you. As the brilliance of the explosion faded, Okamoto stood unscathed, though his robe was somewhat tattered. He clicked his tongue, rubbing the spot on his head where he had been struck. Well, I was careless and did not evade, he mused. The golden-haired sprite, witnessing Okamoto's intact form, grew increasingly serious. Observing the shift in her expression, Okamoto teased, "What? Do you truly believe that wielding the origin book grants you the freedom to act as you please?" He stepped forward, locking eyes with her, and continued, "I must say, you elves in the world above do not even qualify as lowless." The golden-haired sprite raised her longbow, drawing an arrow and aiming it at Okamoto before inquiring, "Who are you truly?" Okamoto smiled, as if reminiscing about his past. After a brief moment of reflection, he replied, "Me? You may call me Okamoto, of course. I possess an even more ancient name." Suddenly, his demeanor shifted, his gaze turning frigid as he addressed the sprite in a different tongue. "The supreme deity of humanity, guiding light of the heavens." Okamoto forcefully thrust his staff into the ground, instantly unleashing a colossal magical array that enveloped the entire battlefield. The golden-haired elf comprehended parts of the Daisai language. Yet, her understanding only deepened the grimness of her expression, her teeth clenched in ire. Okamoto's voice resonated. "Daisai, if fate compels the races to remain divided, then only humanity shall endure." Elf, absolutely impossible. Before the echoes of his proclamation faded, a blade of light materialized around Okamoto, severing every possible avenue for retreat. Raising his empty left hand, a translucent blue-violet barrier swiftly emerged, repelling the onslaught of sword light. After fending off this sudden assault, Okamoto turned his gaze to another elf who had entered the fray. This elf was male, possessing a strikingly handsome visage, a slender physique, and silvery white hair. The silver-haired elf wielded an unconventional pair of swords. In his right hand, he held an unremarkable silver sword, elongated yet somewhat dull in luster. In his left hand, he grasped a longer crystalline sword, its blade a mesmerizing azure hue, seemingly lacking in sharpness. Okamoto cast a glance at the two elves, one golden-haired, the other silver-haired, and scoffed. "To have come this far with the Book of Origins, I dare say your ancestors would wholeheartedly endorse my intent to eradicate you." The silver-haired elf pointed his sword at Okamoto and retorted, "Elf, silence. Our lineage is not for an outsider like you to judge." Okamoto merely chuckled coldly, the luminescent patterns of the magical array intensifying around him. Standing at the center of the array, a stream of blue and white light emanated from his being, cascading down to the ground. Let us witness how the blood of the elves, re-emerging after a lapse of 100,000 years, measures up. The silver-haired and golden-haired elves exchanged a glance, nodding subtly to one another. The silver-haired elf transformed into a wraith, vanishing from sight and reappearing above Okamoto. Meanwhile, the golden-haired elf unleashed a volley of arrows at Okamoto. These arrows curved through the air, slicing the atmosphere at various angles toward him. "Elf, divine radiance." The silver-haired elf twisted his body, twin swords shrieking as they sliced through the air toward Okamoto's neck. Before the blades could strike, the sword energy emanating from them morphed into two sharp arcs. These arcs collided with Okamoto, only to be thwarted by the glowing runes on his mage robes. "Elf, splendor." The arrows fired by the golden-haired elf halted around Okamoto, as though embedded in the very air itself. Subsequently, The arrows manifested a faint, ethereal glow of magical energy amongst themselves. In almost an instant, this luminescence transformed into tangible, lethal beams of magical energy that obliterated everything in their path. These beams traversed Okamoto's entire being from various angles. However, ultimately, they failed to penetrate Okamoto's defenses. Yet, as the beams dissipated, the elusive magical runes on the robe of the mage Okamoto flickered a few times before completely dimming. Okamoto's gaze sparkled momentarily as he remarked, "Quite intriguing, but you shall never reach their heights. Elvish, cease your arrogance, human." The silver-haired elf wielded twin blades and forcefully struck towards Okamoto once more. Okamoto raised his staff to block the elf's twin swords, and with a powerful thrust of his right hand, he sent the elf flying. The silver-haired elf regained his balance mid-air and, performing a graceful backflip, landed firmly on the ground. However, before he could fully stabilize himself, an overwhelming sense of peril enveloped his heart. Without the slightest hesitation, the silver-haired elf propelled himself skyward. In the very next moment, a descending beam of white light enveloped the spot where he had just stood. As the beam dissipated, the turf it had covered was entirely erased, revealing the grayish-white ground beneath. The silver-haired elf deftly evaded the attacks raining down from above. Okamoto's offensive rhythm was impeccably timed, seemingly designed to force his opponent into a corner. Each time the silver-haired elf landed, still unable to make a move, the beam would descend again. To avoid being struck, the elf had no choice but to evade once more. Just as the beam pursued the silver-haired elf, Okamoto approached the golden-haired elf. He regarded her and inquired, "What are you waiting for? Do you believe I am unworthy of your purified bloodline?" Yet, Okamoto did not require her response. As he posed this question, his left hand rose, claw-like, aimed at the golden-haired elf's head, with magical energy converging at his fingertips. The golden-haired elf attempted to evade or retaliate, but Okamoto's staff pressed down upon her shoulder, like a mountain weighing heavily upon her. Merely maintaining her stance required all her strength, let alone countering or dodging. As the brilliance of Okamoto's left hand intensified, the silver-haired elf appeared behind him. Elvish, ethereal slash. Ignoring the white light descending from above, the silver-haired elf swung his twin swords at Okamoto. Okamoto deftly turned his right hand, lifting the staff from the golden-haired elf's shoulder, twirling it gracefully in the air before it lightly settled at the forefront of the silver-haired elf's swords. The clash of the dual swords and the staff resonated with a crisp sound akin to the meeting of metal and stone. At that moment, Okamoto's left hand had gathered its magical energy to completion. Under the horrified gaze of the golden-haired elf, a beam of pure white light, as wide as a bowl, erupted instantaneously. The hum of the beam sliced through the air, producing an eerie sound that made the golden-haired elf acutely aware of the intense heat radiating from her face, causing her to swallow hard. In that critical moment, as Okamoto lifted his staff, she attempted to flee. Yet, her body, weighed down by immense pressure, could not respond swiftly. She could only tilt her head away before the beam was released, praying that the attack's reach would not be extensive. Perhaps her prayers were answered, for the beam narrowly grazed the tips of her hair and the side of her ear without making contact with her flesh. However, the silver-haired elf behind Okamoto was not so fortunate. The descending white light from the dome enveloped and pierced through his body. The silver-haired elf, overwhelmed by excruciating pain, opened his mouth to scream but was rendered mute. Humph. Okamoto snorted coldly, swinging his staff forcefully to strike the silver-haired elf in the chest, sending him hurtling backward. The silver-haired elf was flung like a rag doll, arching his body until he finally came to a stop upon colliding with a rocky wall. Elf language, Alpher. The golden-haired elf's figure flickered and vanished from Okamoto's front. When she reappeared, she was half kneeling beside the silver-haired elf, reaching out a hand in an attempt to assist him. Elf language, Guh, cough, cough, Alpher, I. The silver-haired elf, identified as Alpher, struggled to prop himself up. He wished to comfort his companion, but found himself unable to utter a word. Alpher, exclaimed the golden-haired elf, her gaze fixed on his body. As black and white snowflake patterns began to manifest on his skin, his blood gradually transforming into the same peculiar appearance. Alpher's complexion grew grim. He attempted to rise, but ultimately collapsed into the embrace of his companion. Okamoto observed the two elves, leisurely approaching them as if deliberately granting them time. The golden-haired elf placed her hand on Alpher's chest, saying, Elf language, Alpher, I am here to help you. Elf language, no, it's not time yet. Alpher shook his head, gently grasping her hand. He cast a glance at the slowly advancing Okamoto and continued, Elf language, he desires it this way. Okamoto, of course, had overheard the exchange between the two elves. He smiled at the incapacitated Alpha, remarking, "Ah, you've seen through it, but what can you do?" Okamoto hailed from the kingdom of Desagor, possessing profound knowledge about elves. He was aware that the limits of the elves extended far beyond their current state. Alpha and Mio still had hidden cards to play. Pureblood elves are capable of perceiving the ether, just as humans possess their own etheric states. After all things in this world are composed of ether, birthed from the creation of the ether dragon. However, the etheric state of pureblood elves differs from that of humans. While humans experience a significant enhancement of their abilities that ultimately culminates in a complete collapse into pure ether, pureblood elves inherently exist in an etheric state, exhibiting a greater resilience to it than humans. They can maintain a form that lies between ether and matter. Although Alpha and Mio's lineage is not absolutely pure, this intermediary state still poses a lethal threat to IL. Without overload, death is imminent. With overload, there remains a faint glimmer of hope. Okamoto spoke slowly. Alpha cast a resentful gaze at Okamoto, who stood before him. The black and white snowflake-like spots on his body had begun to spread. It felt akin to the numbness experienced after squatting for too long. In the areas covered by these spots, Alpha could no longer sense anything. When the snowflake spots ultimately enveloped his entire being, even the pages of the origin book on his back would be unable to sustain his life. Elven tongue. Alpha Mio looked down at the rapidly spreading black and white snowflake spots on Alpha's body. Alpha closed his eyes, and their bodies began to gradually turn transparent, radiating light outward. Thus, everything was proceeding according to plan. Okamoto observed the two elves entering an overload state and nodded gently. Following a blinding flash of white light, the two mutually supporting elves vanished from their place. Before Okamoto appeared a spirit-like elf, indistinguishable in gender, exuding a radiant white glow and possessing a translucent body. Or rather, an overloaded elf. The united forms of Alpha and Mio spoke slowly. Elven tongue. Regardless of the circumstances, we shall continue to forge ahead. A male and female voice simultaneously issued from the mouth of this spirit. Elven tongue. The end is also a beginning. Okamoto. You shall ultimately pay the price for your arrogance. Okamoto's expression grew serious. Des tongue. The end is also a beginning. Only humans will continue forward. The spirit elf stepped forward, slowly raising its hand. Elven tongue. This is the flame that once brought ruin to the divine. Then, that translucent palm gently grasped, and a surge of white flames suddenly enveloped Okamoto. These flames, as if tangible, ensnared him, binding his body. Within the inferno, Okamoto seemed devoid of sensation. He allowed the flames surrounding him to incessantly scorch his body, reciting ancient incantations. Des tongue. The stars in the sky shall also fall. The surrounding magical array suddenly illuminated, and the sky above became adorned with countless points of light resembling stars. Subsequently, these luminescent orbs began to descend towards the ground, leaving behind an indelible trace of magical energy along their trajectory. Ethereal sky sword, Okamoto proclaimed. In the wake of his command, the previously leisurely falling lights plummeted to the earth in an instant. Countless tiny traces of magical energy fragmented the space around the scene, extinguishing the flames enveloping Okamoto and severing the corporeal form of the spirit entity. Chapter 82. Everything proceeding as planned. Sir Kiro returned to his loyal dragon clan. Upon Kiro's arrival, Maislodar immediately tackled him to the ground, enthusiastically nuzzling him. "Wow, Kiro, you're finally back," Maislodar exclaimed while affectionately rubbing against Kiro. Kiro, pinned in place, attempted to push Maislodar away while saying, "Stop, I said stop." Maislodar playfully tossed Kiro into the air and caught him securely on his back. He turned his head to Kiro, perched atop him, and said, "I was so bored without you." Kiro's lips twitched as he replied, "I slept splendidly without you." This was indeed the truth. Far from the Dragon Clan in the city of Rosette, Kiro had enjoyed a long-awaited respite. Now that he had returned, Kiro figured he would need to seek out Lilia for a special concoction to aid his slumber. In fact, many dragon riders resorted to this practice when they found themselves utterly incapable of controlling their dragons, and when the youthful dragons possessed an energy so abundant it was astonishing. They would turn to Lilia, requesting her to brew 2 potions, one for quick sleep and enhanced sleep quality, and another to forcibly suppress the need for slumber. Riding on Maislodar's back, Kiro surveyed his surroundings and then inquired, "By the way, Maislodar, where is your father?" Not seeing Hollyflosse nearby, Kiro thought it peculiar that such a large dragon would be hard to spot. "Oh, that? Hollyflosse came to see him," Maislodar replied, flicking his tail. Kiro nodded, asking, "Hollyflosse is the first-generation ancient dragon?" He vaguely recalled hearing the young dragons discuss internal matters of their kin, but since it was not his own race, he couldn't remember the details well, only a general sense. However, Hiro distinctly remembered that within the dragon race, there was no tradition of honoring the elders, but rather a fondness for the young. Maislodar nodded in affirmation, saying, "Yes, the first ancient one." He then added, "What do we care about them? Come on, let us go play." Hiro, somewhat exasperated, questioned Maislodar, "Can't you entertain yourself?" Hiro had long wished to pose this question. "Can you amuse yourself for a while, Maislodar?" Maislodar rolled his eyes at Kira and replied, "What? Have you suddenly found the dragon unimportant?" He recalled how, when Kira first became a dragon rider, she was eager to take him everywhere. "So, has time dulled your affections?" Kira, caught off guard by his insight, quickly clarified, "That's not it. I'm merely curious." Fortunately, Maislodar, disinterested in probing further, responded, "Because it is entertaining, much like when you first became a dragon rider and wanted to flaunt me daily. We dragons are equally inclined to remain close to our riders." Kira grasped the sentiment. It was merely the novelty that had yet to fade. She inquired, "How long does this novelty last?" Maislodar flicked his tail, uncertain, and speculated, "I don't know, perhaps 1,000 years? Such is the nature of immortals. Longevity breeds indulgence." Meanwhile, outside the dragon realm, Hollyflosse, Klonglarful, and Golufril were engaged in conversation. Klonglarful soared in the air, aligning himself with the level-headed Golufril, and asked, "So, what brings you here?" Hollyflosse immediately began to complain, "Old one, can't you stand to see us idle?" He was convinced that Golufril's visit to the dragon realm bore ill tidings, for it was unlikely he had come merely to drop by. Maislodar, flicking his tail, interjected, "You can only blame yourselves for your insatiable curiosity." Upon hearing this, both Hollyflosse and Klonglarful fell silent. Indeed, had Hollyflosse not meddled in Klonglarful's affairs, Golufril would have never troubled an uninformed dragon with matters concerning their kind. Alas, this world lacks the luxury of what-ifs. Golufril observed the sudden quietude of the two dragons and continued, "In truth, I am rather grateful for the curious souls that emerge annually. Without you, the 5 of us would be utterly overwhelmed. Why do elements like the Book of Origins, which delve into the essence of the world and the truths of dragons, continue to exist? It is simply because, initially, only the 5 ancient dragons were occupied with myriad tasks, unable to manage all. Even the omniscient Jehovah, wary of humanity, instructed angels to dismantle the Tower of Babel. Oh, how mischievous Jehovah can be. The 5 ancient dragons, unlike Jehovah, are prone to errors amidst their busyness." Hollyflosse promptly interrupted Golufril's musings, asking, all right, so what is the matter this time?" Golufril cleared his throat and, with an air of mystery, proclaimed, "As it stands, everything is unfolding according to plan." The curious Aokular immediately interjected, "What plan?" "No, Aokular, don't," Hollyflosse shouted, attempting to deter Aokular, but it was too late. With a self-satisfied chuckle, Golufril replied, I was anticipating your inquiry." Hollyflosse shot a glare at Aokular, realizing that had Aokular remained silent, Golufril might have divulged less, thus allowing Hollyflosse to be privy to fewer details. The less one knows, the fewer responsibilities one bears. Aokular, suddenly aware of his folly, hastily asked, "Is it too late for me to retract my question?" Golufril surveyed the 2 dragons before him and declared, "No, it is too late." Without regard for their reluctance, he began to elaborate on the so-called plan. On the eve of the demise of the Dasigu kingdom, precisely when the Book of Origins had just been concluded, the bloodline of the elves had been irrevocably severed, and the flaws of the Dasigu kingdom were gradually becoming apparent. Thus, in the twilight of the Dasigu kingdom, we devised a plan alongside other races, a plan to resurrect the glory of Dasigu. After this pronouncement, Golufril paused, then turned to Hollyflosse and Aokular, inquiring now, "Do you have any questions?" Neither Hollyflosse nor Aokular uttered a word, remaining silent as they stared intently at Golufril, as if believing that their silence would compel him to reveal less, hence sparing them from further exertion. Golufril chuckled, saying, "Even if you do not ask, I shall speak." Unable to contain himself, Hollyflosse retorted, "Then why bother asking us?" Golufril lifted his chin slightly, responding, "This is merely a part of the play. You lack an appreciation for the nuances." Hollyflosse was at a loss for words, exclaiming, "Who wishes to engage in such frivolities with you, you antiquated being?" Golufril shook his head and continued with the narrative of the plan. In the end, the goblins, elves, humans, dwarves, and we devised a scheme potent enough to restore the glory of Dasigu. Regrettably, both humans and elves have lost all sense of their original intentions. The essence of that plan was to bring Dasigu back to life, uniting all species once more. Yet, evidently, after 100,000 years. Ignorance and selfishness have once again clouded the vision of these races. They have distorted the plan beyond recognition, fixated solely on the survival of their own kind. Naturally, since they have altered it so, we too have adapted. At this juncture, Hollyflosse could not help but interject. Only the voice of Hollyflosse echoed as he mockingly addressed Hollyflosse. I had presumed that you ancient beings would possess a greater sense of nobility. However, Hollyflosse displayed no discernible reaction to this sarcasm. With a sigh, he slowly articulated. Nobility requires the collective effort of all. It is they who have betrayed their own essence. He then flicked his tail and added, of course. In comparison to those other species, we maintain a certain moral baseline. Hollyflosse and Hollyflosse remained silent, tilting their heads as they regarded Hollyflosse. Where lies this moral baseline? Are you not, like the other species, guilty of altering the original plan and betraying your vows? Is it not true that a betrayal is not entirely devoid of treachery? Observing the expressions of the two before him, Hollyflosse discerned their thoughts. He chuckled softly and continued. They yearn for their species to regain its former glory, while the fate of the others is of no concern to them. Our plan, however, is to maintain the status quo among all species, since we cannot progress together. Let us all decay together. This is surely preferable to a singular dominance. Hollyflosse grasped the implication. In contrast to the other species striving for supremacy, these 5 ancient dragons were indeed more benevolent. For at least, the original dragons had no intention of exterminating any species. After this revelation, Hollyflosse questioned Hollyflosse, so, what does this mean for us? If the original dragon's plan is to preserve the status quo, then is this not the current state of affairs? Is there truly anything that necessitates my involvement? Hollyflosse nodded and replied to Hollyflosse, certainly there is, for Okamoto has seized an opportunity, rendering the ascendance of humanity inevitable. Hollyflosse inquired, and so? What connection does Okamoto's discovery of a chance to elevate humanity have with me, Hollyflosse? What relevance does it hold for the dragon lineage? Hollyflosse completed his thought. Thus, I must venture to the Dees region, where unforeseen events may transpire. He then turned to Hollyflosse and stated, during my absence, you two shall be responsible for addressing any anomalies that arise in the Dees region. Hearing this, Hollyflosse incredulously pointed at himself with his claw, exclaiming, us? What merit do Hollyflosse and Hollyflosse possess to confront the entities emerging from the Dees region? In a rare moment of reassurance, Hollyflosse offered, do not worry. For most of those entities will gravitate towards me. You shall contend only with the disoriented. Yet even with this reassurance, the countenance of Hollyflosse and Hollyflosse remained grim. Their past experiences in the Dees region had taught them well. There were indeed certain entities one ought not to provoke. However, in the end, Hollyflosse agreed. How long must I endure this? There was no choice. After all, this was an internal matter of the dragon clan. Since Hollyflosse had located both of them, it indicated that they were indeed the most suitable dragons for this task. To refuse again would be impolite. Upon hearing Hollyflosse's consent, Hollyflosse's tone brightened. Half a month. I shall be swift. He then winked at Hollyflosse and Hollyflosse, saying, so, do you wish to know what I will be doing inside? Hollyflosse and Hollyflosse replied in unison. Not at all. Disappointed by the rejection, Hollyflosse could only suppress his words with a glum expression. Ah, there is one more thing. This is for you. After discussing the main matter, Hollyflosse tossed a small tome of magic to Hollyflosse. This book appeared to be penned by humans and was somewhat diminutive for Hollyflosse. He accepted the book but did not open it immediately. Instead, he inquired of Hollyflosse, what is this? Hollyflosse replied, it contains some spells and architecture from humans. Your dragon kingdom might find it useful. Since Hollyflosse and Hollyflosse had played a role, whether willingly or not, in assisting the first generation of ancient dragons, Hollyflosse naturally felt compelled to present some small gifts to Hollyflosse. In the absence of a market or currency system within the dragon clan, there was little else he could offer as compensation. Oh, then I shall not be polite, Hollyflosse remarked, pleased to receive such a treasure, and stowed the book away. Hollyflosse regarded the dragon kingdom much like a human regards their ecological aquarium. Thus, the prospect of introducing unique landscapes into the aquarium was certainly welcome. Chapter 83, Hollyflosse. Kira collapsed onto his bed, resting his head on Adon's lap, relishing the caress of his wife. With closed eyes, Kira lamented, oh, Adon, what shall I do? Although Adon understood Kira's inclinations, he smiled and asked, what troubles you now? Kira sprang upright, exclaiming, being a dragon knight is so exhausting. Adon stroked his chin, uncertainly responding, isn't it easier than working? The extraordinary must also toil and engage in productive activities. After all, the meager strength of mortals, even to the point of exhaustion, pales in comparison to the labor accomplished by knights and mages in a single day. As a dragon knight, one could forego the burdens of labor and focus solely on their knightly duties. Why? Because everything related to dragons possesses significant alchemical value. Raising dragons yields materials such as dragon scales and teeth, and delivering these resources to alchemists is tantamount to acquiring everything. To become a dragon knight is akin to simultaneously possessing a mine, a fertile field, or some other valuable entity. The distinction lies solely in the fact that the minerals from the mine are extracted directly, whereas dragon scales must undergo a process of alchemy to transform into their respective forms. Upon hearing this, Kira pondered for a moment. Is being a dragon knight truly less arduous than engaging in productive labor or executing tasks? Kira, having previously toiled under the command of Archimoto, understood the essence of hard work. After a few seconds of contemplation, Kira shook her head and remarked, "No, it is not the same. They are two distinct experiences." Facing Adon's puzzled gaze, Kira elaborated, "The fatigue from labor is physical. At least you know when the day ends and the work is complete. The exhaustion of a dragon knight is psychological, and one can never ascertain when it will cease. Dragons live longer than humans, no matter how exhausting the labor. Once the day is done, rest is warranted, and the Lord still pays wages and provides equipment. But what of being a dragon knight? Can the energy of a young dragon be fully spent in a single day? Likely not." Adon nodded in agreement, acknowledging Kira's insights. Just as Kira and Adon were engaged in conversation, the voice of Maislodar echoed from outside. "Kira, where are you?" Kira glanced at Adon and collapsed onto the bed, covering her head with a pillow, an act of evasion from reality. Simultaneously, she mumbled indistinctly, "Just consider me dead." Adon sat on the edge of the bed, observing her husband's antics, and stifled a chuckle. At that moment, Maislodar's dragon head poked through the window. Spotting Kira feigning death on the bed, he exclaimed, "Ah, Kira, there you are?" Kira continued her charade in silence. Maislodar then entered the room, biting Kira's calf to drag her from the bed while insisting, "Hurry up. Someone is about to pull the sword from the stone today." Kira lifted her head to look at Maislodar and inquired, "What does his pulling the sword from the stone have to do with me?" Maislodar tilted his head and retorted, "Aren't you the lord of the dragon clan? Surely, this is something you should oversee." Kira remained perplexed. "What sort of logic is this? Is not the sword in the stone your property, Maislodar?" Maislodar lifted Kira onto his back, stating, "Let me rephrase. The sword in the stone is mine, and Kira is also my dragon knight." Resigned, Kira could only sit on Maislodar's back and lament, "Ah, what a bandit's logic." As Kira and Maislodar observed the heroes queuing to draw the sword from the stone, Hollyflosse accompanied Hollyflosse back to the Dees area, while Hollyflosse did not follow. Hollyflosse mentioned that he had just been resurrected and felt as fragile as a fledgling chick, easily susceptible to being crushed underfoot. Arriving here only adds to the chaos. It would be better to remain within Longbang. Goraralful gently descended upon the ashen ground and addressed Hollyflosse. "Repeat the arrangement. I shall enter, and you shall stand guard here." Hollyflosse completed the latter part of the statement, affirming, "Understood. Regardless of what transpires, I shall not depart until your return." Goraralful cast a glance at Hollyflosse before once more unfurling his dragon wings and soaring into the depths of the Dees region. After watching Goraralful vanish into the distance, Hollyflosse began to survey his surroundings. Despite having lived for several millennia, Hollyflosse had never truly observed the world beneath him, particularly the landscapes of the Dees region. During his youthful years as a dragon, when he was more playful, Hollyflosse had often clung to Archimoto, showing little interest in the desolate gray expanse of the Dees region. As he matured, he engaged with other dragons, spending most of his time in the company of one or two companions, thus neglecting the allure of the Dees region. It could be said that this moment marked Hollyflosse's first opportunity to truly contemplate this ancient land, older than the dragonkind itself. The terrain of the Dees region was characterized by a lifeless grayish-white, sharply delineated from the surrounding areas, as if a primordial force had drawn an invisible line to demarcate the distinct zones. Standing at the boundary between the Dees region and the vibrant world beyond, one could more clearly perceive this division. Just a short distance to the north lay lush green meadows and fertile soil, teeming with vitality, while a step southward revealed the desolate grayish-white earth, devoid of life, consisting solely of gravel and stones. As Goraralful soared southward, the grayish terrain swiftly receded from his view. The further he ventured south, the more rugged the ground became, with peculiar, uniformly shaped ring-like hills emerging upon the landscape. Hovering high above, Goraralful beheld the profound stillness below, murmuring to himself, "Ah, Even after 100 millennia, the ether has yet to re-emerge here. The world originated from the ether dragon, and the vitality of existence relies entirely upon the ether birth from the demise of the ether dragon. Different species perceive ether in varied manners. Humans of old regarded ether as the essence of magical energy, the primal state of all existence, believing that everything in the world was merely the result of ether's intricate differentiation. Conversely, the elves viewed ether as the vital force bestowing life upon all, an unseen, unfathomable presence widely dispersed throughout the cosmos. The dwarves, however, possessed a more materialistic understanding of ether, believing that when an object is endlessly divided until it can no longer be fragmented, that very essence is ether. As for the goblins, their culture and realm have been thoroughly shattered. Thus, their understanding of the ether from those years remains untraceable. The 5 original ancient dragons recognized that the perceptions of the ether held by the following species were overly narrow. It is narrow, not erroneous. If one were to amalgamate the understandings of the ether from humans, elves, and dwarves, it would present a closer approximation to the truth of the ether. How, then, did these 5 original ancient dragons come to possess such knowledge? After the demise of the ether dragon, its body split and transformed into the 5 original ancient dragons, 5 venerable entities. Therefore, the creator god is indeed remarkable. Guru Lafer's journey to the Desai region is precisely for these ether. Both elves and humans have now gained a further opportunity, prompting Guru Lafer to sever their connection at its very roots. Whether it pertains to the ether state of humanity or the 2 pages of the origin book currently held by the elves, they merely invoke and stabilize the wandering ether present in the world. Ether can manifest as anything, once one learns to invoke it. The act of creating something from nothing becomes effortlessly attainable. Guru Lafer merely needs to discover another relic within the Desai region that exerts a greater gravitational pull on the ether, one capable of entirely redefining it. Regardless of how hard the elves and humans strive, they will be unable to stir any ripples. As Guru Lafer continued his flight, the scenes within his gaze began to shift gradually. Surroundings started to reveal phantasms akin to noise dots, and the once grayish-white land slowly transformed into a vibrant tapestry of color. This transformation was not limited to Guru Lafer alone. Even Hollyflosse, positioned at the edge of the Desai region, witnessed these changes. It was as if the entire Desai region had come alive due to Guru Lafer's intrusion. Those noise-like phantasms flickered with increasing rapidity and expanded in size. Ultimately, upon reaching a zenith, these phantasms vanished altogether, and the Desai region underwent a metamorphosis. No longer did it possess the grayish-white terrain and sky, but instead blossomed into a scene of prosperity, reminiscent of the realms above, where the dragon kin and divine domains thrived in similar splendor. Hollyflosse gazed at the newly sprouted verdant grass upon the ground, extending his claw to touch it. Upon feeling the tangible sensation of the lawn, Hollyflosse paused, pondering whether this reality was indeed an illusion. Turning back to survey the path he had traversed, he discovered it had vanished. Not only had the path disappeared, but the entirety of the normal world beyond the Desai region had also ceased to exist. The space behind Hollyflosse had inexplicably transformed into part of the Desai region. Just as he stood in confusion, a voice echoed, "Hey, dragon." Hollyflosse gazed in the direction of the sound and beheld a rather peculiar short-haired man who stood with his hands plunged into his pockets, observing her. The man's attire evoked memories of a certain pair who endeavored to affirm the existence of humanity. Approaching Holly, the short-haired man lifted his head and spoke in Desai. "I'm talking to you. Why are you in a daze?" Without waiting for Holly's response, he introduced himself. "My name is Akamoto. What is yours?" Hollyflosse was left speechless. Meanwhile, on the far western edge of the continent, Akamoto regarded the ethereal spirit before him from a position of superiority. He looked upon the being with a tone tinged with pity, remarking, "Do you truly believe that the Book of Origins can save you?" The spirit, bow in hand, gazed skyward at Akamoto and replied in Elvish, "Whether salvation is attainable can only be ascertained through trial." Subsequently, the spirit raised its left hand, aiming the bow at Akamoto. Without any visible movement to knock an arrow, several magical projectiles were unleashed toward him. As the magical arrows hurtled through the air, Akamoto sighed. The left bow. With a gentle flick of his staff, the arrows disintegrated before they could reach him. However, at that moment, the spirit vanished from the ground. The overlapping voices of the spirit echoed behind Akamoto. "Matters of the elves are not for a mere human like you to dictate." As the words lingered, several green wind blades surged from behind, cleaving Akamoto into multiple segments. Yet, no blood flowed from the severed edges. Instead, The interior appeared smooth and unblemished, devoid of any organs. The head of Okamoto soared through the air, grinning at the spirit. Do you still harbor such thoughts even now? I find it somewhat difficult to bear. Following this, his dismembered body shattered in midair like fragile bubbles. Okamoto himself, however, remained unscathed on the ground. The spirit executed a graceful spin in the air, wielding a long sword and striking down towards Okamoto's head with force. Its body descended like a massive boulder. Okamoto raised his staff above his head to block the strike. He gazed into the spirit's pupilless eyes and said, "Do you not comprehend? This is no longer a matter of me dictating terms." With a powerful motion of his right hand, he sent the spirit flying above him while simultaneously releasing 3 magical missiles. The spirit, seizing the momentum, performed a backflip in the air, slashing through one missile and skillfully evading the remaining 2. As the spirit landed gracefully on the ground, Okamoto chose not to pursue, remaining steadfast in his position. The ethereal spirit turned towards Okamoto and inquired, "What do you mean?" Okamoto gazed back at the spirit and slowly began to speak. If this world could sustain only one species, it must unequivocally be humanity. And now, we find ourselves in such a condition. His tone grew gravely serious as he uttered the final words. Just as Okamoto raised his staff to cast a spell, a brilliant pillar of light suddenly illuminated the southern sky. The column, an intertwining of black and white, caused Okamoto's eyes to widen in disbelief. With great effort, he managed to choke out a name from his throat. Hollyflosse. Chapter 84. Are you Okamoto? Then who is he? Hollyflosse looked incredulously at the short-haired man before him and asked, "What is your name again?" Hollyflosse could hardly believe that this youthful man was Okamoto. After all, the true Okamoto was currently out causing trouble for the elves. Even if the Desai region was a bizarre realm where the past could resurface, this young man bore no resemblance to Okamoto at all. In Hollyflosse's memory, Okamoto was an eternal figure clad in a voluminous wizard's robe, often adorned with an oversized hood that concealed his expression, which remained eerily calm. He appeared to be a middle-aged human, perhaps in his 40s or 50s, marked by wrinkles yet not aged. 3 millennia ago, when Hollyflosse was but a young dragon, Okamoto was already like this. Now, 3,000 years later, having fathered a son, Okamoto seemed unchanged. Yet, the young man standing before him, with his vibrant energy and even a smile, resembled a spirited youth, hardly fitting the mold of Okamoto. The young man who claimed to be Okamoto replied, "Okamoto? What of it?" He then added, "Do you happen to know me?" "Haha, it's quite normal if you do, as I am a prodigious talent." As he spoke, he proudly raised his right hand and gave himself a thumbs up. "What is your surname?" Hollyflosse inquired. The young man shook his head and replied, "I have no surname." Upon hearing this, Hollyflosse's expression grew even more perplexed. It was not due to any oddity, but rather because it was precisely as it should be. However, therein lay the strangeness. If this Okamoto was indeed the one Hollyflosse knew, why had such a vibrant youth transformed into a figure burdened by deep sorrow? Was it time? That should not be the case. The ancient beings of the first generation, those 5 venerable entities, have undoubtedly outlived Okamoto by a significant margin, yet none of them appear to harbor deep-seated grievances. It is indeed true that living for an extended duration can be somewhat abstract. Okamoto cast a brief smile in the direction of Hollyflosse and remarked, in Desai tongue, "Surely, you must admire me, having awaited my signature for quite some time, haven't you?" Upon uttering these words, Okamoto gestured with his right index finger, causing a pen to soar from his pocket. Gazing upon the colossal dragon before him, he inquired, "Now, where shall I sign? What shall I inscribe?" Hollyflosse, faced with the evidently narcissistic Okamoto, found himself at a loss. It dawned on him that Okamoto had once been young, having experienced such absurd moments. Regrettably, Hollyflosse lamented not bringing along magical artifacts capable of recording images. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly captured this spectacle and disseminated countless copies to share with the world. Though unable to document this moment, Hollyflosse was determined to procure a keepsake for himself, one that would enable him to return and mock the aged Okamoto with this unique memento of his youthful self. Thus, Hollyflosse extended his right claw and said, "Just sign here, and inscribe a phrase that will be remembered for 10,000 years. Okamoto raised an eyebrow upon hearing this and chuckled. "Such a meaningful request? Huh, then I shall ponder it carefully." After a moment of contemplation, the youthful Okamoto inscribed a phrase on Hollyflosse's claw, one he believed he would never forget. As he wrote, he recited, "This marks my genesis." Having received Okamoto's somewhat melodramatic signature, Hollyflosse nodded in satisfaction. What is the best approach to deal with those who have lived long and remain formidable, refusing to relent? It is to return to the past and capture their youthful, naive moments, defeating them in the realm of the mind. Indeed, Okamoto is powerful enough to hold his own against dragons. Yet how would he respond if I were to present the youthful Okamoto's own grandiose proclamations from 10 millennia ago? After inscribing the phrase, Okamoto chuckled at Hollyflosse, saying, "Huh? That is precisely why I assert that creating dragons is the right path. By the way, what is your name?" Hollyflosse flicked his tail and replied, "I am Hollyflosse." Upon hearing this name, Okamoto stroked his chin and mused, "Odd indeed, why do dragons prefer 5-word names? Those 5 progenitor dragons also bore 5-word names. Is it the same for your kind as well?" In Okamoto's seemingly casual remarks, Hollyflosse discerned a significant keyword. Hollyflosse and Keikonla are aware that all dragons, apart from the original ancient dragon, are artificially created. However, Hollyflosse is oblivious to the specific term used for these manufactured dragons. Turning to Okamoto, she inquired in the Desai language, "Dragon species?" The youthful Okamoto glanced at Hollyflosse and replied, "Haven't they mentioned it to you?" "Oh, I suppose such matters are not often deemed worth discussing." It appears that in his younger days, Okamoto was not only more radiant, but also notably amiable and approachable. One wonders what experiences over the span of 100,000 years transformed him into that brooding figure cloaked in shadows. Okamoto then addressed Hollyflosse, stating, "Aside from those 5, all dragons are of the manufactured species, categorized into 3 distinct types." However, as he spoke, Okamoto suddenly hesitated. "But should I be sharing this with you?" Hollyflosse shook her head and responded, "No. I simply was unaware of the designation manufactured dragon species, though I understand that dragons are indeed created." Okamoto's assumption was correct. The original ancient dragon's stance towards the dragonkin leaned towards concealing the truth. "Oh, I see." Okamoto nodded, then inquired of Hollyflosse, "Would you care to join me in a project?" "Project?" Hollyflosse tilted her head, regarding Okamoto. He nodded affirmatively. "Yes, my project. The Desai has reached its limit. It is time to advance further." He added, "I happen to be in need of one more dragon. Unfortunately, your numbers are woefully insufficient." Hollyflosse, looking at Okamoto, asked, "What project?" Okamoto replied, "We intend to create a realm transcending the material world." He further clarified, "Of course, we are merely in the initial stages. Everything is still in draft form." Hollyflosse's expression turned peculiar. "Are you referring to the world above?" Okamoto's eyes brightened at her words. "That name works well. It's simple and relatable. Let us call it that upon our success." Meanwhile, as Hollyflosse found herself intersecting with the past Okamoto due to the unique geographical environment of the Desai region, Gallifrey had already arrived at the southernmost point of the Desai area. Here lay an estuary, at least during the time of the ancient Desai kingdom. Beyond this point stretched an endless ocean. I remember it was here." Gallifrey landed on the ground, surveying the desolate architectural ruins surrounding him, murmuring to himself. As Gallifrey contemplated searching the area, a youthful voice resonated behind him. "Hey, dragon, you've come to the wrong place, Gallifrey." "Is that an echo? What a pitiful creature." Gallifrey recognized this to be merely an illusion conjured by the peculiarities of the Desai region. Yet, to some extent, these illusions could be perceived as a journey back in time. Thus, Gallifrey resolved to inquire of the soul ensnared in the echoes, curious to discover whether it possessed any knowledge. However, upon turning to behold the figure before him, he was momentarily taken aback. "Is that you, Okamoto?" The youthful Okamoto approached Gallifrey, asking, "What are you mumbling about?" Regaining his composure, Gallifrey replied, "It's nothing, merely astonished to see you." Upon hearing Gallifrey's words, Okamoto chuckled, "Oh? Haha, then my future must be quite extraordinary. The ancient dragons have always represented formidable power, even during the era of the ancient Desai kingdom." Thus, it was no surprise that youthful Okamoto felt elated upon hearing Gallifrey's remark. After his laughter subsided, Okamoto turned to Gallifrey and asked, "So, am I dead?" Gallifrey nodded, responding, "Should I commend you for your awareness? The echoes trapped within the Desai region are the remnants of past obsessions or souls. They may be whole or fragmented, yet undeniably, they have all perished alongside that great ancient kingdom." Okamoto inquired calmly, "What did my future entail that led to my demise?" Gallifrey answered, "You ascended to divinity." Quite simply, upon hearing this conclusion, Okamoto could only lament, then I must have been in utter despair." For the people of the Desai era, ascension was not regarded as a favorable outcome. By this time, all mages had come to understand the truth of the world. It is ether. Ascension was merely an unavoidable path chosen in response to ether's influence. One could even argue that in the final moments of humanity's ether state, the dissolution of body and soul into the cosmos was, in itself, a form of ascension. Hollyflosse flicked his tail and stated, "Thus, I have come here in search of ether crystals." Okamoto frowned at this remark. Am I truly such a burden after ascension? Do I require such things? Nevertheless, Okamoto did not refuse Hollyflosse and said, "Very well, I shall lead you to them." Without hesitation, Hollyflosse followed closely behind him. Okamoto led the way ahead while inquiring, "So, how many years later are you from Hollyflosse?" Hollyflosse replied, 100,000 years hence. Okamoto's gaze flickered with a mixture of surprise and joy as he asked, "Has Desai endured for so long?" Hollyflosse shook his head, saying, "Oh no, judging by the time you were trapped, Desai will fall in another 50 years. Upon hearing this, a look of despondency washed over Okamoto's face. Hollyflosse added, "Of course, you will never reach that moment." Surprisingly, Okamoto's reaction was rather subdued, even calm. He replied, I know. After all, having ascended to divinity, I am merely the echo of the part of me that has perished." Hollyflosse glanced at Okamoto and remarked, "To be honest, I prefer you in this state." Okamoto smiled. Without emotion and reason, merely the essence of divinity remains. Such a being can hardly be endearing. Ascending to divinity demands a price, and Okamoto, in a moment of despair, inevitably cast aside part of himself. His emotions and reason forever lingered within the 50 years preceding the fall of the ancient Desai kingdom, leaving only the last vestiges of divinity to sustain his mortal form. The Okamoto encountered by Hollyflosse was the emotional fragment, vibrant with dreams and kindness, even somewhat whimsical. In contrast, the Okamoto met by Hollyflosse embodied rationality, retaining the inquisitive spirit of a mage. The one outside, battling the elves, was the divine aspect, holding on to Okamoto's final obsessions and dreams, willing to pay any price for them. Chapter 85. The Ether of Freedom. Okamoto gazed upon the injured ethereal elf before him, retracting his staff. As a flash of white light enveloped the scene, the fallen ethereal elf resplit, transforming back into Alpha and Mio. Alpha, struggling to prop himself up on the ground, addressed Okamoto, "Why do you hesitate? Are you merely flaunting your false compassion?" Okamoto cast a glance at Alpha and Mio on the ground, choosing not to respond. For Okamoto, there was no longer any need to waste words. Calculating the time, it was likely that Il was now leading his army forth. All that remained was to wait for Il to arrive and personally behead these two. However, the present Okamoto feels an unsettling anxiety, as though his shadowy past is on the verge of being uncovered by an unseen force. Okamoto is acutely aware that it must be Hollyflosse stirring up trouble once again. Yet, he finds himself devoid of any effective countermeasures. Even though he has ascended to divinity, he can only guarantee his invincibility in one-on-one confrontations. The primordial dragons, however, are united as if they share a common lineage, despite the fact that none of them have a mother. Furthermore, Okamoto must keep a close watch on the two sprites, Alpha and Mio. Mio casts a glance at Okamoto, offering a grim smile as she remarks in Elvish, "Without us, you humans shall not endure." Okamoto furrows his brow and forcefully strikes Mio on the back of her head with his staff, pressing her face into the ground. He retorts, "Silence. Your only duty now is to await death." Meanwhile, in the region of Desai, the rational Okamoto tosses a piece of pure white crystal to Hollyflosse, stating in Desai, "Here. This is it." Hollyflosse catches the crystal with his tail and inspects it closely. Noticing Hollyflosse's silence, the rational Okamoto inquires, "But I have a question. Will such a thing be unattainable in 100,000 years?" Hollyflosse nods and responds, "Indeed, it will be lost." The rational Okamoto pauses, his tone laden with incredulity as he asks, "Isn't this supposed to be abundant?" During the era when the ancient Desai civilization thrived, research into ether and the essence of the world was remarkably advanced. One of the significant outcomes was the ether crystal, which can be regarded as the origin of alchemy, the true philosopher's stone. Since all things in the world are composed of ether, the mages of Desai reasoned, why not directly manipulate ether? To possess ether is to possess all that exists. The ether crystal serves this very purpose. It is the currency of Desai and a hidden reserve of energy. Within the ether crystal lies a vast quantity of a primordial substance known as free ether. When released through the correct procedures, the ether crystal transforms into the desired items or energy of the user. However, if mishandled, the ether crystal will explode, its power formidable enough to slay a deity. The alchemy of later generations merely represents a degraded version due to the loss of certain crafting techniques associated with the ether crystal. Yet, fundamentally, it remains an endeavor to utilize ether to create desired objects. Hollyflosse flicks his tail and remarks in Desai, "Desai is Desai. The future is the future." Having acquired what he sought, Hollyflosse unfurls his wings in preparation to depart. Although it is merely a single ether crystal, the free ether contained within is sufficient to severely wound Okamoto. As Hollyflosse was on the verge of departure, the rational Okamoto called out to him. Raising his gaze to meet Hollyflosse's eyes, Okamoto implored, "Wait, if it would not be too much trouble, could you convey a message for me?" Hollyflosse cast a glance at the rational Okamoto and, after a moment's hesitation, acquiesced to the request. Looking deeply into Hollyflosse's eyes, Okamoto slowly articulated, "Please tell my future self that there are indeed matters in this world that remain beyond human reach." Meanwhile, in the presence of Hollyflosse, the emotional Okamoto, after affixing the final magical rune upon Hollyflosse, remarked, "Ah, this should suffice." Hollyflosse surveyed the array of various magical runes adorning his body, along with the unfamiliar white crystals. Turning to the similarly adorned Okamoto, he inquired, "So what do you intend to accomplish?" The emotional Okamoto gazed at Hollyflosse and replied, "To ascend to the world above." Hollyflosse sensed an underlying disquiet but pressed on with his inquiry, "What does that mean?" The emotional Okamoto grasped his staff and declared, "This realm is a false desai. I must venture forth to discover the true desai." He cast a glance at Hollyflosse and added, "Ah, of course, you may not comprehend. But there is no need for concern, for with my presence, all will be sufficient." Before Hollyflosse could respond, the emotional Okamoto unleashed his magic. He forcefully struck the ground with his staff, causing Hollyflosse and the runes upon him to emanate a radiant glow. The white ethereal crystals began to vibrate at an alarming frequency. The surrounding environment dimmed, and to Hollyflosse's perception, the entire world seemed to tremble violently. Yet, in his own experience, he felt no actual disturbance, perhaps because he did not truly belong here. The emotional Okamoto staggered momentarily, but managed to steady himself with great difficulty. It appeared as though the casting had inflicted a severe toll upon him, yet despite this, his countenance radiated excitement and fervor. He murmured to himself, "Soon, soon, I shall surely break free. Open for me." The emotional Okamoto raised his staff high, inverting it. The crystal atop the staff emitted a blinding brilliance, and the colors within Hollyflosse's vision began to fade at an accelerated pace. The silhouettes of 10,000 years past seemed to falter, gradually vanishing from view. Casting a fleeting glance at Hollyflosse, the emotional Okamoto's expression momentarily froze. "Ah, so it is thus," he softly uttered, as if grasping a profound understanding. Nevertheless, he resolutely thrust the tip of his staff forcefully against the ground once more. A crisp cracking sound resonated, and Hollyflosse was enveloped by a blinding white light. As the radiance dissipated, the surrounding environment returned to a grayscale hue. Before Holly could comprehend the unfolding events, Hollyflosse flew back from the depths of the Dace region. Alighting beside Holly, Hollyflosse remarked, "Ah, well done. You thwarted the one attempting to escape, did you not?" Not really," Holly replied, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. Hollyflosse regarded her with a puzzled expression and inquired, "What do you mean, not really?" Thus, Holly recounted the entire incident, detailing her encounter. After listening, Hollyflosse fell into a contemplative silence. Approximately half a minute later, he broke the quietude with a question. What words would be memorable enough for Okamoto to remember for 100,000 years? Holly extended her claw, intending to display the inscription, only to realize that the text had vanished. Not only had the words disappeared, but the magical runes and white crystals that had adorned her were also mysteriously absent. Observing Holly's bewilderment, Hollyflosse explained, "What you witnessed were mere shadows of the past. Most things cannot endure. And so what was that phrase?" He pressed further. Holly replied, "That would be my creation of the world." Although the remnants of the past might fade, Holly's memory would remain intact. Upon hearing the answer, Hollyflosse erupted into laughter, a boisterous mirth that nearly caused him to roll on the ground. Once his laughter subsided, he remarked, "Ha ha, that sounds like something he would have said in his youth." Shifting the conversation back to serious matters, Hollyflosse asked, "But you mentioned that Okamoto attempted to leave?" Holly nodded, responding, "Yes, he claimed this was a false dace." Hollyflosse mused, "It is only fitting for him. Even in an incomplete state, he remains aware of his disconcerting condition." Holly, feeling a twinge of guilt, questioned, "Does that mean I have failed?" Hollyflosse shook his head, reassuring her, "Not at all. In the end, he relinquished his attempt." What? Holly was perplexed. From her understanding, Okamoto would never abandon his aspirations. She even doubted he knew how to spell the word give up. Hollyflosse turned to Holly and asked, "Did you not say he muttered something in the end?" "Yes," Holly confirmed. "As Okamoto raised his staff, I indeed heard him murmur something. At that time, The entire illusion of Desai was becoming increasingly tenuous. It was likely that, in the eyes of Archimoto, Hollyflosse was on the verge of collapse as well. Hollyflosse continued, remarking that he sensed something amiss and thus chose to abandon the endeavor. Otherwise, with Archimoto's prowess, he could have forcibly breached this realm. Hollyflosse inquired, what if he had managed to break through? He was genuinely curious about the potential ramifications if this past version of Hollyflosse had emerged. Would a contemporary Archimoto clash with one from 100,000 years ago, or would they merge into one? Hollyflosse, with a rather nonchalant tone, articulated a rather ominous consequence. Oh, the world below would bid farewell. Is it truly that grave? Hollyflosse instinctively found it hard to believe. Hollyflosse chuckled softly, saying, not serious? Archimoto, in his quest to maintain his existence apart from the ether, forcibly divested himself of all but his divinity. Should Archimoto's humanity return, even if only partially, he would explode. When Archimoto ascended to godhood, he severed ties with his humanity to sustain his existence. Thus, the present Archimoto is merely an unknown entity resembling a human. The humanity that Archimoto forsook split into two halves, one rational and the other emotional. This was the very dilemma that the enigmatic man and woman encountered when Hollyflosse first met them. At that time, Desai had grasped the method of ascension but was unable to allow those who ascended to maintain their existence. They either dissipated into the ether post-ascension or completely relinquished their humanity. Consequently, the couple endeavored to utilize humanity's self-affirmation to complete a closed loop, thereby allowing ascension without the forfeiture of humanity. Had they succeeded, Archimoto might not have needed to ascend, for Desai would not have perished. Alas, they failed. Such self-rescue initiatives from the ancient nation of Desai were numerous, yet every single one ended in failure. Whether due to fate or an unseen hand orchestrating events remains uncertain. Hollyflosse then asked, isn't his explosion a good thing? Given Archimoto's current disposition, unwilling to let humanity remain at peace, constantly stirring up trouble for the dragons, wouldn't his explosion be entirely beneficial? Upon hearing this, Hollyflosse shot Hollyflosse a disapproving glance. He may explode, but what of those who perish in the blast? It was then that Hollyflosse realized the implications. Archimoto, a being who had existed for 100,000 years, had forcibly transformed into a sort of etheric conglomerate after ascending to godhood. If his humanity were to return now, even if just a fraction, thus, Archimoto could no longer sustain his existence, as the accumulated ether erupted in a rather terrifying manner. At that moment, while the dragon could perish and subsequently reincarnate through a white egg, the extinction of the species below would signify true annihilation. This scenario was something the dragon clan was utterly unwilling to witness, for it would render the world exceedingly dull. Moreover, young dragons, devoid of play, would incessantly vex their parents. Gorful unfurled his dragon wings and addressed Hollyflosse. Your involvement ends here. Return to your farming game. As soon as he finished speaking, Gorful vigorously flapped his wings, transforming into a fleeting shadow that vanished into the sky. Chapter 86. This is my creation of heaven and earth. Archimoto stood beside Il, observing the imposing figure of Il as he wielded his longsword to behead Alpha and Mu. Il's kingdom forces advanced smoothly into the realm of the elves, as the dwarves were already engaged in fierce conflict with them, and the core area of the elves was firmly under Archimoto's control. Being one of only 2 humans possessing ether status in the current world below, Illinois led his army with ferocity into the heart of the elven territory. Within a short span, Illinois reached the core area of the elves and successfully reunited with Archimoto. Archimoto, expressionless, watched Il clean the blood from his long sword. Just as he was about to speak, this should be, but before Archimoto could finish his sentence, a dragon's roar echoed through the skies. Accompanying the roar was a beam of white dragon fire that reached Archimoto's ears. Indeed, it had arrived. Archimoto remained impassive, merely glancing upward. There, the silhouette of Gorful appeared in the sky, his immense wings fully unfurled, casting a vast shadow over the ground. Upon seeing only Gorful, the ancient dragon of the first generation, Archimoto felt a slight sense of relief. 5 against 1 was indeed excessively unfair. However, before Archimoto could fully relax, his tension returned. He noticed a very familiar yet strange white object embedded in Gorful's forehead. Familiar, because Archimoto had encountered such an object numerous times. Strange, because the last time was 100,000 years ago. Archimoto took a deep breath and turned to Il, saying, you should take cover. Of course. Il glanced at Gorful in the sky and ultimately nodded. The last encounter with Gorful had left a psychological scar on him, instilling a profound sense of helplessness that resurfaced whenever he beheld Gorful. Although Il understood that, As a king, he should not harbor such sentiments, or at least, he should not express them. He felt compelled to accept the opportunity presented by Okamoto. If Il were to refuse this chance, it would indicate a lack of wisdom on his part. Hollyflosse, observing Il's departure from the scene, chose not to intervene. He was well aware that as long as Okamoto remained, the remaining humans would pose no significant threat, regardless of their commotion. Thus, why not allow Il to depart? The presence of such a human could serve to teach the capricious young dragons a valuable lesson. As Hollyflosse regarded the solemn Okamoto, he suddenly spoke. Before the battle commences, there is something I wish to convey. Okamoto did not respond, but merely furrowed his brow slightly. Hollyflosse slowly recited Okamoto's melodramatic proclamation. This is the dawn of my creation. Upon hearing these words, Okamoto's pupils visibly quaked. Despite his remarkable self-control, he could not help but blush profusely, even his toes digging into the ground in a fit of embarrassment. Okamoto felt as though a seasoned worker, having navigated the complexities of society for years, was suddenly confronted with the juvenile angst of his younger self being recited aloud. The sheer humiliation was overwhelming. Such a reaction. Hollyflosse, witnessing Okamoto's response, was filled with amusement. Enraged and embarrassed, Okamoto retorted, as tedious as ever. You species that has failed to evolve since 10 millennia ago. Okamoto was indeed qualified to make such a remark, having existed since the early days of dragonkind's proliferation. He had witnessed firsthand the once mighty dragons gradually descend into an abstract abyss from which there was no return. Following the demise of the kingdom of Deseg, all species either languished in despair or succumbed to resignation. That meager freedom ether is insufficient to deter me. Taking the initiative, Okamoto swung his staff, carving a semicircular trajectory in the air. The crystal at the staff's tip left a faint blue trail as he retracted it. This trail solidified in midair, flickering momentarily before abruptly manifesting upon Hollyflosse's chest. The magical energy manipulated by Okamoto was unparalleled by any conventional mage. What seemed to be a light, airy attack shattered Hollyflosse's outer scales, exposing the vibrant red flesh beneath. In pain, Hollyflosse opened his mouth and unleashed a torrent of dragon fire towards the grounded Okamoto. As this confrontation unfolded amidst the elven heartland, Illinois and his royal army could only watch from the periphery, eagerly observing the spectacle. In the distance, the sounds of battle between dwarves and elves echoed faintly. The entire command structure of the elves had already been rendered precarious by Okamoto's assault. With Il leading the royal army into battle, the elves faced a relentless onslaught, further destabilizing a command system that was already faltering. Consequently, the elven forces experienced a complete breakdown. Although individual battle groups retained some combat effectiveness, they could no longer establish timely and effective communication with one another. For Il and his royal army, these disorganized pockets of elven resistance posed little threat. Conversely, for the dwarves, who bore a long-standing enmity towards the elves, these fragmented elven factions were ripe for a thorough thrashing. After bidding farewell to Goru Fowl, Hollyflosse returned to his draconic realm. The chaotic remnants left by the original ancient dragons had long since ceased to pique his curiosity, for he realized that greater curiosity only led to greater busyness. As for the direction the world below would take, Hollyflosse felt reassured knowing that there were towering figures to bear the weight of impending calamity. Surely, the world would not be in dire straits. Upon returning to his realm, Hollyflosse happened to catch sight of a small book kiosk located along the streets of the Dragon Kingdom. This initiative, brought forth by the Harif family, promised that anyone visiting the Dragon Realm could receive a complimentary book. Kira and the other dragon riders expressed enthusiastic support for this endeavor, as the literature published by Harif effusively praised both the dragon riders and their dragons, thereby enticing more unsuspecting youths to join their ranks. Observing the unfamiliar book covers, Hollyflosse discerned that Harif's dedicated storytellers had concocted yet another fresh batch of tales. Perhaps the next chapter extolling the virtues of dragons should indeed be penned by the dragons themselves? This thought lingered in Hollyflosse's mind. The end.